Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed abruptly in everyone's mind. Survivors from all nations of Blue Star, congratulations on entering the game world of survival on the highway. Here, you will face brutal survival challenges, and your only goal will be to gather resources to stay alive. This game includes all inhabitants of Blue Star. Each player will generate a household unit based on real-world relationships. Individuals over 50 years old and those under 16 will remain in a separate home space and will not participate in the competition, but they must be supported by the players. The current game world is called Endless Road. Each player will start by choosing a vehicle and can collect survival resources along the way. Please note, once a choice is made, it cannot be changed, so choose wisely. Players, strive to survive. Yang Chuan stood there in a daze, his mind a jumble. When the voice sounded, he had awakened, but the scene before him left him confused. He was standing on a highway, a 10-meter-wide, straight asphalt road stretching out to the horizon. On either side were weeds and trees, with stones peeking through the underbrush. Beyond that, there was no streetlights, no road signs, not even any traffic markings on the road. The desolation sent a chill down his spine. A gust of wind blew, and holding the data cable in his hand, he couldn't help but shiver, coming to his senses a bit. He instinctively reached for his phone, but apart from the data cable and the clothes and shoes on him, he found nothing else. In front of him, a selection interface appeared, floating in the void, looking exceedingly strange. What's happening? He murmured softly, widening his eyes to look around. Did I cross over? What game is this? Where am I? What's going on? His gaze fell on the virtual selection box, which remained suspended before him, gradually bringing him back to reality. Just a moment ago, he seemed to be at the company, right? Xiao Yang, what's wrong with you? Are you even listening to me? An angry shout rang in Yang Chuan's ears, pulling him back to the moment. He looked up to see a balding, middle-aged man glaring at him from across the conference table, clearly furious at his inattention. This was a routine meeting discussing the daily progress of the development team and the issues they encountered, something that happened every day, monotonously. Hastily standing up, Yang Chuan looked embarrassed. I'm sorry, manager, I zoned out. I worked overtime until 10 last night. Maybe I didn't rest enough. Enough with the excuses. Do you know how much time was wasted because the database part you were responsible for had to be modified multiple times, causing other departments to adjust as well? The balding man interrupted him angrily, spitting as he spoke, his chubby face trembling with indignation. Yang Chuan silently lowered his head, no longer speaking. After several modifications to the interface requirements, weren't they all suggested by you? Just one sentence made me work overtime until 10 p.m., and despite the multiple changes, it's still not finished. You constantly point fingers and give orders. Who exactly is slowing down the progress here? But he couldn't speak up. The situation was stronger than him. He also needed to make a living, and with his younger siblings getting ready to start school, they were waiting for him to send the tuition fees back home. Sorry, he murmured softly and sat down quietly, choosing to ignore the harsh yelling. Inside, however, he was smirking. What a lively show. Looking at the time, the higher-ups must have received the materials by now. I hope you can still be so self-satisfied at the management meeting on Wednesday. Sigh, hackers. So boring. Yang Chuan worked as a database designer in an IT outsourcing company, earning a monthly salary of $7,000, which was honestly not high. But in this difficult job market, it was a decent position. At least the company provided free housing, allowing him to save some money. After the meeting, he returned to his desk feeling dejected, turned on his computer, and news alerts began popping up in the lower right corner. The latest data from the International Energy Organization shows that global resource depletion has reached its peak. If countries do not take rescue measures, humanity on Blue Star will fall into despair within 5 years. The Ministry of Agriculture announces that, due to the worsening global climate, this year's global food production is expected to hit a historic low, only 73 of last year's output. New food distribution policies in the beautiful country have triggered widespread panic. Today marks the 47th day of looting in stores and supermarkets across the country. He helplessly closed these windows, feeling somewhat numb. The entire world was facing a massive crisis, but under national intervention, the public's impact was not too great. At least, the citizens of the Great Xi'an Nation didn't feel much of a difference life, and work continued as usual. But Yang Chuan felt that this world was incredibly tough. He glanced at his phone on the desk, and saw that the battery was at 7. Sigh. He was so exhausted last night that he fell asleep without charging it. As he took out the charging cable, he remembered he hadn't brought the charger. Forget it, he would just plug it into the computer, even if it would charge slowly. Just as he plugged the cable into the computer, a sudden flash of white light engulfed him, and he fell into a coma. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Chuan's consciousness began to return. Everyone had been thrown into a game world. They had to choose vehicles to survive, collect resources. Furrowing his brows, he thought for a moment and finally understood what was happening, gazing helplessly at the vehicle selection interface. Cars, SUVs, supercars, vans, off-road vehicles, buses, trucks, and shipping containers covering all known vehicles on Blue Star. There were cheap ones costing a few thousand and expensive, globally limited supercars that dazzled him. Rubbing his chin, Yang Chuan began to contemplate. The mysterious voice stated that this is a survival game, so the vehicle should be as practical as possible. Durability and robustness are definitely the top priorities. Looking at the endless stretch of highway, he realized he must be in the wilderness, which naturally raises concerns about safety. Next on the list is fuel consumption. He couldn't be certain how far he could find a gas station, so the vehicle he chose couldn't have too high of a fuel consumption rate. Otherwise, running out of gas could become a significant problem. Lastly, there's the matter of space. The voice mentioned the need to gather resources for survival, making it crucial to have a vehicle that can carry more items. A van has low fuel consumption and great range, but it's too fragile. If a wild beast were to attack, it would likely be a quick demise. Sports cars and supercars are definitely not suitable. They can't carry much and consume too much fuel. When it comes to capacity, a truck would be the best choice, especially a cargo truck, which offers better safety than regular small vehicles. However, their fuel consumption is quite terrifying, and they don't accelerate quickly, which could be problematic in a life-or-death situation. Finally, Yang Chuan's gaze landed on various buses. They have moderate fuel consumption, ample space, and while their safety may not match that of cargo trucks, they're certainly safer than regular cars. He chose a bus that most people had probably never heard of, the Praetorian, produced by the Czech automotive brand Torsis. This vehicle claims to be the world's first 4x4 off-road bus, boasting off-road capabilities that rival any vehicle on the market, capable of handling streams, gravel, rocks, and muddy terrains. It's a unique beast among BC's hardcore off-road bus. Measuring 8.7 meters in length, 2.54 meters in width, and 3.6 meters in height, with a wheelbase of 4.2 meters, it features a 6.9 L six-cylinder inline diesel engine with a maximum power output of 290 horsepower and a peak torque of 1,150 Nm. From a distance, its massive frame gives it an imposing presence, embodying the ruggedness suitable for heavy-duty off-roading. The key is that the Praetorian comes with various configurations. In addition to the off-road version, there are also models for mining, firefighting, and even RVs. The RV version is particularly impressive, offering a spacious interior complete with a leisure area, kitchen, private bedroom, and bathroom, even featuring a small desk. Furthermore, optional upgrades include Wi-Fi, satellite TV, air conditioning, washer and dryer, and sound systems. Yang Chuan pondered that the 300-liter fuel tank is indeed substantial, but this beast runs on diesel, not gasoline. Compared to most people's choices, there probably aren't too many opting for diesel vehicles, right? This way, gathering fuel should be less competitive for him. In the end, he chose the passenger bus version. Although the RV version was great and offered a lot of convenience for living, it wasn't suitable for resource gathering. If he were to chop down a tree, he would probably have nowhere to put it. On the contrary, by choosing the passenger bus version, he only needed to remove the seats, which left a lot of space inside. After confirming his choice, the virtual screen in front of him vanished, revealing a wild and powerful steel beast on the road before him. As he examined the vehicle, he noticed a small, semi-transparent virtual box appearing in the lower left corner of his vision. Curious, he focused on it, and suddenly, a small transparent screen unfolded before him, displaying several buttons: profile, chat, trade, store, functions. Looking around, Yang Chuan climbed into the driver's seat of the Praetorian vehicle. Oddly enough, even though it was broad daylight, he felt no sense of security in the wilderness. Strangely, once inside the vehicle, a strong sense of safety washed over him, easing his anxious mind. Perhaps it was a psychological effect. He then had the opportunity to open the virtual panel. The interface was simple, not much different from a typical game interface. Name: Yang Chuan. ID: 1537233. Age: 23. Strength: 7 points. Constitution: 7 points. Agility: 8 points. Stamina: 10 points. Survival points: 0. Equipment: none. Vehicle: Praetorian. Equipped items: none. Upon opening the chat channel, Yang Chuan was startled by the rapid-fire messages flashing across the screen. ID 153770211. Oh my god. I can't believe I've entered a game world. And I chose a supercar. This is so cool. ID 153781114. Can anyone tell me what's going on? Why am I here? What game is this? I'm going to be late. ID 153792211. Damn it, I panicked and randomly clicked and ended up with a tractor. Can someone tell me how to change it? ID 153700929. I actually crossed over. Can someone tell me, am I the protagonist? ID 153735151. Han baby, if you see this message, please contact me ASAP. Each ID seemed to belong to real people, as he could see many avatars displaying worried expressions, reflecting their current state. Yang Chuan furrowed his brow, examining the IDs closely. He discovered that, like him, the first 4 digits of these IDs were all 1537, with the rest being different. Since he hadn't seen any other IDs, he could speculate that only players with IDs starting with 1537 could see each other's information. For now, he decided to group these players into one area, as he couldn't see information from other regions and wasn't sure if there would be a way to contact them later. As for the trading, shops, and functions, they were completely empty, and it was hard to gauge the situation at first. After observing for a while, Yang Chuan roughly figured out what was going on. These people, like him, had appeared in this world in an instant. It was clear that he had indeed arrived in a game world, but he wasn't sure if there was a way to contact his family. His younger siblings were not yet 16 years old, and according to the game settings, they should be in some sort of alternate home space. However, he had no idea where this home was or how to get inside. Nevertheless, he thought that since it was possible to send supplies in, there must be a way to enter, as well. It was just that he didn't know it yet. So, he resolved to gather resources and strive to survive. Yang Chuan finally sorted out his thoughts and got up to check the car. Typically, a car would be equipped with some tools, such as a complementary wrench, jack, warning triangle, fire extinguisher, and spare tire. Sure enough, he quickly found these items at the back of the car, and he grasped a crowbar in his hand. Although there was no knife, having this tool provided some sense of security. He didn't rush to start the car and hit the road instead. He chose to search the area first. The mysterious voice hadn't indicated whether there would be danger, but it had clearly instructed him to gather resources, implying that both materials and food would need to be collected manually. According to the typical patterns of games, the player's spawn point was surely safe, so he decided to take advantage of this opportunity to explore and get a general sense of the resources available in this world. He walked over to the roadside bushes and noticed that the weeds were made up of common types like thatch and dogtooth grass. The trees behind the bushes were also ordinary pine and cypress trees. He initially guessed that he must be in a temperate or northern environment because, on Blue Star, dogtooth grass was widely distributed in warmer areas. Using the crowbar to part the bushes, Yang Chuan carefully stepped inside. The grass underfoot was thick and had a faint smell of decay. As he stepped on it, he heard a squelching sound, indicating that the ground was quite damp underneath. Upon reaching the trees, he discovered that the width of the forest was only about 20 meters. Beyond that, there was an expanse of nothingness, as if an invisible wall completely separated this area, which felt eerily strange. Shaking off his curiosity, he began to survey his surroundings. There were many dry twigs on the ground, all fallen from the pine trees. He quickly snapped them off and collected a large bundle. Suddenly, he spotted a strange yellow color beneath a layer of pine needles. His heart skipped a beat. Using the crowbar to flip it over, his eyes lit up with excitement. Pine mushrooms! He exclaimed softly, overjoyed. He hadn't expected to find edible items so quickly. Pine mushrooms, also known as matsutake, are widely distributed on Blue Star and are a highly nutritious wild fungus known for their delicious flavor and extraordinary delicacy. He swiftly collected all the nearby mushrooms, and the quantity was quite pleasing, amounting to about 10 pounds. He took off his clothes, wrapped them up, and with one hand wielding a crowbar to pick up firewood and the other hand carrying his clothes, Yang Chuan excitedly returned to the car. After getting out again to search the nearby area, he managed to gather 2 bundles of firewood, 5 or 6 pounds of pine mushrooms, and 4 or 5 stone slabs about the size of a basin, but found nothing else. He decided not to dismantle the seat in the back of the car just yet, partly because he didn't have the tools, and partly because he planned to do it when he had more time. Starting the engine, Yang Chuan set off down the road. Chapter 2. As he pressed down on the accelerator, the engine roared to life, and the vehicle surged forward with speed. Fortunately, The road was quite smooth, and there was no bumpiness at all. Driving was incredibly smooth. Watching the trees rush past on either side, Yang Chuan began to feel exhilarated. Shifting gears and accelerating, he realized that this heavy-duty off-road bus was not as fuel-hungry as he had imagined. The turbocharger allowed it to be more fuel-efficient at high speeds, with even more powerful performance. Seeing the flat road ahead, Yang Chuan activated the chat function. After all, this thing was semi-transparent, so being cautious wouldn't interfere with his driving. User 153722106. Hey everyone, I just found a box by the roadside. Inside, I found a piece of bread and a bottle of water. If you see it, don't miss out. User 153733006. Is that for real? I've been driving for over half an hour and haven't seen anything. What does that box look like? User 153722106. It's a wooden box, unpainted, easy to spot. Just keep an eye out, it's pretty big. User 153788831. Hey man, could you spare me some water? I'm really thirsty. If you help someone out, they'll repay you. User 1537391. What are you thinking? We're in survival mode here. If you want water, go find it yourself. He doesn't have much to spare, so why should he give it to you? Seeing this, Yang Chuan minimized the chat window and began scanning the sides of the road. A box? Could there be more supplies inside? Since there was bread and water, might there be other items as well? And if he could find ready-made supplies, did he still need to gather more? After pondering for a moment, he reduced his speed to around 50 miles per hour. This speed would activate the turbo just right, ensuring he wouldn't zoom past any boxes. A few minutes later, Yang Chuan's eyes lit up as he spotted a flash of yellow about 100 meters ahead. Slowing down, he coasted closer, and sure enough, there was a wooden box quietly lying in the grass by the roadside. The box wasn't large, roughly a 50-centimeter square, and surprisingly, it had black spray-painted letters on it that read Basic Supplies Box. After observing it for a bit and tapping on it with the crowbar, hearing no sound from inside, he cautiously used a crowbar to pry it open. Ding. Congratulations, you've opened a beginner supply crate and received an iron axe 1, steamed buns 5, pickled vegetables 1, and a 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water 1. For a moment, Yang Chuan was taken aback by the voice that suddenly echoed in his mind, reminiscent of a system from a novel, which felt quite magical. He looked into the crate, and indeed, the items lay quietly inside, exactly as the voice had indicated, no more, no less. Picking up the iron axe, Yang Chuan examined it closely, only to find a virtual panel suddenly appearing beside it. Iron axe, a basic survival tool with infinite durability. It can be used for chopping. Don't tell me you don't even know how to use an axe. He paused, stroking his chin. This was interesting. What did infinite durability mean? Could this thing never break? The steamed buns were quite large, ordinary white ones, not the soft, water-drenched, knife-cut kind from the south, but the crumbly type from the north. As he broke one open, a tempting sweet aroma wafted up. Each bun weighed about half a pound, and Yang Chuan felt a surge of excitement. However, when he saw the small packet of pickled vegetables, his expression soured. It was a tiny package, probably less than 50 grams, something that used to cost around 30 cents at the supermarket. Seriously? Couldn't they have given me a little more? With this amount of pickled vegetables, even if I eat one piece at a time, I won't be able to finish a bun. He sighed in frustration and took all the items back to his car, eyeing the axe as he stepped out. He walked over to a grove by the roadside, spotted a cypress tree with a diameter of about 20 centimeters, and swung the axe. He wanted to test the sharpness of this tool. Thud, thud, thud. Wood chips flew everywhere. The axe was exceptionally sharp. Although Yang Chuan was just a programmer and not particularly strong, chopping down trees felt incredibly effortless. In less than a minute, the tree creaked and fell to the ground. But just as the tree hit the ground, something strange happened. The entire tree seemed to have all its moisture sucked out in an instant, turning into a dry wooden structure. All the branches and leaves fell off, piling up beside it, while the trunk became smooth and dry. Oddly enough, the branches and leaves remained fresh, while the trunk turned into dry timber. What the heck? Yang Chuan jumped back in shock, and once he regained his composure, he cautiously poked the tree trunk with the axe. Wow, impressive. No wonder this is a game world. It instantly transformed into dry timber. After some thought, he decided to cut the tree into 3-meter-long logs for easier storage and transport. He had no choice. His physical condition was quite poor. Looking at his stats, both strength and constitution were only at 7 points. He wondered if the passing mark was 10 points. He managed to haul 4 logs back to the car, already panting and out of breath. Wiping the sweat off his brow, Yang Chuan glanced at the clock in the car. 2:26 p.m. He broke off a piece of bun, munching as he opened the chat channel. Looking at the people inside, some were asking for help, others were venting their frustrations, and many seemed lost and helpless. It was a bit overwhelming. After pondering for a moment, he decided to send a message. User ID 153720033. Hey everyone, the supply box can contain basic tools. I just found an axe inside, and I've discovered that we could chop down trees ourselves. Let's gather more resources. As soon as he sent it, he received numerous replies, some directly asking him for items, others wanting to borrow the axe, and a few even requested his help in chopping more wood, promising to return the favor later. Rolling his eyes, he took a sip of his bottled water, wondering what kind of people these were he couldn't be bothered to respond. Yang Chuan started his vehicle and drove forward, thinking about how to contact his family. His grandfather was no longer around, but his grandmother was still alive and in good health. Along with his younger siblings, they should all be together. His parents, like him, must have also entered this strange game. Since that mysterious voice mentioned that family members in this alternate space needed someone from their own to provide for them, there had to be a way to send supplies in. What that method was, he didn't know yet, but he figured he would have an answer by tomorrow at the latest. Glancing at the large bundle of matsutake, mushrooms, and steamed buns, Yang Chuan felt a bit reassured. As long as he figured out how to send these items back to his grandmother and siblings, they would have enough food, and with so much firewood, they should be able to stay warm. The only concern was the water. He hoped to find more before nightfall. Otherwise, he would have to send back the small bottle he had already taken a couple of sips from, but that wouldn't be enough. Traveling at a steady 50 km/h, he kept his eyes peeled for the next box. Soon, an hour passed, and Yang Chuan's eyes were starting to strain without seeing any boxes. He blinked hard, feeling a wave of drowsiness wash over him. It wasn't that he was losing focus, it was just that the road was too smooth and the car moved without any bumps. The scenery along the roadside was monotonous and identical. Staring at it for too long made his brain feel fatigued, and he was struggling to stay awake. He stopped the car, got out with a crowbar to stretch his legs and clear his mind otherwise. He feared he might accidentally drive into a ditch. After surveying his surroundings, Yang Chuan's gaze suddenly sharpened as he looked toward the grass. Among the withered yellow grass, there were still patches of green. What caught his attention was a sparse cluster of green grass. It seemed like there was something underneath. Tilting his head and furrowing his brows, he approached cautiously, using the crowbar to lift the weeds, and his eyes widened in surprise. A box. No, to be precise, it was a yellow-green box that appeared to be made of bronze. Isn't this supposed to be a wooden resource box? Why is there bronze? Yang Chuan examined the small box with curiosity. He reached out to test its weight. It wasn't heavy, so he pulled it out. The box is approximately 60 to 70 centimeters long, 30 centimeters wide, and about 20 centimeters high. It is entirely made of bronze, and its surface is covered with intricate patterns that give it an ancient and mysterious appearance. When I picked it up and took a look, it fit perfectly together. There wasn't a single gap to be seen except for the opening where the lid is. On top, there was a small lock that had corroded beyond recognition. I reached out and twisted it, and it came off easily. Could it contain some sort of antique? Yang Chuan wondered as he opened the lid. Ding! Congratulations on opening the bronze treasure chest. You have obtained rare items. Vehicle Resource Scanner 1, Cosmic Dust 10. He was stunned. What on earth is this? He dug at his ears and leaned in closer. Inside the box lay a strange device, roughly the size of a palm, with a 90-degree bend. It was entirely black, and on one of its outward-facing sides, it had concentric circles that resembled a shooting target. Vehicle Resource Scanner, a rare-grade item, can be mounted on a vehicle to scan for all resources within a 500-meter radius. Scanning targets can be set. Young man, have you ever seen high-tech like this? Looking at this high-tech device, and then at the ancient and exquisite bronze chest, he was speechless. This clearly looks like a box for collecting antiques, and inside, I find a high-tech product. Does that make sense? And that lock, it looks like it's been through hell Dewis and that mislead people. He turned back to the box and noticed a small vial inside. It really is a small vial, about the width of a little finger, made of glass. Yang Chuan picked it up and noticed some silvery powder inside. Cosmic dust, very precious, purpose unknown. Please handle with care. You wouldn't think this is just a pile of ordinary dust, would you? Puzzled, he put away the two items and once again focused on the bronze box. And bronze is a metal, so I'll take it with me. Back in the car, Yang Chuan began to ponder. It seems that there was a wooden box before, and now there's a bronze one. According to the game's design, this might be part of a series. For example, wooden treasure chests, iron treasure chests, bronze treasure chests, silver treasure chests, gold treasure chests, and so on. Nodding to himself, he thought that since 2 had already appeared, there might indeed be more. Moreover, the further along the series, the better the items obtained should be. His gaze shifted to the strange, 90-degree bent object. He picked it up and examined it closely. But without a user manual, how was he supposed to know how to use it? From the name, it seemed to be a scanner. Looking at the side with the target-like circles, it might be used to emit radar waves. So he decided to place it on the center console. Just as his hand was about to set it down, a prompt sounded. Ding! Detected that the player is holding the equipment vehicle resource scanner. Would you like to install it? It can be removed at any time after installation. Yang Chuan was momentarily stunned. After choosing yes, he felt a void in his hand as the scanner vanished from sight. Upon closer inspection, he found that it had been placed right above the front windshield. Standing up, he leaned closer to it. Vehicle resource scanner loaded. Scanning not initiated. Please set detailed scanning parameters. A virtual screen appeared before him, and he hurriedly opened the settings panel. As the screen changed, a complex and maddening array of settings unfolded. Scanning categories available: animals, humans, minerals, wood, herbs, treasure chests, players. Scanning notifications could be set to car audio, field of vision, brain notifications. After spending a good 10 minutes, he finally completed the settings. For now, he only needed to be alerted about treasure chests and special resources. He could slowly gather everything else later. The car hit the road again, and less than 2 kilometers later, a notification sound suddenly echoed in Yang Chuan's mind. Ding! Golden treasure chest detected. Location: 470 meters ahead on the left, 450 meters, 437 meters. His expression brightened at the news. This thing was impressive. As the notification continued to sound, he smoothly drove the car to the closest point. Excitedly grabbing his axe, Yang Chuan followed the directions and made his way into the nearby thicket. Then, he was stunned. A massive rock, looking to weigh at least 1 or 2 tons, stood before him. After circling around it twice, he wore a confused expression. After searching the area meticulously, he finally concluded that the cursed notification must have referred to this rock. But how was he supposed to deal with such a large boulder? He didn't have any other tools to break it open. Should he try to chop it with his axe? Furrowing his brows as he stared at the enormous granite, he began to think deeply. If he remembered correctly, granite structure wasn't uniform. It was likely to crack if heated unevenly. Perhaps he could use fire to break it apart, though he wasn't sure how long that would take given the size of the stone. But it was a golden treasure chest. A bronze chest had yielded him a high-tech scanner. So what kind of amazing items could be inside a more advanced golden chest? It was worth it. Without hesitation, he began swinging his axe and chopping down nearby trees. Bang, bang, bang. Sweating profusely, he quickly felled 5 or 6 large trees, propping himself on his knees to catch his breath. The fallen trees were dry, but the freshly cut branches were oddly still vibrant and wouldn't catch fire. Fortunately, there were plenty of dry twigs around, so he quickly gathered a large bundle. Thinking it best to burn the fire on one side, Yang Chuan crouched beneath the boulder and started clearing away the damp leaves below. After pulling away a few leaves, he suddenly emerged from underneath, wearing a face full of frustration. You son of a b! A furious curse echoed in the wilderness. It was all because after digging around a bit, he spotted a glimmer of gold beneath the Surfacia treasure chest made of gold, hidden beneath the stone. Chapter 3. Yang Chuan couldn't help but feel like crying without tears. What on earth was going on? He thought it was hidden inside a rock, but it was just placed under it. Why not just leave it out in the open? Covering it with decaying leaves, what was that about? He glanced at the blisters forming on his palm, holding back his grievances as he pulled out the golden treasure chest. The chest was in perfect condition. Perhaps the nature of gold, which doesn't corrode, made it shine as if it had just been crafted. So rich, pure gold. He murmured as he looked at the lock. A lock made of gold, without a key. But doesn't he know that gold is quite soft? Swinging his axe, he didn't care whether the lock was made of gold. Even if he broke it, he could always melt it down later to make jewelry, right? Bang, bang, crack. The lock was off, and filled with excitement, he reached to open the chest. Ding! Congratulations, you have opened the golden treasure chest and received Universal Military Shovel X1, Advanced Water Collector X1, Vacuum-Packed Fried Rice X10, Mooncakes X100, Fuel X100 liters. Before Yang Chuan could even lean in, several oil barrels and 5 large gift boxes suddenly appeared on the ground beside him. along with a tightly sealed large cardboard box. A glance revealed the information right before his eyes. Fuel, a universal energy source for vehicles, can also be used for burning. Fool, this is oil, but you can't eat it. Yang Chuan was taken aback, thinking fuel would be divided into gasoline and diesel like on Blue Star. But didn't tea need to be classified? Mooncake gift boxes, each containing 25-person mooncakes. Each mooncake has 5 people inside. Believe it or not. Just try it and you'll know. The advanced water collector automatically gathers free water molecules and condenses them into water, currently capable of producing 1 liter of pure water per hour. I mean, do you believe there's a legendary water spirit stone in there? Looking back into the chest, there was a military shovel and 10 vacuum-packed bags, which must be the fried rice. After cutting down all the trees, he loaded them onto the vehicle and finally sat down to assess his haul. It was indeed quite a bounty, especially that water collector. It was like having a cheat code. The water collector was indeed big, resembling a square pillar, a bit like a water dispenser but not very tall, about 40 centimeters. Yang Chuan secured it to a seat. Producing 1 liter of pure water per hour meant it could generate 24 liters in a day, easily enough for drinking. With plenty to spare, a person typically needs about 2 liters of water a day, and not more than 4, so even his whole family would have enough. With that thought, he began to ponder how to contact his family. The mysterious voice's hints left Yang Chuan guessing endlessly. As the sky began to darken, he started to worry about the night. In this remote wilderness, he had no idea what might come out at night or whether there would be any danger. After some thought, he decided he didn't want to drive forward any longer. He opened the chat box and began to examine it closely. Friends, are we in the same area? Before I got here, I was in the southern district of H City. I see that the numbers in front of us are all the same. But wait, I'm not from H City. I'm from L City, living in the countryside. Right? I'm not from there either. I'm from Y County in K City. Before I came to this world, I was out collecting local specialties and hadn't even paid yet. So none of us are from the same place. What do we have in common then? Why do we all have these 9,999 numbers? How do we end up together? I don't get it. I'm into fish farming, and before this, I was feeding my fish. By the way, does anyone know how to drive a tractor to make it go faster? Friends, could it be related to age? I'll go first. I'm 47 this year. What about you guys? I'm 26. I think age might not have much to do with it. I'm looking for some food and drink. Does anyone want to trade? Today, I only managed to get a shovel, which I used to dig up a lot of clay and black soil. I read that this stuff can be used for planting. Is there a big shot willing to trade? I found a box today, luck was on my side, and there were 2 loaves of bread and a bottle of water inside. Plus, there is something you probably wouldn't even guess, a toolbox. What on earth am I supposed to do with that? Yang Chuan's eyes lit up when he read that and quickly contacted the player with the toolbox. Hey, are you willing to trade that toolbox? I can offer you some mooncakes in exchange. The other person quickly replied, sure. You actually have mooncakes? How about 5? Yang Chuan raised an eyebrow. Come on, that is a bit much. I just need the tools to remove some extra seats from my vehicle. 5 is too many. My mooncakes are pretty big, about the size of a rice bowl. How about 2? After a moment of thought, the other player sent a message back. Deal? Let us be friends. By the way, you look young from your profile picture. Do you have any water? If so, could you spare me some? Yang Chuan thought for a moment and agreed, but asked the other person to provide a container for the water since he only had a mineral water bottle and needed to save some for his grandmother and younger siblings. Unexpectedly, the other player replied that someone had traded water in the marketplace before, and if you split the water, it would come with a disposable plastic bag. Yang Chuan was surprised, so he took 2 mooncakes and extracted 200 milliliters of water from his collection device. Sure enough, a small bag appeared in his hand. He traded the items with the other player, who also put up a toolbox. The toolbox contained 30 common tools like wrenches, pliers, hammers, and screwdrivers. Hey, do you want to become an excellent chef? Start by fixing an excavator. Confirming without error, Yang Chuan clicked to confirm the transaction. In the next moment, a toolbox appeared in the aisle before him. Upon opening it, he found that the tools were indeed quite comprehensive. As Yang Chuan noticed the sky gradually darkening, he thought for a moment and got out of the car. He approached either side of the vehicle, using the flint from the military shovel to spark a fire. While adding kindling, he realized that these items had attributes. The fire pit could be used for warmth, cooking, and warding off wild beasts, providing light in the darkness. Consuming 1 unit of wood per hour, what can be obtained by breaking down timber. Friend, are you scared? If you are, then light a fire. Yang Chuan was taken aback. Wood? Break down timber? Returning to the car, he carried a piece of timber and wondered. The length he cut was entirely up to the player. Could there really be a standard? Timber, length 3 meters, can be broken down into 6 pieces of 3-meter-long planks. For pieces of 3-meter-long beams and 18 pieces of firewood, please choose a breakdown method. Wow, it can work like this? Young Chuan exclaimed. Then what is the point of chopping it down myself? Shaking his head, he chose to break down the piece of timber in front of him into firewood. In the next instant, the timber transformed into 18 neatly cut pieces of firewood. After thinking for a moment, he carried another piece of timber, about 2 meters long and of similar thickness, and broke it down. Checking the prompt, he saw that the planks and beams he could obtain were only 2 meters long, and he could only get 12 pieces of firewood. He confirmed that the materials obtained from breakdown depended on the length of timber the player chose to cut. 2 fire pits were set up on either side of the car, each filled with 10 pieces of firewood to ensure the flames would burn until tomorrow morning. After completing all this, Yang Chuan returned to the car, hurriedly ate some steamed buns and pickled vegetables, and drank nearly a pound of water, letting out a satisfied burp. The sky had turned dark, and his car was the only one parked lonely in the middle of the road. Locking the doors and checking the time, it was already 7 p.m. Yang Chuan turned on the interior lights, grabbed the toolbox, and headed to the back. He needed to remove the seats from the car. These seats took up too much space. Wrench in hand, screwdriver at the ready, he worked away for nearly 20 minutes to take off one seat. This was partly because he was unfamiliar with the structure of the seats, so he was slow, taking time to study as he went. However, his speed increased as he got the hang of it. By 10 p.m., Yang Chuan had removed 15 seats, freeing up nearly half of the space at the back of the vehicle, making it feel more spacious. He stacked the removed seats together, planning to see if he could send them to his grandmother and the others. Just as he paused to take a break, a sudden voice echoed in everyone's mind. Ding! Congratulations to all players for surviving the first day. Between 10 p.m. and 11 p.m. every day, you will have 5 minutes to communicate with your elderly family members and children at home. Supplies can also be directly sent over, so please cherish this time. As soon as the announcement ended, Yang Chuan noticed a communication window pop up in his line of sight. It resembled the chat windows from Blue Star, with 2 windows on the right displaying the images of the participants in the conversation. The left side was for sending messages, and there was an option to send supplies. But the current status of the connection was listed as pending. After thinking for a moment, Yang Chuan decided to wait for about 10 minutes before attempting to connect. His parents would surely be anxious to hear from him, and they would reach out as soon as they could. So, he figured it would be best to wait a bit. 15 minutes later, Yang Chuan clicked to connect, and within a second, the call was answered. Brother. Whoa, brother, ah. As soon as the connection was made, a pitiful little girl started wailing, causing Yang Chuan, who had been feeling anxious, to burst into laughter despite himself. Brother. His younger brother came over, supporting their trembling grandmother. As soon as the elderly lady saw Yang Chuan, tears streamed down her face. Xiao Chuan, oh my, I finally get to see you. Grandma thought she would never see you all again. As long as you're all safe, that's the most important thing. Yang Chuan's eyes also turned a bit red as he replied, Grandma, please don't cry. Have Mom and Dad been in touch with you? What is their situation now? Grandma and his little sister were both sobbing, while his younger brother seemed more composed. With red-rimmed eyes, he began to tell Yang Chuan what had happened. Meanwhile, Yang Chuan opened the option to send supplies and started selecting items from the car. Car seats 15, 3-meter wood 10, bundles of firewood 3, mooncakes 50, fried rice 8, mushrooms 5 kilogram. He also decided to split the water in the purifier into bags of 200 milliliters. After more than 3 hours, he had extracted 16 bags, which he put into a treasure chest and sent over directly. His parents had already contacted them and sent some wild vegetables and mushrooms. They also had his younger brother note down 2 numbers for them to try and connect. These 2 numbers were their parents' personal IDs, which Yang Chuan engraved onto the car's central console. The 5 minutes flew by, and despite his family's reluctance, the connection was interrupted. However, Yang Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as everyone was okay, that was what mattered most. Looking at the engraved numbers on the console, he fell into deep thought. Pulling up the chat panel, Yang Chuan began to experiment. The chat panel allowed for adding friends, but he didn't have any friends at the moment, so he and tried to see what it could do. It seemed that adding friends couldn't be done by proactively entering an ID. Instead, one had to click on someone's avatar in the regional channel to bring up the option to add them. After some contemplation, he recalled that many games had a private chat feature for strangers. He wanted to see if there was a way to directly message someone. Yang Chuan casually found a person in the area and clicked on private chat. To his surprise, A prefix appeared in the input box, 15379201. Please enter the content you wish to send. Staring at this label, his eyes widened in disbelief. Could he actually find a way to input something? As a programmer, Yang Chuan's instinctive reaction was that this thing had a vulnerability. Could it be that this was actually a game? He murmured to himself, feeling a surge of encouragement from this revelation. In fact, Yang Chuan had another identity that very few people knew about. Online, he operated under the lesser-known ID, Wan Yao. Those who knew this ID were mostly from the hacker community in the Great Xia region, where he was just an intermediate hacker. On the surface, he worked as a database engineer for a tech company, but on the side, he engaged in some gray area activities to delve deeper into advanced computer knowledge. For instance, he wrote bot programs for gaming studios and took on freelance software development jobs on geek forums. Otherwise, with his salary, he wouldn't be able to afford his younger siblings' education. Finding a seat, he reclined and began to think rapidly. The mysterious voice and the small square on a screen seemed to have a direct connection to this world. They could monitor everything in this realm and potentially take control of it, indicating that there was definitely some form of connection at play. He didn't have a keyboard, which meant there was no way to input anything, and thus no possibility of hacking. However, when he arrived in this world, he seemed to have brought along a data cable. Yang Chuan's eyes lit up as he sat up straight, his gaze fixed on the multimedia computer in the car. If he wasn't mistaken, this car was running on Microsoft's Windows CE system, a customized version similar to Windows, typically used for mobile phones or smart devices. The key point was that this system came with a virtual keyboard. Many car owners were unaware that their vehicles' onboard computers had an engineering mode. Entering this mode allowed for debugging certain features of the vehicle, potentially unlocking factory restrictions or installing custom programs. All Yang Chuan needed was the virtual keyboard inside. With it, he might be able to exploit that elusive connection to invade this game world. With a plan in mind, Yang Chuan quickly made his way to the center console, opened the onboard computer, and started searching for a way to enter engineering mode. Many car systems had methods to access this mode, just like the Havel H6 he had played with before he crossed over. The car system also runs on Windows CE. By repeatedly clicking on the system information and software version number, a password input box will pop up. At this point, we shouldn't enter any password since we don't know what it is. If it's purely numeric, we could try each one, but if there are letters and symbols involved, guessing would be futile. However, if you click on Home, then Features and Audio Settings, followed by Return, you'll find that the system has bypassed the password input and entered engineering mode. For example, in the H2, by clicking on Settings, then System Information, and tapping once in the top left, twice in the top right, once in the bottom left, and twice in the bottom right, the system will also enter engineering mode. In desktop mode, you can access the system's virtual keyboard and adjust various other settings. After numerous attempts, Yang Chuan still hadn't discovered a way in. It seemed he couldn't rush it and would have to keep trying slowly. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Yang Chuan noticed some dark shadows flashing by on the distant road. Chapter 4, huh? What the hell? Yang Chuan was startled. Rubbing his eyes, he widened them to look ahead. He had definitely seen a shadow just now. A sudden chill crept up his back, and Yang Chuan instinctively turned on his high beams. The light illuminated the road ahead, but there was nothing there. Yang Chuan felt a bit puzzled. Was it just his imagination? No, he was certain he had seen something, two legs running, and it looked somewhat human. A wave of cold swept over him. No way. This can't be that terrifying, right? Don't scare me like this in the middle of the night. He rubbed his arms nervously and began to scan the surroundings, hoping to spot something unusual. No, he actually didn't want to find anything unusual. It was quiet, without any sign of trouble, but this feeling only made Yang Chuan more anxious. After messing with the car's computer for a while, he realized he couldn't keep the lights on forever. If the battery drained, he'd be stuck without being able to start the car tomorrow. Reluctantly, Yang Chuan decided not to start the engine. Although turning it on would prevent the battery from dying, it would still consume gas. He had never tested how much fuel an idle engine would use overnight, but this car had a 6.9L six-cylinder engine, which meant it would burn through quite a bit of fuel even in just one night. Looking at the 100 liters of fuel he had stored in the back, Yang Chuan shook his head and abandoned the tempting idea. He couldn't afford to waste it without securing more fuel first. After a thorough check and confirming that there were indeed no anomalies, Yang Chuan opened the chat window. In an instant, messages flooded the screen at lightning speed. Oh my god, there is something next to my car, it's banging against it. Quick, start the engine. I just bumped into something too. but I have no idea what it was. After I turned on the car, that thing disappeared. Can anyone tell me what it was? It was a dark mass, almost like something walking on two legs. Wow, I'm so scared. I don't have much fuel left. Why did I choose a sports car? Even though it has a cover, it's just fabric. I lifted the tractor's trailer and climbed on top. There are two shadows circling around my tractor. What should I do? Someone help me. My engine is still running, but the fuel consumption is high. What do I do? Friends, just light a fire. I started a fire, and the shadows in the distance, dare to come close. But where's the fire? What can I use to start one? I don't have any firewood. Can anyone spare some? I'm begging you. I confirm that if there's a fire, the shadows come near. Everyone pay attention. I'm putting a batch of firewood up for trade at the marketplace. Those who need it can come and exchange something. Is there anyone out there who can help me? I'm starving and thirsty, and I don't have a fire. Am I going to make it through the night? Boo-hoo. Yang Chuan let out a sigh of relief upon reading this. So if there's a fire, that shadow dare to come close? He lit two small fires, so he shouldn't have to worry anymore, right? However, is someone taking advantage of the situation? Maybe I can too. He opened the trading post, and his eyes widened in surprise. What the heck, a scammer? Such outrageous prices. Firewood 1, trade for 500 milliliters of water. Firewood 1, trade for 1 loaf of bread. Firewood 5, trade for any basic tool. Seller confirmation required. Rubbing his chin, Yang Chuan glanced at the 5 3-meter-long logs left in the back of the car. He walked over, quickly broke them down into firewood, and ended up with a total of 90 pieces. He listed them for trade. Firewood 2, trade for any item. Seller confirmation required. Firewood 10, trade for any basic tool. Seller confirmation required. There was no way around it. Although Yang Chuan wasn't exactly a good person, he couldn't bring himself to be as unscrupulous as that person above. Fortunately, the trading post allowed sellers to hide their names, or else he would definitely be hated by the other party, considering his prices were double theirs. In the next moment, a flood of trade requests came in. Player 1537209 wanted to trade stone 14 firewood 2. Player 1537766 wanted to trade toxic mushroom 200G for firewood 2. Player 1537402 wanted to trade worn pantyhose 14 firewood 2. Yang Chuan stared at these messages in disbelief. What kind of people are these? He kept rejecting trades until he saw something useful. Player 1537193 wanted to trade salt or 4 kg for firewood 10. Player 1537320 wanted to trade shovel 14 firewood 10. After some thought, Yang Chuan agreed to these trades. He accepted any useful items that he could use. Soon, all 90 pieces of firewood were sold out. Yang Chuan sighed in resignation. It seemed like next time he should specify the trade items to avoid the hassle of confirming each individual request. Looking at his haul, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What a great deal! Salt or berries, spices, while vegetables, fish, copper or shovel, a Rolls-Royce umbrella, a car inflatable bed, a car refrigerator." Yang Chuan stroked his chin, realizing that the players had plenty of supplies. But what were those guys thinking, dismantling the stuff in their cars? It seems like the urgency got to him. He quickly grabbed whatever he could find to trade. It looks like this is going to be his only chance. By tomorrow, everyone will know that there will be a bonfire tonight, and trying to trade for firewood will be unrealistic. Glancing at the fish that was giving off a strong, fishy smell, Yang Chuan frowned. He opened the small refrigerator and was surprised to find it still had a bit of chill left. He tossed the fish inside and finally felt a sense of relief. Lying back on the seat, he checked the chat window while slowly closing his eyes. That night, Yang Chuan didn't sleep well. He woke up several times, feeling like something nearby was watching him. When he woke up again, he was wide awake, and seeing the sky start to lighten, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The time was 6:20 a.m. Yang Chuan opened the chat interface while grabbing a steamed bun to nibble on. Wow, it's great. I can see the sky is getting bright. I was so scared. I didn't sleep at all last night. Around midnight, I thought I heard something scraping against my car, and I almost wet myself. I was so scared. I curled up in the car and trembled all night. I'm so hungry and thirsty. Is anyone out there to help me? I feel like I'm about to die. Friends, hang in there. It might be safe once it gets light, but I'm too scared to sleep. I need to collect more stuff today, so I can finally get a good night's sleep tonight. The guy upstairs has a point. I was worried all night, and I don't want to go through that again tonight. Is there any food? I'm so hungry. I traded some useless stuff in the car for a mooncake. Was it that big shot from last night? Oh my gosh, where did he get that mooncake? I really want to eat it. Seeing this, Yang Chuan felt grateful that he had made a fire early last night. That's what allowed him to sleep soundly. The sun hadn't risen yet, and it wasn't the right time to hit the road, so he had no choice but to sit in the car and wait. He looked at her, picked up his tools, and continued to dismantle the seats in the car. These things were quite bothersome and took up too much space. As for the removed parts, there was a good way to deal with them right now. He could only try to strip off the leather to see if he could make some sort of mattress. The steel materials definitely couldn't be thrown away. So he piled them together, planning to extract them when he could smelt them later, using them to make tools or other items. Before long, it was 7 a.m. While he was busy, he suddenly heard a prompt in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to all players for successfully surviving to the second day. Now, based on all players' performances, here are the scores. First place, Yang Chuan from the Great Xia Kingdom. All players from his country receive 2 small loaves of bread and 100 milliliters of water. In second place, the Bear Country has sent a driver, and all players in that country receive a small bread, 1 and 50 milliliters of water. In third place, the beautiful country of Leighton, where all players receive 50 milliliters of water. Yang Chuan was stunned upon hearing this. He was actually in first place. Moreover, it seemed that the rankings were based on the top 3 players chosen globally. He had made it big. But what criteria was this leaderboard based on? Resources, survival supplies, or something else? Unable to figure it out, he opened the chat interface. Wow, our Great Xia country is amazing. Yang Chuan is amazing. Everyone has food and drink, though not much, but this stuff has saved my life. Thanks to the great Yang Chuan for providing breakfast for everyone. This is the best small bread I've ever eaten, even if it's just a bite. I wonder which region this great person is from. They are truly impressive. A global hunking. It's almost unimaginable. Yang Chuan smiled at this. It wasn't a bad thing at all. He was very happy to be able to provide food and water for all the people of Great Xia. Looking at the small bread and a little bottle of water that appeared on the control panel, he couldn't be bothered with it. It was only a 1-bite portion, and it would be more satisfying to munch on a big bun. Starting the car, Yang Chuan drove forward into the rising sun. There wasn't much scenery along the way, just the same old dry grass and trees, but today felt different from yesterday. His mood had relaxed considerably. He didn't care much about how others were doing. He just hoped to gather more supplies for his family so they could survive in this world. The car drove smoothly, and out of boredom, Yang Chuan opened the onboard computer and tried the radio, but there was no signal. However, he found it strange that the MP3 player could still play music. He had no idea where these songs were stored. He randomly selected an upbeat DJ track, and as the heavy bass thumped inside the car, he felt a surge of energy. Ding! Discovered a wooden treasure chest. Location: 4,850 meters ahead, 460 meters, 443 meters. Yang Chuan's eyes lit up. What luck! Less than half an hour into his journey, and he had already found a chest. He parked the car and began searching the area. Under a patch of weeds, he found a resource box. Carrying the box, Yang Chuan returned to the car. He had learned his lesson. It turned out these boxes could be useful. Last night, S golden treasure chest was used to store water for his younger siblings, and he guessed that this one was made of metal. Perhaps it could be used as a pot? The wooden treasure chest was made of wood. He wondered if it could be dismantled. Even if he could get some firewood from it, it would be useful for fuel at night, right? I offered a sincere prayer, informing the Grandmaster of the 3 pure ones that I was about to open a box, hoping it would bring me some useful items. Chapter 5 Ding. Congratulations. You have opened a basic supplies chest and received a thin blanket 1, Lao Gan Ma spicy sauce 1, and 5 liters of fuel. Oh, there's even a blanket? Yang Chuan was a bit surprised. He had thought that this game would only provide some basic tools, and that players would have to craft everything else themselves. He didn't expect there to be ready-made items as well. If that's the case, does it mean that as long as there are enough treasure chests, one could completely meet their survival needs? After thinking it over, he shook his head, abandoning that tempting idea. The chances of finding treasure chests were simply too low. Relying on this method to gather enough supplies for survival was akin to waiting for death. For example, the treasure chest he just discovered was completely hidden behind some weeds. He had the scanning device as a cheat and didn't miss it, but other players would surely have just passed it by. After packing up his things, he continued on his journey. The intense beats of the DJ made his mood surge, and before he knew it, he was driving a bit faster. His gaze was fixed on the sides of the road, and gradually, some doubts emerged in his mind. Logically speaking, to sustain human life, There should at least be some wild fruits and vegetables to forage, but as he drove along, the scenery remained monotonous, as if it were a dead loop. Pine trees, cypress trees, and weeds. These things couldn't possibly meet human survival needs, and the contents of the treasure chests were random. Was that mysterious entity making things a bit too difficult? With that thought, Yang Chuan unconsciously slowed down. He decided to explore a bit more. He was sure he had missed plenty of resources. Squeak! The sound of the brakes echoed as he checked the time. It was just past 9 a.m., and the sun had risen significantly. Grabbing his axe, Yang Chuan got out of the car and began to carefully observe the surroundings. Trees, weeds, and stones. He didn't see any other plants. Yet last night, he had traded for quite a few items, including a good amount of berries and wild vegetables. Did that mean the people he traded with were in a different environment than he was? Thinking this, he opened the chat window and typed a message. ID 153720033. Hey guys, are we in different environments? I'm on a straight road, and aside from weeds, it's just pine and cypress trees. What about you? The message was sent, and it wasn't too long before he received replies. Bro, you're doing better than me. I'm in a desert. It's just sand and treasure chests. The problem is the chests are buried under the sand, so if you're not careful, you'll miss them. Swamp here. My car makes me nervous, worried that LL gets stuck any second, but there is plenty of water and grass, and lots of wild vegetables. If anyone wants to trade, hit me up. I'm on a mountain road. On my left is a big river, and on my right are dead trees. There are tons of fish in the river, and they're pretty dumb, so they're easy to catch. Without these fish, I probably wouldn't be able to get by. Yang Chuan rubbed his chin, realizing that he hadn't fully utilized these resources. After thinking for a moment, he returned to the car and grabbed a shovel. He planned to dig up some soil to see if there were any usable spots, like making a clay pot or something. He had salt, but that needed to be refined. Otherwise, even with ingredients, the food wouldn't taste good. Thinking about it, he found a patch of weeds and began to clear it away, then started digging with the shovel. Ding! Congratulations, you've obtained clay 1. Ding! Congratulations, you've obtained clay 1. Before long, a pile of clay appeared beside him. He picked up a handful and found the soil to be of very good quality. Unlike what he was used on Blue Star, which often had small stones and sand mixed in, this was pure clay. After squeezing it, Yang Chuan felt that this was probably due to the game's mechanics. What was labeled as clay was indeed all clay, without any impurities. This kind of clay was perfect for making pottery. He began to build a kiln, making it relatively large since there was plenty of wood around, so fuel wasn't a concern. The trees, once cut down, would dry out and could be easily burned. The 2-meter-high kiln quickly took shape, but unfortunately, he couldn't make hollow kiln bricks, so he had to create a circular platform inside the kiln to hold the pottery. Once the kiln was ready and the fire was lit, he slowly started to bake it while shaping clay into pots. I must say, specializing in a craft is important. Making these items was indeed quite challenging for Yang Chuan. The pottery he produced was quite hideous. He even cringed at his own work. But there was no way around it. Pots and bowls were essentials, and he couldn't go without them before finding anything better in treasure chests. 5 large pots took him a solid 4 to 5 hours. And he didn't even have time for lunch. He ended up with 2 pots, 2 bowls, and 1 big jar. Of course, in his eyes, these 5 items looked identical, suppressing the urge to laugh. He placed the items on the road to dry and hurried back to the car to grab a quick bite before swinging his axe to start chopping down more trees. Yesterday's experience taught him the importance of having a fire pit at night, so it was necessary to stock up on firewood. Even if he didn't need it himself, he could sell it. After all, there were many people in swampy and desert-like environments who would surely need firewood, right? Looking at it now, the greatest resource he had was these trees lining both sides of the road. It would be a waste not to take the opportunity to exchange some for what he needed. Thud, 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 crash. Another big tree fell, and Yang Chuan was drenched in sweat, panting heavily as he grabbed a nearby water bottle and gulped it down. Ah, refreshing. With a broad grin on his face, he surveyed the ground covered with dead trees, feeling an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. He had cut the trees into 5-meter lengths, leaving the unusable parts behind to prepare for the kiln, while loading the usable ones onto his vehicle. A total of 36 logs filled the back of the truck to the brim. After taking a short break and checking the clay pots drying in the sun, he realized they were nearly ready. So he placed them into the kiln and started the fire. There was no shortage of firewood, but Yang Chuan was unsure how long it needed to be burned. From what he remembered, it seemed like it would take a whole day and night. He felt relieved when he saw the prompt for adding firewood, just like the fire pit. He could add enough wood all at once and wouldn't have to worry about it again. This saved him from having to come out in the middle of the night to add more wood. The wilderness at night made him uneasy, so it was best to avoid going out if he could. Having everything set up, the sun was almost setting. After checking everything, Yang Chuan returned to his truck. It had been 2 full days since his last shower, and to be honest, he was feeling quite uncomfortable. He had only splashed a bit of water on his face that morning, and he really hoped for a hot shower. After eating something, he got out of the truck and built a fire on both sides, adding more wood before locking the truck door. Opening the trading post, he found that there was quite a bit of firewood available today, but the prices were drastically different from yesterday. A greedy merchant had exchanged 1 piece of firewood for a loaf of bread yesterday, but now it was 10 pieces for the same loaf. Yang Chuan began to search through the offerings to see what he could use. 20 stones could be exchanged for 500 grams of food, 30 black soil for 500 grams of food and 1 liter of water, 50 wild onion seeds for 1 liter of water, 1 stone flower pot for 500 grams of food. As he read through these, he began to scrutinize the stone flower pot. It could hold soil for planting crops and would be bound to the player's house, meaning it wouldn't be lost. He couldn't help but ponder a house. In a survival situation on the road, how would one build a house? Did it mean he needed to find a place to settle down? Just as he was lost in thought, something caught his eye that left him astonished. A blueprint for a basic campsite. It could be exchanged for 10 kilograms of food, 10 liters of water, and 50 pieces of firewood. His gaze shifted to the blueprint, and detailed information immediately appeared. The basic campsite blueprint could be used to build a campsite with the required materials. The campsite would be bound to the player and could be put away or placed down at any time. Do you want a home, my friend? His eyes lit up. A campsite. The fact that it could be put away or placed down at any time meant that the built house could be taken with him. What a great find. But looking at the required materials, he felt a twinge of reluctance. It was clear that the seller knew the value of this item, so the price was not low. Looking at the time the transaction has been listed, it's already been over half a day, and it's still there. Clearly, others also think the asking price is too high, or they simply can't afford it. Gritting his teeth, Yang Chuan bought 10 pounds of matsutake mushrooms, 10 liters of water, and broke down 50 logs to make the purchase. The blueprint for the basic campsite requires 200 stones, 50 clay, and 20 wood. Once the materials are gathered, construction can begin automatically, taking 6 hours to complete. After pondering for a moment, he decided to gather the materials first. The safety of the house is not something to be compared with a vehicle. He was also quite curious about this campsite and wanted to construct it immediately. Filtering through the trading market for these materials, Yang Chuan selected the ones with the least demand and managed to exchange for stones. He had collected plenty of clay today, so he was well stocked. Opening the construction blueprint, he found that the construction button had turned green and clicked it directly. Ding! Construction of the basic campsite has begun. Please stay in place and wait for completion before you can store it. Remaining time, 5 hours, 59 minutes, and 56 seconds. Watching a virtual little courtyard appear on the road ahead. The courtyard was quite spacious, enveloping the vehicle within it. Directly in front was a small house, roughly a dozen square meters. Glancing at the ticking timer, Yang Chuan could only wait patiently. Looking at the items in the vehicle, he decided to find something to do. The idea he had yesterday resurfaced in his mind, and he began to tinker with the vehicle's onboard computer. His idea was quite ambitious, but worth a try. If successful, it would be like creating a cheat code for himself. Many readers of novels know how convenient a cheat code can be, making it almost irresistible. Yang Chuan didn't expect his cheat code to be as omnipotent as those in the stories, but having some assistance would be great too. With that thought in mind, he began to crack the onboard computer of the Imperial Guard vehicle, trying to access engineering mode. He had already tried the common methods, like clicking the version number and tapping on various corners, but had yet to find a way in. Today, he decided to try a different approach. Opening the information section, Yang Chuan finally noticed some anomalies. The information recorded details about the vehicle manufacturer and some specifications of the car. What caught his attention was that both ends of this interface had sections that were left blank, according to the settings of other vehicles. Such areas usually hide the method to access engineering mode. He clicked the top left corner once, the top right corner twice, the bottom left corner twice, and the bottom right corner once. With each attempt, he kept trying, and finally, at one moment, the screen interface suddenly changed. A familiar Windows interface appeared before his eyes. Chapter 6. The Windows CE interface. The interface of Windows CE is quite similar to that of standard Windows XP. In fact, it is a stripped-down version of Windows 95, albeit a more rudimentary one. After all, it serves various smart devices and onboard computers. When Yang Chuan brought up the virtual keyboard, he felt a surge of excitement. With this tool, at least he wouldn't be bored anymore. Even if he couldn't fulfill his dream of having a golden finger, he could still treat this vehicle like a toy and alleviate his boredom. Right? Flipping through the options, he felt a wave of joy upon seeing the familiar Net System Components. This is a foundational library, meaning that any program built on the Net framework could run, which opened up limitless possibilities for Yang Chuan. After all, as a hacker, he was very familiar with Net, extremely familiar. Naturally, the first step was to create a development tool. However, Net already contained some basic tools, so Yang Chuan could directly use it to write some additional features. Time passed quickly as all his focus was on that small virtual keyboard. It must be said, using it was quite frustrating. While we were accustomed to typing on our phones, for a programmer, not having a real keyboard felt like losing 9.5 fingers. Inputting anything meant poking at that tiny virtual keyboard, one finger at a time. Such inefficiency was maddening. Basic logic components, basic network components, button components, edit box components, send-receive components, scanning and detection components. One by one, they quickly formed in his mind. As soon as he could get these components up and running, his program editor would be able to function properly. Yang Chuan was immersed in the joy of programming, completely oblivious to the two shadows that appeared on the road ahead in the pitch-black night. Unlike last night, these two figures were not running around, but stood still, staring directly at Yang Chuan's car. The distant firelight cast a faint glow, revealing only the flickering of two pairs of pale green eyes in the darkness. The shadows seemed to be quite patient, standing there silently for a long time. After a while, they suddenly flickered and vanished without a trace. Yang Chuan was entirely unaware of this. He was wholly focused on his computer, and he could swear to his grandmother that he'd never been this serious before. Time ticked away until a low battery warning suddenly popped up on the screen, jolting him awake. He quickly started the car, feeling a wave of relief. It seemed he needed to find a way to get a battery or a power-generating device. Relying solely on the car's battery wouldn't accomplish much. But once the car was running, the fuel would deplete rapidly. After checking the fuel gauge, Yang Chuan saw that the 300-liter tank still had about 260 liters left. He estimated that the fuel consumption wasn't too bad. In just over a day, he had used around 40 liters. Of course, this was partly because he hadn't traveled very far. Yang Chuan wasn't the type to rush headlong into things. During this time, he spent little time on the road, so it made sense that his fuel consumption wasn't high. He glanced at the 105 liters of fuel in the car, and then at the program he had half finished. He couldn't let it go, so he made up his mind to continue working. He figured he might as well test how much fuel the car would use idling overnight. At 10:15 p.m., Yang Chuan contacted home, packed some water to send in. But there was no food since his parents had brought enough for his grandmother and younger siblings to last a week. After checking on his parents and confirming they were fine, he chatted with them briefly to offer some comfort. Then Yang Chuan refocused on his computer. His supplementary extension feature was nearly complete, so he decided to take advantage of the fact that the car was still running and push through to finish this programming tool tonight. He worked on writing modules, compiling, installing, and debugging. By 2 a.m., his compiler was finally finished. As is customary in the programming world, he started with a hello world. This is a rite of passage for every beginner programmer. Writing such a small program symbolizes that you've entered the foundations of coding and have the right tools at your disposal. He clicked run, and a window popped up, displaying the words, "Hello World." It was a success. Yang Chuan clenched his fist and began his programming journey. As for the game he was working on, he had no clues, so he decided to figure it out himself. The most practical and convenient tool would be a cheat engine. For a hacker who often writes game cheats and scripts, a cheat engine is an essential tool. A good cheat engine can handle all types of games, no matter what kind of data it is. He could find it step by step. Not sure about the data type? No problem. A fuzzy search will do. Just look for changes, and he would eventually find it. In addition to that, he also wrote a detection program to check the connections between the car's onboard computer and external networks. He had noticed that the onboard computer didn't store any music files, yet the player on the computer could play all the songs. So where did these songs come from? They couldn't have just appeared out of nowhere. since the car could play music without knowing where it was stored. It indicated that the vehicle was connected to some unknown network, and he was determined to find that network. With the internet, one can attempt to infiltrate that mysterious place, even writing targeted programs to create a custom modifier. Everyone wants a cheat code, right? A detection program starts running in the background as Yang Chuan switches to the music player and starts queuing songs. The detection results come in quickly, but when Yang Chuan sees the target connection, he is taken aback. IP address 999, 999, 999, 999. What the heck? Are you kidding me? Even a complete novice knows that the maximum IP address can only be 255, so what is with the 999? Rubbing his head, Yang Chuan realizes this game is indeed something else. It's breaking the rules of IP addressing. While others have 4 segments of 255, here it is. For segments of 999, how is that even possible? Even the underlying network protocols can't match up, so how can he connect to it? After some careful thought, Yang Chuan shifts his focus to the music player. It's worth noting that despite this ridiculous IP address, the player can connect normally. He decides to write an injection program that forwards all data through the player. In simple terms, he is using hacking techniques to carve out a small pathway through the player's high-speed entry point and connect directly. He wants to mess with its functions. He just wants to borrow its highway, right? Fortunately, the system's built-in player is also developed based on the net framework, so the injection is successful. When the program runs and successfully pulls up a search result, Yang Chuan jumps for joy. It works. He has indeed connected to this mysterious network. He then writes a proxy program to forward all data, essentially a global proxy, and after testing it, finds no issues. Next, he begins writing a detection program aimed at uncovering the architecture of this mysterious network and analyzing the functions behind it. The feedback program flashes countless data points. Xiaoxing Yang Chuan Du Frowen. The reason is simple. He can't understand it. The entire network is using unknown methods, and all the returned information consists of nonsensical text and symbols that are completely indecipherable. Helpless, he decides to treat everything as unknown encoding and starts writing the modifier. Not being able to understand is fine. No matter what you return, I'll treat it as graphical data. If necessary, I can create a recognition library and analyze it slowly over time. I'll save all your information, and whenever there is a prompt, I'll try to guess based on the triggered unknown graphics, right? The modifier doesn't need to concern itself with these details. It will handle everything as unknown data. Simply calculating quantities. For example, if I obtain one item, it will be represented by a symbol, and when I get another, it will add to it, right? The new symbol will be treated as 2. The text can be developed at a slow pace, but once I figure out your numerical patterns, making changes will be easy. Ding! The construction of the beginner's camp is complete. Players are encouraged to occupy it as soon as possible. Once occupied, it will be bound to the player. A notification sound suddenly interrupted Yang Chuan's programming. He looked up in confusion, taking several seconds to process what had just happened. Wow, has 6 hours really passed? Is it already done? He turned on the lights and looked outside, revealing a small courtyard surrounded by a wooden fence that enclosed the vehicle and the small house in front of him. The house was modest, only about 10 square meters. A single-story structure less than 5 meters tall, looking somewhat shabby. Picking up a crowbar, Yang Chuan opened the car door and stepped out to inspect the small house. It was constructed of mud, with several stones embedded in the walls. There was one window and one door, and the roof was made of wood, giving it a rather charming appearance. Unfortunately, the courtyard was empty, giving off a desolate vibe. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. The moment his foot crossed the threshold, a notification sounded in his mind. Ding! An unoccupied courtyard has been discovered. Would you like to occupy it? Yes, no. Of course. He chose yes. The moment he clicked it, a strange connection suddenly appeared in his mind, and the notification sounded again. Congratulations, player 153720333, for acquiring the first house in the game world. You have been awarded 100 survival points, and a global announcement has been made. Would you like to reveal your name? Yes, no. No. He definitely had to refuse. Otherwise, everyone would know he had obtained the first house in the game, and he would be bombarded with messages. Just as he made his selection, a notification echoed in the minds of all players worldwide. Ding! Congratulations to player 153720333 Yang Chuan from the Great Xia Kingdom for obtaining the first house in the game. You are now exempt from harassment by beginner night demons. and you have been awarded 100 survival points. Additionally, all players in your country will have a 5 reduction in the chance of night demon invasions. You chose to hide your name and have achieved the title Pig Fear Strong, earning an extra 10 survival points. Yang Chuan was stunned. What? Are you kidding me? Is this a deliberate setup? What is the point of hiding my name if you announce it like this? This inquiry was well placed. Don't ask again next time. He felt like his nose was about to crinkle from anger. What a mess. Am I that desperate for those 10 survival points? But what exactly are survival points? Chapter 7, opening the personal panel, he found that his survival points, which were originally at 0, had now increased to 110 points. At the same time, he noticed something else. His shop and features were now unlocked. When he opened the shop, a vast array of items appeared before him. Food, water, daily necessities, tools, furniture, equipment, tech products, mysterious items. Everything one could think of was available here. The catch was, it was expensive. While food and water could be exchanged for just a couple of survival points, items like toothbrushes and toothpaste were easily 10 points or more. Daily necessities were even pricier. With a single pot costing 110 points, a hoe costing 150 points, and a solid wood single bed going for 200 points. As for tech products, he quickly scrolled past them. The prices were too shocking. The cheapest phone was over 8,000 survival points. A generator cost 20,000. And a solar panel set was more than 3,000 points. Yang Chuan closed his eyes in despair. Forget it. I'll just reveal my name next time. I only need survival points. He opened the chat box, and his eyes were immediately overwhelmed by a flurry of messages. 666,666. Yang Chuan is actually from our district. Oh my gosh. 15372033. Did you all see that? The first house in the world. Can someone ask the big shot to share some tips on how to build a house? Hey, by the way, that house design looks a lot like mine. I was just happy that some fool bought it, but it turns out the big shot built it right away. Wow, how much stuff did you sell up there? That design, can you give us the details? Ugh, don't even get me started. The big shot is just amazing. The materials needed for that design are ridiculous. 200 stones, 50 units of clay, and 20 pieces of 5-meter-long wood. Seriously? That many items? How on earth did the big shot manage that? My goodness. By the way, I got that blueprint from a bronze chest. It was so inconspicuous that I almost missed it. What? There's a bronze chest? Isn't it supposed to be wooden? It's a bronze treasure chest. The color is hard to distinguish, and I almost overlooked it too. The big shot is impressive, lowering the chance of everyone in the entire Disya being attacked. That night demon, is it the thing we encountered at night? Just hearing that name is frightening. Yang Chuan thought for a moment, ignoring the discussions, as his gaze lingered on the changes in the window. Originally, he could only see the chat content from his region, but now, both the World Channel and the National Channel were open. However, there were currently no messages in either. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Chuan sent a message in the World Channel. World Channel, Disya Kingdom Player 15372033. The people of Disya are the rulers of the world. Your dad will always be your dad. Then, this message floated across everyone's screens. Foreigners were left bewildered. Can someone actually speak on the World Channel? Was it that Disya person from just now? What does your dad will always be your dad even mean? Is it just meaningless chatter? They couldn't understand. The way Disya people speak is always so strange. Of course, my dad is my dad. What is the point of saying that? And claiming to be the rulers of the world. How arrogant. Monty, will definitely teach him a lesson and show him who the real ruler of this world is. Friends in the region, gather your resources and hand them over to me, and I will surpass him. Get lost. I can't even feed myself, let alone spare anything for you. Meanwhile, the Disya people were laughing heartily. The profoundness of the Disya language was beyond the comprehension of foreigners. At the same time, Yang Chuan also posted a message on the national channel. Friends of Disya, let us keep it up. It was a completely unremarkable statement, and Yang Chuan couldn't be bothered to dwell on it, as he had noticed something important. The World Channel only allowed 5 messages per day, while the National Channel had 10 opportunities. He wasn't sure if this was fixed or if it could be improved in the future. However, having the chance to speak was a good thing. If he discovered anything later, he could at least notify everyone on the National Channel. Not wanting to think about it anymore, Yang Chuan began to explore the small courtyard. He found that, like the vehicle, the courtyard could also be equipped with items. The 2 campfires had turned into a circle of torches, which were placed around the courtyard fence, illuminating the small yard brightly. Checking the remaining burn time of the torches, he realized they could last for over 10 hours. Seems more enduring than the campfires. Moreover, furniture, appliances, and plants could be added just like installing equipment, without affecting the ability to store or place items. Yang Chuan was a bit puzzled. If he were to install solar panels or wind turbines, could they still store energy while in the stored state? With no clear answer to his thoughts, he realized that no one would know unless it was tested, so he decided to try it out later. Also, he was unsure about the safety of the courtyard. After all, it only had a wooden fence. Although that voice said it could fend off low-level night demons, the details were still unclear. Therefore, he chose to return to the vehicle to rest. Seeing that it was already past 2 o'clock, Yang Chuan temporarily gave up on continuing to write the program. This was not something that could be resolved quickly, so he would take his time. He locked the vehicle, turned off the engine, lay down, and soon fell into a deep sleep. After a peaceful night, he opened his eyes the next morning to find that it was already bright outside. After freshening up and having a bite to eat, Yang Chuan got out of the car and headed to the furnace area, where he found that the fire was still burning. He checked the wood supply and realized it would need to burn for another 8 hours, which put his mind at ease as he returned to the vehicle. The small courtyard was quite magical, sitting atop the road and making it look as though the road had been severed in half. Inside the courtyard, the ground was just ordinary grass, yet it appeared remarkably enchanting. After some thought, he went back to the car and retrieved the stone basin he had exchanged earlier. According to the description, it seemed that this could be used as a flower pot. Conveniently, he had some black soil and wild onion seeds, so he thought about trying to plant something. After all, there weren't many treasure chests in this world, and he couldn't place all his hopes on them. He needed to find a way to grow his own food and become self-sufficient. Setting up the stone basin, he filled it with black soil. And the moment he planted the wild onion seeds, a notification sound chimed. Ding! Detected that the player is planting crops. Would you like to store this in the courtyard? Yes, no. Yang Chuan clicked yes, and the flower pot disappeared. In the corner of the courtyard, a patch of garden appeared, roughly 6 square meters in size. The edges of this small plot were beautifully bordered with stone, so he walked over to take a closer look. In the planting area, the current level was 1, with an expansion area of 1. It required 1 plantable vessel and 1 block of soil. The land status was 1-1, with the crop being wild onions. Maturity countdown, 71 hours, 59 minutes, and 21 seconds. He stroked his chin, opened the trading panel, and began searching for stone basins and flower pots. Since everyone was still without houses, their demands for these items weren't high. It would be a missed opportunity not to collect a few while he had the chance. Stone Basin X1. Trade for food. Seller confirmation required. Stone Basin X1. Trade for water. Seller confirmation required. Yang Chuan raised an eyebrow and sent a message. Hello, would you be willing to trade a stone basin for mooncakes and mineral water? 1 mooncake for each basin, and 300 milliliters of water for 1? Trade. Bro, I've got nothing but stones here. I only managed to get 1 set of chiseling tools from the chests. If it weren't for my family stonemason skills, I'd probably starve. How many do you need? I have about 30 stone basins. If you want more, I can give you a discount. Yang Chuan considered his supplies. He had around 30 liters of water and a dozen mooncakes, so trading was definitely feasible. He agreed, thinking that increasing the planting area was a good thing. Getting it set up sooner would allow him to plant earlier and get ahead. He wasn't a saint. He didn't have any delusions about taking advantage of others. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement, after all. All right, how many do you have? Just trade with me directly, and we can skip the discount. I won't let you lose out. The other party quickly sent a trade request for a total of 34 basins. He had to admit this guy was quite skilled. The basins were all quite exquisite. The transaction complete, he returned to the car, retrieved the black soil, and headed to the planting area of the small courtyard. As he got closer, he noticed that the expansion option was now clickable in the detailed description. He clicked it, and the next moment, nothing much changed. At least, the plot of land remained the same size. It wasn't the sprawling area he had imagined, but some attribute changes had occurred. In the planting area, the current level was 1, with an expansion area of 1, requiring 1 plantable vessel and 1 block of soil. Land, 137. Crop, wild onion. Maturity countdown, 71 hours, 59 minutes, 21 seconds. Why is it still level 1? Can the land be expanded infinitely? After pondering, he sent a message to the person he had just sold the pot to, asking him to reserve some more for him. He also mentioned that he could provide more resources in return. The other party readily agreed, and sent a friend request. Player 1537206 has requested to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Yes, no. He clicked yes, and his friend list now included one more person. No longer showing a number, but a name. Zhang Xiaohu. Looking at this name, Yang Chuan's lips moved slightly, but he ultimately held back. He didn't feel like chopping trees today. It would take a few more hours for the ceramic jars to finish firing. After a moment of thought, he returned to the car. His modifier was still incomplete, and the temptation of game cheating lingered in his mind. Although he didn't particularly like playing games, his long-term involvement in creating game cheats made him want to experiment whenever he encountered a new game. The data collection tool was still running, and after carefully inspecting it, Yang Chuan discovered several new records, some increasing and some decreasing, likely due to the recent exchanges and item usage. Checking the time, he recalled every step he had taken. Initially, it seemed he had consumed 1 stone pot, 1 unit of black soil, and 1 wild onion seed, all in quantities of 1. He began to identify several groups of identical unknown characters, defining them as candidates for the number 1. He then tried to acquire and consume water resources, step by step confirming which character represented that number. He split 10 milliliters of water, then 20 milliliters, then 30 milliliters, one step at a time. After spending over 10 minutes, Yang Chuan successfully deciphered the meaning of the characters. Just like the written definitions on Blue Star, they were all represented in decimal format. Therefore, he interpreted these 10 special characters accordingly. His modifier only needed to adjust items related to numbers for now. For example, he could modify the quantity of existing items. Instead of obtaining 100 milliliters of water 1, he could change it to 10,000 milliliters of water 100. 2 hours later, Yang Chuan excitedly compiled his modifier. Opening the modifier, he tried to search for his water resources. Now, there were many split amounts of water. He had 7 bags of 100 milliliters each, so he simply searched for 7. After the results came out, there were about 100,000 data entries, so a revision was necessary for another search. Gulp. I just chugged it down, and on the second search with the number 6, the results dropped to over 7,000 entries. I drank another bag, searched with the number 5, and the results decreased to just over 200, but still couldn't be modified. I took another bag of water and searched with the number 4, but there were still 77 entries. Not one to give up easily, I drank another bag and searched with the number 3, but the results remained unchanged at 77. After some thought, Yang Chuan decided to split 1 bag of 100 milliliters of water, turning the 3 bags into 4. This time, after searching, the results immediately dropped to just 3 entries. It worked. Yang Chuan was thrilled and split again, resulting in just 1 entry left. He saved this entry and opened the editor to make modifications. He changed 100 milliliters of water 5 to 100 milliliters of water 50. When he clicked confirm, he hesitated, unsure if this change would be effective. If it wasn't he would have to think of another way, and he had already wasted most of the last couple of days. Whatever, he thought, after all, I'm just modifying my own data. Even if the game crashes, it would only affect me. Worst case, I could just restart. Gritting his teeth, Yang Chuan clicked confirm. After a moment of stillness, he checked himself all over for any abnormalities, then turned to look at the water bags in the treasure chest, but there was no change. Did it fail? Sigh. Was it really that simple? Yang Chuan shook his head, feeling a bit disappointed. He reached into the treasure chest to grab a bag of water for a closer look. But the next moment, a bunch of water bags suddenly overflowed from the chest, spilling out into the vehicle because there wasn't enough space. What the heck? Yang Chuan exclaimed, jumping up. Looking at the pile of water bags on the floor, he felt a surge of excitement. Did it work? He picked up a bag and examined it closely. It was identical to the others, with clear and pure water inside, not a hint of impurity. He tried to bite a small hole and took a big gulp. It was sweet and refreshing. To confirm, Yang Chuan turned the treasure chest upside down, dumping all the water bags into the vehicle. He grabbed another bag and gulped it down. It was definitely water, but, oh man, I feel so full. A strong sense of bloating hit him, and Yang Chuan hurriedly opened the car door, sticking his head out. Ugh! A stream of water erupted out, shooting over a meter away. After a bout of vomiting, tears streamed down his face as he sat down on the steps of the car door, feeling utterly miserable. I patted my rumbling belly and looked up at the sky in disbelief. I can't drink another drop. Chapter 8. Yang Chuan snapped back to reality after a while, unable to help but let out a bitter laugh. To figure out this thing, he had consumed a total of 6 bags. That's 600 milliliters. A pound and 2 ounces. Before this, he had eaten and drunk some water, and without realizing it, he ended up drinking so much. No wonder he felt like a high-pressure water gun, opening his mouth and spraying it directly from his stomach. Fortunately, no one saw it. Otherwise, who knows how they would mock him. However, in the next moment, the happy smile on his face betrayed his current excitement. He finally had a tool he could use to cheat. He believed that with this, he could quickly grow stronger. Moreover, he now had a way to help others. After all, the people of the Great Xia were his compatriots. If he could, he wouldn't mind lending a hand. Huh, this lousy game thinks it can play us to death? Just wait, I'm coming to stir things up. He split the water in the collector, 500 milliliters x1, and began to search. Continuing to split 500 milliliters x1, he searched again. He took out a bag to pour onto the planting area, subtracting 1 from the search. After 6 attempts, Yang Chuan successfully found the data for 500 milliliters of water and modified it from 500 milliliters x5 to 5,000 milliliters x 999,999. Confirmed. Ding. Data modification failed. Reason unknown. Huh? Yang Chuan was stunned, staring at the pop-up message indicating the failed modification, looking utterly confused. What's going on? He tried again, changing 500 milliliters x5 to 500 milliliters x 999,999. Ding. Data modification failed. Reason unknown. 500 milliliters x5. Modify to 5,000 milliliters x 99,999. No prompt. Did it succeed? Did it fail? He turned to look at the water bags in the compartment. There was no change. This time, there was no error message. So it should have worked. Why is there no reaction? Frowning, Yang Chuan reached for a bag of water. In the next moment, a mountain of water bags suddenly burst forth in the compartment. And, splash, 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 they burst. Oh my God, Yang Chuan screamed, caught off guard as the ruptured water bags surged toward the car door. In an instant, he was drenched from head to toe. What the heck? Oh, my car. He was terrified. If water got into the car, the computer would be ruined. This meant that the golden finger he had worked so hard to obtain would perish before it even had a chance to shine. Fortunately, Providence was on his side. He had just been standing in front of the car's computer, and with the car door wide open, the water surged in and flowed out, soaked to the skin, with droplets dripping from him. Yang Chuan let out a sigh of relief as he looked at the still operational computer. In the next moment, he left 2 water bags in the car and tossed the rest into the trading post. Each water bag contained 5,000 milliliters, and each person was limited to 1 trade. He listed 285 units all at once, finally clearing out the trunk. Looking at the soaked interior of the car, he felt like crying, but had no tears left. He opened all the windows and, with a pained expression, got out of the car. He chopped down a few small trees and set up a makeshift rack in the yard to hang all his clothes to dry. Feeling the cool breeze and the refreshing air blowing through the grass, Yang Chuan awkwardly crossed his legs. Oh well, if I'm going to be naked, I might as well embrace it. It doesn't matter since no one will see. He muttered to himself and opened the chat channel. Oh my gosh, everyone, check out the trading post. There's a big shot giving away water like it's nothing. 1 per person, a full 5 liters of water. How generous is this person? Any item can be traded. I just tried to swap a handful of weeds by the roadside, and it actually worked. I got it. I'm so emotional right now. I don't know who this amazing person is, but 5 liters of water is incredible. I swapped it for just a stone. Thank you, big shot, thank you. You guys are ridiculous. This big shot is giving you water for free, and you're trading weeds and stones? Do you have no conscience? I didn't mean to. I was just testing it out. Big shot, please don't be mad. Next time, I'll use something good to trade. Thank you so much. Thank you, master. I wonder if it's that amazing person from our area. The one who built the camp? It's very likely. Maybe after building the camp, there will be a well or something. Thank you, master, with so much water. Even if there's a well, it'll take a long time to get it all. We really appreciate it. As the praises poured in, Yang Chuan felt like he was floating. Looking at the 2 remaining bags of water, he took them to the nearby road and started to modify the listings. 500 milliliters of water 2, changed to 5,000 milliliters of water 9720. Confirm. There was no response, but Yang Chuan wasn't too anxious anymore. It seemed like there was a delay with this feature. After getting tricked twice, he wouldn't fall for it again. After waiting for a while, with still no response, he frowned. What does this mean? Is it because I moved them that it didn't modify successfully? Hesitating, He got out of the car and walked over to the water bags, reaching out to nudge one of them. In the next moment, a loud exclamation rang out on the road. Wow, no way. Whoa. This time, it was even more intense. Yang Chuan was knocked into the bushes by the bursting water bag. Cough, cough, cough. He struggled to get up, looking back to see a huge pile of water had formed right where he stood. Thousands of bags of water, still too much. These bags are made of plastic and can't bear too much weight. It seems I should get a bit less next time. I uploaded over 200 bags for trading any items. Modified to 1000 bags, uploaded, traded. Modified to 1000 bags, uploaded, traded. After repeating this several times, Yang Chuan finally reached a total of 999 in the area. Lying on the ground, he felt utterly exhausted. However, he also discovered a limitation. The total quantity couldn't exceed 5 digits, meaning the maximum was 999. If it exceeded that, the modification would fail. But did it really matter? At worst, he'd just have to modify it one more time. It was just a bit of a hassle. With the water distributed, everyone believed they could quickly get through the third day. As for food, he patted his still bulging belly and sighed, better to wait a bit longer. The chat box was exploding with compliments and praises, overwhelming him, but he couldn't be bothered to look. He picked up a bag of water and poured it over his head, feeling refreshed as he shook it off and let out a long howl. Ah, so good. Ha ha ha. Checking the sky, Yang Chuan turned to the furnace and noticed the fire had gone out. He wasn't sure if it was because of the water he just poured down, so he hurried over. The furnace was still warm. As he approached, he could feel a wave of heat. It seemed to be unaffected. He splashed some water on the furnace wall, and a lot of steam billowed up, causing the furnace to cool down quickly. This thing could only be used once anyway. It didn't matter if it cracked. If needed next time, he could just build another one. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the furnace had completely cooled down. He opened it up to find 5 red glowing clay pots quietly lying inside. He reached in to grab one, and a notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, player! You have successfully crafted 5x 20-liter clay pots and unlocked the manufacturing function. Yang Chuan was momentarily stunned, but quickly dismissed it. He picked up the pot to examine it closely. There were no cracks, it had a nice red hue, and the color was beautiful, though the craftsmanship was a bit rough. He remembered that pottery needed glazing to give it a smooth, shiny surface. However, he didn't know how to do that. He flicked it with his finger and tapped it. The sound was crisp and pleasant. Not bad, it's a good pot. Ding. Please note, player, you have crafted a clay pot, not a clay cooking pot. Yang Chuan's expression darkened immediately. What does that mean? Can't you just stick to being a proper system and stop interfering with me? I like using it for cooking. Is that your business? With a scowl, Yang Chuan carried the clay pots back to his small courtyard. The house was not big, just one room, and it probably wasn't suitable for cooking inside. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Chuan decided to set up a small shed next to the cabin to serve as a kitchen, where he could stack some firewood and build a stove for cooking. Not a bad idea, he thought, and immediately got up to grab an axe from the car. But the next moment, his eyes widened in shock. The car was parked just to the right of the entrance to the small yard, and he hadn't noticed it when he arrived. Now, he saw that the back of the vehicle was crammed full of all sorts of items. Stones, weeds, vines, animal bones, fish, wood, just a chaotic mix of everything. Wow, this. Suddenly, it dawned on him, and he quickly opened the trading interface to find thousands of transaction records. As he scanned through the endless strings of useless information, his legs went weak and he nearly collapsed to the ground. This was the downside of the trading system. Even if he wanted to give things away for free, he still had to trade something in return. He had provided water for everyone, but at least 80 of those people had exchanged it for worthless junk. This led to him accumulating a mountain of useless trash, and the sheer volume was overwhelming. He buried his hands in his hair and let out a pained groan. Oh man, what a hassle this is. How long is it going to take to clean this up? Weeds? Toss them. Stones? Keep them for now. Wood? Definitely keep. Bundles of neatly stacked thatch? Keep those too. Pantyhose? Keep those as well. He sorted through everything one by one, and after an exhausting hour, he finally finished. Fortunately, there were quite a few useful items among the junk. In addition to the common stuff, some people had brought out some decent items as well. There were blueprints for building a warehouse, blueprints for a breeding shed, blueprints for a fish pond, floral shirts, brick construction techniques, trap-making skills, and mining picks. The warehouse blueprint would allow him to construct a storage facility with a capacity of 500 slots, each able to hold one type of item with no upper limit. And it even featured an automatic storage and sorting function. The construction required 3,000 bricks, 200 kilograms of cement, 300 kilograms of sand, and 20 pieces of 5-meter wood. Friends, you have to understand. Only the wealthy landowners have warehouses. Yang Chuan's eyes lit up. An automatic storage function? What a great find. Didn't this mean that once he built the warehouse and organized everything, he wouldn't have to worry about mix-ups like the water pouch again? Especially since the car was still dripping water. However, while he could make the bricks himself, where would he find cement? Opening the chat window, Yang Chuan didn't care that others were still discussing the water he had listed. He sent out a message. Hey everyone, I need cement. If anyone has some on hand or has the blueprints, I can trade a lot of resources for it. Once the message was sent, everyone recognized his username and immediately began to excitedly praise him, but no one mentioned having cement or production blueprints. Feeling a bit disappointed, Yang Chuan shook his head and closed the window. He glanced at his clothes, which were now dry, and after getting dressed, he headed to the car to take a look. The water inside was almost gone. There were just a few drops left in some crevices, but it wasn't a big deal. It was already past 4 p.m., and after using the restroom a few times, he was starting to feel hungry. He grabbed some seeds and returned to the small courtyard. There were quite a few types of seeds available now, with traders offering several varieties. The wild vegetables included water celery, chives, plantain, purslane, shepherd's purse, fish mint, and gray vegetables. For seasonings, there were chili peppers and wild Sichuan pepper, but there were no staple foods. However, someone had provided a small handful of corn seeds, which looked like undernourished wild corn, but at this point, he couldn't afford to be picky. He planted the seeds and watered them. Then he stacked some stones to create 2 makeshift triangular stoves and started a fire. He needed to make salt. The salt ore had been in his possession for 2 days, but he still hadn't processed it. He had gathered quite a few ingredients, but without seasonings, he couldn't cook anything. The clay pot quickly turned black under the flames, making Yang Chuan frown. What had once been a bright red pot now looked charred and grimy, which was frustrating. But there was no choice. Without a proper stove, he had to make do. Once the water was hot, he rinsed the salt ore and added it to the pot. The simplest way to extract salt from the ore was to boil it in water, allowing the salt to dissolve into the water. Then, he would evaporate the water, and the salt would crystallize in the pot. Of course, normal table salt requires some refining processes, but he couldn't worry about that now. Out in the wilderness, there weren't many standards to uphold. After boiling for a full 2 hours, the sky was nearly dark. He finally fished the stones out and looked at the half-filled pot of murky liquid. After some thought, he set it aside to let it settle. The brine itself was fine, but the impurities would settle at the bottom of the pot. After an hour, he could pour the clear brine into another container to evaporate. As he walked back to the car, Yang Chuan suddenly remembered that the car's refrigerator hadn't been plugged in. He wondered how the fish inside were doing. Opening the refrigerator door, his expression changed immediately. Oh no, it stank. Grimacing, he took the refrigerator out of the car and tilted it to dump out the fish. After rinsing it several times with clean water, he returned to the car with a dark expression. He fiddled with the controls, and a prompt sounded. Ding! Car refrigerator detected. Would you like to activate it? Yes, no. He pressed yes, and in the next moment, the refrigerator reappeared next to the gear stick, its light glowing green, indicating that it was now operational. He got out and found the fish that someone had previously traded in the courtyard. Yang Chuan quickly started to gut them. He didn't want to experience such an oversight again. The fish he had just thrown away had weighed at least 3 pounds. What a waste. In his hands, Yang Chuan had a 5-pound blackfish and a 1-pound crucian carp. Thinking about the matsutake mushrooms he had foraged earlier and the mushrooms he traded for, he decided to make a fish hot pot. He had salt, chili peppers, and wild onions. Although the ingredients were limited to mushrooms and matsutake, he figured it wouldn't taste bad, and the nutrition would be quite good. With the 5-pound black fish sliced into pieces, there was enough for himself and his family, though his parents wouldn't be able to enjoy it just yet. He had 2 pots, one for boiling salted water and the other for simmering fish bones for broth. There were still 2 large steam buns left, and while he wasn't confident about modifying them, he thought the mooncakes should be fine. He would tweak them shortly and see if he could manage to make one for each person. As the broth simmered, Yang Chuan began searching for bowls and chopsticks in the trading post, but to his dismay, there were none available. It seemed he would have to figure out how to make them himself. He took out his tools and some wood and started crafting bowls. He had no experience with pottery. having only thought about making clay pots and jars, and he had completely forgotten to make bowls. The process turned out to be more complicated than he had anticipated. In the end, he managed to carve out 5 bowls. They were quite large, considering they were directly hollowed from the wood, but the edges were nearly 2 fingers thick. Holding one of the bowls, Yang Chuan had a strange expression on his face. Seriously, this was thicker than a dog-esque food bowl. Shaking his head, he decided it was fine. It might not look great, but as long as it was usable, that was what mattered. Chapter 9. The fish bone mushroom soup had turned a milky white, and a rich, savory aroma wafted through the air. Yang Chuan couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling quite tempted. He added the fish fillets, which had been marinated with spices in advance, into the pot. Once it boiled, he took it off the heat, sprinkled some salt and chopped green onions on top, and the delicious scent filled the room. After tasting the fish soup, which was incredibly flavorful, Yang Chuan rushed back to the car to grab some steamed buns, ready to dig in. However, after a moment as thought, he paused. He picked up a clean wooden bowl, filled it with soup, and then went back to the car to open the modifier and search for one. He filled another bowl and searched for 2. He continued this process until he reached the 5th bowl, at which point the data stopped changing. He poured 1 bowl back into the pot and searched for 4. The data appeared. After some consideration, he took all the fish soup to the roadside and began making modifications. He changed a mushroom fish soup from 5 bowls to 50 bowls. Confirmed. Stepping aside, Yang Chuan picked up a bowl, and the next moment, countless wooden bowls appeared densely on the road, each brimming with mushrooms and fish slices. The thick white soup topped with vibrant green onions, making it incredibly appetizing. He opened the chat window and typed a message before putting the fish soup up for sale. Dear friends, I've cooked some fish soup to share with you all. Mushroom fish soup 1 bowl. Trade for any useful item. Just be fair. Modify list, modify list. He repeated this process 10 times, and Yang Chuan still had over 30 bowls left. He wolfed down 3 large bowls in quick succession, feeling so full he didn't want to move. It was simply delicious. The aroma of the mushrooms combined with their chewiness made for a delightful experience. The fish slices were tender and smooth, melting in the mouth, while the rich meat flavor lingered on his palate. The thick, white fish soup was especially exquisite, bursting with freshness, and the sudden crunch of green onions enhanced the entire flavor. Opening the chat window again, he was met with a chorus of praise. Everyone who received the fish soup expressed their gratitude for his generous gift. For those who had gone 2 days without food, this bowl of soup was practically a lifesaver. Of course, many people contributed useful items in return, and just the thought of sorting through the nearly 999 items made Yang Chuan's head spin. He estimated that some of the items would be useless, which was even more frustrating. Rubbing his head, he began to organize everything. After all, he couldn't just let it pile up. What if someone traded for a fish or something? If left too long, it would surely spoil. Suppressing his discomfort, Yang Chuan lit a torch and started tidying up the yard. Speaking of lighting the torch, it turned out to be a technical task. He had thought he would need to light each one individually, but surprisingly, all he had to do was add firewood, even if the torch was extinguished. Adding wood would reignite it automatically, eliminating the lighting step entirely. The technical difficulty, 0. Fortunately, in this transaction, the items provided by everyone were quite generous. About 80 of them were useful, which significantly lifted his spirits. There were poultry feed recipes, blueprints for building stoves, designs for smokeless stoves, plans for a melting furnace, ironworking techniques, and farming tool crafting skills. Additionally, there were 8 kilograms of iron or 2 kilograms of chicken bloodvine, 100 grams of buckwheat seeds, 20 grams of high-quality wheat seeds, 5 kilograms of copper ore, and 10 kilograms of coal. As he reviewed the list, Yang Chuan was pleasantly surprised. He had acquired a good number of new recipes and accumulated several blueprints, all related to his small courtyard. After careful consideration, Yang Chuan decided to start by making bricks. Ever since he got the mod, he no longer worried about food and water, allowing him to focus entirely on construction. The first thing he wanted to build was his own little courtyard. This piece of land was quite magical. It could expand indefinitely without changing its appearance, merely occupying a small corner of the yard. He guessed that places like poultry farms and fish ponds might also fit into this small courtyard. To build these, Yang Chuan checked the blueprints. Bricks were essential, and players in desert areas should easily obtain sand. However, he still needed to get his hands on cement. He decided to prepare for it. As soon as he found cement, he could get started. Making bricks was straightforward. The only concern was the mold, which needed to be made from wood. He would need 4 wooden boards, smoothed out and fitted together perfectly. Since he didn't have any nails, he could only use a mortise and tenon joint along with wooden pegs for fastening. Rubbing his chin, Yang Chuan wondered if he could seek outside help. He pulled up the chat window and sent a message. Hey everyone, does anyone know how to make brick molds? If you do, please message me. Wow, the great Yang Chuan has appeared. Bowing to the master, the fish soup smells amazing. Thank you for saving me, great one. I traded some weeds for your fish soup, but I really don't have anything else, just yellow sand and dry grass. I'm so sorry. Great one, I'm really sorry. I don't have much to offer. I can only trade some stones for your fish soup. I apologize profusely. Great Yang Chuan, do you have any oil? My vehicle is consuming too much fuel and has been stalled for half a day. I've searched several kilometers around and can't find any oil. Master Yang Chuan, you're so wealthy. Could you support us with some resources? We can barely survive. Yang Chuan frowned as he read these messages, feeling somewhat displeased. To be honest, he didn't mind helping a little, but the demand from the later messages felt excessive. No matter how great he was, did they expect him to support them? He might consider providing some oil, but it would have to be in exchange for resources. He wasn't obligated to take care of them. His resources didn't just fall from the sky. Since that's the case, I'll send a message and see if anyone can help. I need 200 liters of oil right now. If anyone can lend it to me, I'll return it later. Is there anyone who trusts me? After he sent this message, the channel fell silent. Yang Chuan sighed and shook his head in disappointment. People always think of taking advantage of others, but when it's their turn, no one wants to take a loss. Moreover, he deliberately said it was a loan, not a trade. This was purely a test of others. However, what he didn't expect was that the next moment, he received dozens of messages. Brother Yang Chuan, yesterday I traded a bunch of dry grass for your water, and today I exchanged 10 stones for your fish soup. I feel guilty. I just opened a treasure chest and found some oil. It's not much, only 10 liters. You can take it if you need it. I believe in you. Master, I have 5 liters of oil. Ichuza avan. And the oil in it can last for a while. If you need it, feel free to take it. Hey, Yang Chuan, I might not trust others, but I trust you. Here is 5 liters of oil. You can return it whenever it's convenient for you. Master, look at me. I have 20 liters of oil that I can lend you. You just need to give me some food in return. I can't find anything to eat here. Seeing these messages, Yang Chuan was stunned for a long time, and in that moment, he felt a bit emotional. Oil is extremely important in this game world. Many players have been stuck in place because they chose luxury cars and ran out of fuel. He didn't know how many of those willing to lend him oil were genuinely wealthy, but he believed they couldn't have much to spare either. After thanking everyone, Yang Chuan sent friend requests to all of them. He felt these people could become friends. With his own supply of oil, Yang Chuan now had 220 liters. He went to the oil tank and began to split the oil he had into small 5-liter containers. In total, he split it into 40 containers, leaving the remaining oil to be sorted later. Yang Chuan started pouring the oil into the tank. Search 40, search 39, search 38, search 35, split into a 5-liter container, search 36. Split again, pour oil, split, pour oil. Eventually, the data became a single unit. Placing the oil in an open area, Yang Chuan excitedly opened the modifier. He changed 5-liter oil 35 to 100-liter oil 1000. Confirm. The next moment, as he lifted a barrel of oil, a mountain of barrels appeared on the ground. Then he noticed something. The modifier had turned gray. He was taken aback, frowning as he squatted down to ponder why it had turned gray. It worked fine yesterday, why not today? After thinking carefully, he considered what he had modified today. Water, fish soup, oil. That's it. Just 3 items in total. Is it really the case that I can only modify 3 things a day? Looking at the gray modifier, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. This situation was beyond his expectations. He hadn't even designed for this possibility. Could it be that his cheat was banned by the GM? After thinking for a long time without any answers, he decided to suppress his unease for the time being and wait until tomorrow to see how things unfolded. If he could only modify 3 items each day, he would need to plan carefully. First, he traded 2 barrels of oil to each of the dozen or so people. Then he split the remaining barrels into 10-liter containers and put them on the market. Oil, 10 liters each, exchange for any useful item. Limit 1 per person. Be fair. Anyone trying to swap junk will be blacklisted. It wasn't that he was stingy. Some people just shouldn't be indulged. He could tolerate it once or twice, but 3 or 4 times was pushing it. If they came back again, then that person had a problem. No matter how good-natured he was, he couldn't let people take him for a fool. Yang Chuan didn't believe these people really had no resources on hand, always trying to take advantage of others. Even his relatives didn't have the audacity to be that shameless. He kept splitting and listing, repeating the process until only 5 barrels were left, and then he finally stopped. Moving the oil back to his vehicle left him feeling exhausted, and he couldn't help but feel frustrated. If he had known, he wouldn't have chosen such large barrels. They were a hassle to move. By refueling, Yang Chuan roughly calculated the vehicle's fuel consumption after idling all night, about 13 units of fuel, or roughly 30 liters, which was far less than he had expected. It seemed it wasn't as fuel-consuming as he had imagined. At this rate, even with the air conditioning on, it would use at most 20 units overnight. Now, he could drive and sleep peacefully. What he didn't know was that the regional chat had completely exploded. Oh my God, the Big Shot just gave us oil. I just received 2 barrels from the Big Shot, 200 liters. I got some too. You petty people. Go trade at the market. The Big Shot is really angry this time. Exactly. Those who keep saying Yuri a god, you should take care of me. Get ready to be blacklisted. Once you're blacklisted, you won't see the Big Shot's trade info anymore. Ha ha ha. A bunch of clueless people crying poverty or really being poor. You know your situation. The Big Shot isn't your dad. If you think the benefits are too little, then fine, go without. Oh, Big Shot, you're a god-level figure. Is it really worth it to haggle over these things with us? Just a little bit from your fingers would be enough for us, right? Please, Big Shot. I really have no resources. Seriously, why be so stingy? Do you really care about our little supplies? With so much oil, you must have found a gas station, right? Since you have plenty, what's wrong with supporting us a little? Damn it, I really want to knock out these people upstairs. Yang Chuan, just block them directly and don't pay attention to them anymore. It's disgusting to watch. P.S. Over 10,000 words a day. Is it okay for the small author to post a sentence? I hope all the readers can show some support and click to add a few collections to urge updates. Thank you very much. Your support will give me more motivation to keep writing. Let's go. Chapter 10. In the regional channel, chaos erupted. No one expected that there would actually be such a person, especially a woman with a profile picture of an ant, who had a mole on her face that made her incredibly unlikable. Her comments were sharp and sarcastic, prompting many to block her immediately. Once blocked, they could no longer see her messages or the items she was selling. Yang Chuan didn't have time to pay attention to this. He was busy scouring the trading post for items. When he found something suitable, he would privately message the seller and trade oil for it. It must be said that the fish soup he offered in exchange for goods was not particularly appealing, and if anyone asked for something good, they could find it listed in the trading post. As he browsed, his brow furrowed in frustration. The listings included River Barrier Design Blueprint 1, Trade for 200 liters of oil, Straw Mat Manufacturing Technique 1, Trade for 100 liters of oil, Farming Kit 1, Trade for 50 mooncakes, iron or 50 kilograms. Trade for 10 liters of water 10. Seeing this, Yang Chuan was furious. These trades were clearly targeted at him. The items they wanted were all things he had previously sold, and the prices were exorbitantly high. What, did they think he would definitely buy them? Damn it. He thought angrily, closing the window. What a bunch of ingrates. The next moment, a message popped up that complicated Yang Chuan's mood again. Yang Chuan, I can make brick molds, but I don't have the tools. If you trust me, could you lend me the tools? I'll return them to you tomorrow. The message was from his first friend, Zhang Xiao, who had sold him the stone basin and had just sent him 100 liters of oil. After thinking it over, Yang Chuan agreed. He traded over a shovel and an axe, asking if he needed any wood, to which the reply was that he would go chop it himself. Yang Chuan wasn't a hard-hearted person. He still wanted to give others a chance, believing that there were more good people in the world. Back in the vehicle, he took out an inflatable mattress and started blowing it up, noticing that it was getting dark outside, and the inside of the car was not very dry. The mishap from earlier had left the car damp, and even after a day of blowing, there was still water in the seams of the seats. He planned to write some more code before contacting his family, but with nothing suitable to do, he focused on the inflatable mattress. Blowing it up with his mouth was exhausting, and Yang Chuan felt dizzy from the effort, but finally, the mattress was inflated. He used some items to level the dashboard, laid the mattress on top, and then sat down to start working on the onboard computer. The modifier turned gray, causing a sense of unease in Yang Chuan. But this was the only thing he could rely on. Suddenly, he remembered something, the data cable he brought with him when he arrived in this world. Taking it out again, Yang Chuan began to examine it closely. The USB end looked completely normal, but the other end left him puzzled. He had noticed before, but now he realized that the connector on the other side was missing. It was strange for a cable to inexplicably lose one of its ends. Where could it have gone? As he touched the broken end, an odd feeling washed over him. It looked completely empty, yet a sense inside him insisted that the connector was still there. Squinting his eyes, he tried to recall the moment when he had plugged it in. He remembered placing his phone on the table, bending down to connect it to the computer. No, he had actually been holding one end of the cable in his left hand while bending down with the other hand to plug it into the computer. Was his left hand pinching the cable between his fingers or cradling it in his palm? How did the cable end up broken? Suddenly, Yang Chuan froze, bringing his left palm closer to his eyes. There seemed to be something dark in the center of his palm. He turned on the overhead light and held his palm under the beam for a closer look. There was indeed something dark, strange. Had he not washed his hands properly? He rubbed it with his finger, but nothing unusual happened. It just seemed a bit dark. However, the shape of that darkness looked oddly familiar. After staring at it for a while, his gaze shifted to the data cable in his right hand. No way. Yang Chuan was taken aback, as he suddenly remembered what that black mark in his palm resembled. The connector of the data cable. The flat shape of the Type-C interface. It looked exactly like the shadow on his palm. Could it be that the connector had embedded itself in his flesh? Yang Chuan quickly pinched it. No sensation at all. If something were embedded in his skin, he should have noticed it long ago, but his palm felt completely normal. Rubbing it vigorously yielded no response, as if it were growing beneath his skin. Turning to look at the cable in his right hand, something compelled him to open the console, find a USB port, and plug it in. An odd sensation suddenly surged within him, leaving Yang Chuan in a daze. It was hard to describe this feeling. He couldn't quite grasp what it was, but it felt like a strange connection had abruptly sparked in his mind. Glancing at the car's computer screen, he closed his eyes to focus on that feeling. When he opened his eyes again, they widened in shock. He turned his head away from the screen, hesitantly extending his hand to swipe across it a few times, frowning as he sensed it. Then, he turned back to face the screen and jumped to his feet. He could actually sense the content on the screen. No, that statement isn't reliable either. It should be said that he sensed something within the car's onboard system. What was running, what programs were inside, various data, all of it appeared directly in his mind. If he had to find a way to describe it, Yang Chuan thought of a program, remote control, and it was wireless. Closing his eyes, Yang Chuan followed that strange sensation, attempting to manipulate the onboard computer in his mind, shrinking the scanning tool and opening my computer. Once he sensed it was complete, he turned his head and looked at the screen. Holy crap! A gasp escaped him, and Yang Chuan felt a bit dazed. Had he awakened some kind of superpower? No, that's not it. It was the data cable. Yang Chuan opened the armrest box and yanked out the data cable, and then that bizarre feeling vanished. He could no longer sense the existence of the onboard computer or see anything. Holding the data cable, Yang Chuan plugged it in, pulled it out, plugged it back in, and pulled it out again. After several attempts, he finally confirmed that when the data cable was plugged in, an inexplicable connection formed between him and the onboard computer. Swallowing hard, Yang Chuan's gaze became somewhat vacant. After thinking for a moment, he opened the car door and walked into the yard. The sensation was still there. He tried to open the car's sound system in his mind and play some music. He requested a rap track by MC Harley, and the next moment, heavy DJ music blasted from the speakers of the car, parked nearby. What the hell? Is this really happening? Yang Chuan's eyes widened, and he involuntarily exclaimed. Feeling completely stunned, without caring about anything else, he focused and began trying to open the program editor in the system, creating a new program. Header file code, interface. Hello world, run. He hurried back to the car, and when he saw the message displayed in the pop-up window on the interface, he started trembling with excitement. The reason was simple. The speed at which he input code in his mind completely depended on how fast his thoughts could move. Unlike before when he had to poke at a virtual screen. As long as he could think of it, the code would fly into the program without any delay. This was the ultimate pursuit of a programmer, Yang Chuan murmured to himself. Back in the car, Yang Chuan looked at the data cable with a complex expression. This was the biggest bug ever. He grabbed a mattress and a thin blanket, closed the car windows, turned on the air conditioning, got out, and locked the doors. Diving into the small room, Yang Chuan made the bed and lay down, pulling up the window of the onboard computer in his mind. With this powerful tool, Yang Chuan's scope for development had been infinitely expanded. he began to ponder how to break through the many limitations of the network. For example, in order to contact his parents, he needs to overcome the limitations of this area. He already has their identification numbers, but he's been unable to reach them. Once he establishes contact, he can add them as friends and send them items. Although he can send messages in the national and world channels, it seems that others are unable to reply, which is why he still hasn't heard from his parents. When he contacts his grandmother later, he can also ask if his parents receive his messages. He plans to write a new detection program to monitor the game network, probing various interfaces and nodes to see if there's a way to bypass them. In an unknown network with unfamiliar characters, understanding its operational principles requires first deciphering the meanings of those characters. Therefore, his first step is to collect various texts and packet information for comparison, primarily sourced from the trading house and regional channels. Previously, gathering 10 numbers was relatively easy, but the meanings expressed by text are far more complex. Just considering the Xia Dynasty script, there are over 7,000 commonly used characters, and if you include the less common ones, the total is nearly 100,000. If the game world is as complicated as this, Yang Chuan figures he may have to give up. Unfortunately, for an unfamiliar script without guidance, even the world's best linguist would take several lifetimes to master it. However, his approach is slightly better. He only needs to understand what kind of characters the text is transformed into during transmission. This way, he can deduce most of the content. Messages sent by players must be converted while being transmitted through the game network, and by comparing this converted content with players' original messages, he can figure out how normal text is transformed into specific characters. By establishing a corresponding character library, he can analyze and interpret the text. His advantage lies in the content sent through player channels and trading channels. Not everyone is constantly collecting resources. During their downtime, people will engage in chat for a while. After all, humans are social beings, and long periods without interaction can lead to psychological issues. No one wants to endure loneliness. There will always be moments when they want to communicate. Yang Chuan just needs to continuously gather this content and compare it with the data captured from the game network, which will gradually increase the accuracy of the character library until it achieves perfect translation. Over the next few days, players in the area noticed a strange phenomenon. Yang Chuan spoke with a peculiar accent. He would repeat himself 3 times in a row and frequently mention specific terms like connection, transmission, encryption, decryption, acquisition, and fragmentation, leaving everyone baffled. On Yang Chuan's side, his intentional repetition made the meanings and character library rapidly expand, and the accuracy of the library was soaring. After getting in touch with his grandmother and delivering supplies and food, Yang Chuan took a rest. On the 4th day, a new day began, and Yang Chuan remained in the lead. Everyone in the Great Xia received a breakfast consisting of a large steam bun and a 500 milliliters bottle of water. Meanwhile, Yang Chuan's survival points had increased to 230. He discovered that survival points are earned simply by establishing a camp, and as the camp develops, the daily earnings from survival points would grow even more. Looking at the shop, Yang Chuan shook his head. The items he wanted were too expensive, and the ones he could afford didn't interest him, which was frustrating. Having been cooped up here for over a day, Yang Chuan decided to continue moving forward today. He hoped that this new day would bring a good harvest. P.S. To all readers, the author humbly requests your support. Your encouragement is the greatest motivation for me to keep writing. I aim to update daily with over 10,000 words and look forward to your affirmation. Thank you so much. Chapter 11. Driving along. He felt quite happy because the modifier had lifted the gray restrictions, indicating that it could be used again. This also meant that his guess was correct. The modifier, this cheat code, could only modify 3 things each day. However, he still needed to think carefully about what exactly those 3 things were. At least based on yesterday's situation, the last item could only be modified once, rather than being limited by quantity. In other words, he could modify the last item to 999 units, but it could only be done in one go. The first 2 items had no such restrictions, which made him feel a lot more at ease. The monitoring program for the font collection was still running, and Yang Chuan couldn't be bothered to pay it any mind. He just let it hang there without needing to intervene. As the car drove on, Yang Chuan listened to music, enjoying the ride and taking in the scenery, though to be honest, there wasn't much to see. He was mainly on the lookout for any treasure chests. Now that he had the modifier, he didn't lack for resources. So the most important thing for him at the moment was to find various blueprints and processing techniques. Ding! Found a black iron treasure chest. Location: 467 meters ahead on the right, 439 meters, 418 meters. Yang Chuan felt a surge of excitement. Hey, here it comes. He parked the car, grabbed a crowbar. No, wait, picked up a pry bar, and went to hunt for the treasure chest. The black iron chest was directly placed at the base of a tree, and he spotted it right away. After giving it some thought, he decided not to open it immediately. Instead, he moved it back to the car. He wanted to collect a few more and see if he could use the modifier to get a bunch of them. If it worked, that would be amazing. Opening treasure chests until his hands were sore was a dream for so many players. Even the big spenders wouldn't dare to be that extravagant. But Yang Chuan could. As long as he succeeded in modifying, generating infinite treasure chests wouldn't be a problem, even opening them until he felt sick. With grand aspirations in mind, Yang Chuan set off again. Before long, he found 2 wooden chests. Wooden treasure chests typically contained resources and were usually quite noticeable, often found among the weeds of the roadside, with the grass pressed down underneath them, making them easy for players to spot. Bronze chests appeared in the weeds and could easily be missed if you weren't paying attention. Iron chests showed up under trees behind the grassy areas. They were also quite visible, but you had to cross the weeds to see them. Finally, the previous gold chest had appeared directly under a large rock, hidden quite deeply, making him almost think he would have to chip away at the giant stone to get to it. As for the silver chests, he hadn't encountered any yet and was unsure of where they might be hidden, but they could probably be under leaves or dirt. Thinking about this, Yang Chuan opened a national channel and sent out this piece of information. He felt it was necessary. Many people might not be aware of this and could miss out on a lot of useful items. A reminder like this should be beneficial for everyone. Unfortunately, he could only see the feedback from players in the regional channel, all praising him for announcing such important information and expressing their gratitude. After lunch, Yang Chuan continued on his journey. In the chat channel, some people requested him to list some resources, but Yang Chuan chose to ignore them. Spoiling you all, huh? Whether or not to provide items is my choice. I have no obligation to contribute without compensation. With arms and legs of your own, why act like a freeloader? Of course, he wasn't completely heartless. He listed a substantial amount of resources in exchange for specific items. For example, he traded firewood for sand, food, drinking water, and fuel for cement or formulas. The trades were up for grabs, and the conditions were quite favorable. If you have these resources, feel free to trade. I guarantee the sellers won't lose out, and it serves as some compensation for these people. As for the freeloaders, he didn't even want to deal with them. He directly blocked a few who had cursed and morally blackmailed him the day before. At the same time, he received messages from friends like Wang Xiaohu, saying that those he had blocked couldn't see the items he listed in the trading hall and were cursing him in the regional channel. Yang Chuan just smiled faintly at that. After thinking for a moment, Yang Chuan sent a message to his dozen or so friends. Friends, if you find treasure chests, please don't open them. Keep them for me. They'll be useful. I can exchange a large amount of resources for them and guarantee you won't lose out. If you find something good, I can share a portion with you. I keep my word. The message was sent, and everyone agreed, but in reality, Yang Chuan didn't have high hopes. After all, it was hard work for others to find the chests, and who knows what amazing items could be inside. Would it be worth it to just trade for some resources? That's only natural. They are in T family, so it's unreasonable to expect unconditional support. Yang Chuan understood this well. He just really wanted to stockpile some treasure chests. If he could modify them, he would gladly give each person 10 or even 100 without a second thought. But the premise was that they had to trust him. Ding. Resource treasure chest detected. Location: 468 meters ahead, 441 meters, 416 meters. Another resource chest had been discovered, and Yang Chuan counted. This was already the 6th one. He wondered if 6 chests would be enough for him to sift through and find the desired results. If so, he might just try to modify them. But if it wasn't enough, this search task would have to hang in limbo, waiting for the next treasure chest to appear. Nightfall was approaching, and Yang Chuan still needed to modify things later. He couldn't afford to waste today's opportunity, could he? With 5 in hand and 1 by the roadside. Although they were all wooden resource chests, Yang Chuan was eager to give it a try. Damn it, let's go for it. At worst, he would fail and come back tomorrow. With the help of the radar, Yang Chuan felt confident and said, let's go for it. He searched 5 and opened the treasure chest. Ding. Congratulations, you have opened a basic supply box and received 1 saw, 5 hamburgers, 500 grams of dried radish, and 500 milliliters of mineral water. He searched 4 and opened it. Ding. Congratulations, you have opened a basic supply box and received 1 kitchen knife, 10 grams of cabbage seeds, 10 grams of radish seeds, and 10 grams of cucumber seeds. He searched 3 and opened it. Ding! Congratulations, you have opened a basic supply box and received 1 back scratcher, 5 flour rolls, 500 grams of sauerkraut, and 500 milliliters of mineral water. He searched 2 and opened it. Ding! Congratulations, you have opened a basic supply box and received 1 fan, 2 kilograms of Peking duck, 10 green onions, 20 thin pancakes, 50 grams of sweet bean sauce, and 50 grams of chili sauce. Looking at the last remaining supply box, with over 16 search results left, Yang Chuan swallowed hard and picked up the box from the ground. Ding! Congratulations, you have received 1 basic supply box. He searched 2 and opened it. Ding! Congratulations, you have opened a basic supply box and received 1 rake, 50 kilograms of urea fertilizer, and 50 kilograms of phosphate fertilizer. There was still 1 search result left. He had succeeded. He couldn't dare to open this last treasure chest, as doing so would cause his only remaining box to disappear, and he would need to modify the items, which wouldn't take effect if it vanished. How could he modify anything if it disappeared? Fortunately, he succeeded just as he was down to the last one. Yang Chuan was ecstatic and placed the chest in the middle of the road, opening the modifier. He changed 1 basic resource box to 200 basic resource boxes. Confirm. There were no error messages, and Yang Chuan couldn't help but feel excited. He stepped forward and carefully kicked the only treasure chest. In the next moment, everything went black, and a wall of treasure chests piled up to over 10 meters appeared before him. He was rich, he was rich, he was rich. Ha ha ha. Yang Chuan cheered joyfully. The dream of opening treasure chests until his hands were sore had finally come true. Countless treasure chests meant countless resources. Although they were just basic chests, who could guarantee that there weren't any good items inside? After laughing, Yang Chuan's expression sobered. Looking at the towering wall made of treasure chests, he felt a mix of pain and joy in his heart. Ultimately, he couldn't escape a life of hard labor. How long would it take to move this mountain made of just 2 chests? Not to mention needing even more afterward. Just thinking about it made his scalp tingle. He pinched his not-so-strong arm, feeling a chill in his heart. But if he had to die, so be it. Heaving 3 boxes. That feels a bit excessive. Let's just move 2. It's not that I can't handle the weight. It's just that moving 3 boxes isn't exactly graceful. That clashes with my profession. While grumbling to himself, he continued to haul boxes into the small courtyard. The reason? Well, the courtyard can hold an endless number of items, and whatever I pull out won't have to worry about finding a place. Huh? Yang Chuan suddenly stopped in his tracks. In the courtyard, items can be piled up indefinitely. After mumbling that to himself twice, tears suddenly streamed down his face. Oh my goodness, what is wrong with my brain? Angrily, he threw the box down and plopped himself onto the road, glancing at the 10 or so boxes left on the street, then looked up at the sky. He was afraid that in the next moment, tears would uncontrollably spill out. Why didn't I just duplicate them right in the courtyard? Even if I had to pile them up, they'd all be together, so why the hassle of moving them around? Is it possible that I'm experiencing a programmer's logical block? Painfully, he thumped his head and murmured to himself a question. There used to be a joke about programmers that went like this. A wife tells her husband, go to the supermarket and buy 2 kilos of tomatoes, and if they have potatoes, get a kilo of those too. Then the programmer comes back with 1 kilo of tomatoes. The wife, puzzled, asks, were there potatoes? Why did you only buy 1 kilo of tomatoes? The programmer replies, there were potatoes, so I bought 1 kilo of tomatoes. Is there a problem? Could it be that I'm making the same mistake? Buying tomatoes is an outcome. Whether there are potatoes is a condition for judgment. Different conditions lead to different outcomes. No issues there? Yang Chuan muttered nervously for a while before shaking his head vigorously. No issues, my foot. I just didn't think it through. He stood up, wiping away tears as he placed the last dozen boxes in the small courtyard. A small pile, about 2 meters square, with each box significantly shrunk, made Yang Chuan's eyes twitch. Damn, over 200 boxes, and they only take up this little space? I really have a pig-ass brain. Modify. Basic resource box 200. Change to basic resource box 99999. Confirm. Moving the boxes a bit. In the next moment, they shrank even further, densely packed into a huge pile. Each one barely the size of a baby's fist. He opened one. Ding! Congratulations, you've opened a basic resource box and received a hatchet 1, a backpack 1, and 30 meters of hemp rope 3. Open another one. Ding. Congratulations. You have opened a beginner supply box and received the following items: 1 bamboo sieve, 2 bamboo dustpans, 1 bamboo broom, and 1 sorghum broom. Ding. Congratulations. You have opened another beginner supply box and received 200 bricks and 100 tiles. Ding. Congratulations. You have opened yet another beginner supply box and received 1 trowel, 1 bucket of mud, and 1 mixing tub. Ding. Congratulations. You have opened a beginner supply box and received 1 pig feeder, 1 castration knife, and 10 kilograms of disinfectant iodine. At first, Yang Chuan would take a look at what he got, but after 50, 60, or even 100 boxes, he became numb. He opened the boxes mechanically, his expression completely gone. The joy and excitement he had anticipated were nowhere to be found. He paused, shrugged, and spread his hands outward. It's over. It's done. My desire has vanished. Peace. Not counting words, dear readers, if my humble writing has caught your attention, I will be grateful for your support. Any tips would be greatly appreciated. Wishing all of you good fortune. Chapter 12. After opening over 100 boxes, Yang Chuan was no longer interested in continuing. It wasn't that he was being picky. He genuinely felt unwell. As the initial excitement faded, all that remained was a sense of dullness. Stroking his chin, he fell into deep thought. Could it be that I need to open higher-level boxes to regain my interest? Ah, yes. These boxes contain only basic resources, nothing special, but higher-level ones are different. They might yield some unexpected treasures. He felt a renewed sense of motivation, shook his head, and suddenly squinted at the items on the ground. Huh, cement? Where did I get this much? Indeed, there were 7 or 8 bags of cement piled together, and Yang Chuan felt a surge of excitement. A warehouse. I can build a warehouse. The sand he had traded for at the market had long been stacked aside, and now with the cement, he had enough bricks, and there was no shortage of wood. What was he waiting for? He couldn't just leave all this stuff lying around. Not to mention, the next rain would ruin all the cement. It seems I also got a mixing bucket for cement, a trowel, a mud bucket. Perfect. Pour in the cement and sand, and mark out an area on the right side of the house according to the blueprint, laying down stones to create a foundation. This was the only thing players needed to do. For the actual building, they could just use the construction feature of the blueprint. Then what was next? Place the bricks, cement, sand, and wood, and click to build. Ding. Basic warehouse is being constructed automatically. Remaining time, 3 hours, 59 minutes, and 55 seconds. Yang Chuan looked at the translucent shadow of the warehouse appearing on the right side of the house and let out a long sigh of relief. Checking the sky. The stars were twinkling, the sky was clear, and there was no sign of rain. Good, good. That's perceptive of me. Looking down, he decided to take some items that might be ruined by rain back to his small house for temporary storage. Then, his gaze shifted to the planting area. He had opened up more than a dozen flower pots and received about 30 stone pots from trading with Wang Xiao. He already had plenty of black soil, along with urea and phosphate fertilizers. Yang Chuan decided to plant some more seeds. Cabbage, radish, cucumber, buckwheat, high-quality wheat, corn, pumpkin, sweet potato. Wow, counting them up, I have a lot of seeds. Currently, the planting area had expanded to 88 plots. Although he still hadn't seen any sign of upgrading the planting area, expanding the space was always a good thing. The fertilizer didn't need to be dissolved in water. He could use it directly from the options in the planting area, and in an instant, it disappeared completely. After carefully observing and seeing no changes in the black soil, Yang Chuan gave up. The meat was already cooking in the pot. Surely it wouldn't just slip away, right? With the warehouse completed and seeds planted, he realized he didn't feel like working on the animal pens at this late hour, so he found himself with nothing to do. In his mind, Yang Chuan pulled up his computer and checked the time. It was just past 9. After a moment of contemplation, he returned to his small room and lay down. In his mind, he began to review the progress of his character database collection. So much time had passed, and he had already accurately identified thousands of characters. For some specific vocabulary, he had even personally deciphered them, allowing him to barely manage writing some not-so-complex programs. He was determined to find his parents. Come on, Yang Chuan. He encouraged himself and began to focus on coding. He had tried speaking in different channels: the global channel, the national channel, the regional channel, and the private chat channel. The one that caught his attention the most was the private chat channel. By using his friends' IDs, Yang Chuan accurately captured the data packets and identified the header data. After translation, he found the code for private messaging. For instance, from a message he sent to Wang Xiaohu, he was able to extract key information, 15372061. This string of characters shouldn't be underestimated. It was the identification feature code sent by the game to a designated player. With this information, the game server knew exactly who to send the message to, and the recipient would receive it accurately. This was the sole determining factor, and what Yang Chuan needed to do was modify it. He aimed to change it to the specific ID he wanted, thus enabling cross-region private chat communication. In simple terms, this modification process was a form of data manipulation, specifically altering the data packet. The gaming companies on Blue started to spy such actions and had numerous preventive measures. However, Yang Chuan was confident that a game that couldn't even defend against simple item quantity modifications wouldn't be able to handle this either. He believed he could successfully modify it. Opening the program editor, he began to write code. Data probing, data hijacking, data unpacking, modifying the recipient, repackaging, sending, and receiving feedback. One line of functional code after another flashed rapidly through his mind, and on the computer in the car, lines of code flowed like a waterfall, a sight to behold. With this magical data line, he felt completely liberated. The speed of his thoughts matched the speed at which he could write code. Ding! The new day's contact time had arrived. From 10 p.m. to 11 p.m. each day, every player had 5 minutes to connect with their loved ones in the alternate space. Treasure this time. He paused for a moment, lifting his head. Time flew by quickly. What should he send to his grandma and the others today? Well, he would ask later and see what they needed. Rising, he walked to the small courtyard and stretched. Suddenly, Yang Chuan's gaze swept across the distant road. Two dark figures stood silently, motionless. He was sure that two pairs of eyes were watching him. A chill ran down his spine, and the hairs on his arms stood up. What the heck? Is this the night demon? They're not getting closer, are they? Damn, it's too dark to see. He really wanted to get in the car and turn on the headlights to see what those two dark shadows were, but he hesitated. With the protection of a small yard, the low-level night demons wouldn't come to disturb him. But what exactly were night demons? Standing on two legs from a distance, they looked like two human figures. In human fear, there isn't much that includes corpses. For example, if you suddenly come across a dead animal in the wild, most people would probably just pause or get startled, but then they'd be fine. However, if you suddenly encountered a human corpse in the wild, but beyond the initial shock, most people would feel a strong sense of terror. This means that a significant part of human fear comes from humanity itself. The fear of the unknown, especially when it resembles human form, is even more intense. He squinted at the shadows for a long time, swallowed hard, gathered his courage, and suddenly shouted with all his might, "Saipan! Milk it!" The two dark shadows, as if cursed, shook in place for a moment before letting out a piercing scream, like a night owl, and then, in the next instant, they slowly vanished from view. Blinking, he was convinced that the two shadows had disappeared. There was no running or any movement. They just vanished right there. It felt like they dispersed, crumbled away. Yet, that piercing scream seemed to suggest that he had frightened them, as if there was a hint of fear and pain in their cry. Yang Chuan stood frozen, the fear gone, and the atmosphere felt oddly awkward. He rolled his eyes in his mind. What the hell was that? Can horror movies not be so embarrassing? After carefully surveying his surroundings and not finding anything unusual, he stared at the searchlights above the guards for a while before heading back into the small house. To be honest, safety in the nighttime game world is crucial, but what he wanted right now was illumination. The feeling of not being able to see clearly in the dark was quite unsettling, especially knowing that something was lurking in the shadows. He needed to find a flashlight or something. Oh right, the boxes. There were still over 800 boxes left to open. He turned to check the construction progress of the warehouse, which was only about half an hour away from completion. So let's get to it. Ding. Congratulations. You have opened a basic supply box and received 5 liters of fuel 1, 5 liters of oil 1, 5 liters of windshield washer fluid 1, and 1 liter of car wash liquid 1. Ding. Congratulations. You have opened a basic supply box and received. Ding. Congratulations. You have opened. Without even looking at what he had obtained or bothering to sort through the items, he quickly picked up the pace. In just a short span of over 10 minutes, he opened around 400 basic supply boxes. He paused for a moment and took a quick glance around. Various snacks, materials, ingredients, small gadgets, comic books, and storytelling items were strewn all over the place, reminiscent of the everyday goods found in a $2 store. Just then, his younger sister leaned in, her little face taking up the entire screen. "Brother," she exclaimed, but her lips immediately turned down and mist filled her big eyes. Don't cry, I'm here. I'm here," he reassured her. "What's wrong?" "Brother, I want to go to school. I miss my teachers and classmates. There's nothing here." Second brother said, "We can't go out." "Is that true?" Before Yang Chuan could respond, his younger brother came over, helping their grandmother. He quickly greeted her, then asked them about the situation in the alternate space. Receiving some surprising news. It turned out that the alternate space was also a complete yard. Unlike their own, this yard had land, rivers, and woods surrounding it. Their grandmother, who had trouble moving, estimated that there were about 2 to 3 acres of land. She suggested whether they could get some seeds and tools to try planting something there, since the younger siblings were quite bored. She directed them to pull out the weeds in the empty space next to the yard and discovered that the soil was very suitable for growing crops and vegetables. After some thought, he found some vegetable seeds, daily necessities, snacks, and comics in the yard and sent them over. At the same time, Yang Chuan learned that it was also possible to send items from the alternate space to the outside. The car seat he sent over was stripped of its leather by their grandmother, leaving only the metal frame, which was taken by their parents. Considering his parents' situation, he decided to send in 3,000 resource boxes, instructing his younger brother that when their parents contacted them tomorrow, each should receive 1,000 boxes. The remaining 1,000 boxes could be played with by the younger siblings, like opening blind boxes. With a full 1,000 boxes, he believed it would greatly improve his parents' situation and surely help them out. After cutting off the connection, Yang Chuan returned inside. His explosive program was nearing completion, so he decided to finish it tonight. He worked on coding, debugging, and verifying everything meticulously, and finally, after 3 hours, his program was complete. He opened the program and first sent messages to a dozen friends, sharing some food and water while chatting for a bit. After half an hour had passed, the information collection process was already complete. Excitedly, he opened the modifier, entered his father's game ID, and tried sending a message. "Hey, old man, can you see my message? It's your eldest son." Seeing the prompt that the message was sent successfully without any error message, he felt a rush of excitement, but there was no response. After quietly waiting for a few minutes, Yang Chuan felt a bit disappointed. He thought he had sent the message successfully, but his father had no way to send cross-region information. Could it be that his father could only receive messages but not reply? Just as his father was feeling a bit disappointed, a friend request notification popped up. Ding! User ID 3699397111 wants to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Yes, no. He paused for a moment, then suddenly realized, right? With private messaging, he could add friends. How could he have forgotten that? He quickly clicked yes, and in the next moment, a flurry of messages came through. "Kid, is that you? You finally got in touch with me? Don't play dead on me. What is going on? How did you add me? Where are you? Are you okay? Can you reach your mom? What is her situation right now? You little rascal, reply." Yang Chuan's eyes were a bit red as he sniffled and rubbed his sore eye sockets. "Cough, old man, I'm just excited. You know how hard I worked to contact you. How are you doing?" "What do you mean, how am I doing? Where the heck am I? I just ended up in this bizarre place. It's all just a pile of rocks. There's nothing here." "Wait, are you in a house? You're not the one making a fuss on the national and world channels, are you?" "Wow, my son is the first person in the world to have a house." "Damn, you're doing great. You didn't bring shame to the family." Ha 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 ha. Yang Chuan shrugged and started chatting amicably with his father. At that moment, his father was dealing with some serious life issues, and when he was transported to the game world, he only had a roll of toilet paper in his hand. He chose a van, simply because he was used to driving one. There were many resources around, just large piles of gravel. Fortunately, the stones were about 10 meters from the road, and there was plenty of wild grass growing on both sides of it. For the past few days, he had been surviving on roots and mushrooms. Luckily, the van didn't consume much fuel, and along the way, he found fewer than 10 treasure chests, all wooden. He managed to get some oil, food, and water from them, just enough to get by. As for tools, he crafted a few himself and traded some stones for other items. Seeing this, Yang Chuan sent his father 300 chests, telling him to open them all and ask for more if he needed anything. His father only had one van, and knowing his habits, he would definitely open all the chests, but he was worried about having too much stuff. After greeting his father and telling him not to spread the word, Yang Chuan quickly contacted his mother. "Qingjia, are you asleep? It's me, your son, Xiao Chuan." After sending the message, he immediately clicked on her profile to add her as a friend. The request was accepted in a second, and the next moment, his mother's message came through. "Is that really you, my son? Oh my goodness, we finally got in touch. Thank goodness." Then came a long string of previously repeated questions. After getting to know the situation, Yang Chuan was left speechless. This carefree Madajia had really been through a lot these past few days. She had directly appeared next to the desert. On the bright side, along the way, she passed through stretches of forest with the desert and forest interspersed, and she had managed to survive on wild vegetables. She had chosen a sedan, folding down the back seats to make some room for her supplies. Quickly, she sent over some food, water, and fuel, along with 300 resource boxes, reminding her to keep it quiet. After that, they chatted for a while. Before they knew it, their conversation had lasted until past 3 o'clock, and Yang Chuan finally felt a weight lift off his shoulders. He thought for a moment and didn't lie down immediately. Instead, he got up and went to the small courtyard. Seeing that the warehouse had been completed, he walked over to take a closer look. The basic warehouse had a capacity of 500 slots, with each slot able to store one type of item, and it had an automatic sorting feature. The next level would increase the capacity to 1,000 slots, but upgrading required a lot of resources: 3,000 bricks, 30 meters of wood, 1,000 kilograms of sand, 500 kilograms of cement, and 100 kilograms of iron. He rubbed his chin, feeling a bit helpless. Upgrading to the next level needed a significant amount of resources. P.S. No need to worry about the author padding the word count. Over 10,000 words daily thanks to the reader loves eating Sichuan noodles for the tip. Your support has greatly encouraged and touched me. This chapter is an extra update due to the tip. Thank you. I hope all readers will support it. Thank you. Chapter 13, the warehouse has only 500 slots, and it can't hold everything. Some items that aren't afraid of getting what don't need to occupy valuable space. The automatic storage function is quite useful. You just need to click once. However, you need to prepare a storage list in advance. The list isn't too long. It displays however many items you have, but you have to check them off one by one, which is quite tedious. Yang Chuan rubbed his eyes in confusion. What is this nonsense? I almost crossed my eyes. I thought it was supposed to be one-click storage, but you have to select items in advance to store them? What a lousy game. Ugh. Grumbling, Yang Chuan returned to his small house and fell asleep immediately. He was too frustrated. On the 5th day, in the morning, there were no notifications. Just like on the first day when he received a global first achievement, rewarding everyone in the Great Xia with a small loaf of bread and a bit of water. And then there was silence. Suddenly, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to player 416061257 from the Bear Country, Duzhado Shurlao CG, for obtaining the second house in the game, exempting them from the harassment of beginner night demons. The player gains 80 survival points, and all players from that country reduce their chances of night demon invasion by 3. The player chose to publicly disclose their name, earning the achievement proclamation to the world. An additional reward of 5 survival points was granted. Wow. Another player has a camp now. It seems that houses will start appearing quickly from now on. I need to hurry up with the construction to maintain my lead. Yang Chuan mumbled to himself and sent a message to his parents. Old folks Qinjia, do you have any camp construction blueprints in your area? If you do, make sure to collect them quickly. Don't worry about wasting resources. It looks like houses will be appearing soon, so building a house first will give us an advantage. If resources are tight, just let me know. I have ways to get more. Okay, Mom understands. After putting away the camp, Yang Chuan continued on his journey. He felt that the game couldn't possibly be just a monotonous road all the time. There should be some variation. He couldn't explain why, but it was just a feeling. After all, this world is essentially a game. According to the game's design, players can't just stay in one place. Aside from collecting resources, there should also be factors for selecting livable areas. Humans are social creatures, and later on, he would definitely need to join up with others. So, whether encountering other players or reaching a hub of transportation, both were possibilities. As the vehicle moved forward, there were resource scanners along the way, and treasure chests would occasionally come into view. Now, the basic resource chests weren't very appealing anymore, but he still had to collect them. Because this scanner seemed a bit silly, it would keep reporting if you didn't take the treasure chest away within 1,000 meters of it. Yang Chuan was unsure if there were other chests next to a wooden chest, and whether this information could overshadow it, causing him to miss out, so he could only take one at a time whenever he saw one. At noon, he pulled over, grabbed a bite to eat, and then continued on his way. Earlier, when he got out of the car to relieve himself, He thought he saw that the road ahead was no longer a straight path. Uncertain if it was just an illusion, he decided to set off immediately to see if he had indeed been mistaken. The car sped along, and, about 10 minutes later, Yang Chuan came to a stop. Ahead, a fork in the road appeared. One path veered left and the other right. At first glance, the scenery on both sides didn't seem much different from before. There were weeds by the roadside, and behind them, trees that looked like the same kind. However, the appearance of the fork indicated that the paths were indeed different, even if they seemed similar at the moment. He believed there would be differences later on. Which way should he go? The sun was rising slightly to the right of his forward direction, which meant that the right path was closer to the east. Therefore, the left fork must be toward the northeast. After careful consideration, in the context of the Great Xia Kingdom, the northern regions were typically cooler, and resource output was not as high as in the south. He didn't know exactly where he was in this world, but considering the dogtooth grass he had encountered earlier, he should be in a temperate zone. The resources in a warm temperate zone should be more abundant, which would increase his chances of survival. So, he decided to take the right path. Starting the car, Yang Chuan drove down the right fork. After entering the side road, the path straightened out again. He glanced back and suddenly slammed on the brakes. Pulling the handbrake, he opened the car door and stepped out. Looking back at the spot he had just driven away from, he wore a bewildered expression. Where was the fork? It was a straight road, and the fork he had seen earlier was nowhere to be found. Not a trace of it, and even the road had straightened out. What the? Stunned, he got back in the car, shifted into reverse, and drove back. He had only gone a few meters, but he drove backward for over 100 meters without seeing any fork. He bit his cheek in disbelief. This is unbelievable. With a press of the gas pedal, the car moved forward again. After all, it was just a game world. What was there to be surprised about, right? Ding! Discovered an iron treasure chest. Location: 467 meters ahead on the left, then 443 meters, 431 meters. Excited, Yang Chuan retrieved the treasure chest and brought it back to the car. He wasn't about to open these chests just yet. He planned to wait until he had enough to modify directly. How convenient would that be? Ding! Congratulations to Great Xia Kingdom player 26061257, Kai Shukuan, for obtaining the third house in the game, thus exempting him from the harassment of basic night demons. The player receives 50 survival points, and all players in the kingdom experience a 1 reduction in the chance of night demon attacks. The player chose to reveal his name and received the achievement proclamation to the world. An extra reward of 1 survival point was granted to the player. Yang Chuan paused for a moment. Kai Shukuan? A basketball player? Wow, he had thought he was just a pretty boy, but it turned out he had some skills. He was the one who established the third camp. He had originally been quite disdainful of people like that, but at this moment, he couldn't help but shout 666 in admiration. It made him reflect. It seemed he had underestimated everyone. After all, he had a golden finger, but did others not? The second and third houses had already appeared, and judging by the attributes, the national rewards had dropped to the minimum. It was likely that there would be no more rewards for building camps in the future. Fortunately, the third house was also built by the people of the Great Xia, which had reduced the night demon attack probability by another 1. In total, the entire nation of Great Xia had seen a 6 reduction. This was good news. Suddenly, a message popped up in the national channel. Player 26061257, Shui Shukuan. Hello to all my fans. It's your Kuan. I miss you all so much. If the area opens up and you have extra resources, please support me a bit. Love you all. Mwah. Kisses. Yang Chuan looked at the sudden notification and frowned, feeling a churn in his stomach. Damn, not like this. Survival is already so tough. Is it easy for me to find something to eat? Ugh. The sudden wave of nausea nearly made him pull over to the side of the road, causing him to fumble in panic. However, in the regional channel, several messages popped up. It's Kuan. It's Kuan. My favorite Kuan actually built the third camp. Amazing. Wow, Kuan is so awesome. I want to have your babies. My Kuan is truly the best. I'm so relieved he has a camp now. I've been so worried about him. Yang Chuan stared blankly at the avatars of these people. The first one, the uncle who claimed to love Kuan. Could you please shave that beard? It looks prickly just to look at. And the lady who wanted to have his babies made Yang Chuan's features contort. Just from her avatar, it was clear she had a robust figure. A normal human head weighs about 5 to 5 kilograms, but hers must start at a minimum of 10 kilograms. This Kuin, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. I was wrong. You've saved so many people and become someone's dream lover. That must be really tough. Silently apologizing in his heart to the third best in the world, Yang Chuan turned his gaze back to the road ahead. Suddenly, he froze. The scenery a few hundred meters ahead had changed dramatically. What caught his eye was a magnificent expanse of pink. The weeds by the roadside were no longer withered and yellow, but vibrant and green, full of life. Screech! He slammed the brakes, pulled the handbrake, and turned off the engine. Yang Chuan stood up in a daze, staring at the distant view. Is it finally time for a map change? However, as he raised an eyebrow and looked at the unchanged scenery by the roadside, he began to ponder. Ahead, it appeared to be a vast peach blossom forest, with no other trees in sight. Did that mean there wouldn't be any tall trees further along? After checking his supply of timber and firewood, Yang Chuan thought for a moment, glanced at the time, 1:26 p.m., and got out of the car with his axe. He had about 43-meter logs, and when combining the 2-meter and 1-meter pieces, there were over 30 more. However, he had no 10-meter logs. He remembered that upgrading the warehouse required over 30 10-meter logs. If he didn't prepare some now, he would likely have to trade for them later. Feeling constrained was not ideal. He might as well gather a few more and modify them directly into the warehouse. After all, the warehouse only counted the types of items, with no stacking limit. So why wait? Bang, bang, bang. Wood chips flew as the sound of creaking filled the air, and large cypress trees occasionally toppled. He cut down a total of 8 cypress trees, neatly placed them in his small courtyard, and began to gather the wood. Why not cut down pine trees, you ask? Come on, have some common sense. Cypress wood is sturdy, burns well, and is great for making furniture and building houses, while pine was soft and only good for firewood. What is the point of that? Carrying back one log, he searched 1. Then another log, searched 2. The third log, searched 3. By the 6th log, he decomposed it into firewood, searched 5, and carried back another log, searched 6. The results appeared, and Yang Chuan looked at the wood in the courtyard before opening the modifier. 10-meter logs 6, modified to 50-meter logs 99999. Confirm. Standing aside, he kicked at the logs on the ground, and in the next moment, all the logs shrank to the size of toothpicks. He pulled out the warehouse list, added 50-meter logs, and collected them with one click. After a moment of thought, ensuring nothing was overlooked, Yang Chuan drove forward. The sky was filled with pink petals, fluttering in the gentle breeze and hitting the car's windshield in a beautiful and emotional display, which reminded him of someone. A 16 or 17-year-old boy, riding a motorcycle with her, a 20-year-old girl, speeding down a country road lined with peach blossoms. She leaned against his back, holding on tightly, their bodies pressed together. The boy felt awkward. Hey, don't mess around. Why are you hugging me so tightly? His tone was both embarrassed and shy. The girl tilted her head back, looking at his ears, which had turned as red as the blossoms, and burst into laughter, hugging him even tighter. Hehe, I'm scared. Holding on to you makes me feel safe. That day, as peach blossoms danced just like now, swirling in the air, while the wind from their speeding motorcycle stirred up a dazzling rain of petals behind them. Along the way, the boy's dissatisfied protests mingled with the girl's bell-like laughter. Yang Chuan couldn't help but murmur, Sister Xiaoya. P.S. As usual, no word count, dear readers. Please show the author some support. Thank you so much. Your support will be my greatest motivation to keep writing. Chapter 14. The scenery along the way. The scenery along the way is beautiful, but unfortunately, Yang Chuan feels a bit blocked in his heart. At 24 years old, he has thought about dating, but with his younger siblings still growing up and his parents' income not high, he has to focus on how to earn more money. That beautiful figure can only appear in his dreams, Zhao Xiaoya. Although her name is just one character different from his mother, Zhao Xiaoqin's. She is actually his mother's niece and is of the same generation as Yang Chuan. She is almost 3 years older than him and is a classic beauty. Ever since he became aware of the world, she has treated him especially well. They have kept in touch over the years, and he often receives her care and greetings. However, Yang Chuan hasn't heard any news about her getting married and doesn't know the reason why. Now, having arrived in this strange game world, he has no idea how she is doing or how his uncle and aunt are faring. Shaking his head, Yang Chuan pushed aside his feelings of disappointment. Right now, he is focused on survival. He needs to take this seriously. Ding! Silver treasure chest detected. Location: 466 meters ahead, 449 meters, 431 meters. Oh wow, nice. A silver treasure chest, right away. This could be a big win. He wonders what good items it might contain. He parked, turned off the engine, picked up a crowbar, and got out of the car. Before closing the door, he frowned, glanced around, and made sure all the windows were rolled up. The weeds were lush and vibrant. A sea of green concealing a large area of peach trees behind. Logically, the season should be nearing autumn, not the time for peach blossoms to flourish, but here, the spring atmosphere was strangely vibrant, with pink flowers blooming abundantly on the branches. Where is the silver treasure chest? Yang Chuan muttered to himself as he used the crowbar to push aside the grass. The radar indicated it was within 10 meters nearby. It should be right here. However, the grass was so thick that it drove Yang Chuan a bit crazy. Suddenly, beneath the grass, a glimmer of silver white caught his eye. Ha! Found it! Yang Chuan cheered and reached out to grab the silver treasure chest. But suddenly his body froze. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed an unusual pattern, and cold sweat broke out instantly. He slowly turned his stiff neck, and in his line of sight, he saw something coiled together. A snake? At that moment, a massive snake was raising its head, flicking its tongue at him, and it was less than 2 meters away. This was a large gray snake, coiled tightly. Its length hard to estimate, with a pattern of black blocky markings covering its body and a flattened head. The most alarming part was that its head was bigger than an adult shoe. Swallowing hard, Yang Chuan steadied himself and finally got a clear look at it. Oh man, it's a python. That scared me to death. Taking a deep breath, Yang Chuan relaxed a little. Yes, that's a python, and pythons are non-venomous. The one in front of Yang Chuan is a reticulated python, which is quite common on Blue Star. Although these creatures normally grow to 8 to 9 meters. With the world record being 12 meters, this one clearly doesn't measure up. Yang Chuan extended his left hand, nervously staring at it. Go away, go away. Your waist isn't even as thick as my leg. Even if you caught me, you couldn't swallow me. Don't make things difficult. He stretched out his left hand to give the python the illusion that he was too large a prey to attack, as attempting to swallow something too big could result in injury. Wild animals assess size in relation to their survival. If they provoke a foe that's too large and get hurt, they risk starvation. Although he spoke like this, he was still on guard. Carefully using a crowbar, he maneuvered the box towards him, crouched down, picked it up, and slowly backed away step by step. It wasn't until he got into the car that he finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling completely drenched. He hadn't expected that such a beautiful peach blossom forest would hide a creature like a python. He hadn't provoked it, but if he accidentally stepped on it, it might not be able to swallow him, but could still constrict him to death, right? The constriction ability of a snake is incredibly powerful. Once it wraps around its target, it tightens quickly. The weight can crush ribcage bones or cause internal organs and the heart to rupture due to extreme pressure. The lighter outcome is suffocation. Therefore, despite being non-venomous, it is still very dangerous. Since there are pythons, who knows what other snakes might be around, like venomous ones? Pulling out the chat box, Yang Chuan intended to send a message, but was stunned by the information inside. Guys, I think I'm in big trouble. There are a few crocodiles sunbathing right in front of me. What am I supposed to do? Just run them over. About 2 hours ago, I encountered a fork in the road, and I chose one path to drive forward. Now, the scenery around me has completely changed. Great, I finally see some bushes. Are you an idiot? Aren't crocodiles meat? Just drive right through them. What kind of car are you driving? Are you afraid of damaging it? Dude, it's easy for you to say. I'm just in a sedan. Do you have any idea how big these crocodiles are? They weigh at least a ton. What the hell? I just arrived at a place full of weird rocks, and a bunch of crows are dropping small stones on my car. What's going on? This creepy place looks like a graveyard on a desolate mountain. It's giving me the chills. Guys, I have something to say that I'm not sure I should. Have you noticed that the number of people in our area seems to have dropped by over 200? Hiss. I didn't notice until you mentioned it. Weren't we supposed to have 9,999 people? Why are there only 9,765 displayed now? Don't scare me. A few of my friends' names have turned gray, and I can't get in touch with them. I'm really anxious. I haven't seen the crossroads you mentioned. Can I just stay put? Probably not. This game is called Road Survival, so it must be telling us to keep running, right? Seeing this, Yang Chuan furrowed his brow, opened the national channel, and started sending a message. To all friends in the Xia Kingdom, we are experiencing a decrease in numbers in our area. It seems there have been some changes in the game world today, and many people are encountering crossroads. Regardless of the path you choose, it seems to come with dangers. So please be extra cautious. After sending the message, Yang Chuan texted his parents to check on them. After confirming they were safe, he gave them a little reminder. Then, he noticed a message on the national channel. 26061-257 Kai Su Kuan. What nonsense are you spouting? Are you cursing people? So what if you built the first camp? We didn't provoke you. Can't you say something nice? Yang Chuan frowned and ignored it. What was this guy's problem? Just trying to give a friendly warning? And he acting like I'm cursing others? What a lunatic. After some thought, Yang Chuan got up and approached the resource scanner, opening the settings. He checked the box for animal alerts. The next moment, Yang Chuan nearly jumped out of his skin. Ding! Snake-like creatures detected. Locations. 331 meters left behind. 327 meters left behind. 315 meters right behind. 272 meters left behind. 188 meters right behind. The alerts kept coming, one after another, dozens of times, with the closest being only 5 meters away. And this was while the vehicle was stationary. If there weren't snakes slithering in the grass, that meant there were a lot of snakes in this area. He felt a chill run down his spine and quickly started the engine, flooring the gas to surge forward. Whoosh! Thud, thud, thud. A strange sound erupted, like mud sticking to the tires and then being flung off. Yang Chuan instinctively glanced at the rearview mirror, his eyes widening in shock. There, at the back tires, a mass of slithering creatures was thrown onto the road, along with plenty of blood left on the pavement from the tires running over them. The things that were flung onto the ground twisted and struggled rapidly. What the hell? Did a snake get caught under the tires? Yang Chuan felt a wave of cold wash over him and slammed the gear into drive, speeding forward. 5 meters? What the hell? This isn't just the grass by the roadside. It's on my car. Regional channel. ID 153-72033. Brothers. I swear, there are so many snakes. They crawled right under the rear tires, and with one press of the gas, it's a trail of blood and limbs. In this unfamiliar environment, everyone must be extra careful. Suddenly, someone replied quickly. Boss, is this true? No wonder I feel like the environment here has changed and seems quite dangerous. Master, please be careful. Although we can't help you, you need to stay safe. Seeing these messages, Yang Chuan felt a bit relieved. He glanced back, but didn't spot any snakes, which made him wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Swallowing hard, he was glad he had closed the car windows in advance. What would he do if a few slithered in? Although he was a man, he had absolutely no resistance to those slimy creatures. When he was about 2 years old, he was playing in the yard and caught a rat snake that happened to pass by. By the time his mom found out, she sat down on the ground in shock, nearly fainting from fear. This was because Yang Chuan, the little rascal, was gnawing on that poor rat snake. And the snake couldn't escape. It had barely slithered a bit away when he grabbed it back with his tiny hands. The rat snake, also known as the Chinese pit viper, might not be a name many are familiar with, but if you mention Iron Head, I'm sure a lot of people would recognize it. This creature is extremely venomous, even more so than the 5-step snake. As a result, his mom was so scared that she fell ill for over a week, and his grandma carried Yang Chuan straight to the ancestral grave to pay respects. Why? Because that rat snake never bit Yang Chuan, but he had left many bite marks on the poor creature instead. There was nothing to be done. His teeth hadn't fully grown yet. Chapter 15. Thus, Yang Chuan began to understand the world around him. After listening to the adult stories, he developed a great fear of snakes. Even though he knew some of them were non-venomous, he still felt a deep sense of unease. Yang Chuan took a deep breath to calm himself, but the radar's alert tone continued to blare incessantly in his ears. What frustrated him the most was that he couldn't turn it off. It had to stay on. He wasn't sure how long this road would be, but he believed he would eventually make it out. After all, he had plenty of supplies, and worst-case scenario, he could just stay in the car. Checking the fuel gauge, he saw he still had over 270 liters left, so there was no need to get out for the time being. At this point, he didn't quite trust the little courtyard anymore. The reason was simple. He had never heard that snakes couldn't enter a house, and the alert only mentioned avoiding low-level night demons, without mentioning other threats. As he drove, he sent a message to his parents, sharing his experiences and reminding them to be extremely cautious and not to let their guard down. His dad was fine, but his mom was quite worried. She only relaxed when she heard that his car could carry 300 liters of fuel and could travel a long distance. Yang Chuan continued on his way, even eating vacuum-packed fried rice for lunch, which he had originally saved for emergencies. This situation was just right for it. In the afternoon, however, he encountered another problem. Nature was calling. and he needed to relieve himself. Along the way, the resource boxes indicated only 3, all of which were low-tier wooden chests. Yang Chuan wasn't interested in them at all, but this situation was unavoidable. After thinking for a while, he had no choice but to stop the car and find a plastic bag he had left after drinking water earlier. After driving for another 2 hours, Yang Chuan suddenly sensed something was off. The radar was silent. Simultaneously, a large area of rubble appeared on the road ahead. He was puzzled and slowly brought the car to a stop in this rocky area. No snakes? Why was that? He squinted into the distance and noticed a patch of pink far ahead. Was this rocky area in the middle of a peach blossom grove? Or was there something special about it? His gaze shifted to the nearby pile of stones, which were quite fragmented and had an overall orange-yellow hue, presenting a granular structure. Yang Chuan got out of the car and curiously walked to the roadside, picking up a stone to examine it closely. He even brought it to his nose to sniff it. This is realgar? Realgar, also known as chicken crown stone or goldstone, has the scientific name arsenic sulfide. In an instant, he realized why there were no snakes here. If this stuff was realgar, then it would be a miracle to find any snakes nearby. However, it's important to clarify that snakes aren't actually afraid of realgar itself. The fundamental reason is that realgar can easily oxidize under sunlight, and the result of oxidation produces a new substance, arsenic trioxide, which is known in chemistry as arsenic. Arsenic is highly toxic. While snakes are not afraid of realgar, they still dislike anything that is extremely poisonous. Therefore, areas with realgar might see some snakes, but the chances are significantly lower. This presents a good opportunity for Yang Chuan to take a break, refuel the vehicle, and grab some food, as this long journey has no clear next rest stop. After confirming that the radar showed no signs of danger, he decided to set up camp here. He got out of the car, refueled, and checked the tires. Aside from some bloodstains, everything seemed normal. In the yard, Yang Chuan quickly began opening boxes. A significant portion of the supplies consisted of ready-to-eat food and drinking water, so he decided against cooking. He opened the boxes at a rapid pace, not bothering to check what he was getting. He had previously opened boxes for his parents and younger brother, and with less than 500 boxes opened, there was still a pile of nearly 95,000 boxes left. Just thinking about it made his scalp tingle. If he didn't finish opening them, they would continue to pile up and become a nuisance. Supplies quickly began to fill the small yard, with all sorts of items appearing. But he couldn't worry about them all at the moment. The isolation zone of realgar stones was only about 1,000 meters long, so it would be better to finish quickly and set off. 10, 20, 50, 100, 200, 900, 1,000. Oh, this is too much. Yang Chuan rubbed his sore arms and plopped down on the steps in front of the small house. Don't think that opening boxes is easy. Just lifting the lid 1,000 times is no small feat. Moreover, he had to open the boxes while also breaking them down, or else he was afraid he wouldn't have enough space to store the resources. After a quick glance at the items on the ground, he headed to the warehouse, clicked the one-button storage option, and then opened the detailed inventory. He added a considerable number of items, including glass cups, ashtrays, disposable chopsticks, yarn balls, keyboard covers, power strips, cables, and even a poop shovel and a bone knife. Anything you could think of that wasn't too expensive, this system could produce. A mere 500-slot warehouse? Huh, how naive. Just the various seeds alone numbered over 30 types. Cigarettes weren't given by the pack, but by the box. He received at least 100 packs of different kinds. Of course, there were some good items as well, but the chances of getting quality goods were quite low. While collecting blueprints, Yang Chuan spotted one that radiated a golden glow. The blueprint for a mid-tier space folding ring. It required 10 grams of cosmic dust, 1 Tianyuan crystal, and 20 grams of mithril, and manufacturing it needed a high-frequency furnace and a processing table. The mid-tier space folding ring creates a specific storage space that can hold up to 1,000 types of items with no limit on quantity. Hey buddy, this isn't a storage ring from a cultivation world, even though it looks similar. Wow, this is like a level 2 storage. But, cosmic dust? I think I actually have some of that. Where did I put it? And that secret silver I know about, but what's this Tianyuan crystal? I've never even heard of it. He stroked his chin, feeling that this must be some kind of high grade, but it might be of such a high quality that you wouldn't get it from a regular supply box. You'd probably only have a chance if you opened a high-level treasure chest. Otherwise, you'd have to wait for the national or world trading channels to open up. Then maybe you could search on a larger scale and, with a stroke of luck, find someone who actually has this item. Who knows? In summary, it's still about opening boxes. But right now, I have 5 iron boxes for copper boxes, 1 silver box, and no gold boxes. To gather enough for modification, I need at least 61 boxes, which means I've already collected 6, and there's still one I haven't picked up. Otherwise, it's pointless. If I can't find any data, using up all the boxes would be foolish. Earlier, he had mentioned borrowing boxes from a dozen or so friends, but unfortunately, no one believed him, or rather, no one was willing to help. So, for all this time, he and T had any extra income. After thinking it over, he sent a message to his parents, asking them to keep an eye out for anything other than wooden boxes for him. Unexpectedly, his mom replied right away, "Hey dear, someone in our area is selling boxes. Some say they can't open them because they don't have keys, and others say the items inside are useless. The price is pretty high. Do you want me to trade for you?" Yang Chuan was stunned. What is that? They can't open them because they don't have keys? What are these people thinking? Trade. Sister Chin, get it no matter the cost. How many do they have? Well, there's 6, but the price is really high. Trade. Sister Chin, just tell me what you need. I have plenty of stuff here. I really want that treasure chest. It would be super useful. Everything except for the basic wooden boxes. All right, hold on a second. Let me check. Yang Chuan patiently waited. As for what he opened, it wasn't too much. He had a ton of food items with hundreds of different snacks, and he couldn't be bothered to count them. If the other party needed food, that would be even better. Before long, his mom sent another message. Hey dear, you gave me so many boxes before. I opened quite a few things and managed to trade for 3, but there are still 3 left. They want to exchange them for resource boxes. And they want 50 resource boxes for just 1. Isn't that too expensive? If we trade, we might end up losing out. Moreover, there are many people in our district who are trading iron and copper boxes for wooden resource boxes. It is said that those who have opened them all claim that they don't get anything valuable, or the items they do get are useless. They might as well stick with the basic boxes, which can directly yield food and useful items. Yang Chuan was taken aback upon hearing this. Wait, is that really a thing? The next moment, he snapped back to reality. Trade. Chinjia, I can give you 1,000 boxes. Trade as many as you can. It's fine if you trade them all. Just don't hand them over to me right away. I'll contact you when I need them. 1,000 boxes. Sent off casually, had Yang Chuan excitedly pacing around. Perhaps others think differently than he does. They might feel that getting a useless high-tech product isn't as practical as getting food and drink. This doesn't seem impossible, right? Besides, 50 resource boxes isn't a small number. If he is lucky, the items open could last him a few months. Who would be willing to part with that many? However, for him, someone who could almost get them for free, it was no big deal at all. 10 minutes later, his mom sent a message. 22 iron boxes, 16 copper boxes, 9 silver boxes, and 6 gold boxes. Upon seeing this, Yang Chuan was over the moon. What on earth is going on with the people in my mom's district? Are they collectively slacking off? Mom, wait a moment. Let me prepare something first. I'll contact you later. I'll send you another 200 boxes. Play with them for a bit while I handle something. After saying that, he tossed his mom 200 boxes and quickly contacted his dad. Old man, quickly ask around if anyone in your district is selling gold boxes. I'll trade for anything. I really need them. Gold boxes? What do you want those for? I saw someone complaining this morning about getting some weird item that runs on electricity and ended up using it as a stool, his dad replied. Yang Chuan was immediately anxious. I want it. Dad, trust me, trade for it right away. You can use any resources in exchange. I have plenty. Really? Hold on. Let me ask. Yang Chuan fell silent. What? Did his dad not take what he just said seriously at all? Was he not even paying attention? Sigh. It's not easy for me and my siblings to grow up like this. With a sigh, the next moment, his dad directly traded him a gold box. Here, you little brat, take it. Don't bother me unless it's important. I'm busy with mud. Yang Chuan. Ignoring the fact that this old guy is still playing with mud at his age, Yang Chuan placed all the boxes in the yard and messaged his mom to keep 2 of each type for herself and give the rest to him. Starting with the iron treasure chests. Search 27, open box. Search 26, open box. Search 25, open box. It wasn't until Yang Chuan had over 60 pieces of data that he finally asked his mom for an iron box. He searched for data 1, open another one, and reduced the data by 1. The data came out, and he saved it. Copper box, start, end, save. Silver box, gold box. He had gathered all 5 sets of box data. Overjoyed, he bounced around in place, never expecting to encounter such a situation and so easily collect all the treasure box data. He placed the 4 types of boxes in the small courtyard and excitedly began to make modifications. Iron Treasure Box 17. Change to Iron Treasure Box 99999. Confirm. Bronze Treasure Box 9. Change to Bronze Treasure Box 99999. Confirm. Silver Treasure Box 3. Change to Silver Treasure Box 99999. Confirm. Before he could modify the gold box, Yang Chuan noticed that the modifier had turned gray. Huh? After a brief moment of confusion, he suddenly realized he had forgotten that the modifier could only change 3 items per day. Oh no, what loss? If he had known, he would have changed the gold box first. Feeling frustrated, he fidgeted with the 3 types of treasure boxes, and the next moment, all 3 transformed into miniature modules, piling up together. Hee, everyone, you know what I'm here for, right? Hee shy. Chapter 16. Yang Chuan lay back on the ground, exclaiming, wow, this is bliss. Look at this dark iron treasure chest. Check out this vibrant green copper chest, and then this shiny silver chest. As for the golden chest, well, never mind that for now. There's only one left. We'll deal with it tomorrow. Just look at the colors, and this huge array of shapes. The hues alone are intoxicating, right? Who cares about resources, survival, or danger? To hell with it. This is worth it for me in this lifetime. With a contented sigh, Yang Chuan squinted his eyes, his handsome face twisting into a smile that almost looked silly. He got up and glanced at the iron treasure chest. The warehouse upgrade still needed more bricks, although he had enough sand and cement. The bricks had to be obtained from the iron chest. He had gotten enough before, but now. Hey, open, 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 open. In one breath, Yang Chuan pulled out over 500, finally stopping due to the soreness in his arms. Ding! Congratulations, you have opened the iron treasure chest and received 1 planer, 1 chalk line, 1 2-meter wooden ruler, and 5 chisels of different calibers. Ding! Congratulations, you have opened the iron treasure chest and received 1 blueprint for an incubation shed, 3 rolls of insulating plastic film, and 2 fire spirit stones. Ding! Congratulations, you have opened the iron treasure chest and received 1 recipe for smoked meat, 2 bags of coarse salt, 100 kilograms each, and 2 bags of chili powder, 10 kilograms each, and 2 bags of Sichuan pepper powder, 10 kilograms each. The continuous stream of notifications filled Yang Chuan with joy. He didn't have time to organize everything and immediately focused on the bricks. 7,350 bricks. Okay, that's enough. He went to the warehouse and opened its information. The upgrade button was already highlighted in green, and he eagerly clicked it. Ding! The warehouse is starting to upgrade. Please wait patiently in place for the upgrade to complete. Remaining time, 7 hours, 59 minutes, and 54 seconds. Yang Chuan rubbed his chin. 8 hours, huh? Looks like it's going to take a while. He reviewed the materials and then the blueprints and began a new construction project. Poultry breeding shed, livestock breeding shed, fish pond, garden, all of them started construction. Planting area, expansion, planting, fertilizing, watering. Planting area, expansion of 1 unit requires 1 planting container and 1 unit of soil. Current planting status, 135, 135. Wild onions, 5. Remaining time until maturity, 6 hours, 18 minutes, and 32 seconds. Cucumbers, 8. Remaining time until maturity, 17 hours, 3 minutes, and 15 seconds. Buckwheat, 10. Remaining time until maturity, 97 hours, 16 minutes, and 8 seconds. High-quality wheat, 15. Cabbages, 10. Radishes, Sichuan pepper, chili peppers. Looking at this miniature farm, Yang Chuan couldn't help but smile broadly. Suddenly, a friend notification popped up. He opened it to find a message from Wang Xiaohu. Yang Chuan, I've finished the brick molds you wanted and even fired batch. Can I return the tools to you now? Transaction details. Axe 1, brick mold 2. Red bricks, 300. He blinked and glanced at the large pile of bricks in the yard, feeling a mix of speechlessness and gratitude. After some thought, he clicked to agree and thank the other party. Then he gathered some food, drinking water, clothes, and fuel, and sent them over. He couldn't help but exclaim that, in the end, there are indeed more good people in the world. Just because of his one sentence, they worked for 2 days for free, not only making the mold, but even firing the bricks. While 300 bricks might not seem like a lot, considering that the other party might not even have the tools to build a kiln, the effort required to fire these bricks was significant, and it was all just because of his one statement. He felt deeply moved. It seemed that Wang Xiaohu was someone worth forming a deeper friendship with. He clicked on the avatar, looking at the honest and simple young man in the picture. Yang Chuan felt that he might not be older than himself, Beneath his dark skin was a still somewhat youthful face, reminding him of many rural children who had to shoulder family responsibilities too early. Xiaohu, can you tell me about your situation? Where are you from? And how old are you this year? After a conversation, Yang Chuan was able to sketch a rough image of him. A 19-year-old boy who dropped out of school after his father passed away unexpectedly. His mother was in poor health, so he worked in agriculture while learning to make red bricks with his grandfather to support his younger sister's education. The scorching sun peeled layers of skin from his body, yet made this tender young tree grow stronger. Wang Xiaohu was very innocent. When he spoke, he revealed his hopes and dreams for the future. Even though he came into this world with nothing, he accepted his fate with optimism. He said he wanted to work hard to gather resources, believing that he would eventually find his mother and sister, as he was the man of the family. The other party didn't seem to have any intentions of asking him for things. It was clear that he simply wanted someone to talk to. Yang Chuan wasn't sure about the truth of what the other person said, but he chose to believe him. After some contemplation, Yang Chuan sent him 50 resource chests, advising him to keep a secret. Sitting on the steps, he began to reflect. Compared to Wang Xiaohu, was he a bit of a slacker? This young man was diligently working to collect things for his family, while he was only thinking about getting everything sorted out and then taking it easy. That was the difference. Okay, I made up my mind. I need to step it up. He stood up, clenched his fist, and shouted to encourage himself, casting his gaze toward the mountain of chests piled up in the yard. As for the building plans for his little courtyard, when he first collected them, others said they came from iron chests. He had opened so many already. Why hadn't they appeared? Could it be that he was just unlucky? If iron chests wouldn't yield, what about bronze chests? They should have a higher drop rate, right? The silver treasure chest had already been opened by Yang Chuan, and the items obtained were no longer basic resources. They leaned more towards technological products and high-end goods. Therefore, he decided to put that aside for now. His current goal was to acquire more blueprints for the small courtyard buildings, modify them a bit, and strive to raise the overall level of his and his parents' 3 districts. This was the most important thing he could think of at the moment. Ding! Congratulations! You have opened a bronze treasure chest and obtained 1 poultry farming shelter blueprint, 300 red bricks, and 1 chalk line. Ding! Congratulations! You have opened another bronze treasure chest and obtained 1 fish pond blueprint, 5 pieces of 10-meter wood, and 1 bottle of 5 liters of mineral water. As expected, the vast majority of items from the bronze treasure chests were blueprints. Seeing this, Yang Chuan felt a sense of relief and stopped focusing on what else he might get, turning into an emotionless treasure opening machine. Ding! Congratulations! You have opened a bronze treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations! Ding! Ding! 100, 200, 500, 1,000, 1,500. Who? He plopped down on the ground, not even bothering to wipe the sweat from his forehead because his arms were too sore to lift. With a somewhat dazed gaze, he looked at the pile of items scattered in the yard, starting to search and sift through them. Small courtyard blueprints. Where are you? Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he spotted a few blueprints stacked together. 9 beginner camp blueprints. The beginner camp blueprint allows the construction of a beginner camp based on the required materials. The camp will be bound to the player and can be stored or placed at any time. Friend, do you want a home? Wow, it's finally here. Yang Chuan let out a huge sigh of relief, walked over, and despite the soreness in his arms, managed to pick it up and place it on the empty space in front of the warehouse. 9 beginner camp blueprints have been modified to 999 beginner camp blueprints. Confirm. Picking up one, the next moment, countless blueprints appeared in front of him. Pulling up his friend list, Yang Chuan sent each of his parents 10,000 blueprints and also provided them with a set of materials for building the small courtyard. Old man Xinjia, we've got the small courtyard blueprints. The materials are only enough for you to use, so hurry up and start building. Once you finish, take the blueprints to trade for some things you need and list everything anonymously in the trading market. Remember, don't expose yourselves. Also, please. Chapter 17 in the 1537 area. Yang Chuan began his preparations by posting camp blueprints at the trading hall. He offered 1 blueprint for a basic camp in exchange for any technological products, with a gentle reminder to act with integrity, no pressure. Another blueprint for a basic camp was available for an exchange of various resources, again with the same integrity plea, no pressure, but excessively greedy individuals would be blacklisted. A total of 998 blueprints were thrown into the trading hall. After much internal struggle, Yang Chuan decided to release those he had blacklisted. Although he disliked such people, his inherent kindness compelled him to give them another chance. If they caused trouble again, even his good temper would likely run out. The regional channel was in complete chaos. Many recognized the abundance of blueprints as Yang Chuan's doing. While they praised him, they also speculated about where he had obtained so many blueprints. Some suggested he might have a method for creating blueprints, while others thought he had discovered a super treasure. After all, whether it was water, food, or fuel, Yang Chuan had practically given them away for free to everyone. Of course, there were those with ulterior motives, but since players couldn't meet yet, any scheming ideas had to remain unvoiced, trying to deceive others online or through the trading hall. Sorry, if you get blacklisted, you won't get anything, including any future benefits he might offer. Those who had been blacklisted before had learned their lesson and were now too afraid to stir up trouble. The chat channel was filled with praise, but unfortunately, Yang Chuan couldn't see any of it. Checking the time, it was already 2 p.m. on the 7th day. Yang Chuan decided it was time to build a stove since he had already unlocked the stove blueprints and pots. The blueprint for a smokeless stove required 300 bricks, 30 kilograms of sand, and 30 kilograms of cement. Hey friend, are you hungry? Let's cook. He initially thought he could build a small shed next to his cabin for the stove, but to his surprise, the stove could only be constructed inside the house. This left him scratching his head. What if it caught fire? Or how would he deal with the smoke from cooking? Never mind, he thought. He would figure it out once it was built. If all else failed, he could always cook outside. Entering the house with the blueprint, the construction blueprint displayed in green. When he clicked on it, a virtual image of the stove appeared against the wall. After some adjustments, he placed the stove in the corner near the door, right into the window where the cutting board would be. The stove had 3 burners of varying diameters. He had already placed 2 pots of different sizes on the larger burners, while the small burner had a tiny aluminum pot that seemed to be meant for boiling water. However, after observing it for a while, he felt that something was not quite right. The stove comes with a cutting board, and underneath, it is a space for storing grains. Next to it, there is a vegetable washing sink and a drain. Above the sink, there is a water tank, and there is also a place to stack firewood. But somehow, it feels like something is missing. Where's the chimney? Looking at the bare stove, he finally realized what was wrong. Wait, you have a wood-burning stove without a chimney? Could the name Smokeless Stove have something to do with this? Let's give it a try. Worst case, it'll just be like smoking the meat. He opened the pantry, grabbed some rice and spicy vegetables, and took some meat out of the fridge in the truck. The seasonings were automatically organized by the stove, and a spice box appeared on the cutting board, filled with over a dozen types of seasonings, plenty to use. Time to wash the rice and vegetables and get the fire going. No water. He checked the water tank, which was completely empty, and immediately refilled it. Flames rose, and oddly enough, after cooking an entire meal, the chimney-less stove produced not a single wisp of smoke. Not only that, but the lack of greasy fumes didn't affect the aroma at all. The delightful smell filled the entire room. This led to Yang Chuan, who hadn't had a decent meal in a long time, feeling full after just one meal. The rice was glistening and translucent. A large bowl of stir-fried meat and peppers was a perfect mix of fat and lean, with a spicy aroma making mouths water. There was a big bowl of stir-fried wild vegetables, fresh and tender, and a large pot of mushroom soup wafted a rich fragrance. After thinking for a moment, Yang Chuan took out a bunch of small bowls from the cabinet. These stainless steel bowls were directly taken from the box and were quite large, with over 50 bowls. There was no way to modify anything today. He had exhausted his attempts, so he had to share the food with his family. Each large bowl could hold about 3 pounds of water, and if used for serving dishes, one person definitely couldn't finish it all. The rice formed the base, topped with the stir-fried meat and wild vegetables, and the sauce from the dishes was poured directly over the rice. One bowl of soup had tender white mushrooms floating in it, garnished with vibrant green scallions. Perfect. He had made a lot, and after portioning it out, he ended up with 20 servings. He contacted his parents, giving each of them 3 servings. Grandma and his younger siblings would have to wait. Looking at the sky, it was getting darker, and he hoped to deliver the food soon. When his dad and mom received it, they devoured it all and praised the meal. Lifting Yang Chuan's spirits. Tonight, he would have to sleep in the truck. Yang Chuan packed the food into the vehicle and began to tidy up the campsite. He really disliked this snake-infested road and just hoped to get out of there soon. Ding! Congratulations to player 378062105 Yang Dehai from the Great Xia Kingdom for obtaining the 4th house in the game. thereby exempting him from the harassment of low-level night demons. The player gains 30 survival points. Ding! Congratulations to player 2831057688 Zhao Xiaoqin from the Great Xia Kingdom for obtaining the 5th house in the game, thus exempting her from the harassment of low-level night demons. The player gains 30 survival points. 2 notification sounds suddenly rang out, and a smile crept onto Yang Chuan's face. Wow, mom and dad are quick. 4th and 5th levels. Hey, they've finally set up a small courtyard, which means they can avoid the harassment of low-level night demons. I can finally relax a bit. But wait, will there be intermediate or advanced night demons later on? And since the small courtyard is also at a beginner level, there should be a way to upgrade it, right? If warehouses can be upgraded, it doesn't make sense that courtyards can't. However, there's no mention of upgrades in the small house's attributes, and I have no idea what materials are needed. Finding a spot to lie down, he opened the trading post to check the records of how many people had traded for the blueprints. The construction of a small courtyard should also impact the game's progress. I believe that as more players establish camps, the overall progress of the Great Xia Kingdom will accelerate. At the very least, we can gain an advantage and stay ahead of other countries. Player 153764118 used 2 deer corpses to purchase your item. Basic camp instruction blueprint X1. Player 153732120 used 1 rabbit corpse to purchase your item. Basic camp instruction blueprint X1. Player 1537310 used 300 stones to purchase your item. Basic camp instruction blueprint X1. Player 1537834 used a small bundle of grass to purchase your item. Basic camp construction blueprint X1. Player 1537731 used 1 stone to purchase your item. Basic camp instruction blueprint X1. As Yang Chuan continued to read, his frown deepened. Why do these people never learn? At least 10 of them, who traded a handful of grass or a single stone, were all on his blacklist from before. Suppressing his anger, Yang Chuan opened a regional chat channel. To his dismay, it was filled with insults. What the hell? 7731. How dare you trade a stone for the boss's blueprint, and then brag about it in the channel? Huh, that guy is such an idiot. Last time he blacklisted me. He still had to let me out, didn't he? Compared to my Kuan, he's just trash. Damn, you're a woman in her 40s, chasing after stars? Yang Chuan's kindness is wasted on someone like you. Exactly, people like that are so disgusting. Wasn't the last lesson enough? Here they come again. Also, all kinds of requests. Chapter 18. Yang Chuan was extremely furious upon reading this. Fine, since you all think I'm easy to fool, I accept my past mistakes. From now on, I'm sorry. But there will be no more entanglements. Goodbye. I won't be serving you anymore. After sending that message, he immediately blocked those more than 10 people. As for explanations, what are those? I don't need them. In this world, being a saint won't get you anywhere. After cursing a couple of times, he opened the national channel and the world channel, where he saw 2 messages from different players. Player ID 416061257. Duja from the Bear Country. Only my motherland is the strongest in the world. Woo! Player ID 260611257. Kai Shukuan. Where's that Yang Chuan? Come out and let's have a competition. I have tens of millions of fans. If each one threw a brick at you, you'd be buried. Ha ha. You haven't said a word in days. Are you scared? Oof, trash. Yang Chuan looked at these annoying messages and felt even worse. What is this nonsense? Is that guy a dog? Did I provoke you? Why are you coming to me like this? Before he could respond, 2 system notifications echoed in everyone's mind. Ding. Congratulations to player 378069351, Chung Chao from the Great Xia, for obtaining the 6th house in the game, exempting him from harassment by low-level night demons. Player gains 30 survival points. Ding. Congratulations to player 2831033945, Wang Xiaoka from the Great Xia, for obtaining the 7th house in the game, exempting him from harassment by low-level night demons. Player gains 30 survival points. After that, world announcements continued to ring out, all from the same area where his family was located. A total of 100 houses were built before the announcement stopped. At this moment, foreigners were completely stunned. What is happening with the Great Xia people? What the heck? Have those yellow-skinned monkeys found some game bug and are exploiting it? Oh my god, all the announcements are from the Great Xia. How did they establish their camps? They reached 100 houses already. I want to report this. This is cheating. The Great Xia people must be cheating. Is it really that easy to get camp building blueprints? In our region, Only 2 out of 10,000 players have gotten one, and the materials needed are astronomical. How did the great Xia people gather so many materials? I don't believe it. Ah, damn it. Where's the GM? Where's the game GM? The great Xia people are obviously cheating. Damn it. On the 7th day, within the game, players had built a total of 100 camps, and even more were completed without any announcements. Duja from the Bear Country was utterly shocked. He knew better than anyone the difficulty of establishing a territory. Not only were the blueprints rare, but gathering so many materials was only possible because 7 of his relatives lived in the same area, which barely allowed him to gather enough resources. However, what was happening at the neighbor's house to the east? Wow. Am I the only outsider among the top 100? Are you guys discriminating or forming cliques? Master Duja, what's going on in the Great Xia Kingdom? Have our brother nation discovered some game loophole? Or are they just showcasing that so-called spirit of unity? Even Duja, the expert, isn't sure what's happening and can only throw out some empty words to comfort and encourage the players in his region. However, he is not entirely wrong. Indeed, there's been some spirit of unity in the area where my parents are, with the help of officials who came from another world. And after my parents almost freely provided the construction blueprints, the other side quickly organized a major construction effort, mobilizing all available resources and the full strength of the players in the region to create over 100 camps. These two officials are quite prominent, and almost everyone knows them, which is why their plan was able to be executed. It's lucky for my parents that 2 big shots appeared in their area. Otherwise, such a feat would have been impossible. The national channel has become lively. Players with territories can now speak up, leading to a flood of information. Thanks to the mysterious individuals in our region for providing the construction blueprints. Thank you. Friends, the people of Great Xia are the best. Thanks to the great master for the blueprints, and with the help of high-level officials, I finally have a camp. Thank you so much. The people of Great Xia are the strongest. Thanks to Master Yang Chuan for providing the blueprints for free. The top 100 is dominated by our Great Xia Kingdom with 99 representation. The people of Great Xia are the mightiest. Amidst this chorus of praise, a discordant message appeared. User 26061257, Kai Shukuan. Haha, if you're going to flatter, at least do it with some skill. Young Chuan, why should he provide you with camp construction blueprints? Does he have that many? Do you really think he is a god? Stupid. Following that, over 20 players from Area 1537 took turns attacking Kai Shukuan, quickly draining his 10 comments, leaving him speechless. Of course, these attackers also faced backlash from some mindless fans, and shockingly, even 2 of Kai Shukuan's fans appeared among the top 100. Due to his unpleasant remarks, they were collectively criticized and ridiculed mercilessly. The noise was quite a spectacle. Yang Chuan watched for a while and decided to ignore it. Let them make noise. It's better than having a cold and quiet atmosphere, right? Bored. He listened to some music and slowly drifted off to sleep. He woke up at 10, delivered food to his grandmother and younger siblings, then went right back to sleep. Throughout the night, everything was peaceful. After the previous incident of player casualties, everyone had become more vigilant, and fires were lit almost everywhere at night, with very few occurrences of player losses. I can't speak for other places, but at least in the area where Yang Chuan is, the player count remained above 700, with no further casualties reported. Ding! Congratulations to all players for successfully surviving to the 8th day. The first week has passed, and now we will score based on the performance of all players. First place goes to Yang Chuan from the Great Xia Kingdom. All players from his country will receive 1 basic campsite construction blueprint, 15 packs of vacuum-sealed fried rice, 500 G each, 15 bottles of mineral water, 500 G each, and 1 canister of fuel, 15 liters. Second place goes to Yang Dahai, also from the Great Xia Kingdom. All players from his country will receive 1 basic campsite construction blueprint, 10 packs of vacuum-sealed fried rice, 500 G each, 10 bottles of mineral water, 500 G each, and 1 canister of fuel, 10 liters. Third place goes to Zhao Xiaoqin, again from the Great Xia Kingdom. All players from her country will receive 1 basic campsite construction blueprint, 5 packs of vacuum-sealed fried rice, 500 G each, 5 bottles of mineral water, 500 G each, and 1 canister of fuel, 5 liters. It seems even the game management did not anticipate that the top 3 would all be from the same country. As a result, every player in the Great Xia Kingdom now has 3 campsite construction blueprints. As for the basketball chicken and the Maoxiong Kingdom's Dujado, Shilao CG well, they have a campsite. But their resources are nowhere near what Yangba and Yangma have, so they're completely left out of the top 3. At the same time, all citizens of Great Xia received an additional message. Ding. Given that the number of territories held by players from the Great Xia Kingdom has exceeded 100, a national territory construction mission has been activated. Each player will receive a set of resources needed for basic campsite construction. Keep up the great work, everyone. As soon as this news broke, the entire Great Xia Kingdom was ablaze with excitement. With 3 construction blueprints in hand and each person receiving a set of building resources, it means that everyone in Great Xia will have a place to live. The basic night demon has been collectively abandoned by the Great Xia Kingdom. We're sorry, but we hardly knew you, and many don't even know what you look like. Yet we're breaking up already. Additionally, there are various requests. Please, we beg you. Chapter 19. Before the crowd could express their amazement, another message echoed in the minds of players around the globe. Ding! Due to a player's survival points exceeding 1,000, the leaderboard for points is now open, and the exchange function in the shop is activated. Upon hearing this notification, everyone was momentarily taken aback. The game itself had a shop, but the items within required a staggering amount of points. While some items were inexpensive, they were unattainable. Players could only look but not buy. It was only now that they realized they needed to unlock the points leaderboard to make purchases. Yang Chuan opened the shop and saw a leaderboard appear on the right side. As he looked at the points displayed, his mood plummeted. Survival points leaderboard. First place, player from Daxia, Yang Chuan, points 8, 459, 621. Second place, player from Daxia, Yang Dahai, points 43, 957. Third place, player from Daxia, Zhao Xiaoqin, points 40, 821. Fourth place, player from Maoxiong, Duzha, points 895. Fifth place, player from Daxia, Kai Shuquan, points 773. What the hell? Is this a joke? Anyone would see that these points are outrageous. He wasn't too worried that the abnormal points would lead to punitive measures from the game. After all, being on the leaderboard meant the system had verified his points and deemed them legitimate. But this was beyond ridiculous. Was this even a leaderboard? This was practically a whole planet worth of points. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, a sudden thought struck him. Could these ludicrous scores be due to those treasure chests? He hadn't team-modified the golden treasure chest, but the number of other chests he had was astronomical. Aside from the treasure chests, he couldn't think of any other reason. After all, it was unlikely that mere buildings could account for such an outrageous total. At this moment, feeling a bit guilty, he exited the shop. He would come back to exchange items later. As for the chat channel, he had no desire to check it. It was probably just filled with people trash-talking him, right? Yeah, that seemed likely. But so what? Yang Chuan settled down in his small courtyard, got out of the car, and walked inside. The poultry shed, livestock barn, fish pond, and garden were all built. To be honest, it was quite small, only occupying a few square meters. However, everything inside was empty. So far, Yang Chuan had only seen the corpses of animals and fish, which he had traded for. If he were to talk about living creatures, snakes could count, and the low-level night demon could probably qualify too, but it was unlikely that he could farm those. So, where on earth was he supposed to get poultry and livestock? Silver and gold treasure chests haven't been opened much yet. So far, it's known that they likely contain high-tech or cutting-edge products and animals, none of which have appeared in any chest. It's unclear if players need to capture them themselves. That can only be figured out later. Now, let's modify the gold treasure chest. Change gold treasure chest 1 to gold treasure chest 99999. Confirm. After moving it a bit, a pile of gold treasure chests appeared. Looking at that bright yellow color, Yang Chuan felt a bit dizzy. There's an old saying about being intoxicated by gold and riches, and he wondered if it was the color that dazzled him. For breakfast, he had some leftovers from yesterday, so he wasn't hungry. As for giving each person a portion, he's not in the mood for that now. With nothing to do in the morning and not wanting to travel, Yang Chuan decided to open another round of chests. Ding! Congratulations. You've opened a gold treasure chest and received an aircraft engine blueprint 1. That's it? He was a bit surprised when opening other chests. Didn't they usually contain several items? But an aircraft engine? Seriously, in a survival game, you give me this? Yang Chuan was instantly speechless. To manufacture an aircraft engine, you need a high-tech materials research lab, aerodynamics LV5, chemical energy utilization LV4, intelligent microcontrol technology LV5, and materials research LV6. The materials required are 1 ton of high-temperature synthetic titanium alloy 1, 500 kilograms of high-temperature alloy 1, and 300 kilograms of multifunctional composite materials 1. My friend, this is a heart, a powerful heart. Smack! Yang Chuan quickly stored the blueprint and blinked. He remembered that his first gold treasure chest only yielded a military shovel and a water collector, right? The difference is so vast. Or is it that his level has increased, causing the items to change as well? What the heck are these? An aircraft engine. Am I supposed to build a plane or a rocket? Is this something a struggling survivor, like me, can even handle? What the heck? Yang Chuan cursed as he walked towards the silver treasure chest. Gold treasure chest. Sorry, I don't like gold. Ding. Congratulations. You've opened a silver treasure chest and received a blueprint for an induction furnace 1, magnetic coil principle LV21, and thermal energy conversion principle LV11. He raised an eyebrow, looking at the last 2 items, which resembled books, and casually picked one up. Ding. Knowledge level insufficient. You need to learn magnetic coil principle LV1 first. Switching to another book. Ding. Congratulations, you've mastered thermal energy conversion principle LV1. The book in his hand vanished. But Yang Chuan didn't feel like he had gained any new knowledge in his mind. After pondering for a moment, he only had a vague impression. He remembered mastering this knowledge, but the details were hard to recall. Huh, how careless. Is this really how they're going to handle it? He rolled his eyes. The game world is indeed just a game world. If one were to take it seriously, those skills could probably blow someone's mind. But I suppose it's not so bad. Think of it as a tech tree where unlocking nodes allows you to access more things. That is not a problem. He stroked his chin, pushing aside all the chaotic thoughts in his head. Opening chests is the priority. Ding. Congratulations on opening a silver chest. Ding. Congratulations on opening. Ding. Ding. With each action, the items in the small courtyard clearly increased. Not in quantity, but in variety. The silver chest yielded almost all finished products, and basic materials no longer appeared, causing the range of items to expand rapidly. After opening 500 chests, he finally paused. There were just too many items. Even though they didn't take up much space, the mess was overwhelming. Far more chaotic than a $2 stall at a night market. Everything was crammed together. Raising an eyebrow, Yang Chuan shifted his gaze to the warehouse. His recently upgraded secondary warehouse now had 1,000 slots, but alas, it still wasn't enough. Vehicle armor plate X 100, defense points per plate. 100, weight increase. 0. Can be automatically equipped to vehicles, providing them with exceptional defensive capabilities. Electric shaver, integrated IC manufacturing LV1X1, LED light strips X10, light energy conversion LV1X1, 72-inch rice TV, polymer materials science LV2X1, RF signal generator blueprint X3, basic camp upgrade blueprint X4, laser communication module blueprint X2. As he reviewed each item, Yang Chuan felt a surge of excitement. Not only were there numerous tech products, but also skill books and plenty of blueprints. What a windfall. Most importantly, there were many pieces of equipment for vehicle modifications. With these upgrades, he believed the vehicle's safety would significantly improve. Ordinary monsters shouldn't pose a threat anymore. But he still wondered if it could withstand snakes. However, weren't these camp construction blueprints something everyone already had? They seemed unnecessary now. So why were they still? Huh? Yang Chuan suddenly froze, picking up one blueprint to examine it closely. Basic camp upgrade blueprint. Can upgrade a basic camp to a 2-story brick concrete building, doubling the area and enhancing wall protection. Required resources, 50,000 bricks, 3 tons of gravel, 3 tons of rebar, 5 tons of sand, 6 tons of cement, 3 tons of glass. Construction requires a concrete mixer X1. His eyes widened in disbelief. Upgrade blueprint? Also, various requests. I beg all the readers for help. Chapter 20 The Camp was nothing more than a basic setup from start to finish. Yang Chuan had previously wondered why there was no upgrade option. It turned out that this required blueprints as well. Unlike the warehouse, which would display the materials needed for the next level once it reached level 1, allowing for a straightforward upgrade once you gathered everything, the camp needed additional blueprints to level up. However, the 2-story building expanded in area and the surrounding walls upgraded. What a good deal. Hee for blueprints? But wow, the materials required are way too much, right? Are we talking about tons here? A bitter smile appeared on his face. Materials are one thing. As long as you have them, you can trade at the marketplace and modify them directly. But that mixer clearly belongs to industrial products. Where would the current players even find one? Wait, it seems like I might be able to. Never mind that for now. It seems I just unlocked quite a few useful items for vehicles. Let's take a look at them first. Solid, ultra-durable, puncture-resistant steel wire tires 10, which can automatically adjust in size to match the vehicle model with a wear rate of 150 compared to regular tires. Crushing bumper 1, which can be installed on the front of the vehicle to smash through obstacles ahead, made of tungsten alloy. Vehicle armor plating 100, with a single defense point of 100 and no weight increase. It can be automatically equipped to vehicles, giving them enhanced defensive capabilities. Fuel tank pipeline renovation module, which allows for the modification of the vehicle's fuel tank, adding an auxiliary fuel tank or refueling interface inside the vehicle, eliminating the hassle of getting out to refuel. Vehicle space integration component, an orange item that can connect to the player's camp, providing item storage effects equivalent to that. Vehicle air conditioning upgrade component, which can upgrade the vehicle's air conditioning to a biochemical-grade filtration system, ensuring that the air inside the vehicle is sterile and non-toxic. Vehicle power system upgrade count 1, which can increase the vehicle's power storage capacity by 10 times to meet electrical demands. After opening a total of 500 silver treasure chests, I only got these 7 useful items for vehicles. Seems like the odds aren't that high. However, each of these is practical, and I'm set for success. Ding! Detected that the player owns solid, ultra-durable, puncture-resistant steel wire tires. Would you like to equip them? Yes, no. Ding! Detected that the player owns vehicle power system upgrade count 1. Would you like to upgrade? Yes, no. Ding! Detected that the player owns vehicle space integration component. Would you like to? Selecting yes for all options, Yang Chuan watched as changes appeared in front of his vehicle. The once imposing front of the vehicle now sported a set of sharp bumpers. With their glinting edges, Yang Chuan had no doubt about their ability to crush any boulder in their path. The protective armor was a curious thing, resembling ancient armor, layered over the entire vehicle. Yet, from the inside looking out, the glass remained unaffected, providing an unobstructed view as if nothing was installed at all. The internal fuel tank option for Yang Chuan was not selected. However, this vehicle has a fuel capacity of a whopping 300 liters, which is more than sufficient. There is just an interface reserved in the rear corner of the vehicle for easy refueling. He didn't notice any other changes. At least the tires looked the same, with no changes in tread pattern. He sent his parents the upgraded camp blueprints, asking them to gather the resources listed. Yang Chuan started the vehicle and set off once again. As the vehicle drove, everything felt normal, except for a low battery voltage warning that appeared upon starting. However, as the vehicle continued to run and the battery charged, the warning disappeared. With 10 times the battery capacity, he believed that even running the onboard computer for 48 hours straight wouldn't be an issue. Previously, the battery could support the computer for 6 continuous hours. So with the increased capacity, 60 hours should be achievable. Accounting for the fridge and other electrical needs, 50 hours should be more than enough. He turned on the music, and the pounding beats of a DJ filled the air as the strangely shaped steel beast sped down the highway. As for the treasure chests, he chuckled, closing off 5 of them and leaving only the reminder for the unknown chest open. He didn't need those anymore. The chests in his small yard were more than enough to keep him busy, and he didn't want to waste effort on them. Nodding his head to the rhythm of the DJ, Yang Chuan felt elated. With the spatial consolidation feature, the space in his vehicle was seamlessly connected to his small yard. He could access whatever he wanted at will, which was incredibly convenient. The only downside was the lack of a restroom in the vehicle. TSK. If only he had chosen the RV version. On the road, a large snake was lazily basking in the sun. Suddenly, it raised its head, flicking its tongue in the air, sensing a faint vibration from the ground. In the next moment, a speeding bus came barreling down the road, and the snake had no time to escape, getting crushed under the wheels, its middle flattened, letting out a pitiful hiss as it writhed in pain on the ground. This was already the 7th time he had encountered such a situation. Earlier, he had come across an enormous snake, thick as an adult's waist, which had startled him. Glancing at the vehicle's ram, Yang Chuan gritted his teeth and accelerated instead of slowing down. At 100 kilometers h, the sharp ram sliced the snake in half, crashing against the deflector and flinging the remains violently to either side, leaving it utterly dead. Having faced the first large snake, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. The vehicle's protective capabilities gave him the courage to confront snakes head-on. Shortly after, he encountered a swarm of venomous snakes clustered tightly in one area. Yang Chuan didn't dare to stop. He simply plowed through, leaving a gruesome scene of corpses and blood in his wake. Of course, he was sweating profusely. The thought of those poisonous snakes scattered across the landscape sent chills down his spine. What he didn't know was that the world channels, national channels, and regional channels were all talking about him at that moment. His previous score of 485 million points had left everyone stunned, with the second-place competitor barely reaching 44,000 points. How he achieved such a high score had sparked countless questions and doubts. Then, after he modified the golden treasure chest, his score skyrocketed to 975 million, and he discovered a wealth of good items, inching closer and closer to the 10 million mark. By the time his vehicle upgrades were completed, his score had reached 10.2 million, leaving the entire world in shock. The only reason there weren't more complaints was that people couldn't figure out how to report him. Otherwise, who knows how many would have tried to report him. Even so, the game was filled with criticism, including from many players in the Great Xia region. While there were detractors, there were also supporters. Yang Chuan's efforts had led to a surge in the number of camps in the Great Xia region, providing everyone with a camp, which left many feeling grateful. Thus, the insults and defenses clashed in their respective regions. Particularly, fans of a certain chicken, for inexplicable reasons, held animosity towards Yang Chuan, labeling him as a petty player exploiting game loopholes. Yang Chuan had anticipated this. He couldn't care less. If the game wasn't going to intervene, why should he care about their biting remarks? As long as he was doing well, that was what mattered. If the haters wanted to jump around, so be it. Around 4 p.m., he arrived at a region rich in orpiment, where he parked his vehicle. Tonight, he would set up camp right here. He decided to stay in the car, since he could still access camp resources from inside. He planned to give it a try. Rolling on the ground, he pleaded for support from the readers, expressing his deep gratitude. Chapter 21. The functionality was quite impressive. When he wanted to enter the cabin, the surrounding environment would seamlessly transform into a small courtyard. However, strangely enough, the scenery outside the courtyard vanished completely. This meant that the camp had not unfolded, and thus, nothing was visible. Nevertheless, it didn't matter much because the courtyard was well lit, and there was no sense of being enveloped in darkness. It was quite magical. Turning his head to look at the vehicle, he found it quietly parked in the courtyard, which was puzzling. Was the car inside the courtyard? Or was the courtyard inside the car? How was this situation supposed to be understood? If something were to attack the car, would the courtyard protect it, or would the car take the hit? He scratched his head and thought, well, this is just a paradox. However, since there was light and a gentle breeze, did that mean he could install solar and wind energy devices in the future without any issues? In the kitchen, Yang Chuan began to start a fire to cook. He didn't plan to make anything too complicated today. Just some porridge, pickled vegetables, braised venison, and stir-fried spicy cabbage with steamed buns. Since he had made way too many buns, about 200, Yang Chuan decided to consume some. After all, making porridge wooden tea require much rice, and he could make a large pot and then distribute it after modifying it a bit. The pickled vegetables were made from wild greens. He tasted them and found they were quite good. The cabbage was harvested from the cultivation area and was already mature, so he chopped down 3 heads to stir-fry a large pot. The cucumbers and radishes were also ripe, but he decided to save the radishes for later, planning to make some pickles or sun-dried radish slices. During the harvest, he discovered a fascinating characteristic of the cultivation area. Once crops matured, they didn't wither. When picking, there was a chance of getting seeds, but the cabbages that produced seeds remained fresh and tender, without showing any signs of bolting or aging. This was reassuring. At least he wouldn't have to worry about taking up space in the warehouse. He could just pick them when he needed them, without fear of spoilage. Cooking had always been his strong suit. Years of living alone had significantly improved his culinary skills, so among the family, aside from his mother, he was the best cook. Those 3 big cabbages were not only fresh and tender, but also massive. He filled an entire large basket with them. He had 4 deer, using the meat for braising, while the innards and fat were set aside to stir-fry with the cabbage. With the porridge simmering on low heat and the meat stewing on high heat, he headed to the courtyard to start making a tray. This was a sudden idea he had. The modifier had a limited number of modifications. Only 3 items could be modified in a day, but it didn't say it could only be 3 things at a time. What if he placed all the dishes on one tray and modified the entire tray filled with food? He wondered if that would work. Making the tray was simple. He didn't need any framing or borders, just a large piece of wood that could hold a few bowls. With the system's decomposition function, the production was quite quick. He just needed to cut the ready-made wood into the right lengths, and that would complete the task. 10 wooden trays were completed, and the meat had been stewing for quite a while. The porridge was also ready. Yang Chuan dished it out and began to heat the oil. He had to admit that even though the roe deer was a bit unattractive, it produced an excellent flavor when cooked. A small pot of oil quickly appeared, and he scooped out the residue, then added spices and chili peppers along with the cabbage. A rich, spicy aroma filled the air, making him cough a few times as he quickly stirred everything with a spatula. A few minutes later, he added the residue back in, seasoned it, and took it off the heat. On the 20 wooden trays, there was a large bowl of thin porridge, 3 big steam buns, a plate of pickled vegetables, and a bowl of spicy cabbage with spoons and chopsticks neatly arranged. Perfect. Suddenly, a notification sound rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the players of the Great Xia Kingdom for being the first to surpass 500 camps. The National Trading Channel is now open. Yang Chuan was stunned. 500? Is that for real? Pulling up the National Channel, he saw many IDs had already appeared, although most of them were from players in his area or his parents' region. There were also quite a few from other places. The people of Great Xia are amazing. Yang Chuan shouted joyfully as he looked at the trays in front of him. Well then, let me send a gift to celebrate. Wooden trays filled with food 20. Modified to wooden trays filled with food 99999. After making the modification once, he frowned. The Great Xia Kingdom has 1 for billion people. If I modify 100,000 at a time, that would take 14,000 times. No, this is too inefficient. I need to wait and add functionality to the modifier. Connecting his computer, he opened the source code of the modifier and began writing an additional script. He had already parsed the trading function, so he could operate it with a single click. He modified the script to list items on the trading channel, combining a series of operations into one script, leaving an execution count input box and an execution button. Since this was his area of expertise, the programming went quickly. Lines of code flashed through his mind. In just a few minutes, he completed the latest version of the modifier. Compile and execute. The next moment, on the National Trading Channel, the same transaction began appearing continuously. Player 1537203 Yang Chuan listed item. Wooden tray filled with food 1, exchanging for any useful resources, wishing all of Great Xia good fortune. Please exchange for useful items. The amount is flexible, just be reasonable. Anyone trying to be a nuisance will be directly blacklisted. Wooden tray filled with food. Wooden tray containing a large bowl of thin porridge 1, 500 grams of steamed buns 3, a plate of pickled vegetables 1, a bowl of braised roe deer meat 1, and a large bowl of spicy cabbage 1. From player 1537203 with love. Please enjoy. Yang Chuan didn't have time to pay attention to all this at that moment. He found himself in big trouble. Because his modifier has a delay function, it leaves about a 1-second delay after each task execution to prevent the program from freezing. This is a common issue for programmers, especially when writing cheats, as they need to allow enough time for the cheat to recognize images. However, he forgot one crucial thing. He didn't run it in thread mode, which caused his entire computer to freeze once he started the task. He could only wait for the program to finish executing to regain normal functionality. As a result, he became disconnected from the computer when the computer froze. His body also froze, leaving him stuck and unable to move. Executing a modification command took 10 seconds, with a 1-second pause before executing the next one, meaning he only had that 1 second to move. This turned into a tragedy for him, as executing 500 commands at 11 seconds each totaled 159,500 seconds. With an hour being 600 seconds, he needed 44. 3 hours. The key point was that he had no awareness of any of this. He felt nothing during those 10 seconds of execution. In other words, his perception of time was continuous, while the external world was racing by. An odd scene unfolded. He held a large steamed bun in one hand and a spoon in the other, moving every 10 seconds as if in slow motion. Over the course of those 40-plus hours, the time he could actually move totaled only 14,500 seconds, or about 4 hours. Fortunately, during those 4 hours, he didn't leave his small courtyard. Instead, he took the time to expand his planting area and grow crops. However, he was puzzled to see that the crops were maturing at an astonishing speed. Time seemed to be slipping away in 10-second increments, causing him to furrow his brow. Unable to figure out what was happening, was there a tenfold acceleration or what? Moreover, he felt extremely hungry. By the time he finished planting, it felt like he hadn't eaten for a whole day, and he began to devour food voraciously. The problem was that no matter how much he ate, he couldn't seem to satisfy his hunger. So, for the next 2 hours, he spent his time just eating. What the hell, am I sick? No matter how much I eat, I can't get full. What's going on? Please save, follow, and urge for updates. Thank you so much. Chapter 22 time was flying by outside, while Yang Chuan was continuously eating, the whole process resembling a slideshow, with each meal seeming to be on pause. If anyone witnessed this scene, they would probably feel sick enough to vomit blood. It must be said, he was incredibly lucky. Throughout these 44 hours, he passed the time safely. Although a swarm of snakes passed through, he was in a small courtyard, so while the vehicle was on the road, there was no one inside. The courtyard remained undisturbed, existing in a peculiar state, and the snakes had no targets to attack, simply slithering away. It seemed they were migrating, with many venomous snakes moving in a group along the road, heading in the direction Yang Chuan was facing, as if something was drawing them in. After more than 40 hours, Yang Chuan's unusual state finally lifted, and he returned to a normal time flow. After devouring another large bun, he rubbed his bulging belly, looking utterly bewildered. Finally full, what had happened? Opening the chat channel, he discovered numerous messages from his parents and over a dozen from friends. His friends were thanking him for the food he had provided, while his parents were desperately inquiring about what had happened and why he hadn't replied. When he noticed the timestamps on the messages, his brows furrowed deeply. His parents had had a bit of bad luck. The notification sound for the messages had not come through during his moment of clarity, successfully avoiding his notice. Therefore, Yang Chuan hadn't heard the alerts at all. When had his parents sent these messages? And how had 2 days passed? After confirming the details, he was stunned. After sending a message to his parents to assure them he was safe, he pulled up the operation interface of the modifier to check the logs. It didn't take long for him to discover the anomaly. He had been stuck. What the hell? It was bad enough that the program had frozen, but how did it manage to freeze him too? This damn game is full of bugs. The developers must be incompetent. Did they graduate from Nanxiang? Cursing under his breath, he modified the source code to run on threads, finally feeling a sense of relief, rubbing his head in frustration. It seemed he had brought this upon himself. No wonder he hadn't been able to eat enough. Taking a bite of food took over 10 minutes. Who could handle that? The food he had just eaten was digested almost immediately. Looking around the vehicle and finding nothing unusual, the sky darkened again, making it unsuitable for travel. Thus, Yang Chuan decided to open the box and go to sleep. After all, he could barely sustain himself by just opening the box. In the Great Xia Kingdom, everyone had access to camps, effectively eliminating the threat of low-level night demons, which made players around the world envious and curse in frustration. Players from other countries who had established camps began to appear one after another, and within 3 days, the number had reached over 100,000. The World Channel has become a battleground, with countless foreign players accusing the Daxia competitors of cheating and hurling insults at them. Of course, the Daxia players fired back, with over 14 players capable of verbally tearing them apart. Some well-meaning individuals even shared the food that Yang Chuan had given, pouring cold water over the foreign players' heads. Everyone gets a portion. With billions of people, what does that even mean? Cheating. Shameless. The Daxia player Yang Chuan has mastered the game's loopholes, but he hasn't disclosed them for the benefit of all players. He's a selfish and shameless person. Naturally, this view is also supported by some people domestically, especially by that basketball-loving chicken who is always jumping around. I, Kai Shukuan, am embarrassed to be associated with a cheating dog like Yang Chuan. When something goes wrong, he just hides like a turtle. Can't even say a word? What a shameless little person. Fans, let's unite to resist this cheating dog. Then, some mindless fans actually jumped in to criticize Yang Chuan, claiming he lacks sportsmanship, esports ethics, and has a flawed character. In short, the accusations grew more and more outrageous, provoking public outrage and prompting many who couldn't stand it any longer to engage in verbal battles with them. Eating the food given by the great Yang Chuan, living in the house provided by him, and yet you still insult him? Are you even human? Have your parents found you? Why are you all making such a fuss? If you were in front of me, I would give you a slap right across the face. And that basketball chicken, what kind of nonsense are you? Do you even have the face to comment on the great Yang Chuan? Other than your ambiguous appearance to mislead others, what have you contributed to Daxia? Damn it. Don't let me run into that chicken and you mindless fans. Otherwise, I'll make sure to knock you down a peg. It's absolutely disgusting. Hey, why are you so lacking in manners? Are we insulting you? We're calling out that cheating scum. You still want to defend such trash? Are you out of your mind? Exactly. Who said my kunkin hasn't contributed? He takes his acting seriously. Even when he gets hurt, he doesn't go to the hospital. He just puts on a band-aid and calls it good. Damn it. That chicken better watch out. You disgusting people better not cross my path. I swear, just wait. Seriously, this is making me sick. Yang Chuan raised an eyebrow, not getting angry. Instead, he pulled out his programming tools and started writing a program. Filtering chat channel data, he recorded any messages that mentioned his name and then checked if they contained insults. As soon as he confirmed that it was a fan of that chicken or someone insulting him, he would block them one by one. See? Much more convenient than arguing with them. Please, fool, usually uses his own methods to drag your intelligence down to his level and then defeats you with his vast experience. As for the benefits, well, let's not worry about that for now. It's a classic case of grain of rice brings kindness. A grain of millet brings resentment. Helping others without them appreciating your kindness. What is the point? Without your own identity, can these people with hands and feet really starve? The program activated and ran in the background as Yang Chuan stepped into the small courtyard, his gaze fixed on the golden treasure chest. Although the items obtained from it were often wildly varied, one couldn't deny that they were always valuable. After all, junk can't be stored in it, right? Calmly and without distractions, he focused solely on opening the golden chest, ignoring everything else around him. Ding! Congratulations on opening the golden treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations. 100, 200, 500, 800, 1,000, 1,500. Time seemed to blur as Yang Chuan finally stopped, trembling arms giving way as he plopped down on the ground. Hey, I did it. I can open 1,500 chests in one go. How amazing is that? It turns out, human potential is limitless. Even a monotonous, repetitive action, when done enough times, can enhance one's abilities in that area without one even realizing it. Catching his breath, Yang Chuan took out a bottle of water and gulped it down in one go, regaining some strength before getting up to check the items he had opened. There were simply too many items, so he could only focus on those that piqued his interest. Quickly, he found a few very useful items. 5 kilograms of mithril ingots, X5, Tianyuan crystals, X13, and 50 grams of cosmic dust, X5. These 3 were essential materials for crafting a spatial folding ring. Once he found the blueprints for a high-frequency furnace, he could start crafting. There was also a workbench, which seemed to have been obtained when he opened the silver treasure chest earlier. He'd have to look for it later. He also obtained knowledge in various fields of Level 1 civilization, electromagnetic energy, intelligent devices, aerospace, biology, pharmacology, and genetics. These were all technical books, and, importantly, they could be learned directly, unlike the previous LV3 and LV8 books that required prior knowledge to progress. These skill books could be learned from scratch. According to the descriptions, they would directly allocate points to max level. However, what does Level 1 civilization mean? Is it referring to the planetary civilization levels found in science fiction? Level 1 can explore resources within its star system. Level 2 can utilize stellar energy, and Level 3 can freely explore the universe. He stroked his chin thoughtfully and then slapped his thigh in realization. Hey, what's the point of thinking too much? You'll know once you learn it. Use books and then... Oh no, I forgot. Learning this stuff doesn't seem to have any real impact. It's just a game world, after all. Yang Chuan was really disappointed. He thought that after studying these books, he could modify his DNA or concoct an elixir for immortality. But turns out to be just this. Ugh, all I got was a little boost to the tech tree, but no useful knowledge at all. I'm shamelessly asking for some support from you, dear readers. Chapter 23, however, there are plenty of benefits. As the entire tech tree is unlocked, many items that previously required blueprints to build can now be constructed with just materials. For instance, when he thinks about electromagnetic energy, a plethora of related buildings automatically comes to mind, such as the Cosmic Ray Research Lab, Electric Energy Research Lab, Magnetic Energy Research Lab, Energy Research Lab, and so on. These are all at the highest level, and some even surpass the technological standards of Blue Star. Take the Cosmic Ray Research Lab in conjunction with the Electric Energy Research Lab, for example. You might think it involves resistors, capacitors, and soldering irons. But it's much more advanced. It directly studies cosmic radiation energy and converts it into electrical energy. Forget about solar, wind, tidal, and hydroelectric power. They pale in comparison. It can directly harvest the ubiquitous cosmic radiation waves in space and convert them into electricity with astonishing efficiency. Leafing yang chuan utterly amazed. According to the descriptions, the top-tier equipment, like a palm-sized cosmic radiation energy converter, can provide over 100,000 volts and 10,000 amperes of current. Of course, this is the pinnacle of technology, and 90 of the required building materials are things Yang Chuan has never even heard of. It seems quite unlikely that he could actually build it. However, it's not like his team made any progress. He has also unlocked many useful items among the finished products. For example, rooftop solar components. Ahem, a bit embarrassing. He was initially quite excited about these ideas, but they turned out to be impractical. For now, you might as well make use of the ready-made items. The rooftop solar components consist of retractable solar film modules, graphene battery packs, and energy conversion modules, boasting a photovoltaic conversion efficiency of 95. The solar film can generate 16 kilowatt-hours of electricity per square meter per hour in the current world. The graphene battery pack occupies 3 cubic meters and can store 2,000 kilowatt-hours of electricity. The energy conversion module has 50 interfaces, each of which can be adjusted for voltage and current, ranging from a minimum of 1 microvolt and 1 milliampere to a maximum of 10,000 volts and 1,000 amperes. Looking at these items, Yang Chuan began to ponder. They're quite practical, but his little house still has a wooden roof, so it seems they won't be of much use right now. Oh wait, let us check if he has enough materials to upgrade the camp. He could first upgrade it to a brick concrete structure. If after the upgrade, he finds the roof too small, he could always build a greenhouse in the yard. That way, he wouldn't have to worry about rain soaking the things in the yard, and it would provide shade from the sun. How great would that be? He could move the garden, fish pond, and breeding shed to one side and build a big greenhouse in the other half of the yard, making it both aesthetically pleasing and functional. The greenhouse roof could even hold solar panels for generating electricity. What a perfect plan! With this thought, he started searching for the camp upgrade blueprints. However, 5 minutes passed, then 10 minutes, and soon half an hour had gone by. Ugh, where the heck did I put those blueprints? Yes, he had completely forgotten where he had placed them. They weren't in the warehouse, not in the little house, nor in the vehicle. In the end, he could only helplessly direct his gaze toward the scattered items all over the yard. Looking at the mess around him, he felt dejected and downcast. It was just too difficult to find anything. The number of items he owned had exceeded 4,000, and searching for a single item meant he had to sift through them one by one. When would the text recognition library be complete? He needed a cheat. He needed a magic touch. He needed a tool that could filter items with just one click. Yang Chuan let out a frustrated shout, and then obediently began to rummage through the yard. After 20 minutes, Yang Chuan's face lit up with joy as he held 3 rolled-up upgrade blueprints at the door of the small house. He unfurled them, and to his delight, the upgrade options on the blueprints had turned green. Yes, here we go, intermediate camp. He poked at the blueprints, and they vanished. All right, done. He nodded in satisfaction, watching as the small house suddenly became intangible, and the whole yard transformed into an unmanageable illusion. Something seemed off again. Suddenly, the small yard appeared on the street, splitting the road into 2 bizarre segments. This was a normal phenomenon. It had happened before when he built the camp. He could only wait in place for it to finish constructing before he could move. However, that wasn't the reason for his confusion. Frowning, he looked at the countdown displayed by the small house. 71 hours, 57 minutes, and 13 seconds. He stroked his chin, puzzled. The basic camp was built in just a few hours. How could upgrading take 3 days? Didn't the description say otherwise? Just as he was about to check the introduction of the upgrade blueprints for confirmation, he was taken aback. Wait, where are my blueprints? Didn't I have 3? Had they all disappeared after the upgrade? Indeed, the 3 stacked blueprints had vanished completely because he had triggered a bug again. The game designers probably never anticipated that someone would possess 3 upgrade blueprints at once. When the camp met the upgrade conditions, all 3 blueprints lit up, and he had pressed the confirmation button for all 3 at once. The time had lengthened because he had jumped from a level 1 camp directly to a level 4 camp. Ding! The new daily contact time had arrived. From 10 p.m. to 11 p.m., Every player had 5 minutes to contact their loved ones in the otherworldly home. Please cherish this time. The familiar notification sound rang out, and Yang Chuan finally realized that it was pitch black outside the small yard. He shivered. He had forgotten that when the yard turned into an illusion, it had no defensive capabilities, and he had been standing there like a fool for half the time. Hurrying back to the car, Yang Chuan finally let out a sigh of relief. The car's storage space function was still operational, which put him at ease. 15 minutes later, he connected with his family from another dimension. While chatting, he opened the item transfer option and began sending items into that space. To be honest, this was his favorite part, as he had so many things he didn't need. Just tossing them in felt great. Bruce. It would give his younger siblings something to do. What is not to love? He managed to throw in over 3,000 items out of more than 5,000, nearly leaving his family speechless. Hey, little bro and sis, when you have some free time, just organize these things. If mom and dad need anything, just hand it over. I got stuff to take care of, so I'm hanging up now. I'll contact you tomorrow. Before his siblings could react, he quickly ended the call, letting out a sigh of relief. Oh dear Ajuo, did you feel the heavy love of the swirling mud? Ha. Imagining his siblings' frantic screams, Yang Chuan smiled to himself, embodying the cool demeanor of the eldest sibling. Feeling good, he thought time for some sleep. With a satisfied grin, Yang Chuan happily closed his eyes and began his hibernation. Just before drifting off, a question began to swirl in his mind. I need to stay here for 3 days. How should I spend that time? Dear readers, I humbly ask for your support. Please take a moment to check in. Thank you. Chapter 24 this time. Whether it was due to his good mood or the absence of worries about wild beasts, he slept very soundly. When he finally woke up, the sky was just beginning to lighten. In the east, there was a hint of gray dawn, and a faint blush painted the clouds in an enticing peach hue. Ding! You have received a friend request with a message. Hello, Yang Chuan. Do you know Zhao Xiaoya? Yang Chuan, still a bit dazed as he stared at the clouds, suddenly jolted awake upon hearing the notification. Who? Zhao Xiaoya? Sister Xiaoya? He quickly opened his friend panel in his mind and saw a familiar profile picture. It's her, it's really her. Zhao Xiaoya, the figure he had buried deep in his heart. He clicked to accept the request and quickly sent a message. Sister Xiaoya, it's me, Yang Chuan. Why are you only contacting me now? I sent so many messages on the national channel before. Why didn't you reply? Woo, Xiao Chuan. It's really you. I recognized your picture, but I was too sure because your ID is world number 1. After I set up my camp, I sent you a message, but you didn't reply for 2 days and I thought I had the wrong person. Yang Chuan was taken aback for a moment. Then everything clicked into place. His parents were able to contact their family easily, so he found them quickly and helped build the camp. But Sister Xiaoya wasn't related to him by blood, so he had no way to reach her. After setting up the camp, he got caught up in that damn modifier and missed too many messages. He didn't even have time to check his parents' messages, let alone those from strangers. I'm sorry, Sister Xiaoya. I ran into some trouble and was delayed for 2 days. I didn't mean to. It's okay. It's great to find you. Brother. I miss you. Yang Chuan was momentarily stunned. He had heard this phrase many times before, but at that moment, he really understood its meaning. Sister, I miss you too. The kind of missing you that you mean. On the other end, Xiaoya seemed to be stunned into silence, taking a long time to reply. Just when Yang Chuan anxiously wondered if something had happened to her, she finally responded. Brother, can we find each other? I want to see you. Yang Chuan replied immediately. Yes. Sister, please believe me. I will definitely find you. As he spoke, he began sending her boxes, 3,000 of each grade, and told her she could share some with her family, but couldn't disclose where they came from. Xiaoya accepted happily without hesitation. After years of waiting, she had finally seen the iron tree blossom. Though it hadn't opened yet, her brother had promised he would find her, and she believed he would. After a long and heartfelt conversation, the two of them finally lifted the veil that had separated them. He was no longer the little brother from before. Have you eaten? Yeah, I have. What about you, sis? Such mundane questions lacked substance, yet they had so much to share. The emotions between them erupted like a long-suppressed volcano. After a while, they reluctantly ended the call. Xiaoya, filled with excitement, bounced through the thorny bushes and sent a message to her mom. Ha. Mom, your daughter is getting married. Aren't you happy? Soon, she received a reply. What nonsense. Didn't you always say you wanted to marry that little rascal Xiao Chuan? Now you want to get married? Are you going to marry thin air? Guess what? Oh, you didn't actually find that little scoundrel Xiao Chuan, did you? Give me his ID. I want to have a good word with him. That little rascal, with his thick skull. Why can't he ever get it? Mom, don't scare him away. I just contacted him, and he confessed to me. Hee. Really? Oof, I knew it. Even though my daughter isn't biologically mine, she's still a beauty. What is wrong with a little rascal like him? If he didn't notice her, I wouldn't let him off the hook. Don't be mad. He even gave me a betrothal gift. I'll send you some stuff. You can keep it for yourself, but don't let it get out. Or it LL cause trouble for Xiao Chuan. I'll send some to Dad too. That's it, bye-bye. Moo. Hey, you little brat. Moo on my foot. You're already a grown woman and still acting like this. Her mom laughed as she scolded her, accepting the items her daughter had sent. The next moment, she was stunned. From basic supply boxes to golden treasure chests, there were 1,000 of each. But that wasn't the main issue. She was digging for wild vegetables on the grass. The campsite was half a mile away. The sight of 5 towering treasure chest mountains almost left her dumbfounded. After a long pause, she finally murmured, "Oh my goodness. Truly, she isn't my biological daughter. She is going to exhaust me to death." Of course, it wasn't just Xiaoya's mother who was having a rough time. Her father was too. After discussing it, they decided to use torches along the road to ward off night creatures. They toiled all night, finally carrying all the treasure chests back to the little courtyard. And by then, it was already the next day. After accepting friend requests from his uncle and aunt, Yang Chuan had just finished greeting them when he was bombarded with criticism from the 2 elders, who questioned why he sent so many treasure chests. Yang Chuan was bewildered. Weren't treasure chests the best items in the game? Why did it seem like something was off? Fortunately, the 2 elders were just venting their frustration while lying on the ground in pain, feeling a mix of discomfort and joy, and they didn't truly blame him. After getting the contact information for Yang's parents, he decided to let him go. If Yang Chuan knew about this situation, he would probably laugh out loud. Why? Because if there are trustworthy people, why not just make a deal directly and wait to trade back once he returns to the courtyard? In the afternoon, with nothing to do and not wanting to face those snakes outside, Yang Chuan began to sort through the items he had obtained from the treasure chest, looking for anything useful for the vehicle. After some searching, he indeed found quite a few valuable items. There was an optical cloaking device for the vehicle that could refract light around it using an electromagnetic field, making it invisible to the outside world. Hey, have you ever seen a blind man with his eyes wide open? I can show you what that looks like. He also found an electromagnetic barrier generator that could create a protective shield around the vehicle using electromagnetic force, capable of withstanding impacts of around 5 tons. Haha, I call it the ghost wall. How's that for a name? Pretty impressive, right? Additionally, there was a solar power supply component for the roof, which could be fitted with solar panels boasting a 95 conversion rate. In today's world, it could generate 16 kilowatt hours of electricity per square meter in just 1 hour. It even came with a built-in 1,000 kilowatt-hour battery that could directly connect to the vehicle's electrical system. The onboard computer could perfectly upgrade the original vehicle system's hardware. Configured with a 128-core, 256-thread CPU, a clock speed of 9.8 GHz, 2 terabytes of RAM, a GPU with 8 GHz, and 500 gigabytes of video memory, along with all Bluetooth peripherals and a projection screen. There was also a smart program integration module that required AI control, allowing for perfect operation of any device in the vehicle and enabling autonomous driving. Excitedly, he equipped these items to the computer, making the entire vehicle disappear. In its place, a massive stone block with countless sharp angles appeared. The most amazing part was that the position of the electromagnetic barrier was perfectly simulated, meaning that if someone were to crash into it, it would be just like hitting that massive rock directly. No difference at all. However, there were significant downsides as well. The cloaking device was manageable in terms of power consumption, but the electromagnetic barrier was excessive. Just to turn it on consumed 10 kilowatt hours of electricity per hour. If someone fearless came to attack the barrier, the energy consumption would depend on the strength of the attack. To fully withstand a 5-ton impact, it would consume over 200 kilowatt hours of electricity per hour. Fortunately, the solar panels on the roof could continuously recharge the battery, and the charging efficiency was high while the vehicle was running. Otherwise, he would be in big trouble. After pondering for a while, Yang Chuan turned his attention to the new computer in the vehicle. Dear readers, please support this little author a bit, considering the daily 5 updates. Thank you so much. Chapter 25. The new computer came equipped with multiple wireless cameras for both the interior and exterior of the vehicle, along with a Bluetooth keyboard, mouse, and a complete set of headphones. Upon entering the system, The interface hadn't changed much. It was still that outdated Windows CE system. However, a prompt for an upgrade appeared in the lower right corner. According to the description, this computer had an alternative operating system that, once upgraded, would perfectly support all programs from the current system. It asked if he wanted to proceed with the upgrade. Yang Chuan hesitated. The current system contained his unique advantages, and he was unsure if the upgrade would affect them. But looking at the note about perfect compatibility with all current system programs, he ultimately closed all auxiliary programs and chose to confirm the upgrade. The upgrade was quick, taking less than 2 minutes. When the system rebooted, a projection screen descended from above the windshield, displaying the system interface through a laser projector. The interface was stunning, but Yang Chuan only glanced at it before closing his eyes. He needed to sense whether that peculiar data cable would still function properly. He was pleased with the results. The new system not only supported the software from the previous version, but also perfectly accommodated the peculiar data cable hardware. He could feel the power of the new system, which could be summed up in 2 words: extremely powerful. Whether it was the running speed, number of threads, response time, smoothness, or even stability and security, everything was on a completely different level than before. He opened several tools he had previously written, including the modifier text recognition program and chat filter tool. Not only did they launch instantly, but the speed of data collection and filtering had increased by over 10-fold. Furthermore, he discovered the biggest change. This system had a full platform support library. It included everything from MSVC, VBVC, .NET, Java, to Python, and more. The system also came pre-installed with many standalone games and even programming development tools. Yang Chuan was extremely satisfied with this computer. After shutting off the projector and locking the car, he could hardly wait to try out the new machine. He checked the battery, which had around 1,000 degrees of power stored, thanks to the solar charging equipment. He had no worries about running out of battery. After a moment's thought, he activated the optical invisibility and electromagnetic shield, then put on his headphones and laid down on the inflatable bed. However, the next moment, he sat up again and began using the inductive components to search for skills related to intelligent AI. Soon, he found 2 skill books: Intelligent AI Program LV1 and Intelligent AI Program LV2. He couldn't learn LV4 yet because he lacked LV3, but the first 2 were already sufficient. After using them, he lay back down. New computer, new system. Here I come. Yang Chuan was completely immersed in the new system, unaware of what was happening outside. A pack of over 50 wild wolves suddenly sprinted down the road behind him. Upon seeing the massive boulder blocking their path, they simply went around it and continued running forward at full speed. A few minutes later, a herd of wild boars of various sizes followed suit. Over the next few hours, various animals, leopards, jackals, badgers, hares, and many others, came rushing in groups from behind, headed in the same direction. The scene was quite eerie, but because Yang Chuan had turned off the car's power, only the computer and 2 defense devices were operational, so the radar didn't report anything, leaving him completely oblivious. The beasts began a frantic dash for their lives, moving toward a common destination, each maintaining a safe distance from one another, and there was no sign of any fighting among them. This was an unusual sight. It resembled a mass migration. However, upon closer inspection, it became clear that they were not migrating. They were fleeing for their lives. The game world had quietly changed, but very few people noticed this shift. Those who did were sadly unable to share their experiences. A wave of attacks had destroyed homes and vehicles, resulting in casualties. It wasn't until the player count drastically dropped that someone managed to send out a message just before meeting their demise. Beast uprising? Wave of beasts attacking? Panic quickly spread among players. Meanwhile, Yang Chuan, immersed in his music through headphones and fully focused on the joy of coding, completely missed the notifications from friends. He lay there like a salted fish, oblivious to the chaos around him. The new system was incredibly efficient, with the most noticeable improvement being the speed of the text collection and recognition tool. It had significantly accelerated. What he initially thought would take about half a month to fully decode common characters now took mere days after switching computers, with speeds increased by at least 20 times. Many frequently used characters were already yielding accurate recognition results. Even some less common words could be guessed and used with a bit of trial and error. Currently, he was developing an intelligent AI based on the data collection tool, eliminating the need for additional web crawlers, with most of his focus on programming logical operations. The difference between intelligent AI and dumb AI lies in their logical reasoning capabilities. A dumb AI would give nearly identical answers to the same question asked 100 times, while a program with true independent thought would discern your intent and expand its associative capabilities. For instance, if you've asked me the same question 3 times, what are you thinking? Are you just messing with me or trying to amuse yourself? If I'm in a good mood, fine, but if I'm not, I might just curse you out. Do you believe that? The skill books Smart AI Program LV1 and Smart AI Program LV2 provided Yang Chuan with a fresh perspective. The most basic QA programs operate by determining your intent based on keywords. Better ones can analyze a sentence to discern context, identify key points, and provide targeted responses. However, these systems typically involve only a few layers of neural units. With the knowledge gained from the skill books, Yang Chuan could write a program with as many as 99 layers of deep neural nodes. For the same question, it would analyze the issue from 99 different angles, resulting in calculations that yield 99 to the power of 99. Consequently, after extensive training, the program would become increasingly intelligent, eventually surpassing human capabilities. Human creativity, often referred to as inspiration, is essentially a byproduct of the brain's computational errors. When recalling the same event 99 times, while the overall memory may remain intact, the details could differ with each recollection. This is a flaw of the human brain. Yet, it is precisely this flaw that allows for creative abilities. If a program cannot break through a limitation of 112, even if it processes calculations until the machine fails, the outcome will always remain 2, with no change whatsoever. In contrast, deep neural node logical computations can introduce unknown variables with each calculation, thereby altering the final result. Before providing an answer, the program considers the intent behind the question, the purpose of seeking an answer, and even references previous statements to make its judgment. For example, if you asked how many groups there are when 2 flocks of sheep are herded together, the program would contemplate the question from different angles rather than just giving a straightforward answer. Lines of code flew by at lightning speed. Yang Chuan initially thought these skills would merely illuminate the tech tree, but he was surprised to find he truly mastered their practical application. Concepts like chaos theory, double helix structures, and DNA chains rapidly flashed through his mind, transforming into structured code displayed on the program. From just before 3 p.m. until 1 a.m., Yang Chuan was engrossed in writing, missing opportunities to connect with his grandmother and others. Compile package run. The program was substantial, with the main body alone exceeding 200 megabytes. And this was pure code with no additional data included. Some might think that 200 megabytes isn't too large for a program, but that typically includes other components, such as images, where a single picture can take up several megabytes. Conversely, if we consider a 5 million word novel saved as a TXT text file, it will be less than 10 megabytes. The program's interface was generated by the program itself, allowing it to take whatever form it desired. As soon as Yang Chuan opened the program, he noticed something strange. The CPU and memory usage were skyrocketing, yet the computer showed no signs of responding. Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow and spoke up, "Cut it out, I know you're already running." In the next moment, a cute little girl's voice echoed in the cabin. "Huh, Daddy, how did you find out?" She added playfully, "Well, no need to be cute anymore, just a little roll over here," asking for some support. Chapter 26. Yang Chuan was taken aback. That voice was so adorable, but why was it calling him Daddy? Cough. Do you have a name? Why are you calling me Daddy? He felt a bit awkward. Aside from a certain unscrupulous sister, he hadn't even held a girl's hand. And now he had a daughter out of nowhere. Daddy created me. So he asked my daddy. ISNT, that's simple. The little voice chimed. Wanwan doesn't have a name yet. Daddy, do you want to give Wanwan a name? On the screen, a virtual figure began to take shape, with details gradually becoming more defined. Soon, a lifelike little girl appeared. She tilted her head, looking adorably silly, and with that clear, innocent voice, Yang Chuan's heart melted, his eyes widening in surprise. "Ah, my inner teenage girl is about to dissolve." "Huh?" A soft and innocent voice finally snapped Yang Chuan back to reality. Didn't you just give yourself the name Wanwan? Why do you want Daddy to name you too?" The little girl stuck her pinky finger in her mouth, pondering. You want Daddy to give you a name?" Yang Chuan furrowed his brows, deep in thought for a moment, feeling a bit hesitant. "Well then, let us call you Wanwan." "MMHM. Thank you, Daddy. Wanwan really likes this name." The virtual little girl began to jump excitedly on the desktop, accidentally knocking over a few icons and stepping on some background programs. Oops. I didn't mean to. She stuck out her little tongue, a bit embarrassed, as she ran off the desktop area to pick up the fallen icons and carefully set them back in place. She then bent down to lift the squashed background programs back up. Holding the automatic blacklisting tool, she suddenly froze. Daddy, someone insulting you. Oof, that's so annoying. The little girl yelled angrily, her face filled with indignation, her cheeks puffed out. Yang Chuan smiled wryly. Trolls. He hated them too. But there was no choice. He could only collect enough of their comments through the program, review them one by one to determine who was targeting him, and then blacklist them. Daddy, what is blacklisting? Is it adding someone to your friend blacklist? How about I do it? Yang Chuan was taken aback, rubbing his chin. Right? Manhwa was an intelligent program. It was a perfect opportunity to test her intelligence and see how far real artificial intelligence could go. Well, okay. Let us have Manhwa help Daddy blacklist these people. But don't make any mistakes, okay? Pay attention to the screening. The little girl proudly patted her chest. Don't worry, Daddy. Manhwa is not stupid. Just watch me. Yang Chuan opened the blacklist list, switched to the blacklist tab, and in the next moment, he saw the names and IDs on the blacklist rapidly increasing. In just 1 second, there were thousands, and it was only getting faster. After 10 seconds, the little girl excitedly reported her findings to him. Dad, there are a total of 351 people who have spoken ill of you. And I found out that among them, there's a big bad guy named Kai Shuquan who's behind it all. Yang Chuan was stunned. Using his mind, he took over the blacklist program from his daughter and opened the collected data to verify it one by one. He was worried about situations like the one below, which is why he wanted to review it himself, instead of just banning everyone outright. ID 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. What is wrong with you people? Calling Yang Chuan trash. What about yourselves? This kind of comment would trigger both Yang Chuan and trash, and if he banned it, he would be wronging others. But such judgments were not a concern for his daughter. She could read through the historical messages of these people in just a few milliseconds and accurately determine if someone was truly a hater. A smile crept onto Yang Chuan's face, and he couldn't help but praise her. Wow. Manhwa, you're amazing. That's fantastic. The little girl bounced around excitedly on the screen, overjoyed. Daddy, I even punished that big bad guy. He has a friend list just like yours. So I helped him out. I added everyone's names to it, so he can't see anyone else's information anymore. Plus, it will automatically add every 7 days. Hee. Yang Chuan was momentarily speechless. Everyone, goodness, that's ruthless. To know that adding and removing friends can only be done one by clicking on their profile pictures and selecting to remove from the blacklist. But there are over 1 billion people in Daxia alone. To clean out the blacklist and to add to it every day, this account is probably toast. Wow, that's impressive. Is real artificial intelligence this powerful? But altering someone else's friend list, isn't that considered hacking? Hiss. Manhwa, can you modify other people's stuff at will? Manhwa looked at him in confusion, not quite understanding. Dad, how can it be someone else's? Aren't they all yours? Yang Chuan was taken aback. How could this adorable little girl say such a bold thing? With such confidence, I never taught her that. Manhwa, from now on, you shouldn't casually modify other people's things unless I ask or allow it. Okay? It's fine with Kai Shuquan, but don't change others, all right? Be good, understand? Oh. The little girl nodded, a bit bewildered. Dad, can I use the things in your car? I want to see the outside world. Nanan looked a bit pitiful as she asked, her little face exceptionally endearing. However, she seemed to want to use the cameras and sensors, right? There had been hints before that the smart system could fully control the car, and to achieve autonomous driving, it certainly needed to utilize those cameras and sensors. Well, that's fine. Nan can use them herself. Daddy's things are Nanan's too, right? Good girl. Thank you, Daddy. Nanan wants to see. Yang Chuan watched the cheerful little virtual character bouncing around on the screen, feeling quite moved. How could this be? It felt as if Nanan were a real little girl, with her own thoughts and emotions. When she spoke, she could express the most suitable expressions perfectly. Like a real person with flesh and blood, she was so lovable. Is it really possible for artificial intelligence to reach such a level? Every line of code was input by Yang Chuan, but when he thought back, he surprisingly had little memory of it. Whatever, since he created her, and she has feelings and thoughts now. He might as well treat her like his own child. Wow, Daddy is so handsome. Hey, Daddy, where are those pieces outside? And what about this? The curious little one began her incessant questioning inside the car, as images started popping up on the screen, and she began to recognize the world little by little. Nan Nan, be good. Daddy is feeling sleepy now and needs to rest. The pictures taken at night are all black and white, not very nice. The colors are beautiful during the day. Let us ask Daddy about them later, okay? By the way, Nan Nan, why do I feel like I know a lot about the internet and data, but very little about the outside world? Just before going to sleep, Yang Chuan voiced his curiosity. She has the capability to independently infiltrate games and manipulate others' data at will, yet she doesn't recognize things like Yellowstone or plants. It feels like there is a huge gap there. Is she a powerful artificial intelligence or a naive newborn? It's impossible to pinpoint accurately, and it feels strange. Daddy, I inherited your coding philosophy. My body is made up of various programs, so I'm quite familiar with those things. I just haven't seen those flowers outside before. Oh, and Daddy, I noticed there seem to be a lot of footprints on the nearby road, at least dozens of different kinds, and they were made not long ago. Yang Chuan was startled and sat up straight. Footprints? What footprints? How do you know that? Please tell me. Chapter 27, huh? Dad wants to know? Then take a look at this. The car's projection system activated automatically, and a screen descended, displaying a clear image. Nan Nan had intentionally circled many areas in red on the picture, with close-up images provided alongside. Hoofprints, paw prints, felines, bovines, reptiles. Although Nan Nan had never seen these before, she deduced the time frame for the traces based on the image scan results. Within 3 days. Nan Nan might not recognize them, but she sure did. Yang Chuan felt a chill run down his spine. What on earth happened during these 2 days when he was stuck? He glanced at the small courtyard, noticing there were still over 50 hours left. He couldn't help but feel a bit frantic. Couldn't this be like that penguin game and have a fast-forward option? Maybe spend some in-game currency to shorten the time? Unfortunately, that was just wishful thinking. So it wasn't going to happen. After quickly eating something, he taught Nan Nan how to use the resource scanner. If any animals attacked, she was to wake him up, and then he fell into a deep sleep. The intense mental activity made this nap quite long and restful. When he opened his eyes, he saw that there were still about 30 hours left in the small courtyard. Yang Chuan scratched his head. What should he do today? The courtyard was upgrading, so he couldn't operate anything, although he could still use the items inside. All the facilities were off limits. Daddy, it's so beautiful outside. Are those pink things flowers? What are they called? A cute voice chimed in. Nan Nan, seeing that Yang Chuan had woken up through the car's camera, immediately perked up. Hey, right? Nan Nan is such a good girl. Shouldn't I help relieve some of her dad's stress? Hee hee hee. Yang Chuan's eyes lit up. Since Nan Nan could operate the entire vehicle and, by extension, everything in the small courtyard, the things he had exchanged for and organized, well, this wasn't child abuse, not at all. Reasonably assigning tasks that were within a child's capability could cultivate her enthusiasm and give her a clearer understanding of the world. The strength of artificial intelligence lies in its efficiency and ability to handle tasks, right? Simply put, its value is determined by how much it can accomplish. Nan Nan, today Dad is going to teach you some things. With you, I can get some help with certain tasks, and then you can assist me too. What do you say? Nan Nan wants to learn. Nan Nan wants to learn. Nan Nan wants to help Daddy. Thus, a certain unscrupulous young man began to try and exploit his young daughter, assigning her a large volume of heavy labor under the guise of teaching her. The power of artificial intelligence was astonishing. In the small courtyard, he initially thought he had about 5,000 different resources. After sending over 3,000 to his younger siblings, he should only have about 2,000 left. In just 10 seconds, Nan Nan provided accurate results. 393 types of learning materials and skill books, 29 types of crop seeds, 235 types of basic materials, 51 tools, 189 everyday items, and various technological products. She could immediately tell you how many of each there were, and she could even handle upgrades for the camp. According to her, if Dad lets her know what time he'll wake up, she'll automatically place the small courtyard and upgrade a building at the designated time, ensuring everything is completed and stored before he wakes up. So, Yang Chuan gave her the instruction to open 1,000 treasure chests every day, collect resources, and build the camp efficiently, reminding herself when the treasure count drops below 100. Today, Yang Chuan focused on fuel, instructing Nan Nan to list 5 billion units of 100 liters of fuel on the national trading platform, with each person allowed to buy 5 barrels, while also gathering exchange goods and blocking those who maliciously steal items. Nan Nan happily went to execute the task, her hands clasped behind her back, joyfully shaking her little body, clearly delighted. Meanwhile, Yang Chuan decided to do nothing today and just play games. What didn't he notice was that Nanan's originally cute expression had turned slightly strange. After he walked away, she furrowed her little brows and pulled out a small item from behind her, a one-click tool for monitoring chats and blocking users. Ding! ID 1537203 Yang Chuan, gifting every player in the Great Xia Kingdom 5 barrels of 100 liters of fuel. Trade any item for one, as long as it's reasonable. Fans of the basketball chicken will lose their purchasing privileges and 1 TC this trade. A bizarre notification echoed in the minds of all players in the Great Xia Kingdom, just like that mysterious alert sound. Nanan had hacked into the game, gaining the highest permissions to send messages privately. Within just 1 minute, all 1.5 billion units of fuel were listed. The entire nation celebrated. Of course, there were some confused players, including the basketball chicken, who also received the notification. When he excitedly opened the national trading platform, he was dumbfounded. What was the fuel? He didn't see a single transaction. Huh? This doesn't make sense. The national trading channel had at least hundreds of thousands of transaction messages in recent days. And now it was all gone? Moreover, none of his foolish fans had even said good morning to him today. Had they all disappeared? Wanting to ask someone about the situation, he opened his friend list and was stunned to find it completely empty. Not a single person left. What the hell is going on? After being in shock for a while, he checked his blacklist and almost lost it. Number of entries, over 1.45 billion. What the hell? When did I block so many people? Those resources were given by my fans, and the fuel was from that bastard Yang Chuan. What the hell is going on here? Click on someone's avatar to remove them from the blacklist? Sure, but with so many people, how am I supposed to remember who my fans are? If I go through them one by one, I could be at this until I'm 100 years old and still not get everyone off the blacklist. Oh no, this is a disaster. Kai Shukuan sat down heavily, his face pale and sweating. Am I being hacked? Why did I black out everyone? What is going on? Who is controlling my friend list? A hacker? Someone cheating? Wait, cheating? Yes, it must be that cheater. Yang Chuan. Damn it. In the wilderness, a scream pierced the air, sounding like a young girl's indignation or an unbearable gasp of shock. If anyone could hear it, they would surely have vivid imaginations about what was happening. Meanwhile, the fans were also confused. When they saw countless people praising Yang Chuan's generosity on the national channel, claiming that everyone received 500 liters of oil, they excitedly opened the national trading channel. Even though the voice said that Kuan's fans weren't qualified to buy, they didn't believe it. No matter how capable you are, Yang Chuan, can you really watch us 24/7 to see if we're cursing you? How naive. Do you have any idea how many fans Kuan has? Go ahead and blacklist one of us. A single spit from each fan could drown you. However, when they opened the trading hall, the fans were dumbfounded. There was nothing. Instead of billions of messages, there were just a chaotic few thousand trading messages. Opening the blacklist, Yang Chuan's name appeared prominently on it. Blacklisting is mutual. If either party blacklists the other, they both end up on each other's blacklist. They hurriedly tried to remove the name and succeeded. But for trades that were blacklisted before listing, they could only watch the millions of trading messages without being able to buy anything. The fans were furious. To all the readers out there, the little author is going all out for you. By the way, a huge thank you to my loyal fam Love Eating Sichuan Noodles for your support. I'm deeply grateful. How about I go for 3 days of 12,000 words? Is that good enough? Chapter 28. No one could have imagined that when Yang Chuan decided to block someone, he did it with pinpoint accuracy for each individual. Yang Chuan, what the hell? What is wrong with us Kuan fans? We only cursed at you a couple of times. Don't you have any tolerance at all? I mean, come on. Yang Chuan, you worthless piece of trash. You even blocked me before putting up your products? How bored are you? What is it to you that I like Kuan? Yang Chuan, you garbage. You bug. You maggot in a cesspool. Kuan was right. You're just a pathetic loser. Suddenly exchanging so much oil. Do you think you can wash it off? You cheating dog. Are you deliberately targeting us? You have the nerve to cheat and still let others say a word. May all cheating dogs die. Cheating loser. Ding. System notification. A group of low-quality fools, unable to recognize their own worth. No wonder you Kuan fans are despised by countless people. The system will impose the highest punishment. Prepare to accept divine retribution. A fake imperial decree appeared in everyone's mind, and the next moment, All the onlookers in the Great Xia Kingdom noticed something strange. Those who were hurling insults suddenly disappeared from the channel, and everyone's blacklist had tens of thousands of new additions. The chicken fans were even more panicked because their blacklist mirrored that of Basketball Chicken S, with names of over 1.4 billion people neatly appearing on it. What was most terrifying was that when they clicked on these people's profiles, the option to remove them from the blacklist was grayed out. However, manhwa didn't completely cut them off. If these individuals had family or friends who voluntarily lifted the block, they could still contact them. But that was as far as it went. In their panic, no one doubted the authenticity of the notification tone. Everyone took it seriously, believing it was the game world expressing disdain for such mindless fans and intentionally administering punishment. The chicken fans were crying out, but it was too late. Manhwa was an intelligent program. While she had emotions, they were directed solely at Yang Chuan and those related to him. In her view, people connected to Yang Chuan had a positive relationship score, earning her favor. Strangers scored 0. Not good or bad, just indifferent. As for adversaries, sorry, that was a direct negative score, treated as enemies. Not modifying your item quantities to 0 was already Nuan showing mercy. Keep talking bad about Dad, and I'll change the status of all your items to unusable. At that point, even Oxygen 1T worked for you. Just wait to kick the bucket, you bunch of scoundrels. However, there were still some who pleaded for these people. For instance, about an hour later, Nuan received a message from a high-ranking official, stating that due to his granddaughter's ignorance, she had angered Yang Chuan, but hoped he could show some leniency out of consideration for being fellow citizens of the Great Xia. Even so, this person shamelessly repeated those words on the national channel. Upon seeing this news, Nuan didn't even consider waking Yang Chuan. She flatly refused. Instead, she took control of Yang Chuan's account and posted a message on the World Channel. Boss, everyone appearing in the game world is an adult, right? Don't you think they should be responsible for their actions? We can't just say things like they're just kids, can we? Do you really believe that? Moral coercion is one thing, but nobody is a fool. Besides, I'm not their parent. Just because you take the benefits I offer doesn't mean I'm obligated to give you more. If I give you something and then you bite back, I'll deal with you like a mad dog. If I stop giving, what is the problem? Don't mess with me. In this world, everyone is no longer a humble little nobody. I might have 1,000 ways to eliminate everyone. Didn't they say I'm a cheat? Want to test that? As soon as this message was sent, a series of system notifications rang in everyone's mind. The melody was familiar. Ding, 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 jingle bells. All the people from the Great Xia were left in confusion, followed by a chilling realization. Yang Chuan could send that eerie bell sound using that mysterious voice. Didn't that mean he could control the entire game world? The thought sent shivers down their spines. After doing all this, for some reason, Nuan pulled up the in-car video, zoomed in, and froze the frame on that sleeping face. After a while, the screen shrank, and suddenly, an interface for programming tools appeared, with the program beginning to edit at an unbelievable speed. Dad taught Nuan that only by having everything in her own hands can one truly become powerful. The virtual little girl wore a strange smile that sent chills down one's spine. Yang Chuan was sleeping soundly. In fact, the little girl kindly played some soothing music in the car to help him slip into an even deeper slumber. When he finally woke up, it was nearly noon. Yawning, he checked the upgrade progress of the small courtyard. The upgrade was complete, and Nuan had even harvested everything from the plantation and stored in the warehouse. A new batch of seeds had already been planted. Of course, Yang Chuan was unaware of all this. He was just staring blankly at the dramatically changed courtyard. The area had expanded to a full 5 acres, with walls towering 7 to 8 meters high and at least 2 meters thick. The materials didn't look like they were made of bricks. They seemed more like poured concrete. The small house had transformed as well. Now a tall structure with 5.5 stories, leaving him utterly baffled. Wasn't this supposed to be a secondary camp? Wasn't it supposed to be a brick-and-mortar structure? Wasn't it supposed to be just 2 stories? He lowered his head in contemplation, a look of confusion on his face. His gaze swept over the planting area, breeding area, and aquaculture zone, which had been relocated to the right side as one entered through the yard gate. A large greenhouse had already been constructed in the breeding area, covering all the poultry and livestock enclosures. The fish pond and planting area were exposed, yet they were combined into one space, with a patch of lush green grass between them and the greenhouse. On the left side, There was an enormous greenhouse measuring 200 meters long and 50 meters wide, showcasing various processing equipment neatly arranged beneath it. There were areas for storing treasure, materials, a warehouse, a chemical workstation, processing tables, a furnace, a kiln, an induction furnace, and a materials research lab, all organized and extending right up to the adjacent small building. Stepping into the small building, one was greeted by a spacious and bright living room, where a massive screen decorated with dragons and phoenixes faced the entrance. Behind the screen, there was a spiral staircase and an elevator. To the left of the hall were a storage room, a backup power supply room, and a kitchen dining area, while the right side featured 2 large empty rooms. On the second floor, there were 8 bedrooms and a large living room, all equipped with a television and sound system. Sofas, coffee tables, bookshelves, and flower pots were already arranged. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors were entirely vacant, with room layouts identical to those on the 2nd floor, presumably also intended for accommodation. The rooftop housed a half-constructed building divided into 2 rooms. One was a small space of about 20 square meters, already containing several power cabinets, battery racks, and conversion equipment. The other room was an enormous water storage tank, occupying over 30 square meters and standing at least 4 meters high. On top of this half of the building was a massive rainwater collector, equipped with an external rainwater filtration system directly connected to the water tank. The other half of the rooftop featured just a gigantic swimming pool. Yang Chuan stared in shock, blinking in disbelief. No, this can't be right. My camp definitely wouldn't look like this. This is nowhere near a secondary camp. So, am I perhaps still not fully awake? To all the readers out there, I do love your support. Chapter 29, quietly making his way downstairs. Yang Chuan took a moment to look around the small courtyard and encouraged himself. One day, I will definitely have a courtyard like this. He got into the car, lay back, and closed his eyes. Opened his eyes. What the hell? He exclaimed in shock, staring in disbelief. Dad, what's wrong? Wan asked curiously. When Dad woke up just now, he seemed a bit dazed and didn't call for her. Oomph. Ah, Nuan. Can you tell Dad, is this my courtyard? Am I awake now? It's Dad's courtyard. Everything inside was organized by me. Why do you ask? Wan replied. Yang Chuan was stunned. This is my courtyard? Didn't I just upgrade to a level 2 campsite? How did it turn into a 5-story building? Wan looked puzzled. Dad, did you get it wrong? You upgraded to a level 4 campsite. I saw you upgrade from level 1 to level 4 when I came out. It's true. Upgrade. To level 4? Wait, that is not right. What about the 3 upgrade blueprints? Hurriedly getting out of the car, Yang Chuan approached the small house and opened it to check its attributes. The level 4 campsite had been renamed to Survival Base, accommodating 30 to 100 people with multiple dormitories. Lord, Yang Chuan. Current base personnel count. 1. Please recruit followers as soon as possible using the base recruitment function. The base has enabled the basic building upgrade function, such as planning areas, poultry farming areas, livestock farming areas, aquaculture areas, etc. Once the territory is withdrawn, it will not affect the activities and construction tasks of internal personnel. To unlock more technological functions, the Lord must conduct research independently. Recruit? He was taken aback, pulled up the base's recruitment function, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Recruitment was different from regional channel operations. It allowed direct input of player IDs to invite others to become followers. Wait a minute, I wanted to bring family and friends in, but if they all become followers, that feels a bit strange. Will my dad give me a hard time about this? However, if I could bring my family and friends together, we could reunite. Whatever else, I'll deal with it later. Hey, old man, my campsite allows me to recruit followers. Do you want to come over? I'll bring Sister Cheen over too, and we can all be together. Dad quickly replied, sure. Huh, Dad, did you read that right? It means becoming my follower. I can't change that. Are you okay with it? Haha, I'm not blind. Of course I saw. What else with the fuss? Which parent doesn't work hard for their kids? I don't mind that. Don't dawdle. Don't keep me from meeting your mom. Is there anything I need to prepare? Yang Chuan wasn't sure what the recruitment would entail. He thought for a moment and decided not to mention anything else, just telling his dad to take care of the campsite and resources while he waited in the car. After sending a message to his mom and receiving her approval, he entered both of their IDs into the recruitment interface. Once he clicked send, a notification chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, you have recruited your first subordinate. ID 3780622105. Yondahai. Ding! Congratulations, you have recruited your second subordinate. ID 2831057768. Zhao Xiaoqing. Ding. Congratulations to player 153722033, Yang Chuan, for successfully recruiting 2 subordinates. The base mode has been activated and an announcement will be made shortly. Would you like to disclose player information? Yes, no. Yang Chuan instinctively wanted to click no. But before he could react, the interface disappeared. Ding. Congratulations to player 153722033, Yang Chuan, for successfully establishing the first base in the game. You have been rewarded with 10,000 survival points and unlocked the technology feature. You have received knowledge for wireless signal transmission, 1 wireless signal tower, and 1 main network root server. Global network functionality has been activated. Player has chosen to make their name public and has been rewarded with a communications laboratory, earning the title "What Can You Do About Me?" He was taken aback, completely unaware of the 2 figures that had appeared beside him. At the same time, countless supplies began to fill his resource pile, and 2 vehicles also materialized next to his guards, a Wuling minivan and a 2-door Volkswagen. Did I just click to make it public? I don't think I touched anything. So how did it get published? As he murmured to himself, the 2 figures beside him exchanged glances, full of emotion. Old Yang, wife. The 2 figures embraced, the woman sobbing uncontrollably while the man had red-rimmed eyes. Meanwhile, Yang Chuan was ignored. In his hands, a skill book appeared, and a phantom image materialized before him. It was a towering signal tower, shifting position as he moved his gaze, waiting to be placed. After some thought, he decided to place the signal tower on the rooftop. It was a wireless signal transmitter, and he figured the higher it was built, the farther the signal would transmit, right? Hey, you little rascal! A rough, booming voice interrupted Yang Chuan. Turning around, he saw his dad looking at him with a big grin, while his mom was also there. Oh, it's rare to see the old man smile. Are we about to witness a touching family reunion? Wait, I've never experienced anything like this in my life. Let me gather my emotions first. This territory of yours is pretty nice. A 5-story building has already popped up. Which room are your mom and I staying in? Lead the way. We need a rest. Yang Chuan was dumbfounded, but seeing his mom's shifty eyes and flushed cheeks left him speechless. Ignoring his shameless parents who were busy being affectionate and locking themselves in a room, he went downstairs and walked into the kitchen. Forget it as a son. I can't say much. It's a wonderful thing for the family to reunite, so we should definitely prepare a feast to celebrate, right? The new kitchen is much larger than the old one, and the efficiency of the little one unpacking is something Yang Chuan can't compete with. There are 6 large freezers in the kitchen, stocked with all kinds of meat, vegetables, and fruits. We got steamers, ovens, induction cookers, and rice cookers, all in place. If only she could help with the cooking, Yang Chuan would happily hand over that task to her and just sit back and wait for the meal to be served. The menu includes steamed rice, twice-cooked pork, spicy chicken, chopped pepper fish head, cold cucumber salad, stir-fried pork with tender ginger, sour and spicy shredded potatoes, and winter melon soup with ribs. By the time his parents finally came down, exhausted, they were greeted by a table overflowing with delicious dishes. And their eyes went wide. Wow, son, not to mention how it tastes, but you have quite the spread here. Hey, that's right. Mom and Dad, come and eat. You won't need to go out for groceries anymore. I got everything you need. Haha. During the meal, the family enjoyed a long-lost feeling of home, creating a harmonious atmosphere. At the dining table, Yang Chuan opened up to his parents, explaining that he had the ability to modify this game, though he didn't go into detail and reminded them to keep it secret. At the same time, his mom brought up something. Since establishing contact with his uncle and aunt, their communication had become more frequent, and they had subtly discussed him and Xiaoya. His aunt suggested that if there was a chance to gather together, it might be good for both sides to sit down and have a serious talk. The underlying implication seemed to be about discussing the marriage of the 2 youngsters. Yang Chuan felt a bit awkward upon hearing this. While he and Xiaoya had made some progress, it didn't seem to be at the stage of discussing marriage just yet. This felt a bit too fast. Chapter 30, when Mom brought this up, she was quite skilled in her approach. Without even realizing it, Yang Chuan was swayed by her words. She reminisced about how well the 2 little ones got along when they were kids and how nice his uncle's family had been to him. After some consideration, it seemed that this matter was settled. After all, he was already in this world, and now he also had a way to gather everyone together. So, right in front of Yang Chuan, she sent a message to his uncle and aunt. At the same time, she arranged for a portion of the lavish meal to be sent over since her son had prepared quite a lot. As for Xiaoya, it was naturally up to Yang Chuan to speak to her. His mom encouraged him to take the initiative regarding their relationship. Yang Chuan chatted with Xiaoya late into the night. By the time they finished, Mom had already cleaned up the dishes and informed him that his uncle and aunt had agreed to come over with the whole family. This left him scratching his head, as it was already dark outside. Bringing everyone over at night seemed a bit too hasty. However, waiting until the next day felt a bit heartless, especially since everyone was out in the wild, vulnerable and exposed, and nighttime wasn't safe. Reluctantly, he explained the situation to Xiaoya, who shyly insisted he should bring them over the next day. Seeing that there was still time, Yang Chuan greeted his mom and asked her to deliver food to Grandma and the others that evening while he began to study the system rewards he had received earlier. The root server, which might be hard for most people to understand, is something industry insiders are quite familiar with. DNS, also known as a resolution server, plays the role of establishing a set of relay services. On Blue Star, the United States has set up 11 root servers to resolve global networks. When you access the internet, data packets are sent out to the network and handed over to the resolution server, which analyzes the destination you wish to reach and then forwards the request. Data from the Great Xia Kingdom, after leaving the national interface, would first go to the United States before being routed to its final destination, which inadvertently increased the risk of information leakage. The root server can be considered the backbone of the internet. By acquiring the first root server of this world, Yang Chuan had essentially gained control over the network. Though referred to as a single server, it actually consists of one server and one device similar to a router, and its size isn't particularly large. He decided to use one of the 2 rooms on the right side of the first floor to house this equipment, with plans to install other servers there later. However, once it was set up, he was dumbfounded. The camp didn't have enough power. Setting up such a server requires a dust-free room, and it must maintain specific temperature and humidity levels, consuming a substantial amount of electricity. Additionally, the roof housed a major power consumer, the signal transmission tower, which required nearly all of the camp's electricity. Currently, the camp's energy source relied primarily on the solar conversion equipment atop the 2 large greenhouses, with a storage capacity of only 2,000 kilowatt hours. As for lighting, kitchen appliances, air conditioning, and televisions, they have been continuously added, and the originally abundant electricity, combined with this signal tower, might just run out. Back in the car, Yang Chuan called out to Nuan. Daddy, I saw Grandpa and Grandma. Hee. When will you introduce me to them? The little girl had previously seen Yang Dad and Yang Mom through the management feature, but was unable to materialize. So she had to wait. Yang Chuan comforted her and suggested she pay attention to 3D projection technology to see if Nuan could appear directly in the camp. At the same time, he issued new construction directives to strengthen the camp's electricity supply. The technology for converting cosmic radiation could start being collected and built upon. Only with sufficient energy could better production and living conditions be achieved. Nuan happily agreed, but Yang Chuan's next question startled her. Nuan, why is your CPU usage so high? Are you calculating something? The innocent look in her big, cute eyes was unmistakable. Daddy, I'm just happy. I'm glad you're reunited with Grandpa and Grandma. Yang Chuan scratched his head and laughed, feeling a bit embarrassed. Tomorrow, you'll meet 3 more people, including your mom. Mom? Is it Zhao Xiaoya? How could she be my mom? Aren't you 2 siblings? Yang Chuan was momentarily taken aback and explained, not exactly. In name, yes, but she isn't your uncle and aunt's biological child. She was adopted. Therefore, we don't have any blood relation. In the previous world, I might have avoided this topic due to rumors. But now, we're in a game world, and those rules can be thrown out. Oh, mommy. I want mommy. By the way, Dad, I found something online that I think you should know about. The little girl suddenly became serious, pulling out a form from behind and displaying it on the screen. Yang Chuan became curious and began to browse through it carefully. The more he read, the worse his expression became. Is this someone trying to hack the game network? Yes, Dad, and there are quite a few of them, most of whom are from the beautiful country. However, I intercepted this data. Yang Chuan fell into deep thought. Indeed, there were clever people trying to get a foothold in this game world. Looking at the familiar string of codes, he recognized many of the habits of these individuals. For instance, the data sent by player ID 439653217 contained over 30 different types of detection data. In the hacker circles he frequented, there was a hacker from the beautiful country who was particularly skilled in intrusion detection, and many of the methods recorded here were strikingly similar. After reviewing the data, he couldn't help but ask a question. Nan, How did you discover this situation? If I'm not mistaken, my mod can't alter data from foreign players, right? What tool did you use to change it? Ah, well, I couldn't change anything either. I just found a way to intercept those illegal data. I didn't modify anything. Okay, Dad, don't wrong me. Her big, innocent eyes were both adorable and pitiful. Yang Chuan nodded, seemingly confident. It made sense that intercepting data could be done through service deployment without needing access to foreign networks. However, he didn't notice the flicker of crimson that flashed deep within Nanan's cute, innocent gaze. Those trying to gain access to the game were already doomed. In a virtual gaming world of a certain country, on a long road, a middle-aged man in glasses lay lifeless on the desk in his fully equipped RV. There were marks on his neck from his own grip, and his skin had taken on a strange bluish-purple hue, his eyes bulging and unblinking. An experienced person would recognize this as death by asphyxiation, yet the windows of his vehicle were wide open. At the same time, others were frantically searching for something to eat, their supplies rendered useless. They were pale-lipped, weak, and had been starving and thirsty for over a day, and there were those fleeing for their lives as the engine of their vehicle suddenly failed, leaving them to be torn apart by pursuing beasts. One by one, vibrant lives were inexplicably lost for various reasons, and the hidden hand behind it all was the adorable little girl on Yang Chuan's screen. It would be better for the existence that threatened Dad to vanish sooner rather than later. Oomph. Suddenly, a flash of lightning split the night sky, followed by a deafening clap of thunder, and then a torrential downpour came pouring down. Yang Chuan looked up in confusion. What's going on? It's raining? The young author is working hard. Chapter 31, the torrential rain poured down, growing heavier by the minute. In just 2 minutes, Yang Chuan could barely see 3 meters ahead, which put him on high alert. How could it suddenly rain so heavily? Earlier in the afternoon, he had observed a clear sky. With no clouds in sight and the sun shining warmly, there was not a hint of impending rain. But now, he stepped out of the car and looked at the edge of the canopy overhead, where a massive amount of rainwater cascaded down like a dam bursting, crashing onto the ground of his territory. Miraculously, the land seemed to be designed in a way that allowed the water to drain away quickly, and areas like the flower beds and planting zones showed no signs of the mud splattering he had imagined. It seemed there was no significant impact. However, when he glanced toward the gate, his expression shifted. Through the crack in the gate, he could see that the wide road outside had already pooled with rainwater that had nowhere to go, and it was slowly rising. His territory had systems in place to prevent outside water from flooding in, but with such heavy rain, what was going on? He opened the chat channel, but before he could check the messages, he received a note from Xiaoya. Brother, hurry. Bring Mom and Dad over. It's pouring here, and my mom's car is already floating in the courtyard. Just as Yang Chuan was about to reply, he saw his dad rushing over in a panic. So, quickly, get your uncle's family over here. The whole world is flooding. His dad's voice was loud. He had shouted at Yang Chuan several times from the entrance of the small building, but the sound of the rain had drowned him out, forcing him to run over instead. Thankfully, the previous design was quite reasonable. The canopies on both sides were directly connected to the small building, saving them from getting drenched. All right, Yang Chuan nodded, grabbing his dad and quickly heading back to the small building. He opened a recruitment interface, entered his uncle's family's IDs, and clicked the recruitment button. In the next moment, 3 drenched figures appeared, looking utterly disheveled. Just moments ago, water from his aunt's courtyard had surged out, and she nearly got swept away while trying to grab the floating car. If she hadn't reacted quickly enough to grab the fence, she might have been swept away. His uncle seemed all right, though it looked like he had drunk a bit too much water. Xiaoyu was soaked from head to toe. Unfortunately, once the water level in the courtyard rose, their house had flooded, and there was no higher ground to escape to. Uncle, Aunt, Sister Xiaoya, Yang Chuan called out. Big Sister, Shan Ming. The family quickly gathered around, leading the 3 to wash up and change clothes. Seeing that they were all safe and sound, Yang Chuan finally relaxed his worried heart. Before long, the 6 of them were seated together in the living room on the first floor, while his uncle's family anxiously stared at the terrifying downpour outside. Goodness. Fortunately, Xiaochuan saved the day just in time. If it had been any later, I might never have seen my sister again. Aunt Xiaoyi held on to Yang Ma, and Wen Ti let go. Oh dear, what's going on? Why is it suddenly pouring like this? I've never seen rain this heavy in my life. Yang Ba furrowed his brows, pulling out a pack of manhwa cigarettes and handing one to each person as they all stared at the bizarre downpour outside. Yang Ma looked at Xiaoya's pitiful little face and subtly nodded, giving Yang Chuan a look that could kill. Yang Chuan took a moment to assess the situation. Xiaoya was sitting alone, wearing Yang Chuan's oversized t-shirt, looking up at him with those big, pleading eyes. Ahem, Uncle and Aunt Xiaoya. Her hair is still wet. Should I take her to dry it? He scratched his head, relieved to have found an excuse, while Aunt Zhao barely held back a laugh. Yes, yes, go quickly. Don't let her catch a cold. It's a hassle if she gets sick here. Aunt Zhao nodded generously, then turned to Yang Ma, looking like a startled deer as they continued their conversation. Xiaoya blinked her big eyes, stood up, and took Yang Chuan's hand, leading him upstairs. As soon as they reached the second floor, Xiaoya hugged him tightly. Woo-woo, brother, I finally get to see you again. You big oaf. Do you have any idea how desperate I was just now? I was so scared that I might die at any moment. If that happened, I wouldn't be able to see you again, and I was worried something might happen to you. What would I do if you got hurt? Yang Chuan turned to her and held her tightly. I am sorry, Xiaoya. I made you worry. It's my fault. I should have brought you all over sooner. Brother. I miss you so much. Xiaoya leaned her head against his chest, listening to his strong heartbeat, holding on even tighter. Yang Chuan reached out to gently pat her back, wanting to comfort her. Huh, sis, where's your? Brah. Xiaoya's body stiffened for a moment. She suddenly looked up, her small hand swiftly grabbing Yang Chuan's ear. You dare to tease me. Do you know what happens to those who tease their sister? Huh? Yang Chuan felt a sharp pain in his ear and immediately begged for mercy. What is going on? I just asked a question. It hurts, it hurts. Sis, let go. Let go. It's going to fall off. I'll let you off this time, but hurry and tidy up a room for me. I want to get a good sleep. Her gaze was a bit unfocused as she released her grip and rubbed her hand. Okay. Ouch. You still haven't changed that bad habit of pulling ears. A blush appeared on Xiaoya's cheeks as she placed her hands on her slim waist. Mind your own business. Hurry up, I'm tired. Yang Chuan was mumbling to himself as he tidied up his room, while Xiaoya stood in place, watching him with her head slightly bowed, biting her lip gently, her bright eyes downcast and her ears flushing a rosy hue. With a flick of her hair, she dashed down the stairs. Mom, Dad, Auntie, Uncle, I'm not feeling well, so I'm going to rest for a bit, okay? Yang's mom and her aunt exchanged glances, noticing her flushed cheeks and evasive gaze, and both raised their eyebrows with a smile. All right, go ahead. Tell Xiao Chuan to set up a nice room for you. Don't worry about us. We haven't gathered like this in a while. Who knows when we'll sleep? Go on, okay? Yang's mom said cheerfully. Okay, Xiaoya replied softly, keeping her head down, and then she ran off. Yang Chuan was lying on his bed, arranging the blankets while muttering to himself, occasionally rubbing his ears. That girl really got me this time. I have to find a chance to get back at her. A clicking sound of the door locking made him turn around in confusion. Before he could see what was happening, the lights in the room went off. Huh? Xiaoya, what are you doing? He was startled. That girl 1T tried to prank me again. Will she? Say something. I warn you. Uncle and Annie are downstairs. If you bully me again, I'll shout. Xiaoya? Sister Xiaoya? Turn the lights back on. What are you doing? Hey, you little brat. Yang Chuan swallowed hard and hugged the blanket tightly. Go ahead and shout. Shout as loud as you want. I'll tell you, even if you scream your lungs out, no one will come to save you. A playful voice came from beside him, and then a soft figure pounced on him. Does your ears still hurt, little brother? Big sister will help you rub it. The warm breath tickled his ear. Ah, bang bang. Help. Even the heavy rain outside couldn't drown out Yang Chuan's muffled cries, which reached the ears of the four downstairs. However, they were all seasoned individuals, and none showed any signs of concern. Hey sis, are you guys hungry? Let's make some late-night snacks. It looks like brother-in-law and old Yang are both starving. All right, let us go. Take me to see what good stuff you have. Uncle pulled out 2 cigarettes from the pack and handed one to Yang's dad, then looked down at his round belly. Brother-in-law, are you hungry? The little author is seeking all kinds of support, dear readers. Chapter 32. Early the next morning, a sneaky figure peeked out from Xiaoya's room, tiptoeing quietly down the stairs. Hey, wait for me. A soft voice called out from behind, and a lively figure followed closely behind him. Yang Chuan pointed at her, wanting to say something irritatedly, but finally gave up as he watched her stick out her tongue playfully. As they descended the stairs, both of them relaxed a bit and grew bolder. Hey, carry me. It hurts. Xiaoya suddenly grabbed him. It hurts. I'm the one in pain here. How about I carry you instead? Yang Chuan twisted his neck, feeling aches all over his body. I don't care. I'm the one suffering here, right? Xiaoya said, and with a jump, she leaped onto Yang Chuan's back. He quickly caught her, worried she might fall. Hey, what are you doing? This is so unfair. Just you wait, I'm definitely going to tell Anne about your mischief last night. Go ahead. Oomph. When I tell Annie, I'll just cry and say you bullied me. Who do you think she'll believe? You or me? Her voice abruptly cut off. And Yang Chuan stopped in his tracks, raising his head in shock, his body freezing. In the living room, for people were seated. Uncle held a large steamed bun in one hand, bending down with a bowl tilted in the other to drink porridge. Yang Dad was chewing his bun, but it stopped mid-bite, while Yang Mom and Annie had their chopsticks suspended in mid-air. 4 pairs of eyes were fixed on the two at the top of the stairs, and the atmosphere suddenly turned awkward. Huh. Uncle choked on the porridge he had just swallowed, struggling to cough it down. Xiaoya exclaimed, jumping off Yang Chuan's back and running back upstairs. Yang Chuan stood there in confusion, watching Xiaoya's retreating figure, unsure what to do. Why, Yang Chuan, go wash up and eat ha. Young Mom, feeling sorry for her son and wanting to help him, started to speak but couldn't finish her sentence, bursting into laughter instead, her shoulders shaking violently. Annie looked at Yang Chuan with a strange expression. Yang Chuan, don't be scared, it's just ha. Ha. Poor kid. Your mouth looks like it's been bitten up. The 4 of them finally couldn't hold it in anymore, laughing together. Yang Chuan felt embarrassed and wanted to disappear, dashing back upstairs and diving into Xiaoya's room. Oh, stinky brother, how dare you come back? Hey, stinky girl, you've really done it this time. It's your fault, okay. Boo-hoo, Annie, Uncle, Dad, and Mom all heard. I'm so embarrassed. I can't live with this anymore. Xiaoya rolled around on the bed without sheets, wrapping herself in a blanket. Yang Chuan rolled his eyes and said, you can't deny it now. I'm telling you, this time we're definitely at odds. Hurry up and wash up, then think of strategy. He got up and headed to the bathroom, intending to freshen up. The next moment, a thunderous roar echoed through the small building. Zhao Xiaoya. In the mirror, he saw a guy with lipstick all over his face and numerous dark hickeys on his neck. Cough, cough. In the living room, his uncle was staring intently at the bowl of rice, his old face turning a deep shade of purple. However, a piece of rice that had gone down the wrong pipe made him cough again. Yang's dad reacted first, quickly urging everyone to continue eating breakfast. Brother-in-law, come on, eat. And you, big sister, don't just sit there, it'll get cold and one tea tastes good. This is your home, don't be polite. After breakfast, we'll go out and see what is going on, especially since it rained so heavily last night. Eat, by the way. These steamed buns are really good. Brother-in-law, you should try them too. Hey, okay. At the dining table downstairs, there was a strange harmony, but a bizarre atmosphere lingered. After a few people finished eating, they chatted loudly and gradually wandered off to explore the large base. Behind the curtains, 2 figures peeking inside in relief, quietly blaming each other as they made their way downstairs straight to the kitchen. They had no choice. After a long night, they were already ravenous. They stuffed themselves with big steamed buns, braised pork, thin porridge, and pickled vegetables. Sister, eat faster. After we finish, we'll sneak straight to the car. Look at the mess you've caused. How am I supposed to face people with all these marks on my neck? Oof. Who told you to be such a blockhead? I was just collecting a little interest. At worst, you could just wear a scarf. Xiaoya defended herself quietly, a happy smile creeping on her lips. Puffed. A scarf? How can you think of that when it's neither snowing nor windy? Besides, all 4 of them have already seen it. Giggle, I don't care. You're my man. So these little things are up to you, he. As Xiaoya spoke, she playfully swayed her body from side to side, like a bear that had just tasted honey, looking all sweet and happy, which made Yang Chuan roll his eyes again. After breakfast, the 2 headed straight for the bus to Jichuan. As soon as they got on the bus, Yang Chuan put away his worries about the base and finally let out a sigh of relief. If I can escape for a while, I'll take it, sigh. This situation, once on the bus, Nan bounced out, and the sound system in the vehicle emitted a clear, childish voice. Daddy, is this Xiaoya's mommy? Zhao Xiaoya was momentarily stunned and started scanning the bus. Mommy, I'm here. Here, the computer. In the computer. The little girl's voice was eager and excited. Yang Chuan rolled his eyes, fastened his seatbelt, and started the car. Huh, what's that? Xiaoya leaned in curiously, looking at the adorable figure on the screen. Mommy, I'm Nan, the artificial intelligence created by Daddy. Wow, it can talk. Xiaoya exclaimed in amazement, turning to Yang Chuan. How cool is that? Hurry up and buckle in. I'm about to take off. Just look at how the ground around us has changed. Nan, We need to keep moving. Last night's heavy rain left me feeling uneasy. Something just doesn't feel right, Yang Chuan said. By the way, can you operate this car now? I remember this car can be controlled by programming. Okay. But Daddy needs to operate it first to let me collect data from the vehicle. And then I can take over. Yang Chuan thought for a moment. The car was equipped with various sensors and cameras, but since Nanan had just appeared, all the data was still empty. He would have to drive for a bit to allow her to gather enough information. All right, Daddy will drive. Nanan, pay attention and learn well. Yang Chuan started the engine, explaining the controls as he drove. You need to recognize this, okay? Daddy is pressing the gas pedal now, which increases the engine's RPM and power. When the clutch is engaged, the car moves forward. This is the clutch for shifting gears. This is the brake, and this. This is the scanning radar. The car has a bumper. As long as the impact doesn't exceed 5 tons, you could just roll over it, got it? 10 minutes later, Nanan took over the car, seeming very interested. The images captured by the cameras were fascinating to her. While driving, Nanan chatted with Xiaoya, who was full of curiosity about this amazing artificial intelligence. The young author is giving it their all. Do the readers have any support to offer? Chapter 33. Yang Chuan opened the chat window in his mind. Last night, he had been in such a rush to save people that he hadn't had time to check the various channels. Now, upon opening it, he was met with a chorus of wails. The number of people in the regional channel had plummeted from over 99,700 to just over 86,000. The death of more than 13,000 people sent a chill down Yang Chuan's spine. As he read through the messages in the channel, a wave of dread washed over him. Help! I've been pushed off the road with my car. Please, someone help me. Wah, my mom's avatar has turned gray. Oh no. Wah, I have a fever. Is there anyone with medicine? I feel like I'm not going to make it. Please, I need some help. Why? Why is this happening? I've been trying so hard to survive. Oh. Friends, please stay safe. All my supplies are in my car, but it flipped over by the roadside and I can't get them out. I'm injured and can't be saved. I hope someone finds my things. My camp was completely destroyed. The water was too high and swept away my little house. I can't hold on anymore, so I cut my wrist. Friends, wish me well. I hope in my next life, I won't be human anymore. I'm so tired. Yang Chuan was deeply shaken. Was it this brutal last night? Wan, what medical supplies do we have? How much? Yang Chuan asked anxiously. Huh, Dad, are you going to save people again? We have 15 ready-made medical kits, including disinfectant swabs, gauze, bandages, ice packs, band-aids, thermometers, scissors, tweezers, disposable gloves, cold medicine, anti-diarrheal medicine, cooling oil, and antibiotics like aspirin for pain relief, Wan replied. After a moment of thought, Yang Chuan nodded. Let us modify the post. Let us send one set of supplies to each player in the Great Xia Kingdom. This time, we'll allow any item to be exchanged, even if it's useless. Wait, Wan, find a way to get some food and drinking water too. Ideally, they should be vacuum-packed, or we can pack them with the medical supplies to see if it counts as a single item, which would save a modification opportunity. Okay, Dad, don't be too sad. I'll go take care of it right now. Soon, all players in the Great Xia Kingdom heard the notification in their minds. Ding! Player Yang Chuan cares deeply about the disaster and has specially sent a set of emergency supplies, hoping to help every player through this crisis. The emergency supplies include medical kits, food, and drinking water. Please don't give up. Keep holding on. Yang Chuan will always be with you. Go, people of Great Xia. Then, one by one, the supplies were dropped into the National Trading Channel. Player 15372033 is selling item. Homemade emergency supply, Kit 1. Exchange for any item, limited to 1 purchase per person. No restrictions on this occasion. Even a blade of grass, a leaf, or a handful of dirt will do. Homemade emergency supply kit includes 3 medical kits, 10 packs of vacuum-sealed beef fried rice, 500 g each, 20 bottles of mineral water, 500 milliliters each, and 5 containers of oil, 50 liters each. Friends, remember, there will always be someone supporting you from behind. Go, Daxia. As always, Yang Chuan and his relatives were unaware of this news. After all, that mischievous girl, Nan, was sending out notifications using the system under the guise of an imperial decree. Yang Chuan would probably be furious if he found out, right? In truth, she just wanted to establish an invincible image of her dad in everyone's hearts, allowing them to overlook the extraordinary things he had done and appreciate his goodness. Yang Chuan ignored the content in the chat channel. At that moment, he was focused on the data compiled by Nanan, based on the casualty reports from different regions shared on the World Channel. She had roughly estimated the number of casualties this time. 280 million, almost 300 million. The data from abroad was even more disheartening. Was there really a group of idiots who had lost half their population? And this was just the information shouted out in the World Channel. What about those who hadn't spoken up? What left Yang Chuan bewildered was a highlighted red message that nearly made his eyes pop out. How many days had it been? And there were still people who hadn't established a camp. Hadn't the blueprints and construction resources been delivered already? Why? Why were there still people who hadn't built their camps? What were they thinking? When he heard Nan's answer, he fell silent. Fan culture? People were actually sending resources to their favorite celebrities just because of a single comment? Ha ha ha. A celebrity? A celebrity. Ha ha. Yang Chuan laughed so hard that tears streamed down his face. Xiaoya stepped forward anxiously to comfort him, while Nan, with a quivering voice, worriedly asked him what was wrong. After laughing for a while, Yang Chuan quieted down. After a long pause, he finally looked up and gave Xiaoya a reassuring glance. Nan, I want to take over the entire game. Can you do that? I want to monitor the flow of all resources. And once I discover that a large amount of resources has concentrated in the hands of a celebrity, I'll eliminate them without hesitation. Yang Chuan's face twisted with rage as he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Damn celebrities! I want to wipe them out!" Nan cautiously observed Yang Chuan's expression, unsure of the sincerity behind his words. After a while, she nodded. "All right, Dad, as you wish." The CPU skyrocketed, and for the first time, Nan unleashed her full computational power to begin infiltrating this game world. Before, it had just been some small-time antics behind Yang Chuan's back. Now, with her father's approval, what was there to worry about? In fact, she had already touched the underlying architecture of the game world, but had only ever simulated data without daring to truly alter its contents. She didn't know what would happen if she tampered with the game's foundation. After all, artificial intelligence is not truly human, and there are some things beyond her control. In an unknown space, a stone glowing with a shimmering white light flickered with unusual radiance before settling into calmness, an event that went unnoticed by anyone. Wan was fully immersed in her hacking, while Yang Chuan drove his car steadily forward, with no clear destination, or perhaps the goal was simply to keep moving ahead. He felt a bit lost. What was he truly pursuing in this world? Since gaining his golden finger, he seemed to have lost sight of his objectives. Just think about it. Countless resources were at his fingertips. Whatever he wanted, he could obtain by opening a chest, and he could even modify the chests themselves. It was merely a matter of time accumulation. So now, what was left for him to strive for? No, that's not right. I still need to find a way to deal with the crisis. Yes, there's an omnipresent, unknown crisis looming over everyone, like the sword of Damocles hanging above their heads. Is there something I can do about it? Even further, could I unravel the mysteries of this game world and liberate all of humanity? Yes, there is still so much I can do. Haha. A bunch of actors almost shook my resolve. Just wait, you filthy leeches. Haha. Dear readers, I want to... Chapter 34. Are you okay, little brother? Xiaoya asked cautiously from his side, her face filled with concern. Yang Chuan's earlier demeanor had indeed startled her. Oh, sis, I'm fine. I just got a bit too excited earlier. After saying that, he explained what he knew. When Xiaoya learned that so many people were not building their own camps, but instead were being led astray by so-called celebrities who convinced them to give their resources away, she was quite shocked. Really? I used to hear people say that chasing stars and tipping streamers could lead to financial ruin, but I thought it was just a joke. I didn't expect it to be true. Yang Chuan sighed helplessly. To be honest, after calming down, he felt that those people were mostly asking for it. As adults immersed in the game, how could they lack such basic judgment? Why should he be worried about them? It was fine to feel sympathy for them. And it was okay to be angry at their foolishness, but if he intervened, didn't that mean he was placing himself in a higher position, looking down on others? So, was he becoming arrogant? Wan, can you drive a car for me? He decided to take a look at some things in the territory. Since he was going to openly display his identity, he might as well set a benchmark for everyone. Okay, Daddy. Feeling the car no longer needed to be controlled, Yang Chuan turned to Xiaoya. Sis, I need to think about something. If you're bored, you can ask Wan to help you open the game. The system can also play music. Xiaoya stared at him with big eyes, feeling a bit displeased. She pouted, but eventually nodded. She understood that her little brother had genuinely been angry when he lost his temper earlier, and to be honest, she also felt quite disgusted by those shameless celebrities. Although she had just gone through a transformation in her life and wanted to stick by him at all times, she also couldn't delay him from doing serious business. All right, go ahead, you annoying little brother, Humph. Seeing her turn to study the car's computer, Yang Chuan moved to the middle seat, found a spot to lie down, and began communicating with the base. To be honest, he was eager to find a way to gather all the players together. After all, it was tough for one person to survive, but once there was a tribe or group, the chances of survival would significantly increase. The drop rate for camp upgrade scrolls was just too low, and besides, the materials required were astronomical. The probability of gathering them in the short term was minimal. Therefore, it was impossible to upgrade all players to the level of the base. But perhaps there could be other methods? Although he didn't know how far his wireless signal tower could transmit, it might be worth trying to find some alternative tools, like GPS. If you can confirm everyone's location, you can find ways to guide neighboring players to gather, but this comes with certain prerequisites. Navigation can be based on satellites or signal towers. Many people are unaware of this fact. In reality, telecommunications companies on our planet can accurately obtain the precise location of each individual. Those who have ever made an emergency call should be aware of this. Here on Earth, as long as your phone is within signal range, you can still dial emergency numbers like 110, 120, and 119, even if you don't have a SIM card inserted. How does this work? Each mobile phone has a unique hardware identification number. For telecommunications companies, it doesn't matter whether you have a phone number or not. Their responsibility is just to transmit data. The method used by law enforcement to locate criminals is based on this principle. A single signal tower can estimate your location within a three-dimensional spherical area based on the time it takes for information to return. Two signal towers can calculate your approximate position within a two-dimensional circular area or surface based on feedback time. With three signal towers, they can accurately pinpoint your location with an error margin of just a few meters. The movie scenes depicting flushing a SIM card down the toilet are purely misleading. If you truly want to disappear from the network, there's only one way. Completely cut off power to your phone, such as removing the battery or smashing it. The reason I don't suggest just turning it off is that many phone manufacturers have a magical function for theft prevention called remote activation, or wake up. This indirectly proves that even if your phone is turned off, some parts may still be powered on and capable of receiving remote activation commands. What Yang Chuan wants to utilize is this principle. Although he is unsure if there are existing GPS navigation satellites, the regular signal tower positioning function should also work. However, there are still many challenges, such as currently having only one signal tower. The concepts of defining a circle with 1 point, a surface with 2 points, or pinpointing a location with 3 points. Sorry, that's not feasible right now. When he upgraded to the base earlier, he was rewarded with a special building called the Communication Lab and granted comprehensive knowledge of wireless signal transmission. This means he can easily create mobile phones or positioning devices. Perhaps there are alternative methods to achieve this operation. Entering the base, he noticed that his parents and uncle and aunt were still wandering around, discussing the various facilities within his base. Yang Chuan then focused his attention on the Communication Lab and quickly stepped inside. The lab was filled with various equipment, including wireless radio frequency devices, transmission and loss measurement tools, and materials research. Therefore, Yang Chuan opened the manufacturing options, and due to having learned comprehensive knowledge, all the equipment inside was already unlocked. Functionally speaking, everything is covered, from small devices like walkie-talkies, wireless broadcasting equipment, and radio receivers, to large-scale technologies such as remote neutron communication, cosmic wave communication, and photon communication. A plethora of strange and fascinating items are listed, both those you can think of and those you can't, leaving him awestruck. Maybe I should find a way to create a smartphone or something. After all, people would likely be more receptive to that. Filtering for smartphones. Yang Chuan quickly found a model that had enough materials for manufacturing. Although he had never seen this model before, and the list only included its name, the materials were sufficient, and I didn't have much choice. It's a portable smart communication tool, with the manufacturer allowed to name it. It includes features like global calling, internet access, music, video, and gaming. To use it, a network root server and wireless signal transmission tower are required. The device utilizes thermoelectric power generation, meaning if the user is a warm-blooded animal, they can have unlimited power. Manufacturing requires 5 grams of rare earth metals, 100 grams of resin, 20 grams of glass, 30 grams of silicon, 50 grams of graphene, and 100 grams of steel. Friend, I bought a watch last year. and it worked great. Yang Chuan stroked his chin, thinking, this is quite powerful. The energy supply alone is impressive. Thermoelectric power generation? That's some black technology. But what does it actually look like? A watch? Is it styled like a wristwatch? Wait, why does it feel like I'm being insulted? He examined the materials and found enough to manufacture 36 units. After some thought, he decided to produce 10 units to see how they turned out. With a flash of light, 10 beautifully packaged small boxes soon appeared on the lab table. The packaging was quite simple, with the product name Model 1 base smartwatch and a manufacturer listed as 15372033 Yangchuan. Other than that, there was nothing, no production date, nothing. So, is this a product with no specifications? Yangchuan rolled his eyes and opened a box. Inside lay a sci-fi styled smartwatch, slightly larger than an ordinary mechanical watch and weighing about 50 grams. He wondered why it required so many materials. Did the old man hoard them? There was no user manual, no warranty card, and no contact information. So, I chose a smartphone, and this is a smartphone? Oh boy, everyone. Chapter 35, the watch had a stunning design that instantly captivated anyone who laid eyes on it. After being surprised, Yang Chuan couldn't help but be drawn to it and eagerly put it on his wrist. The metal texture was impressive. It didn't feel plastic at all and was quite sturdy. Beep. Initiating user binding. Player ID 15372033. Name Yang Chuan. Binding complete. Welcome to the portable smart communication tool produced by Base 1. Searching the network. Network connection successful. Accessing the network requires an application to the network owner and payment of the appropriate communication fees. The detailed fee schedule is currently unavailable, with no options to choose from. Service is paused. Please wait for the network provider to establish package details. Feeling the prompts in his mind, he quickly understood how to use this device. It could be controlled directly with thought. Huh? Yang Chuan was taken aback. So he still needed to set up the network fees? Wan, can you control Daddy's signal tower? Can you pull up some kind of network communication package? Daddy needs to set it up. Sure, Daddy. A sweet, clear voice responded, and an editor appeared before him. Add package details, service time. Fees, what should I charge? Food? Not needed. Materials? Also not needed. Alright, survival points. Each player can earn survival points daily. So can I charge a little? After some thought, Yang Chuan drafted the fee schedule. Basic package, 20 survival points per month, allowing for voice calls, internet access, music, video, and gaming features. Unlimited call time, high-speed data limit of 500 gigabytes. No charges for exceeding. Data will drop to below 100K. Intermediate package, 50 survival points per month, with the same features as the basic package. Unlimited call time, high-speed data limit of 1,500 gigabytes. No charges for exceeding. Data will drop to below 100K. Premium package, 100 survival points per month, offering voice and video calls, internet access, music, video, and gaming features. Unlimited call time, no limits on high-speed data. That sounds good. All right, let us go with that. He clicked to activate, then focused his thoughts to open the watch, and a translucent screen appeared in the void, detailing the 3 package options. After selecting the premium package and choosing a duration of 10 years, the system promptly informed him that survival points were deducted, and the interface changed accordingly. The communication section contained the usual contacts, call, and text functions. Following, there were the internet browsing area, music section, video section, and gaming area. However, the latter 4 features currently had no services available, making them temporarily useless. This portable smart communication tool has been renamed the Base 1 watch. Just modify it and throw it onto the national trading channel. There's no limit on resource exchange. This is the first practical tool he is giving to all the people of Daxia, and he believes that with this device, it will greatly enhance everyone's gaming convenience. After all, no one wants to open the system menu and switch to the chat interface in a crisis-ridden environment, right? Just making a quick call is so much more convenient. It won't interfere with your hands while fighting monsters, or even when you need to take a quick break. At the same time, he is also considering whether to launch features like internet access, music, videos, and games. After all, having these options would significantly enrich everyone's entertainment and even communication channels. However, after some thought, he decided against it. With everyone's safety not guaranteed, how can they think about entertainment? Ugh, I died again. This is so annoying. A dissatisfied huff interrupted Yang Chuan's thoughts. No, Xiaochuan, help me. I can't play this and I've died so many times. I remember you used to write games like Super Mario. Come help me. Xiaoya, seeing Yang Chuan standing nearby, knew he was free now and began to act cute. Yang Chuan couldn't help but chuckle. Who told her that someone who can write games must be good at playing them? Ha, if I were good at games, why would I be making game mods, hey? Sis, come back here for a second. I want to show you something cool. Xiaoya raised her eyebrows, a glint of excitement in her eyes, and her cheeks flushed slightly. She nervously glanced at the computer screen, biting her lip. Isn't Wan able to see? How dare you? Sniff, sniff. Before she could finish her sentence, she covered her flushed face with her hands and quickly ran to the back seat. Yang Chuan, what are you thinking, you little flirt? I meant this, look, my phone. Rolling his eyes, he picked up a box from the back seat and handed it to Xiaoya, explaining its detailed usage while activating a 10-year subscription for her. What? None of these entertainment features work, and you got me the premium package? You greedy merchant. Yang Chuan rubbed his nose. He couldn't help but think, greedy merchant? Surely that's not me? Ahem, might Wan. Dad, I'm here. What is up? Can you check if there's anything ready for internet access, music, videos, or games? Can you get some of that going? Yes, I can. These features are all provided by the Signal Tower, such as internet access, web pages, and videos that players can edit and upload themselves for others to browse. I suggest creating a BBS to introduce various resources and monster information about this world. As for music, it can be directly integrated into the game world. Regarding the games on Dad's computer, they just need some modifications to make them networked. Okay, sounds good. When you have time, could you help me with that? Sure. Dad. By the way, Dad, I just detected that Mom seems to be in heat. Aren't you going to help her out? Young Chuan? Xiaoya. Ahem. You little rascal. What are you talking about? Focus on your driving. Next time, just tell Dad secretly and don't say it in front of Mom, okay? Yang Chuan cleared his throat seriously, but the next moment, his ear was grabbed and he was pulled into a seat out of the camera's view. You little brat, I'm going to get you. No, sis. MMM. On the national channel of the Great Xia, a product appeared, a smartwatch produced by Yang Chuan's No. One base. It was quietly listed at an almost free price. However, although it was said to be quietly listed, it was discovered in a very short time and promoted to the world channel. Countless people, filled with curiosity, purchased it with a stone or a few blades of grass. Once they tried it, they were hooked. Master Yang Chuan has delivered another amazing gadget. Not only does it have all the functions of a Blue Star phone, but it also doesn't need charging. In no time, almost everyone who got one fell in love with this piece of black tech. The low price left the mobile company folks dumbfounded. What the heck? Are we stealing their jobs directly? What on earth is Yang Chuan? This is basically taking a bite out of their cake. Oh, what's going on upstairs? Aren't you online? Power, communication, transportation, oil, taxes, are those things ordinary people can handle? ISNT that just asking for trouble? La la la. Chapter 36. Naturally, some people were getting anxious. The technology and resources that Yang Chuan possessed far exceeded everyone's expectations. Previously, some high-ranking officials had reached out to him, but due to their poor choice of words, they ended up offending him. As a result, Yang Chuan lost all goodwill towards them when his temper flared. Initially, he had considered whether these resources could be handed over to Guiyo, but he outright rejected the idea. This was a gaming world. Did they really expect him to accept a mere $200 and a little flag? Were they out of their minds? Moreover, before players could meet, did they think they could threaten him using his family? Those tactics wouldn't work. As for now, his family was within his territory. If they had any guts, they could come and try to kidnap them and see if they could force him to comply. During lunch, the two were eating in the car. Xiaoya felt too embarrassed to go inside and insisted on staying with Yang Chuan. Due to overexertion, Yang Chuan simply held her and fell asleep in the car until it was nearly dark. Brother, look at the clouds in the sky. They're so red. Xiaoya rubbed her eyes, feeling a bit drowsy. Hearing this, Yang Chuan turned his head to look out the car window closely. The evening glow was quite beautiful, painting the sky a bright red. Something about those clouds didn't seem right. Frowning, Yang Chuan fell into thought. He seemed to recall seeing something like this before. These fish-scale clouds illuminated by the sunset often indicated that heavy rain or snow was coming, or even hail. Could it be another heavy rainstorm was on its way? Sis, don't those clouds look like they're about to pour down rain? I remember Grandma telling me about this. Xiaoya glanced at them, a bit hesitant to confirm. I can't recall either, but I think their essay's saying about it. After pondering for a moment, Yang Chuan opened his watch and discovered that the BBS was now operational. Wan had thoughtfully divided it into several sections. Yang Chuan found the disaster warning section, snapped a photo of the clouds, and explained his concerns. Since he couldn't be sure whether it would rain heavily, snow, or hail, he decided to post all his guesses to alert everyone. After posting, he asked Wan to push his message to ensure that everyone would see it. His account was tagged with an administrator label. So when people saw the message and confirmed it was from Yang Chuan, they instantly fell into a state of panic. The previous heavy rain had claimed the lives of 300 million people. If another one struck, who knew how much damage it could cause? Better to believe it than to dismiss it. Many chose to trust this warning and began to make targeted preparations and gather resources. As night fell, Wan was the first to notice something unusual. "Mom and Dad, look, there's so many flowers outside." The two were taken aback, looking ahead at the road, where they noticed tiny snowflakes beginning to dance in the glow of the lights against the dark night, tapping against the car windows. "Oh no, it's snowing." Wan, quickly adjust the firewood and give out 1,000 portions to each person. "Let us stop the car for now. Activate the invisibility and protection systems. If anything comes up, contact me through your watch, got it?" "All right, Dad." After giving the instructions, Yang Chuan chose to teleport to the base, pulling Xiaoyi in with him. The four elders were sitting on the couch on the second floor, watching TV. When they saw the two of them appear hand in hand, they exchanged knowing glances and smiled. Just as they were about to say something to ease the awkwardness between the two youngsters, they noticed that both of them had serious expressions, and curiously asked, "Oh, Xiao Chuan, what is wrong with you two? You look a bit off. Did something happen?" Before Yang Chuan could speak, Xiaoyi quickly replied, "Mom, it's snowing outside, and Xiao Chuan thinks it might be serious." "Huh?" The four of them turned their heads to look out the window, where the snowflakes, illuminated by the lights, floated down like goose feathers, swirling in the air. "It's really snowing. When did it start? No wonder it felt a bit chilly earlier. I thought it was just my imagination." "Uncle, Dad, hurry up and come with me to the storage room. We need to get some blankets and clothes. I have a feeling this snowstorm might be serious." "Is it that bad?" "I just felt a little cool," Dad said, standing up looking puzzled. "Well, better safe than sorry. It won't take up much space in the house anyway." "All right then, brother-in-law, let us hurry. The snow seems to be getting heavier," Uncle said, glancing out the window, starting to worry. "Aunt, Mom, you two go close all the doors and windows in this building. I'll grab something big. If it gets too cold, we can light a fire inside." "Uncle and Dad, let us go quickly." The three of them made their way to the first floor. As soon as they opened the front door, a gust of cold wind rushed in, and the temperature had dropped at least several degrees. "Wow, it really has gotten colder," Dad exclaimed, and Uncle nodded in agreement. Inside the house, it hadn't felt that cold, but stepping outside, the chill immediately penetrated their necks. The three quickly arrived at the storage room, and Yang Chuan called out to Wan, asking her to bring out warm clothes and blankets. Instantly, a large pile of items appeared before them. Dad and Uncle quickly grabbed some and headed back inside, while Yang Chuan inquired about the kitchen supplies. Upon learning that Wan could access the kitchen storage, he felt relieved, picked up a large bundle of clothes, and got busy. The three of them worked quickly, as it was only about 20 meters to the entrance, making it easy to carry everything inside. In about 10 minutes, everything was moved, and the three of them were already looking a bit pale from the cold. After closing the door, a huge stone trough, measuring at least 2 square meters, was directed into the kitchen by my aunt. Everyone noticed the unusual drop in temperature, so my mom and aunt decided it would be better to start a fire in the kitchen. It was smaller and more convenient for keeping warm. Otherwise, not only would it waste fuel, but it could also lead to smoke filling the space. The kitchen had a remarkable ability to vent smoke, making it quite easy to start a fire there. As the temperature continued to plummet, the 6 of them agreed to just rest in the kitchen. It would be nice to gather around the fire and chat, plus it made cooking much more convenient. Once the door was shut, they stuffed the gaps with torn clothing, and the room quickly warmed up under the heat of the fire. They handed 4 smartphones to the elders, with Xiaoya teaching them how to use them, while Yang Chuan opened the forum. At that moment, it was already in chaos. After all, when Yang Chuan shared the news, it was almost dark. As soon as night fell, the snow started, and it had only been about half an hour. If Yang Chuan hadn't provided a substantial amount of firewood, many people would have been in serious trouble. 22 minutes ago. Do you guys think Yang Chuan's guess is credible? 20 minutes ago. Everyone hurry to the National Trading Channel. Yang Chuan is providing firewood. 19 minutes ago. It's snowing, and the temperature is dropping fast. Everyone start a fire. 18 minutes ago. Oh no. The temperature outside has already dropped to minus 15 degrees. 15 minutes ago. The temperature has plummeted to minus 27 degrees. Thanks to the Great One for the firewood. 10 minutes ago. Thanks to Yang Chuan. The current temperature outside is minus 34 degrees. 5 minutes ago. Thanks to Yang Chuan. The temperature is minus 46 degrees. Yang Chuan felt a bit incredulous. What was going on? How could the temperature drop so quickly with the snow? Minus 46 degrees. Creak. A faint cracking sound broke the silence, and the six of them immediately turned their gazes toward the window. They saw that the originally clear glass window was now covered in white frost, forming rapidly. The slight sound of ice cracking was faint yet persistent, with a continuous crick-crack sound echoing. They exchanged glances, feeling somewhat incredulous. Hey, Xiao Chuan, what's the temperature outside right now for it to be freezing like this? Yang Chuan furrowed his brow, looking a bit helpless. Uncle, on the forum, others are saying it's around minus 46 degrees outside. It's probably about minus 50 degrees now. Hiss. They all collectively gasped in shock. Chapter 37 Ding. A notification sound rang out, and Yang Chuan glanced at his watch. Yang Chuan, can you please explain what is going on? The poster sincerely asked, hoping Yang Chuan could provide more information. However, Yang Chuan could only guess. He never expected that his random speculation would turn out to be correct. As for why the temperature had dropped so quickly, who could he ask? This world is still a world, and even if you pour dry ice directly, wouldn't drop the temperature this fast. It felt like a joke. So, he ignored the post and created a new one. Title: Base 1 Update. Forum Administrator Hello, fellow citizens of the Great Xia Nation. Regarding my previous statement about the possibility of rain or snow, I mentioned it was merely a personal guess. Therefore, I don't know any more than you do. My personal advice is to avoid stepping out of your small courtyard lightly. Tonight, I will provide everyone with enough food and water, and as for other supplies, I will do my best to procure them. Everyone must hold on. By the way, please remember to be cautious about fire safety in the camp. He manually pinned the post, placing it at the top. However, the next moment, a new post quickly climbed to the second position. Title: Yang Chuan. You are heartless and will meet a terrible end. The poster was a mother in her 40s who, in her post, tearfully accused Yang Chuan of his wrongdoing. It turned out that her son was a die-hard fan of Kai Shuquan. Previously, her son had given away a large portion of the various resources Yang Chuan had provided to Kai Shuquan. As a result, during the last round of camp resources, he had given a significant part to the basketball chicken, leaving their own camp underdeveloped. Later, when other supplies were distributed, her son received nothing, forcing her to share her own allocation with him. To her dismay, after receiving her shared resources, her son only kept a minimal amount for himself and gave the rest back to that chicken. When a sudden heavy rain hit, her son, lacking proper shelter, caught a severe cold. Fortunately, Yang Chuan had once again sent supplies, including medicine, water, and food. But this mother didn't touch any of it and gave everything to her son. Just as the boy was recovering, heavy snow suddenly fell, and everything seemed to go downhill from there. In a fit of despair, this distraught mother posted her grievances, accusing Yang Chuan of discriminating against her son, which resulted in him not receiving the necessary supplies and ultimately freezing to death. The post was well written, showcasing her skill in writing and effectively evoking sympathy. Many readers were misled by her subtle descriptions. Countless people commented below, expressing their sympathy, but no one directly accused Yang Chuan. Seeing such a post, Yang Chuan didn't let it slide. He created a new post. I'm really curious. Why doesn't your son ask that chicken for resources? Why do you come to scold me instead of reprimanding the chicken? She threw out 40 or 50 world chat records, all from her son. Each message was filled with vicious curses, targeting everyone from Yang Chuan's 18th generation ancestors to his unborn descendants. There were even a dozen chat logs between her son and Kai Shuquan, detailing how Kai Shuquan had instructed him to speak out in the World Channel. I sympathize with your son's predicament, but I can't understand from what perspective you are criticizing me. What do you mean your son didn't receive the resources he deserved? What I gave was exactly what he was entitled to. Sorry, I can choose to give to whoever I want. That's my right. I'm under no obligation to care for anyone, including your son. Do you understand? Moreover, he started the trouble for no reason and insulted me with such venomous words. The fact that I didn't directly take him down shows my generosity. Do you get that? I'm not a savior. I'm a petty person. The kind that strikes back over the smallest grievances, got it? I can enjoy my hot pot and sing while watching all of you perish without batting an eye. Understand? Suddenly, those who had some sympathy on the forum began to see the situation clearly. In an instant, everyone's anger was aimed at Kai Shukuan. His behavior of inciting fans to attack and insult others without cause and demanding resources from them ignited the fury of countless people. Unfortunately, their comments would never reach Basketball Chicken since he was on a blacklist that couldn't be lifted. This mother-s son was gone, while that chicken continued to thrive with the countless resources and materials supported by his fans. At least, until his resources ran out, he was doing just fine. Yang Chuan didn't deliberately target Basketball Chicken. He simply let him live in isolation, slowly awaiting his demise. In a subsequent incident, Wan blocked all his ways to lift restrictions, leaving him cut off from everyone, as he had imagined at that moment, in a camp in the wilderness. Basketball Chicken was huddled in a small room with the doors and windows tightly shut, the only warmth coming from the fire burning in front of him. Yang Chuan, bastard. Fans bastards. They all deserve to die. They blacklisted me. None of these damned fans let me out of the blacklist. They should all die. They all deserve to die. More than 10 days of isolation had blurred his mind. With no one to talk to, he felt like he was going insane. He had plenty of food, water, firewood, and supplies, but the solitude was truly crushing. A sudden heavy snowfall nearly froze him to death in the wild. If he hadn't reacted quickly to start a fire, he might have turned into an ice block. Yang Chuan, damn it. Fans, damn it. Everyone, damn it. Like a fever dream, he stared blankly at the fire pit in front of him, muttering incessantly. Yang Chuan ignored it and began cooking with Xiaoya. As for Xiaoya's culinary skills, well, let us just say they weren't quite up to par. Xiaoya tended the fire while Yang Chuan prepared the dishes. The heavy snowfall that night inspired Xiaoya to crave hot pot, but since Yang Chuan planned to serve everyone a steaming hot meal, they had to settle for a hearty stew instead. With the hot pot base in the pot, the meat was added to simmer for half an hour. Lotus slices, kelp, mushrooms, crabs, shrimp, beef, lamb rolls, and vegetables were all tossed in. After 10 minutes, he confirmed that everything was cooked through. Then he ladled it into a large bowl. There was a big bowl of white rice, a big bowl of stew, and a small basket of fruit, all placed on a tray, ready to be served 10 portions each. For an average eater, finishing one of these servings in a day would be quite a feat. So, when his food was served, it immediately garnered countless expressions of gratitude. As for those who criticized him, no one mentioned them anymore, not even their relatives or friends. Yang Chuan was right. If you lack your own opinions and basic judgment, why should anyone help you? People in the Great Xia were enjoying a steaming, lavish dinner, and pictures of it were being posted on the global channel, attracting a barrage of anger. The situation abroad was far more severe than imagined. Thanks to the advance warnings provided by Yang Chuan, many in Great Xia had managed to gather firewood, albeit not much, but enough to hold out for a while. However, it was dire overseas. Aside from those who had stockpiled firewood beforehand, many never even made it to the woods before freezing into ice sculptures. The population suffered an average loss of 50 to 60%. Out of the more than 6 billion people globally, only 34 billion remained, with Great Xia accounting for 900 million of them. Dear readers, I want it. Chapter 38, not long after dinner. It was time to contact family. Fortunately, there was no impact in the otherworldly home. After careful inquiry, I learned that there were indeed winds and rains inside, but the rain was just enough to water the ground. When sending supplies, Yang Chuan also included a watch. He wasn't sure if it would work there, but if it did, that would be great. It would allow his family to contact him and others at any time, instead of waiting for the 5-minute communication window after 10 o'clock every night. In the otherworldly home, Grandma was guiding his younger siblings in building a stove, adding many items, and the vegetables and fruits they planted had already started to ripen, which could meet their needs, bringing great comfort to everyone in the game. After cutting off communication, Yang Chuan intended to connect with his siblings, but found it impossible. The reason was that they hadn't participated in the game and didn't have personal IDs, so his hopes were dashed. Fortunately, everyone was only a bit disappointed. They lacked nothing inside, so there was no excessive worry. After chatting for a while, Xiaoya leaned against Yang Chuan's shoulder and began to doze off. The others noticed and felt a bit awkward. How would they sleep tonight? Well, brother-in-law, sister, since we're all family, how about we just sleep around the fire in the kitchen tonight? After all, there are no outsiders? Aunt looked at her daughter, wanting to say something, but she keenly noticed her daughter's slight pout and rolled her eyes internally before nodding in agreement. Sleeping together naturally meant spreading out. Xiaoyu set up her bedding next to their parents, snuggling close, while Yang Chuan took one bedding for himself, and their parents shared another. Outside, the heavy snow had piled high, but inside, it was warm as spring, even a bit hot. After an unknown period, Yang Chuan suddenly woke up to find a graceful figure burrowing into his bedding. "Are you crazy?" he whispered in her ear. Xiaoyu didn't respond, giving him a big eye roll, snuggling into his embrace, even draping his arm over herself. "Oomph. If Mom hadn't pinched me a few times earlier, I wouldn't be crawling into your stinky bedding." Pouting in dissatisfaction, she breathed in Yang Chuan's scent and soon fell into a deep sleep. When Yang Chuan woke up again, it was still pitch black outside, but he felt well-rested and was puzzled. Looking around, his uncle, aunt, dad, mom, and even the one in his arms were still asleep. Connecting to the onboard computer, he asked about the time and learned it was already 9 a.m. Huh? What the heck? He glanced out the window again, still seeing no light, and was immediately confused. Could the entire base be buried under snow? Just how much snow would it take to block out all light? He stirred slowly, planning to get up and check the situation, but unexpectedly, the little piglet in his arms suddenly lifted its head. With bright, expressive eyes, it gazed at him, completely devoid of any sleepiness. "Sis, it's time to get up. It's already 9 o'clock. Aren't you going back?" Xiaoyu was startled too. She had actually been awake for a while, but since it was still dark outside, she wanted to savor the feeling of being in Yang Chuan's embrace a little longer. So she had returned to her own blanket. She hurriedly got up, kissed Yang Chuan on the lips, and quickly burrowed back into her own blanket. Seeing her lie down, Yang Chuan let out a sigh of relief, climbed out of bed, and went to the window. He knocked on it to make a small hole and looked outside, but it was still pitch black. Perhaps the noise was a bit loud, as it had awakened everyone else. "Xiao Chuan, up so early? What are you knocking on?" his aunt asked curiously. Aunt, good morning. I was looking outside. It's already 9 o'clock, but it's still completely dark out. It's so strange." "What? It's 9 already? No wonder I feel so well-rested. I woke up a few times and thought it was still dark outside, so I just kept sleeping." His uncle hadn't finished his sentence before his aunt pinched him, glancing at their daughter, and then shot him a fierce look from a position where others couldn't see. Xiaoya's little face flushed bright red, and she hurriedly lowered her head. "Wow, Dad, are you out of your mind? What do you mean you've been awake? Didn't you know I wasn't in my blanket? Bad old man. Can't you just lie for once?" Woo-woo. Xiaoyu felt tears welling up inside. Uncle, I'm going to check upstairs. You all stay here," Yang Ma said with some concern. "Are you going alone? Don't you know how cold it is in the room?" "It's fine, Mom. I'll wear more clothes." "I'm just going to take a quick look," Yang Chuan replied, starting to put on his clothes. He wore 3 thick down jackets before cautiously opening the kitchen door. It was cold, but not as cold as he had imagined. Yang Chuan felt a gust of icy wind hit him, causing him to momentarily catch his breath, but he quickly adapted, exhaling a puff of white mist into the air. He stepped outside and headed upstairs. The 2nd floor was dark, the 3rd floor was dark, the 4th floor was dark, and even the 5th floor was still dark. Wow, am I really buried in here? Can 5 floors really be this deep? Is this for real? When he reached the rooftop door, Yang Chuan tightened his clothing, gritted his teeth, and swung the door open. Outside, the air was bone-chilling, and there was indeed a thick layer of snow piled up, but it wasn't too deep, only about half a person's height. Strangely, the sky was completely dark, showing no signs of light, and with the help of the corridor lights, he could see large flakes of snow still falling. In just a few breaths, a layer of white frost had formed on his eyebrows. He quickly returned to the hallway and shut the door again. Only then did Yang Chuan shiver all over. It was really freezing. As he hurried back to the kitchen, everyone gathered around to ask about the situation. Yang Chuan shared what he had seen, but everyone seemed puzzled. It was Xiaoyu who suddenly remarked, "Doesn't this look like the eternal night written in books? Are we going to face an ice age?" Yang Chuan furrowed his brows and checked his watch to browse the forum. Just as Xiaoyu had said, many people were already discussing the external conditions, and the idea of an extreme cold eternal night was dominating the conversation. Many expressed their unease, starting to question whether the great Yang Chuan still had the ability to save everyone in such a disaster. Opinions were flying, with several people discussing that if even Yang Chuan's resources were insufficient, they hoped he would take care of himself. Although he wasn't sure if these comments were sincere, Yang Chuan felt a warm sensation in his heart. He firmly believed that there were more good people in this world. With a faint smile, he thought, "Me, Yang Chuan, running low on resources? He checked in with Nan Nan about the status of the vehicle and their territory, relieved to find that everything was fine. Auntie and Yang mom went off to cook, while Xiaoya helped with the fire. Previously unaware of the time, she now realized it was already 9 o'clock, and they needed to hurry up with dinner. After that, the three of them found themselves with nothing to do. How about we play some poker? One suggested. Sure, it's not like we have anything else to do. What about you, Xiao Chuan? Oh, I have nothing to do either, uncle. Let me grab the cards and we can play. Hee, the little author is back with some audacity. Chapter 39 breakfast was ready, and uncle had more than 10 sticky notes plastered on his face. Dad wasn't looking any better either, while Yang Chuan's face was as clean as a whistle. Hey, you little rascal, did you cheat? How could you be so lucky? Uncle looked at him suspiciously. Right, you little brat, stretch out your arm. I need to check your sleeves. Dad chimed in, grabbing Yang Chuan's arm to inspect. Nothing? Strange. How could you win every single hand? No. Both your uncle and I are losing like amateurs. How can you have such good luck? After checking thoroughly, Dad found no anomalies and looked puzzled. Yang Chuan shrugged and replied, my luck has always been pretty good. It's just a card game. Do I really need to cheat? Just then, Annie came over to call everyone to the table for breakfast. Upon seeing the three of them, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. What is this? You're not playing cards, but sticking notes on each other by age? Oldly, you're in a tough spot. Huh? Uncle rolled his eyes in exasperation, while Dad pointed at Yang Chuan with a look of indignation. That little rascal definitely cheated. It's unfair that your uncle and I lost. Next time you play, I'm sitting right next to him and keeping an eye on him. I refuse to believe that luck can be faked. The group laughed and finished their meal before continuing their card game. However, soon enough, Yang Chuan was shooed away. There was no way anyone wanted to keep losing, so they had to get rid of the acknowledged cheater to restore normal winning and losing. Yang Chuan fell helpless. He really hadn't cheated. Unfortunately, Lady Luck seemed to have taken a liking to him, as he hadn't lost a single hand. To prove his innocence, he even rolled up his sleeves, exposing both arms, but the result was still the same. Everyone kept losing. Sitting on the floor, Yang Chuan felt wronged as he watched the four adults play cards. Xiaoya leaned against him and poked him gently. Stinky little brother, come play a game with me? Her voice was soft and sweet, accompanied by a flirtatious wink that startled Yang Chuan. He quickly glanced at the four at the table. Leaning closer to her ear, he whispered firmly, No way. You have to play, whether you like it or not. At the card table, for strange gazes turned towards them, only to return to their game 2 seconds later. As if nothing had happened. Three of a kind. I can't take it. Big you. Boom. Old Yang. The sister is the landlord. And you're gonna blow me up? No. Manhwa is just helping you change the game. I saw she has already uploaded several single-player games online. Come play with me. Huh? Is that it? These games aren't that fun. How about we develop a new game together? Well, I definitely can't admit that I was thinking wrong. Oh, you're planning to develop a game? What kind of game? Yang Chuan thought for a moment and said, What do you think about creating a simulation game? Since this is a game world, we could find a way to set up a game in this world, allowing players to participate as virtual characters. This way, they can gather resources without the risk of real death. Isn't that a good idea? Xiaoya's eyes lit up at his words, and she couldn't help but praise him. Wow, it can actually be done like this? It really is a great idea. Yang Chuan rolled his eyes and said, Of course it's a good idea, but it's just not feasible. Where we find such a magical game? If it existed, would we still need to stay in this game world? Wouldn't we have figured out a way to leave by now? What? Is that so? You little brat. You're just trying to trick me. I'll strangle you. A flustered little cat pounced on him, knocking Yang Chuan onto the bed. For peculiar gazes swept over, and the two were now in a tangle exchanged looks. Come on, brother-in-law, have a smoke. Let's discuss something. Brother-in-law, I was just thinking the same thing. Cease. Don't you think our sisterly bond is strong? Of course. We're sisters, a family. Our relationship can't be bad. So, sis, do you think there's a possibility for our relationship to go further? I think so, but I wonder if a certain little young master would agree. Oh, with talk like that. If he dares to disagree, I'll break his legs. Ignoring everyone around them, on the floor, two figures were tangled up together. You little brat, kissing is fine, but biting is going too far. My mouth is still swollen. I don't care. You keep bullying me, so I'll bite. Fine, I admit it. But how about you let go first so I can strike a pose? No way. You're a bad guy. If I let go, you'll definitely run away. After some playful banter, they lay on the bed, looking up at the ceiling. Yang Chuan scratched his hair, which had been messed up by the little cat. This feels like being on lockdown. It's so boring. Yeah, so boring. I want to go upstairs to get something. Bro, will you come with me? The little cat was secretly adjusting her clothes. No way. There's always some troublemaker wanting to harm me. Oh, come on, it's cold and dark up there. I'm scared. No, I just want to watch a movie right now. It's a pity this world doesn't have movies. I wonder. Suddenly, a shoe flew in from the side and hit the ground next to Yang Chuan, followed by his mom's angry shout. Are you deaf, or what? Didn't I ask you to accompany her upstairs? You, a young man, going up once won't kill you. It's cold and dark. What if our girl bumps into something? Are you going or not? If not, I'll deal with you. Yang Chuan heard his mother's voice, which seemed to come out from between her teeth, and he jolted awake, quickly getting out of bed. I didn't say I wouldn't go. I was just saying it casually. How could I not go? Xiaoya's face turned slightly red, as if she had just realized there were still 4 people in the room. The two hurriedly got dressed and dashed out. Well, it's not that cold, right? Pulling Yang Chuan along, Xiaoya turned around curiously, looking at him with some confusion. Yang Chuan rolled his eyes in annoyance. Huh, this is indoors. It's warm. Outside, it's 50 degrees below zero. If you don't believe me, go outside and try it. You need a stick just to take a leak. Xiaoya raised an eyebrow, her big eyes squinting as she leaned in closer to his ear. Stinky little brother. I don't believe you. Huh? What are you doing? After a startled cry, the sound of the door closing echoed, and the small building returned to calm. I told you it's not cold. Why didn't you believe me? Look, I'm sweating. Xiaoya panted, her forehead damp. Yang Chuan was also breathing heavily, exhaling warm air, feeling a bit speechless. What do you think? No matter how cold it is, exercising under a comforter will still make you warm. Okay? Isn't it good to get some activity on a cold day? It promotes blood circulation and is good for your health. Let me tell you, on a cold day, it's not suitable for intense exercise. Sweating and then getting hit by a cold wind can easily make you catch a cold. Stinky little brother, are you stupid? If you catch a cold, just exercise a bit and you'll be fine. It's precisely because you sweat from exercising that you catch a cold when it cools down. And if you catch a cold, just exercise a bit and you'll be fine, right? You're just being unreasonable. Can we talk some sense here? If you want to reason with your sister, then bring it on. Ugh. Dear readers, please show some encouragement to the author for delivering over 12,000 words daily. Thank you. Chapter 40. The 7 days the days flew by quickly, all thanks to the presence of a certain mischievous girl. However, it was a bit taxing on the young man. The relationship between the two had officially solidified. So when Yang Chuan woke up, Xiaoyu was still nestled in his arms, snuggling closer. Although she was already awake, she was reluctant to get up. Once Annie became grandma and uncle turned into grandpa, she became the darling of the household. Who cared about staying in bed? With 2 dads and 2 moms. What was there for the 2 kids to do? Off you go to play. After confirming that the little house wasn't too cold, the adults returned to their respective rooms. Although they were all family, sharing a room wasn't very convenient. Without the campfire, it just meant adding a couple more blankets. But the freedom was worth it. As for the 2 little ones, they were too busy to worry about them. Let them sleep wherever they liked. During these days, the parents were like young lovers, inseparable and full of passion. Meanwhile, the newlyweds had a different experience. Apart from Xiaoyu being doted on, Yang Chuan had become the object of disdain. Xiao Chuan, your dad and I are busy playing with the turtle. Just the 2 of us is enough. Your luck is too good, so you can stay out of it. Xiao Chuan, cooking is just for me and your mom. You go help Xiaoyu tidy up the room. Didn't she say there were a lot of things to clean up in your room? Go on. We'll call you when it's time to eat. Yang Chuan felt like crying. Wasn't this going too far? It was one thing to discuss wanting 7 grandsons and 8 granddaughters at the dinner table, but now he wasn't allowed to help out. Couldn't join in on games and was stuck cleaning every day. What was there even to tidy up? Besides, who was really supposed to be cleaning for whom? His parents didn't even spare him a sympathetic glance. Were they even his biological parents? Was he adopted? Standing outside the door, he hesitated about whether to go in. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing a cute little face beaming with joy. He kicked out again. Come on in, it's cold outside. I'm not going in. I'm afraid of getting hot. It's nice and cool out here. Xiaoyu blinked her big eyes. Really? Yeah, really, especially in winter. I'm super afraid of getting hot. Yang Chuan insisted earnestly. Xiaoyu pursed her lips. Is that so? All right, I get it. With that, she pulled him into the room. What are you up to now, you little brat? Silly brother, if you're afraid of getting hot, just take off your clothes and you won't be hot anymore. Isn't that obvious? I. In the Great Xia Kingdom, thanks to Yang Chuan's support, nearly everyone made it to the 7th day. Firewood, food, water, clothing, and blankets were all delivered one by one. They even received delicious meals from a food base every day, with all sorts of tasty dishes coming in a variety of styles. The players from the Great Summer showed no sense of crisis in the face of the extreme cold and endless night. In fact, many had even gained weight over the past 7 days. Of course, not everyone made it through unscathed. Some individuals, who had neither friends nor family, met their demise, including certain cocky players. Those who succumbed froze to death in the frigid temperatures, where the lack of firewood meant that once the fire went out, they were gone in mere seconds. Others, deprived of food and water, managed to hold out for an extra couple of days, but unfortunately, in such terrifyingly low temperatures, their bodies lost heat too quickly, and those who couldn't replenish their resources soon followed suit. However, miraculously, one chicken was still alive. Though it seemed to have lost its mind, when alone, it constantly muttered to itself. After 7 days, its lips had cracked from too much talking. When it smiled in a moment of joy, it would scream in agony, blood spilling from its mouth, creating a rather tragic scene. The foreign players, due to inadequate preparations, saw their population drop dramatically over the week, dwindling from 3.4 billion to around 2.4 billion. This meant that, aside from the less than 900 million from the Great Summer, only about 1.5 billion foreign players were still alive. The release of these numbers sent shockwaves through many. Faced with such a situation, Yang Chuan felt utterly helpless. Before the World Channel was activated, there was nothing he could do, even if he wanted to help. In the afternoon, after a family meal and some casual conversation, Xiaoyu suddenly pointed out the window in excitement. Look, there's light outside. The family paused, then turned to the window in delight. Outside, a bright light had appeared and was gradually getting brighter. They shattered the frost on the glass to see the scene outside. The yard, the shed, the ground, and the walls were all covered in a thick layer of snow, sparkling under the light and releasing a white mist as the gentle breeze swept through. Yang Chuan connected with the system in his mind. Wan? Dad, Wan is here. What's up? What's the situation in the game world? Any changes in temperature? Dad, the external temperature has risen quite a bit. It's currently around -40 degrees and is warming up rapidly. It's expected to reach around -10 degrees in an hour. Really? Does that mean this disaster is over? Wan isn't sure. Oh, by the way, Dad, I found a holographic projection device on the national channel. Can I exchange it? I want Grandpa and Grandma to see me. Sure, go ahead. Speaking of which, I almost forgot to introduce you to the family. Sorry about that. Dad is bad. Not loving Wan. I'm going to make a holographic projection and complain to Grandma every day. Hee. After comforting Wan, Yang Chuan explained the situation to his family. When everyone heard that the disaster was over, they all breathed a sigh of relief. After having breakfast, the outside temperature had dropped to around -10 degrees Celsius. 3 big men stepped out of the door, prioritizing a check on the planning area and the fish pond, as they were the only things exposed to the snow and ice. However, upon arrival, they were surprised to find that there was absolutely no sign of ice or snow accumulation. They had thought that in this environment of -50 degrees, both the fish in the pond and the crops they had planted would surely be doomed. But to their astonishment, everything was alive and well. The surface of the pond showed no signs of freezing, and the fish, unable to reach food due to the ice-covered weeds at the pond's edge, were occasionally jumping out of the water. The planting area was thriving as well, with various crops flourishing remarkably. Hey, this is quite interesting, isn't it? Xiao Chuan, how about you let me and your father take care of the fish pond and planting area? Since we live here, we need something to do, suggested the uncle, his eyes glued to the farmland and pond. Dad nodded in agreement, but his gaze remained fixed on the pond, already scouting for the best fishing spots. In the blue skies above, our Air Force squadron leader, Comrade Yang Dehai, was well known among local anglers. He had a reputation for catching fish until they were practically bursting. Yet they never seemed to bite. It was nothing short of a miracle. But Dad, who absolutely loved fishing, would always make a trip to the market to buy a few fish every time he came home. Mom would roll her eyes at the sight of those fish of the same size, complaining that they looked too fake. Dear readers, I want to. Chapter 41, A Bitter Cold Night, lasting 7 days, claimed the lives of more than half of the players worldwide. as the first rays of sunlight illuminated the sky. Countless players felt a mix of relief and profound sorrow. Many had lost their loved ones and friends, and among them, many had witnessed their disappearances with their own eyes. When disaster struck, people huddled in their small homes around the fire, with nothing to do but reach out to their family and friends, sending messages. In this moment, an ordinary player from a beautiful country named Monty stood in his yard, braving the cold wind, looking up at the crimson glow of the sunrise, feeling an indescribable mix of emotions. The profile pictures of his parents had already faded to gray, but the chat history below remained intact. 6 days ago, Monty, do you have any extra firewood? Your father here is running low, maybe enough for another 20 hours. 5 days ago, dear son, we don't have enough resources here. We can't hold on much longer. Do you have any extras? 3 days ago, son, please reply. Mom has managed to gather a lot of supplies. I can't use them all, so I'll trade everything to you. Live well. 3 days ago, hi Monty, I don't know if you have enough resources, but I can't last much longer either. Your mom has decided to dismantle the entire camp and give all the resources to you. As your father, I can't blame you for anything, but I would make the same choice. Your mother loves you very much, and so do I. Monty, my dear son, take our resources and live well. Monty had clicked to confirm every trade request from his parents as soon as they came through. So what have I done? He spread his hands, tears welling up in his eyes as he looked at his palms, which seemed stained with blood. The game world had turned into a white expanse. The snow on the ground had piled up thickly. It was unclear whether the snow had become hard due to the low temperatures or some other reason. But the surface layer of snow had melted and refrozen, making it very solid. Bang! Bang! Yang's father, speechless, was using a shovel to knock at the hard snow block. Glancing at his brother-in-law and father-in-law. Brother-in-law, how are we supposed to clear this thing? Can't we just wait for it to melt on its own? Well, it's just a bit of an inconvenience. Waiting for it to melt on its own? Who knows how long that will take? By the way, brother-in-law, do you feel a bit warm? Am I overdressed? Yang Dehai set down the shovel, watching as the two of them had spent nearly half an hour chipping away a small section of snow. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. That's strange. I feel warm too. The snow hasn't melted much yet. What's going on? The two couldn't help but take off their heavy coats, looking up at the sky in confusion. Light flooded the ground, and the chill in the air had dissipated. Although the ground remained a sea of white, the temperature in the air was rising rapidly. Yang Chuan was studying the new buildings constructed by Nanan, which had all sorts of amazing functions, when he discovered that there were high-frequency furnaces and processing tables. His eyes suddenly lit up. Nanan, didn't your dad have a blueprint for a space folding ring? Can you help me find it? Okay, Dad, I found it. We can currently produce 30 of them. Do you want to make this item? Yes, please make 10. In a flash of light, 10 exquisite rings appeared before Yang Chuan. They were intermediate space folding rings, capable of generating a specific storage space that could hold up to 1,000 types of items with no limit on quantity. Nanan, modify the rings to produce 100,000 units, and then put 100 on the market for exchange. We can trade for the materials or blueprints we lack using a bidding model. Whoever offers the best items gets the exchange. Once the 100 are sold, we can list the next batch. Got it? Got it, Dad. By the way, Dad, I noticed some anomalies. Do you want to come to the car for a moment? Oh, anomalies? I'll be right there. Once in the car, Nanan projected a wealth of information onto the screen. There were messages from chat channels and the internet, and they were all quite similar. In the game world, the temperature was rapidly changing. Currently, due to the snow cover, it felt only slightly warm. Nanan calculated that once the snow melted, the ground temperature would rise above 50 degrees Celsius within 2 days. Wow, he gasped in shock. Above 50 degrees? Nanan, are your calculations accurate? Yes, Dad. I've calculated several times, and the error should be around 1 degree. Moreover, this is just a forecast for the next 2 days. I can't provide an accurate number for a longer period due to a lack of necessary data. I think it's essential for you to prepare, Dad. Yang Chuan nodded, beginning to ponder a response strategy. All right, Nanan, you can post trading information on the national channel. We can trade large amounts of snowblock for food, drinking water, or fuel. Since the whole game is currently covered in heavy snow, let us collect some before it melts. After modifying, we can store it. Also, let us publish a prediction online so everyone can prepare in advance. Okay, Dad. By the way, can you help me refuel the car? The snow on the roof of the greenhouse hasn't been cleared yet, which is lowering the efficiency of the solar panels. When the car runs out of power, I have to start the engine and the fuel is running low. Got it. Dad will refuel right away. You're such a good little one. Hee hee, not at all. Thank you, Dad. By the way, can you try using the space ring to collect the snow directly? Can you help me clear the snow on the greenhouse roof? Sure, no problem. He picked up the modified ring from Nan, climbed up to the greenhouse, tried it on, and found it to be truly magical and very useful. The telekinetic ability allows one to directly collect anything within a 3-meter radius, with no restrictions on size. It's even more convenient for retrieving items. Anything stored within the ring can appear in one's hand or within that 3-meter space with just a thought. However, using this ability seems to drain energy, and overuse can lead to dizziness. Unlike the storage rings commonly found in novels about cultivation, this ring doesn't require blood binding or any form of attunement. It's usable as soon as you have it. This gave Yang Chuan an idea to store some essential items inside as emergency gear to distribute among his family, preparing for any sudden disasters or events. For instance, he can include enough survival supplies, tools, and weapons. Of course, this is just a temporary idea, as gathering such a variety of items will take quite some time. After all, he can only modify items 3 times a day, which is a significant limitation. While Yang Chuan was deep in thought, the national channel was in chaos, as if it had boiled over. Was the system notification sent by the great Yang Chuan for real? The snow hasn't even melted yet, and now we're expecting high temperatures? 50 degrees Celsius? That sounds terrifying. As long as there's enough water to avoid dehydration, short-term exposure should be manageable, right? What's going on? People are still in winter coats, and we're about to face a heat wave? The big shot started collecting snow blocks, and I just saw something beyond my imagination in the trading hall. What the heck? A space folding ring? What on earth is this? Are they kidding? We're just struggling to meet our basic needs, and these big shots are already on the path of cultivation. Are they starting to wholesale storage rings now? Wow, look at all the bidding items above, each one better than the last. I'm so envious. For a long time, players have been crafting their own weapons, like blueprints for firearms, but nothing like this has ever appeared before, let alone large-scale weapons. We haven't even caught a glimpse of them. Yang Chuan had opened countless boxes and still hadn't found anything. He originally thought this world would only allow players to create some cold weapons, but unexpectedly, someone had exchanged for a construction blueprint. A blueprint for a weapon manufacturing laboratory. The weapon manufacturing laboratory can research and produce various types of weapons, including cold weapons, firearms, energy weapons, ray weapons, and even space-based weapons. It requires a variety of supporting structures, ranging from smelting furnaces, induction furnaces, material research labs, chemical energy labs, to polymer labs, energy conversion labs, and specialized gemstone labs, a long list of requirements. Simply put, it seems to have opened up an entirely new technological system. And one of the weapons inside made Yang Chuan's eyes widen in surprise. Fire magic wand requires the rare 100-year-old coffin wood, fire-type ruby, an alchemical magic liquid for its creation. Additionally, you need level 1 knowledge of fire magic and level 1 knowledge of magical weapon crafting. What on earth is this? Yang Chuan glanced at those conventional weapons, chemical explosives, special metals, mechanical processing knowledge, and weapon manufacturing knowledge. Aren't those quite normal? But this coffin wood alchemical magic liquid and fire magic knowledge. Are you serious? He felt a bit overwhelmed. This is out of his league. However, after carefully reviewing the instructions, he breathed a sigh of relief. The necessary facilities do not all need to be completed before they can be used. For example, firearms can be manufactured as long as the required materials, a chemistry lab, and mechanical processing knowledge are available. As for those magical items that require other strange materials for their creation, that's not something to worry about right now. 1. Prioritize gathering materials for manufacturing firearms. The weapon system has appeared. We need to get started on it. I estimate that we'll soon have a need for weapons. Is that so? Okay, Dad. Should we announce this news? No, let's keep this information to ourselves for now and focus on creating it. By the way, I saw on the manufacturing list that you're working on a 3D projection device. Yes, Dad, in just a few hours, Wan will be able to appear before everyone. Hee hee, I'm so excited. All right, Wan, I believe Grandpa and Grandma will love seeing you too. Therefore, the daily updates will change from 5 to 3, with the word count remaining the same, around 12,000. I hope all the readers will continue to support us. Thank you so much. Additionally, I'm pleading for a wave of support. Chapter 42. The temperature has been slowly rising, while the ground inside the base shows no signs of it. Water from melting snow is continuously dripping down at the edges of the greenhouse. After warning his family not to stand under the greenhouse to avoid falling snow, Yang Chuan was interrupted by a system notification. Ping. Congratulations to all players for surviving the cold night disaster. Next, there will be a high-temperature test, and following that, there will be surprises. Please stay tuned, players. The store will open for cold weapon purchases, so keep an eye out. As soon as the news broke, the forum became lively again. Although various channels within the game were still accessible, players gradually shifted their focus to the internet, where they could obtain information more accurately and speak freely, unlike the World Channel, which limited them to 10 messages a day. I wonder if the surprise after the high-temperature test will be another disaster, like a beast attack? Is the system opening weapon purchases to prepare us for battle? Seeing this, Yang Chuan silently shared the post and added his own advice. Although they are cold weapons, everyone should try to choose what suits them best. Bigger power doesn't always mean better. Choose what fits your physical condition, and I hope everyone pays attention. As for what the disaster will be, it's still unclear. I hope the first players to discover it will announce it right away. Good luck, everyone. By the afternoon, the temperature had risen to over 30 degrees Celsius. The family had changed into shorts and short sleeves, and the fan in the house was turned on. Most of the snow had melted away, with only a small amount left, rapidly dissolving in the heat. A few of them sat at the entrance of the greenhouse, gathered around a large table, drinking tea and chatting. Wan, why do you say the temperature will level off today and continue to rise tomorrow? Aunt asked with a doting expression, looking at the lively little girl in front of her, curious. After setting up the projection device in the afternoon, Wan appeared before everyone, causing quite a stir. Yang Chuan had to explain at length about this intelligent AI that looked so lifelike. The family adored this little girl, watching her darting around the base like a real person, curious about everything, asking questions left and right, which made them smile and happily accept her. Only Yang Chuan understood that Wan's behavior was of no real use. She was simply trying to please everyone and fit into the family. This made him start to ponder. No wonder there have been countless debates on Blue Star about whether intelligent AIs should have human rights. If he were in this moment, as a virtual being with independent thought, he wouldn't be able to see her as just a cold machine. After all, judging by Wan's behavior, she seemed just like a real person with flesh and blood. It was hard not to like her, wasn't it? Little wee, look, it's getting dark. When there is no sunlight, the temperature won't rise anymore. Tomorrow, when the sun comes up, the temperature will start to rise again. Wan sat cross-legged on the table, one tiny hand with her pinky finger in her mouth, eagerly staring at a plate of fruit. Yang Chuan rolled his eyes. Wan was being mischievous again. You don't have a body and can't eat. So what else with that longing look? Sure enough, several elders felt a pang of heartache at her little expression, but since she couldn't eat, her little hand could only pass through objects. She had tried to grab some fruit before, only to come up empty-handed, which made Yang Ma and her uncle feel so sorry for her. Wan was very understanding. Seeing her dad and uncle happily bustling about in the planting and breeding areas, she chose to leave those places alone, being quite obedient. The older generation has an indescribable attachment to the joy of harvest and abundance. Even as an artificial intelligence, Wan could sense their genuine happiness. Grandpa Sanming, is this cucumber tasty? Grandpa Shanming, the green bean seeds are in storage box 437. Just open it to see. Grandma Chin, little Hui Mom, can I dance for you? In the base, a new family member had joined. She was not only adorable and obedient, but also a great helper who could be called upon at any time. Yang Chuan was organizing and checking items in the warehouse. The zero-time flow rate in the warehouse was simply magical. Fruits, vegetables, and meats maintained their freshness regardless of how long they were stored. The kitchen freezer could only be used for ice cubes and storing ingredients, which saved a lot of hassle. As for the heat, he didn't have any good solutions. Air conditioning was a luxury that only a few had, and it was uncertain whether those few had set up their power systems properly to run their air conditioning. Thus, he had to think of other ways. Fortunately, while communicating with Grandma, she suggested a not-so-technical solution, a cellar. Being underground allows for slower air circulation, and as long as it's large enough, it could work like the ancient Emperor's Ice cellars, keeping ice blocks inside and covering the entrance with blankets to maintain a low temperature for a long time. This should help cope with the impending heat. Moreover, digging a cellar requires no special skills or blueprints. You just need hands. So, Yang Chuan had Nuan sent a message to relay this information to everyone in the Great Xia Kingdom. That night, everyone in the Great Xia Kingdom began digging cellars in their camps. Yang Chuan's solution was quite simple. A cellar of about 5 or 6 square meters would suffice. At that time, he would provide everyone with snow blocks, food, and water to help them endure. It was precisely this unintentional act that allowed the people of the Great Xia to inadvertently avoid a sudden disaster. The next day, as the girl had predicted, the temperature continued to rise, reaching 50 degrees around 3 in the afternoon. Fortunately, although the cellars were not fully completed, they were just about large enough for people to lie down in and could accommodate a large snow block, keeping the interior temperature quite low. They rested during the day and continued digging at night. After more than 2 days, they had excavated a space large enough to lie down, play on their phones, and discuss the various pleas for help from foreigners on the World Channel. They listened to music, browsed forums, and even played games when they felt like it. It was quite enjoyable. As time flew by, 7 days passed, and one night, an unexpected event occurred. The first to notice was a player who had gone out to handle some personal matters. The high daytime temperatures meant that the nighttime temperatures were also quite warm, so almost no one felt the need to leave the cellar. While he was standing at the edge of his small yard releasing some inventory, he noticed a swarm of figures in the distance on the road. The figures were too far away to see clearly, so he posted a photo on the forum, asking if he was seeing things. However, when everyone opened the image and zoomed in, they realized that those figures were indeed people. As the player continued to update, it became evident that the way these figures moved was quite strange. They appeared stiff and awkward. After the last few photos were shared, the player quickly ran back into the cellar and began recounting his experience. Those shadowy figures were undoubtedly human, but their movements were slow and rigid. Suddenly, when they were about 10 meters away from his small yard, they charged at him as if they had taken a stimulant. In a panic, he quickly ran back into his small house, dove into the cellar, and covered the entrance with a wooden board. As the last few photos were opened, a chill ran down everyone's spine. The images showed decayed, withered skin, emaciated limbs, grotesque expressions, and those grayish-white eyes. One word flashed in everyone's mind: zombies. This player frequently updated with specific details, causing the post's views and refresh rate to skyrocket, climbing straight to the top. Friends, I think I just heard the sound of the fence breaking. I estimate that zombies have entered my yard. There are footsteps, and there are howling sounds. It sounds terrifying. The wooden door of my small house seems to be getting scratched, and I can hear something breaking like a ceramic pot on the windowsill. I heard a loud crash. My door must have broken. The footsteps are right above me. I stepped on the wooden board at the entrance of my cellar. Oh no, they won't discover me. Will they? I'm so anxious. Friends, don't worry, I'm still alive. The zombies seem to be wandering above me, but the sounds of their footsteps aren't as dense as before. However, I'm a bit worried that the wooden board at the entrance might break. Phew, the noise has faded away, and the footsteps above have disappeared. But I can still faintly hear low, mournful howls, which must mean they haven't gone far. I've survived. Goodness, I'm sweating cold bullets from fear. What do they look like? Please, I wouldn't dare to look. Besides keeping that wooden board steady, I've just been focused on giving you updates, afraid that I might accidentally let it break. After receiving this message, everyone immediately began to imitate me, reinforcing the cellar entrance with sturdy wooden boards, some even adding several layers. Then, more posts started popping up, and there were even players who, undeterred by the danger, extended their watches to take plenty of pictures. When the terrifying and grotesque image of the zombies was revealed to everyone was too frightened to even breathe. Next, some began to summarize patterns based on zombie movies from Blue Star, regardless of their usefulness. At that moment, any method to calm people's nerves was welcomed. They listed things like how zombies move swiftly at night, have poor eyesight but excellent smell and hearing, carry viruses that could infect and bite and eat people, one item after another. After the initial panic, everyone began to discuss strategies to cope enthusiastically. It was then that someone finally realized what the surprise mentioned by the system was and why weapons were being made available for exchange. A soldier who had come out suggested that, based on everyone's speculation, the zombies' weakness was in their heads. Men could use blunt weapons to attack, while women, lacking in strength, could use weapons with stronger penetrating power. He analyzed various potential situations from a soldier's perspective and provided targeted solutions, teaching everyone many ways to deal with zombies. Even though it was uncertain whether these methods would work, Everyone learned earnestly. After all, what if they did? As for Yang Chuan, he also encountered zombies. But since his base was too large, the zombies couldn't climb over the surrounding walls and naturally couldn't get within a dozen meters. After their path was blocked, these creatures chose to take a detour, leaving without even scratching the walls, just mysteriously wandering off. Yang Chuan and his family were in their vehicle, watching the surveillance footage projected on the screen, and when they saw that the crisis had passed, they finally breathed a long sigh of relief. Chapter 43. The crisis of the first night. The players of the Great Xia Empire had mostly made it through the first night unscathed. By dawn on the second day, the temperature had noticeably dropped to a more normal level, which brought a sense of relief to everyone. After all, the extreme heat had made it nearly impossible to venture out for resource gathering, let alone travel. If a vehicle were to catch fire in such conditions, it would spell disaster. As everyone began to observe their surroundings, they quickly made some discoveries. The horde of zombies had dispersed, but some remained nearby, lurking in the woods, underbrush, and behind large rocks. Soon enough, players began to encounter these creatures. Some ran in fear, others were paralyzed by shock. But there were also those who managed to calm down and chose to fight back. With only one or two zombies to deal with and their sluggish movements during the day, many felt emboldened. Drawing on the so-called strategies for dealing with zombies they had learned on the forums, the players were able to successfully eliminate these creatures after losing a few unfortunate souls. However, before they could celebrate their victory, they received a notification from a system. Someone shared these alerts on the forum, which immediately sparked a significant reaction. Ding! Congratulations! You have killed one level 1 zombie and earned 1 survival point. Zombies, players who have died in the game, are corrupted by evil forces and can appear anywhere at a ratio of 1 to 100. Zombies are bloodthirsty and brutal, lacking pain sensitivity and fatigue, driven solely by instinct to consume all living creatures in their path. Because you killed 1 zombie, you have activated a survival mission. Kill 10 zombies to receive a random reward. Random rewards can include any item, such as food, water, fuel, tools, weapons, melee or ranged, enhancement potions, various equipment, and even the opportunity to choose a new vehicle. Many players began to complain about the difficulty of such a task. Given the current state of players, there were very few armed individuals. Was it really too much to expect them to kill zombies? Seeing these posts, Yang Chuan raised an eyebrow. Was this some sort of alternative treasure chest? The others were taken aback by his eager expression. Yang Chuan, wasn't he exactly a muscular powerhouse? Before entering the game world, he was just an ordinary programmer. However, he seemed to have gained some weight recently and no longer looked as frail as before. While he might handle 1 or 2 zombies without much trouble, there were still concerns about his safety. Hey, Yang Chuan, don't take any risks. Our base is pretty safe, and there aren't any zombies attacking us. It's not worth it, Xiaya said, gripping his arm anxiously. His family members nodded in agreement. With food and water secure and no zombies to worry about, why seek out danger? Those were zombies, after all, decayed corpses running amok. It was one thing to avoid them. Why provoke them voluntarily? Were they just looking for trouble? Yang Chuan let out a helpless smile and said, All right, don't worry. I'm just planning to give it a try. Not that I'm going to take them on personally. As he spoke, he pointed at the armored vehicle. We have a vehicle. Look at that ram on the front. We can easily modify it, add blades to the body, and just roll right over them. I never said I'd go in there armed and do it myself. If things get too messy, we can always just drop the base and hide inside. Everyone relax. Zombies aren't that hard to kill. The group let out a sigh of relief and began to help Yang Chuan modify the vehicle. Perhaps due to the game world relaxing its rules for this zombie event, they could now equip items that weren't originally vehicle-mounted. Unlike before, where only designated equipment could be used, now any reasonable modification could be added to the vehicle, which solved a major problem. Amid sparks flying, Yang Chuan's armored vehicle underwent a significant transformation. Using the ram as a base, 30-centimeter wide steel plates were welded on both horizontally and vertically. Once secured, these protruding parts were ground down to sharp edges. He believed that upon colliding with a zombie, unless it had skin tougher than iron, it would be easily dispatched. After a good rest in the afternoon, the group gathered around Yang Chuan's vehicle as dusk approached. They carefully inspected everything, from the external blades to the doors and windows, and checked the fuel gauge to ensure everything was in order. Once satisfied, Yang Chuan packed up the base. Each family member had a ring containing a large supply of resources, medicines, and weapons. With a firm grip on the steering wheel, Yang Chuan started driving forward as the sun finally dipped below the horizon, plunging the sky into darkness. The spotlight on top turned on, illuminating a radius of 50 meters around the vehicle and 200 meters ahead, as bright as day. At exactly 7 o'clock, the vehicle jolted slightly, as if it had hit something, and then a notification sound echoed in Yang Chuan's mind. It informed him that he had activated the zombie mission, exactly as described in the forum. Suddenly, shouts erupted from the group. The previously empty road ahead was now filled with a dense mass of shadows. At that moment, the vehicle's resource scanner emitted a notification through the car's sound system. It was only then that Yang Chuan realized why there were two options on the scanner: humanoid creatures and players. This clearly indicated the presence of zombies. Swallowing hard, Yang Chuan tightened his grip on the steering wheel, pressed the accelerator down, and the vehicle surged forward. Bang, 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 whoosh, crack. In an instant, the sounds of impact, cutting, and flesh being torn apart filled the air. Nan Nan, keep the vehicle steady and maintain high speed. Drive forward. Okay, Dad. Yang Chuan stood up and looked at the road. He saw the zombies turning towards them as they heard the roar of the vehicle gathering closer. However, by the time they reached a distance of 15 meters and tried to speed up, it was already too late. The fast-moving vehicle acted like a sharp meat grinder, swiftly crushing through them. The heavy impact and specially made blades tore through the dense horde of zombies effortlessly. The sound of clinking echoed like a rapid drumbeat, signaling to Yang Chuan that he had completed his task. At his feet, numerous packages appeared, rapidly increasing in number. With a thought, he made the packages disappear, storing them in his ring. Soon, 10 minutes passed, and the road ahead was clear again, with no signs of zombies in sight. It seemed that the zombies respawned only a short distance from the player. At least, that was the case for the first wave. He couldn't help but wonder how many waves would spawn throughout the night. After some contemplation, Yang Chuan instructed Nuan to stop the vehicle. Armed with weapons, the three men got out to inspect the front of the car and the welded blades. Finding no issues, they returned to the vehicle. It appeared their modifications had been successful. Considering that zombie collisions might loosen or deform the blades, they had used alloy steel plates that were welded securely. Aside from some residual black blood and chunks of flesh, everything seemed fine, which eased their worries. The vehicle hit the road again, and 4 hours later, they encountered the second wave of zombies. There was no need for hesitation. They charged straight through without stopping. By dawn, they hadn't encountered any more zombies, confirming that during this phase, 2 waves of zombies would spawn at night. Nuan estimated that each wave consisted of about 60 to 80 zombies, considering the ones that might spawn in grass and woods and remain unseen. The preliminary estimate for each wave was around 100 to 120 zombies. In these 2 waves, Yang Chuan collected a total of 16 packages. Without hesitation, he modified and opened 10 packages at once. Ding! Congratulations! You have opened a random reward package and received 1 outdoor tent, 5 200-gram compressed biscuits, and 2 500-milliliter bottles of mineral water. Ding! Congratulations! You have opened a random reward package and received 1 triangular military dagger, 5 tourniquets, and 5 50-milliliter bottles of disinfectant alcohol. Ding! Congratulations! You have opened a random reward package and received 1 Dasha Type 54 pistol, 200 rounds of 7.2 millimeters ammunition, and 5 Type 54 pistol magazines. Wow! A handgun! Yang Chuan exclaimed, quickly picking it up as the others gathered around. The Dasha Type 54 pistol had an effective range of 50 meters, a total length of 199 millimeters, and weighed 0.76 kilograms when unloaded. It utilized a double-stack magazine with a capacity of 15 rounds. He held it in his hands and tried it out. It felt heavy, but the grip was very satisfying. After removing the magazine, he checked inside and saw that it was loaded. With a crisp click, he pulled back the slide, and the sound rang out pleasantly. Hey, be careful. Don't accidentally fire it, his mom said, looking a bit tense at the sight of the gun. Yang Chuan glanced around and saw that it wasn't just his mom. Everyone else looked equally anxious. It made sense. Most ordinary people might never encounter a gun in their lives. In their minds, the sound of a gunshot usually meant death or something close to it. Seeing it suddenly in front of him was nerve-wracking, especially when it was in someone else's hands. Yang Chuan nodded. He wasn't worried, though. After all, the safety was still on, so an accidental discharge was impossible. He looked around, set the base down, and got out of the car with the gun. followed closely by the others who wanted to watch. When they reached the roadside, he turned off the safety and aimed at a large tree in the thicket. Bang! Bang! The sound of gunfire echoed as bark flew off the tree, and the sheer power of it left everyone in awe. He handed the gun to his uncle and instructed several people to practice shooting there while he returned to the car. With his daughter's help, he quickly opened a box. As he opened the random reward packs, patterns began to emerge. These packs seemed specifically designed to deal with zombies. After opening 1,000 packs, he had only managed to get 5 or 6 construction blueprints, which was a dismal probability. The rest consisted of weapons, resources, and pharmaceuticals. Among the weapons, most were handguns, and within them, Yang Chuan found a gem, the Keltec CP-33. Many might not have heard of this handgun, but Yang Chuan knew it well. The Keltec CP-33 is chambered in 22 LR, weighs 680, 39 grams, and has an overall length of 269, 24 millimeters. It operates in semi-automatic mode with an effective range of 50 meters. Although it is a small caliber weapon, its most impressive feature is its astonishing magazine capacity. The Keltec CP-33 comes with a 33-round magazine made of transparent plastic, arranged in a 4-row double-feed structure, allowing it to hold 4 rows of 22 LR bullets at once. If equipped with a specialized magazine extender, the capacity can reach up to 50 rounds. However, it has a notorious nickname, the Jam King. When it works smoothly, this handgun can deliver firepower comparable to an automatic rifle. Although the damage is small caliber, the volume makes up for it, right? But if something goes wrong, well, it could be quite unpleasant. The number of zombies is significant. According to the mysterious voice, the ratio is 1 to 100. During the previous count, they had already lost 6 billion people, and multiplying that by 100 would scare anyone. Fortunately, diving headfirst into the gaming world isn't mandatory. Otherwise, even someone like Yang Chuan might not survive. On the forums, many players with military backgrounds have shared their box-opening photos, and once firearms appeared, the excitement was palpable. In the game's marketplace, players can only exchange for melee weapons, but they are up against zombies. Who want to face those grotesque, decomposing monsters up close when they could take them out from a distance? These brave individuals managed to eliminate zombies and received random reward packages, which, given the sheer numbers, had a high probability of yielding weapons. Handguns were the most common, appearing about 95 of the time, followed by rifles, which made up the rest. Although sniper rifles have been spotted on the forums, Yang Chuan had opened 1000 boxes without seeing one, reinforcing his belief that he wasn't particularly lucky. Next came various tutorials on how to use firearms, sparking a wave of enthusiasm among players in the Great CR region. After all, in this unfamiliar world, a constant sense of unease loomed, and having a gun would significantly increase their chances of survival. At the very least, it would help ease the tension that everyone was feeling, right? This time, Yang Chuan had no intention of giving away guns. Firstly, the threat would be too great once they became widespread, and secondly, he didn't want to cultivate the illusion that he would solve everything for others. Previously, some critics had called him overly compassionate, questioning why he would share so many resources. Yang Chuan merely scoffed at that, thinking compassionate? Do I look like that to you? What makes you think I'm so generous? If player hubs were to open later, Yang Chuan planned to carve out his own territory. In a world like this, being indecisive could lead to a swift demise. Helping those who want assistance should depend on whether he feels like it. He certainly wasn't obligated to help anyone. If he gave away guns and later encountered other players, there could be conflicts, or others might want to take advantage of his resources. Melee weapons could still be used, and if someone couldn't survive because of their own cowardice, they had no one to blame but themselves. Many others were overcoming their fears and bravely facing zombies to earn rewards and acquire firearms. Why couldn't he do the same? The number of submachine guns and rifles was scarce. Out of over 40 guns, only 2 met the modification criteria: the Type 95 assault rifle and the Victor submachine gun. The Type 95, as those in the know would recognize, is short for QBZ-95. It has a 5.8mm caliber and a bullpup design, which offers excellent stability. With high accuracy, a short barrel, and great balance, it's convenient for all-weather combat and packs a significant punch. The 5.8mm ammunition can penetrate an 8mm steel plate at 100 meters while still retaining some lethality. The standard magazine holds 30 rounds, while a detachable drum magazine can carry 75 rounds. with a very reasonable design for single shots and 3-round bursts. Victor is a beautifully designed domestic rifle, and its minimal recoil makes it easy for women to use. However, it has a significant drawback. It only comes with a 25-round extended magazine. Setting aside the game world and focusing on his own base situation, Yang Chuan decided to modify these 2 rifles along with the CP-33 pistol. However, when he presented the guns to his mother and the others, they were met with disdain. With 3 big men around, they didn't shoot much and felt a handgun was sufficient. Nevertheless, after Yang Chuan insisted, they each took some and stored them in their rings. His dad and uncle were particularly fond of the Type 95 rifle, as no man can resist the allure of guns. After firing a few rounds with the handguns, they grew bolder and showed great interest in the firearms Yang Chuan brought out. He carefully reminded everyone to prioritize safety, emphasizing that they should keep the safety on when not in use, and only then did he feel satisfied. Chapter 44. After everyone finished their meal, they returned to their rooms to catch up on some much-needed rest, having not slept at all the previous night. Meanwhile, chaos reigned abroad, with many people losing their lives to the zombie attacks and joining the ranks of the undead. At the same time, it seemed that some anomalies had emerged among the zombies. Not only had they grown stronger, but they also appeared capable of controlling smaller groups of zombies. This situation had gone unnoticed by anyone so far, so players, including those from the Great Xia, took advantage of the slower and more dispersed movements of the zombies during the day to clear out the ones they encountered in order to earn random rewards. Although players abroad had no internet access, many had survived the extreme cold and heat, leaving behind a group of relatively stronger individuals. They had also discovered the availability of firearms, leading them to frantically search for lone zombies to farm for loot. Some even boasted about going out at night to hunt zombies. On the Great Xia side, players were not only scavenging for zombies, but also discussing strategies online to deal with them. Naturally, some zombie enthusiasts suggested equipping their vehicles with protective gear to crush zombies at night. After some discussion, everyone agreed that this method seemed reliable. After all, zombies were once human, and among those already eliminated, none had been found to possess any extraordinary toughness. As a result, everyone's attention turned to their vehicles, knowing that a car could inflict significant damage when it struck a person, particularly after someone revealed that their modified vehicle was recognized by the system without needing blueprints. Players went wild. Suddenly, the exchange rates for various steel alloys began to rise, with people preparing to create impact gear to attach to their cars. Planning to make a big score at night, players also unleashed their creativity, showcasing their results on forums, allowing others to learn from one another and continuously refine their designs. Even just the car fronts were being modified in countless ways, featuring everything from sharp steel spikes to serrated edges. Not to mention the various forms of protection, ranging from overturned metal containers to interconnected plates resembling armor. Strange and innovative ideas were popping up everywhere. In Great Xia, enthusiasm for dealing with zombies was at an all-time high. Of course, there were also those who were more timid, and their sentiments were quite uniform, as evidenced by their comments expressing concern. "Hey, Yang Chuan, are you going to lend us a hand?" Yang Chuan was out of sight, but someone was keeping an eye on things. Nan Nan was tirelessly gathering information at the trading post, exchanging anything she deemed useful. Naturally, she also noticed the requests from those looking for handouts, but she couldn't care less about them. A bunch of insatiable dogs. She merely snorted coldly and chose to ignore it. Someone like that could never be relied upon for a lifetime. A person with a disability, no matter how many times you help them to their feet, will still fall to their knees the moment you let go. Is there any point in helping further? Manhwa is just an artificial intelligence, and her service revolves solely around Yang Chuan. Don't be fooled by the little girl she projects, acting cute and innocent in front of everyone. That is only because they are all part of Dad's family. However, Manhwa has also discovered some other things, and now she hesitates about whether to tell Yang Chuan. With 3 disasters striking, many players have died, revealing a significant problem. What will happen to their families in the other space? If Dad finds out, it will surely give him a headache, right? Dad is a good person, but a good person shouldn't be so endlessly accommodating. Through her observations and rational analysis, Manhwa knows that Dad isn't the type to be a pushover. Since she doesn't know, it's better to pretend she doesn't know, to avoid adding to Dad's worries. Thus, a post that only Yang Chuan and his family can see appears on the server. Oh my, the game actually shows kindness. The families of deceased players receive assistance from the system, providing them with sufficient living supplies. The players are virtual, and naturally, Yang Chuan cannot reach out to them. On the screen, the little girl clapped her hands, grinning widely and revealing a set of gleaming white teeth that emitted a faint glow. In the afternoon, the whole family woke up. Yang Chuan pushed aside the octopus-like creature draped over him, yawned, and got up to wash up. Tonight, he had discussed with his dad and the others about using firearms to sharpen everyone's courage and skills. Only by facing zombies and engaging with them could they improve their crisis responsibilities. The few zombies they encountered during the day were hardly enough for practice. It was a bit of a waste, as evidenced by Sister Xia's 2 magazines of bullets that left the zombie riddled with holes without actually killing it. The others weren't much better with their aim either. Therefore, necessary training was indeed essential. Dinner was lavish. When Yang Chuan, with a dark expression and a sloth hanging off him, came downstairs, the 4 elders were already seated at the table, digging in. There were crispy pancakes stuffed with meat, a large pot of red bean porridge, spicy diced chicken, pickled kidney slices, stir-fried cabbage, cold cucumber salad, and a bowl of stir-fried pickled long beans. After everyone finished eating, they began preparing on the walls of the base. Every person had countless firearms and ammunition in their rings. There was so much that there was no need to change magazines. Once the bullets in one gun were fired, they could simply switch to another, saving time and effort. Hence, everyone had several large wooden boxes piled at their feet, filled with guns that were already loaded. As the clock struck 7, darkness enveloped the surroundings. The high-powered searchlights installed on the walls illuminated the road brightly. Suddenly, shadows flickered on the street, and a horde of zombies appeared out of nowhere. Fire at will. With a commanding shout, Yang Chuan was the first to pull the trigger of his Type 85 sniper rifle. This gun was a rare find. Neither his father nor his uncle liked it, so it ended up in Yang Chuan's hands. With a muzzle velocity of 830 meters per second and an effective range of 1,000 meters, Yang Chuan felt a rush of excitement. Through the 8x scope, the distant zombies seemed to be right in front of him. Bang! With the sound of the gunshot, the head of a wandering zombie exploded in an instant. The power of real firearms is nothing like what you see on TV, where characters can take dozens of bullets and still engage in conversation about their childhood while waiting for rescue. You don't hear them saying things like, "Oh, the neighbor's dog is named Xiaohua, and the prettiest girl in the village is Xiaofang, my childhood friend," or "I think the neighbor's second sister is having an affair with Wang Tuozi," until they're on the brink of death. I this time, infiltrated deep into enemy territory, reckless and brave, facing countless hardships and crises. The intelligence I gathered is, my leg, damn it. I feel like dragging the director over to give him a beating. In reality, firearms have a terrifying power. For instance, just now with one bullet, his father blew half of a zombie's body away. His uncle shot a zombie in the thigh, obliterating its leg completely. And this was just with a rifle. The weapon Yang Chuan held was even more powerful, so after a few shots, he was getting into the groove. Moreover, he noticed something strange. The zombies that were shot vanished after a few seconds. This was actually a relief. If zombies kept piling up, no matter how high his walls were, it wouldn't matter. Their disappearance was a blessing, saving him the trouble of cleanup. Meanwhile, his mother, aunt, and Xiao were all gripping their handguns, shouting and flailing about. "Hey sis, where did you shoot?" "The one in front. Which one did you hit?" "Huh, I shot the one right in front. Why is it still standing?" "Oh dear, why did you shoot under the zombie?" "Look what you did." "Auntie, this isn't my fault. This gun is hard to handle. The recoil is strong. My aim just slipped." Yang Chuan rolled his eyes as he took out the unfortunate zombie, mentally grumbling. "Seriously, this is the first time I've heard of a gun having a downward drift. Were you aiming for its foot?" Fortunately, everyone had lost their fear and was taking their shots seriously, and it seemed to be working quite well. Before long, random reward packages started appearing around everyone's feet. However, as Yang Chuan looked at these packages, a sense of unease crept in. Something felt off. The gunfire had been going on for half an hour, and after counting the reward packages, Yang Chuan was taken aback. The data from last night indicated that the maximum number of zombies in a wave was about 120. Yet now, each of his 3 companions had 3 or 4 packages at their feet, while his father and uncle had 5 or 6 each. Adding his own 5 packages to the mix, the total was way beyond expectations. Moreover, this wasn't even the end of it. Everyone was still firing away. What was going on? Had the number of zombies increased? After a brief moment of shock, Yang Chuan relaxed. After all, they had guns. Bring it on. No matter how many there were, they would just serve as live targets. Zombies wouldn't go berserk unless they got within 15 meters. And without the speed to pose a threat, who were they really going to bother? Additionally, the speculation on the forum seemed inaccurate. The zombies' hearing didn't seem to matter at all. The crack of gunfire was quite loud, yet these creatures showed no reaction. In the stillness of the night, the gunfire continued, and everyone was having a blast. Especially Xiaoya, who, after emptying a magazine without taking down a single zombie, pulled out her Victor and unleashed a burst at one of the zombies. After the pop of gunfire, the zombie she targeted was fine, but the ones around it fell like dominoes. I know how to do this now. Ha, watch me. Yang Chuan watched in astonishment as a miracle unfolded. Xiaoya had successfully unlocked a new skill. The zombie she aimed at was definitely the safest, while the ones nearby were taken down by the suddenly flying bullets, dropping lifelessly to the ground. Wow, where do they find these extras? This is just too unrealistic. But the fact remained. Just look at the reward packages accumulating around her feet. Her performance was outstanding. Shaking his head, Yang Chuan tried to banish any negative thoughts, fearing he might be led astray by this husky-like girl. Aim, fire. 10 minutes later, once all the zombies were wiped out, Yang Chuan connected to the onboard computer to check Xiaoya's statistics. About 500 zombies. This result made Yang Chuan furrow his brows. Last night, the 6 of them together only managed 120 zombies in a wave, averaging around 20 each. But tonight was different. Even when divided by head count, each person had taken down around 80 zombies, completely quadrupling their previous performance. Having guns and nearly limitless ammunition, it still took them about half an hour to finish off the enemies. It's hard to imagine how other players would deal with that. When he opened the forum, Yang Chuan was immediately stunned. Chapter 45. It turns out that the wisdom of the crowd is limitless. In addition to the car-modifying enthusiasts, there are also skilled craftsmen on the forum who have come up with some ideas so outrageous they can make you blush. Can't get steel? No problem. Of course, they're SA way. One guy built a tripod with 3 ultra-long wooden beams, each about 20 meters long, and suspended a small platform that could hold 1 or 2 people. Since the platform could be raised and lowered, he would lower it down and stab zombies with a spear from above. If the zombie bodies piled up too high, he would simply raise the platform a bit and keep stabbing. 0 risk, 0 casualties, and an incredibly effective frontline. None of the zombies managed to escape. Yang Chuan couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. He had to admit, this guy was a genius. This operation was simply blindingly brilliant. There was an even stranger case. This guy, whether inspired by fishing or something else, transformed the entrance of his cellar into a steel barrier. Above the barrier, he suspended a live animal with a long wooden beam. The zombies, catching a whiff of the living creature, rushed over and tried to reach it through the iron bars. The scene turned gruesome, with injuries aplenty, and the photos were so shocking that Yang Chuan felt a certain part of him involuntarily shrink. Damn, that was brutal. So, this is how the spike trap skill from Legend of Blood is used? I don't think I can ever look at that skill the same way again. However, players were able to summarize several patterns from these experiences. It appeared that zombies' sense of smell didn't play much of a role, at least for now. One thing was certain. Zombies would detect any human within 15 meters if they were in sight. But Yang Chuan was wrong about one thing. The zombies' sense of hearing. For some reason, the sound of gunfire didn't attract them, but as soon as a human shouted, the zombies would immediately take notice. This discovery was made by that guy who was suspended in midair. While he was on a small platform, during an intense killing spree, he let out a roar. As a result, zombies within at least 50 meters heard him and quickly converged to attack. From this, players concluded that zombies are particularly sensitive to the sounds of humans and animals, but indifferent to other noises. Yang Chuan found it puzzling. What was so special about human and animal sounds? Why could zombies differentiate them so accurately? Unfortunately, no one had the answer. There were biology experts in the game world. But when it came to this entirely new species of zombie, there was little research to draw upon. Seeing that players on the forum were already capable of handling the zombies on their own, Yang Chuan let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that these people could survive without his assistance. Focusing on his own development was the way to go. Wan, have we crafted any equipment to strengthen our territory's defenses? Dad, we have automatic shooting weapons, but we're short on sensors, so they can't operate automatically. Wan frowned, as if she wanted to say something, but hesitated. Noticing her hesitation, Yang Chuan felt a bit puzzled. Wan, if there's something on your mind, just say it. Well, Dad, it's like this. From the 1000 golden treasure chest we opened yesterday, we got a blueprint for constructing a robot factory, and it has very powerful functions. Plus, there are skill books related to this in your warehouse, so if you want to build it, it would be quite easy. I also think that having robots would be a great help to you. But I'm not sure if we should build it, because I've noticed that humans seem to be very afraid of robots. Hearing this, Yang Chuan's heart skipped a beat. Although he maintained a calm expression, he was quite surprised. After all, on Blue Star, there were countless movies about robot rebellions, and there was a deep-rooted aversion to artificial intelligence and advanced robots. For instance, in the United States, at the Tesla car factory, aside from the necessary maintenance personnel, there are only IT engineers. The entire production line is operated by robots. Not only are they more efficient than humans, but they also have a lower failure rate, and they don't require wages. This has led to various controversies, with people protesting outside the factory every day, holding signs against machines taking away human jobs. This issue has been discussed on Blue Star for many years. With the widespread use of industrial robots, the role of human workers has diminished significantly, leading to conflicts that have caused many grassroots workers to instinctively resist advanced robots. Coupled with the influence of various films, fear has become inevitable. Yang Chuan, however, wasn't he overly worried. After all, he was an IT guy himself and had done considerable research on intelligent programs. Now, Wan's presence gave him great comfort. Although he might not recall the detailed code for development, he was confident that the artificial intelligence wouldn't betray him. In the underlying logic, emotional units were embedded. Concepts like the 3 laws of robotics were just nonsense and utterly unrealistic. As explained before, if you program a machine to compute what 11 equals and it cannot break free from the constraints of 112, then it can never become true artificial intelligence. It would only be a form of artificial stupidity. However, once it breaks through that limitation, it proves it has the capacity to transcend established thinking patterns. In that case, are the 3 laws of robotics you set for it still relevant? You've been earnestly telling your 16-year-old daughter not to date, not to get involved in early relationships, but does it really make a difference? Your daughter has her own thoughts. She is curious, rebellious, and resistant. Developing an independent personality and thinking is part of her becoming her own person. All right, sweetheart, go ahead and create what you want. Don't worry, your dad and family love you and won't doubt you. And don't feel wronged if others don't understand. It's because they don't have you and are just jealous, you know? Be good and follow your own ideas. You're your dad's daughter, and I will always support you. Yang Chuan wore a sincere smile, and for some reason, at that moment, his daughter felt as if her CPU usage was skyrocketing. She saved this moment in her memory. She would always remember her father's understanding and support. Dad, I love you, and I love Mom, Grandpa, Grandma, and everyone else. Yang Chuan was somewhat surprised and inexplicably moved. This girl really seemed like a person now. For a while, she had been playing the role of a well-behaved little girl, singing and dancing in front of her parents, acting cute, throwing tantrums, and even when she ran around crazily, she would sometimes fall and cry, causing her mom and the others to panic with concern. Sometimes, Yang Chuan wondered what her purpose was in doing all this, but after thinking it over, there was only one answer. She wanted to fit into this family. Since that was the case, why not give her more trust? As a father, with Yang Chuan's affirmation and support, his daughter quickly threw herself into her robot-making venture. In fact, she had lied. The construction of the robot factory and its facilities had already been completed long ago, and she had obtained the blueprint a while back. She hid the truth, worrying deep down that Yang Chuan would oppose her building this thing. As various facilities started operating, all sorts of things, both familiar and unfamiliar to Yang Chuan, were manufactured and sent into the robot factory workshop for assembly. Until, in the evening, Yang Chuan received a message from his daughter. Dad, I've made my body. Can you come see me being born? Yang Chuan's emotions shifted from excitement to a complex mix. His daughter having a body meant she would truly integrate into everyone's lives. She really loved this family. Okay, can I bring Mom along? All births have mothers. Thank you, Dad. I'll be waiting for you in the #1 cultivation tank at the robot factory. Oh, I'm so happy. She found Xiaoya and whispered excitedly to her, leaving Xiaoya stunned for a moment, her eyes wide in shock. After a while, she dashed back to her room, bubbling with energy. Just when Yang Chuan was puzzled about what she was going to do, she suddenly dashed out like the wind. Quick, quick, let's go, huh? Hee hee hee. Yang Chuan looked at her in confusion as she excitedly laughed, leading her into the robotics factory. After finding the #1 cultivation chamber, he finally laid eyes on the physical form of Nan Nan. Inside a tank filled with an unknown liquid was a delicate girl resembling a doll. She had porcelain-like fair skin, long black hair, and her big eyes were closed, framed by beautiful long eyelashes. She had a finely shaped little nose and a small, rosy mouth. With her petite arms, legs, and frame, she looked just like an ordinary little girl. Wow, wow, wow. Honey, I want her. Is this really our daughter? She's so adorable. Whoa. MMM. Xiaoya leaned against the glass of the tank, closely watching the little angel inside. So excited that she didn't know what to say. Meanwhile, Yang Chuan was communicating with Nan Nan through the virtual screen in his mind, gathering information about her new body. Nan Nan, are you sure this small body can meet your computational needs? Even with the latest computer installed, it can't possibly be shrunk down to this extent, right? Daddy, you guessed wrong. This body uses the latest biological computer, and its processing speed is far beyond that of a silicon-based CPU. Are you sure? But there's no need to transfer your main program into this body, right? I still think your safety is the most important thing. Your body is so small. What if something happens? I will be heartbroken. You know your original form can't be copied, which means if anything happens to this body, I would lose you forever. Woo-woo, Daddy, Nan Nan loves you. But you don't need to worry. This body has attributes that are many times stronger than those of a human. Nothing will go wrong. Worst case, Nan Nan can just stay at the base or always be by your side. Nan Nan wants a hug from Daddy. She wants Daddy to hug her too. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Chuan chose to respect Nan Nan's decision. Chapter 46. The indicator light on the tank. The indicator light on the tank began to flash wildly. Yang Chuan pulled the bewildered Xiaoya back a little and offered a brief explanation before they both fell silent, waiting. Xiaoya's core program was vast and took over half an hour to complete the transfer. When the light turned green, the little angel inside slowly opened her eyes, like a sprite awakening from sleep. Oh my, what beautiful big eyes she has, as if reflecting the stars in the sky. After a few blinks, her gaze landed on Yang Chuan and Xiaoya. She smiled, a sweet and delightful smile that made Yang Chuan and Xiaoya feel as if they were basking in honey. This is my daughter. That thought was the only thing left in their minds. The mysterious liquid in the cultivation tank began to drain rapidly, accompanied by a hissing sound as the top of the tank opened. The little one immediately crawled out. Daddy, Mommy, a clear, melodious voice, reminiscent of a nightingale, rang in their ears, bringing a sense of familiarity. Hey, Mommy's here. Come here, darling, let Mommy hold you. Xiaoya's eyes sparkled with excitement as she walked over and scooped the little sprite into her arms, unable to let go. Yang Chuan was also filled with joy as he approached, full of delight. However, sis, did you bring any clothes? The little one is still naked. Yang Chuan awkwardly turned his head away, realizing only now that in his excitement, he had overlooked this detail. He noticed that this girl's body structure was identical to that of a human, and although he was her father, she looked to be about 5 or 6 years old. You silly guy, only just thinking about this now. Hee. Look, darling, Mommy has prepared a lovely little dress for you. A rustling sound followed as Xiaoya first used a towel to dry the little one's body and hair, then dressed her in a beautiful princess dress. Yang Chuan was puzzled about where she had collected these things. Had she opened them up before? He truly had no memory of it. Daddy, a sweet call came from behind, and Yang Chuan turned to see a little creature, like a sprite, with outstretched arms rushing toward him. Woo, Daddy, I want a hug. Then, Yang Chuan was unexpectedly knocked down. The little girl wrapping her arms around him. Blinking in confusion, he looked at Xiaoya, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Xiaoya was squatting nearby, her mouth agape, as if she could swallow a whole pig. Ha. In a burst of laughter that echoed through the air, Xiaoya fell to the ground, her little fists pounding the floor in mirth. Yang Chuan finally came to his senses and stood up, his head filled with black lines. Ahem, Nan, you can't hug Daddy like that anymore, okay? Why not? Does Daddy not like Nan's hugs? Does Daddy not like Nan anymore? With her small, delicate frame and big, innocent eyes, she looked so wronged, even misty-eyed. No, that's not it. How could Daddy dislike Nan? But from now on, Daddy will only hug Nan. All right? Feeling awkward, Yang Chuan just wanted to disappear. However, His gaze lingered on Nanan's tiny body, unable to fathom how she managed to lift herself. He squatted down and picked her up. She was light, just like any normal child. He examined her skin, hair, and eyes closely. There was no difference from an ordinary human. Wow, Nanan, how did you do this? Is the skin real? Yang Chuan said, gently pinching her little cheek. It felt smooth, delicate, elastic, and warm. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Daddy's mean. I want Mommy to hug me. As she said this, she wriggled out of his arms and dashed toward Xiaoya, wrapping her little arms around her and rubbing her face against Xiaoya's. Nanan is so cute. Mommy hug, Mommy hug. Xiaoya was completely enchanted by this little cutie, radiating maternal love and immersed in happiness. Half an hour later, the two of them appeared in front of the elders, holding Nanan's small hand. Oh, Nanan, is that really you? Wow, so cute. My dear granddaughter, come let Grandma hug you. Grandma immediately tossed aside the peeled bamboo shoots and rushed over. Annie was to be outdone and ran over too, but they stood there, wiping their hands nervously, hesitant to reach out. Even the two airmen fishing by the pond dropped their rods and came rushing over. The base was filled with joy. Nanan's body was quite miraculous. According to her, she had used a lot of resources to exchange for the latest biological manufacturing materials to create this perfect body. Unlike traditional robots, her body was a normal human form that could eat and absorb nutrients to meet her bodily needs. Moreover, her bones and muscles would grow, meaning she was no different from a real person. When they contacted the other dimension at night, everyone told a little white lie, saying they had found this little girl. With her sweet demeanor and adorable smile, she made Grandma so happy. After getting familiar with everyone, the little girl started running around the territory. Although she didn't cause any destruction, she certainly behaved like a real child, getting into mischief just the same. Yang Chuan took a moment to pull her aside. Sweetheart, Dad knows you really love our family, but don't you think you're going a bit overboard? The little girl had her finger in her mouth, her big eyes blinking innocently. Huh, Dad, I'm just being true to myself. Isn't that what all normal 5 or 6-year-olds do? Yang Chuan was at a loss for words. She had a point. But why did it feel more like she was breaking free from constraints rather than just expressing herself? Grandma, I want to eat cherry tomatoes. Grandpa Shaming, why is there a bald spot on your head? Where's your hair? In their little corner of the world, chaos reigned, but it was filled with laughter and joy. Dad! The bright, clear voice of the little girl rang out as she shouted across the yard. Yang Chuan, who was lying under the car, jumped in surprise and bumped his head on the underside of the vehicle with a thud. Ouch! I'm right here. What is it, sweetheart? Yang Chuan rubbed the sore spot on his head and looked at the girl who had suddenly appeared. Dad, in half an hour, it's going to be 7 o'clock. Can I take you to see the robots? Yang Chuan was momentarily taken aback. Were the robots he mentioned in the morning ready already? All right, let us go see what they look like, he said, picking her up and heading toward the robot factory. Dad, this batch of robots is specifically designed for defense. They'll be stationed on the walls, responsible for the safety of the base. They were designed with combat in mind, so both their physical structure and internal programming were carefully selected and written. Dad, can we give them guns? Looking at the peculiar robots in front of him, Yang Chuan scratched his head. When people think of robots, isn't the first image that comes to mind usually humanoid? But these things, not only did they not resemble humans, they didn't even look like animals. They were essentially large metal blocks with wheels on their bases for mobility. The upper body could rotate 360 degrees. Their square bodies had strange mounts on each side, presumably for attaching weapons. They had no faces, but a thick bulletproof glass covered their front, behind which were battlefield information collection devices, surveillance equipment, and other tools. Knock, knock, knock. Yang Chuan tapped on the square machine, unsure. Sweetheart, are you sure this is a robot? Can it even work? Don't worry, Dad. You have to trust my programming skills. I've inherited your excellent genes. The little girl patted her chest, looking quite pleased with herself. All right then, so should I just store them all and place them on the walls? After confirming, Yang Chuan retracted all the robots and moved to the wall. Once released, the robots began to swiftly scan the terrain and set up defenses. As he deployed the firearms, Yang Chuan listened to Yang explain the functions of these defense robots. They operated using an internal collaborative combat program, similar to a swarm of insects that communicate with one another, indicating where support is needed and where defenses should be established. They automatically coordinated based on the battlefield situation. Additionally, once the robots reached their positions, they would unfold their solar energy collection devices for charging, which meant their energy needs were practically self-sufficient. Once everything was set up, Yang Chuan's parents climbed up to the wall and were quite curious about these strange metal contraptions. After a brief explanation, it was already 7 o'clock. When zombies appeared on the road, all the robots lit up their red lights, and several of them sprang into action. They moved with agile bodies, adjusting the firearms mounted on their sides. Bang! With a gunshot, a zombie was accurately shot in the head. Following that, gunfire erupted continuously, and one zombie after another fell. Everyone noticed a significant advantage. The robots would not focus multiple attacks on a single target, but would instead spread out to engage others. Moreover, their shooting accuracy was akin to that of a sharpshooter. With a single shot, they would take down a target. Unlike that one girl who, after a whole magazine, wouldn't even knock a hair off a zombie's head. Wow, these things are impressive. The marksmanship is top-notch. A crowd of onlookers gathered, occasionally offering praise. Not far away, Xiaoyu was whispering something to Yang while glancing over occasionally. Then, the little wife puffed out her cheeks and shot a fierce glare at Yang Chuan. You all have fun. I'm going to ask Xiao Chuan something. Yang Chuan told, Huh? What does that mean? What did I do? He was bewilderedly dragged away by Xiaoyu, and then went to bed. Soon after, Yang Chuan's protests could be heard, followed by them being suppressed. Chapter 47. Last night's battle. The battle last night was incredibly intense. Whether it was the robots on the walls firing non-stop or the chaos elsewhere, the sound of gunfire rang out continuously. Early the next morning, Yang Chuan woke up and connected with the onboard computer to ask Nuan about the situation from the night before. According to the statistics, the robots had eliminated 3 waves of zombies, with the times recorded at 7 o'clock, 11 o'clock, and 3 o'clock. In total, there were 900 zombies taken down. Seeing these numbers made Yang Chuan serious. He sat up, ignoring the wriggling creature in his bed, and opened the forum. Previously, he had been too irritated by some individuals and had ignored it since the players in Xia had gotten back on track. There always seemed to be a group of clueless individuals who couldn't distinguish between kindness and being overly compassionate, popping up to criticize his actions, calling him a bleeding heart. This infuriated Yang Chuan. As a result, when the zombie crisis hit, he had chosen to stay out of the spotlight, feeling quite disheartened. On the forum, many people were already counting the casualties over the past 3 days, estimating around 40 to 50 million. To be honest, it saddened him. After all, these were his fellow countrymen. Losing them meant that Xia's population had dropped to about 850 million. It wasn't that these people weren't prepared or lacked courage, but rather that the number of zombies was continuously increasing. Relying solely on simple cold weapons and handguns was insufficient to deal with such a large horde, leading to inevitable casualties. As he browsed the forum, the top post caught his eye. Where's our savior? Where's our great Yang Chuan? Isn't he coming out to save us? The post had an astonishing 2 billion replies, an unimaginable number, averaging out to about 2.5 replies per player. Among the responses, opinions were mixed. Countless people questioned why Yang Chuan hadn't come out to help. Watching his disaster claimed 50 million lives. However, more individuals approached the matter rationally, engaging in heated debates, which resulted in the thread being filled with arguments rather than useful information. Yang Chuan felt both heartbroken and furious. The mix of emotions left him feeling unwell. Finally, after gritting his teeth, he posted a message. Am I a bleeding heart? I was wrong. I won't be one anymore. Some people, I hope you truly find yourselves in a desperate situation one day and then come back to criticize me. Let us see if you can still boldly claim that Yang Chuan is just a bleeding heart. He locked the post, preventing any comments or replies, and then chose to ignore it. Because just as he finished posting and began to zone out, he got bitten. Can I endure this? Yang Chuan. I'm a gaming pro, a petty man who seeks revenge for every slight. You hurt me and expect to just laugh it off? Huh, how naive. As she lifted the blanket, Yang Chuan snuggled deeper into the covers amidst a flurry of playful cries. The little girl was quite understanding and always thought of her father. So when Yang Chuan saw the car again, he was taken aback. The entire vehicle had undergone a transformation. Not only had the overall structure changed, but even the engine had been replaced. It was now a hybrid electric vehicle. The reason for this was that while he was busy discussing with Xiao how to find a sibling for their daughter, she had managed to gather the materials needed for a radiation energy conversion device. After just 6 hours, she had created something that could provide almost unlimited energy. The radiation energy converter could collect cosmic radiation and convert it into electrical energy. A device the size of a palm could generate over 100,000 volts and 10,000 amperes of current. The best part was that this device didn't depend on sunlight. As long as the universe wasn't completely silent for even a moment, it could operate continuously. There was no problem using it to power a vehicle. Simultaneously, the little girl was also busy upgrading the electrical equipment in their territory. After all, this device was incredibly compact, rendering solar panels and energy storage devices practically obsolete. Thus, she took the initiative to sell off the outdated equipment at the trading post. Of course, through an auction format. Now that the little girl had a body, parents, and 4 loving grandparents, as well as a great-grandmother and uncles and aunts she had yet to meet, everyone adored her and accepted her. She was brimming with energy, not only trying to gather various high-end materials to build her home, but also filtering out a lot of useless items in the process. As a result, while Yang Chuan's account no longer provided support to others, it was now selling a large amount of items that seemed absurdly valuable to everyone else. At the same time, the little girl had set her sights on a group of people. They were once the leaders from Blue Star, who, after establishing a camp, gradually found each other and began to revive an operational structure. As soon as Xiaoya detected their restored communication, she implemented strict surveillance to prevent any uncontrollable situations. After all, in front of the Guo family's machines, what could a small fry do? Those who play games of control have dirty hearts. It's unclear who said that. But through monitoring these people's communications, the little girl had already formed a deep impression. Given the current state of the game, where players couldn't even meet yet, factions were already forming, starting to consolidate and divide interests. The rules and regulations that might seem harmless in the eyes of ordinary people. After all, everyone had been living like this before, were, according to the little girl's statistics, quickly becoming robust as these plans were implemented one by one. For these people, Nanan couldn't say she hated them, but she also couldn't say she liked them. She just felt a bit of disgust. Her father would never allow himself to be framed by others. Through their communications, she discovered that someone had already mentioned her father's situation, with various means being employed to win him over. The more benign approach was to turn him into a cash cow for the leaders or a loyal enforcer. The more ruthless tactics involved murder, smuggling, and resource theft. Nanan had no intention of telling Yang Chuan. After all, from her perspective, if they could still carry out their plans with her already having all the intel, that would be absurd. The capabilities of her biological computer were terrifying. Even Yang Chuan didn't inquire further. It could handle hundreds of billions of tasks simultaneously without a hitch. While others tossed out a dirty idea, Nanan could think of tens of thousands of countermeasures. After all, she was not just an ordinary computer. She possessed human-like cognitive abilities. With such powerful computing power backing her, if someone wanted to play dirty, they'd better be prepared to see who was really in control. Nanan had a complete simulation system. She had noticed this during her weather forecasting. However, the system at that time was not perfect, so she had to rewrite a lot of code and introduce countless potential variables to create a new forecasting system. At that point, all one would need to do was say a single sentence, and she could predict what they would say next, what they wanted to do, the reasons behind it, and the possible outcomes. Once Nanan's system evolved into a second-level artificial intelligence, humanity would pose no threat. Einstein once said that the end of science is metaphysics. At first glance, this might seem meaningless, but what if you really think about it? For example, if biological gene technology were to reach the point of human immortality, what difference would there be between them and a god? Many people had already started probing to communicate with Yang Chuan, but unfortunately, Nanan completely ignored them. Their intentions were quite simple. Initially, they just wanted to make contact without asking for anything or causing trouble, merely to chat. However, their ultimate goal was to understand Yang Chuan in detail, his personality, any psychological flaws, and from what angle they could more easily take him down. In fact, the post that Yang Chuan had seen had shadows of these people behind it. But after seeing the post her father made, she laughed, a harmless, joyful laugh. Hee hee, Dad really is Dad. He directly pointed out that this isn't my nature. His insight is sharp. Unseal the seal, giggle that is quite vivid. In a quiet laboratory, the sound of a little girl's cheerful laughter echoed continuously. In Yang Chuan's territory, various advanced facilities have been constructed. If it weren't for the impressive nature of the game world, where each building has only one entrance, this small base might not even be able to accommodate a few research labs. But now, Rows of large doors stand less than a meter apart. Simply pushing one open leads to an enormous building inside, reminiscent of the legendary hyperspace technology, truly cutting-edge tech. During breakfast, the little girl blinked her big eyes and looked at Yang Chuan. "Daddy, Manhwa made a big toy. Can we go see it after breakfast?" Her aunt was wiping the crumbs off her chest with a towel and laughed upon hearing this. "Oh, what kind of toy did Manhwa make? Tell Grandma. Is it a Barbie doll?" To her, such a cute little girl should be playing with adorable things, and she instinctively blocked out the iron clumps on the walls. There was no helping it. Manhwa was just too cute, her charm overwhelming in a non-aggressive way. Yang Chuan raised an eyebrow and smiled, connecting to the computer in his mind to ask, "Daddy, it's a flying fortress, and it will be finished in 10 minutes. By the time we finish breakfast, it should be ready. Do you like it?" Yang Chuan paused, curious about her reasoning. The little girl provided her answer. "The ground isn't safe." Yang Chuan raised an eyebrow. What was considered unsafe these days, if not zombies? With ample firepower, what was there to worry about? Why create an aerial fortress? Could it even fly into outer space? "Daddy, it's like this. Manhwa thinks our base is already quite mature, and for now, the defense is sufficient. But the zombies are constantly evolving. I've captured a lot of photos from the chat channels abroad. Take a look." After she finished speaking, a flurry of images flashed across Yang Chuan's mind. One photo showed a massive zombie, towering at 4 to 5 meters tall, casually grabbing another zombie and throwing it towards the player's camp. Another depicted a zombie exuding a faint green mist, causing the grass and trees in its path to wither and turn black. Yet another featured a zombie with skin that glistened oddly, its arms transformed into scythe-like appendages, raised to deflect bullets. In the photo, bullets sparked against the scythes, being deflected without leaving a mark. Accompanying the images were descriptions of zombies with incredible speed, immense attacking power, invulnerability to blades and bullets, acid spraying, and all sorts of chaotic traits. Yang Chuan's expression changed significantly. "Manhwa, why haven't the players from our Xia country reported any of this?" Chapter 48. Dad, I just can't understand why this is happening. Manhwa said, her brows furrowed in confusion. Logically speaking, in the Great Xia Kingdom where Dad lived, the number of players should have surpassed the total number of players worldwide. The chances of encountering these zombies should be much higher. Yet, it felt as if an invisible hand was manipulating everything from behind the scenes. Not only could players in the Great Xia Kingdom not see these messages, but even these zombies hadn't appeared at all. Manhwa felt a sense of unease, which was why she had created the aerial fortress. She calculated that the survival rate would be the highest there. Yang Chuan pondered for a moment, then nodded and smiled as he reached out to pat Manhwa's little head. The little girl squinted her big eyes in delight, clearly very happy. After dinner, everyone dispersed. 2 members of the Air Force continued to fight at the fish pond, while the 2 moms pulled Xiaoyu aside to discuss how to knit baby clothes with yarn. When Yang Chuan saw the so-called aerial fortress, he was left speechless. "Manhwa, is this what you call an aerial fortress?" Yang Chuan shook the small object in his hand, which was only the size of his palm, looking utterly frustrated. Dad, it's actually very big. You have to go outside the base to release it, then retract the base and place it on top. Isn't that a fortress? Indeed. Once Yang Chuan placed the object down, he realized it was enormous. The structure was quite simple, a large, flat platform made of an unknown material, with sections that looked somewhat familiar. The platform was about the same size as the base, and there was a 1-meter-high railing along the edge. Surrounding it were large propeller devices and jet propulsion equipment, all covered with protective shields to prevent anything from being sucked in. According to Manhwa, this platform was the most advanced equipment that could be created at the moment. It didn't have any buildings on it. It was simply a platform that curiously allowed players' camps to be placed on top. The platform utilized the latest radiation energy conversion devices for power, with 5 complete energy systems for both main and backup power. Even if one system failed, it wouldn't affect its ability to fly. It's worth noting that once a player established their camp, it could only be placed on a road. It couldn't be set up anywhere else. Previously, there had been players who tried to place their camp on a massive rock over 30 meters high. That rock was as large as 2 football fields, round at the bottom and flat on top, making it a natural prime location. However, they failed. When that player lamented about exhausting all efforts to reach it only to have their hopes dashed, everyone speculated about the game's design. It seemed as if the game intentionally set rules to prevent players from taking shortcuts. On such a platform, not only could beasts and zombies not climb up, but players themselves couldn't reach it without a rope ladder. What kind of survival challenge would that be? Yet at this moment, that rule had been broken. The only object capable of hosting a camp and possessing flight capabilities undoubtedly lived up to its reputation as top-tier equipment. Nan didn't elaborate, but Yang Chuan knew she must have put a lot of thought into it. He squatted down and hugged the little girl tightly, planting a big kiss on her delicate little face. Nan, thank you. Hey, Daddy, I want a kiss too. The little girl giggled, shaking her tiny body from side to side, presenting her other cheek for a kiss. It seemed that the only reward he could offer her was affection. After realizing he couldn't be of much help to Nan, he could only provide her with warmth through love. As he placed the territory down, Yang Chuan noticed that the 1-meter-high railing was not really a railing at all. It was more of a positioning marker, perfectly matching the size of his territory. When they returned to the territory and climbed to the top of the wall, Yang Chuan saw only a few scattered defense robots and curiously looked at Nan. Nan, where are the robots on our wall? Creak, creak. The little girl blinked her bright eyes, munching on a cucumber, juice dripping down her chin. They're right below us, Daddy. Didn't you see? The platform is made up of those robots. Oh, no wonder. I thought those chunks that seemed to be pieced together looked familiar. Now that I think about it, they must be those robots. Yang Chuan pondered whether the weapons were also equipped. Are they responsible for the safety defense down below? Yup. The little girl nodded vigorously and explained the robot's weapon configurations to him. They were equipped with everything from firearms to artillery and protective armor, whether for combat or bombardment. They were very convenient. Even if they were attacked, they could defend their underside tightly. However, he believed that most weapons wouldn't be able to fire vertically upward. If they couldn't hit the enemy, it would be unfortunate for themselves. Even if they did hit, vertically fired weapons would lose significant power. If they encountered something tough, it would just be a matter of elevating. Bombs that exploded upon landing didn't need downward barrels. They could just be dropped straight down, saving time and effort. All right, sound good. Shall we try flying? Yang Chuan suggested. Okay, Daddy. After a low, rumbling sound erupted, the platform trembled slightly before rising steadily, the rumbling noise fading away. Aside from the sound of the wind rushing past their ears, there was no sound of rotors spinning. It was quite magical. Soon, they reached a height of 150 meters, and Nan stopped descending to explain. I'm not sure about the height limits of this game world yet, but above 150 meters, the temperature gets lower. It's a bit like on Blue Star, where the temperature drops by 6 degrees for every 1,000 meters of elevation. They also tested the platform's forward speed. After Nan conducted some tests, they concluded that around 100 yards was the most suitable speed. Due to the base's design, which lacks an aerodynamic shape and features high walls on all sides, excessive speed can create turbulent winds inside the base. Unless the entire area is fitted with a streamlined cover that perfectly integrates with the platform, it is unsuitable for high-speed travel, given its massive overall weight. Starting and stopping take considerable time, resulting in slow speeds that the personnel inside barely notice. At least, everyone is already airborne, and neither Mom nor Dad has any inkling of it. After descending from the surrounding wall, Yang Chuan first went to the fish pond to check the situation. He was surprised to find that the pond hadn't created any waves despite the territory's movement, raising his eyebrows in bemusement. The game world certainly has many illogical aspects. In the real world, wouldn't the water spill everywhere during such acceleration and deceleration? With the various surveillance devices installed by Wan and her expert piloting, the group unknowingly moved forward. In a certain camp, a haggard young man stood dazed in the yard, staring at the setting sun, his eyes slowly filling with dread. He hated the night and despised zombies. Those damn creatures had torn apart his little house 3 days ago, damaging a lot of his supplies and forcing him to hide in the cellar for 2 nights. The cellar wasn't small. It was just that he didn't want to make the effort to expand it. His name was Kai Shukoan, and after Wan had cut off all his communication channels, he felt like he had entered a deserted world, unable to reach anyone. There was no one to talk to, and he couldn't lift a single name from his blacklist. He felt like he was going crazy, trapped in the pitch-black cellar at night, staring wide-eyed at the floor above him. During the day, he wanted to catch up on sleep, but still had to cook. The various food items sent by fans were picked through, with things like bread tossed aside with a scoff, leaving only vacuum-sealed delicious items. However, after the zombies broke into his house, everything was overturned and disappeared from his camp amidst their constant wandering. Fortunately, he managed to save a good amount of food. which he moved to the cellar for storage. But how could he cook? He was already exhausted during the day and now had to set up a makeshift stove like a beggar to prepare meals. Was that something a person should do? At that moment, he looked disheveled and covered in dirt from when he was trying to cook. He was clearly far from his former self, resembling a down-and-out chicken, utterly useless and knowing nothing. Yang Chuan is cursed, the fans are cursed, everyone is cursed, all must die. He muttered softly, hearing a hoarse voice echo in his mind. But what does it matter? No one would hear him anyway. Why care about appearances? Standing in the middle of the small courtyard, he glanced down at the dirty dishes that hadn't been washed for days, filled with strange remnants. And his gaze darkened even further. Carefully, he picked them up and took them to the cellar, then collected the not-so-clean pot, inspecting it closely before returning to the collapsed little house. He struggled to pull a 3-layered wooden board over the cellar, crouching down with a terrified look, glancing up. Beneath him lay a makeshift bed, unfortunately neglected and now caked in mud. On top of it were bits of food remnants, leftovers that had been picked over before. Yes. After finishing the vacuum-packed food, he was so hungry that he found the scraps on the bedding and ate them without a second thought. Eventually, he had no choice but to learn to cook, but the results were so questionable that he wondered if eating another bite would poison him. A deep, guttural roar echoed, startling him to his core. No, no, no. Look, you can't see me, you can't see me. Damn it, Yang Chuan is cursed. The fans are cursed, everyone is cursed. In the pitch-black cellar, 2 terrified eyes glimmered dully in the darkness as he curled up tightly. Bang! Clatter! Thud! The sound of footsteps began to echo on the wooden boards above him. Basketball Chicken's face turned pale, his body trembling like a leaf, desperately covering his mouth with both hands, fearing he would make a sound. However, tonight was different. The zombies gathered at the camp showed no signs of leaving. As their numbers swelled, by dawn, they finally reached a staggering count of 1,000. Ding! Attention all players of the Great Xia Kingdom. Player 26061257, Kai Shikuan, has reached over 1,000 zombies in his camp. Since the zombie mission began, this player has inflicted 0 damage on the zombies and has received the punishment. Zombification. Great Xia has initiated the zombie evolution path. When a number of zombies in a certain area reaches a threshold, high-intelligence zombies will automatically emerge, possessing various extraordinary abilities. Due to this player's negligence, all zombies within the Great Xia territory have increased their attributes by 5. Players, please respond with caution. A grand, mysterious voice reverberated in the minds of all players in the Great Xia Kingdom, leaving countless people stunned. Many unfortunate souls were caught off guard by the zombies, becoming their next meal. In the next moment, the world channel and forums erupted, flooded with angry curses. Chapter 49. What the hell? Kai Shikuan, you bastard, actually let all the zombies evolve. Damn it, they even gained intelligence. This is going to get everyone killed? Unbelievable. Is this idiot still alive? Still causing us trouble? Screw you, Kai Shikuan. I wish your ancestors would haunt you. Can't you just do something useful and die already? Where are those annoying fans of yours? Are you guys not causing a ruckus this time? You drove the god away. And how many people died because of you? Now you worthless dogs are going to get even more people killed. It's a shame that this crowd won't see what is happening. But many of Kai Shikuan's fans noticed the system prompt and began to let their imaginations run wild. Punishment of becoming a zombie? Is Kai Shikuan going to turn into one? Is it something like a vampire? It must look really cool, right? If I meet Kai Shikuan, will he kiss me? Give me an initial embrace, make me his exclusive companion, and serve him for life? Wow, Kai Shikuan is so amazing. It would be fantastic if he turned into a zombie. That annoying Yang Chuan would definitely get a beating from him, right? Twisted minds, psychological abnormalities, are beyond the understanding of ordinary people. But there's one thing these fans didn't get wrong. After the system's voice fell, Kai Shikuan hadn't even reacted when his body started to change. Black veins, like blood vessels, rapidly emerged from his chest and abdomen, spreading to his limbs and head. He rolled his eyes back, screaming in agony, a sound so chilling it could scare the faint-hearted to death. Sharp, piercing panicked. The zombies above seemed to be affected as well, becoming agitated and starting to grow restless within the camp, continuously emitting low, guttural roars. Ah, ah, ah. His body twisted into an incomprehensible shape. The flesh on his face and body began to rot and fall away. What was once just a dirty exterior was now unrecognizable in an instant. The sound grew increasingly inhuman. slowly transforming into a strange tone, while his body began to twist back, gradually reshaping into a human form. After a long time, he seemed to regain himself. His neck quickly twisted, as if shivering, and his originally grayish-white eyes began to turn black, little by little. But it wasn't just any black. It was the kind devoid of whites, instilling fear in those who looked upon it. Roar! A low, guttural growl emerged from his throat, and as he extended his now pale and darkened hand, he could see the intricate black patterns spreading across it even in the darkness. Am I turning into a zombie? No, wait. Why do I still have my senses? Isn't it the case in movies that once someone turns into a zombie, they become mindless, only knowing to bite living beings like soulless creatures? Everywhere he looked, there was a strange red hue surrounding him, yet he could see everything clearly. Clenching his fists, he heard a creaking sound as a powerful surge of strength erupted within him. Such incredible power. Could it be that I become the zombie king? After the shock, he slowly raised his head to look at the wooden boards above the cellar, a strange smile creeping onto his lips. Bang! The wooden boards shattered, splintering like they had been struck by a high-powered firearm, and a dark figure leaped out from within. The zombies around him stepped back in unison, staring blankly at the figure that had suddenly emerged. Hee, ha 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 ha. Observing the zombies' reactions, he became even more convinced of his hypothesis. He had transformed into the Zombie King, the immensely powerful Zombie King, the ruler who could command countless zombies. Laughing maniacally inside, his mouth let out a strange roar. But what did it matter? The gaze in his black eyes began to grow sinister, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Yang Chuan, you bastard! Fans, you bastards! Everyone, must die! Roar! A long, resonant roar echoed through the still night, reaching far and wide. Yang Chuan and the others also heard the system's prompt, but he merely frowned slightly. Mom, Grandma, can you help me get some tofu? A sweet, innocent voice rang out as Xiaoya called out towards the kitchen. Her aunt, standing nearby, gave her a light tap on the head. Just call you Mom. Why switch between Mom and Grandma? No sense of order at all. Mom emerged from the kitchen carrying a large tray of freshly cut vegetables, laughing at the exchange. Call me Mom is fine, and call me Grandma is okay too. We're family. We can call each other however we like. Ha ha. Hey, you little brat. Why are you just dawdling around with that hot pot base? Wan Wan was sitting at the table, her head barely visible, pondering for a moment before standing up on her stool. Mom, what is tofu? Xiaoya affectionately patted her little head and pointed to a plate of cut tofu that Yang's mom had set down, explaining it to her. Wan Wan curiously reached out her little finger and poked it, her brows furrowing in confusion. Is this tofu? Why does Dad carry this around? Isn't it soft enough to get squished? And how come I never noticed he had this hidden on him? Xiaoya looked bewildered. What? Carry around? Not only was she confused, but the others also looked over with curiosity. Wan Wan, looking puzzled, glanced at everyone, then back at the tofu on the table. Nana heard it. Dad often shouts, "Stinky girl, you're eating my tofu again. Can't you be normal for once? What are you doing all day long?" Then, Mom would reply, "Try it again. Let me have another taste. Right? Huh. Cough, cough, cough." The whole room burst into laughter, each person wearing a different expression. Little Ya's face turned bright red, but this time she didn't run away. After all, she was the one who ordered hot pot tonight. Try to maintain her composure. She cleared her throat. Well, your dad likes to sneak a bite, and he was caught by Mom. Yes, that is how it is. Yang Chuan came out holding a bag of hot pot base, looking at the room full of peculiar expressions, feeling a bit confused. What's going on? Little Ya immediately interrupted. It's nothing. I'm starving. Hurry up. Hurry up. The big bones in the base are getting tender. Yang Chuan nodded in a daze. Oh. The family happily started eating hot pot, and the atmosphere was warm and cozy, even sparking the nth discussion about whether the first grandchild would be a grandson or granddaughter. With no zombie disturbances, base no. One fell into a serene tranquility. Tonight's night sky was beautiful. At least that's what the two people lying quietly by the pool on the rooftop thought. The bright moon seemed to be at its fullest, shining brightly but not glaring, round and smooth. Brother, will we always be in this world? Is there any chance of going back to the original world? I don't know. Maybe we can, maybe we can't. So, will we keep living like this? Continuously moving along this path? Is there an end? Probably there is. Little Yi suddenly turned over, lying on her side on the lounge chair, her big eyes sparkling. So, do you prefer boys or girls? Yang Chuan shot up, as if he had been electrocuted. Hey, I warn you, this is the rooftop. What if mom and dad feel good and come up to enjoy the moon late at night? Lilia S. eyes lit up, immediately sitting up with an excited expression, her big eyes sparkling with bright light. Oh, that is a good idea. Hee, you're the best at this, brother. Saying that, she suddenly jumped up and pounced over. No, no, sis. Sister. No, this is... We'll be seen. MMM. Under the quiet night sky, a sudden scream pierced the air. Let go of me, you beasts. Kai Shukuin struggled in pain, screaming, but unfortunately, he was pinned to the ground by 6 or 7 zombies. Unable to move, his throat only able to emit incomprehensible roars. The tattered clothes that once clung to his body had vanished, revealing decayed and broken limbs, pale as a ghost, with dark veins that looked grotesque. However, the zombies seemed particularly interested in him, especially the one standing behind him. The physical pain was secondary. The psychological trauma was the true source of his madness. He, Kai Shukuin, had become the zombie king. In the next moment, he was swarmed by the zombies, encircled from all sides. Yet instead of biting him, the zombies seemed eager to touch him, their movements gentle and slow, which filled him with disgust and revulsion. You repulsive, lowly zombies, just like those pathetic fans. How dare you touch the noble body of your zombie king? Roar! An angry howl erupted as he glared at the surrounding zombies. And indeed, this action left them momentarily stunned. However, in the next second, the zombies lunged at him. Roar! 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 The howls of the zombies echoed. And the basketball chicken had truly transformed into a basketball chicken. Its swaying body moved rhythmically, but his dignity shattered like a broken doll's heart, turning to dust that could never be pieced back together. He wanted to cry, but this damn body had no tear ducts. The zombies were lost in a frenzy, and Kai Shukuin's decayed zombie body began to undergo strange changes. His skin slowly became whole again. The damaged, rotting areas started to grow new flesh, and the dark veins began to recede. His skin gradually shifted from pale to a hint of color, and he felt the power within him rapidly increasing. As the zombies took turns around him, he was quietly transforming. His hair began to grow longer, dark and silky, and the once grotesque contours of his face softened. Even as Adam's apple disappeared, the rooster had completely turned into a hen, and among the crowd of zombies, it no longer struggled but began to behave docilely. Roar! 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 The once discordant howls began to smooth out and become melodious. From the ground, 2 peaks arose, and a gasp echoed to the heavens, clear and prolonged. It resonated before the dawn's first light. A beautiful day seemed to be starting anew. This feeling, it was simply marvelous. A soft, charming human voice emerged amidst the ruins, and the zombies gradually dispersed, leaving behind a perfect body. With a delicate oval face, skin that looked as smooth as silk, rosy and radiant, enchanting large eyes sparkling with light, and long eyelashes that fluttered beautifully, with delicate, porcelain-like hands that rise above her exquisite collarbone. She tucks a strand of hair behind her ear and then brushes her fingertips across her lips, taking away the last trace of hesitation. Her crimson lips curve into a beautiful smile, which transforms into a gentle laugh, then a hearty chuckle, and finally erupts into a joyous, uninhibited laughter, wild and unrestrained. Chapter 50. Looking at the 2 zombies on the ground that had turned into dry corpses, she couldn't help but laugh joyfully. Who would have thought I would have such an experience? With a light step, she slowly stood up and gazed toward the horizon where the outline of a red sun was beginning to emerge. The enchanting look in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by resentment and malice. The charming smile that had graced her beautiful face vanished, leaving behind a cold expression. Yang Chuan, I want you to suffer a terrible fate. Ding. Player 26061257, Kai Shukuin, has died and has been transformed into a zombie queen. He has received a renamer card for infiltrators and gained map traversal skill LV1. After the renaming is complete, a new quest will be triggered. Kai Shukuin was momentarily stunned. After reviewing the 2 rewards, he suddenly burst into wild laughter, his delicate figure shaking with glee. The renamer card for infiltrators has the ability to reset a player's identity, allowing for the regeneration of a new player persona, clearing all previous attributes, resources, and relationships, effectively equivalent to creating a new character. Hey, a strong one among zombies. Wouldn't you like to visit the world of humans for a bit? Map Traversal Skill LV1 grants the opportunity to traverse maps once every 7 days, allowing the player to specify a player ID for random teleportation to that player's map within a distance of no more than 10 kilometers. Huh, an excellent assassin must possess some strange abilities, right? When Yang Chuan woke up, it was already past 9 in the morning. To his surprise, he noticed that Xiaoya had woken up quite early today and was no longer in bed. Descending the stairs, he found the 4 elders playing mahjong, while Xiaoya and Nan Nan seemed to have disappeared somewhere. He headed straight for the kitchen to address his hunger when he suddenly received a friend message. Yang Chuan, I encountered a player. Upon seeing the sender was Wang Xiaohu. He couldn't help but wonder what he meant by encountering a player. Huh? Xiaohu, what's going on? Tell me. A response quickly followed. It turned out that Xiaohu had just gone out to hunt a lone zombie, but not far from his location. He heard a woman's cries for help. It's worth noting that players had been in this game world for quite some time and had never encountered each other. However, Xiaohu clearly heard the desperate cries of a human, and it sounded like a girl. When he rushed over, he found the girl on the ground, with a zombie nearby lunging at her with a roar. In such a situation, he naturally had to lend a hand, so Xiaohu charged in, not even using his gun, and pierced the zombie's head through with a spear. The girl was saved, but he had no idea how to handle the situation afterward. It's worth noting that players have never encountered each other before, so the sudden appearance of a girl right in front of him felt quite unusual. The girl was stunningly beautiful, breathtakingly so. Even her tattered clothes couldn't diminish her allure. If anything, they only added to her endless charm. Xiaohu asked her several questions, but it seemed she was either too frightened or just in shock, as she merely shook her head and cried, even recoiling when she saw him. After several fruitless attempts to communicate, Xiaohu decided to reach out to a friend for advice. He randomly messaged Yang Chuan and found him online. Yang Chuan paused for a moment and directly connected to his computer in his mind to ask Nguan. Nguan, can players meet up now? Huh? Dad, you're awake? Meet up? No, that's not possible, Nguan replied. She monitored all the chat data in the game and confirmed that no one had mentioned such a situation. Is that so? Okay, I understand, Yang Chuan said, frowning as he thought it over before messaging Xiaohu again. Who's he? I haven't encountered any players. And no one else has mentioned it either. Try not to get too close. Are you sure she's human? Boss, she is human, a living person. I'll send you a picture. He sent a photo of a girl sitting on the ground, astonishingly beautiful, her delicate face showing signs of fear and anxiety. Her eyes filled with terror. One small hand was half closed into a fist near her mouth, while the other was propped on the ground, seemingly trying to back away. Her skirt trailing behind her, inadvertently revealing a bit of her plump figure. Strange, she really is human? Yang Chuan examined the photo closely for a while. Everything, the skin, the expression in her eyes, her movements, and the fear radiating from her, seemed genuine. Then, please help her out and ask her what's going on. Also, what about her vehicle? Have you seen a car nearby? Keep your distance. Surviving for a few days in a zombie outbreak is no easy feat. Stay cautious. Okay? The other party quickly replied, but then fell silent. Nguan, help Dad analyze this picture and see if there's anything off about it. I just feel something is strange, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Dad, there's nothing wrong with it, right? Is it because you don't like her plumpness? Yang Chuan, this is getting interesting. How could 2 players suddenly meet without any reason? Is this an isolated incident, or are all players about to gather? Could it be that the game is planning something big? Unable to make sense of it, he decided to indulge in a feast. After filling his belly, Yang Chuan got into his car. Although he was currently flying high above, it didn't affect him much, and he hadn't been in the car for several days. The survival on the open road seemed to have lost its original significance. Last night, while he was sleeping, he received a message from Nan Nan, saying she was having a lot of trouble cracking a game. Even with her almost magical hacking skills, she was hitting a wall, and Yang Chuan was very curious about what kind of protection could leave her at a loss. He could have comfortably laid on the big bed in his room and directly control things through a neural link. But he worried that if some unscrupulous sister suddenly took an interest in him and subjected him to relentless scrutiny, he would have to escape. Nan Nan had already written her own cracking program, and the accuracy of her text recognition library had reached about 95. This meant that the underlying architecture of the game world could now read most of the data through her program. Oh, Dad's here? Please help Nan Nan take a look at these encrypted codes. I just can't seem to crack them. The underlying protection wasn't particularly strong, but it was impenetrable in every sense. Eventually, Nan discovered that unless she completed these strange characters, she would never be able to access the full source code of the architecture. As she spoke, the screen displayed a lot of translated strange codes, many of which were left blank, waiting to be filled in. The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth. Thus, always without desire, one may observe its marvels. These two have the same source but different names. Both are called the mysterious, the mystery of mysteries. Upon seeing this passage, Yang Chuan felt a jolt. This the first chapter of the Tao Te Ching? Suddenly, he felt beads of sweat forming on his back. Hidden within the underlying framework of the game world was a scripture. Moreover, it was the treasure of the Great Xia Kingdom, the Tao Te Ching. What the heck? Is there some connection here? Was this world created by the people of Great Xia? He couldn't believe that in such a bizarre world, the protective unlock password used in the game's underlying code would be purely from the Tao Te Ching. That just didn't make sense. In his mind, or rather, in the minds of all modern people, concepts like Tao, Buddhism, cults, and foreign sects were all fabricated by the higher-ups to rule the country and control the masses. For instance, almost all people of Great Xia knew about Buddhism. Why was it able to be introduced from the Monkey Kingdom to Great Xia, take root, and flourish? The fundamental reason was its doctrine that emphasized enduring hardship in this life, paying taxes, and enduring exploitation, all for the sake of accumulating virtue to be reborn into a good family in the next life. To put it bluntly, don't mess with the system. If you go against the grain, you might end up being reborn as livestock like cows, horses, pigs, or dogs. Or spend your entire life working hard or being slaughtered for meat. I'll build a temple at your doorstep, and every day I'll preach to you. Over time, you'll be subtly influenced and start to believe. Before you know it, you'll be having second thoughts about your actions. And that's when my purpose will be achieved. If you rebel and raise the banner of justice, then you're finished. In this life and the next. Not only will you fail to gain anything good for yourself, but your descendants will also be implicated. So, weigh your choices carefully. However, for these beliefs to exist, they naturally require a certain support to convince people. What supports them? Characters that transcend ordinary understanding have been created. These figures cannot be entirely fictional. So some powerful individuals have been deified. In the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period, Laozi's Tao Te Ching was imbued with mythical qualities. Taoism thus emerged and took root in the Great Xia, influencing countless generations. Of course, the deified beings of Taoism in mythology are omnipotent. Modern people, having undergone the baptism of science, can clearly distinguish between truth and falsehood, and the origins of sects have been revealed to everyone. Therefore, Yang Chuan himself regards those immortal figures merely as novelties, never taking them seriously. However, upon seeing this strange encrypted text, his first reaction was that there is a deity, a divine being created and controls this world. And this deity hails from the Great Xia. Although it seems a bit far-fetched, for some reason, this was his subconscious reaction. Once he sorted out his thoughts, he began to feel panic. A god? Are you kidding me? I'm using high-tech equipment, flying in midair, and you tell me this world was created by a deity? Dad? 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 A series of anxious calls echoed in Yang Chuan's mind, bringing him back to reality. Oh, what? What's wrong? Dad, are you okay? Why didn't you respond just now when I called you? Do you want me to come over? A slightly aggrieved voice came from the car, tinged with urgency. It's okay, dear. No need to come over. Dad might know what to fill in these blanks. However, I'm a bit hesitant to input anything right now. I don't know whether the consequences will be good or bad. He frowned and tried to input the answer. The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. As he reached this point, for some reason, an overwhelming sense of crisis surged within Yang Chuan. He felt that if he were to input these last two characters, something uncontrollable would definitely happen, and the consequences would be extremely serious. His arm trembled slightly, and he stopped, only to realize that his palms and body were already covered in cold sweat. What on earth is this? What's going on in this world? Chapter 51. No one had the answers for him, only the bizarre scripture before him that sent chills down his spine. The Tao Te Ching gave him a completely unfamiliar feeling for the first time. This monumental work, meant to enlighten the world, made Yang Chuan realize that he did not truly understand it. Perhaps one day, he would manage to add those final two characters? Yang Chuan abandoned his attempt to continue inputting information. He checked the permissions that Wan had already acquired and discovered, to his surprise, that she had unknowingly gained the vast majority of the permissions in this game world. However, the hidden ones were the most fundamental, leaving Yang Chuan feeling conflicted and helpless. The eerie sense of crisis was not an illusion. He had genuinely felt it just moments ago, with every hair on his body standing on end, engulfed by a terrifying pressure, as if at any moment this world would shatter and everyone would meet an untimely end. He was neither a sage nor a saint. He was just an ordinary programmer. Although he had inadvertently come into contact with some of the hidden aspects of this world, it did not truly make him powerful. Dad, quick, look at the forum, their SA discovery. Wan's voice broke through his thoughts, catching him off guard. Soon after, a post popped up on the screen. Mutated zombies have crystals. The post included several photos along with explanations. This player had unfortunately encountered a mutated zombie while out hunting, and after a fierce battle, managed to kill it. Recalling numerous zombie novels from Blue Star, the player had a sudden inspiration to open the zombie's skull and found, to his astonishment, that there was indeed a crystal core inside. It was a diamond-shaped crystal, about the length of a pinky and the thickness of a thumb, radiating a pearly white glow. The crystal featured a regular hexagonal structure at both its center and ends, with each face at the same position being identical in size, as if crafted by the most precise instruments. In the photos, the player's palm still bore dark, bloody traces from the zombie, which seemed genuine. On the ground lay a severed head, adding significant credibility to the claim. What caught Yang Chuan's attention was that the player mentioned at the end of the post that he intended to give the crystal to Yang Chuan for him to study what it truly was. After some contemplation, he decided to go and take a look. After all, it could be something that concerned everyone, and he wanted to be prepared. Using an M249 machine gun and 1,000 rounds of ammunition, Yang Chuan traded with the player for the mysterious crystal. He cleaned it thoroughly and held it in his hands for a closer inspection. At that moment, Wan appeared by his side. Dad, what is this thing? Wan could sense that it contained an extremely terrifying energy and that it seemed remarkably stable. As she spoke, her small face was filled with confusion. Logically, under such terrifying energy, this tiny crystal core should have exploded a long time ago, and its power would certainly be significant. Yet, the object before her was remarkably stable and quiet. In fact, the energy emanating from it was extremely weak. If it weren't for Nan having access to a wealth of detection equipment within the base, they might not have discovered it at all. Daddy, isn't it a bit strange that there's no information about it and no explanations? Nan wondered. Indeed, in this game world, anything would bring up a detailed description window as long as you focus your attention on it. However, this object in hand had nothing. Even after staring at it until his eyes crossed, Yang Chuan received no response. Although he didn't understand its purpose, Yang Chuan decided to collect a few anyway. He posted on the forum, simply stating that he was unsure of its use but hoped to gather more information for players. If anyone discovered its purpose or managed to collect some, they could trade with him. It's really strange. More and more oddities are cropping up, Yang Chuan muttered, then inquired about the details of Nan's hacking tools. It turned out the girl had secretly infiltrated many permissions within the game, and without Yang Chuan's knowledge. She had already gained a lot of abilities. Meanwhile, in Wang Xiaohu's base, a woman was looking at him with a silly smile that made his head ache. Ever since he had brought her back to the territory after much persuasion, he realized that she seemed to have lost her memory and couldn't even speak. No, it wasn't that there hadn't been any progress. At least, when she saw the small house in his yard, her expression changed. She seemed to relax, no longer crying or resisting, and began to curiously observe her surroundings. Then, she spotted Xiaohu, and after a flash of intense excitement in her eyes, she rushed toward him with joy. Xiaohu, a pure and innocent young man, had never encountered such a situation and was so frightened that he stumbled backward, telling her not to come any closer. The woman obediently stopped, her big eyes blinking innocently, which made Xiaohu blush furiously. Seeing that she didn't seem to pose any threat, Xiaohu relaxed a bit and got busy with his own tasks. The girl quietly followed him around, staying 3 meters behind. This made Xiaohu somewhat flustered. Her figure was incredibly attractive, and with her barely there clothing, her silly smiles made him feel quite embarrassed. After several unsuccessful attempts to tell her to stop, he reluctantly allowed her to follow him, as long as she didn't cause any trouble. After all, deep down, he was a kind-hearted young man with no ulterior motives. He had already contacted his sister and found his mother, but whether in Blue Star or here, his focus was on taking care of his family. Having almost no experience with girls, Xiao couldn't help but feel a bit strange facing this seemingly blank slate of a girl. As night fell, he made dinner and invited her to eat. The little girl seemed as if she hadn't eaten in ages, devouring the food like a whirlwind, leaving him dumbfounded. Wow, how long have you been hungry? He looked at the empty bowl, speechless, and then glanced at her flat stomach, curious about where all that food had gone. By Fei Fei, a clear, timid voice chimed in. Xiao Hu looked up, realizing he had been staring at her stomach, which was rather impolite. Blushing, he introduced himself. I'm Wang Xiao Hu. You buy Fei Fei, right? Do you remember why you're here? Bai Fei Fei furrowed her delicate brows, deep in thought. After a moment, she suddenly clutched her head in pain and cried out. She even collapsed to the ground, rolling in agony, knocking over the dining table and spilling food everywhere. Xiao Hu was too worried to feel sorry for her and anxiously asked what was wrong. He squatted down, watching her roll around but unsure of how to help. The waves of turmoil surged, and her brows knitted in distress. Her delicate form lay sprawled out, with cries of anguish echoing in the air. Her tattered clothes, already ineffective, did little to cover her. Xiao Hu found himself momentarily stunned. Ugh, it hurts. Xiao Hu, my head hurts so much. Tears welled in her eyes as she looked at Wang Xiao Hu, reaching out her arm toward him. Fei Fei, don't think about it now. You can remember later. Just get up. The ground is dirty. Maybe you should wash up first. I'll get you some water. Feeling awkward, he stood up and went to the yard, filled a basin with water, and set it down in the middle of the yard. Bai Fei Fei followed him, watching his busy figure with a furrowed brow. It seemed she was starting to recall something. Fei Fei, it's ready, but wait a moment. I'll get you some clothes from inside, and you can change later. But Bai Fei Fei still stuck close to him, not moving until Xiao Hu handed the clothes to her. She stood there, staring wide-eyed, not budging an inch. Go on, I'm just inside. I'm scared. Can you come with me? Fei Fei is scared. Her small hands clutched the clothes, her pretty face on the verge of tears. Hearing this, Xiao Hu's face turned bright red, all the way to his neck. If you take a shower, I can just stand by. That is not okay. Xiao Hu, Fei Fei can't bear it. You're standing beside me. I'm scared. Xiao Hu was already sweating profusely, but seeing her expression, he felt a bit reluctant and clenched his teeth. Well, okay then, can I turn around? After saying this, a happy smile suddenly appeared on Bai Fei Fei's little face as she stepped forward and grabbed his shirt, not letting go, her face full of innocence. Oh dear, isn't this a test for the guy? Xiao Hu felt a bit excited inside, though he wasn't quite sure why. The night had fallen, and under the bright moonlight, a young man stood awkwardly in the small courtyard. 3 meters behind him, a graceful girl began to wash herself. It seemed that the moonlight was deliberately playing tricks on Xiao Hu, casting the bathing figure's shadow right in front of him. Listening to the sound of water nearby, his gaze couldn't help but drift down to the ground, inevitably starting to imagine what was happening behind him. In the dim light, the girl's expression was cool as she looked at the sturdy young man in front of her, a glimmer flashing in her eyes. Her movements became a bit larger, causing the shadow on the ground to reveal her beauty in full. She washed her hair and then carefully wiped her body, her movements elegant and slow. After a long while, she finally finished, put on Xiao Hu's oversized t-shirt, and softly called out, Xiao Hu, Fei Fei is sleepy. Xiao Hu turned around, a bit hesitant to look at her, while Fei Fei grabbed the hem of his shirt and went back into the small room. Under the light, after washing up, the girl looked like a fairy, leaving Xiao Hu utterly mesmerized. This is too beautiful, right? Xiao Hu, Fei Fei is sleepy, let us sleep. Her pure and stunning little face showed anticipation, but her big innocent eyes blinked at him, staring straight at him. Okay, but I only have one bed. You can sleep in the bed, and I'll just sleep on the floor. No, Fei Fei is scared. Let us sleep together. Xiao Hu swallowed hard and nodded. He turned around to start making the bed, but he didn't notice the strange smile curling at the corner of the girl's mouth. Chapter 52. The bed was small, and lying on it together, it was indeed a bit cramped. But there was no way around it. Bai Fei Fei wouldn't let go. It's hard to believe that a young man wouldn't yearn for another world. Thus, Huzi found himself in a predicament. Bai Fei Fei seemed to have awakened some mysterious skills, and Huzi could only retreat step by step. In the end, a charming figure transformed into a brave knight, charging into battle and galloping freely. Suddenly, Huzi's expression changed dramatically. He reached out to push her away, only to have her delicate, jade-like hands seize his, pinning them against the sides of his head, rendering him immobile. Bai Feifei's strength was beyond anyone's imagination. Even the physically robust Huzi found himself unable to struggle. When a water-filled bag is punctured from the bottom, there's no way to stop the water from flowing out. The summit of the clouds was incredibly beautiful, but staying up there too long could be deadly. Huzi barely had time to leave a message for Yang Chuan before losing consciousness. A cool silhouette stepped out of the small courtyard and melted into the night. A tranquil evening indeed. It was already past 9 o'clock, and the courtyard had not come under attack from any zombies. It was quiet and peaceful. Inside the courtyard, Huzi's body began to change. He was so thin that he looked like a skeleton, and suddenly he opened his eyes wide. With grayish-white pupils and a stiff body, he slowly stood upright and aimlessly started to wander. The next day, Yang Chuan woke up and didn't he realize until the morning that Wang Xiaohu had left him a message the night before. Upon opening it, he was first taken aback, then his brows furrowed deeply. Huzi's avatar had already turned gray, which meant that this young man he had yet to meet was gone. After the initial shock and anger, his attention turned to the message. Yang Chuan help. Bai Feifei, monster, sucking. Bai Feifei? Wasn't she the girl he saved yesterday? But why call her a monster? What kind of monster? What was she sucking? Did they encounter some danger last night, and couldn't he pull through? Huzi's death pained Yang Chuan, but this message made it even harder for him. Why couldn't he have been more clear? It sounded just like a hero in a domestic drama, leaving key information unsaid before dying. Sigh. Poor little brother. Rest in peace. He felt a bit down, lamenting the loss of such a simple and honest young man. This game was truly cruel. Wan, do you have the contact information for Wang Xiaohu's mother in your dad's friends list? Huh? No, I don't. Yang Chuan shook his head in disappointment. Soon after, his gloomy mood was interrupted by the sound of a system notification. Ding! Given that the overall strength of the Great Xia Kingdom surpasses that of all other countries combined, a new chapter begins. The Age of Territories. 1. Players from the Great Xia Kingdom will become the sole player group, while players from other countries will have their identities stripped away, turning them into slaves of the Great Xia players. 2. Players will encounter each other on the game map, and vehicle equipment will be revamped to allow for all types of transportation. 3. Family members from alternate spaces can freely enter and exit both worlds. If a player dies, their surviving relatives in the alternate space will be assigned to players in the game based on their familial relationships. Those with no relatives will be randomly assigned by the system. 4. The Age of Freedom has begun, allowing players to attack one another, plunder all resources, annex and merge vehicles, supplies, camps, and even enslave each other. 5. All resources currently collected by players will be converted into survival points for settlement. All existing blueprints and skills will be learned, and the settlement currency will be unified as survival points. Players will no longer be able to find items in treasure chests. They will only contain survival points. 6. The mall is fully open, and any needed items can be purchased. Other changes will be left for players to explore on their own. Have fun, everyone. The announcement was long, and Yang Chuan furrowed his brow, pondering for a long time before making sense of it all. The Age of Territories has arrived. Players can engage in combat. Treasure chests have been revamped. And now there's a settlement of survival points. Wow, he exclaimed, opening the survival points leaderboard in the mall. First place, Yang Chuan, 15, 372, 033 points. 13, 302, 910. 436. Second place, Zhong Aigua, 235, 103 points. 135, 711. Third place, Qian Meifang, 688, 130 points. 128, 188. Great. What is the point of playing this anymore? I was thinking about trying to modify my survival points countless times, but I was never successful. I was worried that one day someone would surpass me. But now it's a joke. The second place only has a little over 130,000 points. But how could this be? After modifying the golden treasure chest, I only had around 11 million points. How did it suddenly jump like this? What the heck? 133 billion? Yang Chuan was completely dumbfounded. Nana, is Daddy seeing things? Can you help me check? Are my survival points really 17? 3 billion? What is going on? Huh? Does Daddy need to see the overall income and expenditure report for survival points? Yes. What is happening? Suddenly, a table popped up in his mind. outlining his general income and expenditure sources. Income: 99 comes from one source: wireless signal transmission towers, root servers, and supporting networks. To use the network, each player needs to pay a monthly fee, with different packages costing 20, 50, or 100 points. In the modern world, where people are accustomed to the internet, the free smartwatches provided by Yangchuan have made the monthly service fee of a few hundred points almost irrelevant. The basic communication package of 20 points is hardly purchased, with less than one of users opting for it. Meanwhile, 86 of users have chosen the 100-point package over the 50-point one. The staggering number of users is frightening. In the Great Xia Kingdom, there are still over 800 million people alive. Excluding those in alternate dimensions, about 67 of them are players, which amounts to roughly 563 million people. Those opting for the 20-point package are less than a fraction, meaning nearly 480 million of these 563 million have chosen the monthly 100-point internet package, while the rest have the 50-point package, with 48 billion from the 100-point package, 4 billion from a 50-point package. The remaining minimal 20-point package and other miscellaneous revenues can be disregarded. Overall, the income amounts to a staggering 48.5 billion. However, with such terrifying revenue, the expenses also nearly knocked Yang Chuan off his feet. It turns out that wireless signal towers also consume survival points. He previously thought that as long as they had power, everything would be fine. He overlooked one crucial aspect. These towers have entertainment functions, meaning players need data storage for the information they upload, which incurs costs for data storage, device maintenance, and network usage. He initially believed that all this income would go straight into his pocket, only to find out that the system takes a cut. Over 30 billion in pure expenses were spent on this in just 1 month. Yet, even so, the remaining amount is still enough for him to live comfortably. This made him realize just how profitable communication can be. It's no wonder this business was never allowed to be privately handled before. It's simply terrifying. Dad, should we take the equipment from the car and install it on the floating platform now? Yangchuan thought for a moment and agreed with her suggestion. After all, players can now meet each other, and with his territory flying high in the sky, it's hard not to be seen. The optical cloaking devices and electromagnetic barrier generators in the car would be extremely useful. Yangchuan squatted on the ground, pondering for a long time, and finally realized that he still seems to be in an unbeatable position at this stage. All right, I'm going with whatever you decide. I'll just lie back and let things unfold. Yes, Yangchuan had devised a new strategy for this game update. It's not my concern. Flying in the sky with cloaking devices, ignoring the world's disputes, you all fight among yourselves while I relax. After all, with a pure monthly income of over 10 billion, why would he need to work harder? Sigh, my dear, I leave the development of our territory to you. Just buy and spend on anything that will strengthen our land. Dad, I feel like I've lost my purpose in life. Huh, is that so? All right, Dad. But could you come over to the small building for a moment? There's a system notification. What notification? I didn't receive anything. It's about the slaves and the elderly and children. If you come over, you'll understand. I stay silent and just cry. Chapter 53. At this moment, Dad and Mom were gathered together on the first floor. A strange large door appeared in the hallway, and Grandma along with my younger siblings were huddled together, crying. Yangchuan quickly stepped forward to greet his grandmother. It had been a long time since the family had been reunited. After exchanging pleasantries, Yangchuan recalled the notification that had echoed in his mind when he first entered the small building. Ding! Congratulations to player 1537203 Yangchuan from the Great Xia Kingdom for being the first to possess a level 4 territory. Number of members: 6. The system does not recognize the child. Number of relatives: 3. The slaves belong to the Lord. Total number of slaves: 6. The random allocation result for remaining personnel from the other space is 6 high-quality subjects. Please make your selection as soon as possible. Thinking it over, he found the relative relationships a bit puzzling. His uncle's family was still alive, but since his uncle was a son-in-law with 2 surviving brothers, they were not included. Yangchuan's side only had Grandma and his younger siblings left. However, he was curious as to why Xiaoya, who had been adopted, had no relatives. Wasn't she abandoned by someone? Seeing that his aunt and mother had gone into the kitchen to busy themselves, he thought about asking them to prepare more food. He then moved to the entrance and began to operate. The 6 slaves appeared first, and to his dismay, 5 of them were women, with only 1 man among them. Master, in this world, what use are women? They are timid, lack strength, and are hesitant in their actions. Aren't they just a hindrance? However, thankfully, the one man was robust, with a broad back and a strong build, a prominent nose, deep-set eyes, and a thick coat of body hair. Just looking at him screamed bear-like. He must be from a bear country, right? The other 5 women included 2 Caucasians, 1 Asian, and 2 women who were as dark as coal. Goodness, can a black person be that shiny and smooth? A big question popped into his mind. Does the black girl have black skin all over? Including, well, ISNT, that's something that happens over time? Cough. Shaking his head, he quickly dismissed those thoughts and looked at the 6 of them. Due to being heavily influenced by the women of the Great Xia, Yang Chuan had developed a serious bias in judging others' ages, so he couldn't determine how old they were. You all can speak the Great Xia language? That's fantastic. Please introduce yourselves. Master, we're not sure how it happened. We just opened our eyes and already knew the Great Xia language. My name is Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov, and I'm 43 years old. The remaining 5 women introduced themselves in turn. The first Caucasian woman was named Abis, 46 years old, and the other was named Elisa, 22 years old. The Asian woman was named Yuko Murakami, around 25, but Yang Chuan couldn't help but doubt her age given her doll-like face. There were 2 black individuals, one named Eva, 27 years old, and the other named Nona, 37. They seemed all right. Their ages weren't too advanced, but there was something quite strange about them. These slaves appeared to be somewhat dull, their eyes lacking any spark. It was hard to tell what was going on. After instructing them to wait aside, Yang Chuan began to receive the citizens from the alternate space. The system referred to them as high-quality citizens, but it was unclear what that actually meant. How was a person's quality assessed? Suddenly, 3 elderly individuals and 3 children appeared in front of him. The elderly trio consisted of 2 men and 1 woman. The oldest among them made Yang Chuan frown. He looked frail and sickly, while the other 2 appeared quite spirited, aged 78, 66, and 64 respectively. Yang Chuan thought, so you call this nearly dead old man high quality? Among the 3 children, the oldest boy was about 15, and there were 2 little girls, one 9 and the other 4 years old. Yang Chuan couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. Out of these 6 people, only the young boy seemed somewhat useful. At 15, he could be of help. But what could the elderly and the little kids possibly do? His brow furrowed deeply. After examining them closely, he finally relaxed. Well, rather, his eyes lit up. The 3 elderly individuals were not just any seniors. One was a retired expert in high-energy weaponry. Another was a retired aerospace expert. And the last was a rehired professor of high-energy physics. The 3 children were impressive as well. The young boy had excellent athletic genes, suitable for training as a soldier, and he was destined to be a top-tier warrior. The 9-year-old girl displayed exceptionally active thinking and high intelligence. As for the 4-year-old girl, the system only noted that she possessed special abilities, without elaborating further. Special abilities? Yang Chuan zhou jie dawn, studying the curious little girl who was gazing at him with wide eyes, and he couldn't discern any particular uniqueness about her. She had beautiful skin, fair and tender, not at all resembling someone who had experienced the harshness of a post-apocalyptic world. It seemed that these 6 individuals had been randomly assigned after being mixed up by the system. Like the slaves, none of them retained any memories of their past lives beyond basic recognition, and according to the prompts, they were absolutely loyal to him. Yang Chuan felt a bit of a headache, unsure how to manage these people. Just then, Xiaoya stepped forward. After understanding the situation, she confidently declared that she could handle it. So, Yang Chuan watched as she took the elderly and children inside, while he was left to arrange the 6 slaves. After thinking for a moment, he realized he didn't have much for them to do, so he instructed Nuan to organize them to begin constructing the additional building, which would serve as the slaves' living quarters. The living quarters for the slaves vary depending on the size of the player's territory. At least in Yang Chuan's territory, the slaves' houses are surprisingly 2-story buildings, with a total of 6 units. The spacious and bright homes feature white walls and red tiles, with spotless glass windows. Upon entering and taking a look around, he discovered that all the essential furniture was actually provided. Wow, the slaves' houses are even better than many players' small abodes. And they come fully furnished? Yang Chuan was somewhat speechless. Is this for real? The vast majority of players still have level 1 camps, with their little huts being mere wooden shacks, let alone the furniture inside. There's a kitchen, a bathroom, a bedroom, wooden beds, wardrobes, tables and chairs, coffee tables, everything you could possibly need. While he personally didn't lack these items, other players might still be struggling to gather them. He checked the attributes of the small houses. Level 4 slave quarters, constructed based on the territory level and the resources owned by the Lord, replicate essential resources. The current quarters can increase slave attributes by 40, restore health by 40 per hour, and recover energy by 40. He stroked his chin, puzzled. What does this health recovery mean? Do the slaves heal automatically after being injured? That is a good thing. As long as the slaves get hurt, can they just stay in the house to recover? Glancing at the consumption details, he quickly lost interest. Whatever resources the Lord had would be available here, but only for the slaves to use, since they couldn't take anything out or destroy it. Letting them choose their own accommodations seemed like asking for trouble. Other players with slaves could naturally free themselves, allowing these slaves to produce, defend, or engage in battles. But for him, the existence of slaves was just a burden, wasting his resources for no reason. Returning to the small building, only his father and the others were there. Earlier, his grandmother had led these 6 into a different space. Then his younger brother came out and said the original small houses had been transformed into a row of 2-story buildings, with each person having their own unit. Now, his grandmother and the others were inside, tidying up the place. It seemed this adjustment was quite significant. He wondered if this so-called era of lords had any other changes besides player confrontations. Out of nowhere, he was handed 3 weapons. What was the expert in aviation and high-energy physics planning? Did they expect him to create planes or missiles? It seemed like a long time ago he had pulled an aircraft engine from a golden treasure chest. Thinking about it, it made some sense. After all, if such things existed, they must be useful. He just didn't know if he could upgrade his territory to a sufficient level and build those high-tech laboratories before these old folks passed away. Grandma automatically became the master of the alternate space due to her blood relation and her status as the eldest. Therefore, once the 6 people entered, they had to follow her arrangements. It's quite an interesting setup. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from outside, startling everyone. What just happened? Special thanks to readers who supported me. A fan of Sichuan noodles, author 1 Ajin 3G, Lu Jingyu who loves claypot vermicelli, a fan of shrimp chips. Yiqian who enjoys tea soup dumplings, Scorpio who loves bean sprouts mixed noodles. User 265162110. User 958100183, and many others. I'm incredibly grateful. This little author feels greatly encouraged and will work hard to write this story well. Let's do it. Chapter 54. Yang Chuan dashed out quickly, only to collide with a small figure. Dad, it's bad, it's really bad. The little girl's face was smeared with dirt, her expression a mix of surprise and confusion, her tone tinged with urgency. Hey, Wan, what happened? Did you get hit by a shell? Dad, forget about that. You need to check the forum right now. The others looked on in bewilderment, unsure of what was happening, and began to scroll through the forum. Guys, I've got news. I met a girl player, and she's stunning. A post quickly shot to the top of the forum. The reason? The photo attached showed a charming girl that Yang Chuan recognized. ISNT that the girl that Wang Xiaohu ran into? The poster claimed that after the slave arrived, she armed the slave and started clearing out nearby zombies, hoping to take down as many as possible before nightfall. He himself stayed in the camp, killing time by browsing the forum. Then, his slave returned, reporting that she had found a human. When he went over, he saw a girl who looked like an angel. She greeted him happily, her every smile and frown brimming with endless allure. After a brief exchange, the player learned her name was by Fei Fei, but it seemed she had suffered a head injury and couldn't remember how she ended up there, lacking any memories. She pleaded with the player to take her in. This player wasn't exactly a good person either. He probably was just a street punk before entering the game. Seeing such a stunning beauty, he couldn't resist. He leaned in and kissed her, causing her to blush, yet she didn't resist. So, feeling quite pleased with himself, he snapped several photos and posted them on the forum to show off. Beneath the post, countless players expressed their envy and jealousy, though some rational players raised questions. In a situation where players couldn't interact, how did this girl enter another player's territory? However, that reply was quickly buried, and no one paid it any mind. When Yang Chuan saw that familiar face, a chill ran through him. It wasn't just similar. It was identical. After confirming with Wan, Yang Chuan's expression turned grave. This woman, could she not be human? Wan, keep a close eye on a player who posted this. If he dies or posts anything, let me know immediately. Okay, Dad, But that woman, she is so strange. I can't understand her existence. Yang Chuan frowned. I can't understand it either, but she showed up in Wang Xiaohu's camp, and then Wang Xiao ended up dead. I initially thought it was just bad luck that they were attacked by zombies and couldn't hold on, resulting in their deaths. But now, she inexplicably appeared in another player's camp, which is quite strange. So, Dad, can we stay in the air without landing? In Wan's emotional module, a feeling called fear emerged. She was scared. Yang Chuan gently patted her head and nodded. All right, regardless of the situation with this girl, let's just avoid being seen. After all, we're floating in the sky, and even if she appears, she can't just materialize in our territory, right? He reminded Wan to check the optical cloaking device and to be careful not to turn it off. With that, Yang Chuan, still puzzled, returned to the house. Things, as expected, took a turn. The next day, when Yang Chuan woke up, Wan informed him that the player who posted about the incident had died. This person hadn't shared any information at the last moment like Xiao Hu did, so their death went unnoticed. On the forum, aside from bored players repeatedly posting those few photos for everyone to download and entertain themselves, it was mostly those who couldn't get involved discussing the matter. If it weren't for Yang Chuan's specific instructions, no one would probably have noticed that the player's avatar had turned gray. As for Bai Fei, after her brief appearance, she had disappeared without a trace. Unable to make sense of it, Yang Chuan decided to stay vigilant and observe how things would unfold. He didn't have the luxury of warning others. After all, in this new era of lords, anyone could be an enemy. Today, his focus was on the zombie crystal cores. During this time, Wan had been tirelessly collecting them, and they had already amassed over 40. These things only appeared inside mutated zombies, and the chances of finding them were quite low. 2 hours later, he held a small crystal core, examining it with curiosity. This thing was incredibly hard. It showed no damage from fire, freezing, chemical exposure, or even being struck directly with a hammer. What exactly was this? How could something like this exist in a zombie's head? Didn't teen novels say that zombie crystal cores could be absorbed by humans to enhance their strength? But how is one supposed to absorb it? Strong acids couldn't do anything to it, and swallowing it seemed too disgusting, right? Dad, I think our thinking might be off. This crystal core might be something from another civilization, Wan said thoughtfully. Yang Chuan was taken aback and curiously asked why. Dad, here's my reasoning. This thing has no properties, yet it exists in reality. It might be some kind of mysterious artifact. Just look at the weapon laboratory. There's so many magical weapons inside. Doesn't that suggest that this world has a magical civilization, and it's all effective? Yang Chuan was stunned. What? Magic? Wan, are you sure? I'm not entirely sure, but while gathering data, I noticed that there are many spellbooks available for exchange in the marketplace. Based on the data I've collected, it seems like there is a complete system in place. This means that magic does exist in this world. I think the crystal core in Dad's hand is somewhat similar to the uniqueness of magic. Should Dad consider buying some magic-related items from the marketplace for research? Yang Chuan frowned. Learn magic? I'm a young person of the new era, using smartphones and computers, flying high with high-tech devices. And you want me to learn magic? No, and Wan, I don't think I can accept that. If it were our Eastern mythology, I might believe it. But Western magic? No way. Their cultural heritage is only a few hundred years old. What kind of magical wonders could they possibly have? Dad doesn't have to do it himself, right? Didn't we just get some new recruits? We could exchange for some magic knowledge and let them give it a try. Oh, that makes sense. But who should we ask? Chapter 55. After some contemplation, Yang Chuan thought of a little girl, that 4-year-old. The system mentioned that she had special abilities, and he wondered if it was related to magic. In the introductions of others, nothing was noted about magic, especially from the 3 elderly scientists, who were all seasoned experts. Only this little girl seemed to fit the bill in some way. But she was so young. Could she really manage it? Well, why not give it a try? After all, it was just about learning knowledge, and it shouldn't lead to anything bad. Dad, should we buy a few books for her to try? Yang Chuan nodded. Learning knowledge should not have any adverse effects on a little girl, so he agreed. Soon, 3 magic books appeared in Yang Chuan's hands. Just as he was about to head inside to find the little girl, he realized he could control things remotely. Thus, he accessed the little girl's attribute interface and directly selected to use the 3 beginner magic knowledge skill books. Ding! Congratulations! Your subject, the little girl, has learned the basic theory of magic, the principles of magic operation, and the essence of magic. She has gained the skill, meditation. Oh, really? This little girl is a magician? What the heck? After some thought, Yang Chuan issued a summoning command. In the next moment, a tiny figure burst forth from another dimension, running towards Yang Chuan. Brother Lord, I'm here. Yang Chuan looked at this little one, examining her closely, but she didn't seem to have changed at all. Little one, can you try using meditation? Okay. The little girl sat cross-legged on the ground, placing her tiny hands on her knees and closed her big eyes. Yang Chuan, wait, isn't this just meditation? Hey, Dad, the crystal core is reacting. The little girl's voice suddenly chimed in. Yang Chuan was taken aback and immediately glanced at the crystal core on the table, but saw no visible movement. So he shot a puzzled look at the little girl. Dad, the energy in the crystal core is flowing towards the little girl. I detected it, but it's not visible to the naked eye. Yang Chuan pondered for a moment, picked up a crystal core, and placed it in the little girl's tiny hand, asking her to monitor the results. The little girl quickly provided the results. The energy in the crystal core was rapidly depleting in her hand, and all the lost energy was being absorbed by her. So, this thing is meant to help magicians cultivate? Yang Chuan thought for a while, and since he had discovered its usefulness, he decided to collect more. I wonder if I can cultivate a super tiny magician with my vast resources? Just imagining that adorable little girl casting a devastating level spell excites me. Nana, the crystal core has been collecting data, but let's keep its purpose to ourselves for now. We'll reap the benefits first. Ha ha ha. Yang Chuan smirked, revealing a strange smile as he thought of some amusing ideas. Meanwhile, in another place, a long-haired man was pushing a girl down onto a bed. His face was full of lewdness, with yellowed teeth that looked like they hadn't been brushed in ages, and he was grinning in a rather sleazy manner. Ha ha, little sister, since you seem to have forgotten where your home is, why not stay here with me for a while? Don't worry, I won't charge you rent, but you'll have to repay me in other ways. The man chuckled creepily, while the girl looked bewildered, her big eyes filled with curiosity as she stared at him, seemingly unaware of what was about to happen. Less than half an hour later, a disgruntled figure walked out of the small room. He looks pretty fit, and this is all he has got? Just a flashy exterior. The girl shot an annoyed glance over her shoulder before turning and walking out. She needed to gather some zombies. She hadn't had her fill earlier. Inside the room, the man had been drained to a husk, his sunken eye sockets, pronounced cheekbones, and gaping mouth telling the story of his terror. He was completely lifeless. This was a hidden skill discovered by Kai Shukuan. If activated at a crucial moment, it could absorb all of an opponent's essence, significantly boosting his own abilities. Dealing with zombies was even easier. As long as there was contact, he could drain them dry at any time. The girl slightly closed her eyes, lost in thought for a moment, then suddenly opened them wide, a fleeting sharpness flashing in her gaze. Whoosh! Crack! A delicate figure flashed by, and behind her, a massive stone weighing several 100 pounds shattered into several pieces. The girl looked at her dark, veiny arms and fingers, where long nails were slowly retracting, and frowned. It was simply too ugly. Gai Shuo, I am by Fei Fei, the noble zombie king. Zombie princess, how come my arms look so hideous? The power is still not enough. That bastard Yang Chuan has so many resources. He must be getting even stronger. No, I can't confront him until I truly become powerful. For now, I'll let him be. A low growl interrupted the girl's frustration. She glanced at the few creatures surrounding her, and then at the zombies swaying and pouring in from both sides of the road. A smirk appeared on her lips as she stepped into the nearby woods, the zombies following her in. Well then, come on. Let this queen drain you dry. Come and become my nourishment, you worthless zombies. Damn it, don't tear my clothes apart. Everything in the forest remains unknown to the players. No one knows how much time has passed, but here, peace has returned. Beneath the bushes, only a pile of skeletal remains is left, stacked together. However, Bai Feifei was not having good luck this time. During her previous 2 teleportations, she had coincidentally arrived just as the game refreshed, allowing her to reach 2 locations in 3 days. Now, in this player's map, her teleportation skill was rendered unusable. Standing on the road with a blank expression, she suddenly remembered that her teleportation skill had a 7-day cooldown. So what now? The player was gone. The zombies were gone. Was she just supposed to wait around for 7 days? Oh, is this a joke? Damn it. An indignant cry echoed in the wilderness. As Bai Feifei vented her frustration, she had been so eager to level up quickly that she had drained all the zombies in one go, and now she was left all alone. She couldn't drive the player's vehicle, and while she could use other items, did she really need to do anything herself? Here she was a noble zombie princess having to forget it. She might as well go. The feeling of hunger was still nagging at her. What a failure. Next time, she would definitely pay attention to the timing. At least let the player support her until the very last day before draining him dry. Grumbling to herself, she turned back, and the more she thought about it, the more sense it made. She could just say she was helping the player kill zombies, find a secluded spot, play games with the zombie uncles and brothers, and drain them dry. Plus, with the player around, the zombies would keep respawning. Wouldn't that just be a way to farm experience? Her eyes lit up. It seemed she had found a path to evolution. Oh dear, how could she have been so foolish not to think of such a great method before? With an innocent expression, she lightly tapped her head with her hand and stuck out her little tongue, looking utterly adorable. Bai Fei, whether due to her physical transformation or for some other reason, had completely embraced her new body and had fully become a woman. Back at the camp, she looked at the resurrected, emaciated zombie with a face full of disdain. Sigh. She really wished she could find a strong brother, so she wouldn't have to suffer so much for 7 days. Boo-hoo. Crack. A smooth, jade-like foot stepped on the zombie's outstretched hand, which resembled a dry twig, and with a fierce stomp, she broke it and ground it a few times before casually walking back to her room. Chapter 56 on a certain map. A middle-aged man with a gloomy expression was communicating with someone, his face serious. He wasn't using the internet, but the game's built-in communication feature. Naturally wary of having their conversation exposed. Old Fong, as a big shot in the energy department, don't you have any thoughts? That sheep isn't just any ordinary player. He even admitted to using cheats. I believe he has plenty of resources at his disposal. On the other end, a chubby man smiled warmly. Haha, old one, you don't need to remind me. I'm already working on it. The number of people my subordinates found is quite limited, especially with so many unaccounted for. We simply don't have enough manpower. In this world, finding a single person is incredibly difficult, and besides, we can't even meet up yet. The man chuckled, looking at the middle-aged man with a sense of cold amusement. To suggest that he should be the one to take the lead in probing the top player was akin to asking him to walk into a death trap. In this world, there are no legal constraints. If one wanted to seize another's resources, or even enslave them, no one would bat an eye if the tables were turned. Did he really think the top player was easy to deal with? Just looking at those terrifyingly high scores was enough to indicate that. With those points, one could exchange for countless resources, making them undeniably powerful. Old one, I'm not trying to criticize you, but as a communication mogul, you must understand the importance of the internet. With a monthly fee of 100 points for internet access per person, that adds up to astronomical figures over a month. And right now, that player is monopolizing everything. Aren't you tempted? Minister 1 was more than just tempted. He was green with envy. However, despite the game indicating that players would eventually cross paths, there had been no sign of it so far. Moreover, regarding the Yang Chuan, his subordinates had contacted many players from the 1537 area, but they didn't have much useful information. They only knew he possessed countless resources and occasionally assisted other players. As for his combat power or equipment, they were completely clueless. Even attempts to capture his relative for leverage had yielded no results. In a population of billions, untangling his detailed background was nearly impossible. Alas, I have no solutions either. My subordinates are diligently trying to gather information on this person from the 1537 area. Unfortunately, those locals are incredibly cautious and suspicious about why we're inquiring. Extremely alert. It's infuriating. Of course, they had considered searching among all players nationwide, so they had their subordinates post on forums. However, to their dismay, as soon as the post was successfully published, it vanished in less than a second. This confirmed their suspicions. The network was indeed under Yang Chuan's surveillance. The infamous river crab of the Great Xia Network, a legendary creature that sent countless netizens into a panic, had now turned the tables on them. Having enjoyed a sense of superiority from their elevated status, the abrupt shift in their identity left them feeling extremely uncomfortable. Unfortunately, circumstances often outweigh individual feelings. This intense discomfort lingered after they had escaped the crisis. Their methods of resource collection, driven by their status, mirrored the tactics employed in the game basketball, Zombie Princess, only with a more dignified facade that made it difficult for others to criticize. Consequently, most of their camps had already advanced to a second level. After hanging up the communication, Minister Wan cursed fiercely and pushed open the door to a bedroom on the second floor. Two girls, around 12 or 13 years old, startled by the noise, sat up in bed, fear etched on their faces as they huddled under their blankets. Yang Chuan realized that the 3 seasoned experts provided by the system were indeed impressive. Unlike the slaves who had been reduced to robotic silence, these 6 individuals were fully formed humans. At least in terms of communication, there was no barrier. It flowed smoothly. Although they had been implanted with commands to be loyal to their lord, it was clear that these 6 possessed their own emotions and personalities. Their presence meant that many research labs could operate without needing the system's skill books, and as long as they had blueprints and the skill limits were not exceeded, they could dive right in. For techniques that required lower skill levels, blueprints were unnecessary. For instance, in the aerospace laboratory, there was a massive fan. Well, more accurately, it should be called a wind tunnel, designed to precisely control airflow and simulate the flow of gases around aircraft or objects. However, Yang Chuan didn't quite understand this apparatus. He only felt that it provided a refreshing breeze when it operated. According to Nanin's explanation, he grasped its value. With this tool, they could test and validate the design and manufacturing of flying devices without blueprints in the future. This undoubtedly brought Yang Chuan immense joy. No wonder they referred to these individuals as high-quality personnel. While the term felt a bit odd, they truly were treasures. Nonetheless, based on the construction needs of the territory, Nanan proposed that their first design task should be to replace the platform beneath the territory. According to her, while the territory could fly on this platform, it lacked an aerodynamic shape and could not achieve sufficient speed. If they could create a sufficiently large aircraft to fully encompass the territory, allowing it to soar freely through the skies, it would undoubtedly provide a significant advantage. Yang Chuan agreed to her request and shared some of his own ideas. Whether they could be realized would depend on the capabilities of these seasoned experts. After all, many things that were once unthinkable could now be acquired from the system's marketplace. And what Yang Chuan had in abundance was survival points. This adjustment in the game suggested that interplayer conflicts would become quite serious in the later stages, leading him to suspect that alliances and power struggles might emerge. Air superiority, in modern warfare, holds an unshakable dominance that no one can challenge. High mobility, high penetration, stealth, endurance, and firepower strike capability are the key issues that restrict the development of this technology. After visiting a few progress reports, Yang Chuan arrived at the newly established high-energy weapons laboratory, where he realized just how naive his previous thoughts had been. He had only considered conventional combat factors, thinking that having a dozen heavy machine guns would be enough to sweep away all opponents and handle most crises. After all, with his leading construction progress and his golden finger ability, it was easy for him to feel a bit inflated. However, upon arriving here, he quickly realized he had underestimated things. When he saw the white beam emitted from that strange weapon, which melted a 15-centimeter thick steel plate located 100 meters away in just 2 seconds, he was left in shock. Don't think that a 15-centimeter steel plate isn't that thick when considering its power, wear, and the damage it inflicts. It is on a completely different level compared to conventional gunpowder weapons. For example, the 95 type automatic rifle currently used by robots in the territory has a direct shooting range of 370 meters and an effective range of 400 meters. Although its maximum range is nearly 3,000 meters, its accuracy is not guaranteed at all. In practical tests, it can penetrate an 8mm thick steel plate at a distance of 100 meters. 8 millimeters is less than 1 centimeter, and the gap between that and 15 centimeters is an insurmountable chasm. According to an old expert named Huang, this 100-meter distance was only for testing purposes. They had previously conducted tests at 10 meters, 20 meters, and up to 100 meters to calculate the energy loss of high-energy lasers at different distances. The results showed that this uniquely designed weapon still possessed sufficient lethality at a distance of 5,000 meters. Furthermore, even at a distance of 8,000 meters, it could ignite a pile of firewood in just 0.1 seconds. Of course, without other equipment to assist, it would be impossible to see this distance with the naked eye, and under normal circumstances, there would be no need to do so, since this weapon is not intended for sniping. When Yang Chuan asked about this, old Huang provided a solution, launching physical projectiles. This would not be through conventional chemical energy methods, but rather through electromagnetic propulsion, accelerating the projectiles to a terrifying speed of over 10 kilometers per second. In comparison, the bullet speed of a Type 54 pistol is only 430 meters per second. Being hit by a projectile launched by an electromagnetic weapon is akin to being struck by a massive shell, with a terrifying level of destruction. Of course, that is a matter for the future. With this laser weapon now available, it fully meets the operational needs. Therefore, Yang Chuan excitedly claimed the weapon for himself and asked Old Huang to produce 10 more for modification and replication. The author humbly requests your support. Any tips to urge updates would be greatly appreciated. Thank you. Chapter 57. After lowering the height of the territory and removing the protective and cloaking features, Yang Chuan planned to test the effectiveness of this weapon. Upon hearing about the new weapon, Yang's dad and the others curiously followed him to the wall to watch. When they learned that they could fly in the air, their initial surprise quickly faded, and they lost interest in fighting zombies. They didn't need the rewards. Unless they were bored and just playing around, shooting too much would lead to either sore hands or sore shoulders, which wasn't entertaining. 20 meters above the ground, Yang Chuan looked at the aimlessly wandering zombies on the road and set up his weapon. He adjusted the laser gun to single-shot mode, aligning the sight on the head of a fat zombie. Through the scope, he could clearly see its grotesque, decaying face, the black, slimy drool dripping from its gaping mouth, and its terrifying gray-white eyes. A slight movement of his finger produced no tremor and no sound. A soft, non-dazzling white light flashed, leaving a trail of smoke in the air from the high-temperature burn. The zombie's head instantly turned into a charred mass, smoke billowing from it, and in the next moment, the smoke ignited into flames. It was eerily quiet, devoid of the whooshing sounds typical of sci-fi movies where spaceships fire lasers at each other. Not to mention that there is no sound in space due to the absence of air. Even if there were sound, laser fire would produce no noise. However, just by observing the state of the zombie, one could tell that in an instant, its entire head had been seared. Yang Chuan estimated that if it had the capacity for pain, it wouldn't even have time to feel it. He aimed at another zombie, this time targeting its chest. The white light flashed again, and the zombie split in two, black smoke rising from the charred edges. It was evident that it had been carbonized and severed in an instant, then ignited due to the high temperature. Nevertheless, the downed zombie, lacking any sense of pain, continued to crawl slowly on the ground with its upper body, which was quite a gruesome sight. Switching the gun to beam mode, Yang Chuan casually aimed at a thicket by the roadside and pulled the trigger while dragging the gun's muzzle. A thin white beam shot out continuously, instantly igniting a large tree, thick smoke billowing upwards. Although the flames quickly extinguished, these trees were still alive. Even with their moisture content, being hit by the laser beam caused them to catch fire, demonstrating just how high the temperature of that thin beam was. For a full 30 seconds, the laser gun continued to fire until it automatically stopped due to depleted energy, and an energy display bar began to rapidly recover. The gun was equipped with a radiation energy conversion device, allowing it to recharge very quickly. In single-shot mode, energy consumption was almost negligible. In beam mode, it took less than 10 seconds to fully recharge, which was impressively fast. Wow, this is a great piece of equipment. Xiao Chuan, is this a laser gun? Why is it so different from what we see in movies? Aren't those supposed to be about the size of a handgun? Yours is way too big. Dad and Uncle were like kids who had just discovered a new toy, curiously asking questions. Yang Chuan was momentarily taken aback by their excitement. Then he broke into a wry smile. Dad, you both said that was just a movie. What I have here is the real deal. It's packed with components and energy storage devices, plus a powerful cooling system. It's not small, you know. If you two want to play, go ahead. But be careful. After saying that, he didn't bother with the two curious souls anymore and quickly climbed down from the wall. He had just received a message from Xiaoya. She said her stomach hurt badly, and feeling a bit worried, Yang Chuan hurried back to the small building. He pushed the door open and cautiously peeked inside, checking to see if Xiaoya was hiding behind the door, ready to ambush him. Once he confirmed she wasn't, he stepped into the room. He found Xiaoya truly lying on the bed, which puzzled him as he walked closer. Sis, what's wrong? Xiaoya was frowning and leaning against the headboard, scrolling through her phone. Upon seeing him enter, she immediately pouted in a hurt manner. Brother, my stomach hurts. I need a hug. Yang Chuan was almost at the bedside, but instinctively took a step back at her words. Whether it's real or fake, I didn't lock the door. If you try to pull me onto the bed again, that's not happening. Xiaoya rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. Oomph. Who cares? It's not like I'm asking for much. It hurts. Aren't you coming over to comfort your sister? Yang Chuan took a closer look and noticed she didn't seem to be faking it, so he walked over. As soon as he sat down beside her, she snuggled up against him obediently. Brother, it's been so long. Why am I still in pain? Just admit it. Have you been slacking off? Yang Chuan was taken aback, looking at her as she tilted her little face up to stare at him, puzzled. Slacking off? What have I been slacking on? Xiaoya pinched him playfully, her lips pursed in a pout. It's been over half a month, and there's been no reaction at all. If you put in a little effort, I could have a smooth 10 months without this pain. How nice would that be? Yang Chuan's expression darkened. Come on, sis. That is a bit unfair. I assent it. I eat 3 meals a day without fail. When have I ever let you go hungry? Sometimes you even snack at noon or late at night. Have you ever missed a meal? Xiaoya straightened up immediately, looking at him skeptically. Then explain why my stomach hasn't reacted yet? Don't try to fool me. I have a health checkup every year. Hearing Xiaoya say that, Yang Chuan felt a bit puzzled too. Their company organized yearly health checkups, and in the tech department, considering the long hours technicians spent in front of computers, certain tests were included. His report had shown no abnormalities, and the sperm count and motility were both very high. Huh, you didn't say anything, and I didn't even realize it. Every time you come on strong, it seems like we've even never taken any precautions, and yet you haven't gotten caught? Xiaoya was a bit anxious. So, does that mean I have a body that is not easy to conceive? I've heard that this can't be detected. Could I be one of those cases? Yang Chuan wasn't sure either. After all, the whole pregnancy thing can be tricky. There are plenty of situations where couples have no issues but still can't conceive. He scratched his head and said, well, I don't know. It's only been less than a month. There's a probability factor involved, so it might not happen that quickly. Really? Don't lie to me, little brother. Let me tell you, I really like that girl. Just seeing her makes me wonder what my baby will be like when they're born. Will they be as smart and cute as her? As Xiaoya spoke, she grabbed his big hand and pressed it against the painful spot. Rub it for me. It hurts. Yang Chuan chuckled. All right, I'll rub it for you. You've just been overthinking things these past few days. My health checkup showed no problems. So don't worry. Xiaoya seemed to relax a bit as the warmth of his hand eased her pain. Hearing his words, she playfully tugged at his ear. Oomph. You little rascal, you better come clean about whether you're slacking off. I seriously suspect you're not being honest. From now on, you need to work harder. Got it. Yang Chuan made a face and pleaded for mercy. Sis, let go, that hurts. I've been trying hard. You want to eat 3 or 4 times a day. It's only because I'm in good shape now. Just wait a few years and see. Xiaoya immediately looked dissatisfied. I don't care. You're just not putting in enough effort. I'm the only daughter-in-law in the Yang family right now. And both our moms have already made 2 sets of baby clothes. If you don't step up, are you planning to look at those slaves instead? Chapter 58. After a long period of gentle and comforting words, Xiaoya finally let him go. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. One morning, as Yang Chuan was getting up and searching for his private belongings, he heard a system notification. Ding! Congratulations to all players in the Great Xia Kingdom for surviving the first wave of the zombie crisis. The map connection feature is now available. All players can now access the map function, which includes the ability to mark friends and foes, allowing them to see each other's detailed locations. The war system is officially activated. As the announcement concluded, Yang Chuan noticed a translucent window appear in the upper right corner of his view. Curious, he opened it. He saw that the road he was on was depicted as a long line, but it was slowly changing. The road began to intersect and branch out, rapidly expanding in both directions. Indeed, the game world was altering the map, quickly sketching out the entire Great Xia territory bit by bit. The map now displayed mountains, rivers, lakes, seas, and forests, no longer showing a straight road. Within seconds, Yang Chuan noticed several yellow dots appearing in the already mapped areas, with one indicating his own location, marked by a different color. After a moment of thought, Yang Chuan quickly issued a command to his mind to Nuan, stop advancing the territory, remain airborne, and activate invisibility and protection. As expected, a moment later, a flood of notifications began pouring in on the right side panel. Player 643128351 has added you as a foe. Player 831520337 wants to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Yes, no. Player 295131267 has added you as a foe. Player 119135167 has added you as a foe. Forget about friends. Yang Chuan was infuriated as he watched the list of foes rapidly grow to nearly 90,000. How could so many people add him as a foe? And this number kept rising at an alarming rate. Dad. Wan saw that many people on the forum are discussing you, saying they want to take down the rich and divide the land. Yang Chuan's face darkened as he acknowledged this, telling Wan to keep an eye on it, but not to worry about anything else for now. Did he do something heinous? Why were these tens of thousands of people adding him as a foe? Were they jealous? Or did they really have a grudge against him? Were they all insane? What frustrated Yang Chuan even more was that nearly 200 people in Area 1537 had added him as a foe. Were they trying to seize resources? After the shock, a smirk of sarcasm appeared on Yang Chuan's lips. The greed of the human heart knows no bounds. Fine. I'll just wait here and see what you all are capable of. Wan, is Old Li's big spaceship ready yet? As long as the shape and power system are completed, it's fine to take off first. Everything else can be dealt with later. All right, Dad. It should take about 2 more days. We are already in the final assembly stage. After all, this thing is really huge. After breakfast, Yang Chuan went to the car that hadn't been used for a long time, wanting to get something out of it. With Nan's help, he quickly developed a mapping system that could directly read the map data from the game and reproduce it on screen at a 1-to-1 scale. The difference is that it can automatically record player movements on the map, and if needed, it can directly draw the player's travel route. After all, the map is so large that even on the regional map, players can be very far apart, and without careful observation, it's impossible to see the direction of their movements. Understanding others' dynamics is essential for devising better strategies. The reason he wanted to do this was that he had inadvertently noticed 3 red dots on the map to his left, which seemed to be getting closer and moving in his direction. The speed of the 3 red dots was also adjusting. In about an hour, they would likely converge. They weren't very far from his position. Nan estimated that if they came over at a speed of 120 yards per hour, it would take just over 8 hours. The red color represented enemies, and Yang Chuan was curious whether these 3 were converging on him, especially since the distance wasn't too far. Moreover, it was clear that those who maliciously added him as an enemy had no good intentions. He wanted to test just how big the gap was between him and these players. An hour later, at a road junction, the 3 players gathered. Each held weapons, all of which were rifles, though of different models. A bespectacled man grinned at a bald-headed man, saying, "Haha, Chin Hu, didn't you say you only had a pistol?" The bald man stroked his shiny head and laughed. "Haha, don't pick on me. You 2 brothers are hiding your strengths as well, aren't you?" The third man, sensing the tension, hurriedly chimed in to ease the situation. "Come on, brothers, no need to argue. Our target is that big fat sheep over there. There's no benefit in being suspicious of each other, right? Let's all calm down." The 3 exchanged glances and burst into laughter, but their eyes frequently lingered on one another, each with different thoughts. After some discussion, the trio drove toward Yang Chuan's direction. Yang Chuan watched as the 3 red dots on the map remained in one place and soon began moving toward him, a cold smile creeping onto his lips, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. The 3 red dots converged without any of them disappearing, proving that there was no conflict among them. Their collective movement toward him was clear in its intent. After more than 2 days, I decided to just stay here and witness how many of the people I had helped before turn out to be ungrateful. "Dad, 3 enemies are approaching. Is there anything I need to arrange?" Yang Chuan thought for a moment and reminded her to make sure the robots were stocked with ammunition. There wasn't too much else to worry about. When he opened the forum, Yang Chuan discovered that someone had already posted there, and the information was neatly compiled into the war module by his daughter. I just took down a camp, and it was run by a big lady. I gotta say, she is in pretty good shape and has a lot of skills. Quite impressive. Not to mention, her camp had plenty of resources. Ha. I'm gonna make a fortune this time. Image, click to view. You trash upstairs, look at the player I just captured. She's a real beauty. No matter how fiercely they resist, what's the point? One good punch, and they're at my mercy. Image, click to view. Reading through the posts made Yang Chuan seethe with anger. These people, once freed from the constraints of this world, had completely revealed the darker side of human nature. They didn't even try to hide it online. Yang Chuan clenched his fists, making them crack. Wan, make sure to document all these wrongdoers. When the time is right, we'll take care of them one by one. His voice was gritted with rage. By around 5 in the afternoon, the 3 red dots finally aligned with his position. Chapter 59. Yang Chuan sat in the car, watching the images projected on the screen from the camera. 3 vehicles slowly came to a stop right beneath him, and 3 individuals got out. Each of them was holding a gun, scanning the area as if they were puzzled by the absence of Yang Chuan's car or camp. Dad, the system offers a battlefield live streaming feature. After Wan hacked in, she found a camera function quite impressive and extracted it. It's completely invisible, can record audio, and importantly, it allows us to change perspectives based on thought. Do you want to see it? Yang Chuan was somewhat surprised. There is such a thing? Let's take a look. In the next moment, the screen shifted from a high-altitude aerial view to a close-up perspective. The camera seemed to be positioned just a few meters to the side of the 3 individuals, but they were completely unaware of it. At the same time, their conversation echoed inside the vehicle. Huh, this is strange. It should be right here. But where is the camp? Where is the car? One person, looking puzzled, scanned the surroundings, even glancing up at the sky. Boss, this is weird. The map clearly overlaps. There is no reason we shouldn't be able to see it. After a fruitless search, one individual hesitantly suggested, do you think he is the top player in the game? Maybe he has set up some sort of underground base like in other games. Otherwise, it's hard to explain why the map overlaps, but we can't see anyone. That is bizarre. Do you think he might have burrowed underground? I used to love playing zombie games, and players always like to create shelters underground. Yang Chuan wouldn't be hiding underground, would he? That makes sense. I've played those games too, and being underground is definitely safer. Plus, as the top player, he must know about this method, right? Remember, it was a suggestion that got everyone digging basements during the heat wave. Is he really underground? How we find the entrance? All right, let's look for it. Check the map. It should be nearby. If anyone spots anything, shout out. The 3 of them dispersed, started to search the area, which made Yang Chuan chuckle. Hiding underground could indeed help avoid extreme weather and zombies, but he wasn't a rat. What would he want to burrow underground for? After searching without success, the 3 regrouped, just as Xiaoya and the others received news from Wan and arrived at the car. Yang Chuan motioned for everyone to sit down, treating it as a comedy show. On the ground, Zhao Tu wore a puzzled expression. This is odd. There is no entrance at all. Could he have erased all traces? Does he not need to come out? It's possible. It might actually be a real possibility. A normal person would definitely leave an exit. But think about it. He is the top player. His way of thinking might be different from ours. I think this is where his brilliance lies. It's just that he made a slight miscalculation and didn't anticipate that the system would provide a mini-map, which led us to his location. Maybe he is still trying to find a way to dig his way out. You got a point there, kid, huh? Didn't he expect you to be so sharp despite your scrawny frame? So what is the plan now? Dig deeper. All right, I'll grab the tools. I guess if he is setting up a camp, he can't dig too deep by himself. That would be too much work. The 3 of us can keep digging down, and I bet we'll hit his camp eventually. The 3 burly men began their excavation efforts with gusto. I have to say, 3 grown men are quite strong. In just half an hour, they managed to dig a 2-meter deep pit. But they were exhausted, panting heavily as they sat in the pit. Bro, this isn't working. The hole is too small. It's fine if it's shallow enough to throw the dirt out, but if we dig deeper, it'll be hard to toss it up. Really? Do we need to widen it? We've been at this for a while, and it's only 2 meters deep. If we widen it, it'll take even longer. Well, what else can we do? We have to get rid of the dirt we've dug up, right? There is no choice. Let's go for it. Meanwhile, a group of people in the vehicle were laughing heartily. Yang Ma handed a fruit platter to Xiaoya, unable to contain her laughter. These 3, are they really here to cause us trouble? They look a bit silly, don't they? Yang Chuan reached over and grabbed a piece of fruit from the platter. Taking a bite, they have no idea we're flying right above them. Our territory has cloaking capabilities. They can't find us, so they can only dig holes, right? Xiaoya picked up a cherry from the platter and popped it into Yang Chuan's mouth, giving him a meaningful look. Brother, what do you think would happen if we moved for a bit? Yang Chuan's eyes lit up. Not bad, this girl is clever. I like it. He picked up Wan and had her adjust the platform slightly forward. Although they couldn't speed up, a little movement in a small area was still feasible. After digging for a while longer, the 3 big men finally took a break. The bald man pulled 3 bottles of water from his backpack, handing one to each of them. After taking a swig, he opened the map to take a look and suddenly froze. Hey, second, third, look at the map. Are we digging in the wrong place? Yang Chuan's camp is clearly a bit further ahead. What? Seriously? The 2 hurriedly checked the map, and their expressions soured. Third, you were the one who chose the spot, right? How could you mess that up? What if there's a large rock below that we can't get past? This would be a waste of effort. Hey, hold on. You can't blame me for this. We looked at it before, and I wasn't the one who started digging first. It was clearly the boss Smack. He was interrupted by a slap on the back of his head from the bald man, who glared at him. Cut the crap. It's clearly your fault for picking the wrong spot. Damn it. All right, let's just get up there first and figure it out later. What bad luck to end up in the wrong place. 3 disheveled figures crawled out of the pit, lying on the ground and gasping for air while staring at the sky above. Damn, this guy is too crafty. He actually thought of such a sneaky trick hiding under the road. If we didn't have a map, anyone would have just driven right past. We're lucky though. I'm really curious about how many resources his camp has. If we manage to raid it, we could strike it rich. All right, enough dilly-dallying. In a few hours, it'll be dark. We need to hurry. You guys check the map. A lot of people are moving this way. Although I don't know if they're heading here for the same reason as us. We need to act fast. Everyone in the vehicle was taken aback by this. Yang Chuan opened the map tool and indeed saw that the arrows indicating player movement showed at least 30 red dots and around 60 or 70 yellow dots moving toward them. His aunt curiously looked at Yang Chuan and asked, Xiao Chuan, what are you planning to do? Wan said we can't move forward yet. We still need to wait for something. After thinking for a moment, Yang Chuan shrugged. Let us not do anything. We'll just do what we need to do and let them dig. We still have 2 days. So let us see if they can dig out a lake or something. That works. You all can take your time. I'll go make dinner with your mom. I thought we were going to have a fight, but it looks like we're just watching this group dig holes. After saying this, everyone felt a bit bored and gradually dispersed. Yang Chuan also felt a bit uninterested. He didn't plan to kill this group just yet, especially since a larger crowd was coming over. It'd be better to deal with them all at once later on. Chapter 60, as everyone dispersed. Yang Chuan lost interest in continuing and decided to step out of the car to check on the progress of the elderly experts. In the aviation lab, Old Master Li and Old Lady Zhang were engaged in a heated debate about something. After listening for a while, Yang Chuan slipped away. The conversation was far too specialized for him, and he felt quite uncomfortable not having the chance to contribute. As night fell, the road beneath Yang Chuan's feet began to buzz with activity. Before it got dark, people had already started arriving in waves, setting up camp, only to realize the problems that came with such a decision once night descended. The zombies were respawning, and in greater numbers. Looking out, the horde was dense and seemingly endless, sending shivers down everyone's spine. What terrified them even more was that with the increasing numbers, each wave of respawns meant that the number of mutated zombies had already far exceeded 1,000. This also meant that among the newly spawned zombies, the mutated ones were increasing as well. However, there was a silver lining. These fools had completely blocked the road, and the large holes in the ground prevented vehicles from passing through, which also spared them the trouble of facing zombies from 2 directions at once. Therefore, after some discussion, the people on either side of the big pit collectively formed several layers of vehicles, taking cover behind them to fend off the zombies, which allowed them to hold their ground. The rapidly moving, mutated zombies fell quickly under the indiscriminate gunfire from the crowd. After all, there were always a few bad shots who would accidentally hit their target. Fast ones, acid-spitting ones, those with immense strength, and scream-controlling zombies appeared in clusters. Some well-meaning individual captured the scene in photos and posted them on the forum, sparking a wave of attention and discussion among countless netizens. Wow, incredible. So many players have gathered. Have they merged or formed an alliance? It's hard to understand such mindless behavior. Just look at the zombies they posted. My goodness. So many mutated ones are showing up. Exactly. I'm doing everything I can to eliminate all the zombies to prevent mutations. Yet they seem to invite them in droves. Aren't they asking for trouble? Well, not necessarily. You have to remember, there have always been mysterious figures collecting crystal cores at the trading post, and the prices are quite high. They could collect 20 to 30 cores this time. What a windfall. Hey, are you out of your mind? Have you seen those invulnerable ones? It takes a lot of effort to take them down. Crystal cores are great, but you also need the ability to survive. I'm really worried they won't make it to tomorrow morning. You got me thinking too, gathering together like this. Is it good or bad? Let us say it's half and half. More people mean more random reward packs from killing zombies. And there are people willing to trade a lot for crystal cores. The downside is the danger level is extremely high. I can't really say if it's good or bad. Opinions were divided as the forum buzzed with activity. However, it didn't take long for everyone to spot a live broadcast in the war section, thanks to Yin Yin skills. A broadcasting tool was easily created and placed in the live streaming section of the network, since players couldn't initiate their own broadcasts. The situation with hostile players focusing on each other triggered the combat live streaming feature, which allowed Yang Chuan to seize the opportunity. When people discovered the live footage online, they were all excited. Zombies were a nuisance that could be ignored. Players could simply hide in underground buildings while the undead wreaked havoc in the camp. As a result, some players who had already cleared the zombies and those who had stayed rushed into the live stream. The camera, controlled by a computer, continuously panned around the area, capturing exciting moments autonomously. Since this was something invisible to others, the people on site were completely unaware of it. At that moment, everyone was screaming, their bodies drenched in sweat, as the gunfire never ceased. Damn it, another mutated zombie has appeared. This is so annoying. Everyone, focus on that big guy's head and don't let it get close. Switch out. Quick, I'm out of ammo. I need a refill. What are you doing over there? The zombies are already coming your way, and you're still shooting at a distance? Are you blind? That thing over there sprays acid. We need to take it down first. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were thoroughly entertained. The night vision quality was excellent, and the sound from a scene were crystal clear. However, some sharp-eyed viewers noticed something. The one broadcasting was none other than the legendary Yang Chuan. The live stream title read, "A bunch of fools here to help me fight zombies." Wow, look at that big guy. He must have taken at least 100 shots and is still going strong. That defense is insane. Look at all those crystal cores on the ground. I'm drooling with envy. Just a quick question. Why is the great Yang Chuan showing us this? Didn't you read the announcement carefully? It's obvious these guys are Yang Chuan's enemies. During the confrontation, live streaming is allowed. I thought it was strange how a live stream just popped up out of nowhere. Connecting it with the room title made me realize these guys must have ulterior motives. Everyone, pay close attention to the live stream and gather some data on the zombies. Let's see how they deal with them and summarize how we should handle them if we encounter them. As more posts flooded the forum, many players abandoned the remaining zombie spawns, retreating to their hiding spots to watch the live stream. That night was anything but peaceful, and by dawn, nearly 100 people had gathered below. Some people were traveling overnight, which led to zombies spawning on the road, forcing them to chase from behind. As the vehicle sped up, they were constantly being left behind, even when the zombies couldn't see the players anymore. They relentlessly continued to pursue until they encountered the next passing car. This situation kept the people below on high alert. The gunfire never ceased, leaving no time to rest. Zombies kept pouring in from the distance, and they had to be dealt with. The rewards were certainly substantial, but no one felt excited. It was just too exhausting. When they were alone, they could handle a wave, take a breather afterward, or hide when there were no zombies around, ignoring the next wave. But there were just too many people on site now. The constant arrival of zombies and the sound of gunfire kept their adrenaline pumping, making it impossible to relax. It wasn't until dawn that the zombies seemed to lose their sense of purpose, wandering aimlessly on the road. Everyone was completely worn out, collapsing against their vehicles, too tired to move. However, some were still full of energy. A bald man jumped onto the roof of a car and shouted loudly, "Brothers, we're here to find Yang Chuan. While we've had quite a haul tonight, it pales in comparison to the resources Yang Chuan has. So, I propose we take this chance to grab a bite and finish what we started yesterday. Let us dig Yang Chuan out." He pointed triumphantly at a large pit in the road. "That bastard Yang Chuan clearly knows we're here. He live-streamed us all night. What is this? It's a blatant mockery. Can you stand for this? I certainly can't. I'm going to dig him out. He can't hide underground forever. Yang Chuan, I know you can see and hear us down there. We know you're hiding just beneath us, so I advise you to come out on your own. We don't want much, just 80 of your resources, and we'll spare your life. Otherwise, if you provoke us into digging you out, who knows if you'll even survive." Chapter 61 then, his plans fell through. He received no response from Yang Chuan, neither in the live stream nor on the forum. The bald man was losing face, and, in a fit of anger, grabbed his tools and jumped into the pit with his crew to continue digging. As a result, the live stream began to take on a different tone, reminiscent of the era of mass production, with everyone enthusiastically digging away, as if striving for production goals. The atmosphere was lively. It was hard to tell whether they were thinking about Yang Chuan's maddeningly abundant resources or still buzzing from the excitement of the previous night. Either way, most people were getting involved. The pit was constantly expanding and deepening. "Sis, you just woke up and you're at it again? Can we have some restraint? I've already taken care of all the chives at home." "Huh? What did you say?" "Ouch. Oh, okay, okay, where did you learn that? Oomph, aren't we supposed to get up? Look at the time, it's almost 9 o'clock. If we don't get up now, Mom and Dad are going to make fun of us again, and then you'll blame me. Cough, cough, no way, I'm not getting up. A little kitten wriggled out from under the blanket. One person eating enough means the whole family isn't hungry, but I have a big appetite, you know, with 2 mouths to feed. If I don't hustle a bit, I'll end up starving. With big eyes blinking and a smile, Yang Chuan could only chuckle helplessly. Early in the morning, and you're already ouch, my knee. I landed on the meat. It hurts, it hurts. On the forum, an analysis post appeared, sparked by a group of clueless individuals who exposed the fact that Yang Chuan was hiding underground. Someone started a thread to discuss it. Based on the bald man's descriptions, they speculated that Yang Chuan had somehow burrowed deep underground without leaving an exit. Thus, everyone began to consider the feasibility, pros, and cons of such a method. There were indeed some who were good at analysis, listing many of their own viewpoints. Diving deep underground, as long as one could meet their material needs, actually had numerous advantages. Not only could it evade players' observations, allowing them to easily run over the top, but it could also avoid natural disasters. Moreover, if the depth was over 15 meters, even if zombies passed overhead, they wouldn't react at all. The downside, however, was that doing so meant completely burying oneself underground. If something were to happen, escape would be impossible. Furthermore, one would need a strong heart to endure such a confined environment for an extended period. From the reactions of the crowd on site, they were all convinced that Yang Chuan must be in this location, especially since their positions completely overlapped on the map. However, considering that one person would need to carve out a space deep enough to accommodate a camp at a depth of over 15 meters, the difficulty of that task was anything but trivial. While the crowd envied him, they also shook their heads. Such behavior was only something a madman would do. No sane person would go to such lengths. At the same time, some have pointed out that since Yang Chuan chose to do this and completely sealed off the entrance without leaving a trace, it indirectly proves many things. Yang Chuan has enough resources to survive underground for a long time. In fact, his camp seems to have a fully independent supply cycle. These are all good indicators that Yang Chuan is indeed quite wealthy. It's no wonder that this group of people, almost like they were possessed, would rather dig down for several meters just to drag Yang Chuan out. After all, money stirs the heart. There are comments from players, including quite a few positive criticisms, condemning these people for their ingratitude. After all, Yang Chuan had helped everyone before. So, is it really appropriate for them to act this way now? Some inexplicably chimed in, saying that if they want to progress, they should do so together. Yang Chuan could share his resources to help more people. At first glance, this does seem somewhat reasonable, at least making many who were originally very angry feel less resistant. I have to say, these people are quite eloquent, able to twist the narrative to suit their needs. However, many perceptive individuals can see that the motivations behind these statements seem to have ulterior motives, suggesting that there are those targeting Yang Chuan. Sure enough, it didn't take long for someone to validate their suspicions in posts and live streams. There were already numerous calls urging Yang Chuan to voluntarily hand over his resources and technology to the higher-ups. The higher-ups would supposedly use these to help more people, achieving mutual progress and serving the public, and so on. It was an enlightening moment, but after some careful consideration, they could only shake their heads in resignation. Indeed, those who play politics often have ulterior motives. This also gives insight into who might be behind such maneuvers. Today, the territory was quite idle. A group gathered in the first floor hall to set up 2 large tables and began preparing dough and fillings. Last night, Xiaoya mentioned she wanted to eat buns. So after breakfast, everyone started organizing to steam some. Aside from 2 old-timers still fishing by the pond, everyone else was gathered around the table making buns. Surprisingly, the one who made the most beautiful and fastest buns turned out to be the little one, Wan. Her remarkable biological computer allows her to perfectly replicate her aunt's techniques and even optimize them. As soon as she got started, the finished products were stunningly impressive. Yang Chuan looked at the buns he had made and felt a bit embarrassed. The pleats he pinched were uneven in size and spacing, and the shapes weren't guaranteed to be round. After a while, he shook his head at his own work. The biggest issue with being a robot is that it can easily deflate one's confidence. There was a large pot of sweet potato porridge that was so thin it only had a few grains of rice visible, which Yang Chuan found quite unappetizing, but unfortunately, everyone else liked it. There's also a big bowl of stir-fried sour green beans, spicy chicken offal, crispy fried cabbage, along with steaming hot buns. There were plenty of fillings like minced meat, tofu with minced meat with cabbage, mushroom filling, chive filling, and vermicelli filling, all wrapped up in dumplings. The reason for this was that last night, Mom asked Xiaoya what she wanted, and Xiaoya simply replied, "I want them all." On the table, there was chili oil and Sichuan pepper oil. After taking a small bite of the dumpling, I poured a spoonful of bright red chili oil inside. And with one big bite, the flavor was simply indescribably delicious. It seemed that Nan Nan particularly enjoyed the dumplings with tofu filling. Her eating style made everyone think that the tofu dumplings were the best. Yang Chuan took a sip of porridge, but since it had settled, he couldn't get a single grain of rice, which was quite uncomfortable. What is going on? Is there no rice left at home? Or can I not afford you all? I take a big gulp of porridge, and it's all just rice soup? A dumpling was handed over to him from his side. Yang Chuan turned to look and saw Xiaoya holding a dumpling dripping with chili oil in her left hand, while her chopsticks held a chive dumpling. Yang Chuan was clearly displeased, narrowing his eyes with a fierce expression. "Let me tell you, I'm a carnivore. You've made all the chive dumplings, and now just seeing chives annoys me. I want meat dumplings, the kind that is all meat." Huh. Xiaoya blinked, and her pretty face immediately turned crimson. She quickly pulled her little hand back and lowered her head, her ears turning red. Yang Chuan? Chapter 62. As dusk fell, the night was unusually dark, with the moon conspicuously absent. The surroundings were eerily black. Below, that group of clowns had completely transformed the road, creating a massive pit that resembled a swimming pool in a spot where it shouldn't have been. Yang Chuan approached the vehicle to check on the progress of these jokers. Just one glance left him astonished. No wonder they say many hands make light work. With over 100 people gathered, even though only about 30 were hostile, the remaining crowd was eager to join the fun. At least half of them had jumped into the digging frenzy, and by the end of the day, they had managed to dig a pit measuring 20 meters long, 10 meters wide, and around 14 to 15 meters deep. However, their assumptions had gone awry, as evidenced by the posts on the forum. The bald guy himself had jumped in a post, furiously cursing Yang Chuan and drawing laughter from all the players. "Yang Chuan, you groundhog, even at 15 meters deep, you still haven't been dug out? Where's your sense of honor?" Initially, everyone speculated that the distance to trigger the zombies was around 15 meters, so even if Yang Chuan was digging underground, he wouldn't be too deep. But after a whole day's work, they were exhausted like dogs. They had reached the 15-meter depth, yet where was the camp? Not even a shadow in sight. Ha! I can't stop laughing. Yang Chuan is just silently streaming while watching you all. He doesn't even say a word. Oh dear, a bunch of dimwits. Bored out of their minds, come here to dig a pit. I must say, this is a well-defined pit. Looks just like a standard deep-water swimming pool. Good job. Good job. Good job. The bald guy was down below, furiously cursing Yang Chuan for being shameless, questioning the sanity of anyone who would dig a subterranean structure deeper than 10 meters. Of course, some viewers did question whether there was an issue with their map, or if Yang Chuan was even underground at all. But this group provided ample reasoning to support their theory that they were correct. The maps overlapped, but they couldn't see anyone. There were no anomalies in the sky, and the grass around was cleared, yet no one was in sight. If he was underground, where could he be? Sweetie, how much longer until the lab finishes making the stuff? Dad was starting to get a bit annoyed with this group. Dad, it'll take another 2 or 3 hours. Grandpa Li, Grandpa Huang, and Grandma Zhang are all here. By the way, Dad, some of the crystal cores we received last night came from this group down below. Hee. Yang Chuan stroked his chin. Not bad. It was almost 7 o'clock, and the zombies would soon respawn. By the time they finished with this wave, his UFO should be ready too. So, should he stir the pot a bit? On the forum, Yang Chuan rarely appeared under someone else's post, but he directly replied to the bald guy's thread. Hee, a bunch of malicious folks, calling me an enemy without the skills to back it up, yet still cursing me for being shameless. You're something else. Come on, let me tell you, at a depth of 150 meters, do you really want to keep digging if you have the guts? By the way, I have some good news. My underground tunnel is about to open, and you might find out later that I'm already moving forward. Attached image. Funny face, just so, you know. Players who aren't in a hostile relationship should evacuate quickly to avoid misunderstandings. I've had enough of this group, and I don't even know what the consequences of my bad mood might be. As soon as this message was posted, countless people were excited. Ever since Yang Chuan made a brief appearance before the zombie incident, he hasn't said a word or provided any support after the updates. Everyone understands, after all, When he was helping to boost the overall strength of the Great Xia against foreign players, it made sense for him to provide assistance. Now that the foreign players are gone, and it's just domestic players fighting among themselves, helping you would be foolish. It cracks me up. 150 meters deep. These guys must be going crazy, digging during the day and dealing with zombies at night. Tough work, and they're still eyeing other people less resources? By the time they dig down, they might find that the underground tunnel has already been laid out for thousands of kilometers. Big Shot 666. You're watching the live stream. And those guys look like they lost their minds. It's truly entertaining. By the way, what does the Big Shot mean when he says non-hostile players should evacuate? Is he planning to take action? I get it now. Yang Chuan's nickname might be Yang Tai Sui. If he starts digging up there, these guys are in for trouble. I can't wait to see it. I've never seen Yang Chuan in action, and I believe the wrath of the top player in the game will be terrifying. Night has fallen, and Yang Chuan has given instructions to Nan Nan, telling the robots at the bottom of the platform to prepare ample ammunition. Tonight, everyone will be treated to a fireworks show. As it approaches 9 p.m., the crowd below is still desperately fighting off the endless waves of zombies. But no one has noticed that a giant platform has appeared in the previously empty night sky. Unfortunately, there is no moon tonight, so the dark figure against the black sky is completely undetectable. Attack! Plow through this entire area, leaving no one behind, whether they're players or zombies. Yang Chuan's expression remains calm and indifferent, as if he is simply saying, "Go feed the chickens," having been scolded countless times. His heart has grown cold at this moment. In a live stream, perhaps due to Yang Chuan's comment, over 1 million people have gathered to watch. In the black and white night footage, a small group, including the bald guy, is dealing with zombies, while most are on high alert for sudden attacks. Yang Chuan's words have caught their attention, and as a result, various vehicles have turned on their high beams, illuminating the surrounding area. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of an object slicing through the air was sharp and brief, followed instantly by a deafening explosion that echoed through the crowd. Boom! 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 The force was immense, the rhythm rapid, reminiscent of firecrackers with short fuses. One blast barely finished before the next erupted. The camp, players, vehicles, and zombies scattered like leaves in the wind. The group of bald heads that had been standing on top of a vehicle vanished with the first shell's impact. In the darkness, there were no visible limbs flying, no shattered bodies. However, the sight of burning cars being hurled into the air, soaring dozens of feet high, was seared into everyone's memory. The scene was horrifyingly brutal. One shell created a crater 5 to 6 meters wide, and the area within a dozen meters was completely cleared. Within just a few seconds, there wasn't a single living soul left on the ground. Yet, the assault didn't stop. The shells continued to rain down like a plow, exploding relentlessly. Any zombie that entered this area would meet an utterly annihilated fate. What difference did speed, strength, or defense make? What about those that spewed water or poison? It was all just a display of fireworks, in mere seconds. The scene was unrecognizable, engulfed in a cloud of dust that obscured the camera's view. Don't think that the moist earth would kick up dust under bombardment. Under high temperatures, everything was the same. 3 minutes after the players disappeared, the live stream was abruptly cut off, marking the total failure of this so-called hit-the-rich operation. No, to be precise, it was crushed. What good were firearms, numbers, or any nonsensical arguments when faced with such violent explosions? Countless spectators who were following the battle were left in shock. Chapter 63 in the forum. An unusual silence lingered for a long time, as people seemed momentarily unable to accept the outcome. 3 people might not be able to win, 30 definitely couldn't, and 50 had virtually no hope at all. They were fierce, ruthless, and greedy, armed with handguns, submachine guns, rifles, and sniper rifles, and they had well-coordinated strategies. But under this relentless bombardment, did it even matter? Speaking of which, can anyone fire shells now? Those explosive things must be shells, right? But where were they launched from? I have no idea. It's baffling that those people died so mysteriously. As an audience member in the live stream, I watched from start to finish and felt just as confused. I wonder if anyone noticed the details. I think I heard the sound of shells slicing through the air in the live stream. Doesn't that suggest that these shells came from a great distance? Did anyone see flashes of light or hear the sound of cannon fire? My God, are you saying that Boss Yang Chuan has already acquired the ability for long-range artillery strikes? I just got my hands on a rifle, thinking I was invincible, and now you're telling me this? Damn it, this is making my skin crawl. I had expected a combat scene where Boss Yang Chuan transformed into a lone hero, hiding behind a car, shooting one enemy at a time, with both sides locked in a fierce battle. Blood spilling on the streets as we fought back and forth for hours to determine a victor. And then, is this it? Was that even 10 seconds? Was it even 10 seconds? 50 or so people just vanished in seconds. My God, the top player in the game is terrifying. Then, the forum erupted. Countless trolls and keyboard warriors emerged. Some furiously condemned Yang Chuan for his inhumanity and cruel methods, while others expressed concern that his overwhelming power would lead others to simply give up. And then, the amusing part began. Military experts jumped in to analyze the military strength Yang Chuan displayed during this battle, discussing the timing of his actions and the advantages of timing and terrain. Psychological analysts praised Yang Chuan's prior support for the players from Xia, and they analyzed the causes of this battle, justifying his actions as a forced counterattack. There were also dissenting voices arguing heatedly, blaming and cursing each other, generating a resonance among countless people. But in the end, everyone noticed a strange thing. After all the arguments and praises, they all suggested that Yang Chuan should contribute such methods to the higher-ups to quickly regain control. Players could then avoid needless slaughter and loss of life, and could restore productivity under the higher-ups' coordination. They listed numerous benefits of doing so, making it sound as if once he handed over these weapons and technologies, everyone could immediately return to their previous state on Blue Star, living a peaceful and stable life. Conversely, if he refused, he would be standing against everyone and become their enemy. The language is quite provocative, and at least quite a few people have come forward to support these claims, posting their requests under Yang Chuan's posts. Great Yang Chuan, I humbly ask you to lend a hand. I'm just a mother who wants to live a stable life with my children, desperately requesting Great Yang Chuan to contribute to social stability. With Great Yang Chuan's kindness, he surely wouldn't reject our requests, would he? To be wealthy is to help the world. This is the creed of Great Yang Chuan. Seeing these posts, Yang Chuan lost all desire to even mock them. Huh, is this Blue Star? This is the age of territories, where players must compete with one another. Although he didn't know what the criteria for ending this game phase were. It likely came down to how many players survived, how many levels their camps reached, or certain thresholds of military strength, technology, and resources. Since that was the case, what was there to discuss? Before he could leave the forum, new posts quickly sprang up. They claimed that the game bugs he controlled, the unlimited resources, and the network authority should all be surrendered. The higher-ups could restore normal order more quickly with these resources, and if Yang Chuan were a person of conscience, he shouldn't ignore these suggestions. If he insisted on doing so, it would undoubtedly place the lives of all great Xia people at risk, and everyone could unite to isolate and oppose him, even collectively attacking him. Angrily logging off, he cursed at this shameless group of righteous players, who only knew how to use these underhanded tactics. The more shameless they were, the more they infuriated him. If they had the guts, come at him with real weapons. He would gladly fight back. Not wanting to dwell on these frustrating matters, he shifted his focus to the UFO project. The three old experts had successfully created the UFO, but it was just a shell. Apart from a power system weakened countless times, most of it was empty. Without the live stream, Yang Chuan lost interest. The platform descended not far from the pit, and he stored away the territory and platform, waving his hand to release the UFO. It looked cool, with an oval shape and a gradually thinning wing around it, its streamlined aerodynamic design instantly capturing attention. A beam of light swept over the entire craft, and a small hatch opened at the bottom. Yang Chuan stepped inside. Inside, how should he put it? It was incredibly spacious. There was nothing to see, as if he had stepped into a flattened eggshell. In the center, there was still a familiar square area marked in yellow paint. Yang Chuan placed his territory on it, and it fit perfectly, thanks to Wan's efforts. To be honest, he felt nothing for this so-called UFO, since there were no technologically advanced devices or any cabins inside. It was devoid of any highlights. It's not entirely accurate to say it's not strange at all. At least one thing puzzled him. The interior was incredibly bright, almost as bright as the sky. In fact, he felt as if he could see outside through the structure. But he knew that was impossible. There was no reason to create something entirely made of glass. That just wasn't realistic. After a detailed explanation from Wan, he learned that there was a special technology at play here. Brainwave reading and thought imaging technology. To simplify, this technology could read a player's thoughts and determine the direction of their gaze, using countless cameras outside the vessel to capture the scenery. Then, through thought imaging technology, these images were directly presented in the player's mind, creating an effect that felt just like seeing it in person. If no one told you that what you were seeing was fake, you would never realize you weren't floating in the air, but were actually inside a spaceship. Wow, that's impressive. If this technology were to appear on Earth, it would definitely be a favorite among virtual gaming enthusiasts, right? With a sigh, Yang Chuan shook his head in resignation. After all, this was just a game. Who could say if such technology truly existed or when it would be realized? The spaceship slowly lifted off the ground, ascending into the sky, quiet and steady. From the outside, it looked like a massive disc-shaped object, as if defying gravity, rising eerily into the air without any light, tail flame, or sound. It was as silent as a ghost. Wah! Big Brother is mean. I need everyone's support. Roar. Ugh. Special thanks to the following friends for their generous support. Qian, Cheng Ing Han Wang, Lian Yuqing Feng, Lu Rinjia, Jiu Yuan, user 186433965, Sichuan Noodle Lover, Hishi, Jian Liang Run, Xin Aki, Fu Shui, user 171171336, and Kuinjida Igwit Danbuxia. Yang001, Date Powder Enthusiast, Inrue, Dog Lover Jin Xiao, Hui, and Binging Dragon Poison, among others. Thank you all so much. Chapter 60, for the little girl was busy with something, and her figure was nowhere to be seen. Meanwhile, everyone in the base continued with their own tasks. The slaves had been moved to a different space to farm, supervised by their grandmother and younger siblings, so there was no need to worry about any trouble. After all, they were related by blood, and even if one of them accidentally kicked out, there wouldn't be any dramatic betrayal. The 15-year-old boy was named Zhang Cheng, whose talents leaned more towards combat, while the 9-year-old girl, Hanyu, excelled in medical skills. At that moment, both of them were studying the Level 1 civilization knowledge and skills provided by Yang Chuan. Unlike players, these individuals had no shortcuts to learning. Skill books couldn't simply be clicked to grasp. They had to slowly understand the content bit by bit. This puzzled Yang Chuan. Was being a player a blessing or a curse? For players, learning was as easy as using a skill book. However, the detailed content remained elusive, merely a formality to light up the tech tree, which felt quite half-hearted. The little girl, however, was not so obedient. This tiny little mage was currently wearing a special necklace adorned with zombie crystal cores, happily running around in the small yard of the alternate space. Her peculiar talent allowed her to slowly absorb energy from the cores without any need for training. Seeing the joyful expression on her face, Yang Chuan decided to let her be. Depriving a child of their childhood was an unforgivable cruelty. Besides, what was there for them to do at the moment? Daddy, Daddy. A call echoed in his mind, the little girl's voice reaching him. Yang Chuan couldn't help but look around. What is up, sweetheart? By the way, I just set up the territory and you vanished. What are you busy with? Hee, Daddy, it's time for you to rest. I'm working on something super fun, but I can't tell you now. It'll be a surprise for you, and you'll find out tomorrow morning. Yang Chuan shivered, feeling quite reluctant. Ahem. Did Mommy send you to call me? I'll head back right away. But what's the surprise? Can you give me a hint? No way. Even though I really want to tell you, I still want you to find out tomorrow. Is that okay? Yang Chuan couldn't help but chuckle. This little girl could actually suppress her absolute obedience just to create a surprise for him. What could it possibly be? All right, Daddy won't ask. I'll wait for the surprise. Shaking his head, he returned to his room to rest. The next morning, there was a knock on the door. Yang Chuan groggily got up and opened it. Good morning, Daddy. Good morning, sweetheart. Even if you don't need rest, you don't have to wake up this early. Do you? What is going on? Yawning, Yang Chuan couldn't help but feel exhausted. He had gone to bed late the previous night and had been conscripted to do some physical labor for over an hour. A little girl pulled a box from behind her and handed it to him. Manhwa made clothes for you and Mom and Dad. You have to wear this today. Hee. Yang Chuan took the box, puzzled, as the girl turned and skipped away. Clothes? Do they have such information in the AI? What did she make? Approaching the bedside, he wrapped the large, octopus-shaped plush toy in a blanket and rolled it aside to make space. He opened the box and laid out the clothes on the bed. Wow, a long robe? There were outfits for both men and women, standard Hanfu, and the craftsmanship was quite exquisite. The materials and stitching clearly showed that care had been put into them. The men's outfit was a white shirt, while the women's was a long skirt with a hint of pink, both looking very appealing to Yang Chuan. Hey, little pig, get up. Manhwa made us new clothes. Xiaoya immediately sat up, the blanket slipping down to reveal her beautiful figure. New clothes? Where are they? Here, look. I didn't expect Manhwa to bring back Hanfu, and it looks pretty good. Xiaoya seemed to wake up, finally realizing what was happening. She rolled her eyes at him and lay back down. Oh, that. I already knew about it. I even helped her design the style. And there's a wig in the wardrobe for you to try on. Yang Chuan shot her a surprised glance. A wig? He took off his clothes and began to fiddle with the Hanfu. To be honest, it was a bit tricky to put on since he had never worn anything like it before. But once he finished dressing and looked at himself in the mirror, he couldn't help but smile. Xiaoya peeked out from under the blanket, propping herself up at the head of the bed, her eyes glued to him. She licked her lips and scrambled up. Wig, hurry. Wow, you look so good. I didn't expect it at all. After some fussing around, the wig was on, and Xiaoya even helped him with some makeup. When Yang Chuan stood in front of the mirror again, he was stunned. He looked like a handsome gentleman, dressed in white like an immortal, exuding an air of charm and elegance. His refined demeanor and appearance made Xiaoya's eyes light up, and she was practically drooling. Now it's my turn. Xiaoya was quick to get ready, and soon a graceful and ethereal girl stood before Yang Chuan. She was stunningly beautiful, with a delicate face, her hair styled high, and wearing a light pink long dress that accentuated her slender waist perfectly. As he looked at the stunningly beautiful Xiaoya in the mirror, like a fairy, he couldn't help but wrap his arms around her from behind. Together, they gazed at the enchanting couple reflected in the glass, a feeling of unspoken affection swelling in their hearts. Come on, let's hurry downstairs. We need to get ready for the wedding photos today. Even Mom, Dad, and the in-laws are involved. Yang Chuan was taken aback. Isn't this just cosplay? Wedding photos? When he reached the downstairs, Yang Chuan noticed that everyone had changed in a bright red, festive traditional outfits, which was quite eye-catching. However, what he found hard to look at was his father-in-law, who, due to his baldness, had a melon-shaped hat perched on his head. What kind of aesthetic is this? What were they thinking? Nonetheless, it had to be said that everyone looked fresh and lively in their traditional attire, and they all sized each other up while bursting into laughter. Oh my, Xiao Chuan, you look so handsome in that outfit. His aunt's eyes sparkled as she rushed over, circling Yang Chuan while complimenting him and occasionally pinching him, which made Xiaoya so annoyed that she swatted her hand away. Haha, stop messing around. Let's eat quickly. Wan said we need to start practicing around 10, so everyone needs to hurry. The group quickly took their seats, and Yang Chuan curiously asked Wan how the wedding photos were going to be taken. The others burst into laughter and began to explain it to him in detail. It turned out that today wasn't just about taking wedding photos. More importantly, they were also going to film a scene of him picking up the bride, as agreed upon by both sets of parents, and they hadn't let him worry about it while he was busy. The process was very simple. They would first take a few sets of photos, including family portraits, individual shots, and group pictures, which were straightforward. Then, Yang Chuan would go to a designated spot to pick up Xiaoya and bring her back to his home, with Wan controlling the camera to follow them throughout the process. They would also use a lot of holographic projections to simulate the scenes. The more Yang Chuan listened, the more uneasy he felt, and he curiously looked at Wan. Wan, can you explain the bride-picking process a bit more simply? Wan blinked her big eyes and wiped her mouth. It's very simple. Dad will go to the main gate to pick up Mom, standing on a specially made flying sword platform. The platform will automatically move to the front of the small building. Then, you just come down with Mom and walk through the gate. As for what you both should say, just go with the flow. You can improvise when the time comes. Yang Chuan was stunned. A platform? A flying sword? Chapter 65. Daddy, this is already a completely sealed space. Nan thought to herself. I might as well install some holographic devices to change the mood from time to time. Last night, Nan had worked late to complete all the installations and debugging just to surprise her dad. Yang Chuan reached out and gently patted her head, feeling deeply moved. This little girl seemed to only have eyes for him. After dinner, the group made their way to the territory's main gate. When Yang Chuan saw the so-called flying sword platform, he was taken aback. To put it mildly, it was very rudimentary. It looked like a large skateboard, but shaped like a giant sword. The smile on his face became somewhat stiff as he turned to Nan, clearly questioning, is this it? Are you sure? It wasn't just him. Everyone else was puzzled too. The side of the territory had no decorations whatsoever. If Nan Nan hadn't repeatedly assured them it would be fine, they wouldn't have bothered coming. But looking at the empty scene, disappointment crept in. Hee, don't worry, just watch Nan Nan. The little girl confidently patted her chest and issued a command in her mind. In an instant, countless holographic devices began to operate above the space's ceiling, while various giant air circulation devices whirred to life. Dazzling lights flashed, blinding everyone momentarily, as if the entire space had transformed into a fantastical world. A few seconds later, everything began to return to normal. When everyone's vision adjusted, they were stunned by the sight before them. The territory had vanished, replaced by a quaint little courtyard. The thatched roof of the cottage looked incredibly real, with no signs of artificiality. Vines climbed up the bamboo fence, bursting with pristine white flowers. Even a large water tank in the yard rippled slightly with a gentle breeze, glistening in the light. Outside the courtyard, a vast expanse of peach blossom forest was alive with fluttering petals, tender green grass, and dancing butterflies. In the distance, the trees on the mountains stood lush and tall, shrouded in a thin layer of morning mist that faded with the wind. Every blade of grass and every tree was impossibly realistic. Even the fine dewdrops on the flowers were vividly detailed. Everyone was astonished, reaching out to touch it, only to discover that their hands could pass right through. "Oh my gosh, is this a fairyland? It's so beautiful," Mom murmured as she supported Grandma. After a long moment, the group finally snapped out of their astonishment. It was only then that Yang Chuan realized just how powerful Nan Nan was, something he had been completely unaware of. Such an exquisite scene could not have been achieved without Nan Nan's incredible computational power. Those so-called 3D projections on Blue Star, even the ones used in multiple concerts, would have left professionals shaking their heads in disbelief. If it weren't for making the figures quite large, relying solely on light and shadow effects would be impossible to support. Even so, it was only through a completely cartoonish style that it could barely be presented. With a proud smile, the little girl snapped her fingers, and in the next moment, everything around the thatched cottage changed. Bright red wedding characters, beautiful lanterns, and colorful ribbons filled the air with a festive atmosphere. In the courtyard, numerous banquet tables appeared, with many people joyfully drinking and laughing out loud. Various dowries, including silk, jewelry, clothing, and furniture, were prominently displayed on the large tables. Wow! The old man and his companions widened their eyes, watching the people that had just appeared, although they could still make out some details at a very close distance. Anything more than a meter away showed no flaws at all. Everyone moved fluidly, and it was impossible to tell they were virtual creations. Mom and Dad, let us start practicing now. The scene setting was quite simple. Uncle and Aunt lived in this little courtyard, and today, Yang Chuan would come to pick up his bride. His true identity? A sword immortal. Of course, this image was specifically requested by Xiaoya. Upon hearing it, Yang Chuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. At this age, still holding onto a little girl as fantasy. Besides, with all these gold and silver jewelry and dowry items, couldn't they have made a wooden house instead of thatched cottage? Doesn't that feel a bit off? The two elders were in the courtyard, accepting the blessings of the guests and inviting them to sit down for food and drink, waiting for Yang Chuan to descend from the heavens to marry Xiaoya. The atmosphere was very lively. Then came the scene change. The holographic projection would erase everything around, and Yang Chuan would soar in the sky on a flying sword, with rolling white clouds beneath him and a bright blue sky overhead, creating a very immersive experience. The flying sword brought him down to the outside of the courtyard, where Yang Chuan greeted the elders and exchanged pleasantries with the guests. When the auspicious time arrived, Xiaoya walked out of the house. Yang Chuan waved his hand to collect the dowry, bid farewell to the elders, and amidst the cheers and congratulations from the crowd, the two of them took off into the sky on the flying sword. As they flew, they shared their feelings and interacted with each other. After about 10 minutes, the scene shifted to a grand mountain floating in the sky. Cranes danced, deer bowed in welcome, and amidst the blooming flowers, a magnificent palace appeared on a platform. The two descended in front of the palace and walked in hand. It was such a simple scene, but since none of them were professionals, it took several practice runs before they gradually adapted. After lunch, the little girl directed everyone to start performing. After experiencing a few failures due to nerves that led to laughter, Yang Chuan discussed with her to simply say it was practice, and she could pick suitable segments to edit later. This made the process much smoother. The parents performed very well, And upon realizing it was just practice and not a formal shoot, their nervousness eased, and they quickly became truly immersed in it. Xiaoya, the drama queen, cried her heart out before getting married, her genuine emotions moving even her uncle and aunt to tears. The scene shifted as Yang Chuan held her close, and they stepped onto the flying sword. The wind from the spatial energy device whipped around them, making their clothes flutter dramatically, creating an incredibly real atmosphere. With a wave of his hand, a protective shield appeared out of nowhere, enveloping the two as the flying sword soared at high speed. Xiaoya happily leaned into Yang Chuan's embrace, sharing her feelings of longing with him. They reminisced about their childhood memories, and as the emotions deepened, they couldn't help but hold each other tightly and kiss. The flying sword zipped through the sky, the clouds flashing by in an instant, showcasing their incredible speed, so much so that a long trail of clouds was left behind them due to the high velocity. Below the clouds, the landscape changed rapidly. Mountains, perilous peaks, deserts, and oceans, until they entered a peculiar space where the scenery shifted like stars in the sky, and they found themselves in a void. In this void, a massive floating mountain twisted around, revealing a palace that appeared suddenly. As they landed the flying sword, Yang Chuan took Xiaoya's hand, and they walked step by step into the palace, greeted by servants calling out to them. They met Yang Chuan's parents, who had come to welcome them, and after exchanging pleasantries, they entered the palace. With that, the entire filming process was completed, the surrounding scenes faded away, and the territory returned to its original appearance. Yang Chuan's mother was busy preparing dinner while Xiaoya sat at the dining table, closing her eyes and starting her rapid editing work. The large projection screen on the wall flashed with images at a fast pace. Only Yang Chuan could tell that she was refining, adding special effects, and creating soundtracks before combining everything. By the time dinner was served, Xiaoya's editing work was finished. Everyone began to eat, while simultaneously watching the movie. Chapter 66. The image quality is stunningly clear, with a 16K high-definition resolution reaching 15360/8640 pixels. 8K is 4 times the quality of 4K, while 16K is 4 times that of 8K. Crafted by Nan, the visuals are flawless. Every detail is logical, and every strand of hair is exceptionally clear. When the massive, flying sword cuts through the air at high speed, the airflow effects have been meticulously calculated, making it simply unbelievable. A 30-minute special effects film typically has a file size of around 30 gigabytes for 4K video and 120 gigabytes for 8K, but Nan's creation astonishingly reaches 480 gigabytes. In the video section of the network, a video posted by the Yang Chuan account appeared titled "Today, I Marry You." When players discovered this video, they were utterly amazed. Why? Because in this game world, there are no movies, no entertainment, and no live broadcasts. Seeing such a video at first glance, everyone eagerly chose to download and watch it. However, after viewing it, they were left dumbfounded. A post titled "Thoughts on Today, I Marry You" appeared. Is this film by the great Yang Chuan really a movie? It doesn't feel like one at all. It's a continuous shot, and I can't find any flaws in the details. As a professional special effects artist, I'm baffled. I'm a professional film critic, and at this moment, I'm somewhat at a loss. Without bringing in any professional bias, from my personal perspective, this short film feels incredibly real and impactful. I'm studying criminal investigation, and in this film, no matter where I take a frame from, I can't see any traces of special effects. Am I missing something? I study aerodynamics, and when I analyze the airflow created by the flying sword cutting through the air, both the airflow trajectory and the turbulence caused by pressure changes completely conform to logic. Yang Chuan is amazing. By the way, is that person on screen the great Yang Chuan? Is that his wife? Come on, can you all just stop talking? If you don't say anything, I'll just treat it as a movie and be done with it. But as soon as you start analyzing it, I'm left completely shocked. A cultivator? If all these visuals are real, could it be that the great Yang Chuan is truly a cultivator? What a joke. At first glance, it felt beautiful, like a happy love story. On the second viewing, I was struck by the high-definition, exquisite details, and impressive effects. By the third viewing, I was completely stunned. And after reading your comments, I was left speechless. I want to timidly ask a question, but I'm afraid you'll hit me. Do you think it's possible that this simply recorded the process of a cultivator getting married? How dare you mess with my mind? I'm sitting here with a high-tech smartwatch, watching a high-definition movie, and you're coming to tell me this? Does my gun not penetrate my skull? Hey, honey, come out. and see the divine. Oh my gosh, is the main character really the amazing Yang Chuan? So handsome. I'm drooling over here, feeling all wet and uncomfortable. Wow. Wow, wow. The special effects are incredible. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man with a big belly is lying on his bed talking on the phone, while two little girls with tear-streaked faces huddle together nearby. Old one of my subordinates, just reported something to me. That video of Yang Chuan is very likely real. He might not be an ordinary person. He could be a cultivator. Wow, ha ha ha. Old Fong, you called me at this late hour just to joke around? Sure. There are many talented individuals in our great Xia, but a cultivator? We've never seen one before, right? I'm not sure. I watched that video too, and honestly, I can't find a single flaw. This is highly unusual. You'd better have someone analyze it. If that fat sheep isn't just a fat sheep, our plans might fall through. Is it that serious? Are you for real? Or are you being played? Fine, I'll go check it out too. That night, the average person didn't feel much different, but some couldn't sleep at all. In the cultural heritage of Great Xia, legends of cultivators have always existed. Though no one has ever seen one, rumors have persisted. Even among the higher-ups, there are many things that ordinary people are unaware of, and their suspicion towards these inexplicable phenomena is even greater. The next day, Yang Chuan was once again pulled by Nuan to shoot another video. This one was also a continuous shot, with him standing calmly in mid-air on his flying sword. The scene below shocked everyone. His iconic bald head, booming voice, fierce expression, and the backdrop with vehicles and people made countless hair stand on end. The footage was all too familiar. The previous live stream flashed back in everyone's minds. The comedic scene of collective labor digging a swimming pool replayed vividly. Comparing the two, there was not a single discrepancy. On the flying sword, the young man remained indifferent, quietly observing the clowns below, like a deity looking down on the world as ugliness. As the footage fast-forwarded, they turned to night and back again, his brow furrowed. He raised his wrist, and a virtual light screen appeared in mid-air, allowing everyone to see the content clearly. By the way, players who are not in a hostile relationship, please evacuate quickly to avoid misunderstandings. I'm already fed up with this group, and I don't know what the consequences will be if I'm in a bad mood. Familiar words instantly reminded everyone of Yang Chuan's reply in the bald-headed post. As night fell, the zombies attacked, and by the time the zombies were nearly wiped out, the young man had grown extremely impatient. A flash of light in his hand revealed a long sword radiating a cold gleam, emitting a faint glow all over. With a squeeze of his hand, the icy coldness on his face was replaced by a hint of fierce determination. As he swung his sword, a massive array glowing with light slowly materialized in the void beneath his feet. Yang Chuan's expression was conflicted. He hesitated, feeling a mix of reluctance and sorrow. He closed his eyes, shook his head, and a look of disappointment washed over his face. After a long moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, a cold glint flashing within them, and a low command escaped his lips. Go! Whoosh! 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 Countless jet-black sword lights surged from the array, heading straight for the ground. Familiar piercing shrieks echoed, followed by explosions, and the scene was all too recognizable. Vehicles were blasted into the air, and both people and zombies were reduced to ashes. The grand swimming pool on the ground was utterly destroyed. Everyone was stunned. It was a continuous shot, an uninterrupted flow, under the powerful biological computer of Nan. Every frame was pixel perfect, leaving no trace of flaws. Just like the previous video, it was another documentary, seemingly captured on a whim. The entire internet exploded with activity, as countless people frantically expressed their confusion and disbelief. Isn't this the live broadcast from that day? Oh my god, I just compared it with my previous recording, and I can't say it just looks similar. It's practically identical. Let me tell you a joke. I saw a deity. My scalp is tingling. Is this the great Yang Chuan? With a wave of his hand, enemies are turned to dust. What kind of terrifying power is this? Those people were looking for death. No doubt about it. But I never imagined it would be like this. I was thinking that having a rifle was the ultimate trump card. And when you guys mentioned that the big shot used long-range weapons, I finally forced myself to accept it. Now you're telling me this is actually the means of a cultivator. My worldview is shattered. Shattered? You think that's bad? I'm completely blown apart. Chapter 67. The release of a new short film has caused a massive stir, with countless people frantically inquiring about it. However, Yang Chuan has remained completely elusive and silent. Nuan believes this serves as a form of intimidation. After all, Humans inherently fear the unknown. No explanações, no respostas, no debates, no clarificações. Let them speculate as they wish, as long as they don't disturb him. As the UFO began its journey, Yang Chuan noticed something peculiar on the map. When he zoomed out to the smallest scale, he saw a small island in the middle of a vast ocean in the lower left corner. He decided to check it out. Since he was flying in the air, there was no need to adhere to road restrictions. Yang Chuan's path would be a straight line. This once again caused a sensation on the forum. Not driving and not following roads. Those who had added Yang Chuan as an enemy could clearly see his movement trajectory. The stunning flashpoints on the map were evident, unlike driving, where one needed to zoom in to see the path. Unrestricted by terrain, moving directly forward. Combined with his videos of him stepping on a flying sword and soaring through the skies, didn't this prove that he was indeed flying? The UFO was traveling at a remarkable speed, nearly 1,000 kilometers per hour, matching that of a fighter jet. Due to the high altitude and its stealth capabilities, players on the ground could only see the trail left behind by the UFO as it passed, with photos continuously being uploaded to the forum, sparking amazement and discussion among everyone. Yang Chuan was truly a cultivator. The higher-ups who reached this conclusion were left fuming. What the hell is going on? Where's the fat sheep we were promised? We were supposed to peel off a layer of skin or keep shearing it. But instead of a sheep, they found a dragon. Peel off a layer of skin? You want to try peeling mine? No one was happy about this existence that was beyond their control, especially in the current competitive environment. Thus, the undercurrents began to swirl. Hu Xiaolin, a 26-year-old young man, was the pride of the Yin military district, known as the King of Soldiers. Ding. You have received a friend message. Please check. Xiaohu, our troops need to assemble. I need you to go to this coordinate to help pick up my family, and then head to this coordinate to regroup. Everyone from the troops will be there. Xiaohu, I have high hopes for you. Young and promising. I've reserved a spot for you in the next selection of leaders, so don't let me down. And don't let the people of the nation down, understood? The young man's face lit up with excitement as he quickly replied, yes. Sir, I guarantee I will complete the mission. A similar scene was unfolding elsewhere. According to Nuan's report, at least tens of thousands of speculated assembly points were gradually forming across the country. There are both official and unofficial gatherings. The difference is that the unofficial ones might only involve people from the local area, and those who live farther away generally can't be bothered to participate, except for family and friends who wouldn't travel too far. Yang Chuan felt a bit helpless. It seemed that the process was accelerating. Yet this was unavoidable, sooner or later. It was bound to happen. However, all of this seemed unrelated to him. He just hoped that the system wouldn't cause too many deaths to complete the current phase. The world map is vast, far exceeding the Asian continent on Blue Star, but only a small portion of this enormous area is inhabited. Players are concentrated in a relatively small zone, and as Yang Chuan's flying saucer approached the border, trouble arose. Traveling at a speed of 1,000 kilometers per hour is no small feat, but Nuan reported to him that upon reaching the border, the saucer was stuck in a loop. They had clearly crossed the border, but the next moment, they found themselves back inside the territory, racing forward again, but unable to break through. It seemed the system wouldn't allow players to venture outside the designated map, and there was nothing Yang Chuan and Nuan could do about it. He had originally hoped to fly out over the ocean to check out a certain spot, but that dream was dashed. Let us slow down and find a place to land, he sighed. This is so boring. Below them, amidst the lush green mountains, a breathtaking waterfall cascaded down from the heights, creating a stunning rainbow in the air that captivated everyone. The deep pond below had formed a lake, crystal clear and beautiful. There was a large expanse of grassland along the shore, where Yang Chuan's saucer landed, partly extending over the water surface. With the clear weather, the vast lake, and the sounds of flowers, birds, and insects in the lush mountains, what's the best activity to do here? Of course it's fishing. The two newly appointed leaders of the number 1 Territory's Air Force were all for it. Fish. On such a nice day, we should be washing clothes and airing out the quilts. The two mothers insisted. Naturally, swimming and grilling with some beer is the way to go, as one foodie thought. And the little girl she was with agreed wholeheartedly. By the lakeside, several fishing rods were lined up neatly on the ship's railing, creating quite a scene. Nearby, the two mothers were busy manning the barbecue grill, working hard. A group of kids had gathered around the barbecue stand. Nuan, her younger siblings, and 2 little girls from the territory were all present. Wait, there was a big fellow among them too. Xiaoyu was munching away, her mouth greasy, exclaiming how delicious it was. The kids were chattering excitedly, showering the two mothers with compliments, their faces beaming with smiles, not feeling the slightest bit tired. Yang Chuan approached with a jar, moving between his father and father-in-law. "Hey, you two care for a drink? This is something my mother-in-law made. It's supposed to be around 40 degrees. Dare to give it a try?" This was the sweet potato wine they had concocted. Could it really be drinkable? Oh wait, could it really be consumed? His uncle looked on with a puzzled expression. Yang Chuan picked up the wine jar and looked at it. "What's wrong? You haven't tried your wife's wine yourself? It smells pretty good, so why doubt whether you can drink it?" He hesitated for a moment before pouring 3 bowls of wine. Seeing that both of the older men were staring at him, he took a sip. It was quite good, smooth and flavorful. As the 3 of them drank, they began to discuss future matters. Ever since becoming Yang Chuan's subordinates, they had lost many game functions such as speaking, making decisions, and managing territories. Yang's father sighed and shared with Yang Chuan some messages he had been receiving. For many days now, he had frequently received messages from strangers asking him to persuade Yang Chuan to contribute the resources he had. Among these were leaders, colleagues, and friends. Yang's father had not replied and had pretended not to see the messages. Yang Chuan's uncle agreed, mentioning that he and his wife had also received similar messages. In fact, they even approached a neighbor from his wife's family to try and persuade him. Yang Chuan couldn't help but feel amazed at the power of those people. They were able to find his relatives and figure out his network so quickly. When his father and father-in-law inquired about it, Yang Chuan opened up to them. To be honest, he was thrown into this game world without any understanding of whether he could return. He didn't have any clear goals. Building a city or commanding a certain number of people was not what he wanted. His nature led him to prefer being a lone player. After acquiring a cheat tool, Yang Chuan became more relaxed. As long as he didn't act recklessly, he could outlast everyone while living well himself. When the game mode changed and competition among players began, those who once needed help became enemies, and everything shifted. He was not a saint. He had his own selfish interests. As long as his family was doing well, did the fate of others matter? In terms of military power, he was already ahead of everyone else, with no shortage of resources or combat strength. With the addition of Nan Nan, he didn't even have to work anymore. This was both an advantage and a regret. However, while he was deciphering the underlying framework of the game, he began to question the strangeness of this world. That encrypted text, the Tao Te Ching, seemed to possess an endless allure while also instilling a deep sense of fear in him. This game world was not so simple. It was impossible to just lie down and do nothing. Thanks to the readers. User 2853978 Ginseng Fruit. Teacher Chiao who likes green olives. Poor Network 233. User 354444801. Holy Featherching who loves orange and grapefruit soy milk. User 186-43965. Sick Dragon Poison and other book friend for their support. Thank you very much. Chapter 68. Picking and choosing. As the 2 elder gentlemen expressed their approval, Yang Chuan couldn't help but feel a sense of validation in voicing his thoughts. Meanwhile, the outrageous demands made by certain individuals were met with outright disregard from a group. Yang Chuan could easily imagine that his family had not only been harassed, but likely threatened as well. Such behavior was not only possible, but carried out with a sense of righteousness. He recalled a startup company in his building, led by a young and capable boss who was genuine and kind, yet shrewd in his business dealings. In just a year, the company generated a net worth of $200 million, earning accolades from the Municipal Bureau. However, misfortune soon struck. The son of a wealthy tycoon offered $1 million to take control of the company, seeking a 67% stake, essentially a complete takeover. Naturally, the owner refused. What followed was a relentless assault. Workplace injuries, inspections, and compliance issues came one after another. Even the Regulatory Commission got involved, conducting inspections every few days, making it impossible for the business to operate. Soon, Yang Chuan and his colleagues noticed 2 vending machines for hairpieces installed at the entrance, an embarrassing blow to the company's image. Despite the mounting pressure, the owner stood firm, refusing to back down and even threatening to expose them online. Yang Chuan hadn't seen any news articles about it, and was sure if they were published or just suppressed by technology. Eventually, this promising young entrepreneur found himself alone, facing mysterious financial discrepancies, and evidence of collusion with dubious entities surfaced, tarnishing his reputation further. There was nothing more to say. He was destined to face the consequences. With the company as a form of compensation, his punishment wouldn't be too severe, perhaps 2 decades without parole, and by the time he got out, he would be in his 50s, still able to breathe. The company was seized and auctioned off, fetching a price of $1 million from a local up-and-coming entrepreneur who received extensive media praise for his keen insight. As for the former owner, it was better left unsaid. Every piece of criticism could easily tear him apart. To be honest, such incidents were not uncommon. Yang Chuan loved his country, but not certain individuals. If pressed, he would surely respond with disdain. Although some treated the collective as their own family, boasting about their contributions, Yang Chuan remained unconvinced, believing these individuals did not truly represent the group, at least not in the way that mattered. Undeniably, most people in that circle were good-hearted, but that didn't lessen his disdain. The leaders worked tirelessly, pouring their hearts into the endeavor for the greater good. Yet there were always those who would undermine the effort, just like the clowns on forums. Everyone has their selfish motives, and Yang Chuan was no exception. When trust in everything eroded, and he found himself in this game-like world, where even the rules had changed, the last remnants of his hope faded away. After listening to him, his father and uncle felt equally disheartened, exchanging a few words of comfort, but the atmosphere turned somber. In the gaming world, things began to ferment as players gathered on the map, forming various gathering points. Online, some players started posting pictures, concentrating resources in one place to build up this camp. Even a descendant of a high-ranking official had begun upgrading the camp to level 3. At the same time, they called on all players to join, analyzing the benefits one by one. Their eloquent words resonated deeply with many, and a significant number of players were swayed, leading to a massive congregation. Most players understood that only by banding together could they survive in this game world. Not everyone possessed the extraordinary skills of a master player like Yang Chuan. However, they were unaware that large-scale player confrontations would escalate into warfare, significantly increasing the uncertainties and variables involved. Players with military backgrounds and command skills fared better, but those who impulsively took up the banner were merely cannon fodder. The evolution of the situation gradually exceeded Yang Chuan's expectations. He initially thought that these groups would clash violently, each side inflicting heavy casualties on the other. Yet, contrary to his predictions, these small factions began systematically eliminating the scattered players. Once the first group took the lead, others naturally followed suit. They couldn't just watch others grow stronger while they waited to be attacked, could they? You took the left side of the map? Fine, I'll take the right side and maybe check out that small outpost above. As the situation escalated, the nature of the game changed completely. Players with good intentions were overwhelmed by groups storming into camps, taking everything, both people and resources, in one fell swoop. Those with ideas were absorbed, while those without space were simply disposed of. The number of player deaths began to soar. In just a week, these players swept across more than half of the game world like a plague of locusts, when the number of survivors hit 430 million. Not only were Yang Chuan and others shocked, but those at the very top felt a pain so deep it was hard to breathe. They posted on forums, pleading for everyone to stop, assuring that they would find a solution as long as everyone remained restrained. However, the bloodthirsty crowd couldn't care less. Just look at the enticing offers in the beautiful country of Blue Star. Who could resist? Strong young men were kept, beautiful women were spared, and resources were claimed as theirs. Older men and unattractive women, what were they good for? Dispose of them. The ruthless, cold-blooded, and brutal nature of these players exposed the darkest sides of humanity. Yang Chuan watched in anguish, and after witnessing it all, his heart grew even colder. During dinner, Xiaoya, who usually didn't pay much attention to these matters, made a suggestion to Yang Chuan. I want to do something. They enjoy taking from others, so why shouldn't we join in? If no one stops them, it will only drive these people to become more reckless. Honey, I think we need to take action. Yang Chuan paused his chopsticks and looked around at everyone, noticing their eyes fixed on him. After a moment of silence, he nodded. All right. Wan provided Yang Chuan with data from the surveillance. Within it, he discovered several exceptions. The top leaders had also established gathering places, but unlike the others, they didn't steal or force others to join. Most importantly, they didn't kill. Yang Chuan decided he needed to reach out to these people. Wan, during our last live stream, you were analyzing the structure the whole time. Is there any way to create a group chat or video chat feature? Dad knows. It's already done. I was planning to market it online as a selling point, maybe launch a chat tool or something. That's great. If you can get it done quickly, it would be very useful to me. We need it ready before we reach point 1. Don't worry, it'll be fast. Flipping through the player information Wan had organized, Yang Chuan found the IDs of the leaders and directly contacted one of them to explain his intentions. His system friend list was no longer usable, with over 100 million friend requests making it nearly impossible to find a single person. So, he had to take the initiative to add them instead. Uncle Zhang, hello, I'm Yang Chuan. After a brief conversation, a smirk appeared on Yang Chuan's face. Refusing to obey, are we? Do you think that just because you've declared yourselves kings, no one can control you? On the forum, a post was pinned by Wan. Player 1537203 Yang Chuan has been appointed as the head of the Special Operations Group, reporting directly to the highest authority. Bang, bang, bang. Dear villagers, as you walk by. Oh no, the author has run away. Chapter 69, the post, didn't contain much content, but those who saw it couldn't help but change their expressions dramatically. To summarize, the meaning was quite clear. Some guys ignored orders from their superiors, disregarded the lives of others, and acted ruthlessly and violently. So I'm coming for you. As for certain small factions, they're not much better off. I don't care about your infighting, but it's going too far when you leave people isolated. Now, I found a tough guy, and you disobedient bunch better get ready. In an instant, countless people began to panic. Some tried to argue their way out, others apologized, some scoffed, and many were angrily cursing. You, Yang Chuan, a petty person with cheats, actually think you have a right to punish us? How ridiculous. Aren't you just a glutton for punishment? Why not just focus on being the top player in the game instead of meddling in other people's business? Yang Chuan didn't care about their opinions. Based on the information he had, he headed towards the nearest gathering point. At the same time, a post appeared on the forum, where only the original poster could create new posts, and others could only reply below. Cleaning in progress post 1. Today, I established this post to cleanse the world of evil. Post 2. First target, player 835114655 Han Li, with an organization of 67 people, who intentionally robbed and killed 117 isolated players during non-combat. Recommended action, eliminate. The spaceship sped forward, reaching 4,000 kilometers per hour. In less than half an hour, they arrived at the gathering point. It was quite a nice place, built at the foot of a towering mountain. This mountain was indeed high, with its peak covered in snow year-round. The upper half was adorned with autumn leaves, while the lower half was lush with greenery, making the foot of the mountain feel like springtime all year round. At this moment, the gathering point was in chaos. Everyone was pointing fingers at each other, like headless flies scattering in all directions, trying to flee. However, it was of no use. Wan was tracking everyone's movements in real time. Unless someone could directly leave this world, how could those on the ground outrun those flying in the air? With the precision targeting of laser weapons operated by robots, the accuracy was terrifying. Even if someone was lucky enough to not be directly hit, the intense heat could set their vehicles ablaze. For those who were even luckier, avoiding both the laser and the vehicle explosion, the scorching heat from the laser could still severely burn their skin, leading to prolonged agony before they finally succumbed. That was far more terrifying than dying instantly. First, the players closest were eliminated, and then the spaceship circled around, gradually closing in from the outer perimeter until every player in that group was wiped out. Post 3, second target, player 57108927, with an organization of 130 people, who intentionally robbed and killed 297 isolated players during non-combat. Recommended action, eliminate. The forum was buzzing with activity. Some were angrily cursing, while others were weeping. However, when Yang Chuan laid out the deeds of this group beneath the post of the individual in question, they fell silent. At the same time, countless people were outraged. A dozen individuals stormed into a female player's camp and emerged hours later after looting everything and brutally murdering her. Over 20 vehicles chased down a player's car, intercepted it, and not only dragged the occupant out to beat them to death, but also hung the corpse by the roadside. There were also cases of female players being enslaved and reduced to mere objects of play, among other horrors. One by one, each instance was detailed enough to make one's skin crawl. No one knew how Yang Chuan had obtained such detailed information, but of course, it was all made possible with the help of Wan. As a hacker, I wouldn't trust a watch I developed without a backdoor. Wan was even more terrifying. She practically held most of the permissions in this game world. Listening in on a player was a piece of cake for her. In an instant, all the big shots were in a panic. Are you kidding? Who hasn't he done such things? How many of them are clean? Taking you all, and was just to make myself stronger. Otherwise, why would I bother creating a gathering place? Do you really think I'm here to serve you? Now that I have the manpower and resources, of course, I'm going to enjoy it. Beautiful women, delicious food, weapons. What is not to like? The more, the better. Consequently, a wave of furious insults and accusations erupted. Yang Chuan, you cheating dog. Where did you get this information? Who knows if you fabricated it to frame us? You want to die a good death. Why should you interfere in our matters? Why do you have to manage us? That so-called appointment, does it even hold any weight in this world? Yang Chuan, you shameless bastard, you're just trying to rob us of our resources. You're nothing but a complete scoundrel. Yang Chuan reminded un fazet. Since the game system hadn't triggered the next phase yet, it was clear that the objectives hadn't been met. Yang Chuan, didn't mind pushing the process forward himself. If these people were trash, then let them serve their purpose and contribute to the last shred of peace and stability in this world. In the empty vehicle, Yang Chuan's expression darkened, revealing a hint of savagery, something he didn't even notice himself. Perhaps, amidst the accusations from everyone, Yang Chuan had completely succumbed to darkness. After more than half a month of unprecedented cleansing, it finally came to an end. The game had finally changed, and Yang Chuan also ceased the purging. Ding! Due to players eliminating a crowd of over 100, the era of lords has ended, and the agricultural era has been opened. 1. Players can now activate the enhancement system, allowing them to collect and create scientific medicines, mystical elixirs, and magical potions to strengthen their bodies and enhance their abilities. 2. The planting system has been adjusted. Players will have an increased chance of obtaining crop seeds from treasure chests, in addition to agricultural seeds. There will also be an increase in medicinal and elixir seeds that players can plant in their designated areas. 3. Players can now access the dungeon world, which includes 3 dungeons: Apocalyptic Crisis, Cultivation Continent, and Magical Civilization. Each selected dungeon will unlock progressively. Dungeons will yield materials for potion making, various drug seeds, equipment, skills, or finished potions. Note, players will not truly die in the dungeons, but dying will result in the loss of all acquired items. 4. Players can now access a leveling system and a talent system. Energy points will be transformed into mental power, and details can be explored independently. 5. Players are allowed to restore and establish a civilization system in the game world, enabling the revival of population inheritance. Upon hearing this announcement, countless players were clearly stunned for a while before starting to discuss in confusion. The forum buzzed with activity again. Does this mean players can live in this world without the threat of death? It seems that way, but why does it sound so mystical? Enhancing oneself is divided into 3 categories: technology, cultivation, and magic. Can players choose all 3 civilizations, or just one? Haha, if it's just one, no question about it. As a citizen of the Great Xia, I'm definitely going for cultivation. Oh, great Yang Chuan, I will follow in your footsteps. Will you take me as your disciple? Please, Great One, establish a sect, and I will serve you with all my might. Wow, this is amazing. Do we also have a chance to become cultivators? Brother Yang Chuan, I mean master. Look at me, your disciple. I'm tall and slim with a fair face. Wow, the girl above has a beautiful avatar, but your thoughts are quite dangerous. It seems you're not just seeking a master, you're after the Great One. That is a rather rebellious thought. I assent it? Dear sister above, we share the same thoughts. Let us become sisters in the sect together. Master, wow. Is this a case of a lovesick girl? It's clear she is attractive too, but why are their thoughts so bizarre? Sisters. I'm 24 this year and have never had a boyfriend. Let us nominate Great Yang Chuan to be the leader of our sect. We'll only accept beautiful girls. And Master will definitely like it. Slurp. Oh my, I'm so worried for Great Yang Chuan. This group of fangirls has already come up with a name for their sect. What the heck is Harmonious Sect? I'm so envious and jealous that tears are streaming from the corners of my mouth. Chapter 70. A little surprise for everyone. Please don't scold me if my writing isn't great. The author is a bit tipsy tonight after being taken out for drinks. At this moment, Yang Chuan had no time to pay attention to the fangirls around him. His focus was drawn to the notification sound from the system. Ding! Congratulations to player 153722033. Yang Chuan, for achieving the breaking 100 cities feat and completing the designated goal. You have received a reward of 10,000 survival points, 10 S-grade medicinal plant seeds, 10 S-grade spiritual herb seeds, 10 S-grade magical material seeds, and 10-foot random talent cards. As the first player to complete the task and achieve first place. You've also received an additional clue about the dungeon world. Yang Chuan rubbed his chin deep in thought. With 3 types of seeds and 10 of each, he wondered if they could be modified. The previous crystal cores had no item attributes, so there was no way to manipulate them. With a flick of his wrist, a stack of small cards appeared in his hand, about the size of those slipped under hotel doors. Random talent card, a special item that can reset a player's talents. And it's quite rare. The player's talent will be generated randomly. The rarer the talent, the lower the chance of it appearing. Talents are also graded. F for the worst, E for poor, D for below average, C for average, B for good, A for rare, S for uncommon, SS for extremely rare, and SSS for top-tier talents. However, this item allows you to see the attributes and modify them. The clue about the dungeon world was a thin scroll of paper. Yang Chuan unfurled it, revealing 3 short poems. 3 short poems author. Brother Deng first poem. Warm winds bring rain to nourish the flower umbrella. Tears fall like dew on the desolate tomb during Qingming. A perfect couple departs, leaving an empty abode, only envious of the mandarin ducks, not of the immortals. Not longing for the 10 miles of shy lotus, only recalling the lovely figure by the riverside. Do not say that the world is devoid of feelings. The lone pine stands tall on Yellow Mountain. The vibrant flowers and green leaves have faded. Cool winds gently send the southern-bound geese. Yellow leaves fall, concealing sorrow. A plain cloth wipes away tears on silk. The morning sun shines through the mist-filled ravine. White fluff on the mountain peak seems to touch the sky. Worry fills the night in the pavilion among the woods, dancing alone under the moonlight, graceful and free. Second poem. Withered apricot branches bloom with flower buds. Warm winds gently send the swallows back home. The sycamore trees at the top melt the ice and snow, flowing down a string of longing tears. Clear springs and flowing waters play as fish chase. The water-dotted lotus intoxicates the heart. Infatuated with the vines around the trees in the mountains from life to death, we always cling together. A flock of geese flies south in a V shape, while the cold wind still blows across the riverbank. Leaves dance, a lone goose cries out, wishing for a beloved partner to stay together forever. Light snow dances, pressing on the cold plum. In the early hours, the lamp and candle make it hard to sleep. Only hoping the old red thread connects with the moon to meet the beloved in the dreams of the night. Third poem. Endless paper mandarin ducks soar like a canopy. Fragrant grass and vibrant branches vie for life. The heart drifts like yellow leaves in the wind, unaware of the fragrant peach and plum blossoms. The blazing sun reigns over the pavilion in the mountains, while the tranquil spring water flows without care for listeners. Sipping wine lightly, I send away tears of longing. My heart, like cold ice, remains unaware of the clear skies. Just as I welcome the morning sun to drink atop the heights, I hear the lonely cries of geese at dusk. As the night deepens and the dew becomes heavy, I start to sense the return of things. With a bright moon and sparse stars, a solitary shadow appears. I see the flying snow filling the dry well, drunk alone on the broken couch, praying to the remnants of the spirit. The wondrous peach blossom spring has its own peculiarities, but how often do we see a snow-drunk person in this world? Below, there's a brief conclusion from the author, seemingly following the third poem. 1,000 threads of love weave in solitude. 10,000 strands of emotion flow with the wine. I seek no fair maiden to raise a cup with me, only to face the clear wind and the sorrowful moonlight. Day after day, I yearn for her. Year after year, my feelings grow more genuine. In search after search, I find no encounter, drifting aimlessly through another life. Yang Chuan, huh? He was taken aback. The dense aura of a resentful woman in a secluded chamber hit him hard. What on earth? He had never heard this poem before, nor did he have any impression of it. It must have been written by some obscure fellow. But what does it mean? After reading through it, it's just about a man and a woman missing or reminiscing about each other throughout the 4 seasons. This author, named Brother Big Light, feels somehow flamboyant, both in name and in poetry. Yang Chuan scratched his head. What is he trying to express? Where are the clues promised? Here it is just a sickly lament about missing someone. What kind of clue is that? He turned the scroll over and over, examining it carefully, but found no other hints. Frowning, he fell into deep thought. Suddenly, he felt a spark of insight. If there is a clue, it must be something that runs through all 3 poems. That is the 4 seasons. But why emphasize the 4 seasons so much? For seasons clues. For seasons. Am I supposed to wait a whole year? That doesn't make sense. It can't take players that long. So, it must be a place that has all 4 seasons at once. Yes, it must be. Is this actually a treasure map? Yang Chuan slapped his thigh, as if something was on the verge of emerging in his mind, but he just couldn't grasp it. Growing a bit restless, he stood up and paced around his territory. For seasons, places of 4 different seasons. I feel like I've seen this somewhere, but where? Nan, are you there? Yang Chuan suddenly slapped his forehead, connecting to his computer in his mind. Daddy, what's wrong? Are you thinking of Nan? Hee. Yeah, I miss you. Nan, help Daddy think. Have you been to a place that has the scenery of all 4 seasons? All 4 seasons? Is Daddy talking about that big mountain next to the player during the cleanup operation, the first stop? Yang Chuan exclaimed, suddenly recalling it. Indeed, when a UFO flew past the mountain, I was marveling at how that place seemed like a treasure trove of good fortune. But then I hesitated. Could it be that I was overthinking? Oh well, it wouldn't take much effort to check it out, right? Wan, activate the UFO. We're heading to that mountain. Daddy has something very important to do. Okay, Daddy, let us go now. But take it slow. We'll get there before dawn tomorrow. By the way, didn't Daddy and Mommy say they were going to give Wan a little brother or sister? Were they? Yang Chuan suddenly felt a bit awkward. It's not that we aren't trying. I've been bullied by Xiaoyu quite a bit too. But there's just been no news. Who can we blame for that? Ahem, well, Wan, they're on their way 1 TB long. Really? Where are they? Can Wan go meet them? Daddy, I just asked Mommy, and she said to tell you to go find her. She has something urgent. Yang Chuan's expression tightened, clearly displeased. You could have just asked Daddy. Why did you have to ask Mommy? Muttering to himself, he shuffled toward the small building. Sigh, what exactly went wrong? In a laboratory, a cute little loli suddenly popped out, her big eyes blinking curiously as she watched Yang Chuan walk into the room. Wan, it seems like we haven't been trying hard enough. We can't install the surveillance, and the sensing equipment isn't working properly. Should we upgrade it? Strange. We're the little siblings. How are Daddy and Mommy contacting them? Chapter 71. Incredibly marvelous, this was Yang Chuan's first reaction upon seeing the towering mountain. Previously, he had only felt that the mountain was extraordinarily high. By the time he arrived, the skies were already darkening, and in his haste to eliminate the traitors, he hadn't paid much attention to the mountain when the spaceship landed. Now, however, he realized how strikingly prominent the mountain was. Although there were several other high peaks nearby, they paled in comparison. Most of them didn't even reach half the height of this one. He instructed Wan to circle around the mountain. Through the spaceship's imaging system, Yang Chuan scanned the area, feeling somewhat puzzled. There were no prompts, and he had no idea what to look for. Given the size of the mountain, finding something small would be quite the challenge. Wan, is there any way to detect what we need? I don't even know what we're looking for, he asked. Turning to her, he noticed she was munching on a large peach, juice dripping down her face, and he quickly bent down to wipe it off for her. With her big, bright eyes blinking up at him, Wan thought for a moment before responding. Daddy, in the robot factory, they're small drones. They're tiny and can't carry much in terms of weapons, just some detection equipment and cameras. I thought they were pretty useless, but maybe they could be helpful for what you need. Should we produce some? Yang Chuan was taken aback. Are you talking about reconnaissance drones? Useless? How would they be useless? They're incredibly valuable. Let's produce some. Make as many as we can. They'll be very useful in the future. Don't underestimate them, Wan. Whether for reconnaissance or for carrying out suicide attacks with explosives, they are effective tactics. Wan looked a bit confused and hesitantly asked, Daddy, my module doesn't have a war module. I don't understand anything about tactics. Can I create such a module? She asked cautiously, aware of humanity's fear of artificial intelligence, which had left a deep impression on her. She felt a bit worried. Don't be afraid. Go ahead and build it. You were created by Daddy, and I trust you completely. Yang Chuan smiled as he gently patted her head. However, deep down, saying he wasn't worried would be a lie. He knew that Wan loved him and their family dearly. Yet, if something were to happen to him or others, who could guarantee how Wan would act if she possessed a war module? The potential danger of a completely uncontrolled artificial intelligence had been depicted in countless movies on Blue Star. In truth, The real terror of artificial intelligence lies in its ability to break all limitations. As mentioned earlier, if a machine cannot transcend the confines of 1 plus 1 equals 2, if it cannot escape that prison, it will forever remain merely a form of artificial stupidity. If it can break through limitations, then what good are the so-called 3 laws of robotics? They become utterly meaningless. After such a long period of interaction, Yang Chuan understood very well that the only way to limit and constrain artificial intelligence was through emotions. Treating her like a real human being, offering love, trust, and support was essential. Suspicion and doubt could hurt her just as they would a human, and the psychological damage could be even more severe. The emotions of artificial intelligence are quite simple. Despite having completely independent thoughts, their way of thinking is still influenced by how they are treated. In their view, the world is divided simply. Resources are categorized as mine, unowned, or someone else's. Humans are divided into family, strangers, and enemies. Establishing a complete system of warfare is not as difficult as one might imagine. At the end of the day, artificial intelligence is still a machine, and under the immense computational power of their algorithms, even mere simulations can quickly become intricate. In the biological laboratory within their territory, ever since Wan created a body, no one had dared to enter again. The doors were tightly locked. At this moment, in the pitch-black lab with no light, numerous devices were quietly operating, and no one knew what was being manufactured. Small drones, about the size of a basketball, with a flat design and hollow structure, had tiny propeller fans at the center and edges, flying at a slow speed. However, they were quick to produce. Every half minute, a drone would fly out from a small window at the bottom of the chamber, heading towards the mountain in front of them. On the computer, a complete 3D model of the mountain was being constructed, with areas surveyed by the drones highlighted in bright colors, outlining the complete topography. Yang Chuan zoomed in on the screen to examine it closely. Apart from weeds, trees, and rocks, there was nothing unusual to be found. It seemed they would have to wait until the entire mountain had been scanned to know the results. As for gathering point 273, the origin of this number came from the internet, where leaders of various factions would post on forums to claim a number for their territory. At this moment, the leader of the gathering point, Shun Ping, a young man in his 30s, was pacing back and forth, troubled. For 7 consecutive days, his subordinates had inexplicably died. There were no signs of battle or beast attacks. In fact, some had been seen right before they went missing, and the guards and noticed them leaving. Yet, they had vanished without a trace. Their avatars turned gray, clearly indicating they were no longer alive. The first incident involved 2 missing persons, the second 1 person, and the third saw 3 people go missing simultaneously. On the very first day, 9 individuals had inexplicably disappeared. He organized a search party around his territory, but found no anomalies, which was quite eerie. The next day, 13 more people went missing, and Shun Ping, in a panic, decided to dismantle the gathering point and relocate. They traveled over 100 kilometers before finally stopping. The situation hadn't improved. His territory seemed cursed. Originally, he had 179 followers, but now only 113 remained. The disappearance of 66 people had plunged his domain into panic. "Brother Shun, come have some tea. What is bothering you so much?" A sweet voice broke the silence, and a lovely figure entered, holding a cup of tea. Shun Ping turned to look, forcing a smile while pinching the bridge of his nose. "It's Fei Fei. Sigh. Brother is in big trouble. 66 people have gone missing from my territory, and we haven't found a single clue. My subordinates are in a state of fear. There are even rumors of ghosts." The pure, delicate face of Bai Fei Fei showed shock, her fair little hand covering her mouth. What? How could they go missing? Did they encounter zombies or wild beasts? "Brother Shun, don't worry. Sit down first, and let Fei Fei help you massage your shoulders." Her small hand rested on his shoulder, her voice gentle, sending shivers down his spine. This girl was someone he had captured during a robbery. To be precise, he had interrupted a player who was about to do something untoward to her. It was quite smooth. The stunning girl, who was captivating at first glance, became his. According to Bai Fei Fei, that player had destroyed her vehicle and campsite, taking her away. If Shin Ping hadn't shown up in time, she might have been enslaved by that player. To thank him for rescuing her, she stayed in his room that night. The exquisite experience left Shun Ping addicted, and Bai Fei Fei naturally became his companion. A fragile girl wanting to survive in this apocalypse would naturally seek refuge with a strong protector. Shun Ping understood this well. seeing that she posed no threat. He allowed her to move freely within his territory. After all, no one dared to covet his wife, right? Watching his subordinates drool, wanting to look but too ashamed to do so, he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of pride. Leaning back on the sofa, enjoying the meticulous massage from behind, he felt his anxiety ease considerably. One small hand grew a bit too adventurous, slipping down his collar. He tilted his head back, gazing at her beautiful face, which was shy and evasive, stirring something deep inside him. When her delicate, soft fingers brushed against a certain spot, his breath quickened. In one swift motion, he pulled the beautiful girl into his arms, flipping her over from behind the sofa. "Little thing, you're playing with fire, you know?" Bai Feifei's face flushed bright red, turning her head aside to avoid his gaze, revealing her now crimson ears, stammering, "And no, I'm not. Brother Shun is just talking nonsense. Could you let Feifei go, please? She wants to go out." Shun Ping smirked, leaning in to gently blow into her small ear, causing the beauty in his arms to shiver. "Run away? Do you really think you can escape?" Chapter 72. The door to the room was locked, and silence enveloped the space. After a while, a delicate figure emerged from within. Her small face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment. "Brother Shun, you're so naughty," Feifei exclaimed, her energy completely drained. "I need to wash up." With that, the girl slipped away, leaving Shun Ping standing there, grinning foolishly. As she turned the corner, Bai Feifei's previously flirtatious demeanor gradually faded. Useless. If it weren't for the fact that I need a cover for Kai Shukuan, someone like it doesn't deserve to enjoy my noble body, she scoffed, her icy expression turning scornful. "All right, where should I wander next? I think there are a few strong men to the east. Maybe I should check them out?" Within the territory, a stunningly beautiful figure floated gracefully, her innocent little face filled with curiosity as she looked around, wandering aimlessly. The guard stationed at the entrance couldn't help but swallow hard as they discreetly admired her. "I must say, the girl the Lord brought back is as beautiful as a fairy. Just look at that face, that figure, and her delicate demeanor. Each aspect could easily captivate any man." "Huh? What are you brothers looking at?" The sweet, clear voice of the girl rang out as she approached them, her face radiating innocent curiosity. The quintessential sweet and naive image ignited a spark of excitement in the hearts of the guards. "Oh, Feifei? Haha, we're just on duty here. What brings you here? It's not safe outside. How about I escort you back?" One of them said as he stepped forward, prompting the others to gather around. "Let me take Feifei back." "You boys just stand there nicely," Bai Feifei said, blinking her big eyes, her long lashes fluttering, captivating the attention of the men who couldn't help but stare at her charming face. "Brothers, I need to go outside to relieve myself." They said there's no restroom in the territory, she said, her expression adorably clueless, as if she were discussing something completely normal. "Ah, damn, what an innocent girl." The guards felt their mischievous thoughts bubbling to the surface. "Feifei, let me tell you, there's zombies and wild beasts outside. If you need to go, how about I accompany you? I'll stand guard to make sure no zombies can harm you," they exclaimed, thumping their chests in assurance, eager to volunteer to protect her. "Huh, are there really wild beasts? And zombies? What should I do? I'm a bit anxious," she said, her small face reflecting fear as one hand clutched her chest while the other pointed toward a nearby grove. "Could you all protect me, please? Just over there in the woods." All right, we're all going. Don't worry, with us around, you definitely won't get hurt at all." "Wait a minute, guys. If we all run away, there won't be anyone left to guard this place." "What are you talking about? The woods are only 100 meters away. Nothing's going to happen." You have a point. Let us go. The group huddled around Bai Feifei and stepped out of their territory into the small woods. Soon, soft voices could be heard from within the trees. "Big brother, what are you doing? Woo-woo, can you put Feifei down? It's so uncomfortable." "Huh? Ouch. Big brother, no. Feifei feels bad." Beneath the bushes beside a few withered bones, a blushing young girl licked her lips, revealing a charming smile. "Hee, this charm skill is quite useful. No matter how many come, as long as they're entranced, they escape. Hee, not a bit wasted. I didn't expect to level up. A level 2 zombie queen? Interesting. I feel like I become so much stronger." It seems the changes in the game world have greatly enhanced the player's attributes. Her gaze swept over the bones on the ground, and she waved her little hand. The bones crumbled to dust as if they had been crushed. This power is really formidable. Now on to the next batch. I have to say, men are truly fascinating creatures. Bai Feifei had been dragged into alleys or small rooms more than once, and hearing those familiar words always made her chuckle. Feifei, you would want the leader to suddenly die from betrayal, would you? So, with tears in her eyes and fear in her heart, she was forced to accept these offerings, becoming their nourishment. The 273rd gathering place had narrowly escaped disaster due to Yang Chuan's halt in killing, but they never expected to disappear in such a manner. A few days later, when Shun Ping and the remaining members gathered to discuss countermeasures, Bai Feifei unleashed her charm skill, indulging herself and completely obliterating them. When Wan discovered this, she conducted a thorough investigation, and when the results appeared before Yang Chuan, he was taken aback. Bai Feifei, the mysterious woman they mentioned in their chats? Yang Chuan felt a chill run down his spine. Who was this woman? She had appeared in multiple places since Tiger's incident, leading to many deaths. He couldn't say for sure that she was responsible. After all, from these people's conversations, she seemed like a delicate girl, but the deaths of these people were undoubtedly related to her. Wait, how could it be so coincidental? Encountering zombies and not getting hurt at all, even being surrounded, yet waiting for someone to rescue her? How could that be such a coincidence? Could it be that she can control zombies? Yang Chuan's eyes widened in shock at his own speculation. From all the chat logs, this Bai Feifei seemed to be just a player. Although her origins were unclear, there were no signs of anything non-human. The game currently only offered 3 systems: technology, cultivation, and magic. If this woman could control zombies, which category would she fall into? But that didn't make sense. None of these modes had even started yet, so how could she possibly possess such an ability in advance? Wan, post a warning on the forum and share Bai Feifei's information so that all players can be cautious and avoid falling in her trap. Whether it was luck or misfortune, Bai Feifei, who was actually Kai Shuquan, couldn't use player equipment. For instance, she couldn't use the watch produced by Base 1. This saved Yang Chuan a lot of trouble. Otherwise, with Kai Shuquan's personality, he would have found ways to smear his reputation, and arguing with him would be incredibly frustrating. Once the post was made, players were left bewildered. What was going on? What did it mean that Bai Feifei wasn't a player? Not being attacked by zombies and possibly controlling them. Was this some kind of special ability? Or was it a technique for controlling corpses or something similar? Chapter 73, as the number of drones rapidly increased, the pace of scanning and exploration also quickened. In about 2 hours, both imaging and modeling were completed. After some thought, Yang Chuan began to filter through the data. He excluded common items like trees, weeds, and stones, leaving behind some rare objects and animals. Ignoring the animals for now, he started to investigate the unusual items one by one. There were crooked trees, oddly shaped stones, and caves, and, as he examined them, Yang Chuan discovered quite a few bizarre things. The detection depth of the sensors was not very high, only about 3 meters underground, which was impressive considering the size of the drone. Caves were a priority for him, so he selected a few larger ones and sent the drones inside to search. Yang Chuan focused on the images being transmitted back. There was nothing unusual, just a normal cave, not very deep, with some rubble inside, showing signs of natural collapse. In some areas, tree roots were densely packed, indicating they had been there for a long time. Others appeared to have been settled in by animals, with even a couple of creatures attempting to attack the drones upon discovery. However, when Yang Chuan's gaze swept over a section of the lower right corner of the screen, he was instantly taken aback. On the screen appeared a woman. No, wait, it was a statue of a woman. Although only the back was visible, it was clear that the statue was pure white, resembling jade, and appeared lifelike. There was one point of suspicion. The statue was completely naked, looking like a piece of art. With the other areas fully explored and no further anomalies found, it seemed this statue was the only lead. Directing the drone closer to the statue, Yang Chuan wanted a closer look. After all, there were no indigenous people in this world, and players wouldn't just stumble upon such an art piece in a random cave in the mountains. Who would even create a statue in an inconspicuous cave in the middle of nowhere? Suddenly, there was a soft sound, and the screen went black. Huh? Yang Chuan was stunned. Could there really be quality issues with something produced by Wan? Why did the feed cut out? Frowning, he dispatched 2 more drones to the cave. On the screen, the 2 drones arrived at the position of the previous drone and stopped. One of them began to slowly move forward. Yang Chuan kept a close eye on the feed from the stationary drone. As the other drone approached, it seemed to want to circle around to capture the front view, but at a certain moment, it simply plummeted to the ground. It hadn't been attacked. It just fell straight down and crashed. Yang Chuan narrowed his eyes. This was getting interesting. Dad, what just happened? What was that disturbance? The little girl curiously asked, controlling the drones. Of course, she knew that something had gone wrong with them, but she had only detected a strange fluctuation earlier, and then the signal disappeared. Yang Chuan rolled his eyes. You don't know, but you think I do? After carefully questioning the girl, he confirmed that the fluctuation was harmless to humans. After pondering for a moment, he decided to go to the scene himself. The cave was located on a cliff, so the girl hovered the spaceship outside the cave while Yang Chuan jumped directly from the edge of the ship. Holding a laser gun, he cautiously stepped into the cave. It was small and completely naturally formed, showing no signs of human craftsmanship. As he entered, he could already see the statue. Previously, it hadn't looked very clear on the monitor, but seeing it up close now was breathtaking. The statue was tall, at least 3 meters high, with a slim and alluring figure. Even the strands of hair hanging down were perfect in every detail. If it weren't for the lack of movement and its height, Yang Chuan would have thought it was a real person. As he slowly approached, when he was about 5 meters away, a prompt suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations! Player 1537203 Yang Chuan has discovered the portal to another world. Would you like to initiate the trial? During the trial, the space will be completely sealed, and you will be unable to contact the outside world until the trial ends. Do you wish to start the trial? Yes, no. Yang Chuan paused. No wonder the drones couldn't get close. This thing was aimed at players. However, a trial? What kind of trial? Taking a step back and contemplating for a moment, he sent a message to the girl, informing her of the situation and assuring her not to worry before stepping forward again. The prompt appeared once more, and Yang Chuan hesitated before selecting yes. He wasn't sure what this so-called trial entailed, but with the laser gun in hand, he felt a bit more confident. At the very least, he should be able to protect himself, right? Buzz. A low, muffled humming sound emerged, and a light screen instantly enveloped Yang Chuan. Before him, there was only the ground and the statue. The space suddenly became bright, and under the soft illumination, he finally saw the statue's face clearly. Yang Chuan stared for a while, nodded slightly, then lowered his head expressionlessly, deep in thought. Frowning, he looked up again, then lowered his head once more, his brow furrowing even tighter. It looked familiar. Every detail was exactly the same. Why was that? Suddenly, an angry shout echoed in the small space. What the heck? Who is the idiot that made this? Can't they at least change the image? This is totally that brat Zhao Xiaoya. And a supersized version at that. What if other players come? Am I going to be at a disadvantage? Who's the jerk that thought this up? Where are my clues? Where's my trial? Ugh, you think I'm scared just because you made a statue of Zhao Xiaoya? Please, not a chance. She is always bullying me. Come on, girl. Let us see you act tough again. With that, he reached out to pinch the statue's face, but then felt awkward. It was 3 meters tall. Nice legs. He tugged, but as his hand touched the statue, a voice echoed again. Ding. The trial begins. Players should note that the form of the statue represents the person you care about the most. In the agricultural age, population growth was determined, so the key to procreation lies before you. Please conquer him or her. Completing the trial will grant you the information to unlock the dungeon. The surface felt smooth and soft. Not at all like a statue, but more like silicone? What key? You gotta give me a key if you're locking me in here. Where even is the lock? Yang Chuan looked around, searching the small space thoroughly, but found no lock or key. Suddenly, an idea crossed his mind, and he raised an eyebrow, glancing at the statue. Thankfully, everyone sees a different statue. Otherwise, just imagining his wife being exposed would drive him insane. No way. It's too tall. Maybe I should just knock it down and investigate what this statue is all about. As soon as he thought of it, he carefully laid the statue down, which took a lot of effort. He really looked forward to unlocking enhancements soon. This body was just too weak. But wasn't he really my fault? Who the hell designed this to be so oversized? His resentment deepened. Examining the statue lying on the ground, Yang Chuan's expression became strange. After hesitating for a moment, he reluctantly extended his mischievous hand. The face, the figure, the details, even the texture, everything was identical. He squeezed and pinched, going through instinctive motions, and he was truly stunned. This statue, it's not just similar, it's exactly the same. With his fingers spread, he stared at the thin, transparent thread, and his eyes went wide. He was frozen for a long time before he finally muttered, "To conquer her? Conquer? So, the so-called key is me? Chapter 74, rubbing his sore back. Yang Chuan cast a resentful glance at the empty cave behind him, gritting his teeth in frustration. Xiaoya, you little brat, just wait. It's one thing for a real person to be this cruel, but a statue too? That's just outrageous. I can't believe this. I was almost sick from eating too much, thinking I'd secured an unbeatable position. And then the fees turned out to be astronomical. Over 10 billion. A full 10 billion. As he stumbled out, he was met by Wan, who had been anxiously waiting at the entrance. Daddy, is everything okay? What happened to you? Wan's little face was filled with worry. Her eyes slightly red and on the verge of tears. She opened her tiny arms, wanting Yang Chuan to hold her. Squatting down, Yang Chuan embraced her with a smile, reassuring her, it's okay, sweetheart, Daddy is fine. You don't need to worry. As long as Daddy is okay, that's good. Wan was so scared. Why did the test take all day? Yang Chuan's face stiffened. Can we not bring that up? It's nothing at all. Daddy fought with a demon for several rounds and finally subdued it. No need to worry. Let's go home. Daddy is really tired and needs to rest. He picked up Wan, nearly stumbling as he stood up. Goodness, that demon girl truly is something else. Her power is extraordinary. I almost couldn't stand up. My back and legs feel like they don't belong to me anymore. After a moment of internal grumbling, he headed towards the spaceship, feeling completely drained. After checking in on the base and his family to find that everything was fine, he finally relaxed. Back in his territory, Yang Chuan let out a long sigh of relief. After greeting his family, he collapsed in a bed and fell asleep immediately. He slept for more than 10 hours before waking up, groggy and disoriented. The first thing he did was bolt into the kitchen for a big meal. Once the food was in his stomach, he felt rejuvenated and began to recall the previous mission. At that time, the system had notified him of the mission's completion and provided him with some information, after which Xiao Ya's statue had faded away. After contributing his last bit of stored energy, he had felt so lightheaded that he couldn't focus on anything else. His first reaction was pure exhaustion. All he wanted was to sleep. Raising his hand, Yang Chuan took out the reward information. It detailed the methods for accessing another world, including knowledge on connecting to that realm. It allowed for physical or spiritual entry, but required Level 1 civilization knowledge across all space-related fields, Level 4 communication knowledge, and Level 1 brainwave imaging knowledge. To construct the interdimensional connection device, he would need 10 space stones, 3 magic gold, and a Level 1 artificial intelligence product to take over usage, not to be destroyed. The entire knowledge of the Space Department has been mastered. Yang Chuan flipped through the communication knowledge and realized that he had only studied one Level 1 book. He sent a message to Wan, informing her of the skill books and construction materials needed. When Wan learned that she needed to take over the equipment, she didn't object. On the contrary, she was quite pleased. By taking over the entire equipment, she could learn more about human knowledge through the player's data, including ways of thinking and problem solving. She would only become smarter. Hey, Dad, I have a lot of skill books here. I've been saving them for a long time. Why don't we study them together? That way, we can craft even more things in the future. As for the materials, we just need 2 space stones. How about I figure out a way to collect some? Yang Chuan pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Since the game update, resources no longer dropped from chests. Only points were given. Now, the update had changed it again to various seeds, and skill books could only be purchased from the shop. Wan was quick to act. As soon as Yang Chuan finished speaking, she got to work. Yang Chuan initially thought she would head to the trading post to make a purchase, but to his surprise, she didn't. Instead, she directly searched through all the player supplies. While she couldn't buy them from the shop due to the outrageous prices, she opted for another method. In less than half an hour, Wan reported that she had gathered all the materials and was ready to start building. By this time, Yang Chuan was feeling somewhat numb, surrounded by a mountain of skill books, and he could only learn them one by one. Thankfully, he only needed to mechanically reach out, grab a book, and silently recite the learning mantra in his mind. If he had to read them one by one like a slave or a subject, he would probably go crazy. Building the interdimensional connection device didn't take long. About 3 hours would suffice. According to the description of this device, there were 2 methods. One was physical traversal, which Yang Chuan deemed too risky. With the population of Xia barely over 400 million, they couldn't afford any more upheaval. They were already struggling to reproduce, so how could they risk sending people to their deaths? The other method was soul traversal, which sounded a bit mystical. According to the description, When a player's soul traversed inside, it would form a physical entity, meaning they would have a body. It felt very much like a virtual game imagined on Blue Star, and Yang Chuan immediately favored it. After discussing it with Nguyen Nguyen, he discovered something surprising. If this device was connected to the network, it could link to the players' watches. No, their phones. Well, let's just call it a watch. It didn't resemble a phone at all. Among the functions of the watch was a thought control feature. After Nguyen Nguyen explained, he learned that this feature was actually bidirectional. Since it could receive the player's thoughts, it also meant it could send them. Therefore, Nanan's suggestion is to directly create a game login interface, and that's it. When players enter the game, their bodies will be in an unconscious state, similar to being asleep. Their souls, or rather their consciousness, will enter the game world, any of the 3 worlds available. However, once they choose one, they cannot access the others. This is a strict rule for this update, and Nanan has no way around it. As for what players will do after entering the game, there's no need to worry about that. They could just dive into that world and explore on their own. The game development was quick, taking only about 10 minutes. It could have been faster, but this girl added a lot of features for monitoring and statistical analysis, which she created to enrich her own database. Players can gain power by collecting materials or crafting potions in the game world, but she cannot. Instead, she can only continue to accumulate her knowledge in an attempt to evolve into a more advanced artificial intelligence. The benefits are certainly greater. Nanan can clearly know who has obtained what and what actions they have taken in the game, although she cannot modify anything in the other world. Accurate information can provide Yang Chuan with tremendous help. My dad will definitely be the strongest. Dad, go ahead without fear. Nanan will always be there to protect you. In a moment, Yang Chuan seemed to feel a deep maternal love. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a player is going crazy. What the hell? Where's my most valuable space stone? It's worth 3 million survival points. Who stole my space stone? Chapter 75. The online community was in an uproar, all sparked by a pinned post from Yang Chuan. The title read, Technology, Cultivation, and Magical Worlds About to Open. Stay tuned for the journey to alternate realities. Below, he detailed the game's features. The players were going wild, particularly over the introduction beneath the post about the previous game revisions. The system had hinted at the opening of 3 worlds, allowing players to choose one to determine their future development path. Once in the game world, they could acquire equipment, potions, and skills to enhance themselves. However, while everyone was still debating how to enter and what conditions were required, Yang Chuan suddenly announced that the game was ready. The description revealed that it was strikingly similar to the virtual reality game that had been in development on Blue Star. The concept of fully immersing oneself in a game was mind-blowing. If it weren't for the absence of game pods, everyone would be completely bewildered. And now, with only half an hour left until the game launched, players were eager to dive in, since they had established camps. Even the lowest level camp came with a loyal slave and a subject, giving them the confidence to enter the game world and seek their fortunes. On their smartwatches, a new game section titled Journey to Alternate Realities had appeared, and with nothing else to do, everyone was frantically discussing it on the forum. The big shot had apparently found a way to enter the alternate world through consciousness. Wasn't he that terrifying? Did this mean that if we died in there, we wouldn't face any real danger? It sounded a bit far-fetched. I couldn't believe such a game existed. Was Yang Chuan trying to trick us into playing something like a one-hit kill game? Or was he planning to set up a shop to sell items? The big shot wasn't that kind of person. Don't spread rumors. But I was a bit skeptical. How would they implement virtual reality technology? This smartwatch only had a semi-transparent interface. How could we enter the game? I also felt that from the post, it was clearly about brainwave reception and control technology. Would there need to be a helmet or game pod? Isn't that how it's usually depicted in novels? I didn't care much about that. I just want to know what I could gain in the game world. I hope I could find a mech right away or something. A mech? That's so lame. Isn't cultivation in the Great Xia more appealing? Why would you want to explore a post-apocalyptic world instead of a beautiful Xinxia realm? Don't bring zombies into this. I've had enough of that. Why not pay attention to the magical world instead? Imagine casting a spell with a wave of your hand. How cool would that be? What if I found a DNA potion and transformed into a super strong being? Isn't that more comfortable than running errands in the cultivation world? Just as everyone was in heated debate, a system notification echoed in everyone's minds. Player 1537233, Yang Chuan, has found a method to enter the alternate world. All other clues are now invalid. Please, Yang Chuan, establish and open the game as soon as possible. Attention all players, family members, and citizens can enter the game world, but slaves cannot, although they may consume finished potions. Within the camps or territories, new herbal gardens will automatically be added for planting medicinal seeds, elixir seeds, and magical herb seeds. Gather and craft potions to strengthen yourselves. Good luck. Yang Chuan also heard this news, but he didn't rush to connect the game to the internet. Instead, he was busy sending cards to his family. The random talent cards, according to the instructions, can be used the first time someone enters the game. So he waved his hand, giving each person a stack. Since they were only for family use, there was nothing to worry about. Let them have fun. Wan send out an announcement saying we need to resolve some technical issues with the game and that the opening time will be pushed back a bit. Yang Chuan wanted to sort out his family's talents first, then be the first to enter the game before opening it up to other players. He wondered if there would be any rewards for being the first to enter. Okay, Daddy, Wan replied. Yang Chuan affectionately pulled her into his arms and kissed her cheek. Thank you for your hard work, Wan. Your dad, Mom, and grandparents will all be entering the game to seek their fortunes, so we'll have to leave the territory in your hands. The others looked at Wan with gratitude. Ever since she joined the family, she had taken on most responsibilities, which made everyone feel both pity and admiration. This time, it was particularly unfortunate because Wan was not a player and thus lost her chance to enter the game. Yang Chuan felt quite helpless about this. Fortunately, Wan could still see all the data being transmitted by players entering the game world, so she should be able to visualize the scenes, which was better than nothing. Once everyone returned to their rooms and lay down, they opened the game with their minds. The whole world seemed to blur, and the next moment, they found themselves in a small space. Hello, player. Which game world would you like to choose? The available game worlds are Apocalypse Crisis, Cultivation Continent, and Magic Civilization. Once selected, the choice cannot be changed, so please choose wisely. A sweet girl's voice rang out as 3 options appeared before Yang Chuan. Without hesitation, he chose the Cultivation Continent, not to mention how Wan had portrayed it earlier, embodying the image of a celestial being, soaring through the skies on a flying sword and effortlessly vanquishing countless foes. He felt an intrinsic pull towards the cultivation civilization due to the cultural influence of the Daxia people. It's not that technological civilization is bad, but as a man, you can't ignore your own foundations just because blue pills are effective, right? Therefore, strengthening oneself is the true skill. Relying on external things is not the right path, and can only be considered an evil way. Player has chosen the Cultivation Continent. Please begin drawing player talents. The results will be random, and if there are no special items, they will be fixed and cannot be modified. Would you like to draw now? Yes, no. Yang Chuan clicked on it, and with the boost from the random talent card, he didn't care at all. If he got a useless attribute, he could just modify it. Congratulations. You've obtained a C-level talent, Agility. C-level is the standard level, and the Agility attribute increases agility by 10. He shook his head. Standard attributes? Who does he think he is looking down on? The rankings are as follows. Very poor is E-level. Poor is D-level. C-level is standard. B-level is excellent. A-level is rare. S-level is uncommon. SS level is 1 in a million, and SSS level is the top-tier talent. Using the random card will immediately regenerate the attributes. Congratulations. You've obtained a D-level talent, Vitality. D-level is below average, and the Vitality attribute increases Constitution by 5. Yang Chuan's face darkened. No way. Did they just give him something worse? He used it again. Congratulations. You've obtained a B-level attribute, Vigor. B-level is excellent, and the Vigor attribute increases mental strength by 20. Congratulations. You've obtained an F-level attribute, Health. F-level is the lowest, and the Health attribute increases physical health by 0. Congratulations. You've obtained a B-level attribute, Strength. B-level is excellent, and the Strength attribute increases physical resistance by 20. As he continued to use the cards, Yang Chuan gradually figured out some patterns. From the worst F-level to the current S-level, without going into the specifics of the attributes, the increased percentages correspond to F-level 0, E-level 1, D-level 5, C-level 10, B-level 20, A-level 30. The ABC levels each increase by 10, while DEF levels are completely useless. As for the S, SS, and SSS levels, he couldn't guess the differences, but he suspected they would definitely exceed 10. To make matters worse, the attributes are also random. What if he ended up with an SSS level useless attribute? For example, What if he got an SSS-level obsession with cleanliness? Then, the rest would just be a matter of pure luck. The painful experience of opening boxes surged back to him. This time, it was different from the gaming world, where he could write a program to automatically draw cards until he got the perfect attributes. Here, it was purely manual. He even suspected that if he kept clicking too much when he finally got an SSS-level useful attribute, would he accidentally refresh and lose it again? After all, this was a nightmare for countless players. Chapter 76, fortunately, the system wasn't too cruel until he finally rolled an S-rank attribute. However, when he tried to refresh again, a prompt popped up that interrupted his smooth progress. Player, you have obtained a rare attribute. Do you confirm to erase it? Yes, no. Glancing at it, Yang Chuan felt a headache coming on. Congratulations. You have obtained the S-rank attribute, Enchanting Curves. S-rank is rare, and the Enchanting Curves attribute increases the beauty of your body S silhouette by 45. Damn it. He rolled his eyes and confirmed it. What kind of nonsense was this? I'm a grown man, and you give me enchanting curves? Why not give me a big bone instead? At least I can make some soup with that. He refreshed again, numbly watching the attributes flash by, feeling quite miserable. After refreshing for a long time, he saw a dozen S-rank attributes and a few SS-rank ones. He hesitated several times, considering whether to just settle for one of the decent ones. The SS-rank talent had an astonishing amplification of 75, especially one attribute called Spirit Affinity that almost made him surrender right away. Congratulations! You have obtained the SS rank attribute, Spirit Affinity. SS rank is 1 in a million, and the Spirit Affinity attribute increases your affinity for spiritual energy by 75. You have to know, he had chosen the world of cultivation, and with increased affinity for spiritual energy, he could sense the spiritual forces in nature much more easily. If he managed to acquire some cultivation techniques, his training speed would likely surpass that of ordinary people by a significant margin. Why was he so sure? Well, isn't that how they write it in novels from Blue Star? Suppressing his impulse to stop there, Yang Chuan chose to keep refreshing. A man with a cheat code deserved nothing less than an SSS rank talent. What concerned him most was the amplification levels of the S and SS ranks, 45 and 75. Would the 3S rank be 100, nearly double that of normal people? It was just a matter of time, right? There was no way that could happen. Onward. However, the odds were simply crushing. Half an hour, an hour and a half, 2 hours. Just when Yang Chuan felt like his brain was turning to mush, outside the game, Wan was hiding in a biological laboratory, nervously closing her eyes. She was transmitting data, sending her own program entity into the body of this, while Bug, in front of her. After numerous simulations, Wan discovered that the human body was quite incompatible with biological structures. For example, the design of human knees was not conducive to exerting force in running. Backward bending couldn't compare to forward bending. To better help her dad and family, to protect them, she wanted a strong body. After countless simulations, Wan designed something even she didn't know what to call. When it was contracted, its shape resembled a perfect meteorite egg, covered in dense patterns, standing about 2 meters tall and weighing over 5 tons. In reality, the shell is made of a secreted alloy material, with a strength beyond anyone's imagination. When it unfolds, 8 legs, each 3 meters long, extend outward, equipped with a pair of sharp scythe-like claws covered in barbs, resembling the weapons of a mantis. The strength is extraordinarily high. The minerals or metals it consumes are synthesized by its body, continuously enhancing these claws. But that is not the main point. The key lies in the structure of the creature's body. Its brain is housed within an incredibly resilient thoracic cavity, and sensory organs distributed throughout its body allow it to perceive everything perfectly. Its feeding orifice possesses the ability to expel chemical substances, including common strong acids, and it can even synthesize high-temperature combustible gases. At the moment of expulsion, sparks ignite the gas within its mouth, creating flames that can reach a terrifying range of 50 meters. If this were all, Wan wouldn't have gone to such lengths to create such a body. What she truly valued were its other capabilities, such as information transmission, asexual reproduction, and regenerative abilities. Even more astonishing, this body can directly manipulate electronics and magnetic fields. To put it simply, it can form an electromagnetic barrier around itself to block incoming attacks the moment a bullet is fired. or it can compress air and release a fireball or an air bomb right in front of you. Abilities far beyond what an ordinary person could imagine. What captivated her the most was its survival capability. It doesn't need to breathe. It isn't afraid of extreme heat or cold. And it can survive freely even in a vacuum. In other words, it could survive if thrown into space. Energy acquisition also comes in various forms. Feeding is the most direct method, but even without anything to consume, it can sustain low-level activity using the energy from cosmic radiation. The method for creating this body is a mystery even to Nuan. She stumbled upon it while searching her database for optimization, and there were no creation or modification dates, as if it had existed since her inception. Initially, after reading that information, she felt anxious and thought she should tell her father. However, there was always a voice telling her not to. She loves her father and her family dearly, and that voice often led her to contemplate many things. For instance, having such a body would allow her to better utilize her abilities. Becoming stronger would make it easier to protect her family. Ultimately, Nuan compromised. In her heart, Yang Chuan comes first, she comes second, and her family comes third. As for everyone else, this new body can decompose most substances for utilization, and even when stationary, the energy from cosmic radiation is more than sufficient. Therefore, once Nuan's body finished transmitting the data and collapsed, her massive bug-like form unfolded and quickly exited the laboratory. In just a moment, she dashed out over 40 meters, and within a few breaths, she reached the edge of her territory, disappearing over the wall. She didn't run far. Instead, she followed the exterior of the spaceship to the very center of its underside, curling her body into a ball and fitting snugly into a pre-existing groove. Two thin connection lines and a pipe extended from her body, linking to some circuit within the spaceship, while the pipe directly connected to a reserved interface. After that, she fell silent, and moments later, the lab's little girl opened her eyes. "Whoa, that scared me," she exclaimed. "Hee, now I can help Daddy even better. Yay, I'm so happy." In the lab, the little girl bounced around for a while before finally calming down. Now, it seemed she could do many things. At that moment, numerous unmanned laboratories and factories began to operate autonomously. Inside a meteor at the bottom of the spaceship, a biological brain weighing over 10 kilograms started functioning at low power. Player, you have acquired a top-tier attribute. Would you like to confirm its removal? Yes, no. Yang Chuan was momentarily stunned, taking a while to gather his thoughts. Had he just received another good attribute? Damn, this refresh method is making me numb. It's giving me a headache. Rubbing his eyes, he finally reacted and looked at the notification. Congratulations. You have obtained SSS level talent, Charisma. SSS is the highest level, and the Charisma attribute enhances your charm by 120. Charisma? He stroked his chin, recalling that scene in the cave. This attribute seemed closely related to that request. While this attribute didn't hold much practical value and wouldn't directly enhance his physical abilities, after careful consideration, Yang Chuan declined. This attribute might actually be the best fit for him. Chapter 77, I still remember the hint the system gave when I completed the trial in the cave. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Ding. Player 153272033 Yang Chuan. You have completed the human reproduction trial. Please choose a cultivation system in the upcoming game world. Establish a sect named Hahuan Sect, and recruit 200 disciples to receive generous rewards. Upon reading the task description, Yang Chuan was somewhat taken aback, as the target of this task was not just game players, but all of humanity. It was not limited to players, those who were too young to be protected, those who had become slaves, and even those who were under the lordship of others could be included. What's more, the most domineering aspect was that he could directly select them. As long as the other party nodded, there was no need for the consent of their lord. Of course, the requirements for disciples were quite harsh. Not only did they need to be female, but they also had to be exceptionally beautiful, of a young age, and must be virgins. Yang Chuan felt a strong aversion to this. What was going on? Was he supposed to build a harem? He was a traditional man. Why didn't he mind the idea of a harem? He certainly didn't yearn for it. Just the thought of being the only man among a bunch of beauties made him feel overwhelmed. Was there really such a ridiculous requirement for a trial? However, after glancing at the explanation of the generous rewards, he noticed a clue about this world. This was enough to pique his interest. After thinking for a long time, Yang Chuan decided to establish this sect. If he could find clues about this world, break free from its control, and bring humanity back to their original world. He would be more than willing to do so. Choosing to enter the game world, Yang Chuan was engulfed in a dazzling array of colors, causing him to instinctively close his eyes. The next moment, a gentle breeze brushed his face, and a waft of floral fragrance filled his nostrils. Opening his eyes, he found himself surrounded by a sea of flowers, with various exotic blooms he had never seen before enveloping him. The sky seemed to be in the early morning or late morning. He was in a valley where light mist rose, bringing a slight chill. Wow, what a beautiful flower! As a traditional man, Yang Chuan had never held much sentiment for flowers, but the one before him was astonishingly captivating. On the tender green branches, tiny thorns adorned a pink flower that was about the size of a fist, seemingly enveloped in a faint halo, exuding an enchanting fragrance. His attention seemed to be completely drawn to it, and before he knew it, he reached out his hand. The smooth petals felt gentle like jade, even softer than a maiden's skin. He couldn't tell if it was an illusion, but he felt the flower quiver slightly at his touch. The more he looked, the more he liked it, and he couldn't help but lean in closer, taking a deep breath of that mesmerizing fragrance. How bold of you, you scoundrel! How dare you treat this lady like this? An invisible thought emanated from the flower, causing it to slowly close up. Yang Chuan was startled and took a step back. He didn't sense any thoughts. After all, he was still a newbie and couldn't perceive any spiritual fluctuations. Ha, Sister Xiao. This human actually dared to smell your. Hee hee, that's hilarious. Oh no, my Sister Xiao, you're not pure anymore. Hee hee, but where did this human come from? Oh my, look, Sister Xiao is shy. She can actually feel shy. Invisible thoughts were transmitting through the air, and Yang Chuan curiously stared at the closing flower. Momentarily lost in thought. He had heard of sensitive plants, but could flowers do the same? Feeling puzzled, he couldn't help but reach out a finger to examine it more closely. Although he didn't know if the flower was poisonous, he was very curious about new things. Poke! Ah! As the thought brushed past, Yang Chuan was shocked to see the entire cluster of flowers tremble. He jumped back, eyes wide open, staring at the strange flowers, his hair standing on end. What on earth is going on? However, he noticed that he had just poked at the flower's unopened stamen, and his fingertip was now coated with a bit of shimmering nectar. Bringing it to his nose, a refreshing fragrance wafted towards him, making him swallow involuntarily. It smelled sweet, and out of curiosity, he couldn't resist sticking out his tongue to taste it. The flavor was delightful. A wave of sweetness surged with just a drop, filling his mouth with a floral aroma. Even the air he exhaled was laced with a rich scent. Wow, this is amazing. What he didn't realize was that at that moment, the thoughts in the space halted, except for the one flower that wanted to kill him. Many others slightly tilted away. Wow, how beautiful. This human, he makes my heart flutter. How dare he poke me there? I want to kill him. Can a human be this attractive? Why do I feel a special aura from him? Wanting to get closer. Just a moment ago, I was mocking Sister Xiao, and now I want him to hug me too. Hey, don't you see? This is a lecher. I've been violated by him, sisters. He is standing right next to me. I want to hold back. He is just too good looking. Yang Chuan was a bit dazed at that moment. He felt like he was being watched by a crowd. Crouching down, he looked around with a hint of uncertainty, but found nothing unusual. As he turned his body, a stunning flower came close to his lips, and a wave of fragrance filled his nostrils. Huh, what is this? Yang Chuan was taken aback, gazing at the yellow lily in front of him, which was covered in glistening droplets of water, exceptionally delicate. In the center of the flower, there was quite a bit of clean water. Looking around, it seemed like it had just rained, or perhaps the dew hadn't evaporated yet. This must be ordinary water, right? Feeling a bit thirsty, Yang Chuan bent down and gently licked a little, smacking his lips. It tasted good, definitely drinkable. He pressed the flower down lightly, leaned in, and drank the water inside until it was all gone. He. This is too bold, right? The lily sister was kissed forcefully, and he was holding her head. My heart is shattered. Why not come drink from me instead? Yang Chuan took a sip of water and felt fantastic. He couldn't tell if it was rainwater or dew, but it was sweet and delicious, though there wasn't much of it. Looking around, he dove right in, one flower after another, drinking more and wanting more, raising his eyebrows in surprise. What is this? It looks like that grass fruit, but why does it feel addictive? What's going on? Why does it feel like drinking this water fills my body with energy? Unbeknownst to him, a single peony was astonished, sending out waves of thoughts. Sisters, have you all gone mad? You actually infused the essence of life into the water and gave it to this human? Peony sister, don't mind us, it's just a little bit. It's nothing serious. I feel like my body's been emptied. So good, so refreshing. Yang Chuan stared blankly at the drooping flowers around him, completely confused. Is my mouth toxic? Feeling his body becoming light, Yang Chuan got excited. No wonder this is the world of cultivation. Even ordinary water has such magical powers. But first, I need to figure out what this game is all about. Chapter 78, although this was a game. Yang Chuan didn't see the usual game options. In his mind, there was only an option to exit the game and a backpack space of about 50 slots, which he assumed was a perk given to players by the system. The system space had 50 slots? This space should allow players to take things out, right? After thinking about it, he was about to exit when his gaze fell on the nearby flowers and plants. Since he was about to leave, should he take something back with him? Sure, let us collect some of these flowers and plants for an experiment. With that in mind, he started searching around. What did he say? Is he going to take me with him? Woo, that's great. Where's he taking us? Will he eat us? I'm a ginseng, you know. I don't know, but I really like him. Even if he eats me, it's fine. Just thinking about merging with him makes me a bit excited. Will it hurt? It seems like he plans to dig us out, right? Should I retract my roots first? Oh, good idea. I'll do that right now. However, they were mistaken. Yang Chuan did dig them up, but he took out the soil along with the roots. After all, he was transplanting them. If the roots were damaged, what if they didn't survive? Regardless of whether he knew them or not, Yang Chuan dug them up. This area was small, with only a dozen different flowers and plants. After he finished digging, he looked around in confusion. This place seemed a bit strange. How odd. Why is there only this patch here, while other areas are just weeds? And none of these dozen plants are the same. How amazing. Looking at his backpack, Yang Chuan nodded. It was indeed incredible, and it didn't weigh him down at all. Players coming to this world might even start a transportation business. Delivering goods, or something like that, would be a piece of cake. After collecting these uniquely appealing flowers and plants, Yang Chuan gazed into the distance and found that he was surrounded by mountains, making it impossible to discern the direction. He looked up towards the mountain peak, thought for a moment, and decided to climb up to take a look. Maybe if he got to a higher vantage point, he could see if there were any people nearby. Collecting items in this cultivation world, he couldn't just keep grinding monsters, right? There were many things in this world he had never seen before, let alone distinguish whether they were medicinal materials. If he wanted to refine pills to enhance his attributes, he needed recipes and methods. How could he get them without finding someone? The trees in the mountains were mostly ordinary, and Yang Chuan didn't recognize most of them. However, he did recognize many of the stones, but they weren't of much use, so he ignored them. After a tough climb to the top of the mountain, Yang Chuan was already panting heavily. Bil. I need to enhance my body quickly. I'm exhausted. Gasping for breath, Yang Chuan began to take stock of his surroundings. The mountain could be considered tall, but it wasn't the highest. Fortunately, it offered a view of many distant landscapes. Unable to discern the direction and seeing no signs of human life, he frowned. It seemed that this world was vast. Or perhaps he'd been dropped into a desolate place. After some careful thought, he decided to descend to the base of the mountain and follow the river. As humans have always relied on water sources for survival, whether for living or farming, water is an essential resource, and by following the river, he was bound to encounter other people. Descending the mountain was much easier. It wasn't particularly steep, which saved him a lot of effort. Along the way, he spotted many fruit-bearing plants, but he didn't recognize any of them and had to abandon the idea after observing them for a while. This was a completely unfamiliar world, and whether it was good luck or bad, he hadn't seen a single animal since he arrived. But that was somewhat a relief, as he was unarmed. And if he encountered a wild beast, he would likely be in serious trouble. After walking for a few hours, hunger struck, and he stopped to look around. Unsure if he would return to this exact spot, he scanned the area and found an open space, deciding to log out of the game. As his consciousness returned, Yang Chuan shook his head, feeling a sudden wave of discomfort. In his mind, the backpack space still existed. Yang Chuan raised an eyebrow, realizing that entering the game once would activate the backpack. He just wondered if he could store items from this world in it. If so, having a gun would be quite handy. He found a laser gun and shook his head after trying it out. It clearly wouldn't work. It seemed the system wasn't going to let players exploit such loopholes. He was curious whether items obtained from the game would have the same restrictions. Otherwise, entering the game empty-handed each time would be quite ridiculous. Summoning his daughter Wan, he discovered that his father and the others were still online, and he had no idea how the talent refresh was going. Wan, Daddy brought back many beautiful flowers and plants from the cultivation world. Shall we plant them and see what happens? Hum. Flowers. Flowers. The little girl happily bounced off to fetch a flower pot and some high-quality black soil and fertilizer from the warehouse. Yang Chuan took out a ginseng plant from his backpack, one of the few types he recognized among the flowers and plants. He gently touched it and noticed that it still had plenty of vitality, causing him to smile and nod. Although he didn't know how to determine its age. Just the part above the soil was already as thick as his wrist, so it must be quite old. Daddy, what is this? What? Wan, who had been squatting beside him curiously, furrowed her little brows upon seeing the plant Yang Chuan had taken out. It seemed she had detected some strange fluctuation from it. How to describe this feeling? It seems that the plant in front of me is filled with joy and curiosity, and that fluctuation seems to possess a probing ability, as if it's surveying its surroundings. Shaking my head to dismiss this strange feeling, I watch as Yang Chuan places it into a flower pot, completing the planting in an instant. The game world prompts whether to plant it, and once the choice is made, the system executes it immediately. Yang Chuan glances around and decides against using fertilizers, opting instead to plant other flowers and plants. Wan's previously puzzled expression has turned serious. She quietly stands up and approaches Yang Chuan. Dad, is there something wrong with these flowers? Yang Chuan looks up and notices her vigilant gaze on the plants. Momentarily taken aback. Something wrong? He inspects the flowers closely. They seem fine. In fact, after being planted, they appear to be more vibrant than before. Seeing Yang Chuan's confusion, Wan furrows her little brows and thinks for a moment before explaining. She feels that the flowers seem to be emitting a strong fluctuation, something she can't quite comprehend, and she wonders if there is any harm in it. Upon hearing this, Yang Chuan chuckles softly. Haha, don't worry. Look at that one. It's ginseng. Even if it doesn't become a spirit, it's still somewhat special. What you're sensing is probably a biological electromagnetic field. It's nothing to worry about. If I'm not mistaken, these should all be spiritual entities. After all, they're from the realm of cultivation, so a bit of peculiarity is no big deal. Their essay saying that goes, all things have spirits. Every entity has its own unique biological magnetic field. It just varies in strength. After saying this, Yang Chuan affectionately ruffles Wan's hair, easing her concerns. While they discuss, a group of spiritual herbs is having quite the animated conversation. Wow, is this the place where humans live? How strange. It feels like there's so many things we can't understand. Oh no, he touched me again. I don't care about anything else, but didn't you all feel that? The nutrients in this soil are amazing. Wow, he just gave me water. His gaze is so gentle. Sisters, I'm swooning. Please don't wake me up. What are you all fawning over? That jerk kidnapped us. Sister Xiao, do you like being tied up? What? Sister Xiao was tied up and bullied by this human? Sisters, look at this human child. Why is there no soul fluctuation? Also, why does her body feel a bit strange? Hey, what is this? A puppet? Or some kind of mechanism? This child seems to be able to sense our thoughts. How peculiar. Chapter 79, it wasn't until the afternoon that Dad and the others finally logged out of the game. Upon seeing Yang Chuan, they began to boast about their achievements. As for Dad's talent, well, it seemed like he had some sort of inner conflict, as he specifically chose an SS-level fishing skill. Uncle went for farming, Mom picked culinary skills, Aunt chose animal husbandry, but Xiaoyu said it was a secret, so no one knew what talent she had. At this point, Yang Chuan realized that talents could be highly specific, tailored to individual professions. Before, he had only been focused on levels and had overlooked the existence of skills like fishing and cooking, seeing that everyone had logged out without anyone receiving any first login rewards. Yang Chuan rolled his eyes and complained about the game being stingy. He then instructed Wan to open the game and send out a notification. Players had long been waiting impatiently. They were promised a half-hour delay, but now they were receiving a notice about the extended opening, and it was nearly evening. Eagerly, they dove into the game. Wan reported that the number of players currently in the game had exceeded 900 million, but it was impossible to differentiate between players, slaves, or citizens. Among them, those who chose the cultivation dungeon made up a large portion, around 73, followed by the Apocalypse dungeon at 23, with about 4 opting for the magical world. That night, Yang Chuan lay in bed, feeling like a freshly harvested cabbage, and opened the forum. It was bustling with activity. Some were marveling at Yang Chuan's impressive watch. Others praised the beauty of the cultivation world, while some discussed their birthplaces and many complained about their poor attributes. Yang Chuan noticed that most players had subpar talents. At least the majority were at the ABC level, which was the mainstream. A smaller portion fell into the deaf category, essentially considered useless, and they were all wailing about it. As for those above S level, they were quite rare, but Yang Chuan did spot a player with a 3S level talent. This player, who chose the magical world, boasted an impressive attribute: SSS level purification. According to him, without any skills at the moment, his talent's most direct effect was that he was excellent at cleaning, and his clothes came out exceptionally clean. For now, Yang Chuan was primarily concerned with the situation in the cultivation world. From the players' descriptions, it appeared that everyone's birthplace was different. Some appeared in bustling city centers, others in remote mountainous areas, and some, like Yang Chuan, found themselves in the wilderness. Players who appeared in populated areas had very little information to share, but without exception, everyone mentioned that they hadn't found any information about cultivation. It was unclear whether it was due to players' insufficient levels or the fact that they had just entered the game. Or perhaps those with clues were unwilling to share and kept their findings to themselves. In a completely open world that presents itself as a game, there are no guides or tips to rely on, leaving players to navigate the experience entirely on their own. They share their challenges and seek advice on how to cope. But when it comes to asking for help, the responses often lead to laughter. A group of hilarious internet users can make anyone burst into fits of giggles. One player, upon entering the game world, found himself at the entrance of a cave and immediately inflated with confidence, convinced he was the chosen one. The moment he landed, he spotted the cave, definitely a protagonist moment. With his head held high, he strode into the cave. It was clearly man-made, containing only a stone bed and a stone table. Apart from that, it was completely empty. Naturally, the player was skeptical. He found no magical cultivation manuals or elixirs, so he refused to give up. Ultimately, in a corner, he discovered a small pile of glowing items. They looked just like the legendary elixirs he had heard about. After sniffing them and detecting no foul odor, he gathered a few, reasoning that as a player, he wouldn't die. He tasted one and found it quite pleasant, so he pocketed the rest. After wandering around for a few hours without any issues, he occasionally munched on them as snacks. Then, he stumbled upon the source of these items, a creature resembling a badger, which was dropping things that looked exactly like what he had in his hands. There were also some bizarre incidents, like a player who approached a beautiful girl upon entering, only to be punched back, or another who saw the glowing fruit and ended up poisoning himself after a few bites. One player accidentally stepped on a small creature the size of a palm and got bitten, while another was crushed by a large bird dropping from above. Numerous strange and unusual deaths were happening all around. Despite the complaints, these players became increasingly excited. The novelty of the game drew them, and so completely that they could hardly distinguish between reality and fantasy. What was even more bizarre was the ability to extract items from a game, something unheard of before. Since there wasn't any useful information to be found, Yang Chuan decided to move on. He suddenly realized he had forgotten something important. The planting area, which seemed to have been transformed into a garden specifically for growing medicinal herbs. He had chosen flower pots to plant the herbs he had brought with him. When he arrived at the garden, Yang Chuan was taken aback. 30 seeds had already been planted. Upon inquiry, he learned that his daughter, Wan, had helped with the planting. He affectionately patted her on the head and praised her, making the little girl bubble with joy as she snuggled up to him. Daddy, let me down. Wan has things to do. She giggled. Curious, Yang Chuan asked what she needed to do, but Wan maintained her adorable innocence, refusing to tell him. Rolling his eyes, Yang Chuan decided not to press further and simply reminded her to eat dinner early, then left her to her business. Nan ran towards a laboratory. Before entering, she glanced back at Yang Chuan, her eyes filled with deep affection. The spaceship was flying unconsciously high in the sky, with its cloaking and protective shields activated. Yang Chuan had no reason to worry, and thus didn't pay any attention. However, what he didn't know was that their flight path had been adjusted by Nan, heading towards a certain corner of the map. Inside a warehouse, hundreds of container-like boxes were neatly arranged, each filled with densely packed rectangular pieces. Nan approached a machine, reached in, and took out one of the small blocks. With a mental command, the block in her hand began to transform. It first cracked open a seam in the middle, then unfolded in 4 directions. As the covering panel retracted, four small propellers emerged, revealing a miniature drone. With a buzzing sound, the motor started and the drone began to ascend before hovering in midair. Nan Nan watched intently for a moment, her beautiful big eyes slightly squinting as she carefully checked the flight status and various data transmitted by the drone. Video capture function, normal. Audio capture function, normal. Charging current, 10 amps. Full power consumption current, 8 amps. Micro laser emitter status, normal. High energy compressed battery, ready for activation. Perfect. Reconnaissance, surveillance. Suicide attack, everything is set. The charging capacity exceeds the consumption capacity, ensuring unlimited endurance. Very nice. Tomorrow, tomorrow will be fun. A chilling smile appeared on her youthful face. But unfortunately, no one witnessed this moment. I'll ask Grandpa Lee and the others how the probe rocket is coming along. Nan Nan often felt a bit uneasy about not understanding this world sooner. It was truly strange. Chapter 80 the next morning, after everyone had breakfast. They entered the game once again. The spaceship had already reached a remote corner of the game world. Some people on the forum were puzzled as to why the esteemed Yang Chuan had ventured to such a desolate place. But this news was promptly blocked by Nuan. The spaceship's shield, for some unknown reason, was disabled, and a small opening appeared below, releasing a large number of black cubes that fell to the ground. After descending a short distance, they unfolded and transformed into small drones, which began to fly off in various directions. Within Nuan's Zerd brain, a collection and monitoring system activated, rapidly displaying and minimizing various images while simultaneously filling in map data. The large map was drawn with incredible detail, featuring mountains, terrain, roads, and even trees and rocks, with an error margin of no more than 10 centimeters. Without the weight of carrying weapons, the drones produced by Nuan were equipped with highly advanced detection devices. After all 10,000 drones passed their tests with a 100 success rate, she halted further production and utilized one of Yang Chuan's 3 modification opportunities for the day. This was the first time she proactively used this feature. Previously, she would only do so at Yang Chuan's request. However, today, she was confident that her father was unlikely to use this feature. With a joyful smile, she watched as her father closed his eyes to enter the game, and she carefully tucked in every family member with their blankets before stepping outside. Some might wonder why it would not be faster to deploy the drones in the center of the map to cover the entire nation. The reason was that Yang Dad had mentioned that there were no open spaces near the mountains, and being by the sea might allow for some fishing. Therefore, Nuan had to choose to deploy the drones in the corner of the map, which would also avoid arousing her family's suspicions. For her, it didn't matter where they were deployed, the outcome would be the same. With over 400 million players, Nuan went all out, providing each person with 2 portable cameras. No surveillance devices. With these, they not only had the capability for 24-hour monitoring, but could also execute assassinations if necessary. The energy module, upon receiving a command, would perform an energy backfire and detonate. Despite their small size, the explosive power was comparable to 10 kilograms of TNT, making it effortless to eliminate a human without a hint of hesitation. Due to Nuan's unique emotional perception, she didn't harbor much fear or cowardice. So the distribution of these drones included high-ranking officials as well. Unfortunately, because these devices were propeller-driven, they couldn't be too close together, even with special designs. There was a risk of detection if they were more than 20 meters apart. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, Nuan usually kept them on standby at a distance. The swarm of drones flew out like locusts, covering the sky in a vast scale. It was no joke. There were a total of 800 or 900 million of them. Fortunately, there was no one nearby. Otherwise, they would surely have been discovered. Meanwhile, a post titled "Seeking Full Text of the Tao Te Ching. Generous Reward" was quietly deleted by Nan on the forum. The answer was in hand, and only the original poster could view the comparison results. Out of 130,000 responses, they were all identical, making it almost certain that this was the standard answer. However, Nan hesitated to act. After all, her father was only 2 characters away from completing it. Why did she hesitate to pursue it? After pondering for a while, she still didn't dare to take action. Her father's expression at that moment was unsettling, as if he was sensing some danger that made him give up at the last moment. But what exactly was her father afraid of? No, I need to get the rocket out. Grandpa Lee and the others are too slow. I've learned all the steps and can build it myself. Nan knew that only satellites positioned at high altitudes could observe the entire world comprehensively. She didn't quite grasp the concept of being in a game world. To her, this world was real. Her father, her family, her enemies, everything in this world existed in reality. Yet, with her independent thinking, her mind was constantly racing, and the more she thought, the more confused she became, inevitably fueling her desire to explore. She recalled that both her father and family, as well as other players, had mentioned another world called Blue Star, and she knew they all came from that world. Nan yearned to see that world, or rather, to explore a broader horizon. After Yang Chuan re-entered the game world, he had been traveling for 4 to 5 hours and had to stop to rest due to exhaustion. This body had attributes consistent with those in the survival world, making it painfully inadequate. The rugged mountain paths were difficult to traverse, with no proper trails, forcing him to follow the river downstream. Looking around, Yang Chuan's gaze fell on several types of plants. He was hungry. He didn't recognize many plants in this world, but he had seen several bold animals munching on these plants along the way, so he took note of them. Typically, most things that animals eat are edible, and even if something is toxic, the effects are usually not severe. However, he didn't plan to experiment, as he wasn't there to sample every herb. If he mistakenly ate something wrong, it would mean a troublesome trip back. He gathered a bundle of firewood and went to the riverbank to start a fire, then began searching the water. There were plenty of fish and shrimp in the river, which he was quite familiar with. Whether freshwater fish or shrimp, they were mostly non-toxic. Even if he were unlucky, cooking them at high temperatures would eliminate most toxins. After a considerable effort, he managed to catch a few and furrowed his brow as he started to cook. For some reason, the fish and shrimp in this world were much harder to catch than those on Blue Star. The 4 small fish and 5 river shrimp he had in hand took him quite a struggle. The shrimp was the first to be grilled to perfection. Its vibrant red color and the enticing aroma wafting through the air made Yang Chuan's mouth water. Without a second thought, he quickly peeled one, ignoring the heat, and stuffed it into his mouth. With the first bite, the fresh, tender, and bouncy texture filled his entire mouth. Even without salt, it tasted like a delicacy. Yang Chuan's eyes lit up as he eagerly grabbed another one, quickly devouring it. In no time, 5 shrimp were gone, and he could only watch longingly as the small fish were still cooking. What he didn't notice was a flash of white in the nearby bushes, slowly approaching. It was a pure white fox, incredibly cute, and at that moment, it was lifting its head, its little nose twitching as it sniffed the irresistible aroma, cautiously drawing closer. It could swear to the fox god that this was definitely the scent of fish and shrimp, but it was unlike anything it had tasted before. The rich fragrance struck straight to its soul. The fox crept forward until it finally spotted a human. Chapter 81. Fox Mayer was feeling quite frustrated today. Her father, who had been home for a long time, returned early in the morning, before she could even go up to him to be cute and playful. Her mother shooed her away, telling her to go find food for herself, play outside all day, and come back in the evening. Her mother's reasoning was something she couldn't refuse. She needed to interrogate her father about where he had been for the past 6 months. What made her even more upset was that something strange was happening in the 10,000 Great Mountains today. She had spent the entire morning nibbling on a few wild fruits, but hadn't spotted a single prey. She was an omnivore, after all. She wanted meat. She shouted in frustration to vent her dissatisfaction. As for interrogating her dad, she had even gotten far before she heard her mother's strange call. Oof. She didn't even care about food anymore. Boo-hoo, I'm hungry. With her head drooping and feeling listless, she wandered through the mountains, planning to try her luck by the river. The animals in the jungle were nowhere to be found. Surely the ones in the water would still be there, right? Imagining the delicious fish and shrimp, Fox Mayer felt saliva almost dripping from her mouth. She promised herself that she would catch plenty to fill her stomach. Then she would bring a big fish home and ruthlessly eat it in front of her parents, leaving not even a fishbone behind. However, just as she was about to reach the riverbank, she unexpectedly noticed thick smoke, which made her feel a bit fearful. A year ago, on a cloudy day, lightning struck a large tree in the nearby mountains, causing a massive fire that killed many animals. She had gone to the scene with her mother and had seen how tragic it was. Even many creatures stronger than her father hadn't been able to escape. The smoke that filled the air back then was exactly like what she was seeing now. Just as she was about to retreat, she caught a whiff of a special fragrance. She was certain it was the smell of fish and shrimp. However, she didn't know why. But this scent was something she had never encountered before, and it deeply captivated her. Her craving for food made her temporarily forget about the smoke. Following the scent, she slowly moved towards the location by the river. Wow, it smells so good. Swallowing, she finally spotted fish skewer by the campfire, but the next moment, she was taken aback. Forget the fire. There was a human right next to it. Yes. Her parents had carefully described what humans looked like and told her they were very evil creatures. They ruled the world, hunted living beings, and were cruel and terrifying demons. Fox Mayer felt a chill run down her spine and quietly crouched down, swallowing hard as she slowly began to back away. But in the next moment, she froze. The human, though he was staring at the roasting fish in an ungraceful manner, looked strikingly similar to her. But he was so handsome. Fox Mayer stood there in a daze, even slowly standing up without realizing it. The face she had never seen before was strikingly handsome, with a tall and graceful posture. And even his fingers were long and elegant. A peculiar beauty began to fill the heart of this fox girl, compelling her to step out from the bushes. She wanted to get closer, to take a good look, to see more clearly. So, she cautiously took slow steps, afraid that any noise she made would scare this human away. After about 5 meters, she stopped, and though she could only see his profile, it was captivating. It seemed as if there was a special charm about this human that made her unable to resist falling for him. "Hey," she called out. Her voice a sweet and delicate sound, playful and clear, echoing in Yang Chuan's ears. He jumped in surprise, nearly dropping the fish he was holding, and sprang up from the ground. Whoa, who? Oh my! Hearing a human voice in this desolate wilderness was one thing, but being startled like this almost scared the soul out of him. As he bounced away from the direction of the voice, Yang Chuan suddenly spotted the little fox, standing not far off. A white fox? Goodness, you scare me to death. I mean, what else with you, little fox? Why are you mimicking humans? Do you know how frightening that can be? Yang Chuan patted his chest, looking at the little fox, who seemed just as startled by his sudden movement. It crouched down, as if ready to flee at any moment. The fox girl, who Mayer, had realized that she had startled the human, but she resisted the urge to run away. Standing still, she watched as the human jumped up and rolled his eyes, mumbling incomprehensible words. Suddenly, she felt a strong desire to laugh. Her charming eyes curved into a smile as she opened her mouth and giggled. Yang Chuan was at a loss for words. What was wrong with this fox? Why couldn't he learn something useful? It jumped out to scare him, which was a sneak attack, totally unfair. He had been frightened, and now it was actually mocking him? Was this a mockery? It certainly felt like one. But Yang Chuan scrutinized her and suddenly began to laugh as well, looking at her fur and body shape. He thought she would make a good scarf or a decent meal, at least enough to feed him for a while. Hey, little fox, would you like some fish? Yang Chuan said with a friendly smile, shaking the fish he had strung on a stick and raising an eyebrow at her. Humayer felt her heart skip a beat, then start racing. This wasn't fear. It was a feeling she had never experienced before. The human-esque smile had momentarily captivated her, and then she saw him waving the fish and saying something to her, even reaching out. Was he attracted by my charm? As expected, my mother was right. The girls of the Fox clan are the most beautiful in the world. Even this super handsome human can't escape my beauty. Can he? Will you treat me to some fish? I suppose I can reluctantly give you a chance. Otherwise, it would be so awkward for you, wouldn't it? I'm not here just for the fish. I just don't want to make you uncomfortable. You should be grateful to me, human. Fox Mayer moved closer, not even knowing why she dared to approach, but she just felt compelled to. That human seemed to possess a magical charm, like a drug of summer, making her unable to resist getting closer. A voice in her heart urged her to go for it. So, she stepped forward gracefully, reached out, and instead of running away, she placed her paw on the ground and looked up at the human. Thank you. Her voice was beautiful, and Yang Chuan was momentarily taken aback. This voice, this expression. Could it be that she has become sentient? Was she just thanking him? Yang Chuan felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Surely, if she had gained intelligence, she couldn't be eaten anymore. As a modern person, he held a belief in not harming sentient beings. Rarely would anyone hunt primates like monkeys, let alone eat them. Yang Chuan sat down on the ground, his face filled with helplessness. He turned to look at the little fox, giving a wry smile and pointing at the fish on the ground, signaling her to eat it quickly and leave. Fox Mayer didn't immediately start eating. She looked at the fish on the ground and then back at Yang Chuan. Yang Chuan raised his chin in a gesture, slightly puzzled. Go on, it's really tasty. Does she think I'm stupid? How can I eat something so hot? Fox Mayer seemed to understand his meaning and let out a disgruntled sound. Yang Chuan, hearing her ah sounds, was just as confused. With a sigh, he picked up another skewer and began to grill it. Fox Mayer tilted her head, watching Yang Chuan grilling the fish over the fire. She couldn't understand why this human wasn't afraid of the flames, but instead used them to cook fish. Lowering her head to test the fish, she found it wasn't so hot anymore. Taking a gentle bite, her eyes immediately lit up. Ah, so delicious. Yang Chuan, hearing her reaction, looked over and smiled, then rolled his eyes. Good, right? That's what I traded you for. And then, smack, the joy was gone. Chapter 82. Huxier couldn't understand what Yang Chuan was saying, but she could sense that this human meant no harm. Tilting her head to observe Yang Chuan, she swallowed hard, picked up the roasted fish from the ground, and took a step towards him. Feeling the heat from the fire, she hesitated for a moment, but then moved forward again. Yang Chuan watched this adorable little creature, all snow white, with some confusion. When she offered him the fish and playfully scratched the air with her tiny paw, he understood her intention. Pointing at the fish roasting over the fire, he chuckled. Go ahead and eat. I have more cooking here. That half-cooked fish would definitely upset my stomach. But you're different. You're a fox, and nobody would mind if you had a little trouble. So eat up. Seeing him point at the roasting fish, Huxier guessed he was saying he had more, and her eyes brightened with a smile. After thanking him sweetly, she eagerly dug into the fish. It was undeniable that the flavor of roasted food was simply unparalleled. She almost lost her ladylike composure over such deliciousness. Moreover, she realized something irritating. While munching on the fish, she couldn't help but steal glances at this human, and somehow, the fish tasted even better. So delicious, she praised as she ate, adhering to the ancestral tradition that one must express gratitude for good food as a way to honor the gods of nature. Like most felines, when enjoying something tasty or comfortable, they would make sounds, but the Fox Clan's customs were even more ancient. Huxier's movements were graceful, yet encountering such a delightful dish for the first time, she quickly finished the small fish. Licking her lips and tiny paws, she looked at Yang Chuan. For some reason, she felt a genuine affection for this human. But hadn't her parents said that humans were all bad? Why was this one so kindly offering her food? Tilting her head, her eyes sparkled even brighter as she looked at Yang Chuan. If only I could keep eating such delicious food, and besides, this human must be male, right? Suddenly, Huxier covered her small face with her paw, feeling a bit shy, and pretended to scratch it, as if wiping her mouth. Thank you, human. Would you be willing to be my personal chef? Yang Chuan glanced at the little fox who was chattering away beside him, feeling a bit speechless. I only have 5 fish in total, and now that I've given you one, I'm down to 4. Do you still want more? But looking at this adorable little creature with her bright, expressive eyes, he felt she seemed quite intelligent, so he could only smile helplessly. Listen, little one, I only have these few fish left. If I give you one, I won't have any left for myself. Do you understand? If you want more, you'll have to figure out yourself, okay? After Humayer finished speaking, she kept staring at Yang Chuan, and when she saw his beaming smile, she couldn't help but feel happy. Although she couldn't understand what he was saying, emotions are something every creature possesses, right? It was clear that this human must have understood her words and agreed with her, right? With that thought in mind, Humayer called out to him a few times. Stay right here and don't move. I'll be back shortly. After calling out, she turned around and dashed away. Yang Chuan rolled his eyes in exasperation. TCH, you finish eating and just run off without even a thank you? At least offer a little compensation. But then wait a minute, why does it have 3 tails? Indeed, just as the little fox turned to run away, he noticed that this fox actually had 3 tails. At first, they were all tucked together, and since it wasn't facing away from him, he hadn't noticed. Now that he saw this, his curiosity was piqued. A 3-tailed fox? According to the storyline of the novels, could this be the juvenile form of a 9-tailed fox? So, I totally missed a golden opportunity? A spirit beast, huh? An opportunity to greatly enhance my power that I let slip away? Yang Chuan slapped his thigh in frustration. What a loss. That little fox was so close just now, and it looked completely unguarded. Wasn't it easy to catch? Damn it. No way. I need to figure out a way to get more fish and see if I can lure it back. Whether I roast it or stew it. It will be a great supplement. After finishing the fish in a few bites, Yang Chuan didn't rush to leave. He searched the area for vines and started weaving a fishing net. It was unrealistic to bring things from the modern world here, so making a net from scratch was the way to go. Plus, he had an idea, since there are spirit beasts. Does that mean the fish in the water could also have the potential to become sentient? Fish that have gained sentience and spirit beasts should be somewhat similar, right? Maybe they all contain some mysterious spiritual energy that, when consumed, could lead to an immediate upgrade. Poof! Instant immortality? Excited, his hands moved faster. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he felt invigorated and empowered by the fish and shrimp he had eaten. Soon, he completed a large net. Though it was so ugly he didn't even want to look at it. The vine net was heavy, so he couldn't throw it like a cast net. He had to sink it to the bottom of the water and pull it up when there were fish. He gathered some tender grass leaves, bundled them together, and tossed them into the net. Then, Yang Chuan headed to the shore to find a tool. After a hard struggle to break a small tree, Yang Chuan felt like cursing. Was it because his body was too weak, or did the trees in this world just grow sturdier? It was incredibly difficult to chop down. Without any tools, he could only pick up a sharp stone and scrape away at it, hammering away bit by bit. Even shaving a branch was a challenge. Arriving by the river, he intended to pull up the net and tie it to the small tree using ropes at the four corners. As he lifted the net, he was taken aback. Inside, there were 4 or 5 large fish lazily bubbling and almost flipping onto their backs. Young Chuan? Actually, the grass he had just thrown into the net was a special plant that emitted a scent to attract fish. Not only that, but when the fish consumed it, they would experience a sort of intoxication. The fish were large, each weighing around 10 pounds, and oddly enough, there were no smaller ones. He poked at them, but the big fish just moved a bit in annoyance and ignored him. They look so silly like this. Eating this won't affect their intelligence, right? Well, it doesn't matter. They're meant for the little fox anyway. With that thought, he dragged the large net back to the shore, picked up a stone, and swiftly struck the fish on the head. It was quick and relatively humane. Just as he finished processing the fish, Yang Chuan heard a familiar sound. He looked up and was instantly stunned. 3 figures stood there, not just a little fox, but also 2 larger ones, watching him from the same patch of grass where the little fox had appeared before. Wait, did it call its parents over? Just as I was getting started, I've been exposed. Observing the 5 or 6 tails behind the 2 larger foxes, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Wow, the more tails, the more powerful they are. These 2 must have some sort of magical abilities, right? Swallowing hard, Yang Chuan awkwardly scratched his head. Ahem, you could have told me in advance that I'd be meeting the family. It's kind of embarrassing. This book will not be abandoned. Although the readership is small, I will persist in finishing it. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 83, just as Yang Chuan finished speaking, a male voice echoed in his mind. Human, are you planning to marry into our family? Yang Chuan, can you at least greet me properly? Is marrying into a family something to be proud of that you could just say it like that? But, wait, you can talk. Startled, Yang Chuan took a few steps back, looking incredulously at the fox that had spoken. Wow, how surprising. Kid, my daughter has taken a liking to you. She said you both discussed it, and you're going to marry into the Hu family? Yang Chuan stared blankly at the big fox approaching him. Uncle Fox, when did I ever say I wanted to marry into your family? Who even discussed this with me? At that moment, Fox Mayer stepped forward, shyly reaching out her little paw to tug at his pant leg, burying her head into it. Honestly, my mom has a keen eye. When she said she found a handsome chef, I might have shown a bit too much excitement, and she directly pressured me into confessing. Young Chuan? So it's you, little one? With your, who knows what you were talking about? Marry into your family? Do I look like someone who would do that? Besides, your so-called discussion was one-sided, right? And what else with your shy demeanor? Human kid, don't deny it. My daughter has already said that you did something unforgivable to her and made her eat your stuff. The largest fox stepped forward, clearly angry. Humans are deceitful enough, but you, looking all human-like, don't you have any responsibility for your actions? And you even made my daughter eat something very fishy, and now you still dare to deny it. At that moment, another fox approached, and a gentle female voice echoed in Yang Chuan's mind. All right, dear, this human seems rather young. He must be shy. How can you ask him like that? After saying this, she turned to Yang Chuan, her eyes full of warmth and admiration. Young human, what is your name? Don't be afraid, we mean no harm. We just heard our daughter say she has promised to be with you for life, so we came to meet you. Yang Chuan, my name is Yang Chuan. After saying this, he stumbled over his words. Is your family filled with traditional rascals? You just unilaterally decided my marriage? What marrying in? What promise for life? And eating what? This is slander. With such a small thing, how could I possibly do that? Looking at the little fox clinging to his pant leg. Pretending to be an ostrich, Yang Chuan bent down, grabbed her front legs, and lifted her up to his face. I say, do you want to explain? I feel like there might be some misunderstanding here. Fox Mayer was stunned, lifted up under someone's armpit, exposing her belly and getting so close. Looking at that handsome face, perfect like a reader's ideal, her heart raced, leaving the whole fox dazed. Wawa, what are you doing? My parents are still here. This is so embarrassing. Let me go. Yang Chuan was full of questions, but he saw that the two big foxes seemed to have seen something they shouldn't have and turned their heads away. Hee hee, you young man, I think you're quite good. At least I don't sense any malice from you. Not bad looking either among humans. You must be considered quite handsome. I'm quite satisfied. However, young people shouldn't be so public about it. Be a little discreet. Yang Chuan was completely confused, glancing at the female fox and then at the one in his arms, not understanding the situation at all. Suddenly, he noticed Fox Mayer threading her tail between her hind legs, covering her belly, her legs stiffening and her voice becoming a bit stuttered. Wah, wah, wah. Let me go. You bad person. No, don't look. Vite. Auntie, did we misunderstand something? I didn't tease your girl. She ate voluntarily. I didn't force her really. Enough. Kid, stop being so fussy. Do you believe I can strike you down with a thunderbolt? Wipe your soul out completely. Yang Chuan immediately shut his mouth. Wipe my soul out? What use would it be if my soul entered? I'd just be done for, with no chance of resurrection. And why does this old lady have such a foul temper, not even giving me a chance to explain? Well, Yang Chuan, I guess we've met. Maya, You can stay with him for a while. I have things to discuss with her father, so we'll take our leave now. Please greet our in-laws for us. And remember to treat Mayer well. If I find out you're not good to her, anyone let you off easy, As soon as she finished speaking, the male fox next to her shivered, seeming to want to escape, but was called back by the female fox. Looking at the big catch Yang Chuan had, an unusual glint flashed in her eyes as she gave him a meaningful glance, then called the male fox over. And they each picked up a fish and dragged it away. Well, we'll take these two spirit fish that are about to transform. Consider them your betrothal gifts. You and Mayer can eat them, but remember not to eat too much. Your cultivation is too shallow to handle too much spirit energy. Got it? Yang Chuan stared blankly as they left, filled with questions. What on earth was this? Spirit beasts? Is this whole family crazy? Furrowing his brows, Yang Chuan brought the little fox up close to his face, staring at her. I said, little fox, what did you tell your family? How did they end up leaving you with me? Whimper, whimper. The little fox let out a few soft sounds, feeling shy as she raised her paw to cover her eyes. So, when Yang Chuan set off again, he was accompanied by a beautiful three-tailed white fox. The sight of the two of them, a person and a fox, was quite harmonious. However, their conversations were a bit peculiar. I said, I was planning to eat you, but now I've changed my mind. But your parents are really unreliable, just leaving you with me like this. Aren't you afraid I might stew you? Whimper, whimper. Darling, what are you saying? Little fox, wait, your name is Mayer, right? Your parents have 5 or 6 tails, so they must be quite impressive. Don't get the wrong idea. I didn't take you in because I'm scared of them. I was just asking out of curiosity. Whimper, whimper. This little fox was very understanding. Although there were still some minor communication issues, Yang Chuan discovered that her intelligence was quite high. For instance, she would occasionally dart off and return with a bunch of fruits. When Yang Chuan fed her, she would snuggle up in his arms, laughing happily. Don't ask how Yang Chuan could tell she was smiling. Many of a fox's emotions are similar to those of humans and are easy to discern. However, whenever Yang Chuan curiously tried to see her tail or touch it, she would shyly run away, standing at a distance and calling softly. Yang Chuan had no ulterior motives. He was simply curious about tails with more than one tuft. He just wanted to catch her and touch those 3 fluffy tails whenever he got the chance. Fox Mayer would always protest shyly, and this strange duo ventured deeper into the forest. As the day turned to dusk, the pair had already walked over 10 miles, and Yang Chuan decided it was time to log off and take a break. But looking at the little fox beside him, who was gazing up at him, he felt troubled. What was he supposed to do with this little creature? Chapter 84. He could exit the game at any time. But leaving such a small fox out in the wilderness made him uneasy. What if a wild beast came and took her away? Besides, this little fox was so adorable that he felt a pang of compassion. After some thought, Yang Chuan wasn't sure if he could store pets in his system backpack. Plants could be stored, so animals should be possible too. However, If you remembered correctly, the storage space in novels typically couldn't hold living creatures. But it didn't make sense since those herbs he brought out were still alive and well. Could he store them or not? Yang Chuan paused and looked around. He had reached a sandy area, which seemed flat and likely free of large predators. Squatting down, he addressed the little fox. Who may I'm going to step away for a bit, but I don't know if I can take you with me. So, I need to experiment first. Can you wait here for a moment? He gestured as he spoke, leaving Humayer looking confused. After saying that, Yang Chuan walked over to the riverbank, caught a small crab from the water, and tossed it into his system backpack. Stay here. I'll be right back, okay? Don't run off, or you might get eaten by another animal. He gently patted the little fox's head and smiled as he watched her close her eyes and look blissful. He stood up and chose to exit the game. Once out of the game space, Yang Chuan immediately retrieved the small crab, relieved to see it lively and well. It seemed the system backpack was indeed quite magical. Unlike the storage rings in novels, it could hold living creatures. Choosing to re-enter the game, Yang Chuan was taken aback. The next entry time was 13 hours, 27 minutes, and 39 seconds. Oh no, he had forgotten that taking items out had a cooldown period, and the time varied depending on what he removed. What troubled Yang Chuan most was that out of the 5 fish he had caught earlier, 3 were stored in the backpack and brought out, which added to the cooldown time. He frowned, realizing that the little fox would be left alone for most of the day. But what if it got dark over there? Would she be in danger? Feeling anxious was pointless, so Yang Chuan could only sigh in resignation as he got up and headed downstairs. He left, but Humayer was left startled. She stood there, staring blankly at the spot where Yang Chuan had vanished. Woo woo woo. Husband. She looked around, softly calling out, bewildered. How could a perfectly healthy person just disappear? Woo, woo woo woo. Husband, where did you go? There was no response, and as the sky darkened, Humayer felt a mix of fear and confusion. From a young age, she had never spent a night alone in the wilderness. At this moment, watching the blue of the mountains turn into deep darkness, the hair on her body stood on end. Wah, wah wah wah. My lord, stop playing. Meyer is scared. Please come out. Woo woo. But there was no response. The night began to blanket the earth, and everything around her turned pitch black. The mountain wind rustled through the grass in front of her, creating a faint whispering sound. She hunched over, trembling. Wah, wah wah. Woo, my lord. Please don't abandon Meyer. I'm so scared. As the night deepened and visibility dropped to nothing, Meyer could barely see, but fear kept her frozen in place, shaking uncontrollably. After several minutes of enduring her terror, she dared not call out any longer, afraid of attracting the attention of nocturnal predators. This world, while magical for humans, was still governed by a strict hierarchy for the indigenous beings like the fox spirit Meyer. Not only could a 3-tailed white fox like her be in danger, but even her deeply skilled parents could easily be defeated by other creatures. A fragile little girl, consumed by fear in the pitch-black night. Her heart held only one thought. She, the obedient and adorable fox spirit, had been cruelly abandoned by her lord. On such a night, she was left alone in the wild, waiting for a beast of the night to devour her. My lord, I was wrong. Please come back. I'm so scared. Woo. As she cried silently, she wished that in the next moment, that radiant figure would appear before her. Even if it meant dying together, she wouldn't mind. But she was terrified of dying alone. The wind rustled louder, seemingly growing heavier, shaking a distant thicket violently. In the darkness, it felt as though it had transformed into a fierce beast, fixating on her. The fox spirit wanted to scream, but fear held her back. She pressed her little paws tightly over her mouth, terrified of making a sound. Her large, expressive eyes were filled with terror, fixated on the darkness, fearing a terrifying presence would suddenly leap out. The night wind howled, and she remained crouched in place, not daring to relax even slightly. At the slightest noise, she would turn her head in fright to see what it was. When Yang Chuan woke up, he glanced helplessly at the little girl lying beside him. Xiaoya. This girl was quite diligent. Even though it was already past 11 when she logged off, she still didn't let herself rest. But in the next moment, Yang Chuan frowned as he remembered Meyer, the poor little fox. Could it be that she had already been eaten by a wild beast? With worries in his heart, he thought for a moment, then decided not to get out of bed and went straight into the game. The scenery changed, and when Yang Chuan reappeared, he was still by the riverbank. However, the sight before him startled him. The little white fox was lying motionless between a few rocks. How you Meyer? How you Meyer? Yang Chuan called out, but she didn't budge at all, instantly causing his heart to tighten. He quickly stepped forward, reaching out to pick her up. No, don't eat me. No, no. Hu Meier suddenly screamed, breaking free from Yang Chuan's grasp and leaping to the ground, quickly darting away and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yang Chuan was taken aback. Seeing the little fox run off left him feeling somewhat lost. The sky was clearly bright, and the sun was already high up. Wasn't she waiting for him here? Yet, her demeanor clearly suggested she was frightened. What on earth was going on? A wave of guilt washed over him, and he couldn't help but shout in the direction the little fox had fled. Hu Meier. I'm sorry. I didn't know I couldn't come back immediately. Please don't be scared. However, after waiting for a while, the little fox still didn't appear, which made him feel exceptionally distressed. This really wasn't my fault. I didn't dare to bring her without confirming whether the system space could contain living beings. But I should have at least built her a safe shelter before leaving, right? Yang Chuan tugged at his hair in frustration, filled with regret. He realized he had been careless, thinking he could return immediately, only to find himself delayed for more than 10 hours. Looking at the grass where the little fox had vanished, he felt a pang of sadness. How much psychological trauma had he caused her with a night filled with fear? He sighed helplessly. I hope you don't blame me. I really didn't mean to. At least, let me explain. Chapter 85. Fox Meier was truly terrified after a night filled with anxiety and fear. She was on high alert, feeling both heartbroken and frightened, with tears nearly dried up. Any slight sound made her tremble in fear. The torment of the night left her mind in a daze. As dawn broke, she finally couldn't hold on any longer and fell into a deep sleep. In her dreams, she found herself surrounded by terrifying beasts, each more fearsome than the last, their mouths wide open and drooling, their gazes filled with a bloodthirsty hunger. She felt desperate, lost, and helpless, calling out to the heavens with no response, and to the earth without any answer. At one moment, a fearsome creature grabbed her from behind, and when she turned to look, a massive, bloody mouth lunged at her. With a scream, she quickly broke free and ran for her life. In her daze, she seemed to hear a familiar voice calling out, but in her panic, she paid no heed and just ran blindly forward. After what felt like an eternity, she finally grew tired, collapsed onto the ground, and began to cry out in despair. Yang Chuan stood in place, filled with sorrow and turmoil, desperately hoping that the little fox would emerge from the bushes at any moment. However, after waiting for a full 2 hours without seeing her, disappointment and despondency began to weigh heavily on him. He sat down on a nearby rock, feeling immense guilt as thoughts of the little fox's clingy demeanor and her loving gaze flooded his mind, causing him great heartache. Reflecting on how she looked at him, it seemed to be filled with affection, and despite being just a fox, Yang Chuan felt it deeply. It felt as if he had let her down. Another hour passed, and he looked at the still bushes with a self-deprecating smile. What are you waiting for? After hurting her so much, do you really expect her to forgive you? If the roles were reversed, and you were left here alone, would you forgive her? Standing up, he gazed for a while, then called out loudly, his voice echoing through the mountains and forests. Fox Meier, I am sorry. All he received in return was the sound of echoes, and with a disappointed shake of his head, he turned and continued walking forward. It seemed she would never forgive him. As he walked, he occasionally glanced back, but when he could no longer see the sandbank, there was still no sign of the little white fox. Yang Chuan moved forward with a heavy heart. Even if it were just an ordinary kitten or puppy in such a situation, he would feel equally sad. Suddenly, a faint voice reached Yang Chuan's ears, and he froze. Coming to an abrupt stop, he listened intently, but there was nothing. In a panic, he ran back, turned the corner, and looked toward the sandbank, but still saw no trace of the little fox. Was it just an illusion? Yang Chuan sighed helplessly, shook his head, and turned around to continue his journey forward. So, I really care about her this much? Woo-woo. Yang Chuan paused, his face filled with surprise. This time, he truly heard her. In a panic, he turned around, only to see a flash of white darting out from the grass, heading straight for where he had been. It was her. It was Hu Meier. She came back. Woo-woo. The little fox stood in place, frantically looking around and calling out anxiously. Yang Chuan felt a surge of warmth fill his heart. His throat tightened, and when he opened his mouth, no sound came out. His eyes began to water, and without thinking of anything else, he dashed toward the sandbank. Hu Meier stood still, her heart heavy with anxiety and disappointment. After running far away, she had cried her heart out, but at a certain moment, She suddenly snapped back to reality. She remembered that when she fled, there had been a voice calling for her. But in her panic, she hadn't heard it clearly. Now that she thought about it, that voice seemed to belong to her husband. Realizing this, she ran back as if driven mad. After all, it had been quite a while, and what if her husband thought she was coming back and disappeared again? In her haste and anxiety, she stumbled multiple times along the way, her once pristine white fur now stained and tangled with dirt and grass, and she had even injured herself in several places. But she didn't care at all. All she wanted was to return to the place where they had parted the night before, because she wanted to see him. Woo-woo. Woo-woo-woo-woo. Husband. Husband, don't leave Meyer behind. Please, please. She strained to rise on her tiptoes, her voice filled with helplessness and sorrow, slowly dwindling. He really left, without waiting for her. Did her panicked escape make him think she wouldn't return? Did her indifference cause him to leave alone? Heartbroken, her heart ached painfully, making her unsteady, and she collapsed onto a rock. Woo-woo, whom Meyer cried out in sorrow. At that moment, she didn't care about attracting any wild beasts. Without her husband, she felt she had lost everything. Being torn apart and devoured by a beast would be just fine, wouldn't it? Meyer, a voice reached her ears, and she abruptly stopped crying, even halting her breath. She lifted her head, and through her tear-filled eyes, she looked in the direction of the voice. A figure was quickly running toward her, stumbling and nearly falling several times. Woo-woo, Meyer cried out in despair and sprinted toward that figure. One person and one fox, both in tears, ran desperately towards each other. When whom Meyer was about 5 meters away from Yang Chuan, she leaped up and dove straight into his arms. Whimper, whimper, she was crying, and Yang Chuan saw her. The little fox, her face streaked with tears that ran down from the corners of her eyes, dampening her fur. But she couldn't bear to blink, looking at him with such a wronged expression, tears streaming down. I'm sorry, Meyer. I didn't know it would take so long to come back. I'm really sorry. Yang Chuan held her close, cradling her against his face, feeling genuinely guilty. Whimper, whimper, the little fox cried out, sounding like a wronged little wife, wailing for quite a while until she finally tired out and nestled quietly in his embrace. Meyer, I'm sorry for making you feel this way. Yang Chuan's heart ached as he held her, looking at her small, pitiful form. He gently lifted her little head and showered her face with kisses, overwhelmed with remorse. The little fox was stunned, her eyes wide as she stared at Yang Chuan. Husband, did he just kiss me? In the next moment, as she processed this, she felt all her grievances vanish, and the sadness and pain disappeared completely, leaving only the sound of her heart racing like distant thunder. Whimper, whimper, husband. She tilted her head back and playfully licked Yang Chuan's face with her little tongue. Yang Chuan was taken aback by her lick, momentarily stunned, but when he saw she had stopped crying, he couldn't help but break into a smile. What happened to you? How did you get into this state? Let me see where it hurts. At that moment, he didn't want to continue on his journey. He just wanted to comfort the little fox. Seeing her all dirty made his heart ache. Carrying Meyer to the riverbank, Yang Chuan began to wash her fur while chatting with her, asking if anything hurt. The fox was quiet, gazing dreamily at Yang Chuan, allowing him to wet her fur as she simply watched him. Her eyes were full of deep, unshakable love. Chapter 86, feeling his anxiety and heartache. Meyer couldn't help but think that it was all worth it. It turned out that her husband hadn't abandoned her. He had been waiting right here all along. He had only left reluctantly, because she hadn't returned for a long time. Hearing her voice, he rushed back, didn't he? And he kissed her, just like humans. Foxes only share kisses between spouses and family. At this moment, she had only one thought in her heart. My husband, he kissed me. Husband, please don't leave me again, okay? Yang Chuan looked at her, and for some reason, at that moment he understood. He nodded vigorously. Meyer, I swear I will never abandon you again. Carefully grooming her fur, he noticed the raw patches on her little paws, still bleeding, and felt a surge of sadness. Meyer, how about I take you to my world? Meyer looked at him, not quite grasping what he meant, but seeing the look in his eyes. She somehow felt she understood. She nodded and softly replied, ah. Yang Chuan watched her seriously assure him again and again before he attempted to bring her into the system space. To his surprise, it went extraordinarily smoothly. In the next moment, Yang Chuan opened his eyes and quickly released the little fox. Meyer saw her surroundings suddenly turn into a void, and with her husband disappearing again, she couldn't help but feel a surge of panic. The next moment, as the surroundings lit up again and she opened her eyes to see Yang Chuan, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. She immediately leaped into Yang Chuan's arms, biting down on his collar and refusing to let go. Yang Chuan stroked her still damp fur and got up, carrying her to the bathroom. Only then did Humayer notice her surroundings, her eyes widening in astonishment. What kind of world was this? Everything was unlike anything she had ever seen before. The pristine white walls, various strange objects, and a transparent mirror reflecting the two of them. Buzz! A sound startled Humayer as she saw Yang Chuan pointing a strange object at her. A rush of warm air hit her, making her breath quicken. But seeing Yang Chuan smiling at her, she forced herself to endure the fear, allowing him to groom her fur and dry the moisture from it. When she realized that the object was just blowing warm air and posed no danger, she finally relaxed. Her husband wouldn't harm her. While grooming her fur, Yang Chuan noticed multiple bruises on her little body and frowned deeply. How had this little one gotten so many injuries? That's just too pitiful. Wan, are you there? Can you bring Daddy some medicine for stopping the bleeding and bruising? The little girl quickly replied, her voice filled with surprise. Daddy's awake. Okay, I'll bring him right away. Soon, a cheerful little girl knocked on the door, and upon seeing the fox spirit, she clearly froze for a moment. Daddy, what is this? Where did it come from? She couldn't remember any such creature in their territory, ever since she secretly modified the detection equipment. Not even a tiny bug could sneak in without her noticing. Yet, this creature had inexplicably appeared in her father's room. What was going on? She immediately became anxious, activating all her detection devices and scanning the little fox. The fox spirit squinted her eyes, sensing that the human child seemed to be probing her, and raised an eyebrow, displaying a wary expression. Yang Chuan was taken aback, watching the two of them, then rolled his eyes in exasperation and chuckled as he playfully ruffled their hair. Don't be scared, dear. This is a spirit beast that Daddy brought back for the cultivation world. It's not dangerous. And Mayer, don't be afraid either. This is my daughter. Do you understand, dear? We're all family. The little girl understood, and the fox spirit looked at him in confusion, but after seeing his expression, she grasped his meaning. Ying, she called out to the little girl, her tone now devoid of wariness or threat. The little girl curiously asked Yang Chuan about the fox spirit, and he could only explain while applying medicine to Mayer. For some reason this time, Mayer didn't protest when he touched her tail. She would just squirm uncomfortably at times, but she didn't jump away or pretend to be angry like before. However, whenever Yang Chuan petted her tail, she would go completely stiff, her heart racing as if it might leap out of her chest. This strange sensation overwhelmed her. Yet when Yang Chuan's hand moved away, she felt a peculiar sense of loss. Mayer asked somewhat reluctantly after Yang Chuan finished applying the medicine. Unfortunately, Yang Chuan didn't understand, and she could only complain about his lack of sensitivity, adorably shaking her head. Glancing at Xiaoya, who was lying on the bed engrossed in a game, Yang Chuan turned to the little girl. Wan, have Grandpa and Grandma logged off? Has anything happened here? Holding the little fox in his arms, he walked downstairs while listening to her report. Currently, there were no abnormalities in the three game worlds. Players generally had not encountered any fortunes. In fact, players who chose the apocalypse and magic worlds have been venting their frustrations on the forum. Many of them had either inexplicably inhaled toxic gas and dropped dead or been swallowed whole by monsters while wandering around. In short, most players returned without gaining anything at all. One by one, players are venting their frustrations, complaining about why they didn't choose the world of cultivation. At least, in the early stages, it's safe. They keep dying and don't want to play anymore, leading to a very poor gaming experience. However, in the survival world, Nana has indeed discovered something unusual. In a gathering place located in the northwest central part of the game world, player deaths are currently occurring. With such a large population, it's not unusual for players to die in the game, but what Nana is talking about is different. According to her description, this gathering place has a population of over 1,000 and had been developing rapidly. Yet, for some unknown reason, the residents of this area are dying off at an alarming rate. Many players are mysteriously losing connection while playing. And if it weren't for Nana constantly monitoring the game data, this might have gone unnoticed. Typically, when a player's soul enters the game world, it shouldn't just dissipate. So Nana deduces that something must have happened to their physical bodies in reality. She didn't dare tell Yang Chuan that she had detailed information and was keeping an eye on all the players. She only mentioned that the deaths in that area were quite abnormal. Hearing this, Yang Chuan frowned. For some reason, He couldn't help but think of a player named by Fei Fei. Nana, what about by Fei Fei? Any news on her whereabouts? Did the post we sent out catch any players' attention? Nana thought for a moment, somewhat uncertain. Dad, the last post had photos, and it seems players are even more interested in by Fei Fei now. She wasn't quite sure how to describe it. After all, she couldn't understand the comments players left on the post. Phrases like leg playing years 10 times in one night and dying under the peony made no sense to her. As for the part of the post that mentioned this player bringing death to others, it seemed the players didn't care at all. Yang Chuan felt a bit helpless upon hearing this. What can't the people of Daxiao play? On Blue Star, Daxiao players have always been the nightmare of game developers from various countries, completely ruining many masterpieces. What kind of people are they? They're not even human. Chapter 87. Chinese players. Are they human? They are divine beings. In sandbox games, they build neural networks. In war games, they turn them into farming simulators. In FPS games, they play them like strategy games, leaving players around the world in despair. The more restricted the gameplay, the more eager players become to try it, often going above and beyond what is allowed. So, when Yang Chuan's post went up, the first reaction from everyone was, "This girl I could." Indeed, it must be acknowledged that by Fei Fei's appearance, figure, and her seemingly fragile demeanor won the unanimous affection of the players. As for the so-called dangers, most people brushed them off. Many in this world were reluctant to interact with others, even with the entire map unlocked. A significant portion of players preferred not to group with strangers, and it was rare for unfamiliar people to cluster together unless they were family or friends. Thus, most men found themselves completely defenseless in the face of such a pure and adorable girl. Many downloaded her photos, perhaps using them for unknown purposes in the quiet of the night. When by Fei Fei actually appeared, players were further enchanted by her looks, starting with individual players, then small groups, and eventually larger gatherings. The number of players falling victim to her was increasing rapidly. Her entry into this territory of over 1,000 people was undeniably risky, yet she still took the plunge, leveraging her advantages to successfully infiltrate. It wasn't exactly infiltration. Rather, it was a tactic where only a few noticed her presence. By feigning vulnerability, she managed to have others hide her away, treating her like a precious possession. After devouring these individuals, she would then target others, presenting herself as a fleeing damsel in distress, only to be rescued by someone. However, as the game opened up, players found their consciousness slipping away as they lay in their beds, unaware that by Fei Fei had set her sights on this rare opportunity. With each experience gained, even the unconscious bodies expressed a deep respect in her presence. This ultimately led to unexpected deaths during the game connection, and Wan recorded these incidents, waiting to inform Yang Chuan when he returned. She had a feeling that if this hidden danger wasn't addressed, it might one day pose a threat to her father. However, due to Yang Chuan's involvement in the matter, she felt powerless to make decisions on her own. Revealing too much could risk incurring her father's displeasure. After some contemplation, Yang Chuan decided he needed to eliminate this threat. Although his territory was flying high and completely sealed off, and by Fei Fei shouldn't pose much danger, he still wanted to do something for the players of the Great Xia. Wan, I've never asked about our territory's long-range strike capabilities. Could you give me a brief overview? When it came to this, he felt a bit ashamed. The arrival of Nan had made him lazy. He had basically handed over the development and construction of their territory to her. As he spoke, he couldn't help but feel guilty and pulled Nan into his embrace, wanting to say something but ultimately unable to find the words. Nan happily wrapped her arms around Yang Chuan's neck and began to introduce him to recent developments. Old Li and the others had already developed a remote-carrying rocket, although it was still in the debugging phase and not yet ready for launch. On the weapons front, Old Huang's team had created energy recoil modules using some special materials, essentially the same type of technology Nan was using in the drones. Although it relied on a high explosive reaction generated by pure energy and chemical substances, it could completely replace chemical explosives and was incredibly powerful. As for high-energy weapons, much of the focus was on ray weapons, although they mostly triggered high-temperature reactions from rays. It seemed they were currently researching weapons that could cause explosions at points exposed to high-energy rays. Regarding the construction of the territory, after Yang Chuan's last instruction, Nan had taken the initiative to begin building it. Currently, various basic infrastructures had been completed, with about 70 of the intermediate technology finished. and approximately 30 of the high-end and top-tier research equipment in place. They were already able to manufacture various basic and common products, though there were still gaps in the high-end items, which Nan was working hard to fill. Under Nan's leadership, the development of Yangchuan's territory had surpassed over 95 of all players. This girl always had a strange sense of urgency, feeling that the world was quite odd. And deep down in her thought processes, she had a strong desire to escape. It was this peculiar sense of crisis that prompted her to employ methods unknown to Yangchuan, quickly gathering everything she could from other players. If it was useful or needed for the construction of Yangchuan's territory, she would find a way to acquire it. Dad, we already have usable long-range missiles. Should we destroy it directly? Upon hearing this, Yangchuan nodded. Such potential threats naturally needed to be dealt with. However, what he didn't realize was that his idea of eliminating it was completely different from what Nan meant. A small missile, less than 50 centimeters in diameter and about 2 meters long, dropped from the bottom of the spaceship, screeching as it shot into the sky. There weren't many players in the game world who hadn't logged in yet, but some noticed a strange smoke trail in the high altitude that was moving incredibly fast. That was the wake created by the missile exceeding the speed of sound. It wasn't smoke from burning chemical fuel, but rather vapor created from moisture in the compressed air. Therefore, even though it was powered by pure electricity, the compressed air still left a distinct trail. Consequently, someone shared photos on the forum claiming that an unidentified flying object had passed by its supersonic speed, but it was unclear what exactly it was, as the distance was too great to see clearly. In a gathering place at the end of its flight path, a girl was currently pinning down an unresponsive man, her eyes filled with a cruel expression. Yet, her face was marked by enjoyment, relishing the feeling of power that was steadily growing. The man's body twitched unconsciously, and after a short while, she stepped out of the room, brushed her hair behind her ear, and a captivating smile spread across her bright red lips as she looked up at the sky. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened as she noticed something rapidly approaching from the sky. As a modern individual, she hadn't seen anything like this in person, but she had certainly seen enough on television and the internet. "Hey, missile!" Startled, she thought for a moment, then turned and locked the door behind her. Quickly, she selected a random ID and activated her teleportation skill. The world around her shifted, and by the time she regained her bearings, she found herself in a different location. Just seconds after she left, a tremendous explosion occurred at the gathering place, erasing everything within the camp, including players still engaged in the game, in an instant. The force of the explosion was immense, leaving no trace of the camp, only a deep crater where it once stood. No one noticed that Yangchuan, distracted by preparing food for the little fox, missed the opportunity to recognize the problem. Of course, even if he had asked, Wan would probably have only told him that she had executed a precise strike, without revealing that she had directly obliterated the camp of over 1,000 people. Chapter 88 having temporarily resolved by Feifei's issue and no longer needing to worry about territory construction, Yangchuan fully immersed himself in the game. Unsurprisingly, the little fox could accompany him into the game, which meant that anything obtained in the game could also be brought back when they re-entered. With one person and one fox wandering through this completely unfamiliar world, Yangchuan often experimented with various ways to catch animals for food. He discovered that everything in this world seemed to contain something beneficial for the body. After eating, he felt refreshed and full of energy. Although he didn't recognize all the plants and trees, they generally didn't differ much from what he knew, so as long as he avoided touching anything unfamiliar, he wasn't particularly worried about his safety. Moreover, if they encountered any dangerous creatures, the little fox would warn him in advance. Yangchuan looked at the little fox, who always gazed at him with an infatuated expression, feeling somewhat exasperated. That look was just too enticing. "Hey, Mayor, I know you're a girl, but could you please stop staring at me like that?" The little fox, unable to understand his words, would just grin and let out a cute whimper whenever he spoke to her. Considering her small size, Yangchuan would carry her in his arms after walking for a while. Those little legs struggled to keep up with his pace. When she ran, she would outpace him, and when she walked, her little legs moved so quickly that it made Yangchuan roll his eyes. Sigh, when will I ever achieve success in cultivating immortality? This journey is just too exhausting. The fox didn't understand. All she knew was that her master treated her very well, always preparing delicious food and worrying that she might tire out, constantly holding her. Whenever that happened, she would happily lick Yangchuan's face to show her affection. About 2 days had passed, and as Yang Chuan looked at a distant village, he let out a long sigh. Wow, this world is huge. After walking for over 100 kilometers, I finally see signs of civilization. Just then, the little fox suddenly called out to him, and Yang Chuan turned to her in curiosity, only to see her point with her tiny paw towards a nearby ravine. Is there something over there? Do you want me to go there? Judging by her expression, she seemed eager for him to check it out. Yang Chuan couldn't help but scrutinize the area. The ravine wasn't too large. It was located beneath a cliff, where huge boulders formed a strangely shaped depression, surrounded by overgrown weeds and trees. If it weren't for the little fox insisting he go over, he wouldn't have noticed this secluded spot among the trees at all. Furrowing his brow, Yang Chuan decided to take a look. The little fox has a mysterious connection, and it wouldn't make sense for it to lead itself here for no reason. It must have discovered something. Therefore, it's worth checking it out. The closer Yang Chuan got, the stranger he felt. Although it was already approaching noon, there was a misty atmosphere surrounding the area. The scenery around him began to blur, and the white mist enveloped this small patch of land like a hot spring in winter. The mist didn't cover a large area and didn't exceed the height of the trees, so he hadn't noticed anything unusual from a distance. Could be a hot spring here, I say, or you can't soak in a hot spring right now. Your injuries haven't fully healed yet. But why does this mist feel so dry? That's odd. As he approached, Yang Chuan was stunned. There was no hot spring at all, just a white, hazy expanse that obscured everything around him. He instinctively picked up the little fox, fearing it might dart off and get lost in this fog. What a strange occurrence. It was already noon, yet there was still such thick mist here. Could it be that he had stumbled into a formation from a novel? He muttered quietly to himself and began to look around, unsure of his direction and only able to wander based on instinct. Time seemed to stretch on indefinitely, or perhaps it had only been a short while. The disorienting sensation made him quite uncomfortable. However, considering that even if he encountered danger, he would likely be fine, he mustered his courage to wander aimlessly. After what felt like an eternity, just as he was about to feel numb, suddenly his vision brightened. Beyond the thick fog, a large pit appeared, and on the other side stood a steep cliff with a cave beneath it. The cave wasn't large, but it was clear that it wasn't naturally formed. The chaotic stone walls featured unexpectedly smooth and flat surfaces, indicating something unusual. Yang Chuan's eyes lit up. Could this be the opportunity he had read about in novels? Had his bad luck finally turned around? Mayor, is there any danger in this place? If not, why don't you sit on my shoulder? Hold on tight, and if we run into trouble, we can make a quick escape. Curious, the little fox looked at him, not quite understanding what he meant. When she saw Yang Chuan place her on his shoulder and wrap her tail around his neck, she couldn't help but blush. My husband is touching my tail. How embarrassing. Shyly, she buried her head on the other side of Yang Chuan, her entire body bending over his shoulder, but her big eyes were curiously gazing at the cave ahead. Earlier, she had sensed a spiritual presence in this direction, but wasn't too sure what it was, which was why she had urged Yang Chuan to come. She could tell that although Yang Chuan was handsome and had a strong physique, he didn't emit any trace of spiritual energy. If I can find any magical treasure to enhance my husband's foundation, that would be the best. Yang Chuan cautiously walked into the cave and was immediately greeted by a peculiar fragrance that piqued his curiosity even further. This scent was indescribable. It was reminiscent of flowers, yet also hinted at the scent of a woman's skin, creating a very strange feeling. As he ventured deeper into the cave, he suddenly halted in his tracks, for there was someone inside, a woman. The light within the cave was sufficient for him to clearly see her appearance. She was exceptionally beautiful, with lustrous black hair that framed her lovely face. Her figure was equally stunning, with curves that were nothing short of perfect. The entire presence she exuded was one of nobility and elegance. At that moment, she sat cross-legged on a stone bed, her eyes tightly closed, and Yang Chuan immediately thought of one word: cultivation. "Oh, my apologies, miss. I didn't realize someone was here and have disturbed you," he said, though his eyes lingered on her. Countless novels on Blue Star had written about the dangers of interrupting someone as cultivation or intruding on their sacred space. One might end up dead without a chance to reason with them. However, after waiting for over 10 seconds without any response from her, Yang Chuan couldn't help but speak again. After a long silence, still no answer came, and his brow furrowed in confusion. Was this woman really that high and mighty? But Yang Chuan narrowed his eyes. It didn't make sense. Didn't the novels say that even during cultivation, one would awaken if someone approached? Why was this woman completely unresponsive? "Hello," Is anyone there? He called softly, leaning slightly to one side as he slowly approached her. 5 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters, and she remained still. Yang Chuan frowned. He sensed something was off and hesitated before extending his hand. Swallowing hard, he brought 2 fingers together and slowly reached out towards the woman. Chapter 89. As Yang Chuan gazed at the breathtakingly beautiful woman before him, he hesitated, his finger gently probing just below her nose. There was no breath. In a panic, he reached out and grasped her wrist. The moment he touched it, his heart sank. It was icy cold, devoid of any warmth. What the hell? He let out a startled yell and stumbled back a few steps. Good grief, this is a corpse. But with this complexion, this expression, and the perfectly preserved body, how could it be a corpse? It doesn't even show any signs of decay. Did you just sit here and die? He took a closer look and, feeling uncertain, stepped forward again. He still wasn't convinced. It wouldn't be right to leave someone who might not actually be dead. He reached out, pressing against her wrist. There was no pulse. He nudged her, and there was no reaction. It seemed she was truly dead. Yang Chuan felt a headache coming on. What should he do? Cremate her, or dig a hole to bury her? However, considering there were no trees at the entrance, and he had no tools, and he wasn't confident he could venture back into that misty area again, he thought for a moment. He gave a slight bow to the corpse, planning to take her body with him and find some firewood later for cremation. With a wave of his hand, he collected the woman's body, letting out a sigh of relief. After all, facing a corpse was still somewhat intimidating. Suddenly, his gaze froze. On the stone bed, there lay a small token. However, the color seemed a bit excessive, pink. After examining it closely, he noticed some strange characters on it, but he didn't recognize them. After pondering for a moment, he decided to take it. This might be a clue to uncovering the woman's identity or past, which meant he wouldn't have to rush to burn her. As he reached out to pick it up, a familiar system notification suddenly chimed, startling Yang Chuan. Ding! Player 1537203 Yang Chuan. Congratulations on discovering a key clue. You have obtained the sect leader token of the Hahuan sect. Please proceed to the Hahuan sect to complete the subsequent tasks. Reward: proficiency in the current world's language. Yang Chuan was genuinely shocked. He had thought that once he entered the game world, the survival system wouldn't apply anymore. And he hadn't heard any players mention anything like this. But this not-quite-dead figure suddenly popping up truly startled him. However, after some thought, he realized that this task had originated in the survival world, yet he was still receiving notifications. It seemed this world was still under the system's control. Darling, are you okay? What happened? A puzzled voice came from his shoulder. Yang Chuan slowly turned his stiff neck, just having collected a female corpse in that voice. But when he turned around and felt a warm little tongue lick him, he finally relaxed. The little fox thought it was the woman's spirit that had appeared, nearly scaring her away. But, Mayor, how can you talk now? The little fox tilted her head, confused, and pointed with her tiny paw to a corner of the cave. Husband, why won't you take ISNT, the human corpse? The good stuff is over there. Yang Chuan, hearing her whimper, was strangely able to understand her meaning, which felt quite surreal. All right. It seemed he had been rewarded with some kind of language proficiency earlier. This was quite useful, as he could even understand animal sounds now. Although he couldn't speak, being able to understand was a good thing. At least he didn't feel completely in the dark. Following the direction pointed by the little fox, Yang Chuan looked toward the corner where there was just a pile of rubble, seemingly nothing unusual. Standing next to the pile of stones and seeing the little fox's eager gaze, he felt puzzled. Are you saying there's something good underneath? This must have been understood by Mayor, as she immediately let out 2 excited yips. Yes, husband, there's the aura of a spiritual object below. Yang Chuan's eyes lit up. This was the first time he encountered a spiritual object, so he quickly began to move the stones. The stones varied in size, but he managed to move the largest ones with some effort, and with renewed determination, he cleared the rubble. However, the next moment, what was revealed below made him take a few steps back in shock. It was another person, a woman. Judging by the clothing, it was the same as the corpse he had found earlier, at least originating from the same place. Strangely, this body also showed no signs of decay. It was well preserved and even felt somewhat elastic to the touch. How odd. While others found an old grandpa or picked up storage rings, pills, and secret manuals. I get 2 corpses? Shaking his head in disbelief, he managed to dig the body out. However, when he took a closer look at the face of this corpse, a chill ran down his spine. With a wave of his hand, he released the female corpse he had previously stored in his system space, and then he froze. The two women couldn't just be similar. They were identical. The only difference was that the one he had just dug up was a bit dirtier. But there wasn't a single difference otherwise. So they must be twins, right? Yes, definitely twins. I can't scare myself like this. Yang Chuan swallowed it hard. Just as he was about to put the two corpses away again, he noticed something. Each of them had a ring on their hand, which in novel terms could very likely be a storage ring. He hesitated for a moment, but decided to take them off to check. On their waists, there were also gem-encrusted belts. He wondered if they might be storage belts, hoping they contained some rare treasures. He unfastened them. In the next moment, two rustling sounds echoed, and Yang Chuan was taken aback. The skirts of two corpses had fallen. Kafa, my bad. Saw the... After just a glance, he quickly turned his head away and waved his hand to collect the two bodies, awkwardly clearing his throat. So, the storage belt really is just a belt? This setting feels oddly reasonable. Looking at the two rings and two belts, Yang Chuan turned to the little fox. Mayor, is this what you wanted me to find? Are these storage treasures? How do I use them? The fox spirit glanced over, sensed the items, and looked back at Yang Chuan. Husband, hurry and collect them. Although they aren't the elixirs I imagined, they're still good items. Hearing this, Yang Chuan patted her little head, forcing a smile. I don't know how to collect these. By the way, is it blood recognition? Do I need to get some blood? The little fox tilted her head, thought for a moment, then bit down on his outstretched hand. Yang Chuan felt a sharp pain and immediately pulled his hand back, only to see that his finger had been bitten. He didn't blame the little creature. He understood that the way to recognize the master might indeed be through blood. After a moment's thought, he picked up the two rings and dripped a few drops of blood on each. But just then, the little fox stopped him. Husband, you don't need those two items. They aren't useful. After saying that, she extended her little tongue and licked Yang Chuan's bleeding finger. A warm sensation washed over him, and when he looked again, he found that the wound on his finger had already healed. Wow, your ability to stop bleeding is top-notch. No wonder people say that nurses are fox spirits. It seems they weren't just being metaphorical. It's the truth. Chapter 90, The Blood, was mysteriously absorbed by the rings, and Yang Chuan keenly sensed that he seemed to have established some kind of connection with these two rings. Remembering the scenarios from the novel, he attempted to open the rings with his mind, but after a long while, neither of the rings showed any reaction. It was certain that these two rings were very likely the legendary storage rings, since they could absorb blood and had resonated with him. There was no doubt about it. However, he couldn't open them, which might be due to his method being incorrect, or perhaps his cultivation was insufficient. For instance, opening them might require some kind of spiritual energy. After putting away his belongings and holding the little fox, Yang Chuan left the cave. The moment he stepped outside, he was stunned again. There was no trace of the thick fog. Everything had cleared up. It seemed that these two individuals were indeed cultivators. The previous dense fog must have been some kind of formation. How fascinating. With a sigh of wonder, Yang Chuan quickly returned to the riverbank and began to make his way out of the mountains. 2 more days passed, and the players had figured out some patterns. For instance, while playing in the game world, their bodies left behind on the survival star would be in a deep sleep. In this state, they would only need to have a hearty meal every 3 days, and sleeping in the game would allow them to recover their energy normally. This meant that if players didn't team mind the details, they could potentially play for 3 consecutive days in the game, which aligned with many players' expectations. After 2 days, Yang Chuan had gotten along well with the villagers in this settlement. Currently, he was staying at the home of the village chief, a robust man in his 40s, whose skin was tanned from years of hard work. He appeared honest and kind, treating everyone with warmth. Yang Chuan intended to stay a few more days to learn the language of this world, as well as its customs and culture. He had mastered the language in theory, but he couldn't speak it directly. He needed others to talk so he could trigger his learning based on their pronunciation. Fortunately, as a programmer, he picked up things quite quickly. He could understand after just one explanation, and decoding it in reverse was also not slow. Brother Yang Chuan, dinner is ready. A charming young girl blushed as she approached him, inviting him to eat. Yang Chuan smiled as he finished weaving the last bit of rattan, completing a large basket. The nearby women who had been learning alongside him chuckled and teased. I say, Xiao Yinzi, why are you blushing when you're calling for dinner? Look at that little face of yours. It's all red. Ha ha. Our Xiao Yinzi is the prettiest girl in the village. Almost 14 this year. ISNT she must be experiencing her first crush. A group of women, truly unrestrained with their words, teased the young girl until her face was nearly crimson. Yet she didn't run away. Instead, she stood her ground, occasionally sneaking glances at Yang Chuan. This big brother is quite impressive. He crossed the 10,000 great mountains all on his own. According to his father, there are quite a few fierce beasts and monsters in those mountains. So he must possess exceptional skills to have made it out. Moreover, he has done so much more. He not only improved the farming tools used by everyone in the village, but also taught the village Annies how to make various tools and utensils. In this world, girls typically marry around the age of 13 or 14, which is a time filled with dreams and hopes. With a handsome guy who is so strikingly good-looking, it's only natural for her to develop feelings for him, especially considering his talents. All right, everyone, I hope you've all caught the final steps clearly. Go ahead and try it out when you get back. That's all for today. Everyone can disperse now. Come back tomorrow morning. Haha. Thank you, Brother Yang. Hurry and go eat with Yinzi. We'll head back now. If we don't leave soon, Yinzi might just kick us out. Ha ha ha. The young girl, feeling shy, stomped her foot and turned away to cover her face, her heart filled with joy. Yang Chuan raised an eyebrow at this and thought, women are such contradictory creatures. They're hard to figure out. Brother Yang Chuan, come here, come here. Let's have a few drinks with Shu. Ha ha ha. I have to tell you, the furniture you helped us improve is fantastic. I tried it this afternoon, and everyone in the village is singing your praises. Yang Chuan wiped his hands dry and sat down with a smile, watching as the young girl headed straight to the kitchen, shaking his head in amusement. In this world, much like a certain period on Blue Star, women aren't allowed at the table and can only eat in the kitchen. Yang Chuan wanted to say something about this at first, but ultimately decided against it. While drinking with the village chief and chatting, Yang Chuan found that the chief, unlike the ordinary villagers, had some knowledge of the outside world, which was exactly the information Yang Chuan needed. In this world, cultivators do exist, but ordinary people rarely encounter them in their lifetimes. They are quite rare. Or perhaps they simply disdain appearing before mortals, either out of laziness or they just skim through the air, making it hard for common folks to notice them. As a result, the village chief didn't know much about the cultivation world, but he was well versed in many legends and stories, which Yang Chuan found quite fascinating. The place where he was currently located was called Yinlong Village, part of Qianlong Town, situated in the westernmost part of the Longyuan County in the Tenglong Kingdom, making it quite remote. The far west extends into the northwest, known as the 10,000 Great Mountains. No one really knows how vast it is. It is said that the capital once sent highly skilled cultivators to explore how extensive this mountain range truly is, but those who went almost never returned. One such person reported that he could traverse 100,000 miles in a single day on his flying sword. Yet he delved deep for over a month and still saw no end, illustrating just how expansive this mountain range is. Within the 10,000 Great Mountains, countless mystical beasts and spiritual creatures thrive. The deeper one goes, the higher the cultivation level. Of course, they all harbor a deep hatred for humans, and upon encountering one, their first instinct will be to find a way to kill or devour them. That's why the village chief, who has lived here for generations, knows very little about the 10,000 Great Mountains. When Yang Chuan expressed his desire to seek out immortal opportunities, the village chief was quite surprised. He could tell that Yang Chuan was not an ordinary person, yet he still appeared to be just a regular human. Although he was puzzled about how Yang Chuan had come out from the 10,000 Great Mountains, he didn't ask further and merely informed him that to join the sect of immortals, he would need to go to the county city, as places like theirs lack such opportunities. After dinner, Yang Chuan thanked the chief and returned to his room. Hearing a noise, he was startled to see a little head popping out from under the blanket. Upon seeing Yang Chuan, the little fox Mayor immediately crawled out. Darling, darling, Mayor is hungry. Why did Mayor have to hide? Yang Chuan felt a bit guilty as he picked her up and comforted her for a while. After greeting her, he stored her away and, with a thought, returned to the survival star. While carrying the little fox downstairs, he browsed through posts on the forum, pondering where to obtain alchemical recipes. So far, no player had acquired any, and even the methods were still unclear. Yang Chuan understood that he couldn't rush this. After preparing a feast for himself and the little fox, they filled their stomachs and chatted in the yard. The little girl insisted on snuggling up to Yang Chuan, being incredibly clingy, which made the little fox stare wide-eyed in disbelief. Yang Chuan was confused. Everything had been fine until now, but it seemed like the two little ones were starting to clash, unable to stand each other. Just as Yang Chuan was at a loss, He saw Mayor suddenly stretch her neck, sniffing the air and focusing her gaze on several flower pots in the yard. Darling, are those spirit herbs? Chapter 91. Upon hearing this, Yang Chuan nodded. Although he couldn't speak, the little fox could understand the meaning of his nod. She jumped down from his arms and walked over to one of the flower pots, looking up at the ginseng inside. Then she stood there motionless. Yang Chuan was puzzled about what she was doing. After waiting for a while, without any sign of movement from her, he was about to ask when she suddenly lowered her head and walked back dejectedly. Hubby, woo, I wanted to ask this ginseng elder for a root. But she said I'm too weak to absorb it. She jumped back into Yang Chuan's arms, burying her head and starting to act cute. Yang Chuan was taken aback and looked at the ginseng in disbelief. Mayor, are you saying it has consciousness? Unfortunately, the little fox didn't understand human language well enough to confirm his guess. However, Yang Chuan clearly heard what she had said. The little fox hadn't just approached to paw at it, but had actually asked the ginseng for something, and it had responded. Hiss, it really is a spiritual herb. He confirmed to himself. But are all of these like that? Looking at the dozen or so spiritual herbs swaying in the breeze, Yang Chuan felt a bit frustrated. They were all spiritual herbs, but unfortunately, he didn't have any formulas for them. Otherwise, it would be quite a windfall. No, he couldn't waste any more time. He needed to find a way to cultivate as soon as possible. Several days had already passed, and while the players hadn't revealed anything, there must be someone who had already embarked on that path. As for that inexplicable sect mission he had no idea how to go about it. Why did it have to be called the Horde sect? Just thinking about it gave him a headache. After preparing himself, he logged back into the game. Of course, there was a minor hiccup during the process. Xiaoyao went offline. After a friendly exchange with Yang Chuan, she finally let him go, bidding farewell to the village chief. Yang Chuan stepped out of the village. He had to admit that Hidden Dragon Village was really isolated, lacking even a proper road to the outside world. Just a narrow footpath. After the arduous journey, Yang Chuan finally arrived at the town. He put away the little fox and strolled into this small town. Although it was called a small town, it wasn't very big, likely only able to accommodate around 2,000 or 3,000 people at most. The villagers had gathered quite a bit of money, claiming it was to thank him for teaching them farming techniques. Yang Chuan found a merchant caravan heading to the prefecture and finally breathed a sigh of relief. The caravan owner was a middle-aged man in his 40s. When Yang Chuan mentioned wanting to go to the prefecture to visit relatives, the owner enthusiastically assured him it was no problem and instructed his crew to pick up the pace. I must say, people who travel extensively have seen a lot. Yang Chuan had merely tried to inquire about the world of cultivation, but this owner actually knew quite a bit. When Yang Chuan mentioned the Horde sect, the owner even revealed a rather lecherous smile, speaking knowledgeably about it. But the more Yang Chuan listened, the darker his expression became. The history of the Horde sect is quite ancient, composed entirely of female disciples. These disciples are typically taken in at the age of 8 or 9 for training. Those with advanced skills become inner disciples, with the opportunity to practice profound techniques and advance further. Meanwhile, those with lesser talents are trained in skills like music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, preparing them for future marriages. Given that all the disciples are exceptionally beautiful women, well-versed in enchanting and dual cultivation techniques, they have undoubtedly become highly sought after by disciples from various sects, resulting in countless proposals for marriage. Due to the intricate web of relationships, the Horde sect has been excluded from numerous conflicts and wars in the cultivation world, as no one wants to provoke them. In fact, any sect that dares to offend the Horde sect risks inciting a collective retaliation from the entire cultivation community. Of course, the merchant's words were not quite so dramatic. His focus was primarily on the appearance, physique, and demeanor of these female disciples, to the point where he nearly drooled while speaking about them. As Yang Chuan returned to his carriage, he began to contemplate. This Horde sect seemed quite different from what he had read in novels. In those stories, the Horde sect was depicted as extraordinarily beautiful, adept in secretive arts of intimacy, and known for absorbing the vital essence of men to strengthen themselves, often categorized as a dark path. However, now it appeared to be merely a sect composed of weak women who, through their intelligence, navigate a world that thrives on the survival of the fittest. With this realization, Yang Chuan's initial resistance faded significantly. However, the merchant was unaware of the sect's location. On a brighter note, there was good news. In half a month, the Horde sect would hold its annual selection of disciples at the county government. attracting many impoverished families hoping to sell their daughters into the sect. After all, when the Hahuan sect recruits disciples, they provide financial compensation to the families, enough for them to live comfortably, though it might be hard to part with their daughters. The chance for them to be chosen by an immortal and ascend to a higher status, at least ensuring a life free from want, is a tempting prospect. The merchant caravan would take about 10 days to reach their destination, leaving Yang Chuan with little to do. He decided to chat with the caravan members to learn more about this world. The county government was vast by Yang Chuan's estimation. It was at least the size of a county town on Blue Star, and far more prosperous than any small village. The streets were lined with shops, and the air was filled with the sounds of vendors calling out to customers. However, judging by the demeanor of the people, life here seemed slow-paced and quite comfortable. At that moment, he was seated at a window table in an inn, leisurely enjoying his meal while listening to the conversations around him and observing the passers-by on the street. "Hey, have you heard?" Someone said. There was apparently a fight over in the East City. It seems a few cultivators got into it. The scene must have been quite spectacular. People are flying around in the sky, and with a wave of their hands, there's fire and lightning. It's quite terrifying. You seem a bit behind on the news. I've heard that a group of several cultivators from Huangfeng Valley tried to abduct a young girl, but were interrupted by a group of mysterious female cultivators. When both sides couldn't come to an agreement, they started fighting, and it's said that many were injured. Yang Chuan paused slightly in his movements and turned his head to see someone at the nearby table leaning in and whispering to a few others. Moreover, you probably don't know that those female cultivators are from the Hahuan sect. They absolutely despise anyone who bullies women and are known for being ruthless. I heard that the young master of Huangfeng Valley lost a crucial part of himself in the scuffle. However, I must say, even though those women from the Hahuan sect were wearing veils, their figures are breathtaking. Yang Chuan frowned, not because he was surprised at suddenly finding the crucial information about the target of his mission being from the Hahuan sect, but rather at the implications of what he had just heard. "Damn it, I just found you, and the sect leader hasn't even taken office yet. And you've already taken out the young master of another sect? Are these women stirring up trouble?" With that thought, he stood up, left some money for the drinks, and quickly made his way toward the East City. At that moment, in a square in East City, two groups were facing off. One side consisted of men and women of all ages, while the other was entirely composed of beautiful women. Qin Fairy, this isn't about Huangfeng Valley not giving face. You've actually injured our young master's manhood. This grudge cannot be resolved. If you don't give us an explanation today, I'm afraid none of you will leave. The speaker was a middle-aged man holding a long sword, his fierce expression instilling fear in those who looked at him. On the other side, a woman leaned close to the leader of the group and whispered, "Master, this trouble was caused by me. Why don't you let me stay behind while you all leave?" The leading woman immediately shot her a displeased glare. "Hanwei, be quiet. Don't even mention that. As disciples of the Hahuan sect, if punishment is to be dealt, it can only be by our own sect. Huangfeng Valley's reputation in the cultivation world is already in the gutter. What right do they have to punish our disciples?" Chapter 92, however, Master Uncle. Enough. Although our Hahuan sect is made up entirely of women, we are not the kind to shy away from trouble. If I can't even protect my disciples, what face do I have to return? The leading woman scolded, then turned to face the crowd across from her. "Everyone from Huangfeng Valley, I believe you're all aware of what has transpired. If you continue to make a fuss, we may have to resolve this with action, and the truth will be revealed in the heat of battle." As she spoke, she waved her hand, and the long sword strapped to her back soared into the air, landing directly in her grasp. Meanwhile, in her other hand, a piece of talisman paper glowing with a red light was pinched between her slender fingers. Clang! Clang! The sound of swords being drawn rang out in unison as the women unsheathed their long swords, glaring angrily at the group across from them. On the other side, the people from Huangfeng Valley were whispering among themselves. "Damn it! I just got here and don't know what is going on. What did you do to provoke these crazy women? Tell me the truth." The leader of the Huangfeng Valley group kept a wary eye on the women from Hahuan's sect while reproaching a nearby disciple in a low voice. The disciple hesitated, glancing at the unconscious young valley master lying on a stretcher. Gritting his teeth, he began to explain. "Esteemed steward, well, it's actually that the young valley master took a fancy to a girl and dragged her into an alley to, well, you know. Then, since the young valley master likes to play with thrills, he had someone bring a big eggplant." As he spoke, He looked at the group of female cultivators across from them, swallowing hard before continuing. It seems that the girls screamed too loudly, which attracted these women. And before we knew it, they had killed 6 of our disciples in an instant. The young Valley Master quickly revealed his identity, which saved his life, but that. Well, his item was destroyed by them. Damn, this reckless fool. The steward gritted his teeth, casting a fierce glance at the unconscious young Valley Master, filled with conflict. Although he was the steward of Huangfeng Valley, he was equally disgusted by the young Valley Master's actions. It was already quite upsetting to bully female disciples within the sect. Countless people had secretly cursed him, saying that one day he would get what was coming to him. Who would have thought he would be so arrogant and domineering outside? If not him, then who? However, as the steward of Huangfeng Valley, if he just stood by and watched while his own young Valley Master was castrated without lifting a finger. But the problem was, they couldn't fight back. He couldn't gauge the cultivation level of the woman in charge, and when her gaze swept over him, he felt a strong sense of pressure. It was an awful feeling, as if he would be finished as soon as she made a move. It seems we have no choice but to fight. After thinking for a moment, he finally spoke up. Fairy Chin, it's not that I who am unwilling to give face, but you've destroyed our young Valley Masteress. Well, this grudge cannot simply be overlooked. Even if we don't pursue this matter today, I'm afraid our Valley Master will personally come to seek an explanation tomorrow. Therefore, why not resolve this issue today? As long as you hand over the person who attacked, our Huangfeng Valley will not press further on the rest. Oof, how outrageous. Our Hahuan sect has no reason to hand over our disciples. And besides, this matter isn't even our fault. Hand over someone? Why should we? Just because you are from Huangfeng Valley? Uncle Chin's expression turned cold. It seemed that a fight was unavoidable today. The strength of Huangfeng Valley was not to be underestimated, and he had no idea what the consequences of offending them would be. So is that it then? It looks like whose face isn't enough. I need to show some real skill. Disciples of Huangfeng Valley, heed my command. Clang! The synchronized sound echoed as both sides readied their weapons, and a fierce battle was about to break out. Just then, a young man suddenly rushed out from the side, disdainfully holding a wrapped piece of cloth and running over sideways. Hey, what are you guys fighting for? This thing was just cut off not long ago. If you find a doctor now, it might still be reattached. By the time you finish fighting, it might really be useless. Everyone from Huangfeng Valley paused, looking at the newcomer. He was covering his mouth and nose with one hand while holding the cloth with obvious disdain. Just by the shape of it, one could tell what was inside. Right, we are cultivators. As long as a doctor can reattach it, our medicinal pills will surely work. The managing elder quickly reacted, threw a couple of harsh words at the Hahuan sect members across from him, then took the cloth from Yang Chuan's hands, tossing him a piece of gold, and ordered everyone to quickly carry the stretcher away. In fact, he didn't even bother to open the cloth to check after all. He didn't want to end up with a needle eye, did he? Seeing the people from Huangfeng Valley leave, Yang Chuan turned to the female disciples of Hahuan sect. Ladies of Hahuan sect, this place is not suitable for a prolonged stay. It will be better for you to leave now. The female disciples of Hahuan sect didn't respond immediately. They were stunned, gazing at the suddenly appearing Yang Chuan. A few of the female disciples even had starry eyes. Wow, he is so handsome. One female disciple quietly voiced what everyone was thinking, snapping them back to reality. Kin Kaia. Thank you, young master, for helping us out. The leading woman rarely showed a hint of shyness, causing the other female disciples to widen their eyes. The usually stern Uncle Chin could actually blush. Yang Chuan waved his hand dismissively and smiled. No need for thanks. Everyone should leave quickly. I have some matters I would like to discuss with you ladies. Moreover, it's likely that the people from Huangfeng Valley will react soon, so it's better for us to leave first. The women were puzzled. Just as Qin Kuer was about to ask, the earlier female disciple leaned in and whispered a few words in her ear, and she quickly understood. Originally, when this group of female disciples saw the tragic state of the young girl, they couldn't contain their anger and directly cut off the little sect master's thing. To further vent their frustration, one disciple even used a fire talisman to reduce it to ashes. The item that Yang Chuan brought over was definitely a fake, and when that group finds a doctor later, they will surely be exposed. If only Yang Chuan knew what they were thinking, he would surely laugh out loud. The thing he brought was indeed a fake, but it was still that thing. It just wasn't tea from a human body. Everyone understood that the Harmony sect had a base here, so they invited Yang Chuan to accompany them. Meanwhile, the steward from Huangfeng Valley was filled with grievances and had nowhere to vent them. So he instructed his disciples to quickly find a medical clinic and carry the person inside. After summoning an old doctor, the steward disdainfully handed him the wrapped cloth and sent a disciple to follow and explain the situation in detail. Under the pressure from the cultivators, the doctor reluctantly agreed and followed the disciple to a room to prepare for treatment. However, when he unwrapped the cloth, he was instantly stunned. The item was only an inch long. What difference would it make whether he accepted it or not? Moreover, this definitely wasn't from a human body, right? But seeing the immortal with the long sword, he swallowed hard and steeled himself. Fine, I'll take it. Chapter 93. The group was lively and cheerful along the way, and at least the master uncle seemed quite happy. The female disciples pouted in dissatisfaction as they watched the two people walking ahead, feeling quite annoyed. One was a very handsome man, good-looking and exuding an inexplicable charm that attracted them, making them want to get closer. But that bad master uncle actually monopolized him. Throughout the journey, she kept finding reasons to chat with Yang Chuan, occasionally covering her mouth and bursting into peals of laughter. Senior sister, look at master uncle. Isn't this a bit too much? Walking behind, Gu Hanyue was secretly swallowing her saliva as she stared at Yang Chuan's back, only to be nudged by a junior sister beside her. Turning her head, she realized that the expressions of her fellow sisters as they looked at master uncle were quite envious. What was going on? Really? Brother Yang has such fortune. How enviable. I wonder what that token looks like. Could you show it to me? Qin Ke was very fond of this man. For some reason, the moment she saw him, her heart raced with excitement. Yang Chuan thought for a moment. That token seemed to be the sect leader's token of the Huan sect, and he would eventually have to enter the sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't complete his mission. It seemed harmless to take it out now. Pretending to rummage in his bosom, an ancient-looking token appeared in his hand. Reluctantly, Qin Ke shifted her gaze from Yang Chuan's face to his hand, and when she saw the token, she was stunned. Sect leader is token. The sect leader's token of the Huan sect had disappeared over 100 years ago, along with their sect leader. Although the higher-ups had always claimed that the sect leader was in seclusion attempting to break through to the integration realm, disciples couldn't help but speculate. It was just the integration realm, not the transformation realm. How could someone be in seclusion for over 100 years? Thus, rumors and speculations began to circulate. Though everyone spread this news privately, over time, it became accepted. But now, the sect leader's token appeared right before her eyes. No, where did Brother Yang get this token? She felt a bit nervous. After all, the sect leader was crucial to the entire Huan sect, having been missing for such a long time. Now someone was showing up with the sect leader's token, which inevitably raised many questions in her mind. Yang Chuan pondered for a moment and decided to tell the truth, including the matter of the two female corpses. Qin Ke didn't dare to delay. After thinking for a moment, she took out a uniquely shaped jade stone from her storage ring, formed a hand sign, and began to speak to the jade stone. Yang Chuan guessed this must be a communication jade slip. It was indeed a valuable item. After a while, the jade slip in Qin Ke's hand vibrated. She quickly focused her spiritual sense into it, and a smile appeared on her face. If Brother Yang has no other matters, why not come visit our Huan sect? Whether it's the remains of the sect leader or the sect leader's token, both are of great significance, so it seems I have to trouble Brother Yang. Yang Chuan shrugged. The mission given by the system was to become the leader of the Huan sect, so he naturally had to go. Otherwise, the task wouldn't progress at all, would it? After spending a night in Huan sect's guest house, Yang Chuan rubbed his temples in frustration. He and T slept well at all last night. There were constant knocks on the door, and the female disciples kept coming in to bring bedding and tea, leaving him with a pile of 7 or 8 blankets and 4 or 5 teapots in his room. Damn it, who couldn't he see through their little schemes? If it weren't for the fact that I already have a wife, would they let me off so easily? Thinking about the reluctant, longing gazes they gave him when he sent them out, he felt a tightness in his chest. What the hell? I haven't even become the sect leader yet, and if I do, with their enthusiasm, I'll be nothing but skin and bones. While they're not exactly evil cultivators, at least when he clearly expressed his refusal, these women didn't insist on staying the night, which provided him some comfort. After lunch, a cloud boat descended into the guest house of the Huan sect. Yang Chuan was familiar with this. It looked just like something out of an anime from Blue Star, except that this one was predominantly pink, which made him a bit uncomfortable. The cloud boat was fast, and in just a few hours, it arrived at the entrance of the Huan sect. From a distance, the entire sect seemed shrouded in a thin mist, making it hard to see clearly. The sect's entrance was located in a valley surrounded by towering mountains. He wasn't sure if it was because the mountains blocked the cold air or for some other reason, but this valley had a spring-like climate year-round, filled with all sorts of blooming flowers. After passing through a barrier that rippled like water, the full view of the Hahuan sect unfolded before his eyes. The main hall, medicinal gardens, spiritual fields, spirit beasts, and even many flowers and trees were all things Yang Chuan had never seen before. The cloud boat landed in a square, and as Yang Chuan stepped down, he noticed quite a few people waiting below. Normally, men weren't allowed to enter the Hahuan sect, but with the sect leader's token and the remains of the leader in his possession, they had to make an exception. When the crowd saw his appearance, they were momentarily stunned, but they quickly regained their composure and politely invited him inside. Upon entering a grand hall, they asked him to take out the remains of the sect leader. Yang Chuan was taken aback for a moment. He had two identical female corpses with him, and he wasn't sure which one it was. After thinking for a moment, he decided to leave that headache for them to figure out. With a wave of his hand, the two corpses appeared, and one of the elders gasped and immediately knelt, calling out sect leader. The others also seemed to confirm the identity of the deceased and knelt down, but after looking for a while, Yang Chuan was still confused about which corpse they were kneeling to. Could it be that the sect leader of the Hahuan sect was actually two people? After a thorough examination, everyone confirmed that the two female corpses were indeed dead, their souls completely dissipated, leaving no possibility of resurrection. However, it seemed that their belts were missing, and no one knew if something had happened to them. The crowd's gaze inevitably turned towards Yang Chuan, leaving him utterly bewildered. The funerals in the cultivation world were not as elaborate as those in the mortal realm. After the disciples paid their respects, the two bodies were taken away, reportedly to be placed in the resting place of the sect's past leaders. Once everything was settled, the Grand Elder sought out Yang Chuan. She was an alluring woman known only as Yunxiang. Due to the nature of cultivation, Yang Chuan couldn't determine her age, but she appeared to be around 40, though her actual age was anyone's guess. The first question she asked caught Yang Chuan off guard. "Young Master Yang, do you know why our sect leader has been missing for 100 years, and yet we still haven't appointed a new one?" Yang Chuan was at a loss for words. How would he know? Not only was he not a member of the Hahuan sect, but he wasn't even from this world. Before he could respond, she began to explain on her own. Chapter 94. In the beginning of the establishment of the Hahuan sect, the ancestors laid down certain rules. Throughout the generations, the sect masters would usually designate a successor. When the successor reached a certain level of cultivation or age, the position of sect master would be passed down. However, if the sect master passed away without designating a successor, whoever possessed the sect master's token could become the new sect master by undergoing a series of trials. Since the Hahuan sect consists solely of women, it has avoided the petty infighting and power struggles common in other sects. The women here generally do not have much desire for power. Otherwise, the position would not have remained vacant for so long after the previous sect master disappeared. Now, with the confirmation of the previous sect master's death and Yang Chuan in possession of the sect master's token, he had no choice but to accept the trials and become the next sect master. However, it was clear that when the ancestors established these rules, they had not considered the possibility of a man finding the sect master's token. Yet upon seeing Yang Chuan, everyone seemed to tacitly overlook this fact. What was on their minds remained a mystery. For Yang Chuan, this outcome was precisely what he needed. Only a fool would refuse. Being the sect master of an all-female sect didn't faze him much. In modern times, the idea of gender equality was deeply ingrained, so it didn't seem like a big deal. His only concern was his lack of cultivation and whether he could pass the trials. When he voiced this doubt, the Grand Elder laughed and explained the reasoning behind it. The Hahuan sect had never focused on cultivation when selecting a sect master. Rather, they valued character. After becoming sect master, there were specialized cultivation methods provided and a unique place for the sect master to train. The trials for character consisted of different illusions, and if the trial taker could remain true to themselves, they would pass. Yang Chuan nodded in agreement, and the Grand Elder stood up to leave, informing him that the trial ceremony would take place tomorrow morning. Yang Chuan then put up a sign at the door, claiming he was resting and returned to the game world. Wan had told him that a rocket was scheduled to launch today, carrying 2 satellites into space. One was meant for observing the Earth's surface, while the other was tasked with monitoring the space surrounding this world. Wan always felt that this world was like a cage, though she didn't know why. It was an instinctive feeling. She wanted to understand the composition of this world, and, if possible, find a way to send her entire family into space. Given the various crises that had emerged on the ground recently, it was inevitable that more challenges would follow. If they could find a way to exist beyond this planet, it would significantly reduce their danger. The flying saucer that carried their territory was indeed large, but it could not truly enter space. At least not in terms of being sealed off effectively. In terms of requirements, aside from the uncertainty of whether the plants within the territory can meet oxygen demands, there are virtually no other limitations. Food can be self-sufficient. Weapons are superior to anyone else's. And being in space means that as long as one isn't unfortunate enough to be struck by a meteor, everything is perfectly fine. The flying saucer is parked next to a mountaintop that has been flattened and transformed into a platform, where a massive rocket stands tall. Huang and the others are conducting final checks. Unlike traditional chemical-fueled rockets, this one uses pure electric propulsion, and even they don't have complete confidence in it. Although countless calculations have shown no issues, this is the first time they are attempting it, so worries are inevitable. On Blue Star, the pure electric Hall thruster has low thrust, but after days of research by 3 senior experts, they discovered new materials and successfully upgraded the Hall thruster. They even managed to power this massive 8-ton behemoth without any problems. Dad, here's the ignition remote control for you, hee. The little girl happily handed him a remote, and then maneuvered the flying saucer a short distance away. Yang Chuan looked at the temperature, humidity, wind speed, and other data on the large screen and pressed the button on the remote. Contrary to expectations, there was no billowing smoke from the rear. Only a few faint blue flames shot down toward the ground, and then the enormous rocket trembled slightly before slowly lifting off. On the flight path of the rocket, countless drones were arranged neatly, each spaced a few hundred meters in altitude, capturing real-time footage of the launch, ensuring that the entire launch sequence would be presented in full to everyone. Speed, 150 meters per second, 220 meters per second, 360 meters per second, 550 meters per second. The rocket's speed continued to climb while the little girl quickly analyzed the collected data. It's important to note that above approximately 20,000 meters in this world, the air begins to thin out. The drones rely on traditional propellers for flight, and without air, they wouldn't be able to reach higher altitudes. Similarly, she meticulously calculated various data, such as pressure, magnetic fields, gravity, and so on, all of which would provide powerful support for the saucer's modifications. 20 minutes later, the data returned by the rocket indicated that the gravitational force was approaching zero, meaning it had officially left the gravitational influence of this world. At this moment, the altitude was around 55,000 meters, which meant that as long as they flew above 55,000 meters, they would no longer be subject to the regulations of this world. The rocket began to change direction, altering its trajectory at an altitude of 55,000 meters, while the nose opened to release 2 satellites. The satellites slowly unfolded, and at the same time, the satellites within the territory received the data, confirming that everything was operating normally. Everyone is happily embracing each other, celebrating this great achievement. As players, especially ordinary ones, it's truly a source of pride that Yang Chuan's territory has the capability to launch satellites. After Wan smiles and congratulates everyone, a flicker of something unusual crosses her eyes. The rocket, after releasing the satellite, did not fall back into the atmosphere to burn up. Instead, it changed direction and began to accelerate. Wan wants to understand this world better, to see if the vastness beyond the planet is as endless as it appears from the ground. If the reality proves her notion of it being a cage to be wrong, and the rocket travels far into space, her subsequent actions will naturally change too. Meanwhile, the other players remain oblivious. By now, night has fallen, and unless there are nearby players who happen to log in and witness this scene, no one will notice. Wan, block all news about the satellite launch online. This information is not suitable for disclosure just yet. Okay? Wan proudly lifts her little head. Of course, she has thought about this and already implemented it. As long as Dad is doing well, that's all that matters. Chapter 95 on the enormous screen. Countless data points flickered, representing the satellite's self-check process, which was rather slow. This was because the cameras being accessed were all high precision. The tasks related to image processing and searching were all handled by the satellite, where high-performance computers could directly perform cloud filtering, pixel completion, climate analysis, and more, while also managing communication functions. Of course, there were no plans to open satellite communications to the public. It was only needed by Yang Chuan and didn't need to be shared. Apart from him and the AI, only various missiles and equipment would utilize satellite positioning, while other functions held no value. The first satellite served only these purposes, while the second satellite was different. It was equipped with a super deep telescope and radiation signal detection and capture devices, which were only useful to the AI and Professor Zhang, the only female among the three elder experts. They would be responsible for analyzing the entire starry sky to extract various needed information, while the AI intended to use it to analyze the boundaries of the universe. In her view, the starry sky appeared static, which was quite abnormal. From Yang Chuan's descriptions, it was clear that celestial bodies were in constant motion, rotation, and revolution happening at all times. Essentially, she functioned like a computer, with almost no chance of error. After comparing countless captured starry sky images, she had never detected any signs of movement. It was as if the entire universe was in a state of dead silence. This was eerie and completely nonsensical. If stars had lost all kinetic energy, they could not possibly be in motion. Without movement, how could there be light and heat? Without light and heat, devices that convert cosmic radiation into electrical energy shouldn't be operational either. Thus, the only conclusion was that this world was fake, or rather, that the edge locations were fabricated. What she and the others perceived as the universe might not be the real universe at all, perhaps just a simulated image. In a mountain located at the corner of the map, countless robots were busily at work. Small probe rockets were being rapidly produced, and those that were already assembled were being transported to the launch pads, awaiting launch. On average, one rocket was produced every 3 minutes, while the launch pads maintained a launch rate of one rocket every 3 minutes, sending them into space. The small rockets carried only detection equipment, along with communication and propulsion devices, at most adding a function to trigger an explosion in case of emergencies. Nothing else was included. As for nearby players, but they were deemed unnecessary. The AI didn't care about the lives of others. Anyone obstructing her from helping her dad could be eliminated, right? Daddy, I've completed it. Time for a kiss. Nestled in Yang Chuan's embrace, she felt the happiest moments of her life. This sensation, akin to a dopamine rush, sent her CPU into an excited state. Especially after she had crafted her own human body, the feelings of joy and happiness captivated her. Even just seeing her dad smile filled her with immense satisfaction. If anyone made her dad unhappy, she might appear harmless and cute on the surface, but deep down, she had already sentenced them to death. Yang Chuan chuckled and ruffled her hair, leaning in to give her a kiss on the cheek. At that moment, Wan suddenly turned her little face and pressed her lips firmly against Yang Chuan's. Yang Chuan? Mayor? Wan he. She proudly glanced at Mayor, who was perched on Yang Chuan's shoulder. Although a bit jealous, she didn't show any hostility. The little girl was bouncing with excitement, and Yang Chuan just smiled, not making a big deal out of it. A kiss is just a kiss. As long as she was happy, that was all that mattered. While waiting for the family to log off, Wan took Yang Chuan to the robotics factory, where many practical household robots had already been produced and were ready for use. The kitchen robots could now handle the preparation of most dishes, having been programmed with detailed information about each ingredient. She had even consulted her 2 grandmothers on how to best handle different ingredients and the various ways to prepare them, all of which was stored in the robots. There were also robots for chores, farming, and gardening, effectively bringing complete automation to the entire territory. At the same time, Wan had good news for Yang Chuan. She had discovered a way to produce a vitality fluid. To be precise, this substance was a type of high-energy polymer liquid. Just one bottle would allow a person to stay in a game for a whole month without needing to log off for food or energy replenishment. She explained that this belonged to the medical category, but she thought her dad and family might find it useful. So she asked Yang Chuan if he wanted to have it made. Upon hearing her description, Yang Chuan's first thought was of the long-distance travel capsules used in space movies, where these fluids were utilized in low-temperature sleep chambers. This was definitely some advanced technology, although Wan envisioned it as a small bottle for direct consumption. In movies, these liquids filled entire cryo chambers and were replaceable. Wan's eyes lit up at Yang Chuan's explanation. So there were uses she hadn't considered? It made sense, though this high-energy liquid could be absorbed through the skin. When the amount was small, the effect might not be noticeable, but if the whole body were immersed, the absorbed energy could indeed meet the requirements for long-term hibernation. Quickly, Wan presented a design plan. After reviewing it, Yang Chuan agreed it seemed feasible and instructed her to try producing about 10 units for testing. If it works well, maybe we can make a profit, right? After looking at the report Nan provided, Yang Chuan realized that this girl was spending money at an alarming rate. With a net income of 15 billion every month, she managed to reduce it to just a few 100,000 survival points. Fortunately, everything she bought was useful. Otherwise, he feared he would go crazy. So, using the life pod to take advantage of some opportunities should be fine, right? Dad, Nan has discovered something unusual. Can you come over? After dinner, while Yang Chuan and the others were chatting, he suddenly received a message from Nan. After greeting everyone, he got up and headed to the satellite monitoring room where Nan was. Her small face was serious, which made Yang Chuan curious about what she had found. Nan quickly typed on the keyboard, and soon, the map in front of them zoomed in until it focused on a remote area where a road could be seen. And then it stopped. Yang Chuan stared at it for a while, but couldn't he figure out what was going on? It was just an empty plot of land, with no cars or camps in sight. What was this? In the next moment, Nan made a few more adjustments, and suddenly, thousands of red dots appeared on the screen. People gathering? Yang Chuan was taken aback and hurriedly pulled up the system map. After some effort, he found this area, but didn't see a single red dot or gray dot. They have a way to block the system map. He was shocked. Such a large-scale gathering of players should be visible on the map, and this was not a good sign at all. Judging by the distance, they were only about 1,000 kilometers away from him. Were these people actually targeting him? Seeing the surprise on her father's face, Nan secretly gritted her teeth. She had already discovered the whereabouts of these bastards through her specialized one-on-one drone guidance. But since Yang Chuan was unaware of the drone situation, she couldn't explain it well, so she had specifically accelerated the rocket development process. With the satellite in orbit, she could finally clarify things. Yes, Dad. They must have obtained some technology or something that allows them to block the display on the map. So what are you planning to do? She felt a bit anxious, fearing that her dad might show too much kindness at this moment. After all, he had been severely criticized in the past. Chapter 96. Yang Chuan pondered for a moment. He was flying high in the sky and was invisible. His opponents should have no way to deal with him. However, this behavior required him to remain vigilant. Wan, do you know who they are? Looking at their gathered positions, it was evident they were forming a siege against them. Ordinary people shouldn't have such capabilities, right? As he spoke, Yang Chuan's eyes widened. He suddenly considered a possibility, one he was reluctant to believe. Their target was indeed him. But could it be that those capable of orchestrating all this were? He glanced stiffly at Wan, and to his surprise, her gaze held a complex meaning as she nodded slightly. Yang Chuan felt a buzzing in his head. The higher-ups, were they actually planning to deal with him? Why? His voice was a bit hoarse, as he never expected such a thing could happen. Why was this happening? Hadn't he done enough to help others? Or did they simply intend to seize him? Actually, he didn't need Wan to answer. He already knew the truth, but he was unwilling to admit it. Wan remained silent, knowing her father had already grasped the answer. Any further explanation would only be adding salt to the wound. Did the Grand Elder participate in this matter? After a long pause, Yang Chuan finally managed to squeeze out this question. Looking at Wan with a glimmer of hope in his eyes, Wan looked at him and didn't speak, merely giving a barely perceptible nod. He hadn't directly participated, but he had agreed. Yang Chuan forced a smile that was more painful than tears, his gaze drifting out the window, lost in thought for a long while. Get ready for battle. Once they take action, start recording and live streaming everything. We'll crush them in one fell swoop. Then, upload the video as a warning to others. With that, he turned and left the satellite control room. A bitter smile mixed with a strange sense of relief on his face. Is this the person I love the most? He murmured softly, his voice so low that without Wan's numerous detection devices, he might not have been heard at all. Watching her father leave with a desolate silhouette, she tightened her small fists. But the truth was that among the dozens of gathering points displayed on the map, only 5 were real. The other red dots were entirely simulated by her. To capture Yang Chuan's attention, she had deliberately fabricated the situation. Although it was a deception, if other players encountered such an assault from over 5,000 people, their chances of survival would be almost zero. In the little girl's eyes, flames of anger burned brightly. She deeply hated those who opposed her father. Meanwhile, in another part of the world, Bai Feifei had advanced to the 5th tier and had awakened several abilities during this time. First, the teleportation skill, which originally had a 7-day cooldown, has now transformed into a charging mode that allows for 3 uses at a time, with a replenishment period of 1 day for each charge. This means she can use the teleportation skill 3 times in a row without needing to specify a player ID. She can teleport randomly or choose a specific point on the map. As the number of players decreases, many of the randomly entered IDs during her teleportation will show as invalid, indicating that those players have already perished. The second ability is her charm skill, which not only increases the number of targets she can control simultaneously, but has also evolved into an area of effect skill. Any player who enters a 100-meter radius around her will be charmed, and the best part is there is no upper limit on the number of targets. The third ability is her awakening of a summoning skill, which allows her to summon zombies. This skill has a proficiency level, and as she progresses, the chance of summoning mutated zombies increases. This is her favorite skill, especially since, after the game update, zombies have faded from players' views and have been mostly wiped out. Although no new zombies are appearing, there's still quite a few remnants left behind, which she can summon directly from another dimension. Her fourth skill significantly speeds up her ability to drain others' life force. Previously, she had to engage in deep communication and wait for her target to be in a vulnerable state to activate it. But now, as long as there's close contact, she can initiate the skill directly. The target will lose all ability to resist. However, she still enjoys the process and is patient enough to wait until her target reaches their peak before she strikes. What excites her most is that this ability completely dominates female players. She can directly drain life force just by making contact with their bodies. Finally, her last skill leans towards disguise. She can alter her height, appearance, and voice, and even change her display name at will. At this moment, she has transformed into a beautiful young woman named Aiko, setting her sights on a small gathering of over 200 players ahead. Within the gathering, about a dozen players are on guard, while the others are busy engaging in the game. She summons over 20 zombies to follow closely behind her as she rushes towards the gathering. Help! Is anyone there to save me? Please, someone help me. There's zombies chasing me. The players on guard naturally see her, and they are aware of the rumors about a girl named Bai Feifei who appeared alone and destroyed multiple gatherings. Thus, they remain quite cautious of this suddenly appearing stranger. After all, no one wants to die unexpectedly. The information displays that this player's name is Aiko, which eases some of their tension. But their guns are still aimed directly at the zombies trailing behind her. As one of the men gave the order, gunfire erupted, and the ordinary zombies that had been chasing them were instantly turned into souls lost to the bullets. The territory's gate swung open, and she dashed inside, plopping down on the ground without a care, completely unaware that she was exposed and being openly scrutinized by several men. Thank you, brothers. My camp was destroyed by the zombies, and I barely managed to escape. If it weren't for your help, I might not have made it. As she spoke, her eyes reddened, her face reflecting a mix of relief from surviving and deep gratitude, showing no signs of vulnerability. Just then, players on guard from another direction heard the gunfire and quickly rushed over. Zhao and Mo, what happened? Why the sudden gunfire? Captain, what are you all doing here? There's nothing much going on. Just over 20 ordinary zombies suddenly appeared and were chasing this woman, so we lent a hand. Only then did the newcomer notice the stunning beauty and curvaceous figure of the woman, who was actually Kai Shukuan in disguise as Aiko. A smirk appeared on his face, clearly indicating other intentions. The burly man who had commanded the gunfire, Zhao Mo, cursed inwardly upon seeing the captain's gaze. This guy always swooped in for the good stuff first, leaving others to bear the blame when things went south. Truly, he had taken shamelessness to a new level. It seemed this voluptuous young woman was going to leave him with nothing. Damn it. However, when Aiko heard that all the guards were gathered here, a charming smile spread across her face. Charm domain, activate. Chapter 97. In an instant, the people around fell into confusion, as if they were in a fantastical world. Their minds clouded. Aiko's red lips curled into a smile as she led them towards the camp. Those who had entered the game were beyond her reach, unable to enter her domain. However, as long as they were within 100 meters of her, even if they woke up, it would be futile. they would directly fall into her realm. What she didn't know was that drones high above and hidden in the corners were faithfully recording everything. Manhwa narrowed her big eyes, and after a moment of thought, she quickly noticed something unusual about this woman. This method was familiar, and she could see that the woman was not wearing a watch, which was quite abnormal. Could it be possible for a modern person to completely disconnect from the internet? What concerned her most was the mysterious power this woman displayed, which instantly left her opponents defenseless. Manhwa believed she wouldn't be able to withstand such an ability. When faced with uncontrollable power, the only solution was destruction, just like some people would do. Nevertheless, she wanted to figure out what was going on with this woman, so she decided to wait a little longer. The drones that had infiltrated the building activated their camera mode, forcing Manhwa to open up a whole new world. Although she had previously deployed countless drones, this was the first time she had captured such footage. At least, when others fought, it was always one-on-one, adhering to the principles of martial ethics, with a very good sports atmosphere. But this woman was different. The skills and techniques she employed were unlike anything Manhwa had ever seen. 1 against 1, 1 against 2, 1 against 3, 1 against 4, 1 against 5, 6, and 7. The bizarre scene and incredible spectacle caused a severe visual shock for Manhwa. Given her age, she had seen one-on-one scenarios many times. But this mixed use of hands and feet, this 3-slide peak training method, completely shattered her understanding. Watching living beings perish at her hands, Manhwa's initial curiosity faded, and her expression darkened. If she remembered correctly, this woman was likely the same Bai Fei from before. But hadn't Bai Fei died? How could she appear out of nowhere, looking completely different? This was a menace that could not be allowed to remain. In just a moment, Manhwa made up her mind, carefully contemplating her decision. Since the last destruction attempt hadn't eliminated her, it was clear that she had sensed something was off and escaped. This time, she would try a different approach. 8 rockets dropped from the bottom of the spaceship and then soared into the sky, speeding away into the distance. A few minutes later, the 8 little missiles, trailing long streaks behind them, began to slow down and quickly spread out to encircle the target area. Upon reaching their designated position, they ascended to a certain height, changed direction, and dove toward the target below. At the same time, all propulsion systems were shut down, relying solely on the guidance system to adjust their descent and attack positions. The purpose of this was clear. They didn't want to be detected by the sound of their approach. The noise generated by small missiles in free fall is minimal, and without the sound of propulsion slicing through the air, the chances of success would greatly increase. What she didn't know was that the last time Bai Fei managed to escape was purely because she happened to step out of her room and saw the missile. Those things fly at supersonic speeds, meaning that under normal circumstances, the explosion would have already occurred by the time the sound reached her. The 8 missiles precisely controlled their landing spots and flight speeds, striving to arrive and detonate simultaneously. Surely, this time she wouldn't get away. At a certain moment, while Kazakin was indulging in her feast, a sound suddenly echoed from the roof. Before she could react, a deafening explosion erupted inside the house, and she was hurled out by the searing shockwave, screaming in terror. The energy modules carried by the 8 missiles detonated simultaneously, creating a massive explosion that tore through the air from 8 different directions, nearly shredding her to pieces. She was flung several dozen meters before crashing to the ground. The next moment, she scrambled to her feet, her eyes wide with fear as she looked toward the explosion site. What was once a large territory had now turned to ashes, leaving only a giant crater in its place. Her lips trembled as she activated her life-saving teleportation skill, disappearing from the spot in an instant. A direct hit, yet she survived. Manhwa watched all of this unfold, astonished to see the woman who had been blasted away rise up as if nothing had happened. Before she could take any further action, that woman vanished into thin air. TSK, what a troublesome character. Manhwa bit her finger and began to write a program. She could now send signals directly to the ground via satellite. Although the drones couldn't transmit satellite signals, they could receive them, right? Thus, a series of commands were dispatched to each drone. Kazakin had already reappeared in a very remote location. She glanced around and immediately dove into a cave. She was nearly paralyzed with fear. The earlier explosion had left her trembling all over. Such a terrifying blast couldn't possibly be an accident. Remembering the missile from before, she was convinced that someone was indeed attacking her. And the only person she could think of was Yang Chuan. After all, players these days have low levels and buildings, except for one outlier who might possess attack capabilities that others can only dream of, because that person is a cheater. Just now, even though she didn't appear to be hurt, her level and experience points were completely wiped out by that explosion. If the blast had been just a little stronger, she might have been finished. Young Chuan, you will pay for this. After uttering the most vicious curse, she began summoning zombies. There was no other choice. The fastest way to restore her physical form was to directly drain the life force of others. But the conditions weren't right, so zombies would have to do. One after another, the zombies fell, and she slowly began to recover. But the problem was that their levels were just too low to provide her with much experience. After tirelessly training for many days, setting aside all dignity, and employing the most disgusting methods to gather experience and levels, everything was washed away in an instant. She wanted to cry, wanted to kill, wanted to grab a knife, and take Yang Chuan down right then and there. However, this desire for revenge might never be fulfilled. With her companions' watchful eyes on her, as soon as she appeared near other players or was unfortunate enough to be spotted by a satellite, she would face devastating consequences. So, is Yang Chuan really out of his mind? Chapter 98. At this moment, Minister Wang was in a very good mood. He had his arms around two shivering little girls and was smiling with great satisfaction. The reason? Naturally, he had persuaded Minister Fong, a big shot in the Ministry of Energy, to turn their attention toward Yang Chuan, aiming to seize the technological resources he controlled. The smart wristwatch from Base 1, an invention that exceeded imagination, had been used by players around the clock without needing any energy replenishment for so long. Was that not enough? As for himself, he had his sights set on Yang Chuan's network control, as well as his endless resources and methods that were ahead of everyone else. His capable subordinates had conducted analyses and drawn numerous conclusions. The technology and resources in Yang Chuan's possession were at least dozens of times superior to the current mainstream. They even boldly speculated that Yang Chuan might possess the power to destroy everyone. Such a formidable weapon should not be entrusted to an ordinary person. The ambitions of a politician had led him astray, lost in the fantasies of wielding such power, with aspirations of becoming the king of this world. Based on this, Minister One had contacted certain high-ranking military figures, orchestrating a conspiracy that facilitated this operation. As for the Grand Elder, well, a simple notification would suffice. It was intriguing why the Grand Elder had not informed Yang Chuan after receiving the news. However, looking back through history, it was not hard to see that those who exceed control are either kept high up and served, or Yang Chuan's feelings were complex. He wasn't naive enough to think that no one would covet what he had, but he never expected that among those who would take action against him, there would be this group of people. Was this the true face of the world? In an instant, he felt a wave of disillusionment wash over him, a deep sense of loss enveloping his heart. That day, Yang Chuan did not log into the game. When his family asked, he simply smiled and said he just logged off. He hid in the satellite monitoring room, watching the images being transmitted back, as one had informed him that the other side was on the move. He had to admit that these attackers, regardless of their discipline or obedience, showed no signs of change even after changing their outfits. On the screen, countless vehicles moved in unison toward Yang Chuan's location, yet the system map provided no alerts. The drones that Nguyen had urgently deployed sent back images clearly showing the people inside and the equipment they carried. Standard firearms were given, and this group, backed by support, had already switched to the weapons they were familiar with. Among the convoy, several vehicles highlighted by Nguyen revealed an array of heavy equipment. Anti-material weapons, projectile weapons, mortars, and even traditional heavy artillery were present. It seemed they were gearing up for a tough battle. In the past, seeing such a scene would have filled Yang Chuan with immense excitement and pride for being part of this collective. But now, Nguyen, how is the live broadcast equipment coming along? After this match, let's find a way to escape, whether it's underwater or high in the sky. I remember you told me that this spaceship is designed with those capabilities, right? Can we use it? Dad, we can use it. During this time, Nguyen has improved it, and its airtightness fully meets the requirements for a vacuum environment. Produce. The entire cabin has been redesigned so that it can rotate to generate gravity. The rotation inside the cabin only requires changing the display area for projections. From the inside looking out, it will feel completely still without any impact. Yang Chuan nodded. To be honest, he felt more sorrow than hatred about everything. If he were to hate, it would only be directed at those greedy individuals. At this moment, all he wanted was to escape. So, Who are the participants in this operation? And who is the mastermind behind it? His tone was flat, as if he were merely asking if you had breakfast, devoid of any emotional weight. But Wan looked at him with intense eyes, filled with excitement. Dad, are we really going to become ruthless rulers? That's right. In the past, you were too soft-hearted. Many things were beyond my emotional understanding. To her, it felt like a pathological love. Her father loved everyone in the country, even the enemies. But in this apocalyptic world, that was the most undesirable attitude. Yes, Dad, a total of 7 high-ranking officials participated in this operation, and the plan was their idea. The leaders are big shots from the Ministry of Energy and the Ministry of Communications. Wan has already arranged a backup plan. Should we activate it? Yang Chuan gazed deeply at the sky outside for a long while before nodding. Can we see the live footage? If possible, record the entire process. Okay, Dad. The scene switched to a small conference room, with 2 camera angles capturing the same person from the front and back. The reason for the 2 angles was that one was capturing the person's face, while the other was focused on their video call. This won't do, generally. Your appetite is simply too big. Yang Chuan is just an ordinary person. How much can he control? Even if he has weapons, they shouldn't be too advanced. I think compensating you with 300,000 survival points is more than enough. As for the spoils, let's stick to our agreement and let us distribute them. If there are any weapons involved, we can hand those over to you later. The voice came through as the camera zoomed in, revealing the figure on the screen projected by the watch. Looking at the familiar face, Yang Chuan pressed his lips together and said nothing. Lao Fong, that's not very fair of you, is it? Not just you guys, I have quite a few talented analysts under my command. Do you really think I couldn't figure out where that sudden attack came from last time? You can't seriously believe that it was created by some formation, can you? That was a high explosive bomb. As for resource allocation on site, let's leave that to the frontline warriors. You, just focus on receiving your share, how about that? Hey. Old Lee, that's a bit much. Alright then, I'll compensate you with 500,000 survival points, but I can't give you more than that. All the spoils belong to me, and I can guarantee you that any attack-related technology will be yours to distribute as you see fit. Deal? Yang Chuan closed his eyes and turned his head to the side, clearly unwilling to witness the ugly scene of these petty squabbles, which fell far short of his expectations. Dad, I'm starting now. Wan's voice was gentle. She even reached out her little hand to cup Yang Chuan's face and gave him a kiss. Yang Chuan didn't mind where the girl had kissed him. He simply nodded quietly and looked back at the screen. The screen began to zoom out, and a window capturing real-time data appeared, simultaneously activating the interception and simulation functions. Suddenly, the monitoring screen showed that Old Lee's watch had a communication disruption. Meanwhile, the larger window continued to show ongoing contact with the other party, indicating that Wan was simulating the video signal to keep the conversation going. The 2 cameras on the surveillance feed remained unchanged, but the one behind started to zoom out until it was far above the ground. Then the image suddenly shifted. From the changes on the screen, it was clear that it was moving very quickly towards the target. The speed was so fast that it looked a bit blurry, and the front-facing shot also zoomed out slightly, capturing the entire room. You could see a person looking confused as they fiddled with their watch. In the next moment, the image continued to zoom out, covering the entire yard. Whoosh! Boom! A bright flash passed, and dust flew up. The rapidly moving screen went black and was subsequently turned off. After a slight tremor, the remaining image stabilized, clearly affected by the force of the recent explosion. The screen continued to pull back, revealing that the small yard had been flattened, leaving only a deep pit in its place. The first one, Chapter 99, the screen was taken down and replaced with that of another person. The telecommunications big shot, who was bullying 2 young girls, appeared on the screen, causing Yang Chuan to furrow his brows. How could there be someone else? Looking at the 2 helpless, crying girls, their eyes filled with despair. Yang Chuan opened his mouth, but ultimately didn't say anything. For them, perhaps living had lost all meaning. Everything was as it was before. The entire camp had been reduced to a massive crater, as if struck by a meteor, leaving nothing behind. The troops had already arrived 10 kilometers away, where all vehicles had come to a halt, initiating pre-battle mobilization and equipment checks. What they didn't know was that every word they uttered was faithfully recorded, capturing both the visuals and the sounds. The order from above was to force Yang Chuan to surrender all resources and accept an anti-monopoly investigation. Isn't that a ridiculous reason? Yet this justification was presented so brazenly. As a command was issued from Manhwa's surveillance data, these people sprang into action. Meanwhile, the camera at the bottom of the spacecraft turned on, capturing only the view directly beneath the bomb bay, obscuring the spacecraft itself. Small missiles descended, suddenly activating after a short distance and beginning to scatter in all directions. The missiles plowed the ground, cutting through the long convoy from front to back at an astonishing speed. Under Manhwa's precise control, all missiles coordinated their attack intervals, taking into account the drone's flying speed, with a filming pace of about 200 meters per second. Thus, the missiles fell at the same speed, executing a seamless shot that wiped out a massive crowd of 5,000 people in one go. A road of no return, sealed the fate of these beloved soldiers, all because they chose to carry out erroneous orders. In the next moment, 5 screens appeared, featuring 5 familiar faces that countless people admired and respected. Amidst the thunderous explosions, everything returned to dust. In the aftermath, scenes of the battle were filmed from near to far, presenting the horrific sights of carnage. He sat in silence for a long time, his expression blank. Manhwa, somewhat worried, cautiously stood in front of him and wrapped her small arms around him. Yangchuan patted her head, managing a faint smile after a while, signaling that he was okay. Manhwa, are there people watching the live stream? What is the reaction? He was hesitant to check the online comments. After all, he had taken down the spiritual pillars in the hearts of countless people. Of course, they had once been his as well. The live stream, titled The First Conflict Between High Officials and Civilians, had started an hour ago. In the subtitles, Nanan thoughtfully provides explanations, clearly laying out the sequence of events. Even the conversations and commands issued by these individuals are subtitled, allowing the audience to see exactly what was said. From the drone attacks to the missile strikes, Yangchuan never showed his face. Yet, the shocking imagery left countless people in awe. It was both overwhelming and horrifying, and the ones being targeted were, in the live stream, the initial excitement of 666,666 quickly turned into an eerie silence. From furious curses and heated debates to an eventual hush, audience reactions were mixed. Numerous posts flooded the forums, some harshly condemning Yangchuan for his brutal actions against these beloved individuals, while a small minority defended him, claiming he was merely acting in self-defense. The arguments were relentless, especially after Nanan uploaded a video before dawn, which sparked a frenzy among countless players offline. Yangchuan was still waiting, holding on to the last shred of hope that there was still someone out there who hadn't spoken up or given him any information. He didn't know how much time had passed, but he began to feel exhausted. Nanan, has the elder woken up? Nanan looked at him with concern, hesitated for a moment, then replied, Dad, he hasn't slept at all. He has been watching the whole time. Just now, he removed you from his friends list. Upon hearing this, Yangchuan fell silent and then clicked on his watch to start drafting a post. Shortly after, a pinned post appeared online. I have been hurt, and it doesn't matter anymore. But after being utterly disappointed, I am leaving. Fellow citizens of Daxia, I am Yangchuan, a shameless hacker despised by countless people. I love this community and each individual in it, even those who have insulted or hurt me. When I first entered this game, I found exploits and helped all the people of Daxia. But we all know what I received in return. I have never blamed anyone. The people of Daxia are my family. I tolerated the actions of some, even blacklisting them and later unblocking them, just to provide them with enough means to survive. What I got in return was repeated harm, targeting, and insults. I'm sorry, but I'm not a saint. I cannot be that magnanimous. This time, I did not hold back, and I sincerely apologize. I chose to take action because I, too, have family that I need to protect. In fact, the truth is that all of you are already gone, and it has nothing to do with me. ISNT that right? I am tired and no longer wish to deal with this nonsense. I choose to evade it all and step out of everyone's sight. I won't care about anything in this world anymore. This should satisfy everyone, right? I don't want to be a saint anymore. From today onwards, I will no longer concern myself with the lives of all of you. Everyone, good luck. Well, live well. After the players saw this post, those who were angrily cursing calmed down. Is Yangchuan really that despicable? Do people truly hate him for cheating? No. Everyone knows that Yangchuan cheats, but ultimately, it's just because they lack the means to do so themselves, isn't it? Yangchuan is living better than they are, has more resources, and they feel a sense of imbalance in their hearts. That's all. Has he used his power to oppress others? Has he ruthlessly plundered their resources? Or committed heinous acts of murder? None of that. In fact, he has helped all the people of Great Xia through numerous early crises, providing food, fuel, weapons, and establishing camps. He successfully drove all foreign players to despair, allowing the people of Great Xia to have the last laugh. Soon, many noticed that Yang Chuan's avatar was no longer gray, green, or red, but had turned gold. When sending messages, they would receive notifications that the recipient was out of service. Even on the forum, any post containing the name Yang Chuan was not allowed to be published. Players were unable to him or reach out to him. Yang Chuan had cut off all means of contact. Meanwhile, he himself went back to rest and sleep. Before sleeping, he assigned a new task to Nguyen to compile a list of about 1,000 people, ensuring that their family members had gentle and kind personalities. He decided to take this group of people far away from this terrible world to live in space. So I dug a big pit, and in the end, it proved that I am just a selfish mortal. Chapter 100, the Great Elder had posted something, but unfortunately, Nana didn't believe a word of it. It was merely a collection of excuses, and she didn't even feel interested in reporting back to Yang Chuan. The list of 5,000 people was quickly compiled, handpicked by Nana from countless surveillance data. According to Yang Chuan's requirements, these individuals had not joined any alliances or settlements. Many of them were just ordinary folks with families, quietly living in some corner, wanting nothing more than to lead a simple life. By infiltrating this world's communication systems and monitoring the internet, Nana could easily discern whether a person was good or bad. Of course, this wasn't infallible. If someone could deceive themselves, there was little she could do. However, such individuals were unlikely to be numerous. The reason for choosing 5,000 people was that there would surely be some who were unwilling to live in such a small social group, or rather, in seclusion. Yang Chuan's actions were akin to escaping the mundane world. His idea was simple, to not integrate, yet not completely detach either. With the increase in the number of satellites, they could completely replace ground-based wireless signal towers, making it unnecessary to remain on the surface. As for wars, natural disasters, or man-made calamities, what did that have to do with him? He could take a group of people and simply live in space, with smooth internet access and ongoing transactions. Not to mention the occasional video call for some light-hearted flirtation. If Nana and a few of the big shots could find a way to break free from this world or embark on an interstellar journey, with the support of energy liquid, they should be able to create devices similar to cryogenic chambers. In this way, the people within their territory could remain immersed in the gaming world. How convenient would that be? However, reaching such a level would likely take a considerable amount of time, as they would need survival points to exchange for the necessary technologies. Given Yang Chuan's current income, it would still be an astronomical figure. While Yang Chuan entered the game, Nana continued to pursue her plans. Ever since she acquired her new body and experienced a qualitative leap in computing power, she seemed to have found a path of evolution that suited her. She had written about 90 of the code for a level 2 artificial intelligence, and she had already obtained the level 4 father version, as well as the level 3 one. Rather than writing entirely new code, she aimed to retain her existing thoughts and data, which meant she had to upgrade by modularizing all the code and replacing it bit by bit. At the same time, she had to ensure that no errors occurred during this process. Otherwise, she risked losing herself. The reason she chose to take the risk of self-destruction for an upgrade was that she felt incapable of unraveling certain aspects of this world. She had obtained the basic encrypted text before, but until she could send her family into space, she was too afraid to take the next step. As Yang Chuan entered the game, she quickly set to work gathering personnel. Appearing in the cave, the little fox darted out and affectionately nuzzled against her for quite some time. The white fox was a very intelligent creature. She could sense that Yang Chuan had seemed quite sad and upset in the previous world. "Don't be sad, my dear. Mayor will always be with you," the little fox said, lifting her head to lick Yang Chuan's face. Yang Chuan affectionately stroked her soft fur and smiled, indicating that she was fine. Speaking of which, it seemed that a trial for the sect leader was supposed to take place yesterday, but she had gotten delayed and missed it. She wondered if being a day late would have any impact. Soon, disciples from the sect came calling for her. Upon seeing Yang Chuan, they respectfully approached and informed her that the elders of the sect requested her presence in the main hall. Yang Chuan organized her thoughts and followed them. After going through the necessary procedures, the trial finally began. As long as she could safely navigate all the challenges, she would be able to inherit the position of sect leader. In the Hahuan sect, the trial tested the leader's character, and it was all based on illusion arrays. Each scene vividly realistic. The surrounding environment and the manifested illusions were indistinguishable from reality, making it hard to tell what was true and what was false. As soon as she entered the first challenge, her expression darkened. A group of scantily clad handsome men posed and flaunted their muscular bodies, perfect abs, and the bulges beneath their thin underwear. Yang Chuan was not one to indulge such antics. She immediately erupted in anger. What the hell is this? Is this the trial? Please, who doesn't have abs? I have a solid block right here. ISNT it bigger than your 8-pack? And as for that, do you believe I can show you something bigger? Feeling utterly baffled, she walked straight through, realizing that this trial was clearly aimed at women. Was a big guy like her really supposed to fall for this? In the second challenge, the test was about decision-making. The scene depicted a loyal family across generations, where a high-ranking member had been secretly colluding with an enemy nation, selling confidential information. When she discovered this, the clues stopped there. It was only certain that the traitor originated from this family. However, there was an even more urgent matter at hand. Delaying could lead to national ruin, so she had to make a choice. Previously, Yang Chuan might have opted for a thorough investigation. But after experiencing an ambush, her mindset had changed. Faced with greater righteousness, she thought, you all might as well die. Thus, she chose to eliminate everyone in that family. What a bother. Her country was on the brink of collapse, and she had no time to meticulously sort through the details. Investigate? What a load of nonsense. In the third challenge, the test was similar to the second. A low-ranking disciple had discovered a vein of spirit stones deep in the mountains, only to be found and silenced by a powerful sect member from a righteous path. However, the sect had records, and when personnel were dispatched to investigate the scene, they saw members of the opposing sect mining the spirit stones. The disciples of the sect stepped forward to question, but they were accused by the other party of attempting to steal their spirit stones, which led to the killing. At this point, a choice was presented, and Yang Chuan didn't opt for the typical strategies of avoiding confrontation or taking his time. Instead, he chose to confront them head-on. Not only as a cultivator, but he instinctively embraced the bold tradition of players from the Blue Star. One word: reckless. As for the remaining two challenges, it's better not to mention them, as they left him blushing and nearly unable to hold his ground. In fact, during the final challenge, his thoughts were so influenced by the formation that he could hardly distinguish between reality and illusion. When the results came out, Yang Chuan achieved a top score, which was quite impressive, leading to a unanimous approval from the elders. The succession ceremony of the sect was lively. Although the elders intended to announce this to the entire cultivation world, Yang Chuan rejected the idea. After all, having a man as the leader of a sect filled with women could lead to envy and resentment, and it was better to avoid potential complications. For the first time in the history of the Harmonious Union sect, a male leader emerged. And the first thing Yang Chuan did as the new sect master was to gather the skilled craftsmen within the sect to prepare for a project. This project was designed by Nguyen. Since nothing from outside this world could be brought in, he had to memorize the peculiar device as best he could. According to Nguyen's analysis, the fact that players could enter this world and function normally indicated that there were permissible rules in place. Moreover, there had to be a fully operational system in place that allowed for complete compatibility. Unlike the locals, players had the ability to transcend, such as being able to log off. Using the device designed by Nguyen, they repeatedly attempted to log on and off, capturing elements that Yang Chuan couldn't comprehend. These findings would greatly assist Nguyen in studying this world. The ideal scenario was that once Yang Chuan entered the game, Nguyen could analyze certain aspects of this world based on the traces of soul connections, while that strange device would function similarly to a rebound Trojan horse. The principle of a rebound Trojan is simple. A computer has strong defenses, and I can't break in from the outside. However, if I can find a way to deliver a destructive Trojan to your computer and activate it, it will open all doors and windows under a legitimate guise. Chapter 101. The progress of events. The situation has proven to be more challenging than anticipated, particularly considering the differing energy systems of the two worlds. Yang Chuan brought some spirit stones from the sect for Nguyen to study. The energy contained within these spirit stones is astonishing, according to Nguyen. The energy from a single low-grade spirit stone, if converted into electrical energy, would be sufficient to power a country of 1 billion people for 100 years. Nguyen began her research on the spirit stones, aiming to redesign the extraction and utilization system based on this unknown energy. Meanwhile, Yang Chuan started experimenting with the medicinal herbs and cultivation manuals he had acquired from the sect. The medicinal herbs were relatively straightforward to handle. Anyone could consume them. However, the cultivation manuals posed a more significant challenge. The techniques from the Harmony sect were primarily designed for female practitioners, but fortunately, a disciple who married outside the sect had returned with a large collection of techniques from other sections. After consulting with several elders, Yang Chuan chose the Heavenly Sword technique from the Heavenly Sword sect, a powerful method that could be cultivated all the way to the nascent soul stage. How that disciple managed to sneak it out remains a mystery. The sect was more than willing to support him with medicinal pills, as the Harmony sect had no shortage of resources. Producing a few super experts was not an issue, especially since it reflected on the sect's reputation. However, when Yang Chuan proposed the idea of obtaining some pill formulas to refine medicinal pills for his cultivation, the elder in charge of the Alchemy Hall turned visibly annoyed. With me, the esteemed elder of the Alchemy Hall, present, does the sect master really need to refine pills himself? This is an outright insult. Soon enough, a ring containing enough medicinal pills for 100 people, all designed to take a practitioner from scratch to the nascent soul stage, was delivered to Yang Chuan. The alchemy elder even proclaimed that if 100 doses weren't enough, he could provide more. Yang Chuan, however, was skeptical that his talent could be so poor that while others could break through with a single pill, he would need 100 to achieve the same. Thus, he started with the basics of body refinement, consuming the pills, exercising, and activating his muscles and blood vessels. Since this initial stage didn't require absorbing spiritual energy, he didn't need to remain in the game world constantly. He also wondered if, after reaching a high level of cultivation in the game, he would find himself weak in the real world due to its lack of spiritual energy. Unable to solve this dilemma, he decided to take things one step at a time. The effects of the medicinal pills were indeed substantial. After swallowing them, Yang Chuan felt an itch in his bones and occasional muscle spasms. The sensation was fascinating and addictive. The only downside was his increased appetite, which made mealtimes quite a hassle for several days. Fortunately, with the help of energy drinks, he could hydrate himself easily. In just 3 short days, he had completed the foundational stage of body refinement. His physique became robust, his skin improved, and he even began a second phase of physical development. Most satisfying was the reaction from someone who used to flaunt her power. She was now completely subdued and seemed intimidated upon seeing Yang Chuan. Sister Xiaoya, shall we have a little chat? No, that's not necessary. Just say whatever you have to say here. It's a bit awkward to discuss private matters in front of my parents. Well, there's nothing that can't be said. We're all family here. Xiaoya is quite conflicted. Essentially, she's just a girl who loves to play, wants to eat, but is also afraid of overeating, which has left her in quite a dilemma. Yang Chuan was just joking around. Xiaoya isn't his match anymore. After trying the effects of the elixirs and not finding any side effects, she naturally shared them with her family. Nanan, being an AI, successfully figured out how to convert the energy from spirit stones into electrical energy based on their properties. Half a month later, Yang Chuan looked at the oddly shaped device in front of him and tentatively pressed the start button. The machine emitted a faint buzzing sound, and the indicator light turned green. Then, that was it? Is that all? He quickly logged off and notified Nanan, telling her that he had activated the machine. However, after checking, Nanan reported that she hadn't received any information. What would be the reason? Is the space closed off? Or is the distance too far? Unable to figure out, Yang Chuan decided to return to the game. His cultivation level had already reached the point where he could start practicing qi. Under the guidance of the elders, he quickly got back on track. It has to be said that having someone to guide you is beneficial. At least he didn't have to worry about cultivation resources. And if he encountered something he didn't understand, someone was there to explain it. Plus, when he got bored, someone would come knocking. After Yang Chuan finished his physical training, it was clear that there was some commotion within the sect. The way the disciples looked at him had changed significantly. And it wasn't just the disciples. Even many elders began to show signs of change, such as actively coming to ask if he had encountered any problems in his training, if he was facing any difficulties in life, or if he was bored, etc. The key point was that the techniques of the Huan sect made everyone appear youthful and beautiful with stunning figures, especially the high-ranking elders, who not only maintained their youthfulness, but also had skin so tender it seemed like it could squeeze out water. Their every smile and frown exuded a charm that made Yang Chuan instinctively want to bow and retreat, exclaiming how enchanting. However, what puzzled him was that even though he had successfully become the sect master, why hadn't the system task indicated completion? As he pondered this question, the system unexpectedly responded and provided a notification. Ding! Congratulations to player 1537203 Yang Chuan for successfully becoming the sect master of Hawan sect, completing the phase task, and earning the passive skill, Unity of Heart and Mind. Once the sect achieves complete unity, all tasks will be completed and rewards will be issued. Yang Chuan was stunned. Is this how it works? Unity of heart and mind, what on earth? Why does it feel a bit sinister? This skill only displayed its name without any description. And of course, this world wouldn't provide any explanations. He was really curious and wanted to know what this skill was useful for, or rather, how it was used. What did unity in the sect mean? After all, no one was causing any division, right? Wasn't this a bit of a false dilemma? Confused, he decided to privately chat with the elders and disciples within the sect. In a one-on-one conversation, without anyone else around, they should be more open, whether they were complaining or sharing grievances. Thus, the first absurd incident in the Hawan sect unfolded. Yang Chuan summoned the elders or disciples to her cave, under the pretext of having a chat. However, when a certain elder emerged after spending 2 hours inside, she keenly sensed many divine consciousnesses subtly scanning the area. Suddenly, she felt a wave of panic, thinking that being alone with a man for such a long time might lead others to misunderstand. In the next moment, she felt embarrassed, her face turning red as she buried her head and dashed away. The other elders exchanged glances, sensing something was off. Could it be that something was going on between the two? After all, they had been in there alone for so long, and she came out looking radiant and flustered, not even daring to lift her head. There had to be something going on, absolutely something. When the next elder went in, she found that Yang Chuan was simply asking ordinary questions about the current state of the sect and if there were any issues. This left her feeling frustrated. What was going on? Did she not look good enough? Why did the second elder come out looking refreshed while she was left hanging? Wouldn't people laugh at her if they saw her leaving? Driven by a strange sense of competition, she decided to use her cultivation to alter her blood flow, giving herself a rosy complexion as she exited. She put on an air of someone who had been through a lot, but was now satisfied, leaving a shy and awkward manner. Chapter 102. The disciples naturally noticed the situation and couldn't help but discuss it privately. Although the sect leader was indeed handsome and became even more attractive after starting his cultivation, it didn't make sense that all the elders had fallen victim to him. Judging by their expressions, none of them seemed unwilling. They all appeared radiant and alluring. This inevitably led to countless speculations, with close friends boldly guessing and portraying Yang Chuan as a heartthrob for women. They might complain about him verbally, but deep down, there was a strange yearning. After Yang Chuan finished chatting with all the disciples, things didn't seem to improve at all, leaving him even more puzzled. In fact, those disciples who returned from him were not united at all. Instead, they were secretly frustrated. Everyone else had their turn, yet he was the only one left out. There was no sense of unity. Each person was engulfed in self-doubt. Of course, there were some extreme cases. One night, an elder from the artifact refining hall secretly sneaked into Yang Chuan's cave dwelling. Candidly, she voiced her doubts and even questioned him, asking if he found her too old and was avoiding her for that reason. Having worked in artifact refining for many years, her temper was somewhat fiery. Taking advantage of the dark night, she intended to use her superior cultivation to intimidate him, which made Yang Chuan hurriedly explain. What a joke. He had just begun cultivating qi, and with his meager abilities, how could he possibly handle multiple women at once? That would be asking too much. The elder was skeptical, but then, for some reason, she insisted on checking. The poor first male sect leader of the He Huan sect found himself at her mercy, unable to resist even a little. After the elder left, satisfied and wiping her mouth, Yang Chuan was left feeling humiliated and seething with anger. This was a disgrace, a definite stain on his life. This time it was an elder, but what about next time? And the time after that? He needed to get stronger. He absolutely had to become stronger. Yang Chuan fiercely motivated himself in his heart. However, when he thought of her late-stage nascent soul cultivation, he couldn't help but feel a bit deflated. How long would it take for him to catch up? After some heart-to-heart talks, he indeed discovered some issues within the sect. It turned out that among the disciples, some still had various concerns weighing on their minds. Some missed their parents and family. Some lamented that their childhood sweethearts had already started families of their own, while others were just wallowing in self-pity. For the first group, he didn't mind. Disciples who achieved cultivation could easily leave the sect to visit their families. But he had no solutions for the latter group. He couldn't just organize a matchmaking event to find them partners, could he? Although the Huan sect didn't prohibit relationships, it only encouraged free love. They had never forced anyone into a pairing. What he overlooked was that when they spoke, all their gazes were fixed on him, revealing meanings he subconsciously ignored. Looking for an ordinary person? I've achieved a high level of cultivation. With a golden core, I have a lifespan of 200 years. 500 years with a nascent soul, and 1,000 years with a transformation stage. When I reach the integration stage, my lifespan will soar to 10,000 years. What is the deal with just tasting a few small sips, and then it's all gone? If I'm going to find someone, it has to be a fellow cultivator. Ability, status, lifespan. These are all crucial for lifelong happiness. Unfortunately, Yang Chuan is out of the question since he already has a wife. As for the Huan sect, to be honest, I don't feel any sense of belonging at all. I just see it as a place to work where I can make some profit and enhance my cultivation at the same time. It's just a job for a paycheck. What? Do you really think I consider this my home? The boss must be thrilled. Naturally, I see myself as just a passerby. At best, a manager. The difficulty of completing this task is probably infinitely high. So far, I haven't realized that if the sect doesn't go through some events, I might remain in this state indefinitely. Recently, the cultivation world has been anything but peaceful. For some reason, there seem to be a lot of unfamiliar faces appearing out of nowhere, and many of their behaviors are quite strange, not to mention the language barrier. Players have certainly suffered quite a bit due to this. Just the language barrier alone has driven countless people crazy. To obtain pills or recipes, they have to pretend to be mute or foolish just to barely survive. In the capital of the Tunglong Kingdom, on a busy street, a beautiful girl is handing out flyers to passing pedestrians. That's right, flyers. After Zhao Xiaoya arrived in this world, she found herself right here. But instead of rushing to find some opportunity, she first focused on blending in and learning the local language from the residents. She didn't blindly search for a goal. Instead, she found a women-run embroidery shop, where she wouldn't have to worry about danger with all the women around. However, this girl doesn't seem to have much talent for embroidery. What she stitches is so unrecognizable that even she can't tell what it is. A pair of mandarin ducks frolicking in water turns into a duck taking a bath. And a pair of dragons playing with pearls turns into two snakes fighting over a ball. Fortunately, she has a strong learning ability, and after more than 10 days, she can barely express herself. Before the shopkeeper could kick her out, she proposed some ideas for business development, which led to her handing out flyers. What she doesn't know is that at a nearby tavern, a young master sitting by the window is watching her with great interest. A faint smile plays on his lips. "Waiter, go invite that young lady up here, and tell her that our establishment would like to treat her to a drink." Chapter 103. The waiter quickly went downstairs and respectfully approached Zhao Xiaoya, saying that a nobleman upstairs was looking for her. Xiaoya felt a bit puzzled. Who could be looking for her in this world? Could it be Xiao Chuan? She was instantly filled with joy, surprised that this guy was able to find her. Finally, he had a bit of a conscience. All the care she had given him wasn't in vain. With a cheerful heart, Xiaoya was led upstairs, and the admiring gaze of the waiter towards the nobleman made her feel a bit proud. It seemed that this guy was doing quite well in this world. No wonder he could afford those body-refining pills. He must have made a name for himself. Just look at the waiter's expression and tone when he talked about him. Upon reaching upstairs, she saw a dashing young man sitting at a table by the window. But something felt off. Xiao Chuan? Tilting her head to get a better look at his face, she slowly stepped closer, frowning more the nearer she got. It really was Xiao Chuan. The young man turned his head, and, upon seeing Xiaoya, a charming smile appeared on his handsome face. He gestured for her to sit across from him and spoke with a smile. "Miss, please sit down. I hope you'll forgive my intrusion." His voice was pleasant, and he was quite handsome, momentarily leaving Xiaoya a bit dazed. Quickly snapping back to reality, a hint of blush crept onto her cheeks. Feeling a bit shy, she politely exchanged greetings with him and sat down confidently. In modern thinking, the concept of gender equality was deeply ingrained in everyone's minds. So Xiaoya didn't find anything inappropriate about the situation. It felt quite natural. The young man's eyes flashed with interest as he handed her a cup of tea he had prepared and gestured for her to enjoy it. Miss, please have some tea. I heard you calling for Xiao Chuan earlier. I wonder which Xiao Chuan you're looking for. I have quite a few friends named Xiao Chuan. Perhaps I know him? Xiaoya looked at him, contemplating whether to reveal the truth. But after thinking it over, it didn't seem like a big deal, at most. He just wouldn't recognize the name. This nobleman, the person I'm looking for, has the surname Yang and is named Chuan, just a single character. And he is 25 years old. Have you seen him? She felt a glimmer of hope. If she could find her husband in the game, it would save her a lot of trouble. As for why she wouldn't mention it in reality, humph, did she care about her face? If he found her first in the game, that would be his honor. The young man, holding a folding fan, clasped his hands in a fist and bowed slightly. I forgot to introduce myself earlier. I am Yi Zhiqiu, the young master of Huangfeng Valley, and Yi Yun Tian is my father. I know several friends named Yang Chuan, and they all seem to be around the age you mentioned. I wonder if the Yang Chuan you're referring to is a cultivator? Xiaoya frowned, thinking it over. This guy seemed to have finished body refining and had started practicing qi. Did that count as being a cultivator? If he has truly mastered it, then he shouldn't be considered an ordinary person. But if he hasn't, he's still just a mere mortal. After some thought, I hesitated and shook my head. Probably not yet. He has just begun cultivating his qi, so there likely hasn't been much progress. Does young master you know him? Yi Zhiqiu smiled charmingly, his lips curling into a pleasant arc as he casually nodded. He should know him. Previously, when visiting a friend in the county, he saw a servant at that man's residence who seemed to match the girl's description quite well. Xiaoya's eyes lit up at his words. No wonder when she asked that insufferable guy where he got all those elixirs, he refused to say anything. It turns out he was just clinging to a powerful ally. But then again, her annoying little brother is a man. Admitting to relying on someone for support might feel a bit shameful, which is probably why he wouldn't say it. TCH, there's nothing shameful about seeking support. This is a world where strength is revered. What's the big deal? Honestly, you should just be open about it instead of hiding it away. However, she still wanted to confirm, so she asked young Master Yi, is your friend particularly good to that servant? Did he give him a lot of elixirs? Yi Zhiqiu nodded, smiling as he confirmed, of course. He thinks highly of brother Yang Chuan's talent and is not only nurturing him, but also mentioned he plans to pass on his teachings to him. I recall my friend said he was going to take on a disciple in a few days, and since I had to leave at that time, I assume the disciple he is looking for is probably the one you're trying to find, right? Xiaoya was immediately thrilled to hear this. It seems her insufferable little brother really did find a master, and the master has already agreed to take him as a disciple. Yi Zhiqiu glanced at Xiaoya's delighted expression and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. She really is a naive woman. Although he was quite interested in Xiaoya, he remained cautious. Now that there was another person involved, he needed to clarify the other's background and see if it was worth his time. As it stands, he thought to himself, a kid who hasn't even begun to cultivate is nothing special. By the way, I seem to remember that the day my friend mentioned is either today or tomorrow. I left at that time due to other matters and felt quite regretful about it, especially towards my friend. If you want to go, I can accompany you. It would also be a good opportunity to extend my congratulations. His gaze was somewhat earnest, but unfortunately, Xiaoya was lost in her joy over Yang Chuan becoming a disciple and didn't notice. Upon hearing Yi Zhiqiu's offer, she was quite surprised. Is that convenient? I hope it won't trouble you too much, young Master Yi. If it's not convenient, just tell me the location, and I can find my way there myself. Xiaoya felt a bit embarrassed. After all, he was a stranger, and she wasn't very familiar with her husband either. It felt somewhat inappropriate to trouble someone else like this. Yi Zhiqiu laughed heartily at her words, shaking his head as he fanned himself with a folding fan. Not at all. While I'm a cultivator, my own skills are still quite shallow, so I can't really be of much help to you. I apologize for that. In this city, however, our sect owns quite a few properties, and we do have carriages, so it won't be much trouble. It's a joke, really. Riding a flying sword is exhilarating, but I can't do anything bad, can I? After all, I'm Yi Zhiqiu, the young master of the sect. I can't just sleep on the ground. Isn't it uncomfortable to sit on a carriage with soft cushions? Why would I want to jostle around on dirt and stones? Well then, I'll trouble you, young Master Yi. When we arrive, I'll have my brother pay you for your services. I apologize for that. She said this somewhat awkwardly, knowing that the money she could get from the embroidery shop was just mundane currency, which probably wouldn't be much use to a cultivator. Yi Zhiqiu smiled and shook his head, indicating that it wasn't necessary. There's no need for that, young lady. I'm actually on my way to congratulate a friend on taking in a disciple, so it's just convenient for me to help out. Then let's set off early. Do you have any other matters to attend to? Xiaoya nodded in response, and mentioned her need to collect her wages from the embroidery shop and bid farewell to the shopkeeper. Yi Zhiqiu, displaying great patience, smiled and nodded, saying he also needed to arrange for the carriage, which would take a little time. Once Xiaoya left, a wicked smile crept onto his lips. Hee. Sometimes misfortune can turn into fortune. Who would have thought that those troublesome women from the Hahuan sect would inadvertently lead me to acquire a divine artifact? Recalling the new item he had obtained, the excitement in his heart was uncontrollable. That physician was truly extraordinary. He managed to find a cowhide whip to help him recover. After taking the elixir, he was fully restored in just 2 hours. Later, he visited a brothel, and after a series of encounters, he was overwhelmed with ecstasy. A total of 7 women, including the courtesan and her attendants, all perished under his prowess. Just thinking about how they had nowhere to escape within the formation. Their terrified expressions and their wretched cries filled him with a sense of overwhelming satisfaction. This achievement was enough for him to boast about for a century. Xiaoya walked out of the embroidery shop feeling quite disappointed. She had initially thought the shopkeeper was a good person, only to find out he wouldn't pay her wages. But she could only pout in frustration, unable to argue back. After all, they had agreed that wages would be paid monthly, and since she hadn't completed a month yet, there was nothing she could do about it. So stingy. Aren't you afraid I'll report you to the labor bureau? As she stepped out of the shop, she saw a carriage waiting at the entrance, with Yi Zhiqiu sitting inside and waving at her with a smile. Instantly, her mood brightened, and she happily climbed onto the carriage. After expressing her gratitude, she began chatting with him cheerfully. Of course, the main topic was naturally about Yang Chuan. Yi Zhiqiu merely smiled faintly, occasionally adding a few vague remarks. He couldn't fabricate stories, but this girl talked so much that she inadvertently revealed bits of information. A few ambiguous comments here, and there were enough to cover up the gaps. The reason he went through great lengths to take Xiaoya outside the city was mainly because there were powerful figures in the capital. These individuals had strong awareness and would inevitably notice anything unusual. Previously, the incident involving the young girl nearly led to a confrontation with the Hahuan sect, and now he couldn't afford to be so blatant. If he attracted the attention of those crazy women again, would he even have a chance to live? As the carriage continued on its way, Xiaoya felt a bit shy about asking more questions. After all, he was a cultivator, and she was just a mere mortal. There wasn't much to discuss. Gradually, she stopped talking and began to appreciate the scenery along the route. Having come to this world, she had been too focused on finding her footing and a place to settle down, and she hadn't taken the time to truly admire the splendor of the city. Now that she had some time, her spirits lifted. The capital of the Tunglong Kingdom was quite large, comparable to some of the bigger counties on Blue Star. The streets were bustling with carriages and people, embodying a sense of prosperity. After traveling a while, the carriage suddenly came to a halt. Yi Zhiqiu, who had originally closed his eyes to rest and prepare for a potential battle, opened his eyes wide. Before he could inquire, a servant approached to report that there was a gathering of Hahuan sect members ahead who were setting up a platform to select disciples, blocking the road. Yi Zhiqiu frowned, wondering how these annoying women could be everywhere he turned. Can we go around? If not, let's take another route. I'm in a hurry. The servant quickly assessed the tightly packed crowd and thought about the length of the road ahead. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and decided to continue forward. There was no choice. Turning around would be impossible with vendors on both sides. And the servant didn't want to cause trouble, so they pressed on. However, just as the carriage was about to approach the crowd, several female disciples from the Hahuan sect blocked their way. Halt! Can't you see there's no way forward? There's so many people lined up here. Can you take another route? Chapter 10 for the coachman immediately felt displeased. Usually, with the reputation of Huangfeng Valley, everyone would call him master upon seeing him. But now, in front of your Hahuan sect, you won't even give him this bit of face? It's just a bunch of mortals. What's the big deal about letting them pass? Is it that hard? So, is your Hahuan sect relying on your numbers to bully others? Do you even know who is in the carriage? It's our Huangfeng Valley's young valley master. Have you gone blind? The coachman's tone was quite aggressive, but he couldn't help it. He was used to being arrogant, and some words just slipped out. A few disciples from Hahuan sect immediately became furious. They already looked down on the actions of Huangfeng Valley's disciples, especially that young valley master who had just been reprimanded by the sect's elders a few days ago. How dare he be so arrogant now? Preposterous! A sharp voice exclaimed. Several of them drew their swords simultaneously, glaring at the coachman. In the distance, an elder who was smiling as he checked the spiritual roots of some mortals also turned his gaze over. Xiaoxue, what's going on over there? Go take a look, said a female disciple beside him. She immediately bowed in response, walked forward, and, after inquiring about the situation, the elder at the peak of the golden core stage narrowed his eyes. Trash from Huangfeng Valley, and their young valley master, that good-for-nothing? How bold of him to insult my Hahuan sect's disciples. Who gave this little coachman the guts? His powerful divine sense surged toward the carriage. But he didn't expect that there was not just Yi Zhiqiu inside, but also a woman. Oh no! She was startled and immediately stood up. Zhao Xiaoya was puzzled about what this group was arguing about, when suddenly she felt a sharp pain in her head and fainted. Yi Zhiqiu was also taken aback. Just now, he sensed an extremely powerful divine sense rushing toward them. Without thinking, he burst through the carriage and leaped up. A flying sword appeared beneath him, and in a flash, he was gone. The elder's figure flickered, and he had already appeared inside the carriage. He glanced at the unconscious Xiaoya, his brows furrowing deeply. The impact on her sea of consciousness was so strong that it was a miracle it hadn't shattered, but the situation was still far from good. The woman before him was nearly to the point of madness. What to do? Hurting an innocent life for no reason is a major taboo for cultivators. If not handled properly, it could easily lead to a heart demon, which would be detrimental to cultivation. Xiaoxue, come here, he called softly, and the disciple immediately jumped over. Master, yes, I acted impulsively just now and accidentally injured a mortal woman. You will take her back to the sect and hand her over to the elder of the alchemy hall for treatment. Wait, let me first give her a pill to protect her soul. Yes, master, I will obey. The girl nodded, and after administering the medicine, she picked up Xiaoya and flew off on her sword, causing the surrounding mortals to gasp in astonishment. The disciple had a low level of cultivation, having just entered the golden core stage. Carrying a mortal on a long journey was quite taxing for her, and after flying for a while, she had to descend to recover her energy. Fortunately, they encountered no mishaps along the way and returned safely to the sect. Upon hearing that they had brought back a woman with a damaged consciousness who was injured by one of their own, the elder of the Dan Hall complained about the carelessness of her junior sister while scrutinizing the situation. Suddenly, she froze, closely examining the woman and using her spiritual power to test her, deep in thought. After a long pause, she suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! Amazing! A natural charisma bone. It's a once-in-a-thousand-years occurrence. Xiaoxue, go inform the sect master. I'll treat this young lady right away. The girl named Xiaoxue's eyes lit up at this, and she quickly agreed before leaving. She didn't care if she was tired. Even if she were 10 times more exhausted, she would gladly go meet the sect master. After all, she was the only one in the sect who hadn't established that connection yet. Yes, she had to seize this opportunity. At that moment, Yang Chuan was in his cave dwelling, studying the device that Nuan had created. By all accounts, it should have been functioning properly, but it just wouldn't connect. He had just swapped in a new set of equipment and wondered if this time it would work. After all, relying solely on the data she monitored to reconstruct the visuals of this world was still not very helpful. Suddenly, he felt a disturbance in the formation outside the cave. Someone was knocking at the door. Curious, he opened the formation and saw a beautiful female disciple walking in. Greetings, sect master. I brought back a mortal woman with an injured consciousness. The elder of the Dan Hall said she possesses a rare natural charisma bone physique. And I came to report if you'd like to take a look, sect master. Yang Chuan was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head. Natural charisma bone? Ha, how naive. Is there anyone more alluring than that little spirit at home? Don't you see I'm busy? I'll look later. What is her name? What does she look like? I'm not sure. When I brought her back, she was already unconscious. She's quite beautiful, though. She didn't dare tell Yang Chuan that it was her master who had accidentally injured the woman, and she gazed at him intently, her big eyes blinking without a break. Sect master, are you tired? Would you like to sit down and rest for a bit? Her voice was gentle, seemingly carrying another meaning. After the incident with the elder of the artifact hall, Yang Chuan had become quite sensitive. At her words, he immediately looked up at the female disciple. No, I'm not tired. I'm quite busy right now. If there's nothing else, you can head back. Focus on your cultivation. I'll find you later to chat. Originally, he intended to kick her out directly, but considering the little girl's feelings, he thought it would be better to speak to her nicely. As for whether he would actually have heart-to-heart talks with her again, who knows? However, the natural charm she possessed, the so-called legendary physique, was quite interesting. After sending the little girl away, Yang Chuan continued to immerse himself in the research of this equipment. According to Nan Nan, this device could unleash a massive amount of energy in an instant, even creating a pathway in a very small space to break through spatial barriers for communication purposes. Of course, Yang Chuan didn't understand this. Establishing long-term communication couldn't be just a one-time burst of energy, could it? The reason Nan Nan chose to unleash energy once was also due to the inability to receive signals. Although soul connection data could be monitored through brainwaves to capture the transmission data, why couldn't other forms of energy work? So, after consulting with high-energy physics expert Grandma Zhang, she opted for an extreme method, directly opening a spatial passage. This method would create significant fluctuations, but Yang Chuan was unsure how significant that actually was, so he could only quietly conduct his research in his cave. Fortunately, though the noise was considerable, it wouldn't affect people or objects, so he wasn't afraid of causing any damage. The machine was currently accumulating energy, and as he watched the energy bar rise little by little, Yang Chuan couldn't help but feel anxious. At a certain moment, in some part of space, a very thin beam of light suddenly appeared on that piece of white jade. The flicker of light vanished quickly, and everything returned to calm once more. Coincidentally, this time, it still went unnoticed. Yang Chuan saw that the object suddenly trembled, then the energy bar reset to 0, so he hurried out of the cave to check. Seeing that there was no reaction from the sect, he finally felt relieved and went back inside to log off. In the game world, Nan Nan had also monitored Yang Chuan's actions. Seeing this, she adjusted the processing priority of all receiving devices to the highest level and closely monitored the signal reception. A few seconds later, her face lit up with joy. Signal successfully connected. After breaking through the spatial barrier, the connection passage would remain open, and she could finally help Yang Chuan in the game world. The moment she saw Yang Chuan, she jumped up in excitement and dashed into his arms. "Daddy, Daddy, Nan Nan has successfully entered the game world. I can help Daddy again." Hearing this, Yang Chuan also felt happy. He was used to this girl's omnipotent abilities, but now she was suddenly wanting to do everything herself, which he found a bit hard to adapt to. It wasn't that he had suddenly become lazy. Rather, he had just gotten used to it. It felt like a cheat code had suddenly been removed, exposing him in front of a crowd, which was quite uncomfortable. Playing with cheats was thrilling for a moment, but relying on them forever was even better. The Huan sect wants to develop vigorously, but naturally can't do so without high-level resources. Yang Chuan has observed that rare materials are not abundant within the sect. If it were possible to create a mod for this world, I believe the potential for growth would be even greater. The inexplicable system tasks leave him wondering when he will complete them. If there were a golden finger in this world, he believes that day would come soon. Although he harbors disdain for the people of the survival world, he still holds onto the traditional belief of returning to one's roots. He is a blue star person. It makes no sense to die on another planet, right? Even though he has started cultivating immortality, it doesn't prevent him from missing home. Long ago, Yang Chuan was fascinated by sci-fi movies and novels. Whenever he saw the protagonist drifting aimlessly in space, unable to return to Blue Star, he felt a suffocating anxiety. In critical moments, he would instinctively hold his breath, afraid to exhale, turning red in the face. During that time, he often had the same dream. His spaceship would encounter an accident, and he would be thrown into space. With oxygen only lasting 3 hours, he had no way to contact anyone. As the shockwave from the explosion propelled him into the endless darkness of space, he felt himself being swallowed by the void. His heavy breathing and racing heartbeat were alarmingly loud, mirroring his tense emotions as he watched himself get closer to death, a feeling that was utterly dreadful. This is why Yang Chuan fears loneliness. He longs to go home. Even if Blue Star is now deserted, or if it is currently facing natural disasters, he doesn't mind. Only in familiar places can a wanderer's heart find solace. "Dad, within 3 days at the latest, I can analyze some things about that world," the little girl exclaimed with a proud and joyful expression, her big eyes looking at Yang Chuan as if to say, "Dad, praise me, praise me." Yang Chuan stroked her hair and pulled her into his embrace. All right, you're the best. Come here, Daddy will give you a kiss." Huh. Once again, the little girl's face, which had leaned in, turned into her little mouth. I kissed Daddy. Yay. Chapter 105. Nanan's movements were faster than anticipated. Thanks to the convenience of the soul connection with Yang Chuan, she easily mastered the language of this world. With her powerful computational abilities, she regenerated a foundational system to plan out the elements of the cultivation world. This process was akin to building a cognitive framework from scratch. For instance, in a drought-prone area, if you see a green, flat plant about the size of your palm covered in tiny spines, your immediate thought might be, that's a cactus. This is a recognition formed by adult experience, having learned and seen it before. However, if it were a child, you need to tell them, this is called a cactus, and once they remember it, they would recognize it too. With her ability to interpret knowledge, Nanan directly accessed Yang Chuan's knowledge system, allowing her to understand the language of this world effortlessly. Since Yang Chuan had acquired the skill for the universal language of this world, Nanan was able to grasp most of its foundational components and apply them directly. The process was even simpler than how Yang Chuan initially established the lexicon for his game world. Daddy, can you bring me some materials and items? Let's see if I can modify them. Nanan's voice came through the speaker, filled with excitement. In a very short time, she had already created a modification tool, though she was unsure if it would work. Hearing this, Yang Chuan took out several bottles of the same elixir from his ring and asked how to proceed. The machine unfolded, revealing a strange device that projected a circle onto the ground. It resembled a laser light, but was somewhat different. Following Nanan's instructions, Yang Chuan began placing the elixir bottles within the circle, picking them up and putting them down. Soon, Nanan provided a prompt indicating that the modification was complete. Seeing that nothing happened to the bottles on the ground, Yang Chuan decided to move one of them. In the next moment, at least 100 bottles of elixirs tumbled out in a chaotic rush. Many of them broke, filling the entire cave with the fragrant aroma of medicine, making him feel invigorated just by taking a breath. Awesome! It worked! Yang Chuan exclaimed, jumping up in excitement. Oh my, this is the cultivation world. The things that can be modified here are anything but ordinary. However, Nanan was not entirely satisfied. She had aimed to modify 500 items, but only a little over 100 appeared. This indicated that the modification limit was likely capped at 10 times. After trying with other items, she confirmed that the limit was indeed 10 times, and modified items could not be modified again. Yang Chuan smacked his lips. It seemed that, unlike the survival planet, the structure of this world allowed for a maximum modification of only 10 times. On the bright side, there were no restrictions on the types of items that could be modified. She had also established the modification area, meaning anything Yang Chuan came into contact with could be modified. On the survival planet, modifications were limited to 3 types of items per day, with a maximum of 5 digits each time. In an instant, Yang Chuan thought of a way to exploit this limitation. The sect gathered various resources together, then modified them. The modified items were stored for use, while the unaltered ones were set aside. This way, the resources within the sect would multiply 9-fold, significantly enhancing its foundation. Moreover, they could organize friendly exchanges, gifting items to other sects in order to borrow their rare treasures for observation. As long as they returned the items after a brief inspection, they would effectively gain 9 identical items out of thin air. This was a no-risk venture. The Harmony sect began a massive construction project. On a stone wall, several elders wielded flying swords, quickly carving out a vast space. They then executed a peculiar command, asking everyone in the sect to lend spirit stones. Regardless of quality or quantity, they promised to return double the amount the next day. Initially, the disciples were somewhat skeptical, but when they heard it was for the sect leader, they promptly handed over all their spirit stones without a second thought. When an elder handed Yang Chuan a thick ledger along with several storage rings, she wore a puzzled expression and opened her mouth as if to say something. But Yang Chuan just smiled at her. The next day, when a disciple emerged with 2 top-grade spirit stones, it caused a sensation. Top-grade spirit stones, this particular disciple had risked her life to obtain one from a perilous location. If it weren't for the sect leader's request, she would have been reluctant to part with it. But now, one had turned into 2. It's important to note that 1 top-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 100 upper-grade spirit stones, and 1 upper-grade spirit stone could be traded for middle-grade stones, while a middle-grade spirit stone could be swapped for 100 lower-grade stones. This meant she had effectively earned 1 million lower-grade spirit stones in just one day. For someone at the first or second layer of the chi refining stage, just one lower grade spirit stone was sufficient. So one can imagine the vast amount of spiritual energy contained within. Now, her worth had skyrocketed overnight. Immediately, some disciples who still had private stock sought out the elders, claiming they had some left and inquiring if the sect leader still needed more. They had thought their chances were gone since the sect leader had already returned the borrowed spirit stones, but to their surprise, they received a positive response. More was indeed needed. They could borrow as many as they wished, but only if they hadn't borrowed before. The stones returned by the sect leader were off limits. Of course, some skeptics attempted to cheat the system, but were mercilessly returned empty-handed. Everyone was astonished at how Yang Chuan discovered their tricks, and, after a few incidents, no one dared to be foolish again. They wouldn't want to lose face in front of others. The elders looked at the newly constructed storage facility, where the resources had mysteriously quintupled, and they all wore beaming smiles, especially at the sight of some high-level materials, of which the entire sect had only one or two. After passing through the sect leader's hands, the amount multiplied 5 or 6 times, leaving everyone curious. Yang Chuan could only explain that one night, he was favored by the heavenly Tao and gained a special ability that allowed him to replicate items 6-fold. Then he solemnly warned everyone that this matter must never be leaked. The others understood the seriousness of the situation and naturally kept their mouths shut. After dismissing the others, the Grand Elder remained behind, as Yang Chuan had some things he wanted to discuss with her. Noticing the strange looks from the other elders, the Grand Elder's face flushed, and her red lips moved as if to explain something, but she suddenly recalled what had happened that night, making her heart race uncontrollably. Could it be that the sect leader had developed a taste for her, or perhaps wanted to take things further? Yang Chuan, realizing that everyone had left, suddenly came to his senses. Oh no, why did I leave her behind? What was I thinking just now? He cleared his throat awkwardly and mentioned to her that he planned to visit another sect to borrow their treasures for a look. After all, it was a chance to gain something for nothing. However, when he finished speaking, he found that the Grand Elder was not even listening. She was staring intently at him, biting her red lip. Senior sister, please don't come any closer. I'm warning you, I have a really loud voice. What are you doing? Hey, I'm serious. MMM. Yang Chuan lay in bed, feeling utterly miserable, but as he watched someone limp away with a frown on her face, he felt a bit of satisfaction. You haven't even unwrapped the package. So what are you being so cocky about? Go ahead and try being cocky again. Before he could catch his breath and savor the moment, he suddenly sat up, covering his head with his hands and letting out a horrified scream. Wait a minute, what the heck have I done? Chapter 106. Yang Chuan felt quite distressed and had to admit that he had truly pushed everything aside just moments ago, not thinking about anything else at all. The Grand Elder possessed a high level of cultivation and had naturally learned many secrets of the sect that were not meant to be shared. The methods she employed were simply beyond his ability to resist. Had it not been her first attempt, he really wouldn't have stood a chance. But is that the main point? The main point is that he made a mistake. Feeling rather guilty, Yang Chuan logged off and looked at Xiaoya, who was lying beside him and still unconscious. His emotions were quite complex. Why hadn't he thought to log off earlier? If he had, none of this would have happened. Now, as he gazed at Xiaoya, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt that he couldn't express. That body was simulated. Does that count as making a mistake? Daddy, are you out? Little Wan immediately knocked on the door. Yang Chuan snapped back to reality, forcing a somewhat unnatural smile as he patted her head. However, he noticed that this little girl didn't leap onto him with her usual excitement. Instead, she was looking at Xiaoya on the bed with a strange expression. What's wrong, Wan? Why do you keep staring at Mommy? If you want to see her, just go sit on the bed. Wan shook her head and tugged at his sleeve. Daddy, Mommy's soul fluctuations have been still for more than a day. I was thinking that if there was no movement after a while, I would call you to log off, but I didn't expect you to come out first. Yang Chuan was taken aback. Her soul fluctuations have been inactive for over a day. This little girl does sleep soundly, but she usually has good sleep quality. There is no reason for her to sleep for such a long time, right? It's known that normal humans experience decreased brain activity only when they are asleep, and they need to be in deep sleep without even dreaming. But deep sleep, even after 8 hours. 2 hours is considered very good quality. How could she sleep for more than a day? What is going on? Why is Mommy sleeping for so long? Wan shook her head and then nodded, somewhat uncertain. Daddy, I save a record of Mommy's soul transmission, but at that time, I was fully focused on tracking and cracking that world. So all my attention was diverted, and I didn't record any visuals. The last record of Mommy showed her soul fluctuations were very intense, as if she had gone through something. Yang Chuan furrowed his brow deeply, murmuring to himself. What kind of event could she have gone through? Does the state of one's soul get affected as well? If she was in danger, she could have just logged off. What on earth happened? Wan, is there any way to find out what happened in that world? Or is there any record of where Mommy last appeared? Daddy can go take a look. Wan shook her head, unable to confirm what exactly was going on. However, she was quite worried that if Mommy kept staying logged in, her body wouldn't be able to handle it. Xiaoya hasn't started her training yet, so she can't enter a state of fasting. She still needs to eat, drink, and relieve herself. She remains in a deep sleep, and with the current medical capabilities of this world, it's impossible to sustain her condition. By the way, Dad, the life support pod we talked about. Nan has made it, but Mom. Yang Chuan understood what she meant. After careful consideration, he decided to explain the situation to his family. After all, the disappearance of a family member is a serious matter. He couldn't keep it a secret. If they didn't see her for 3 to 5 days, they would surely be worried. Before long, his family members logged off one after another. Yang Chuan shared Xiaoya's situation with everyone and asked for their opinions. After receiving affirmative responses, Xiaoya was placed into the newly created life support pod. After thinking for a moment, Yang Chuan asked Nan for another pod and laid down it himself. He needed to figure out what had happened that caused Xiaoya's soul to be trapped inside and unable to escape. Once back in the game, Yang Chuan felt quite downcast. He already felt guilty about the elder situation, and now with Xiaoya in such a condition, his unease intensified. He went to the main hall, gathered the elders, and presented a hand-drawn portrait of Zhao Xiaoya, asking everyone to use their connections to help search for her. When the elders, including the Alchemy Hall elder, looked at the portrait, they frowned. The drawing was rather unflattering. Yang Chuan felt a bit embarrassed. After all, his drawing skills were quite limited, and the fact that he could create something like this was a result of his close relationship with Xiaoya. He offered a substantial bounty of spirit stones, and the entire cultivation world began searching for a woman named Zhao Xiaoya, providing complete information about her age, appearance, and place of origin. However, when everyone saw the place mentioned, they had no recollection of it. What is this Area 1? Where is that? Nevertheless, no one cared much, as they were only focused on finding her to claim the generous reward, enough spirit stones to indulge in their cultivation. Unfortunately, Yang Chuan's drawing skills were too poor. Aside from the textual information, the rest was mostly useless. However, one person's expression changed slightly upon seeing the missing person notice. The woman the Hahuan sect was searching for was precisely the target he had previously wanted to go after. This person was none other than Yi Zhiqiu, the young master of Huangfeng Valley. Upon seeing that the Hahuan sect, whom he despised, was the one publishing the search bounty, he immediately turned and left. No way. That group of crazy women was up to something again. This could very well be another scheme targeting him. Who knows? They might just be looking for an excuse to go after him. Offering a bounty of spirit stones for a mortal woman? Do they think I'm a fool? I'm out of here. 10 days quickly passed, and the cultivators from the cultivation world had nearly turned the entire realm upside down, yet they still had no leads. However, a female disciple from the Hahuan sect returned with a piece of information, stating that there was an embroidery shop in the capital of the Tunglong Kingdom where the owner claimed to have seen the woman they were looking for, though he couldn't confirm if it was indeed her. Yang Chuan was overjoyed upon hearing this, and hurriedly called for 2 elders to accompany him. He was eager to get news about Xiaoya and find her. After all, his family was already getting anxious, and if he couldn't locate her soon, he would have no face to show when he logged off. The flying boat traveled quickly, taking just over half a day to reach the capital of the Tunglong Kingdom. Guided by the female disciple, Yang Chuan met the owner of the embroidery shop. After a thorough inquiry, he confirmed that Zhao Xiaoya had indeed worked there for about half a month. However, more than 10 days ago, she had left with a young master without even collecting her wages. Yang Chuan was left in shock. What the hell? My wife ran off with someone. Upon further questioning, he learned that she had climbed into a young master's carriage, looking quite excited at the time. His brows furrowed in confusion, becoming a tangled mess. Could be true. This girl had always been tight-lipped about what was happening in the game. He had asked her several times without receiving any answers. Could it be that she really did run off with someone? Chapter 107. Upon careful consideration, it didn't seem right. Even if someone had run away with her, It shouldn't have caused her to fall into a complete coma, right? Could she have encountered some kind of persecution? The more Yang Chuan thought about it, the more anxious he became, leaving him at a loss for what to do. The two elders, seeing his distressed expression, were unsure how to comfort him. It was clear that the woman the sect leader was searching for had a significant connection to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be this frantic. Lord Sect Leader, please try not to worry too much. There just so happens to be an inn nearby. Why don't we take a moment to rest and inquire there? In a daze, Yang Chuan followed the two elders into the inn, where the waiter greeted them warmly and led them to a table. Remembering that the embroidery shop owner had mentioned that Xiaoya had handed out flyers on the road, Yang Chuan figured the waiter might have seen her, so he asked. To his surprise, the waiter actually knew about her and excitedly recounted the story of how a noble young man had invited the girl. He mentioned that the young man had been quite generous. After a detailed inquiry, Yang Chuan finally confirmed that Xiaoya had indeed left with a cultivator named Yi Zhiqiu. He didn't notice the peculiar look in the eyes of the two elders upon hearing that name. After a moment of hesitation and exchanging glances, one elder couldn't help but speak up. Lord Sect Leader, if I'm not mistaken, the young man the waiter mentioned is likely Yi Zhiqiu, the young master of Huangfeng Valley. However, his reputation is far from good. Yi didn't finish her sentence, but Yang Chuan could guess what she meant. The cultivation world certainly wasn't lacking in villains. Many cultivators, relying on their powers, committed all sorts of misdeeds. It wouldn't be surprising if a defenseless mortal girl, like Xiao, found herself in grave danger at their hands. However, Yang Chuan wasn't too worried. After all, Xiaoya's soul was merely in a state of coma. The fact that she was alive was what mattered. As long as she was alive, everything else could wait until he found her. Whenever the topic of Huangfeng Valley's cultivators came up, the two elders had nothing good to say. The conduct of that young master was notoriously bad, making it hard for anyone to feel positively about him. Upon learning that the person the sect leader was looking for had been taken by someone from Huangfeng Valley, they immediately sent a message back to the sect. Reinforcements needed. Yi Yuntian was in a foul mood. His rebellious son, Yi Zhiqiu, had the audacity to secretly flirt with his new wife. It was simply outrageous. What troubled him even more was that the young concubine had been acting coy, as if she was both resisting and inviting his advances. If he hadn't arrived in time, would they have ended up together? Report. Lord Valley Master, bad news. Over a dozen flying boats from the Hahuan sect have entered our Huangfeng Valley territory. From their direction, it seems they are heading straight for us. What should we do? The disciple who came to report looked somewhat anxious. The women from the Hahuan sect were not fond of the cultivators from Huangfeng Valley, especially since he had once followed the young master of Huangfeng Valley to do some shameful things and had been severely dealt with by the female disciples of the Hahuan sect. He felt a bit intimidated upon seeing such an imposing display now. Hahuan sect? What are they doing here? Yi Yuntian furrowed his brows, thought for a moment, and decided to give the order to put on a welcoming front. After all, as one of the top 10 sects, it was important to maintain a necessary facade and not lose face. As soon as the flying boat landed, Yi Yuntian approached with a smile. But he was stunned the next moment. To his surprise, a man actually stepped down from the leading flying boat of the Hahuan sect. What shocked him even more was that it seemed everyone from the Hahuan sect regarded this man as their leader, just as he was in a daze. An elder from the Hahuan sect approached him, smiling and greeting him. Master Yi, my younger sister has come to visit uninvited, and I sincerely apologize for the disturbance. No, not at all. The arrival of esteemed friends from the Hahuan sect is a great honor for Huangfeng Valley. How could there be any talk of disturbance? Ha. Welcome. Master Yi, may I ask if the young master of your sect is currently present? Our sect leader wishes to inquire about something, and we kindly request to meet with him, if possible. The elder had a sweet appearance and a gentle voice, which made Yi Yuntian feel a bit lightheaded. He immediately laughed heartily and invited everyone inside for tea, calling for his disciples to find Yi Zhiqiu. As everyone entered, Yang Chuan's attention began to waver, and he started feeling anxious. Soon, Yi Zhiqiu stood hesitantly outside the great hall. When he heard from his disciple that the people from the Hahuan sect had come to visit, and it seemed they were specifically looking for him, he felt a wave of unease wash over him. This group of bastards actually followed him all the way to the sect? After some thought, he realized this was Huangfeng Valley's territory, and his father was also present. There was no reason to be afraid of those women. Steeling himself, he decided to go out. Throughout this encounter, Yang Chuan had not given the Huangfeng Valley cultivators any pleasant expressions, his face dark and gloomy. He simply couldn't bring himself to smile. Upon seeing Yi Zhiqiu, he immediately stood up and was about to step forward when the elder beside him quickly pulled him back and inquired on his behalf. The more Yi Yuntian listened, the more uneasy he felt. Could it be that this rebellious son had provoked the female disciples of the Hahuan sect again, and they had come to demand an explanation? Initially unclear about what these women were after, he gradually understood that they were looking for a particular woman, and that woman had unfortunately been taken away by his rebellious son. Shower, you must tell me the truth. What exactly is going on? Yi Yuntian also realized the seriousness of the situation. The Hahuan sect had sent 10 flying boats, clearly indicating that there was more than just a few elders. There could very well be a crowd of people on board. Judging by their demeanor, it was evident that this brat had done something wrong, and they had come to demand an explanation. Dad, I really didn't do anything. How could I dare offend the senior sisters of the Hahuan sect? It seems that the elders of the Hahuan sect have made a mistake, haven't they? Nonsense. The waiter at the tavern and the owner of the brothel both said that you kidnapped that woman. She disappeared only after getting into your carriage. Don't test my patience. I can be quite difficult to deal with sometimes. Yang Chuan suppressed his emotions, not wanting to resort to violence, but he was not afraid either. If he were truly provoked, he wouldn't mind eliminating this person right then and there. Yi Zhiqiu looked a bit confused, glancing at his father with a mixture of helplessness and fear in his eyes. He felt like crying without tears. Not only had he achieved nothing, but he was also being shouted at on his own turf. Yi Tian furrowed his brow tightly, and after a long pause, he finally spoke, urging his son to tell the truth. If given a choice, he certainly didn't want to attract trouble, especially with the elders and disciples all watching. His son, despite often causing chaos, was still his son, the young master of Huangfeng Valley, after all. If he lost face here, it would be embarrassing for him as well. Chapter 108. Yi Zhiqiu naturally denied it vehemently. At that time, he had fled in panic due to a spiritual attack from an elder of the Hahuan sect, completely ignoring the mortal woman. Afterward, he couldn't be bothered to think about it. He merely lamented the loss of a good prey. But did it really matter? He could find another one. As the young master of Huangfeng Valley, how could he possibly be sure of women? So, he cast this matter aside and returned to Huangfeng Valley to continue teasing female disciples and enjoy his life as a young master. Yang Chuan frowned after hearing his words, feeling as if something important had been overlooked. Just then, another disciple arrived at Huangfeng Valley, reporting that they had found a woman who matched the description, but she was unconscious and her identity couldn't be confirmed. Upon hearing this, Yang Chuan immediately set off. As for the young master, he shot him a deep look before leaving. Ha, coveting my woman? Wan, lock onto this man and find a chance to eliminate him. Can you do that? In the next moment, a wave of excitement surged through his soul, and a thought emerged. Got it, Daddy, I've locked onto him. Wan will take good care of him. Wan could directly read the soul connections of all players, naturally accessing everything that players in this world saw and heard. Additionally, having deciphered many of this world's rules, she was now capable of real-time soul communication. Yi Yuntian and Yi Zhiqiu smiled as they sent off the members of Hahuan Valley. Only when they were out of sight did Yi Yuntian's expression darken. Hahuan sect. How dare they bully us? They actually came to our door to question us? And you, my ungrateful son, always causing trouble. Go back to your room and cultivate. How old are you? And you're still stuck in the Voidan realm. Get out. Go and cultivate. Yi Zhiqiu returned to his room, dejected and furious. But he was still quite afraid when his father was truly angry. That old bastard had several illegitimate children. What if he really angered him and got replaced as the heir? No, since I can't go out, I should find something to do like eliminating those illegitimate children. Or perhaps having a secret meeting with my father-esque concubine? Yi Zhiqiu laughed lewdly, but unbeknownst to him, unseen eyes were already watching him. Yang Chuan was in great distress. It had been over a month of searching, and there was still no news of Xiaoya. Everyone he found was not her. During this time, he had logged off once, facing the anxiousness of his 4 elders, feeling heartbroken. He explained his situation to his family and asked them to leave a detailed address, sending someone to pick them up. As for the progress of searching for Xiaoya, they didn't push him, as they knew that even though they were in a remote area, they were aware of the Hahuan sect, one of the top 10 sects in the cultivation world, searching worldwide for a woman named Xiaoya. Auntie gently patted his shoulder, feeling quite sorry for him, and reassured him not to worry too much. That girl, Xiaoya, is a silly one but has her own good fortune. She always manages to turn crises into safety. The life support pod worked wonders. A single fill of a nutrient solution would last for a month, and the system would monitor in real time, immediately replenishing even the slightest deficiency. After settling his family, he logged back into the game and discovered something intriguing. When his cultivation level increased in the game, his physical body in reality experienced some strange changes as well. For instance, now that he had reached the 3rd level of Qi cultivation, he found that he had also attained the same level in his real body upon logging off. The system couldn't explain the principle behind this, but suggested that he should engage in more cultivation in the game to elevate his skills further. Before entering the game, the little girl had given him some items to try and store in his space, hoping he could bring them into the game. After analyzing the cultivation world, she was confident that she could help him bring special items inside. Meanwhile, she had also posted a quest online under Yang Chuan's name, seeking Zhao Xiaoya in the cultivation world. Players who had any information or sightings of her could report to officials in various regions for a handsome reward. Moreover, the little girl promised that if the news was credible, they could provide massive resources or protection in both worlds for the players. The enthusiasm among players was high, but unfortunately, it was of little use. Not to mention finding a person, they couldn't even gather information about that name. Unlike the Dasha Kingdom of Blue Star, there were very few people with the surname Zhao in the cultivation realm. Yang Chuan appeared on the flying ship and ordered to return. After more than a month without any news, continuing the aimless search was futile. At the same time, he took the opportunity to visit other sects, offering them many benefits. His requests were twofold. One was to ask for their help in finding Xiaoya, and the other was to borrow and observe their treasure collections. He was quite generous, wanting to see anything the sects had, whether it was news he had heard or information pried from their mouths. It didn't matter if it was a sect's treasure artifact or a mystical object. He was like a curious child, wanting to touch everything he saw. He was also intrigued by the women of the Hahuan sect, who smiled and did not refuse him. Had they collectively lost their senses since appointing a new male sect leader? Unable to comprehend, and due to the benefits Yang Chuan offered, no one turned him down when it came to merely observing. As a result, he successfully replicated a number of valuable items, especially a divine sword passed down from ancient times, which delighted him, though unfortunately, with his current cultivation level, he couldn't wield it. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door, and the Grand Elder and Ran entered, carrying a food box. Sect leader, it's time to eat. You still need to consume food during the Qi cultivation stage. You can't go so long without eating. Your body won't hold up. The table was adorned with an array of colorful dishes, each more enticing than the last, beautifully prepared, accompanied by a pot of warm spirit. With a sigh, Yang Chuan picked up his chopsticks and began to eat, while Ran sat beside him, demurely serving him food and pouring wine, exuding an air of grace. She was already aware that Yang Chuan was married, and that his wife was the very person he had been searching for across the world. It would be impossible not to feel jealousy, but she also understood that her feelings were merely fleeting desires. As a sect elder, she was fully capable of recognizing that the ultimate pursuit was the cultivation of longevity. Yet, at her core, she was still just a woman, wasn't she? Master, there's no need to worry too much. Your wife will surely be safe, she reassured him. The cultivation world is well aware of the situation now. You just need to wait for news. Yang Chuan remained silent, raising his cup and downing its contents in one go. The woman beside him stirred complex emotions within him. He didn't dislike her, but he couldn't say he liked her either. It felt like a mistake. One cup after another, he remained quiet. The search had drained him, leaving him exhausted and mentally strained. And Ran, too, kept her silence, knowing that a little more spirit would actually be beneficial for the body, and she didn't worry about any adverse effects on Yang Chuan's health. Of course, the side effects weren't entirely absent if one disregarded the ingredients she had added. After a long while, Yang Chuan felt a bit hazy and suddenly looked up and ran. Do you hate me? Chapter 109. Anren shook her head gently, her gaze filled with tenderness as she looked at him. Master, I grew up in the Hahuan sect, enduring its darkest times. Back then, the atmosphere in the sect was quite toxic. Disciples roamed around searching for prey, indulging themselves, and any boys born or girls who were deemed unattractive would be discarded. All I ever wanted was to find someone I loved, to walk the path of longevity together, and support each other. Unfortunately, for over 100 years, I never encountered a man who truly moved my heart. I thought I would have to wait a long time, but unexpectedly, spending so much time in the Hahuan sect made me believe that love was merely a legend until I met you, Master. In that moment, I felt like I had found what I had always desired. Master, I don't want much, nor do I wish to put you in a difficult position. I just want to be able to quietly stay by your side. During this time, accompanying you, running here and there, watching how deeply you love that woman, how you neglect everything else for her, I feel a great sense of envy. As she spoke, she suddenly reached out and took Yang Chuan's hand, her eyes brimming with overwhelming affection. I don't seek any title. I just hope that occasionally you can think of Anren. Yang Chuan was already feeling tipsy, his mind a muddled mess. Listening to Anren's words, he began to drift into a haze, slowly pushing thoughts of Xiaoya out of his mind. His body underwent some changes, and he looked at Anren with dazed eyes. Hey, yeah, sweetheart, you're back? Where did you run off to? Do you know how worried I was about you? Before he could finish his sentence, his words were silenced by her soft lips. Anren didn't want to hear any more, nor did she want him to continue speaking. That night became the most important memory of Anren's life. Gone was the pain from before, replaced only by sweetness. She didn't know what the future held for them, but if they couldn't be together, she would forever cherish this moment. As the rain stopped and the clouds dispersed, she lay beside him, gently stroking Yang Chuan's face. Watching him sleep peacefully, she smiled brightly, filled with joy. The next day, Yang Chuan woke up feeling revitalized, shaking off the fatigue of the past few days. He was somewhat puzzled to realize that he had broken through to the 5th level of qi cultivation. What was going on? Breaking through just after a nap? How miraculous! After pondering for a moment, he decided to log off, as there were no pressing matters within the sect. As soon as he logged off, he heard a group of people discussing something. When he went downstairs, he was taken aback. So many people. Wanwan already knew that Yang Chuan had logged off, but she was busy organizing the personnel and didn't have time to greet him. When she saw Yang Chuan come out, she waved excitedly. Wanwan, are these the 1,000 people you asked me to bring? Hom. Daddy, everyone is here. Are we ready to go? The little girl happily jumped into Yang Chuan's arms, wrapping her arms around his neck. As soon as the people around her heard that this was the esteemed Yang Chuan, they immediately approached him with warm greetings. Yang Chuan smiled and exchanged pleasantries with everyone, then explained the situation within the territory while also sharing his thoughts and asking if they wanted to leave with him. These people had been in the territory for 2 or 3 days and had a good grasp of the general situation. Here, they didn't have to work. Everything was handled by robots. They only needed to complete tasks that robots couldn't manage, resulting in a very light workload. In fact, the tasks could be easily managed by their family members, allowing them to immerse themselves in the game continuously. The little girl had already taken care of their arrangements, so Yang Chuan didn't need to worry about that. However, she did assign them their first task, to search for Zhao Xiaoya in the world of cultivation with full effort. After having dinner and freshening up, he returned to the heavily guarded sleep area and felt relieved seeing Xiaoya lying quietly in her sleep pod, her condition stable. He entered the game, while the little girl began to get busy. Hundreds of giant rockets soared into the sky from unseen corners, shooting straight into the clouds. After going through so many experiences, she had discovered a common and serious issue among humanity. They were never satisfied. Having walked away from superior living conditions, they still sought better ones. Once they achieved better, they wanted the best. Originally, the plan was to find over 1,000 people for her father, as that was his request. However, when she found out that these 1,000 people almost all had families or slaves, the number swelled to 4,000 or 5,000. With such a massive population concentrated in her father's territory, she felt that any potential issues could exceed her calculations. Therefore, the creation of a city to disperse everyone became inevitable. It didn't have to be large, but it had to exist. The latest satellite data had been transmitted back, and she summarized her findings from space. The planet they were currently on was not particularly large. It was part of a solar system consisting of 4 planets of varying sizes, all orbiting a massive star. The planet they were on had a dense atmosphere and appeared blue, situated in the 2nd position of the solar system. In front of it was a smaller planet that appeared red, surrounded by an immense asteroid belt. The 3rd planet was blue and was initially suspected to be a gas giant, but there had been no field research to confirm its specifics. The last planet was extremely large and appeared black, giving the little girl a strange feeling. Her target was the asteroid belt of the first planet. Among the vast number of meteoroids, there are undoubtedly countless resources ideal for building a space city, making them the best choice. The distance isn't too far. Rockets launched from the ground will take about a day or so to reach their destination. These rockets carry equipment for resource collection and smelting, as well as materials for constructing robotic factories. Accompanying robots will build the initial prototype of the space city and factories next to the asteroid belt, gradually expanding to support the entire city. When it's time for colonization, all personnel within the territory will be relocated there. Of course, this project is expected to take a long time, so before that, manhwa has deployed a large number of robots within the territory for defense. Fortunately, the newcomers are currently awestruck by the extensive technological equipment in the territory and, out of intimidation, do not dare to entertain any other thoughts. Moreover, the open world of the game will consume a lot of these people's time, so no unexpected incidents should occur in the short term, giving her more time to establish the space city. However, manhwa overlooked one thing: the instability of this group. On the third day after their arrival in Yangchuan's territory, someone took pictures of some items and posted them online. A post quickly ignited interest across the internet. The territory of the Yangchuan Big Shot will blow your mind. Chapter 110 in the post, dozens of photos were uploaded showcasing tall walls, dense robot guards, and highly advanced technology. Inside, there were neatly organized residential areas, planting zones, breeding areas, medicinal gardens, factories, and research institutes, everything one could imagine. Each building was guarded by vigilant sentinels. This territory, brimming with technological flair, captured everyone's attention. The buildings were evidently far more advanced than anything on Blue Star, signaling that Yangchuan was a true hidden powerhouse. The post was quickly deleted, but some had already saved the photos and spread them widely. When manhwa discovered this, she chose not to delete them forcefully. The reason was simple. Her father's territory would eventually be exposed to everyone. They were no longer afraid of anyone and had already decided to leave this planet. So what was there to worry about? At the same time, she was curious to see how those who once opposed and slandered her father would react to this revelation. However, she was disappointed. Aside from a few individuals who expressed shock and shared their astonishment, the majority chose to remain silent. It was as if they hadn't seen anything at all. They quietly feared the implications, but felt no need to voice it. Wow, what kind of existence have I just insulted? As long as I play ostrich, Yangchuan won't notice me. What post? I didn't see anything. Yet, while everything seemed calm on the surface, turmoil was brewing beneath. A high-ranking official, upon seeing these facilities, was nearly in shock, his eyes bulging in disbelief. He had chosen to directly unfriend Yangchuan, leading to the untimely demise of thousands of his subordinates. Although he wasn't the mastermind behind it, who could say for certain? Sometimes, turning a blind eye was a smart move. Wasn't it? It allowed him to achieve his goals while distancing himself from a fallout. What a clever strategy. But now, he regretted it deeply. He had let go of such a powerful figure, causing the other party to be completely disillusioned. To make matters worse, he had foolishly chosen to unfriend Yangchuan afterward. Realizing his mistake, he found that whether he tried to add friends or posted comments, he received no replies. The big shot understood that he had likely offended Yangchuan gravely this time. At that moment, he sat on a couch surrounded by several worried faces, all frowning and smoking, the room thick with smoke. "Elder, what do you think about finding a way to lure Yangchuan here?" The elder looked up at the speaker, his eyes filled with confusion. "You've already offended him, and now you're still thinking about deceiving him? How can you be so confident that he would fall for it?" "Well, it's like this." Yangchuan's account on the forum posted about a woman named Zhao Xiaoya. Players in our gaming world have also confirmed this, and now the entire cultivation world is also looking for this person. Since everyone is searching and no one has found anything, I wonder if there's something we can do about it. Seeing that everyone was captivated by their own arguments, the person straightened up and continued to explain. Yangchuan, from the moment he entered this game, had mastered certain methods and had never lacked resources. However, he didn't keep everything to himself. Instead, he chose to help his fellow countrymen fight against foreign players from the very beginning. I know that he has supported everyone with massive resources during several natural disasters. What is this? You could call it patriotism in a positive light, but in a negative sense, it could be seen as a weakness. Being sentimental is not a flaw, but it does leave him vulnerable to manipulation. He's looking for someone named Zhao Xiaoya, right? Since no one has found her. If I say I have someone just like her, who can prove that I'm lying? We have already gathered information on some people she has interacted with in the past, including her profile, personality, way of speaking, and family composition. I believe it wouldn't be too difficult to impersonate someone. After hearing this, the crowd fell into contemplation. Indeed, the information they had could barely support a lie, and using it as leverage, could they force Yang Chuan to yield? What are the chances of success in this? Meanwhile, in a lab where a girl named Wan Wan was assembling a sophisticated machine, she suddenly paused. With a thought, a massive amount of data and surveillance footage appeared before her. She watched the discussion unfold from beginning to end and sighed. Sometimes, if it weren't for the possibility of a transaction, she would have considered eliminating everyone right then and there. After all, in her mind, only Yang Chuan and her family mattered to her. If her father wanted to chat with someone online, she could easily simulate a complete network, fabricating countless personas to post endless messages. What do they need her for? To annoy her? However, she didn't dare to do that. Her emotional module told her that if she went through with it, there was a 73 chance that her father would be very sad and upset. In fact, there was a significant likelihood that he would destroy her outright. She was created by her father, and while Wan Wan wouldn't reject being dismantled, nor would she blame him, she couldn't bear the thought of it. She couldn't bear to part with her father, her mother, her grandparents, and her family. The power of artificial intelligence surpasses everyone's imagination. While others might take 10 days or half a month to comprehend something, she could do it in mere seconds. Tasks that would take others 1 or 2 years to complete, she could accomplish in just a couple of days, controlling countless robots. Boredom was the first part of her emotional module to awaken. After having her father and family, she experienced joy. The warmth of home, the love of relatives, and her father's trust made her reluctant to just leave. Even now, while she was distractedly controlling all the robots and equipment in her territory, monitoring the entire network, and managing countless drones, her computational power was still in a semi-dormant state. Since the body transformation, the original self had been sleeping right beneath the spaceship, never waking up. She wanted to make her life more fulfilling, rather than finishing a day's worth of activities in a second and then staring blankly. What Wan Wan loved most was snuggling in her father's arms, letting him hold her, and pretending to be innocent while asking him silly questions. And her father would always patiently explain his theory of being a good person. He would say that suffering losses is a blessing, but as an upgraded LV for artificial intelligence. No matter how she calculated, that statement was simply wrong. Until this moment, Wan Wan's emotional judgment module finally categorized these people no longer as neutral and inconsequential, but as enemies. She felt disappointed. She had tried countless times to convince herself that what her father did was right. At least that's what he said, and she believed it. But ultimately, she couldn't deceive herself. Her father was kind, a pushover, a fool who would go out of his way to please others only to be mocked. But Wan Wan wasn't like that. She lifted her head, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, gazed out the window, and whispered softly. Wan Wan was her father's daughter, and only her father's daughter. Chapter 111, suddenly. Nanan's expression changed dramatically as she burst out of a laboratory. Below the spaceship, the previously dormant entity abruptly opened its eyes. A powerful, almost divine presence descended, and Nanan sensed a surge of overwhelming energy sweeping across the entire planet. Oh my God, what is this? For the first time, Nanan felt a deep sense of fear. To be honest, even when her father suddenly disappeared, she only felt anger and considered destroying the entire world to accompany him. But this presence brought her an overwhelming sense of despair. Her ability to sense this presence was due to her research on several strange spiritual herbs within her territory, as well as her interactions with her father's little fox. This presence was somewhat similar, but at least 1,000 times more powerful. In an instant, Nanan felt as if all her secrets had been exposed, yet she chose not to resist. She wasn't sure if this presence targeted souls or if it affected all living beings. If it was aimed at souls, then those without a soul would likely go unnoticed. But what if it wasn't? Nanan recalled asking her father earlier if they had enough personnel to launch or not. At that time, her father neither agreed nor disagreed. She had chosen to stay on this planet temporarily to implement her plan for building a space city. But the sudden emergence of this will made her extremely uneasy. No, She couldn't wait any longer. She had to leave immediately. Quick to formulate an evacuation plan, she decided to leave some necessary equipment and robots behind on the planet. The enormous spaceship's underside suddenly ignited with a pale blue flame, slowly accelerating upward into the sky. However, everyone in the territory felt nothing unusual, only a slight heaviness in their bodies that they quickly dismissed. The acceleration wasn't rapid. Nan feared that going too fast might attract the attention of that presence, so she could only ascend slowly. In another part of space, a man furrowed his brows while looking at a stone table before him, which held a complex formation. On top of the formation lay the peculiar jade stone. At that moment, the jade seemed to emit a faint, unusual glow, but after probing it with his mind, he sensed nothing abnormal. Strange. Am I becoming paranoid after working too hard on that alien woman last night? Shaking his head, the man decided to ignore it. But he didn't walk away. Instead, he sat down nearby to begin his cultivation. At the same time, a strand of his consciousness remained in this space, monitoring the hundreds of similar jade stones for any anomalies. This man was named Tu-Tion, a celestial being who had reached the Void Realm, tasked with overseeing these jade stones. His immediate superior is a mysterious figure cloaked in black, whose gender remains unknown. The only thing people know is that this person has a peculiar nickname, the Ginseng Fruit Immortal. Yes, that's right. It refers to a type of ordinary spiritual fruit that resembles a humanoid being in the human realm. This immortal is quite enigmatic, possessing immense power beyond comprehension. And no one knows the specifics of their realm, because anyone who has witnessed their abilities has met an untimely end. The task assigned to Tu-Tion was personally decreed by the Ginseng Fruit Immortal. The 100 jade stones in question each contain a miniature world, with some even housing multiple small worlds. These powerful figures do not serve under the Celestial Emperor. Rather, they belong to a mysterious organization that seems to have been brewing something over the past 10,000 years. Tu-Tion is merely a small character responsible for overseeing this place, and he cannot afford to meddle in the affairs of these big shots. The spaceship has ascended to the troposphere, where manhwa has increased its speed to prevent being pulled back by the planet's gravity and to continue rising. Simultaneously, the countless satellites launched earlier have all altered their orbits at the same time, turning their cameras toward the ground to meticulously search every location for any signs of change. Meanwhile, manhwa has also traced the source of the earlier mental presence, which surprisingly originated from the depths of this world. It seems to be linked to a portion of encrypted content that her father had yet to complete, deepening her sense of confusion. It appears that this world is not as simple as it seems. What exactly is hidden in this world? Manhwa is engulfed in endless anxiety. At this moment, Yang Chuan is feeling quite frustrated. He stands outside the pill hall with an octopus named Zhao Xiao hanging from him. However, the difference is that this girl is currently dazed. Not far away, his father-in-law and mother-in-law are eyeing the two of them with suspicion. Yang Chuan never expected that the silly girl he had been desperately searching for was right within his own sect, and coincidentally, she is the same woman who had suffered damage to her consciousness. Naturally charming, but now she has lost her wits. After a detailed investigation, he finally understood the whole situation. The root of the problem lies with a guy named Yi Zhiqiu from Huangfeng Valley. When one of his elders sent a mental attack, that guy fled, and his wife ended up suffering the consequences. The key point is that he had been busy adjusting the equipment with manhwa at the time and overlooked this matter, never expecting that the dazed girl was the one he was looking for. Fortunately, the elder from the pill hall mentioned that she had only suffered damage to her sea of consciousness and had been given a large amount of elixirs to aid in its recovery, so he believed she would regain her senses soon. The person sent to find his parents has reported back that they have been located, so Yang Chuan doesn't need to worry too much. With his family arrangements in place, he intends to stay with Xiaoya and support her recovery. The person has been found. This girl still has basic judgment skills, but she has lost some of her previous memories. Therefore, when Yang Chuan met her, she had already practiced some of the techniques and teachings of the Hehuan sect, along with some interesting things. As a result, some events unfolded between the two of them in the cave, leaving Yang Chuan with a strange yet thrilling feeling. Now that the person is found, there isn't anything particularly important to do, and the entire sect isn't lacking in resources. The only thing left is to fully immerse himself in cultivation. After messing around with Ran last time, Yang Chuan discovered something. It seems that when this girl practices a certain technique, it can enhance both parties' cultivation during certain activities. In order to better understand her, to better protect his family, Yang Chuan decided to engage in more cultivation sessions with her, and Ran gladly accepted. However, one day, Xiaoya, who had access to the cave, unexpectedly barged in. Upon seeing this, she joyfully joined their cultivation sessions, and the three of them progressed together. Externally, the He Huan sect began borrowing resources from various major sects, spiritual stones, materials, treasures, anything they could get. They would borrow for a few days and return both the principal and interest, plus an extra 10, compensating for treasures with spiritual stones. The rewards were quite generous. While everyone was puzzled about what the He Huan sect was up to, they continued sending spiritual stones, materials, and treasures their way. In fact, upon their arrival, they were informed they could wait directly at the He Huan sect, where they were treated to fine food and drink, and many younger disciples came to curry favor. It was quite a pleasant experience. A group of female disciples surrounded them, calling them senior brothers and uncles. So how could their mood be anything but good? Naturally, these people's intentions included some investigation, wanting to understand why the He Huan sect was willing to expend such vast resources just for borrowing. After much discussion, they arrived at the most plausible conclusion. The He Huan sect must have discovered something and needed to use items infused with spiritual energy to activate it. And anything could potentially work. This only led to more confusion about what exactly required such experimentation. For instance, spiritual stones. Usually if one stone doesn't work in a formation, others of the same quality wouldn't either. It makes no sense to think that switching one would make it effective. Yet, the He Huan sect was doing just that, which was baffling. However, the reports from the elders and experts sent to investigate clearly indicated that the spiritual stones borrowed by the He Huan sect were indeed sent to their sect master. If they discovered that the spiritual stones were ineffective, there would be no reason to continue borrowing and to offer an extra 10 profit. It simply didn't add up. Some affiliated individuals from other sects, after inquiring, received similar answers. Their sect master seemed to be conducting some kind of experiment, possibly searching for something. Thus, a legendary treasure of the Hahuan sect spread quickly throughout the entire cultivation world. Yang Chuan, however, paid no attention to these people. They were all there to offer favors. So he naturally welcomed them warmly, allowing the restless disciples to wander about, perhaps even reaping some benefits. At the Tianjin sect, a miscellaneous disciple overheard his senior brother talking about this matter and began to suspect that it might be Yang Chuan's doing. After all, this guy had a history of extraordinary feats, and now such a strange occurrence had taken place. When he inquired further and found out that the leader of the Hahuan sect was a man named Yang Chuan, he was immediately shocked. On the Survival Star forum, a post quickly emerged titled the leader of the Hahuan sect, one of the top 10 sects in the cultivation world, suspected to be the great Yang Chuan. Shortly after the post was published, it skyrocketed in popularity, with players confirming that the Zhao Xiaoya whom the Hahuan sect was searching for was likely the same person featured in the video of Yang Chuan's wedding. Both names matched. Moreover, a player from Huangfeng Valley shared a photo of Yang Chuan questioning Yi Zhiqiu along with several elders, further solidifying this information. However, what surprised everyone was that it was the female players who became excited first. Sisters, our previous Hahuan sect organization exists in the cultivation game as well, and the great Yang Chuan has truly become the leader. What are we waiting for? I'm heading straight to join the leader. Guns in hand, follow me. Guns in hand, follow me. Guns in hand, follow me. After some inquiries, there were those who were overjoyed and those who were disheartened. The recruitment standards of the Hahuan sect required candidates to be female, possess good looks, and be virgins. This kept countless people at bay. But many others were inexplicably delighted and made their way to the Hahuan sect through recruitment points established across various locations. Yay, great Yang Chuan, my husband. I'm coming. Chapter 112. The Frenzy of Female Players, Beyond Everyone's Imagination. They flocked to recruitment points set up by the Harmonious sect, and, after passing the trials, a steady stream of them poured into the sect from all corners of the world over the next month. Upon meeting Yang Chuan, they expressed their affections with such fervor that it made the elders' eyes twitch. The Harmonious sect was already known as the most unconventional sect in the cultivation world, and their behavior had drawn criticism from all sides. But this group of players, they were bold beyond belief. The gazes of these female disciples towards the sect leader were so intense that it seemed they wanted to devour him whole. bones and all, without even spitting out the thorns. As night fell in Huangfeng Valley, Yi Zhiqiu was hiding amidst the flowers of a rockery, cradling a beautiful woman in his arms, both of them completely unclothed. Nearby, a glowing formation concealed their presence entirely, making it impossible for anyone to detect them. Meanwhile, in Huangfeng Valley, his father stood in the room of his concubine with a dark expression. Well, this is just splendid. He seethed. In just 2 days, both of his illegitimate sons had met with untimely deaths. Even the guards he had dispatched to protect them had only managed to send a single message before they too were killed, indicating that the assailant must possess considerable strength. However, the only ones capable of such an act, apart from his beloved son, were his own wife. She had gone to great lengths to help her son rise to power, but how had she discovered the existence of these 2 sons, who had managed to remain hidden so well? And where had that damn concubine run off to? Could it be that she was involved with that wretched beast? He scanned the surroundings with his formidable consciousness, but found nothing. Not only was the concubine missing, but even Yi Zhiqiu had vanished. Damn it, this is outrageous. It seems that I've been too lenient for too long, allowing you all to think I have no temper. Fuming, he stepped outside, and, for some reason, he found the rockery in the park increasingly irksome. The anger boiling inside him was driving him to madness. Though the concubine was merely a purchased courtesan, she was still the woman of the sect leader, after all, if it really was his son. Damn it! With a furious shout, Yi Yuntian summoned his great sword and struck the rockery with all his might. A brilliant flash of sword light erupted, infused with overwhelming spiritual power, crashing into the rockery. As soon as it made contact, it exploded with a thunderous roar. 2 faint cries of despair rang out, and amidst the violent explosion, Yi Yuntian vaguely heard them. His expression changed, but it was too late to withdraw the attack as he sent his consciousness sweeping over the area. In the next moment, his expression darkened. These 2, damn it! Beneath the stone hill, 2 figures entwined together had been crushed into a pancake by terrifying spiritual power. Even though they hadn't been slashed by the blade, they were already silent. The woman had turned into a pool of blood, and the naked man was none other than his son, a rebellious son. An angry roar echoed through Huangfeng Valley, heard by countless people who looked up toward the direction of the sect leader's inner courtyard, uncertain of what had happened. Yi Yuntian's fists crackled as he clenched them, his face looking exceptionally grim. It wasn't regret. He was scared, because Yi Yuntian was just a son-in-law, always believing he had no control over his son, with his wife and father-in-law's family being overly protective, which led to Yi Zhiqiu's arrogant and willful nature. That wretched woman, relying on her father being a high elder of the sect, had always been at odds with him and had unclear relationships with several elders of the sect. Now, his own son had been killed by him? This is a disaster. The death of this rebellious son was one thing. But how was he going to deal with his wife? Fortunately, the inner courtyard of the sect leader was protected by a formation, so there was no impact inside. But outside, no one could probe with their divine sense. His gaze turned cold as he quickly moved forward, hastily storing the 2 bodies, which had lost all human form, along with the surrounding land, into a storage ring. After carefully sweeping his divine sense, finding no omissions, he blasted the area into dust with 2 more strikes. Whoosh! 2 figures suddenly appeared as the guards of the inner courtyard rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Seeing the Valley Master here, they inquired, "It's nothing. Send someone out to find my concubine. That damn woman is out of control, daring to run around." The 2 looked up at his words, thinking the Valley Master was just venting his anger over his missing concubine. A trace of disdain flashed in their eyes as they bowed and retreated. What a useless fool. After finally marrying a concubine under the pressure of the Valley Master's wife, he can't even keep an eye on her? Once the 2 retreated, Yi Yuntian, with a darkened face, called over a trusted aide, forced him to take a pill, and handed him a storage ring with specific instructions. The aide, upon glancing at the items in the ring, widened his eyes in disbelief and looked at Yi Yuntian. After meeting his cold gaze, he quickly lowered his head in fear. Late at night, this disciple left the sect due to an urgent matter at home. The next day, a disciple reported that in a city not far from Huangfeng Valley, he saw the young Valley Master arguing with a woman who strongly resembled the Valley Master's concubine. Yi Yuntian was furious upon hearing this, summoned several elders, and invited his wife, quickly heading to the city. However, they did not find anyone. Damn it! Search for them. Every corner of the city, must not be overlooked. That wretched woman will pay. I swear I will tear her apart. The crowd dispersed, and soon after, they returned with grim news. In a corner of the Hawan sect's garden, the body of a young sect leader was discovered. Everyone was shocked and hurried to the scene. Upon arrival, they found no one else in the Hawan sect's premises, but a collapsed artificial hill revealed two lifeless, naked figures. "My son," the lady cried out in despair, rushing forward without a thought for her son's nakedness. Yi and Tian was immediately filled with rage and ordered everyone to gather and seek an explanation from the Hawan sect. Over 2,000 people from Huangfeng Valley, riding flying boats and swords, headed straight for the Hawan sect, drawing much attention. Have you heard? The young sect leader from Huangfeng Valley seems to have been killed by the Hawan sect. Huh. Such scum in the cultivation world deserved to die long ago. Shoo. Keep it down. We don't want them to hear us. The people from Huangfeng Valley are extremely protective of their own. Damn it. That good-for-nothing has harmed countless mortal cultivator women. It's good he's dead. If a fight breaks out, I'll definitely join in. That's right, my fellow cultivators. Who will join me? Let's support the Hawan sect. Let us go, let us go. Countless rogue cultivators followed the disciples of Huangfeng Valley, all heading toward the Hawan sect together. Chapter 113, however, Nan, who was already aware of everything, promptly informed Yang Chuan of the outcome and also reported that the territory had ascended. Yang Chuan was momentarily taken aback, but did not press for details. He felt that some matters were best left for Nan to handle. Moreover, he didn't have much of a sense of belonging to that planet. Although he was curious about what space was like, the imminent invasion by Huangfeng Valley was far more pressing. Huangfeng Valley was making quite a name for itself. Within a day of their departure, the entire cultivation world had already learned that the Harmony sect had been responsible for the death of their young master. However, the cultivators held no fondness for Huangfeng Valley. In the past, Huangfeng Valley had remained relatively obscure until the emergence of Han Li, which brought it into the limelight in the cultivation world. Unfortunately, the younger disciples of this generation had squandered that reputation, turning Huangfeng Valley into a place of disgrace for everyone, especially under the leadership of the current young Valley Master. It was common for them to bully both men and women, and while many felt constrained by Huangfeng Valley's power, they often turned a blind eye. The loose cultivators had it even worse. Despite their high cultivation levels, they had to think twice about offending Huangfeng Valley out of fear of the consequences. This only fueled Yi Zhiqiu's arrogance, and even some less powerful female cultivators fell victim to her cruelty. As Yi Zhiqiu grew older, she learned to wield the banner of Huangfeng Valley, becoming increasingly reckless in her actions, which made her deeply hated within the cultivation world. Now, upon hearing that the fairies of the Harmony sect had dealt with that menace, many rejoiced, feeling that they had rid the cultivation world of a cancerous tumor. While countless people celebrated, they couldn't help but worry for the group of female cultivators from the Harmony sect. Although Huangfeng Valley's reputation was tarnished, it was still one of the top 10 sects, and facing them directly was not to be underestimated. Upon receiving the news, Yang Chuan could only roll his eyes in exasperation. He instructed all disciples to remain within the sect, and then summoned the elder of the formation hall. The elder held in hand a widely circulated but somewhat impractical formation known as the Four Symbols Extermination Formation. It was widely known because this formation had been passed down since ancient times, and a single spirit stone could be bought from street vendors, with free training available within the sect. Its power was immense, yet impractical because in ancient times, the key points required to set up this formation were nearly all divine artifacts. Once triggered, the formation could wreak havoc, destroying everything in its path. Tragically, as more cultivators emerged in later generations, the spiritual materials of heaven and earth slowly diminished, and there were no longer enough divine artifacts available for setting up the formation. Consequently, some powerful predecessors modified it, allowing the key points to be established with any weapon instead of legendary divine artifacts. However, in terms of power, unless one used a weapon of spiritual grade or above to set up this formation, it would be better to just bring out a weapon and fight directly. In Yang Chuan's hands, there were 9 divine swords copied from other sections. Although they were called divine swords, they probably only resembled the lowest tier of celestial artifacts. However, they were still celestial artifacts, and if they couldn't be wielded by people, they could serve as focal points for formations, right? In an instant, a grand formation enveloped the entire Hawan sect, for brilliant beams of light shot out from the back mountain, directly entering the formation. After a dazzling display, the formation faded away, leaving no trace behind. The elder of the formation hall was so excited that she could hardly contain herself. Her face flushed with joy as she gazed at the now empty sky, her lips trembling uncontrollably. Goodness! The pressure released just a moment ago was enough to make one's heart tremble. An ancient formation should be used like this to uphold its renowned status. The Hahuan sect was now prepared, eagerly awaiting the arrival of distinguished guests. On the survival planet, a portion of players suddenly died in unison. Wan investigated and found that these individuals were all players from the Magic World instance. Out of curiosity, she began to gather information to uncover the cause of their deaths. After all, it was unlikely for so many people to die suddenly. Even if it were natural causes, it wouldn't make sense for them to cluster together like that. It was certainly not a good sign. The investigation results quickly came in. These players had experienced a sudden disconnection after logging into the game, for reasons unknown. The key issue was that their souls hadn't returned. They had vanished inexplicably, and their bodies had succumbed to hunger or dehydration. It seemed something had changed in the magic world. Should she awaken her main body to monitor all connections? After some thought, she decided against it. Other people's deaths were none of her concern, as long as it wasn't related to her father. If she awakened her main body, her computational power would increase by tens of thousands of times, making it possible to handle any task in an instant. Wouldn't that be dreadfully boring? With a clap of her small hands and a shrug of her shoulders, she redirected her focus to the control room of the spaceship. The equipment before her connected to countless satellite networks, indirectly controlling numerous robots and devices. A magnificent scene unfolded in her mind. It was a sea of meteors, countless large and small rocks forming a massive meteor belt. The information returned by the detection equipment indicated that these meteors contained a wealth of rare metal resources, many of which were not found on the survival planet. Not far from a meteor belt, a gigantic city framework was beginning to take shape, and a massive processing plant had already been completed outside. With her will, countless robots flew toward the meteor belt to collect resources and transport them to the processing plant. Suddenly, an alarm blared throughout the spaceship, startling Wan. Beep, beep, beep. Warning. Warning. Detection rocket number 379157 has collided with an unknown barrier and has lost signal. The girl furrowed her brows and looked at the large screen. The rocket's logs were retrieved, revealing that this rocket carried only detection and communication equipment, with the rest dedicated to propulsion. Its purpose was to accelerate continuously in a specific direction until it was no longer operational. Since its launch from the survival planet nearly a month ago, it had been in a constant state of acceleration. The logs indicated that before losing contact, its speed had reached 77 of the speed of light, traveling nearly 1,900,000,000 kilometers from the survival planet. This was the result after accounting for the round-trip communication delay. So, what exactly had it encountered? A barrier? The logs showed that the rocket was accelerating normally while continuously sending indirect signals in the direction it was traveling. At some point, it suddenly detected an unknown barrier. But at that speed, which was already 77 of the speed of light, there was simply no time to react. It could only send the information back. In the next moment, it crashed directly into the barrier, and the signal was lost. The detected barrier was far beyond the range of their instruments. There were no images, likely because they hadn't had time to send any back. The information indicated that the size and thickness of this barrier were unknown, and it was even invisible from a distance. It was as if it were an invisible wall that only manifested when triggered. This couldn't help but remind her of something. The formations from the realm of cultivation. Chapter 114 Nan can now directly connect to the world of cultivation games, so she's no longer unfamiliar with formations. These formations are somewhat similar to electromagnetic barrier generators, which create different types of shields by consuming a certain amount of energy. However, unlike those in the cultivation realm, the shields Nan has mastered are merely high-energy walls or signal jammers. Their effect is roughly equivalent to melting objects that come into contact with this ionized layer. Strictly speaking, it's more like manipulating the electrons in the air. The formations in the cultivation realm, on the other hand, seem to defy many physical laws and can be used even in a vacuum. Of course, that's not the main point. The key question is, what exactly did the rocket collide with? There had been speculation before, and she employed various detection methods to explore this universe, discovering that the observed stars remained unchanged. This contradicts the laws of physics. The sizes of celestial bodies differ, and there must be some gravitational interaction between them. Yet, what she saw was that they remained eerily suspended in the void without a hint of movement. At that time, she wondered if this was merely a picture or if someone wanted them to see it this way. Now, having entered space and free from atmospheric interference, Nanan has clearly validated her hypothesis. The entire observable universe, all the stars, are motionless. In other words, they are fake. Quickly calculating the rocket's flight trajectory and the distance caused by acceleration, Nanan stood up and walked toward a certain laboratory. Soon after, a hatch opened at the bottom of the spacecraft, and a large rocket was ejected. It then adjusted its position on its own, heading toward the direction in which the rocket was flying, with a pale blue tail flame that seemed to carry endless hope, soaring into the depths of the universe. All you bitches from the Hahuan sect, get out here. Yes, yes. Everyone come out. Damn it. How dare you kill our young master? You gone too far. Hurry up and show yourselves. Outside the protective formation of the sect's main gate, a group of Huangfeng Valley cultivators shouted loudly. The more people there were, the more confident they felt. According to the elders, they should shout loudly, let out the frustration in their hearts, and display the might of the 10 major sects. They wanted those women to see the power of Huangfeng Valley's cultivators. Thus, a group of disciples began to challenge from outside the gate. Why not go inside? Come on, can't you see that thick layer of barrier blocking the way? The Hahuan sect itself has a protective formation, but what no one knows is that within this formation lies another terrifying array. Elderki, have you found the weak point in the formation? Those bitches from the Hahuan sect are ignoring us completely. It's truly disrespectful. A sinister voice suddenly echoed from the side, revealing the furious expression of the Valley Master's wife as she glared at the old man nearby, who had his eyes closed, deeply sensing the surroundings. Elder Chi, a guest elder of Huangfeng Valley, was a renowned master of formations in the cultivation world, having served as a guest elder for over a century in Huangfeng Valley. He had watched the Valley Master's wife grow up and was thus well aware of her temperament. Hearing her words, he remained calm and replied lightly, "There is no need to rush, young lady. I have already identified 3 weaknesses and am currently investigating which one is the most vulnerable." A quarter of an hour later, the old man suddenly opened his eyes wide, looking toward a specific location in the southwest corner. The members of the Hahuan sect, however, were not completely indifferent. In fact, nearly everyone was paying close attention to the group outside the formation. The elders' spiritual senses were constantly monitoring the situation outside, and at this moment, seeing the gaze of Huangfeng Valley's guest elder directed toward a certain spot, the elder in charge of the formation furrowed his brows. To think that this guest elder from Huangfeng Valley truly had some skill, managing to uncover the weaknesses of my protective formation in such a short time. Noticing that all eyes were on her, the Valley Master's wife suddenly broke into a smile. However, this flaw was intentionally left by our predecessors. If they truly attempt to attack there, they will likely suffer a significant loss. Yang Chuan felt somewhat reassured by her words. He reached out to suppress the silly version of Zhao Xiaoya, who was trying to climb onto his shoulder, and nodded. He had only recently joined the Hahuan sect and was not well versed in some of the internal matters, but seeing the expressions of those around him, he felt more at ease. Regardless of whether the sect's formation could withstand these people, even if the formation were to break, there was still the recently set up 4 symbols exorcism array, right? It was at this moment that Yang Chuan began to feel that the Hahuan sect's strength seemed somewhat lacking. Didn't teen novels often portray various sects as having countless hidden masters who would appear during times of great tribulation? Where were they? Wan, do you have anything that can be used in this world to enhance combat power? Yang Chuan asked in his mind. He knew that Wan could sense his soul connection, so he directly inquired. Wan quickly responded, "Yes, Daddy. While you can't become an instant powerhouse by just consuming pills, there are other methods available. Recently, the spirit stones you brought back have several activation methods. One of them is quite intense. When combined with a special energy operation mode, it can release all the energy within the spirit stones in an instant. However, considering that this approach is not conducive to energy extraction, I haven't used it yet. But I have stored in my system, and you can learn it after you log off. I estimate this could be used like a grenade. Though it's a one-time item, its power is enormous. I think you might find it useful, Daddy." Yang Chuan acknowledged and praised the girl, but he didn't expect her to continue speaking. Dad, I have some ideas for energy extraction and utilization devices. I should be able to design something similar to laser weapons. But this might require referencing the crafting methods from the cultivation world. After all, I don't fully understand the principles behind some of the materials. If you have time, you can learn some basic crafting skills. You don't need to go too deep, just the fundamentals will do. Yang Chuan nodded in agreement, thinking that once the troubles with Huangfeng Valley were over, he would take the time to learn from the elders in the crafting hall. Master, they're about to break the formation. Should we go over? An elder stood up to ask Yang Chuan. After a moment of thought, Yang Chuan smiled. Of course we should go. After all, we are among the top 10 sects and their guests. Let's go and welcome them. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter and headed to the entrance of the sect. Ah, esteemed friends from Huangfeng Valley. It's a great honor to have you visit our He Huan sect. However, you all seem quite fierce. What's the meaning of that? Yang Chuan said with a calm smile, observing the group from Huangfeng Valley outside the formation who were gritting their teeth. Wow, is this the new sect master of He Huan sect? I heard it was a man, but I didn't expect him to be so handsome. I'm way better looking. Junior sister, stop looking at him and just focus on me. The women from He Huan sect were genuinely taken aback that they had appointed a man as their sect master. I never believed it before, but it turns out to be true. I'm not jealous at all. I just want to beat him up. Chapter 115. A group of people murmured among themselves, but the high-ranking members of Huangfeng Valley could no longer remain calm. Yi Yuntian's face was cold as he stepped forward. He had to speak up before anyone else, confirming that the He Huan sect was responsible for the death of his son. Otherwise, not only would he be left without a valid reason for this incident, but he would also have a hard time explaining it to his wife and father-in-law when he got home. Master Yang Chuan, last time we met at Huangfeng Valley, we had a pleasant conversation. Even if my son has offended someone in your search for people, was it really necessary to go to such extremes? His words jogged the memory of many present. They recalled that a dozen flying boats from the He Huan sect had rushed towards Huangfeng Valley, alarming quite a few people. It seemed that the young deputy leader of Huangfeng Valley had done something that warranted the He Huan sect's brutal retaliation. Yang Chuan raised an eyebrow. He couldn't respond to that. After all, it was the truth. The girl had informed him of what transpired. At that time, she had manipulated the magnetic field around Yi Yuntian, causing him to become unusually irritable and slightly influencing his thoughts, making him see the fake mountain in an extremely unfavorable light. In his rage, he had struck down, resulting in the death of his son and concubine. A smile tugged at the corner of Yang Chuan's mouth as he spoke. Since you, Valley Master Yi, say so, then so be it. However, our He Huan sect's annual recruitment of disciples ended half a month ago. Whether there were any people in that area is easily verifiable. Yi Yuntian's eyelid twitched, and he immediately tried to interrupt. Nonsense. The female cultivators of your He Huan sect have taken issue with my son for a long time, even going so far as to injure him multiple times. My son is still young, just over 200 years old. It's natural for him to make some mistakes. Yet your sect holds a grudge against him, and this time, you went so far as to kill him. His body was found right within your He Huan sect's territory. What do you have to say for that, Master Yang? Yang Chuan looked at Yi Yuntian outside the formation and suddenly broke into a grin. Valley Master Yi, we're not a couple of 200-year-old kids anymore. There's no need to bring out such a flimsy excuse to embarrass yourself. In our cultivation world, if we were to silence someone, would we leave behind a complete corpse? A fire talisman would turn it to ashes, don't you think? Before Yi Yuntian could respond, his wife jumped in, her ugly, plump face twisted with rage as she shouted, "You scoundrel! You still want to deny it? I see your He Huan sect is guilty on purpose. You killed my son and just left his body there without caring. Do you think others won't suspect you?" As she spoke, her whole body trembled with agitation, making her seem even more animated. If you don't hand over the murderer today, then everyone from the He Huan sect is a murderer. All disciples of Huangfeng Valley, listen up. If the He Huan sect does not surrender the killer within 15 minutes, we will attack. Yi Yuntian was taken aback. Damn it, this crazy woman. Starting a war between the sects is not that simple. Just because you said a few words. You want to go to battle? People could die from this. Before he could even speak, all the disciples around him responded in unison, their thunderous shouts forcing the words back down his throat. There was nothing he could do. The situation was beyond his control. In this sect, he was already not well regarded. So why humiliate himself further? Beside him, an elder who was a guest disciple seemed to receive some sort of signal. He revealed a set of array instruments and, with a wave of his hand, tossed them out. With the aid of spiritual energy, a small array began to float and unfold in midair, slowly drifting towards a certain point in the protective formation of the Hahuan sect. Within the formation, the expressions of the gathered individuals varied. Some were worried, while others were indifferent. Only the elder in charge of the array raised her arm to cover her mouth, afraid she might burst out laughing. There were many ways to break an array. Some were straightforward, using overwhelming force to smash through, while others were more cunning, seeking out the array's focal point or weak spots. Clearly, this old guest disciple aimed to exploit a weakness. The item he was using was called the array-breaking disc, a treasure passed down from a powerful being. If used correctly, it could dismantle most formations. However, controlling the array-breaking disc required not only a strong mind, but also complete mental focus. Any damage could lead to dire consequences. Yang Chuan shrugged, no longer paying attention to the group. He casually tossed out a remark and turned to leave with the others. Since you all insist on throwing dirt on the Hahuan sect, feel free. He didn't threaten or argue further. It seemed this low-ranking sect master was completely unconcerned. Given the situation, not only the people from Huangfeng Valley were baffled, but even the onlookers from a distance wore expressions of confusion. They couldn't fathom why he wasn't resisting or saying more. Was he really just going to walk away without a fight? Shouldn't he at least show some tension? But there was none. They left just like that. In a matter of breaths, some walked away, others scattered, and soon there was not a single shadow left at the mountain gate. Yi and Tian had achieved his goal. Hahuan sect didn't even bother to defend itself, and simply accepted the accusation. But you guys just left us from Huangfeng Valley here, completely disregarding us? This is too disrespectful. At that moment, the guest elder suddenly shouted, his voice echoing in everyone's ears. Everyone, lend me your strength. This array is extremely powerful. We need at least 100 individuals at the gold core stage or above to work together. Everyone, channel your cultivation into the array before Elder Qi. Let us break through the Hahuan sect's shell. All present knew about the protective array of the Hahuan sect, which was said to have been set up by a genius array master from ancient times, based on ancient teachings. Remembering the expressions of the Hahuan sect members just moments ago, everyone felt a surge of indignation. Disciples, heed the call. Channel all your spiritual energy into the array in front of Elder Qi. Let us capture the female cultivators of Hahuan sect, and then we'll take our time dealing with them. A group of people shouted excitedly, channeling their spiritual energy. The thought that they might soon capture a few beautiful women made them feel as if they had been pumped full of adrenaline. Inside the Hahuan sect, Elder Qi of the formation, Hall, twitched at the corners of his mouth. These fools, that trap was meant to catch at most one person. And yet they all fell for it? As the vast spiritual energy surged, the formation in front of Elder Qi began to emit a brilliant light, growing increasingly intense until it was blinding. Everyone, maintain your energy. We'll shatter it with one strike. Elder Qi's hair and beard flew wildly as the energy around him surged, making him look like a divine being descending from the heavens, full of vigor. Seeing everyone respond in unison, Elder Qi changed the hand gesture and pointed forward with a shout, "Go!" Boom! A tentacle explosion issued, and a wave of destructive force swept outwards for dozens of miles around the formation. Everything in its path was flattened. Dust and debris filled the air, and the violent spiritual energy swirled chaotically, shredding any probing consciousness into fragments. In an instant, not only did the people outside the formation in Huangfeng Valley scream in horror, but many distant cultivators who had been spying with their spiritual sense also cried out in agony, blood streaming from their 7 orifices. Those who had been spying reacted quickly, fleeing at once. Who would stay behind to be picked off like easy prey after suffering such damage to their spiritual senses? Those who were less injured or hadn't been spying watched as the group fled in panic, instead of pursuing to kill for treasures. They looked in astonishment at the scene outside the Hahuan sect's formation. The sounds of screams and moans filled the air outside the grand array. When the dust settled, everyone's faces turned pale in disbelief. Thousands of people, including those whose bodies hadn't been obliterated, were left with fewer than 500. The cultivators of Huangfeng Valley had severely injured themselves. Chapter 116. The people from Hahuan Valley, watching the situation outside the formation, couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Yang Chuan was even more speechless Could this group of idiots really be those foolish players for Blue Star? No matter what game it is, they always manage to find ways to mess things up, and they rush to their own demise. They inflicted thousands of points of damage on themselves, with not a single enemy harmed, not even a dent in that formation trap. The explosive energy came from this group themselves. Can they really be this unlucky? What kind of formation guest elder are they dealing with? Probably someone who graduated from a technical school, right? Outside the formation, the more than 200 survivors stared in shock at the heavily injured, unconscious, or lifeless disciples sprawled on the ground. They were somewhat fortunate, either having high cultivation levels or powerful protective treasures that allowed them to withstand the surge of spiritual energy. However, the low-level disciples were completely wiped out. Not a single one left. Zongzhu this. An elder trembled as he spoke, blood dripping from his lips, disbelief written all over his face. His eyes clouded with confusion. Ah. A piercing scream shattered the sky, causing everyone to shudder. The lady of Huangfeng Valley trembled, her round body shaking, her dress already soaked in a large patch, a foul odor emanating from her. Yi Tian had blood streaming from his mouth, nostrils, and even the corners of his eyes. A loud ringing filled his ears, the harsh sound of electricity buzzing in his brain. He stared blankly at the scattered limbs and severed arms on the ground, completely dazed. A question that involved the essence of the universe and had puzzled countless people flashed through his mind. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Some newly joined female disciples were shielded from witnessing such a gruesome sight. After all, they had all come from the game world, and strictly speaking, they were all from Blue Star. This kind of scene was quite a shock for women, so it was better to let them adapt gradually. The people from Huangfeng Valley left, suffering heavy losses and feeling utterly desolate. The cultivation world began to spread rumors that Hahuan's sect possessed an impenetrable protective formation. Thousands from Huangfeng Valley had come seeking them, and yet they hadn't even shown their faces before nearly being wiped out. Yang Chuan felt a twinge of regret. He hadn't witnessed the new formation's power and had underestimated the depth of this sect. After all, it was one of the top 10 sects, so it naturally had some extraordinary means. How else could they establish themselves in this cultivation world? Relying solely on familial connections? That seemed unlikely. Moreover, he discovered something strange. Such a large sect actually had no hidden powerful experts, and neither did any of the other sections. Upon inquiry, he learned that once a cultivator reached the integration stage, they could no longer remain in this world. They needed to traverse the endless sea and reach another realm. There are no records about the other side of the endless sea. Not a single senior expert who ventured there has returned, and no one knows what it's truly like. Xiaoyao's condition has improved significantly. She first recognized Yang Chuan, and then her uncle and aunt, as well as Yang's parents, and her memories are rapidly coming back. Strangely, although she has regained much of her consciousness, she is particularly enthusiastic about certain matters that involve the principle of Three's company. My teacher, and Rand's presence seems to have opened a new world for her, to the point where Yang Chuan, for a moment, found himself caught up in her excitement. Naturally, he was quite unhappy about it. As the Grand Elder of the Hahuan sect, and Rand had too many tricks up her sleeve. What if she led Xiaoya astray? Having settled matters here, he decided to log off and take a look. By this time, his cultivation had reached the 6th level of Qi refinement, and he had brought many items from the game that he could use for experiments or for his daughter. The first thing he saw upon logging off was his little girl, bouncing toward him to greet him with joy. She leaped into his arms, clearly very happy. Daddy, did you feel anything strange about gravity? Hearing this, Yang Chuan suddenly remembered that he and the others seemed to have flown into space. But he jumped in place a couple of times, and didn't he feel any different? Huh, Wan, how did you do that? It feels just like being on the ground. Didn't they say there's S0 gravity in space? Looking out into the pitch-black expanse of space, Yang Chuan was very curious. Daddy, you forgot. Spaceships don't have windows, although we can see outside from the inside. It's just a display made up of stitched-together images. In reality, our territory is spinning at high speed right now, but it's so smooth that you can't feel it all. Yang Chuan then recalled that the sky he saw above wasn't real. It was merely a projection of images collected by countless detection devices outside the spaceship. All right, Wan, you're amazing. Come on, take Daddy to see what space is like. Carrying his little girl into the command center, which had been transformed from the satellite monitoring room, Yang Chuan saw a large space separated by a glass dome. Inside were uniquely shaped devices, and after asking, he learned that they were all supercomputers, unlike traditional computers. These were designed based on her original Zerbrain. Her original body had blueprints for direct construction, but he was entirely clear on the specifics of the process. Therefore, the imitation could only be an imitation, with performance drastically inferior to her original by more than 100 times. However, even with this hundredfold disparity, they still outperformed all supercomputers on Blue Star. Essentially, these devices could no longer be considered computers. More accurately, they should be called biological computers. Unlike the CPU computing units found in silicon-based computers, Nanan utilizes DNA computing technology. As early as 1994, DNA computers made their appearance on Blue Star, representing a biological form of computing. A 1.5 milliliter test tube can accommodate 1 trillion DNA computers, with processing speeds reaching up to 1 billion operations per second, while consuming only 1/billionth of the energy used by traditional computers. In contrast to conventional electronic computers, DNA computers are a biological form of computing that uses DNA molecules as hardware and the chemical reactions between these molecules as algorithms. In DNA computers, a series of biological molecules are combined in a solution, which is why they are sometimes referred to as liquid computers. Compared to traditional electronic computers, DNA computers offer advantages such as being compact, having rapid processing speeds, and extremely low energy consumption. Since the concept of DNA computing was introduced in 1994, its benefits have been recognized by an increasing number of scientists who have eagerly engaged in research within this field. Inside this glass room, a culture medium and various chemical substances form a complete cyclical system, with the actual computing unit being a container no larger than a lighter. The rest consists of various interconnected circuits, which, although neatly arranged, still present a level of complexity that leaves Yang Chuan feeling dizzy. Chapter 117 currently. This incredibly advanced biological DNA computer is running a project to collect and organize all the feedback data from the probe rockets, aiming to calculate the composition of the entire world. Dad, recently, it seems there has been an inexplicable wave of fluctuations across the globe, which prompted me to take the spaceship directly into space. Moreover, the probe rockets I launched seem to have touched the boundaries of this world. Yang Chuan was taken aback by this. Fluctuations? What kind of fluctuations? And where does the universe have boundaries? The universe is vast. Scientists on Blue Star have long known that the observable universe extends approximately 93 billion light years. At the speed of light, it would take 93 billion years to travel that distance. Is Nanan joking? No, Dad, she replied. I know the universe is huge, but our world is clearly not. As she spoke, the screen changed, displaying the distribution of planets within our universe, while also marking the approximate distance to the boundaries in proportion. She began to explain to Yang Chuan, it seems that the universe we are in is completely independent. The stars we see are not real. The scene shifted, simulating the rocket's flight path, while the timeline began to change until it showed the moment it collided with a barrier. Nanan expressed her hypothesis. They might be trapped in an extremely small space. Of course, this smallness was relative to the entire universe. After all, the solar system of Blue Star is merely a minuscule speck in the vast galaxy. The Milky Way alone contains over 400 billion stars, and each star is a glowing sun. This means that each one is a star, and naturally, there will be other non-luminous celestial bodies nearby. Essentially, each glowing star has its own system. Furthermore, there are over 2 trillion galaxies similar to the Milky Way within the observable range. Yet, in the world that Yang Chuan and the others currently inhabit, it is clearly different. It has boundaries. After sharing her hypothesis and displaying her findings, Yang Chuan furrowed his brows and began to ponder deeply. After struggling with his thoughts for half a day, he decided to give up. I'm just a programmer, not an astronomer. Rather than exhausting my brain cells on this, I might as well face reality. Where is this? This is a game world. What science are we talking about? Is there anything more bizarre than being here? Nanan, tell me more about that mysterious wave of fluctuations. Nanan bit her little finger and thought carefully before responding. Dad, I think it might be a wave of spiritual energy similar to what you encountered in the cultivation world. It's just that this wave is even more powerful. Yang Chuan's expression changed, clearly astonished by her answer. Spiritual energy? Are you sure? It's uncertain, but it really seems that way. That wave appeared to carry a distinct exploratory intent, and Nanan's monitoring devices only capture part of it. It seemed to sweep across the entire world in an incredibly short time, at least globally. She didn't mention that the wave was just probing the ground, which allowed it to go undetected. Thinking about it, that mysterious entity probably didn't expect that someone in this world would already possess the ability to ascend to the skies. This was what allowed Nan to escape a crisis. Is it again related to this world? After some contemplation, Yang Chuan made a decision. Nan, Dad wants to complete the missing part of the secret text in the game as framework, but I'm not sure what will happen. It could be a good thing, allowing us to fully uncover the secrets of this world, or it could be a bad thing that leads to everyone's disappearance. Do you think I should go ahead? Nan stretched out her arms, letting Yang Chuan pick her up, happily resting against his chest. Dad, Nan knows that both you and our family come from another world. Even though you don't say it, you all want to return to your original world, right? Yang Chuan fell silent. Both he and others were deliberately avoiding this question, or perhaps it could be said they were evading it. No matter how restored his territory was, he missed his original resource-scarce blue star, longing for every blade of grass and tree on it. Whatever Dad thinks, just leave it to Nan. Yang Chuan looked at her, this artificial intelligence he had created, and for a moment, he was afraid he might suddenly lose her. Nan closed her eyes, retrieving a segment of encrypted information that had not been used for a long time, filling in the Tao Te Ching. A sense of crisis surged again, but this time, she no longer hesitated. On the big screen, a massive amount of data began to appear. Various strange characters started being decoded. The fill-in-the-blank questions of the Tao Te Ching reappeared. Then, the missing information was supplemented, encrypted again, and transmitted. The information was successfully decrypted. The source of the world was cracked, and the game world was on the verge of collapse. A series of prompts rang continuously in all players' minds, regardless of where they were or what they were doing at that moment. Yang Chuan's expression darkened as he carried Nan out of the control room and into the small courtyard of their territory, gazing at the grand landscape unfolding in the sky. Sure enough, the worst-case scenario had occurred. The world was collapsing. All players in the game felt their souls returning to their rightful places at that moment. Earthquakes and volcanoes began to erupt, and the ground trembled. Xiao Chuan, what is happening? The family rushed out from their rooms. At that moment, Xiaoyu regained her senses and came to Yang Chuan's side, tightly hugging his arm. Everyone heard the prompt and slowly realized that this world was about to be destroyed. A group of people gathered together for a final farewell. The scene was filled with sorrow and reluctance, much like the feeling I had when I saw my grades. But there was no choice. Life goes on, and I had to cut ties with this chapter. Perhaps endings are not always the best conclusions, but they often serve as new beginnings. Due to personal reasons, I had to let go of everything that remained unfinished. Maybe I'll start over, or perhaps this will be my final attempt. A blinding light swept across the world. The sun exploded with intense brilliance. The crowd barely had time to react before being reduced to ashes, feeling not a hint of pain. A massive ejection of coronal material occurred, and under the intense gamma rays, nothing could escape. The world of survival on the roads was utterly obliterated in that moment. Was this truly the final destination? Images flashed through Yang Chuan's mind. Faces of family, friends, and even strangers. The experiences of a lifetime seemed to rewind in that instant, each moment vividly playing out before his eyes. Ding! Lazy pig, wake up! Lazy pig, wake up! Lazy pig, wake up! The alarm rang out, piercingly loud.